At West Sea High School No. 1, Principal Luckvan is hosting a crucial ceremony. Today is the day of the profession induction, a day that will seal the fate of these students. Standing before them is the sacred induction formation. Each student wears a different mood, some anxious, others fired up. Among them is Hanam, actually Lammak, a seemingly ordinary student who is secretly a time traveler ever since landing in this world. He has been waiting for this induction day with bated breath. Once they complete induction, humanity that is, the players can dive into raid bosses, secret realms, or hunt demonic monsters to gain experience, level up, sharpen skills, and boost their power. Naturally, the top dogs in this world are those with warrior class professions, followed by support, and finally life class. Warrior and support professions break down into 5 tiers: low, medium, high, rare, and the legendary mythical rank so rare that West Sea City might go a decade without seeing one. Today's induction ceremony is overseen by Zhang Xian, a level 52 Grandmaster in Formation Magic. Even Principal Luckvan holds him in the highest respect. No wonder Zhang Xian's profession is a rare level support, practically one of a kind. Finally, the moment everyone's been waiting for has arrived. The principal calls out each student's name. When it is their turn, they step into the induction formation. First up is a student named Tudad, but he is unlucky. He only qualifies for a life class profession, a farmer. Tudad is utterly shocked and crushed. Next is another life class induction. His father's a chef, so he is becoming a chef too, like passing down the family trade. He looks pretty pleased about it. After a whole batch of students without a single rare profession popping up, both Zhangshan and Luckvan start feeling a bit discouraged. Forget the rare professions. It has been years since one showed up here. If we even get a high-level warrior, that is a win. Zayan sighs. You are right. West Sea City only sees 1 or 2 rare professions a year. Maybe I was just hoping for too much. Luckvan admits. Next is one of the 2 students everyone has been buzzing about, Hatayat, the girl called Duong mentioned earlier. She is definitely competitive. Before stepping into the formation, she deliberately shot Lammak Yugu a sharp glance and muttered under her breath, La? This princess will show you who the real genius is. Hatayat's rivalry with Lammak Yu comes from years of being hailed as the school's 2 prodigies, but Lammak Yu has always been a step ahead. Now, she is desperate to win this showdown. Zhang Shin's eyes widen as he watches Hatayat. Even before stepping into the formation, her spirit energy is twice that of a normal person. She is almost guaranteed to awaken as a mage. That is a high-tier warrior class profession, and if she hits special attributes, it could even become rare. Hearing this, Luckvan grows eager with anticipation. Amid the crowd's tension, Hatayat confidently strides into the formation. Suddenly, a supernatural phenomenon erupts, proof she has awakened a rare-level profession. Just as Zhang Xin predicted, Hatayat has become a mage. The classmates below gasp in no surprise, since she is the first to transform into a warrior class profession today. Plus, once upgraded, a mage just needs a single elemental god level forbidden spell to obliterate this entire city. Right now, Hatayat is brimming with confidence, convinced she has finally surpassed Lammak Yu. Next up is none other than Lammak Yugu himself. Seeing Lammak Yu's cocky walk, Hatayat's excitement instantly turns to tension. Principal Luckvan deliberately asks Zhangqian for his thoughts on this kid. Lammak Yu is known as the school's genius, but Zhangqian says aside from his cold demeanor, there is nothing extraordinary about him. Zhangqian adds that academic success and profession induction are not necessarily linked. A top student awakening a mediocre profession is not unusual. Still, Principal Luckvan holds on to hope for him. He secretly thought that if Lammak Yu also awakened a profession next, then number 1 West Sea High School would be the pride of the year. When Lammak Yu stepped into the profession transfer formation, the sky suddenly unleashed a fierce storm. Dark clouds swirled above him. Thunder cracked, and the air turned chillingly eerie. Neither the principal, Master Trong Thean, nor the students had ever witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon, so everyone was on edge, holding their breath, wondering what kind of profession Lammak Yu would finally awaken. Would it be a frontline fighter or a support type? Hatayat was practically sitting on pins and needles, because this strange event was way more intense than before. Hatayat feared that Lammak Yu might awaken a profession even more terrifying than hers. A few seconds later, the dark clouds above his head stirred with movement. Thousands of eerie skulls appeared, then transformed into an army of undead warriors. Their oppressive aura so strong that even knowing it was an illusion sent shivers down everyone's spine. Finally, Lammak Yu successfully awakened the frontline profession of Death Spirit Mage. Unlike other students, his was the one and only hidden profession, meaning, in this entire world, there was only one Death Spirit Mage him. Unless he died, no second profession like that would ever appear. This was not just rare compared to ordinary rare professions, it was even more precious than legendary ones. The crowd below erupted again, some marveling at how awesome he was for awakening the unique hidden profession, but some jealous voices claimed Lammak Yu was just insanely lucky, or that something had gone wrong with the formation. They even did not hesitate to trash talk, saying hidden professions are not necessarily powerful. History was full of cases where people with hidden professions ended up accomplishing nothing. Lam Mak Nu could clearly hear the whispers about him, but he did not care. Awakening the unique hidden profession was already way beyond his expectations. As Lam Mak Nu was heading down, Truong Thien suddenly called him back. He had never seen this hidden profession before and wanted Lam Mak Nu to show off his skills a bit. Most of his stats capped at 10, except for his spirit power, which was 20 points. He had 2 skills. The first was summoning a skeleton warrior. At level 1, he could summon a black rank skeleton warrior. After upgrading, he could summon higher level skeletons: bronze, silver, gold, legendary, and at the top, god rank. His second skill was Soulfire, which unleashed a burning spirit to scorch targets, inflicting burns and damage based on his spirit power and skill level. Lam Mak Nu tried out the first skill. He summoned a fierce-looking skeleton warrior, but its strength, agility, spirit, and stamina all hovered around 15 points. Its appearance sent his classmates into a panic. Meanwhile, Truong Thien across the way immediately launched an attack at Sultan Medan, who was circling the skeleton, so he could get a better look at the summoned creature. The skeleton sensed the attack and had to decide whether to counterattack. If no decision was made within 10 seconds, it would automatically counterattack. Lam Mak Nu received this notification. Of course, he could not order his skeleton to attack his senior, so he told it to stand down. That high alertness impressed Truong Thien. He was a level 52 player, while Lam Mak Nu was just level 1. Yet Lam Mak Nu could summon a creature capable of hostile thoughts toward him. Though the skeleton's stats were pretty average, Lam Mak Nu himself could not yet tell if his profession was strong or weak. Truong Thien could only guess that as Lam Mak Nu leveled up, what he summoned would become more powerful. Thanks, kid. Keep pushing forward. You might have a real shot at something great down the line. Lam Mak Nu nodded eagerly, then headed back to his spot. Most classmates were terrified of Lam Mak Nu now, thanks to the ferocious skeleton trailing behind him. Only Cao Dong was pumped, even begging to get a touch of the creature. Is that skull thing really dangerous? He poked the skeleton curiously while asking. Probably more dangerous than you, Lam Mak Nu replied with a casual sigh. Cao Dong was not buying it. This thing looked way too ragged and beat up. But next up was his turn to awaken, and they barely exchanged a few words before that happened. Lam Mak Nu immediately recalled his dried-up soldier. Just then, he got a notification the resurrection space had lost 1 slot. Suddenly, Lam Mak Nu realized this resurrection space could actually hold monsters he revived, and after that, he could revive them at will without burning any mental energy. Right now, there were 10 slots in this space, but that number would grow as he leveled up. Lam Mak Nu's heart swelled during the class transfer. He thought he caught a glimpse of a real death spirit mage's aura, someone who could wipe out an entire giant clan in the blink of an eye. That is when he vowed one day he would reach that level too. Cao Dong leveled up fast. Just as expected, he became a high-ranking sword shield knight, strong as hell. Cao Dong grinned and said, "Later, we gotta run dungeons together. When we hit the dungeon, I will be the frontline tank. If the enemy wants my head, they gotta get through you first." Haha, Lam Mak Nu, you are saying it backwards. But Cao Dong just laughed even louder. After Cao Dong, a few others leveled up too, but none stood out. Once the promotion ceremony wrapped, Principal Luckvan reminded them, tomorrow's the newbie dungeon upgrade in West Sea City. He hoped all students would push themselves to reach top scores in the final exams next week, so they could get into the universities they dreamed of. While Lam Mak Nu and Cao Dong chatted, Atayat suddenly dashed over, challenging Lam Mak Nu to a showdown specifically to see who'd ace the final exam better. Lam Mak Nu replied with just one word. "Yeah, it is a deal. I am not going to lose to you forever," Atayat said, dead serious. Though she would lost to Lam Mak Nu again at the ceremony, it only fired her up more. She was determined never to quit, at least win once. That night, Lam Mak Nu got home, stared at a family photo for a long time, then thought, "Grandma, I made it through the promotion. It is a rare super tier career. Says, wait for me, I will pass the exam and join a kin academy with you." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lam Mak Nu opened it to see Principal Luckvan, who handed him some essential daily supplies. After the promotion, Lam Mak Nu was definitely getting more attention. After all, last year in West Sea City, only his sister, Lam He, got accepted into Hakin Academy. She would entrusted her little brother to the principal, so naturally, he was going to take good care of Lam Mak Nu. "Thank you, sir." Lam Mak Nu took the items gratefully. "No problem. You have got a dungeon run tomorrow. Rest up," Luck said, then left. But that night, Lam Mak Nu stayed up until midnight, when suddenly a system window popped up before him. It read, Lam Mak Nu's awakened career death spirit mage matches the system's strongest talent requirements and is now binding. Then, Lam Mak Nu got even crazier news. He received a unique god tier talent called Comprehensive Growth, boosting all skill effectiveness by 5x. Along with that came a passive skill called Damage Transfer, letting the mage's injuries be absorbed by his summoned entities. Instead, Lam Mak usually kept a poker face, but now he looked utterly stunned. This system gave him an extra talent skill and an active skill, both worthy of the god tier title. Lam Mak Ngu was itching to summon his dried up soldier again. Sure enough, all its stats had jumped from 15 to 75. Combined with the damage transfer passive, Lam Mak Gu basically looked immortal compared to others his level. The next day at the newbie dungeon upgrade, students showed up bright and early. Kadong saw Lam Mak Gu and immediately invited him to team up, but Lam Mak Gu declined, saying teams level up slower. Going solo would get him stronger faster. This left Kadong fuming mad. At that moment, Hatayat appeared right behind them. Even though she was an opponent, she had to admit that Lam Mak Gu was right. Teams of two need members with equal experience. Based on experience, players below level 10 are better off soloing, while teams are only effective from level 10 onward. Interestingly, both Hatayat and Lam Mak Nu shared the same mindset, not bringing support roles along. Meanwhile, Principal Lukvan repeatedly emphasized that main combat roles must always be accompanied by support and dungeon specialists. Later, they would understand just how crucial support roles really are. Just before entering the dungeon gate, Hatayat challenged them again, this time a race to see who could level up faster. Lam Mak Nu rolled his eyes, not bothering to respond. He did not get why this girl was so stubborn about trying to one-up him. Yesterday, Lam Mak Nu had used 10 spirit points to revive a dry soldier. After a night of meditation, his spirit points had recovered to 40, enough to revive 4 more dry soldiers. As soon as Lam Mak Nu entered the dungeon, he summoned them outside, ordering them to spread out, gather loot, and slaughter monsters fiercely for his dry soldiers. Each monster they killed boosted his experience by 1%, meaning 1 kill equaled 1 level gained. Not bad at all. Within minutes, Lam Mak Ngu's experience jumped by 10%. At this rate, level up was just half an hour away. And just as predicted, less than 30 minutes later, he hit level 2. His strength, agility, and stamina stats each rose by 20 points, while spirit points surged by 40. His summoning space expanded too. Now able to hold 20 slots, Lam Mak Gu summoned 4 more dry soldiers to speed up the leveling grind. The efficiency was rock solid, but this was only the beginning. Then Lam Mak Gu discovered something else. He could track the dry soldiers' movements on the map. They were all far from him, but at that moment, he spotted a monster that the dry soldiers had missed. But Lam Mak Gu was not scared. Perfect timing to test his active skill Soul Flame, which had just leveled up to 2. This skill had grown 5 times stronger, and in just seconds, it wiped out a level 2 gray cat, netting him 20 experience points. This spirit attack system was insanely powerful, breaking through all physical defenses and hidden class skills. Only 2 skills so far, and already a beast even without extra talents. His Death Spirit Mage was no weaker than any legendary class role out there. Blink and he was already level 3. He kept reviving more dry soldiers to help clear monsters faster. The pace was accelerating. The rookie dungeon's battle time was 12 hours total. 4 hours had passed, and he was already level 4. At this rate, he might level up again in less than an hour if he reached level 8 here. After leaving, Lam Mak Nu could head to the outskirts of West Sea City, where far tougher monsters awaited. Outside the dungeon, Hadong Duong, the patriarch of the Ha family, and Achayet's father arrived to check on his daughter's progress. He had been too busy yesterday to witness her class transfer in person, and was not about to miss her first dungeon run. Lukvan said that after awakening their classes, both Tathian Tin and Lam Mak Ham reached level 5 in the rookie dungeon. Hatayat would probably hit the same milestone. Hadong Duong hoped so too. As a father, he knew I had always been fiercely competitive since she was a kid. You could basically predict future leveling speed based on the first day. And if Hatayat did not hit level 5 in this first dungeon, getting into Hakin Academy would be tough. Though they were talking about Hatayat, Principal Luck's mind was on something else. He did not know how far Lam Mak Nu would level this time, but he hoped the boy would not fall behind his sister. By the way, I heard there was a new class that appeared during yesterday's class transfer. Hadong Dong suddenly asked. Yes, Lam Mak Nu's hidden class is Death Spirit Mage. I have never seen it before, so I am not sure how powerful it really is. His sister is Lam Mak Ham. If Hatayat gets into a Kin Academy, she might be able to lean on her for help. While the two were busy chatting, Lam Mak Ngu was still crazily grinding monsters inside the dungeon. Kulo's soldiers can only stay within 500 meters of you. Within that range, you can safely AFK and level up. Your target is monsters now. But after nearly 7 hours without finding an 8-star beast, Lam Mak Ngu was starting to get antsy. No one really knew how far the others had leveled up. Lam Mak Ngu was casually wandering when suddenly, he got ambushed out of nowhere. If it were not for his damage transfer skill, this might have been game over for Lam Mak Ngu. But that attack led him to discover the level 8 monster. It was a 1,000-year-old spear tree right in front of him. usually dormant, only attacking when an intruder passes by. Currently, the attributes of Kolo soldiers summoned by Lam Mak Ingu hit 275 points. He guessed even an 8-star monster would not stand a chance against their pain output. However, this tree was tougher than expected. Only Kolo's Shadow Slash could take it down. That meant his leveling speed would slow down a lot. The good news, Lam Mak Gu did not just find 1,000-year spear tree, he found hundreds. This place seemed tailor-made for his grind. Lam Mak Gu solo soldiers charged in fiercely. He even summoned a few more, so they would not overwork themselves. And before the 12 hours were up, someone appeared at the dungeon exit. At first, Luck Van feared something went wrong, but it turned out to be Lam Mak Nu. "Why are you out here already?" he asked. "Worried. All the monsters are gone, so I'm out," Lam Mak Nu replied coolly. Luck Van was stunned to learn this kid hit level 7 in just 10 hours. He even claimed there were too few monsters. Otherwise, he would be level 8 by now. Then Lam Mak Nu asked Luck Van for permission to go on a monster hunt in the West Sea outskirts, but Luck Van was still in shock. Having lived so long, this was the first time he would heard someone clear the newbie dungeon in just 10 hours. Could this be the power of the Death Spirit Mage, the unique hidden class? Master Luck Ingu could not help but prompt when he saw no response. Luck Van hurriedly nodded, agreeing to write a permit for him to leave the city immediately. "Take a break for now. Once everyone else is out, we will bring you all back." Lam Mak nodded, then stepped aside as Luck Van returned to his seat, where everyone was waiting for an explanation. "Old Luck, what happened just now? Why did that classmate come out early? Is there a problem?" "He is not injured. So why did he come out alone?" "That guy is Lam Mak Yu. He just wiped the newbie dungeon clean. Took down all the level 8 monsters inside." Luck Van's calm words sent a shockwave through everyone present. Before, many doubted the hidden class S strength, but now, based on Lam Mak Nu's performance, they were sure the Death Spirit Mage had surpassed all rare classes, standing shoulder to shoulder with legendary ones. Sao from now on has huge potential. Maybe we do not need to worry about what is next. If he gets into Hakin Academy, the academy's gonna have a real headache. Hadong Dong nodded along. Sao Xiu's always competitive. She is going to get a serious shock this time. Lam Mak Nu guessed everyone was talking about him, but he did not care. The number of Kolo soldiers he summoned reached 24, and his summon space had expanded to 70 slots. "If I am going to keep this space, I will need plenty of time." After meditating for a long time to restore his spirit energy, Aksu also came out. She would leveled up to 5 just as the headmaster predicted, thinking she would broken the old dungeon record and beaten Lam Mak Yu. But as she stepped out of the dungeon gate, she saw him meditating already level 7. Just as Hadong Dong predicted, she was in for a huge surprise. Hadong Duong waved his hand to call his daughter over to the private car. Seeing her face looked off, he asked with concern, "Xiao Xiu, are you battling that sneaky little pro kid right now? That guy's absolutely terrified. He has been outclassing you nonstop for 3 years straight. Need this old man to step in and help." "I do not need help," Aksu said firmly, her determination shining through. "This is my fight. I swear I won't lose to that idiot forever." Hadong Duong knew his daughter's stubborn, competitive streak all too well, but he still had to warn Hakshu. Lin Mak Yu cleared the dungeon in under 10 hours, wiping out all the level 8 monsters. Hearing this, Haksu's expression darkened. She would only just reached the level 7 monster area, and had not even faced any level 8s yet. Plus, Lin Mak Yu got there 2 whole hours before her. If there were more level 8 monsters, would not he have leveled straight to 8 by now? Right behind Misa was Kao Dong. The moment they left the dungeon, he literally threw himself at Lin Mak Ingu's legs, bawling and whining. "Mak Yu, how the heck did you level all the way up to 7? No. I mean, Great Lin, can you please take me along for training? I am begging you." "Alright, next time for sure," Lin Mak Yu replied coolly. Kadong's face lit up like a sunflower, promising he would wait for Lin Mak Yu at the school gates tomorrow. But the next morning, Kadong waited and waited, no sign of Lin Mak Ingu anywhere. Only after Principal Luck Van reminded him did he realize Mak Ingu had already headed out to the outskirts of West Sea City. Kadong lost his mind, throwing his head back and yelling, "That damn Lin Mak Yu, you dare ditch me? I am challenging you to a duel." "Forget it. You can win against him," Luck Van advised earnestly. Meanwhile, Lin Mak Nu had already arrived at the Imperial Shen CS garrison. After verifying his identity, he was officially granted access to the base. Lin Mak Ngu wanted to see if there were any missions suited for him. Amid countless low reward tasks, he spotted a level 14 strategic mission in the West Sea Mine dungeon, with the final goal to defeat the dungeon boss. The reward, a whopping 10,000 gold, and if the boss was nightmare level or higher, they would drop essence crystals too. With such a fat payout, this mission was definitely no walk in the park. Dungeon difficulty ranks from common, nightmare, to hell. Nightmare level Jir is several steps above common, and without a strong team, it is basically impossible to trade for hell difficulty. That is a no-go zone for casual level players. Ambitious as he was, Lin Mac-nu knew this mission was beyond his reach for now. Next, he reported his identity to the gate guards. The guard, hearing about the necromancer profession for the first time, and that a level 7 student was allowed outside the city, could not help but remind him, your exit permit is valid, but how can you roam freely across every corner of the Shenxia Empire? There are plenty of monsters outside, please stay safe, and be extra careful, especially at night if you are in danger. Run back. Your life is the top priority. Thanks, I will be careful, Lin Mac-nu replied. Then, for the first time, he stepped outside the city walls. Inside and outside felt like two entirely different worlds. The city walls were no joke. He could even hear distant monster roars and smell the faint scent of blood in the air. Soon enough, Lin Mac-nu encountered his first monster, a level 10 goblin patrol. Compared to newbie dungeon monsters, this one was way scarier. But facing his warrior collie with a stat value of 375, it was basically nothing. With just one strike, his Cola warrior took it down. Lin Mac-nu realized that level 10 monsters were not that tough at this upgrade pace. He could hit level 15 before the college entrance exam. Meanwhile, his sister Lin Mac-ham, with just a normal high-Hue profession, managed to hit level 16 before the exam. Lin Mac-nu seriously wondered what her secret was, but he knew for sure he had to pass the entrance exam to Hajing Academy and reunite with his sister. After his Cola warrior wiped out a whole swarm of goblins, Lin Mac also reached level 10. Other stats did not change much, with each level adding just 10 points, but the biggest achievement is that your spirit power has already hit 300 points. They say after level 10, attributes get a huge boost. Lin Mac-nu is a mage by profession, and the biggest change is in spirit power, but no one expected it to skyrocket this fast. His innate skills got stronger too. The dry soldier has also leveled up to bronze. Now, their power is absolutely overwhelming, with all attributes soaring to 1500 points. Plus, he unlocked a unique skill, a violent strike that deals 200% damage to the target, with just a 10-minute cooldown. Lin Mac-nu was brimming with confidence. With a bronze-level dry soldier, he could now stride through this area like he owned the place. But that was also his biggest problem, because in such a short time, he would already wiped out every monster around here. Just as he was thinking where to find more, he got attacked. Thankfully, the system automatically transferred the damage to his dry soldier, saving him from disaster once again. Then, Lin Mac-nu spotted another player. At first, he thought this was the one who attacked him, but something felt off. Turns out, this player was probably an assassin class, while the attacker was most likely an archer. After the stranger tossed a claw attack, Lin Mac-nu saw two players chasing after him, and sure enough, one was an archer. So it is definitely them. Looks like these two are chasing the assassin, but at this speed, there is no way they will catch him. And Lin Mac-nu, dragged into this fight for no reason, was not exactly thrilled. The kid looked sly, and the assassin had already escaped. The two strangers whispered about him. Then the archer loudly addressed Lin Mac-nu. Hey kid, did a guy dressed like an assassin just run past here? Seeing Lin Mac-nu was younger, they were ready to bully him, but he shot them a glare so fierce, it shut them up instantly. Each one of you just shot us, apologize. Sorry then, the archer replied. But you could tell he did not mean it one bit. That is when he noticed Lin Mac-nu had been hit by his arrow, but it had not done any damage. Alright, do not let that happen again. Lin Mac-nu shot back with the same line, totally ignoring the other guy's sore mood. Then the two noticed Lin Mac-nu's dry soldier could actually take damage for him. To them, only a rogue or a criminal's mentality could awaken and endure an immortal monster like that. So they figured Lin Mac-nu was not exactly a good guy either. But since they were outside the city, with plenty of danger lurking, they did not pick a fight and just left. Lin Mac-nu watched their backs and snorted coldly. They were lucky. If they would actually tried to mess with him, they would have gotten paid back 100-fold. Then, Lin Mac-nu went back to grinding for levels, but the X gains were seriously low now. At level 10, he needed triple the X to level up, meaning he had to slay 5,000 goblins just for one level. Even though his dry soldier never tired, and he blitzed through the path, Lin Mac-nu was not sure he could hit level 11 by tonight. With time running out, he decided not to head back to the city tonight, despite countless warnings about how dangerous it was to be outside at night. If he wanted to get into the capital's academy, he had to outwork everyone else by miles. At this pace, maybe level 13 by tomorrow, and level 15 by the first, but that was still uncertain. After hitting level 15, leveling up would slow down even more for a long time. Lin Mac-nu took a whole day just to get back for the university entrance exam. The max he could realistically reach was probably level 16. Thinking about that, he felt even more puzzled. He had no clue how last year, his sister managed to hit level 16. Even though she was a legendary class swordswoman, a master of weaponry, her leveling speed could not possibly have outpaced his. The more Lin Mac-nu thought about it, the more he felt like he would missed something crucial. Then he remembered the dungeon in the West Sea Mines. Could it be that last year, His sister teamed up with others to grind more exp in nightmare-level dungeons. That would explain why Lam Makham once came home seriously injured. Thinking this over, Lam Makhnu clenched his fists tightly. He guessed he might be on the right track, so he decided to check out the West Sea Mine tomorrow. Night had fallen, with only one dry guard soldier keeping watch beside Lam Makhnu, who was meditating. The remaining promises were still being broken by monsters lurking in the forest. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Someone had snapped a dry branch. Lam Makhnu's eye snapped open. Instantly alert, few people would train here at midnight like him. Was this a lost soul or someone with a hidden agenda? But Lam Makhnu quickly recognized the visitor. It was the female assassin he would met that morning. The girl approached him, hungry and asking for food. Kind-hearted Lam Makhnu handed her a sweet potato. She smiled gratefully, then devoured it like she had not eaten in days. Seeing her choke, Lam Makhnu offered her a bottle of water, which she gulped down like she was dying of thirst. Who knows how long she would have been starving and dehydrated. After finishing the sweet potato, she asked for his name. Nu, who usually kept to himself, did not respond. But the girl was not discouraged by his silence. You do not like to talk? How about this then? Let us do a little foot probing together. After a moment's thought, Lam Makhnu agreed and extended a finger. The probing technique activated between them, but it had no effect on Lam Makhnu. He could not glean any info from her at all. Meanwhile, the girl smirked slyly. Nothing to see here. As for, she would basically uncovered all the crucial details about Lam Makhnu. The only thing she found odd was his profession, corpse spirit mage, a title she would never heard before. But after peeking around, she spotted the dry guard soldier beside him and guessed it was a creature summoned by Lam Makhnu himself. Being able to summon immortals was insanely rare, which meant his profession was probably pretty unique. Hey, why so? Don't he tell me you are mute or something? Doesn't he look like it at all? The girl jabbered nonstop, like a hyperactive kid. After a while, Lam Makhnu finally struggled to say 2 words. Why? That was all it took to make her light up with joy. So you can talk. Why? Lam Makhnu repeated mechanically. You want to know why the probing did not work, right? Because of this. Then, she pulled out a badge and explained it was a shield emblem. As long as you carry it, anyone 10 levels below you can use probing or spying techniques on you. Then she made the emblem vanish and told Lam Makhnu to try probing her again. This time, he actually got some info. Her name was Ning, a level 19 shadow assassin. But just as they were chatting, the dry guard soldier spotted some uninvited guests approaching. These were the same group who had attacked Lam Makhnu that morning. Now there were 3 of them instead of 2. Ning stood tall with a raised brow, muttering, Man, these guys are relentless. Just a bunch of mid-level skill users. But they have been chasing me for days and still one quit. Then she turned to Lam Makhnu and said, I gotta go now, but if fate allows, I will find you again. But before she could escape, a savage arrow shot toward them. A red glow instantly appeared over both their heads. Ningyai recognized it as a marking arrow. It was a hunter's anti-stealth skill. It marks a target to make them easier to spot and prevents them from going invisible. Specifically designed to counter sneaky assassins and certain monsters that can cloak themselves. Looks like these guys came prepared this time. There is no way you are getting away now. I knew you were all in cahoots, dirty assassins like rats, teaming up with the undead summoner. A perfect match made in hell. Lam Makhnu said this morning they were lucky for not attacking him sooner. Now Senza has to eat those words, especially that archer twice now shooting arrows at him for no reason. Ningyai, wanting to avoid dragging innocent bystanders into this, spoke up. He has got nothing to do with this. I will hand over the skill scrolls to the others. Whoever's passing by, do not lay a finger on the innocent. But that damn archer refused. He said if Ningyai had spoken up a day earlier, none of this would have been an issue. But now, they believe the only safe option is to kill her. After all, the dead can talk, so no one would ever know they had this group-level skill scroll. Seeing no way to negotiate, Ningyai whispered to Lam Makhnu to run ahead, while Min stayed back to hold off the enemy. To her, Lam Makhnu was a level 10 profession user. She could not let him get dragged down because of her mess. What about you? Lam Makhnu asked. I am a shadow assassin. The night is my playground. I have got my own way out. Ningyai chuckled softly. She seemed calm, but Lam Makhnu knew she was lying to reassure him. If Ningyai could really take them on, she would not be running scared like this after 3 days. Clearly, their power was superior. They had 3 enemies, and Ningyai was already marked with a target skill that nullified her still. Long night. Many nightmares. Stop wasting time and make your move. The archer shouted at his teammates. Immediately, the team's mage raised his staff high and cast a light spell, piercing the darkness in a wide radius. It boosted his magic hit rate and countered the assassin's stealth skills. Ningyai gritted her teeth. Things were getting worse fast, but she had no choice but to risk it all. Meanwhile, the 3 enemies were poised to attack from 3 directions. Lam Makhnu did not run. He calmly summoned a dry soldier. To the others, His immortal summoned unit was downright disgusting. The mage tried to incinerate him with a fireball and his level 20 magic skills. Ningyai barely had time to think before grabbing Lam Maknu's arm, trying to pull him to safety. But then she realized she was trapped, snared by the enemy's mental thread, without even noticing. At the same time, the opposing archer fired 3 triple-powered arrows. Ningyai's eyes widened in shock. Fireball behind her. 3 arrows ahead, she was caught in a deadly pincer move, with no escape. Acting on instinct, Ningyai shoved Lam Maknu aside. She would take both attacks herself. But what she did not expect was that Lam Maknu's summoned soldier could block attacks from both sides. Then, they launched a fierce counterattack, making the enemies shake with fear. How is this even possible? Scanning spells showed this kid was just a level 1 necromancer mage. Yet, they were all level 20 plus professionals and could not take him down, even having their attacks nullified by his summon. Only then did they scan Lam Maknu's dry soldiers and realize their stats were insanely high. Who is the rookie and who is the pro? That is still up in the air. To corner these guys, Lam Maknu summoned all his dry soldiers, forming a siege army around the enemy. But you could see the shock on their faces, mouths wide open. Lam Maknu's dry soldiers were wrecked in the real world, yet insanely strong here, nothing like the monsters a level 10 mage would summon. Even the level 20 archer and mage's skills could not even scratch them. Plus, their numbers were overwhelming, completely unreasonable for a normal summoner's mental energy. Lam Maknu squeezed his eyes shut. The longer he stayed silent, the more anxious the 3 enemies grew. Then, when Lam Maknu opened his eyes, he ordered all 44 dry soldiers to charge forward together. This time, the 3 enemies had no way out. The first target was that level 21 mage. He hurriedly created a protective barrier, but it was useless the moment Lemmmasiang Scalo soldiers tapped their weapons. The shield shattered instantly. Even though the enemy tried to fight back, there was no escaping the fate of being cleaved in two by the Kalo soldier's sword. Next up was that bow sniper guy. His agility stat was already a staggering 1,500 points. But even while fleeing, he was relentlessly chased down by Lemmmasiang's healing support, spearheading the pursuit. Things got even worse when he realized there was nowhere to run. Seeing his teammates wiped out in seconds threw him into full panic mode, and he ended up following them to their doom. The biggest surprise for Lemmmasiang was the lone knight in the group, because he could activate an ultimate defense skill. This was one of the knight's core skills, massively boosting his defense for a short burst. A level 20 knight with this skill could withstand attacks from a level 40 mage. Knights with ultimate defense and those without might as well be from different classes. There was a huge power gap, but even his skill could not last forever. While Lemmmasiang's Kalo soldiers stuck to him like leeches, that is when regret started to creep in. If he would known it would get this bad, he would not have shown up, dying over just one skill scroll. Not worth it. Now it was Lemmmasiang's turn to unleash his power. No one gets away. If you go all out, no mercy. His Kalo soldier instantly activated its personal skill, a brutal punch dealing 200% damage to the target. The soldier's strength stat was already at 1,500 points. Add the personal skill boost, and it shot up to 3,000 points. That knight's ultimate defense could last a full minute, but the harder he got hit, the faster it wore down. He was about to break. The moment his ultimate defense shattered, Lemmmasiang's hollow soldiers swarmed him. Lemmmasiang struck mercilessly, still remembering his sister's advice. Either do not do it, or if you do not hold back. Ningyai, watching the 3 fake classes who de-tormented her for days get slaughtered by Lemmmasiang in under a minute, was utterly horrified. She did not even move a muscle, just stood frozen. After the fake classes died, their stored items appeared in the space. Lemmmasiang stepped forward, curious if anything useful had dropped. First up was a level 10 Kai-Mun staff that boosted spirit by 20 points and increased mage skill power by 5%, usable after level 18. Next, a level 10 Kai-Mun war bow, which boosted agility and increased archery skill power by 5%, also unlockable after level 18. Then a level 10 Kai-Mun forehead guard, adding 20 vitality and increasing defense skill effectiveness by 5%, with a similar level requirement. Lastly, a Kai-Mun sword that added 10 strength and 10 vitality, boosting physical attack skill power by 5%. Ningyai realized these were all gear drops from the Beast Legion dungeon. Kai-Mun set items. It is a level 20 dungeon located in Thieu High City. Looks like those 3 regularly farmed here. Since these 4 items were useless to Lemmmasiang, he collected them to sell later and make some cash. Then he found another beginner skill scroll. This one had some value, selling it could fetch 10,000 gold. Lemmmasiang hesitated, unsure whether to sell or use it. You do not have any beginner skill scrolls, do you? Then you should use it. Even if you get a skill you already know, there is a chance to unlock something new, Ningyai said excitedly. It is just a beginner skill scroll. Not much. You are not thinking of selling it, right? Are you short on cash? Seeing how casually she dismissed 10,000 gold, Lemmmasiang guessed her family was well off. He turned back and asked Ningai how to use it. She explained it was simple. Just hold the scroll tight and say use. Lum Mizeng did as told, but nothing happened. Silence hung for about 5 seconds before Ning Yai's clear laughter broke the tension. Oh no? That is not how it works. You did not say it loud enough, you gotta shout it to make it work. Lam Mak Yu caught the sly grin on her opponent's face and instantly guessed she was toying with him. He also figured out that he would need to channel his spirit energy to activate this skill scroll. Without hesitation, he poured his spirit energy into it. But Ning Yai's face clearly showed her disappointment. How did you figure that out so fast? Guess my little joke totally flopped. Then, sure enough, Lam Mak Yu unlocked a new skill called Corpse Explosion. Using it lets you detonate a corpse, dealing 10% damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. Getting a new skill like this. Honestly, this role is flawless. Corpses, in the eyes of a necromancer, still hold life essence. Though the skill sounds weak at first, combined with his talent, the damage radius can be boosted to 10 meters, and if one corpse explodes, it keeps dealing damage to nearby enemies, making it a seriously effective attack. In the hands of anyone else, this would be just a mediocre skill. But thanks to Lam Mak Yu's talent, almost every skill he learns turns into something amazing. Did you get the new skill yet? Ningwei asked quietly beside him. Lam Mak Yu answered curtly. Your voice sounds really nice though, why so quiet and gruff? What a shame. She just kept giggling, totally unfazed by his taciturn mood. Lam Mak Yu also noticed this girl was not like the other girls at school, so he broke his usual silence and complimented her. Your voice is really pleasant too. Thanks. I know my voice is smooth. Ningyai brought. Clearly pleased, Ningyi seemed genuinely happy. Then, as a thank you for saving her life, Ningyai handed him something. It was a mid-level skill scroll, the very reason she would have been chased by those thugs for days. This scroll can awaken skills from level 40 and above, and on the market, it is worth up to 1,000,000 gold coins, 100 times more valuable than low-level scrolls. This treasure is insanely valuable, and the reason Ningyai has been hunted non-stop. Yet now, she just handed it over without hesitation. Lam Mak Yu swallowed his surprise and suspicion. Ningyai seemed to sense his doubt and explained, saying she got lucky finding a Yang treasure in the Beastman Legion's base in Shanghai City. Yang treasures appear randomly. Only the lucky can find them. When she opened it, she found this mid-level skill scroll, but those bad guys saw her. Ningya? But they chased her, trying to snatch it away. To her, the scroll was priceless. How could she just hand over something she risked so much to get? That is why she ran so desperately when they chased her. She ran for days, from Shanghai City all the way to Xihai City, with those pests hot on her trail like relentless ticks. Hearing her casually recount these dangerous tales, Lam Mak Yu could not help but say, you almost died back there, did not you? Don't worry. I did not. If I get hit in a vital spot, I am teleported away automatically. But still, thanks to you, if not for you, even if I survived, I would be seriously hurt. Saying that, Ningyai shuddered and admitted the thing she feared most was pain, not death. Lam Mak Yu, realizing he would already worried over nothing, judging by how she talked, Ningyi was obviously some rich girl Harris. Loaded with treasures, definitely not someone to mess with. I just gave you that mid-level skill scroll, got any food? I might starve to death. Ning joked, so Lam Mak Yu handed her a sweet potato. After that, they started chatting more comfortably. Ningyai noticed he was only level 10 but already rushing to upgrade here, so she guessed Lam Mak Yu had not taken the college entrance exam yet. Which school are you aiming for? She asked. A Jing Academy. Lam Mak Yu replied. Ningyi nodded, saying that school was excellent. Plus, with Lam Mak Yu's skill, she was sure he could get into any school he wanted. No one level 10 has ever easily fought against level 20 professionals, especially taking on 3 at once. If you had not failed the Akin Academy entrance exam, no one else would be mated in either. Then, Nanyai reminded Lam Mak Yu that if he ever studies at Akin University, he must challenge their divine tower, because the first challenge doubles the rewards, and the higher the floor you reach, the better. That way, you rack up tons of points. At Akin Academy, these points are more valuable than money. Besides, there is also the Divine Light Academy within Akin. If you get in, you have to take that chance. Ningyai drifted off on the mysterious ship, falling asleep completely. Lum Mizeng handed her a jacket, then slipped into meditation to restore his spiritual energy. The next morning, Ningyi woke up and immediately demanded sweet potatoes. Lum Mizeng gave her a bunch, but she still complained it was not enough. More? Come on, give me extra. A real man's gotta be generous. Handed over. I am seriously out. Lum Mizeng shrugged, feeling powerless for the first time ever. Ningyai just grinned and said he would better level up too, and if fate allows, they might meet again. You gotta level up fast, so you can bring me along next time. With that, Ningyai dashed off. Lum Mizeng watched her retreating figure, unable even to say goodbye. What a weird girl. Left alone, he decided it was time to test the new brutal corpse skill he would learned yesterday, and the perfect targets The three ugly unemployed guys who dared provoke him yesterday. The moment Lam Mazi Ying activated the skill, a massive explosion rocked the area, just as he expected, boosted by his innate talent. The brutality radius expanded massively 360 degrees with no blind spots. Truly, a godly skill that annihilates undead. With this power in hand, Lam Maizing felt way more confident and decided to hit the West Sea Mine dungeon for some XP. To evolve the Black Iron skeleton soldiers from Iron to Bronze rank, he needed 70 spiritual energy points per summon, and his current max spiritual energy was only 300. Last night, he meditated all night to restore energy, just enough to summon 4 more, bringing his skeleton army total to 48, still room for 100 in his summoning space. But Lam Maizeng was not in a rush. He believed one day his summoning space would be maxed out. Then, he finally spotted the West Sea Mine dungeon entrance. Many adventurers had already gathered there, searching for teammates. Most took the normal difficulty, except one party challenging the nightmare difficulty. Lam Maizing was alone, and the difficulty options were only normal and nightmare. No hell mode here. But even the normal difficulty had elite monsters, several times tougher than the wild ones. Nightmare difficulty featured enhanced elite monsters, making it even tougher. Usually, a normal difficulty raid needed a trio: warrior, mage, and healer. Nightmare mode required at least 5 players, 2 supports, and 2 attackers. Suddenly, a player approached, trying to scout Lam Maizing, seemingly looking for a summoner, but Lam Maizing was wearing the protective badge Ningyai gave him, so the scouting spell failed. Plus, the terrifying-looking skeleton warrior beside him scared the scout stiff. They immediately figured Lam Maizing was untouchable. They invited him to join their raid team. They were short a frontline fighter anyway. This was an elite team tackling nightmare difficulty, promising to share any loot. But Lam Maizing firmly declined and decided to solo the dungeon at nightmare level. Stepping through the gate, he moved like a whirlwind, leaving everyone stunned. No way! He wants to take it on solo. That is just arrogant. My buddy tried scouting him too but got nothing. No level info, no class. What is this guy's deal? Alright, let us see if he even survives. He looks scary, but maybe he is as weak as a kitten. At this moment, Lam Macu stepped inside the dungeon. The thick, metallic stench of blood made him extremely uneasy. Right now, Lam Macu was standing inside a protective circle. The moment he stepped out of this circle, monsters would detect him and attack instantly, not far away. A level 14 enhanced elite goblin mine guard was lurking. Its stats were fierce: 800 strength, 400 agility, 200 spirit, and 1000 vitality. It also had a stunning attack skill. No wonder this elite enhanced monster was several tiers above regular ones. Its strength and vitality were sky high, meaning its offensive and defensive power were off the charts. Without team coordination, ordinary adventurers had 0 chance clearing this nightmare-level dungeon. But Lam Makingu was different. Though those enhanced elites were strong, they still paled compared to his skeleton warriors. He immediately recalled his skeleton troops, ready to throw down. As soon as he stepped out of the circle, a bloody battle erupted. What shocked Lam Makingu the most was that after taking down the first goblin mine guard, he gained 4,200 experience points. That is 10 times more than a regular monster of the same level. In other words, 1 kill here was worth 10 kills outside. Lam Makin quickly adapted, killing each monster in just about 2 seconds. His leveling speed was about to skyrocket. This really was a brilliant move. He ordered his skeleton warriors to spread out into every nook and cranny, leaving no path unchecked to maximize experience gains, keeping only one behind to absorb damage when needed. After 5 minutes, Lam Maku reached level 11, but he still felt his speed was too slow. The silver lining was that upon leveling up, his spirit fully restored, allowing him to summon 4 more skeleton warriors. After surpassing level 10, his attribute growth accelerated dramatically. Before, each level up granted 10 points in vitality, strength, and agility. Now it was 20 points, plus additional spirit boosts. Lam Mac calculated that with his level rising and talent skills kicking in, his stats would grow exponentially. His skeleton warriors now each boasted about 1,700 attribute points. But something puzzled him. All their skills had leveled up except for the brutal corpse skill he would just learned, which stubbornly stayed stuck at level 1. 2. If Ningyu were here, she would probably understand what was going on. Lam Magna, suddenly wondering where that mysterious girl might be now. Soon after, he received a notification that the area had been completely cleared. At the same time, his level 11 experience bar jumped to 32.22%. Then, the level 15 Goblin Mine King, the elite boss, appeared. Its stats were monstrous: 2,000 strength and agility, 1,000 spirit, 2,500 vitality, plus a beast howl skill. Even the regional leader's stats were this insane. Imagine how powerful the final dungeon boss would be. Though its stats rivaled Lam Mac Yuga skeleton warriors, it was still just one monster, So he was not too worried. His entire skeleton army charged the Goblin Mind King, who immediately unleashed his beast howl to knock them back. Thanks to their vitality, the skeleton warriors barely flinched from the damage. Then Lam Mak Yungu ordered them to counterattack with their signature skill, Crushing Blow and Brutal Strike. The bigger the enemy, the more it played into his skeleton's strengths. The Goblin Mind King unleashed his beast howl again. Lam Mak Nu judged the attack's damage was mediocre, but the knockback effect was pretty decent. Still, the advantage clearly leaned toward his side. What shocked him next was the Goblin Mind King suddenly turning tail and fleeing. His skeleton warriors tried to chase it into a nearby cave, but Lam Mak Gu sensed something off, ordering his troops to pull back. Inside the cave where the Goblin Mind King escaped, a pack of fierce level 14 goblin wolves appeared. Their stats were 600 strength and agility, 200 spirit, 1000 vitality, with a tiering skill. Their individual power was not overwhelming, but there were over 100 of them. If this were an ordinary profession, even a 5-person team would not stand a chance against such a ferocious pack of fang wolves. But Lam Mak Gu is a death spirit mage, so every moment here is a learning opportunity. The moment he gave the order, his troops surged forward once again. Then, Lam Mak Nu combined that with his new skill Berserk Body. After the innate enhancement, the damage from Berserk Body converts to 100% life force damage against the wolves. The result, a one-hit kill. With a single explosion, Lam Mak Gu wiped out countless wolves. The cleanup of the pack was lightning fast. Once his minions were all taken out, the Fang Wolf King was forced to show itself again. But by now, it was seriously weakened. No way it could take any more hits. You know how this ends. What disappointed Lam Mak Gu the most? This wolf was only worth 15,000 XP, just equal to the last 5 wolves combined. Pretty underwhelming. Luckily, his luck was not bad. The loot from this wolf was actually valuable. It dropped the Wolf King's Fang and a low-level monster soul crystal. Lam Mak Nu stared down the dark, endless path ahead. He guessed that if he kept clearing this road, he would reach the final boss pretty fast. In fact, Lam Mak Nu was already planning to hit the hell-level dungeons next time. For solo runs, definitely better XP gains. Deeper inside, they ran into level 15 elite goblins. One down, and he snagged 4,500 XP. The rate of monster spawns in the Kavaleja Legion slowed a bit, but not by much. This dungeon run took Lam Mak Gu just over an hour to level up once. At this pace, after a few more runs, forget level 16, levels 18 or 19 were totally within reach. We will meet again soon, Lam Mak Nu thought to himself. After wiping out all the elite goblins, Lam Mak Gu finally encountered the Goblin King, a level 16 leader monster. Its stats were insane: 3,000 power, 1,500 agility and spirit, and 3,000 stamina. This beast had 2 deadly skills, Fire Breath Slash and Repelling Shove. Lam Mak Nu figured that taking it down would push him to level 12, but as expected from a boss, its stats, especially power and stamina, far outclassed his Kulao warriors. The Goblin King, enraged from being disturbed, immediately unleashed a fierce attack aimed straight at Lam Mak Ingu. It smashed through 2 of his Chu Alju soldiers with a single blow. Lam Mak quickly realized the problem. His stamina was only 120, way too low compared to the Goblin King's 3,000 power. His defense was basically a joke, so naturally, his Kulao warriors took heavy hits. Lam Mak Nu could not help but feel frustrated, realizing he might be the weak link here. Looks like he would have to hit the gym hard from now on. After watching closely, Lam Mak Nu knew his Killjoy soldiers could not go toe-to-toe with the boss in raw power, but he had an entire legion behind him, while the Goblin King stood alone. So the outcome of this battle was still anyone's guess. Honestly, Lam Mak Nu was not buying the idea of losing. Feeling confident as everything went according to plan, he thought, keep this up and my bone soldiers will wear it down. He summoned more bone soldiers, and just then, behind a monster's shadow, the Goblin King unleashed his Quake attack. Lam Mak Nu gasped. This Quake skill packed way more punch than the roar of the Fang Wolf King. It opened its mouth, howling flames erupted, with its stamina dropping to 259 out of 1,700. Lam Mak Nu immediately ordered a retreat back to safe space, then planned to interrupt the Goblin King's skill mid-cast. The Goblin King spat out blazing hot fire to counter the blue flames Lam Mak Nu unleashed. Soul Fire, spirit power down by 40. The system kept alerting him. Each strike from his flame spirit made the Goblin King wince in pain, covering its face and roaring. Lam Mak Nu thought, my spirit powers, running low, got to seize this chance to land a critical hit and build up my rage. Seeing the Goblin King's pained expression, Lam Mak Nu felt relieved. This was it. A stat screen popped up. Goblin King defeated. Plus 40. Loot, Bronze Grade Weapon, Demon Spear, Bronze Grade Armor, Magic Robe, and Demon King's Soul Core. Overjoyed, Lam Mak Nu finally hit level 12, but to keep his soul fire alive, his spirit power was totally drained. Luckily, leveling up restores spirit and stamina. Once we tally the loot, we can finally get out of this dungeon. Machine Duke was a bit worried, Although a Soul Reaper is technically a magic caster, my skills are nothing like a mage's if there were no cooldowns. This magic armor, boosting spirit and stamina by 10 each, would be pretty decent. The system logged. Magic armor manifestation. Bronze tier armor. Adds spirit and stamina per person, and cuts mage skill cooldowns by 5%, usable after level 12. You are holding an orange spirit core. This core can be exchanged for 10,000 gold at the trading post, way more valuable than those 2 pieces of gear. Not a bad haul from this dungeon. Masiang thought it through after leveling up. His spirit and stamina fully recovered, and he could summon 4 bone soldiers now. According to the info, summoning bone soldiers at level 12. Summoning bone soldiers costs 110 spirit points. Takes up 60 of that space, and you have 500 spirit points total. He told himself it was time to head out, then calmly called out and teleported away. Everyone outside gasped at the scene before them. He made it out. No way he actually survived the dungeon alone. Look at his gear, it is definitely magic armor manifestation. Could he really have soloed the whole dungeon? Yeah, that is definitely magic armor. Unbelievable. He looks so young. Yet he is a veteran who cleared the dungeon solo. And seeing strode past the crowd coldly, thinking to himself, the dungeon's cooldown is 12 hours, and the experience gained is ridiculously low. Killing a dozen mobs does not compare to one boss in the dungeon. Better wait for the next dungeon reset. Use the downtime to meditate and restore spirit. He found a quiet spot to reflect. This dungeon not only exposed his biggest weakness, but also helped him understand the range of his skills. He recalled the recent battle and smiled to himself. The exploding corpses worked wonders. Truly unmatched crowd control. The Flame Soul not only interrupts enemy skills, but its spirit assault that ignores defense is insanely strong. Even nightmare tier bosses struggle against it. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Masiga's expression turned a bit somber as he thought. His spirit nearly fully restored, ready to summon 4 bone soldiers again. He slowly descended the mountain. These folks usually survive by running wild, so their experience was rich and well prepared. As he walked, he recalled Yai's image and chuckled quietly. What about that girl? Suddenly, Masiang froze, confused by the scene ahead. What is going on here? Shouting erupted. Kingdom Guild, you guys are way too overpowered. On what grounds are you blocking us from entering the dungeon? Exactly. What right do you have? This dungeon is not the Kingdom Guild's property. Us entering won't affect you. Leader Site gripped his weapon tightly, cutting them off. Our vice leader is inside completing a mission. No one enters until his task is done. The crowd erupted in protest. On what grounds? Kingdom Guild, you are seriously too bossy. When reason fails, violence takes over. Leader C did not waste words. He raised his weapon and struck hard. Chaos breaking out. One of them was hit so hard he flew back, nearly hitting the guy beside him. The man next to him panicked, stammering, "This is crazy. How can you just kill people like that?" Tomei coolly replied, "Cowardly scum like you deserve it. So what if we kill you?" The hollow-cheeked man sneered, adding insult to injury. "If you have got guts, come to Kingdom Guild for revenge. We welcome you anytime." They stammered, clearly shaken. Masiang asked curiously, "What is going on?" Thinking to himself, "That must be the solo dungeon clearer veteran." The tied hair guy explained, "The Kingdom Guild needs the spirit cranes from the dungeon, but their drop rate is super low. Only nightmare level dungeons drop them occasionally. Plus, they spawn only once every 100 days. Today just happened to be 100 days since the last spawn, so they all rushed to handle it themselves. The vice leader is inside on a mission, blocking us from entering." According to the tied hair guy, these trading post missions were actually announced by the Kingdom Guild, but no one has ever completed them. Ridiculous spirit cranes go for at least 30,000 gold, but they are only offering 10,000. Only fools would sell to them. Hearing that, Macu remembered what he got from the dungeon and thought to himself, "Is it really that perfect?" Macu asked again, "What is the deal with this spirit crane?" The tied-up guy explained patiently, "The spirit crane from the Demon King helps alchemists forge Demon Kings. It boosts all stats by 10, increases all skills by 1 level, and unlocks at level 15. It is known as the strongest accessory under level 40. A ring appeared alongside a Demon King ring info panel. All attributes plus 10. All skills plus 1 level. Equipment level 15. Macu glanced over, thinking, with stats this strong, this thing is seriously off for a rookie profession like his. It is basically a godsend. The tied-up guy added, "I heard the guild leader of the Royal Guild wants to get into Hakun Academy, so he has got to snag this gear. The Royal Guild has plenty of alchemists, and all materials ready, just missing the Demon King's spirit core." Hearing this, Macu turned and walked away. Ignoring what the guild was up to, he was not about to let anything mess with his level grind. The tied-up guy was confused by this move. "Hey, where are you going? Come back. We can mess with the Royal Guild. You will get yourself killed." Zucat kicked the guy on the ground, smirking. "Not even guild members. And you are dancing in front of me. Don't show your face near the Royal Guild again. Got it? You want to die or what? Manhwa coldly stepped forward with his skeletal soldier. Cutting through the crowd toward the dungeon gate, he glared wide-eyed. Move aside. You are blocking my level grind. Seeing this, the guy threatened. Kid, are you brain dead? Do you know who you are talking to? Manhwa repeated. Eyes blazing. Move. At that moment, info popped up. Yuh. Death Spirit Master level 12. The guild leader sneered. So he is just a level 12 noob who does not understand human speech. What is he even doing in the dungeon? Death Spirit Master. Never heard of it. A kind civilian nearby urged. Dude, just back off. The Royal Guild does not play by the rules. They will actually kill you. The guild leader's face shifted to panic, watching Manhwa's terrifying aura. That kid's gaze unsettled him. Why was not he scared? Instantly, Zucat raised his weapon, shouting curses. You rotten brat. You are asking for death? Take one more step and I will kill you. But Manhwa's steps did not falter as he calmly advanced. Zucat's expression twisted with fear as he barked orders. Kill him. Info popped up. Zucat, mage level 25. He shouted. Level 12 brat. Even if I stand still and take hits, you can break my energy shield. Kill him. Moments later, Zucat was stunned by Manhwa's power, watching a skeletal soldier charge, swinging a blade that nearly shattered his shield. What kind of summon is that? How is the attack so strong? My energy shield can take 5 hits from warriors. And now it barely lasts one. Manhwa's skeletal soldier unleashed a furious strike. Zucat panicked, thinking, if this hit lands, my energy shield breaks, I am dead. He struggled to hold his ground, shouting as he swung his staff, blasting everything nearby back and holding the line. Then he urged his skeleton soldier. Stop staring. Attack now. Zucat sighed in relief he was still alive. Regaining his composure, Zucat snapped, You brat do not know your place. I will stab this cursed summon back to dust. Before he finished, Manhwa's skeletal soldier struck again, knocking him far back. How is this even possible? The skeletal soldier leaped forward, gripping its weapon tightly, heading straight for Zucat. Kill the summoner. If the summon disappears. Zucat's minions scrambled to fight back, lifting their weapons toward the skeleton, daring to provoke the Royal Guild. Go to hell. Manhwa stayed cool, standing still as the crowd riled up. Careful. Better run. Then he raised his hand, summoning the full strength of his skeletal soldiers. Let us. Instantly, 2 skeletal warriors rose, each radiating raw power. Instantly, both dry soldiers surged forward, each one radiating raw power. Facing Manhwa, Zucat panicked. Realizing there was not just one shape-shifting creature hiding behind him, he barked orders. Stop it, do not let it get past. Quietly, he unleashed his power. Fire Serpent Fury. Zucat frantically wiped his brow. Damn. This is a rare skill only 20th level mages can learn. Only a third of mages can master Fire Serpent Fury. This is the mage's strongest attack. He is in big trouble now. Manhwa moves with the calm confidence of a god arriving, power surging with every step he takes. Zucat is drenched in sweat, his face tight with fear yet still trying to sound tough. Suddenly, boom. A shockwave rattles the 3 realms, blasting apart every dry skeleton nearby. More and more dry skeleton warriors flood the battlefield. Zucat's face turns pale. How are there so many? The monsters now outnumber us. Zucat raises his hand to the sky, shouting orders. Team, form up. Set the formation. 1,000 enemies. Bring it on. Info floods the screen. Enhanced strength. Enhanced agility. Enhanced spirit. Enhanced speed. The soul of a berserker awakened and furrows his brow but forces a grin, barking orders. Support class. Buff up. Then he thinks to himself, our guild's experience is vast, coordination on point. Our Royal Guild is unbeatable. Manhwa spins around, ordering. Spread out. The white-haired man reluctantly agrees. Fine. He raises his hand, summoning his power, the Flame Soul. The power surges forward, striking down each of Trigonset's soldiers, who panic and immediately cast healing spells. No matter how terrified or how many fall, he remains indifferent, praising, as expected from Royal Guild members, that healing spell came just in time. The woman's eyes widen in fear. He is dead. Only now does Trigonset react, staring at the scene in disbelief. What the hell? His mind reels, wondering, could the Royal Guild really be taken down by just one guy? On the other side, Manhwa commands, focus your attacks on one target. Nearby, a soldier can't hold on any longer, shouting, maximum defense. The status screen pops up showing moves and rage meter. More and more dry skeleton reinforcements pour in. He can't hold out any longer. He is done for. Tripe panics, calling for backup. Hurry. Support. Buff me. Finally, the man's defense shatters into pieces. A blazing blue flame engulfs him, forcing a scream. Help. Heal me, watching the carnage unfold before him. Tri-Tide is desperate, it is over. Our formation is broken wide open. Regret floods him as he thinks. Run. That kid over there is not human. A dry skeleton raises its weapon. And beside it, the boy's face looks like death itself knocking run. It is too late. I'm seeing chance of spell bodies explode. Hearing the command, the dry skeleton swings its sword fiercely at Tradu Sat after leveling up its talent. The body explosion skill's radius has expanded, dealing 100% of the body's CP's damage. Watching everything blow up, he tells himself, the life force of a technician is definitely top tier among all classes, with 100% of the technician's AP as baseline. There is no way anyone could survive this. Soldiers scramble to flee in vain. But it is too late. His eyes widen in terror, veins bulging as he stares at the chaos. Fear flashes in Trident's eyes as he stumbles backward. Gasping, Mciang stands calmly, watching the enemies drop in a sea of blood, explosions rocking the field nonstop. He casually wipes blood from his face, then steps into a dimensional rift even as the body explosions keep detonating behind him. The screams and groans fade away, everyone is dead. Not a single soul remains, not even a body. Complete annihilation, no words can describe it. The Royal Guild 1T let this slide. What are we going to do? A masked man steps forward to calm everyone. Knowing the Royal Guild's nature, they 1T spare anyone. If they catch us, death is certain. If now, everyone run. The Royal Guild's people are wiped out, we are ghosts now. Impossible to find. Half an hour later, Tieho arrives at the scene, clenching his fists in anger. He curses, still no sign of the Goblin King's core. Shadows gradually emerge from the teleport gate. A worried curly-haired woman calls out, Vice President, there is no one left. Teho straightens his clothes and asks, where did Triduce's group go? The scattered ones. They are all missing. He gave the order to fire a signal flare if they were nearby. They would definitely respond. Curiosity nodded him. What the hell happened? Did the Xiaokai group already make their escape? Zihao started to worry. None of them were here, something definitely went down. He mulled it over. With Xiaokai's crew's skill level in this area, they had total dominance. How could he have been killed? If there was a fight, why was not there even a scratch left behind? Feeling the unease creeping in, Zihao gave the order. This place might be dangerous. Let us get out of here. Now, Makyu took down the goblin horde. And it took him a whole hour. Calmly, he sat down, opened his book, and reviewed his stats. Elf King quest completed. XP plus 40,000. Rewarded with a bronze tier weapon. The Elf King's magic tome. Plus a low-level monster core received. Makyu thought to himself, no surprise here. No Elf King cores this time either. Stamina plus 1. Wizard skill power boosted by 3%. Usable at level 12. His eyes sharpened. This magic tome was actually useful, effective against soul flames and exploding corpses, but useless against bone constructs. Current report. Limek, Soul Reaper class. After leveling up, he noticed experience requirements were rising. He could probably hit level 14 after this dungeon run, but level 15 would take at least 3 more runs. All told, he could do the dungeon 5 times max, possibly reaching level 16, he thought quietly. Level 16 was a bit below his goal, but good enough to get into the Hajing Academy. Then he spoke. Casting teleport. Upon arrival, Makyu glanced around. Puzzled, everyone was gone, no surprise. Splitting up was the smartest move after the dungeon's collapse. He would come back tomorrow. The next day, Aksu arrived, a level 10 elemental mage, the last young lady among them. Finally ready to challenge the West Sea Mine dungeon, Aksu called out in disbelief. It is Lin Mat, right? He's the only Soul Reaper around. The whole world only has one summoning class like his. He wants to run the dungeon solo. Her face turned serious. He could already solo the mine dungeon, but I am a rare level 10 elemental mage. Finding a team 1T be hard. I am not losing, just you wait. 45 minutes later, Makyu reached the Goblin King's lair. After leveling up and meditating to restore his spirit, his bone army had grown to 72 soldiers. Summoning space. 72 per 100. Bone soldiers. 72. He raised his hand, casting a powerful blue light spell. Wake up. No more nap. System notification. Elf King slain. XP plus 40,000. Bronze tier weapon obtained. The Elf King's longbow. Low-level monster core received. Elf King's longbow. Bronze tier. Plus 10. Agility plus 3%. Bow skill boost. Usable at level 12. Watching it collapse, defeated on the ground, Makyu feigned innocence. Don't be sad. I will come back a few more times, then I am done. Honestly, fate's fated as death either way. Being killed by me is faster and less painful. Level 13. 80%. I do not want to kill anyone. But there is no other way. 12 hours later, his face twisted into a sneer. Don't be scared. I will come 3 more times. Then I am done. We are practically old friends now. Right? Info screen popped up. Elf King slain. XP plus 40,000. Bronze tier weapon received the Elf King as staff. Low-level monster core gained. Elf King staff. Bronze tier. Spirit plus 10. Stamina plus 10. Bow skill power plus 3%. Usable at level 12. Level 14. Somewhere near a tree root, Macu silently calculated bone soldiers rose to 76. Overall stats up 2300. Only problem. Bone skills were too simple. Not powerful enough. Haksu suddenly appeared. Calling out. Yulimak, recognizing her instantly. He thought, Hakshu just came out of the dungeon. She stood there, looking bedraggled, asking, Yulimak, what level are you now? He answered, level 14. Hakshu was shocked. What? Level 14. How are you so fast? She thought, I have only cleared the mine dungeon twice with a team, and I nearly died. Hakshu's info updated. Elemental Mage. Level 11. Excited, she stared at Macu. Even if you solo the dungeon, you can T-level up that fast. Hakshu calculated silently. Beginner dungeon. He started at level 7, she at level 5, 2 levels behind, now at level 11. The gap just keeps growing. She got her pride hurt and immediately turned away with an annoyed tone. This lady refuses to admit defeat. You are tough. Huh? Didn't she just leave? So why is she already hunting for a raid team? Did she have downtime this afternoon? An hour later, Hatayat returned to their meeting spot, puffing with determination. Level 11 Elemental Mage. Looking for a team. She thought to herself, one wipe was not enough, I will take a few more hits if I have to. Macu stared at Hatayat's retreating back, shaking his head. She is way too reckless. Didn't even give me a chance to ask questions. Another hour passed, and Hatayat was fading fast. I am not losing to you, she vowed, leaving him speechless. Still, she pressed on, determined to find teammates. The mine race short, one player need a mage. I am a level 11 elemental mage. Half an hour later, Hatayat collapsed in exhaustion. The lady's already level 12. Soon, I will catch up to you. Macu asked. Not tired, Hatayat replied, barely holding it together. Tired? How could I not be? Now this lady does not even want to lift a finger. She said, and you ask why? That hit a nerve. Why? You seriously still have the nerve to ask me why? After all these years you have been pushing me. I swear I will surpass you. Makingu sighed in frustration. All this just because of that. If I would known, I would V-thrown the match and let her take first place. Hatayat confessed. Of course it is not just that. I want to get into her academy. You want in too. Right? You get it now. We both want in. The safe cutoff is level 15. The real safe zone is 16, judging by her pace. Even level 15 is tough. Makin advised. You should grind nightmare level raids. That is how you level up fast. Hatayat snapped. Are you kidding? Good teammates are not easy to find. They all need level 16, 17 classes. Who do you think I am? The lady should stick to normal raids a few more times. Level 14 is a breeze. Level 15 is doable with some effort. Macu asked seriously. How can you ignore cooldown times? Hatayat was utterly annoyed. You seriously do not know? With a sly grin, she said. Looks like there is something you do not know. Say a few nice words, and I will spill the secret. Finally, she sighed. You are such a dummy. Even jokes go over your head. They say a mage's mind should be the most flexible. Makingu was too dense. She handed him a charm. Here, this is a cooldown amulet. It cuts down raid cooldowns when used. The charm glowed, showing basic cooldown amulet. 7 uses left out of 10. It shortens dungeon cooldowns but only works on raids below level 20. Makingu was surprised. So this item exists? Hatayat asked. Now you get it. He blinked. Is this expensive? She answered honestly. Pretty pricey. My dad gave it to me. He pictured her dad looking heartbroken. Makingu thought. Looks like I am never getting one of those. Finally, she muttered. Annoyed. Only 2 days left. I gotta use all 7 charges. Plus my own cooldown time. At least 9 raids wiped if I want to hit level 15. Man. This lady's wiped out. Maku watched, completely clueless what to do. After a moment, he offered. I can take you on raids and guarantee you hit level 15. You won't even have to lift a finger. Hatayat's face lit up. How did I forget you can solo clear raids? 2 of us grinding means way more XP, and without me doing all the work. If that is the case, I could catch up to you in no time. She beamed. Alright, you lead the raids, and I will share my amulet charges with you. But if you do not grind with me, you will never catch up. Sooner or later, I will be right there with you. Macu laid out the plan. Rest now. We start grinding in 2 hours. Hatayat stretched and replied. Perfect. This lady is sleeping first. At that moment, the system announced her spirit power was recovering. 2 hours later, Hatayat woke up, stretching and marveling. Whoa. Time flies. Maku tapped his watch, and a skull icon appeared instantly. Hatayat panicked. Wait, are you picking nightmare level? She stood behind him, puzzled. The monster stats are sky high, that is definitely nightmare difficulty. Did you pick the wrong one? You were not paying attention and just shrugged it off. Follow me. Hatayat trailed behind, muttering, Lemon Singh, are you crazy? We are gonna die. Her hair was a mess, but escaping the dungeon like this, he would definitely mock her for it. Missing urged her on. Hurry up, you are not scared, right? Hatayat hurriedly denied. No way, I'm not scared. Then she panicked, shouting, why are not you fighting back? But Hatayat slowly realized monsters this strong could not even hurt him. In her mind, she wondered, Lemon Singh, what are you up to? What happened next left Hatayat completely speechless. Before her stood a massive white creature, the nightmare level Wolf King, twice the size of a regular one. He unleashed his power. A sphere appeared over MC Juice incantation, detonating the beast's body. He thought, wasting time fighting like before was dumb. Blowing the body up for the kill saved tons of time and energy. A flurry of moves followed, with status updates flashing. Killed level 14 Goblin Mind Guardian, plus 2100 XP. Hatayat blinked in shock as her XP jumped by 30%. She stared at the intense battle unfolding, puzzled. What kind of move is this? Can a dungeon even be cleared like this? The clash of weapons rang out fiercely. In just a flash, the Wolf King's head was cleanly severed. Her shocked expression said it all. No way, that was it. We are a team of 3. And it took us over 20 minutes just to barely kill a Wolf King. This is nuts. Msingin coldly signaled. Let us. Still catching her breath, she asked, Lemon Singh, you have been soloing nightmare level dungeons alone. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. A level 10 something job soloing nightmare dungeons. While running to keep up, she glanced at him and asked, you have been soloing since level 10? Without hesitation, Msingin confirmed. That is right. Hatayat grew uneasy. They would only been in the dungeon 10 minutes. And here they were facing the final boss. It was the Goblin King, and her memories blurred when we ran normal dungeons as a team. It took over an hour just to get this far. Amid blazing red flames, Hatayat witnessed firsthand the final boss was already dead. Golden light surrounded him. Lemon Singh, Death Spirit Mage. Level 15. She gasped in amazement. He leveled up again. At level 15. Hatayat could not help but feel anxious. The gap between them was widening. Every effort finally paid off. A sword emerged from the ground, killed Goblin King. Plus 25,000 XP. Obtained bronze level weapon. The Goblin King's longsword was a low-level monster weapon. She looked a bit disappointed. Longsword. Too bad it is not a staff. Msingin mused. She wanted a staff. Hatayat nodded, agreeing. Yeah, the Goblin King's staff is the best weapon for mages under level 20. She bent down, looking pitiful. Even though the marketplace had them, she did not want to ask her dad for money. Suddenly, a staff appeared in her hand, the Goblin King's staff. He said, here, it is your. Hatayat looked surprised and curious. Thanks. Why do not you keep it for yourself? Msingin honestly replied, I already have one. Besides, I am not into staffs. He casually pulled out a thick book, the Goblin King's Magic Tome. She gripped the staff tightly, feeling a flutter inside. He never once brought out his magic book before. He completely ignored these little things. Status update. Lemon Singh, Death Spirit Mage. Unique. Level 15. 8 Persevere. Power 200. Agility 200. Spirit 800 plus 20. Stamina 200 plus 20. Standing before the Goblin King's corpse, Msingin pondered life. Using body explosions to kill really sped things up. Although the team got the experience, borrowing Hatayat's tools meant he could solo the dungeon 5 more times and reach level 16. All stats clear. Equipped with Goblin King's Magic Tome. Intellectual Treasure. Summoning Space 84. 84 Bone Soldiers. Talent Upgrade Full Tome. Unique Level 2. Passive Skill. Movement Damage. Active Skill. Spirit Flame Summon Bone Soldier Level 15. Body Explosion Level 1. Msingin sat down, quietly telling the Goblin King, sorry, but I might have to kill 5 more times. Hatayat wondered, why are you talking to the boss? It does not understand you anyway. He explained, I am just talking. Whether it understands or not does not matter. Watching MCU walk away, she silently wondered, who seriously apologizes to the boss like that? Isn't he the boss of the dungeon, just a quest boss? Hatayat suddenly shifted. This weirdo actually has a bit of charm. Wasting no time, he urgently called out, let us move. Keep going. She cheerfully agreed. All right, let us do this. Hatayat snapped her fingers. and they quickly returned to the starting point. The two of them casually breezed through again the second dungeon run, and this time she got a spirit core. The Goblin King's eyes were just as fierce as before third run. The blue flames quickly took over fourth run. They moved in perfect sync, sending the Goblin King back to the dust fifth run. Hittite reported their status. All uses of the protection set are gone. The exam is still over a day away, but there are 2 saves left. Level 14. 20%. She could push to level 15, and was 100% certain she could get an E2 Kin Academy. She flashed a victory sign with her hand. Lum Ain Kuf. Are you about to level up too? As Tite tapped Mciengia's shoulder. Lum Ain Kuf. Want to aim for top scorer once. He looked doubtful. Top scorer. A spark of hope flashed in Tite's eyes. If you become the top scorer, you get tons of perks that are crazy useful at Kin Academy. Best of all, you get a shot at the Divine Academy. Mciengian asked. The Divine Academy. She explained. My dad said the Divine Academy is the toughest school in the He Empire. If Kin Academy students are the elite stars, then the Divine Academy students are the absolute top dogs. They say Lian and Chugan once joined it is the only person from our Tiazai city. Legendary heroes always emerge from there. Tite passionately said. I think you've got a shot at being the second one. If you get in, even Principal Las would be over the moon. Honestly, I have seen that potential in you for a while now. This guy's dungeon completion style is unlike anything we have seen before. He is totally redefining what is possible. If he can get into the Divine Academy, who else can? Mciengiu had a similar mindset. He thought, she is at Kin Academy, so I have got to get into the Divine Academy if there's a chance. You gotta give it a shot. Just then, a shy Tite spotted someone ahead. It was none other than Cao Dong. Standing before them was a guy with a radiant smile called Dezin. The knight. Level A Tite clenched her fists, feeling a pang of regret for the young talent. He would already hit level 11. Sadly, he is just a knight, level 2 low to fight monsters. A normal team needs at least a level 13 knight. Someone sneered. Simankatho, Scram, do not bother me. Mcieng watched from afar, then suddenly decided to bring him along. As Tite happily agreed, I am cool with it. Meanwhile, in an office, an angry fat man yelled, Are you nuts? How the hell do you come up with locking the dungeon? Do you think the He Empire and the profession system are just decorations? If you want to die, do not drag the guild down with you. The man, seemingly Teo's father, softened. Don't go anywhere these days. Just wait in the guild. You are already level 16. Just focus on the exam. Tieho could not hide the worry on his face. He asked, Are you guys going to help? The fat man reassured his son. We have already sent people to investigate. You do not need to worry about this. For so many people to disappear at once, that kind of power is not something you need to stress over. Bitterly, he thought, yet someone dared to challenge the guild leader. Suddenly, Vin Kodung turned and saw Mcieng and Tite. His face held a sneer. Who are you two? She angrily threatened. Shut your mouth, or I will tear you apart. He panicked and quickly said, Come on, miss, do not take it seriously. She proposed. Don't trust the team anymore. Once our run finishes this afternoon, I will take you to clear the dungeon. Getting you to level 12 before the exam won't be a problem. Cao Dodrong grabbed their hands. Tears streaming. Really? You two are my lifesavers. The academy I want to get into requires level 12 to guarantee acceptance. Tite warned. If you keep acting like that, we won't bring you along anymore. Cao Dung bowed respectfully. Miss Tite, you can count on me. I will follow orders seriously. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. If you want me to fake my death, I won't get up. She glared at his unserious attitude and snapped. Shut up, Cao Duong replied seriously. I will comply, but I do not know how much longer your cooldowns will last. Tite held back her anger and said, All right. Then he turned away and left with a parting line. You two rest up and be ready. I am off to clear some monsters. Mask you. Do not slack off. I am counting on you to catch up to her. Before Cao Duong could say a word, Tite exploded in fury. Literally breathing fire, she hurled fireballs after Cao Duong until he was practically smoking. But all he could do was turn tail and run for his life. Tite blew a fuse, yelling that Cao Duong is way too cocky. He needs a serious reality check. But Masku stayed cool and calmly said, He is just a bit clueless. That is all. 10 hours later, Cao Duong returned, his face a mix of confusion and worry. Boss Lam, Miss Tite, are you sure you picked the right difficulty level? Why would it be nightmare mode? She cut him off. Just stick close behind me. You do not even need to fight. Tite secretly breathed a sigh of relief finally. She was not the only one reacting this way. She frowned. Why are you trailing me so closely? Cao Duong trembled behind her. This is nightmare level. If a monster even touches me, I am done. Tite was puzzled. But you are a warrior. Ignoring the two of them, Masku focused hard on slaying monsters, bodies exploding everywhere. The Goblin King fell flat on the ground. Kadoong gasped, "This is a nightmare-level boss. Even my whole squad could not take him down. We are dead." Hatayat replied calmly. "Seen worse. Stay cool." Kadoong sat down, clutching Masku's leg, pleading, "Boss Lamb. Boss Lamb. Can I come with you on the next dungeon run?" Hatayat suddenly felt that no matter what, he had the spirit of a warrior. Don't he lose hope like that? Alright, Kadoong's energy completely drained. What is the point of being a warrior if the boss is here? Who needs warriors then? Masku frowned and said, "Let me lead you, if you plan it right. On the next dungeon run, I will hit level 16. Ataya can reach level 15, and Kadoong can make it to level 12. Kadoong looked up admiringly. That sounds awesome. His face lit up like a spotlight. Now all that was left was to wait for the exam to start. Outside, a few people stood watching the scene. The kids must be heading back soon. Right? Old Lady Gongren eagerly said. Tomorrow's the exam. I wonder how it will turn out. The teacher chimed in. Old Lu, our school's two prodigies both aim for the Hack King Academy. Lu Van nodded seriously. Right? Both Lam Mak Nu and Hachayat want to get into a King Academy. Based on past standards, you need level 15 to have a good shot, and level 16 to guarantee no slip-ups. That is tough. Level 15 is doable, but level 16, that is next level hard. Besides Tithi and Tin, only Lam Mak Nu's sister reached level 16 last year in our West Sea City. Lu Van thoughtfully said. One's the younger brother of Lam Mak Han, the other is a family prodigy. Maybe they will both pull off miracles. The teacher suddenly shouted excitedly. Someone S back. Zen stepped out. A level 12 sword fighter. A buzz spread. That is our third-year star. Level 12 not bad. Truly one of our school's talents. Next came Zume, the eagle eye archer. Level 13. Murmurs filled the air. Our second-year Zume is back. The teacher sighed. Level 13, that is a whole level above our third year. But old lady Guangran scoffed. Level means nothing, performance is what counts. She thought. Everyone was about the same level, but no one had broken level 14 yet. As dusk settled, people whispered anxiously. Where are Hatayat, La, and Kodong? None of them are back yet. Logically, all three should be returned by now. People worried. Could something have happened? At last, the three appeared, bathed in the dazzling glow of the setting sun, seeing their favorites return. Everyone cheered. They are here, finally back safe and sound. Wonder what levels they hit. Their stats showed. Kao Duong, level 12 sword and shield warrior. Hatayat, level 15 elemental mage. Lu Van shouted. She actually hit level 15. That almost guarantees a spot at a King Academy. The teacher patted him on the shoulder. Looks like old Lu's got bragging rights again this year. Master Da patted. Gop Vi on the shoulder. Old Luck's got some serious luck this year. And the trump card always shows up last. Lam Mak Nu, Death Spirit Mage. Level 16. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. What? Level 16. To the left, the old lady with the scarf gaped in shock. He is even one level above Hachayat. This progress is insane. On the right, Master Da nodded repeatedly. They must have been running this dungeon non-stop. Everyone stared in awe at their weapons. Gadong wielded a heavy sword. Hatayat held a staff, both weapons forged by the Demon Love King. The drop rates were insanely low. Snagging weapons of that caliber was not easy. Everyone acknowledged that these guys were seriously grinding. Lu Yun patted Jiao Yang's shoulder with respect and said, You guys hop on the ride and wait up front. Once everyone's back, we will head to the academy together. Guiyang nodded. Understood. Headmaster. He thought, feeling confident he could steal the spotlight from those old fire skins, this time. Thinking of Lu Yun's pride. Everyone rest up well tonight. Tomorrow morning, meet at the academy. We will head to the exam site early. I am already at spirit level 16. I am absolutely sure I can get into Hajing Academy. Looks like I can even aim for top scholar at the provincial level, or that Shining God Academy. The next morning, he strode forward brimming with confidence. His spirit power had long hit 100 total, and his attributes reached 2,500. He was in peak form. His unique spirit master profession stood at level 16, 8% proficiency, with 220 strength, 900 plus 20 spirit agility, and 900 plus 20 stamina. Displayed info showed his magic book gear from the Demon Love King. The arcane robe technique. 100% space summoning at 160. 100 bone soldiers. All talents fully upgraded to level 2. Unique, passive skill. Damage on movement. Active skills. Spirit Flame level 16. Bone Soldier Summon level 16. Exploding Corpse level 1. From afar, Gai Yang waved enthusiastically as Lu Yun fired a charged shot. The loud call made Hakushu turn her head. She walked over and asked coldly, "Are you sure about this?" Lu Yun replied with his usual cool tone. "Yeah." Hakushu clenched her fists, determination written all over her face. "Then we will meet at Hajing Academy." "Got it," he answered. Soon, they reached the first challenge. Lu Yun explained, "This is a teleportation device. Smash it or stimulate it with spirit power to teleport to the exam location. One more thing, always prioritize your safety. Life comes first." After his ramble, he declared, "All right, teleportation begins now." At the Jiangning province exam site, Lu Yun could see the entire scene. The number of candidates had to be over 10,000. Next up was the trial tower. With a shattering crash, the tower's entrance opened as the referee announced. Lights blazed from the gate like car headlights. The referee's booming voice commanded, "All candidates, listen carefully to the exam rules. No noise allowed. No questions permitted. Anyone breaking the rules will be disqualified immediately." Some contestants murmured in confusion. "No questions. What if we do not understand?" They did not know the rules were already in effect. The referee repeated sternly, "Rule breakers will be disqualified." Lu Yun glanced over and saw Gao Yang had already shut his mouth on his own. Guess he got the message. A tornado appeared in the sky. The referee explained, "The trial tower assigns different exam scenes based on your profession." He elaborated, "Combat-type professions will face combat-focused trials. Physical or chemical types included." The referee continued, "Support classes get non-combat trials." Skull icons represented difficulty levels: normal, nightmare, and after passing the basic test, each profession could choose hell-level difficulty. Different difficulties mean different scores. The referee said, "Starting score is 1,200. Your score reflects your exam performance and can be used for applications to various academies and colleges. Scores are even more valuable." The referee added, "Lastly, your personal gear is allowed. Except for certain items, no props can be used. The designated space will be sealed. Violators will be disqualified." The referee shouted, "All candidates, line up for the tower." Seeing the endless line, Lu Yun muttered anxiously, "Just Jiangning province has this many participants. Nationwide, there might be over 1 million. Everyone moved toward their spots. Lu Yun thought, "I was right, the trial tower is like a dungeon, and we are sent to different spaces based on our professions." Countless challenges awaited ahead. Many watched and whispered, "This is the profession sign up for the top academy in West Sea." From Spirit Master, From the intel they gave, it looks like the mage is about to undergo a class change. Here's hoping this new role does not let us down." They watch him closely, following the Haiyu mage rules, summoning monsters 2 levels higher than him. Linsu level 16. Suddenly a beastman appears, a fierce dog-like creature wielding a scepter. He is caught off guard. The info pops up, Mage Beastman dog type. Level 20. Countdown starts. Despite the timer, he quickly realizes the glowing screen is not revealing the monster's attributes or level. When the countdown hits 0, he closes his eyes and strikes with Soul Flame. No worries. The beastman disintegrates into smoke almost instantly. Watching from behind, a man who looks like a dung beetle is stunned. Lim and Xiang did not even take a full second, no, not even a second to finish. Meanwhile, in the training tower's observation room, one of the judges, including Hu Nanfeng, an elder with a purple scarf, asks, "Master Nin, he is at it again." The response is simple. "He heard there is a new class. I came to check it out." The researchers seem pretty stumped. "What now?" Hu Nanfeng smirks. "This class power is seriously off the charts." He guesses right away. A death mage is not. If the first trial with a rare level fake class was already immeasurable, the second round will test a legendary class, full might. The researchers look worried. Isn't this a bit unfair to him? Hu Nanfeng reassures them. No worries. If he asks the first round, add 100 points to his rank. If he nails the second round too, I am giving him an extra 1,000 points. No questions asked. His subordinates respond. Got it. Meanwhile, Msiangju continues struggling against the creatures. Prepare for the second round. Hunt the monster in front of you. Mage Beastman dog type. Level 20. His eyes sharp. No hesitation. Skill unleashed flawlessly. Soul Flame. The dung beetle like man gas in shock, another perfect kill. This is the raw power of a legendary class. Hu Nanfeng chuckles. Clearly satisfied. No need to test further. Move on to the second trial, the judge announces. First round complete. Suddenly, light and wind swirl around Msiangju. Out of 10,632 contestants, 5,220 passed. Now, the results? As Tide eyes the leaderboard skeptically, she knows that Fool is definitely topping the chart. But 1 second, that is almost unbelievable. Lim is seeing. 1 second, 100 points. T Vermeer, 3.2 seconds. 70 points. Shifir Tight, 5.2 seconds. 40 points. Vida Elo, 5.5 seconds. 10 points. But hey, I am not backing down. TAO, a guy who talks way too much. Keeps whining. How am I not in the top 3? The first spot should be mine. 1 second. No way. They must be messed up the calculations. Without a break, the referee announces. Round 2 begins. Main battle class trial. Contestants may choose their difficulty. Msinga already knows his limits. Maybe I went a bit hard on myself. Heads up. Round 2 could get dangerous. Everyone, pace yourselves. If you feel overwhelmed, shout out to quit. Your score will freeze at the previous round's results. He quickly reads the rules. 30 minutes to fight. Choose your difficulty level. Killing normal monsters nets 1 point. Nightmare monsters 3 points. Hell level monsters 5 points. Msiangju sums it up. Looks like a race to see who can rack up the most kills in 30 minutes. Tihao shows off his monstrous weapon. Berserker level 16. Killing 1 hell level monster equals 5 normal ones. That brat who topped the first round doesn't stand a chance this time. A tight knows elemental mages are not great at close combat or soloing high-level monsters, but she believes she can win with sheer numbers. Info displays. Elemental mage level 15. Next up, T Vermeer. Berserker is a powerhouse among classes. She is likely to do well this round. Elemental mages can burst damage but are weak up close. This girl's smart picking normal difficulty. Contestant to May. Assassin level 16. Assassins are rare. Deadly close combat specialists. Nightmare or hell difficulty suits her well. The beetle-like man watching the screen is still hooked. Curiosity picked. Meanwhile, no one knows what class Deathmage Lin Mugavru will pick this round. Elder with a white scarf shouts. Watch out, folks. Don't he give me a dull show. Maknu instantly nailed the rule. This round tests continuous combat ability over 30 minutes. Not every contestant can hang tough. In the end, he sealed the deal with one line except me. Maknu did not hesitate and went straight for the hellish difficulty. Old Purple Scarf blurted out excitedly. Of course. He picked Hell mode. Old Luck, you are on fire this time, top 3 for sure. Old Luck snagging 2 spots all by himself. The prediction is spot on. If Lam Makgu snags a provincial champion prize, Old Luck will be laughing in his sleep. Mak Ingyu steps in with his chosen level of Beast Warrior summoning an elite wolf spirit. Power 500, Agility 300, Spirit 150, Stamina 400. A werewolf-like creature wielding a sword appears. Jingbai thinks the stat spread is weak. Teasing. Come on, that is just lame. But on second thought, he has got a point. If the monster's too strong, the test would wipe out most contestants. Makyu unleashes 500 comrades to fight. Summoned warriors level 16, Power 2500, Agility 2500, Spirit 2500, Stamina 2500. He quickly spots the oddity. This is way too easy. Kill 1 monster, and the next pops up immediately. 2 summoned warriors should be enough. Even the judges watching can't help but admire Lam Mak Ingu's summoned beasts. Are they really this strong? Stronger than any summon we have seen from any summoner class. Plus, he can summon 2 at once. This new class is way more powerful than I imagined. Meanwhile, Zihao's performance is downright embarrassing. Come on, the judges comment. This Prince Ziho is reckless. Totally clueless about stamina management. He has shown all he has got, but the judges think he is still trailing behind Heksu over here. Everyone's shocked to find out he is the first ever contestant to snack on a sweet potato mid-competition. Makyu calmly pulls a sweet potato from his bag and nibbles on it. The judges urge. Record that. Let his name echo through the ages. Is this contest too easy for him or what? Hanfeng quietly observes and marvels. This guy is something else. Zihao's already cocky before the fight. Finally it is over. I have killed over 50 monsters myself. Hell mode is not a joke. Looks like I am the top this round. Meanwhile, the referee announces. This round is over. A total of 5,220 contestants entered. 2,780 were injured or dropped out voluntarily. And is anxious. Hurry and release the rankings. The referee reveals. Of the remaining 2,440 contestants, some quit, others move on to the next round. The leaderboard pops up and shatters Zihao's arrogance. First place Lam Maknu with 1605 points. Second to Mei with 470. Third Heksu with 270. Fourth Ziho with 265. His jaw drops. No way. How is his score that high? To Z, Maknu looks like a relentless killing machine, spawning monsters every 5 seconds. Within 1 minute, up to 12 monsters appear, each worth 5 points. Over 30 minutes. That is a max of 1,800 points. Recklessly summoned without calculation. Then realizing in horror he scored 1605 points. killing about 300 spirits each time, with no cooldown between kills. The judges praise old Luck. Your student is terrifying. Luck Van replies proudly. Just normal stuff, old purple scarf keeps hyping. Back in the day, the top talent only hit 700 points this round. Lammacan barely got 650. Finally, it is time for the third trial, 30 minutes long. Contestants face a boss-level monster. Normal bosses give 100 points. Nightmare bosses 300. Hell bosses 500. Macu does not hesitate, he picks the third option. A one-on-one boss fight. A savage test of personal limits. And chooses Hell mode. Before him stands a muscular hound beast pack leader. Level 15. Power 1000. Agility 800. Spirit 500. Stamina 1000. With the skill Chaotic Wind Slash, Makingu thinks to himself, is this really a Hell level leader? It is weaker than an elite Nightmare level dungeon boss from the West Sea. He is a bit disappointed knowing the Empire 1 Tay actually release Hell level monsters. He summons the dry old soldier warrior. Still, hoping the next two rounds are truly challenging. Over at Zaiho's side, things get crazier. He is roaring wildly. Kill, Hexu slices through enemies casually, throwing fire spells to handle the situation. Nothing too special overall. Only Makingu frustrates the seniors. He is a beast slayer, using fury combos and actually knows how to use skills. This helps the fight become a war of attrition, repeated over and over. This brat Lammacu is unreal. The judges admitted it. I feel like we have not even seen his true fighting spirit yet. Just wait for round 5. To snag the provincial top scorer title, you have got to crush round 5 first. I do not buy it. If round 5 can he reveal his real power, then what can? Haiyanfeng stayed silent, as if lost in deep thought. The match ended, and Makingu checked the scoreboard once again. Total scores. Lam Makingu leads with 2105. Tene trails at 970. Hatayat at 770. Vong Tuha with 765. And Kao Dong at 302 in 5th place. You notice Kao Dong is also grinding hard. The referee announced that round 4 is up next, and the difficulty is cranking way higher. The danger level skyrockets too. Now, you can either keep going or throw in the towel. Tuho gasped, eyes shining with hope. Round 4 is about to kick off, and his shot is coming. The referee hurriedly explained, with your current scores, getting into the Empire's top 100 universities is basically guaranteed. If no one quits, we respect your choice. The round 4 rules. In everyone's tense gaze, the ref continued. Each player faces 10 waves of monster attacks. Maka's eyes were cold as usual. Each wave has 10 monsters, totaling 100 monsters. The ref stated that regardless of whether you cleared the previous wave, the next batch of monsters will appear after 1 minute. Finally, the program concluded. The last wave will be led by a boss-level monster. Kill every monster to score 10 points each. After clearing all waves, your points for this round will be doubled, totaling 2,000 points. A horde of monsters waits to crush them. The judges analyze the giant screen, saying this round depends entirely on how you handle it. The best way to beat a summoner. Take out the summoner first. This time, Lam Macnews definitely gonna have his hands full. Haiyanfeng smirked, satisfied. I bet this round 1T phase him a bit. Meanwhile, Mako stuck to his usual tactics, moving smoothly, warrior style. Dust flew everywhere. The battle was fierce and far from over. Maku muttered under his breath, enough already. Calmly, he unleashed a fierce blast of blue energy toward the fight, soulfire blazing. The summoned beasts were torn apart by the energy wave, screams of agony echoing through the battlefield. The crowd buzzed at the sudden commotion. This kid still has a third summon. Damn, why did not he release it sooner? That sneaky brat hiding his cards. Whatever. The stronger he is, the more fun for us. Makingu yawned, but did not forget to collect materials, thinking this contest was hardly a challenge. Not even as thrilling as that time he raided the West Sea Mine dungeon. Nothing surprising here. The onlookers did not expect things to wrap up so smoothly, quietly exchanging glances. Boring. I'm out. This kid's no fun. Better watch someone else. Yep. On Tanea's side, no trouble either. She unleashed a fire flare spell. A wild blaze swept through, incinerating the monsters swarming around. True elemental mage power. This round, she has got this. Tuho did not disappoint either, smashing foes with raw physical might, shouting arrogantly. Die. The audience watched their battles on the high-def curved screens, buzzing with awe and admiration. So damn fierce. So many monsters, how could anyone kill them all in time? Good thing I quit. That Lam Macnew really is something. Monsters drop dead as soon as they spawn from his soulfire. Amid the excited chatter, Kadong could not stop bragging about his status. Lam Mac was my boss. He is insanely powerful. Despite his sharp tongue, Kadong barely made it past wave 6. But he could not resist showing off about his boss. Alright. Let me tell you the legend of our boss tackling the nightmare level dungeon solo. The skeptics nearby raised eyebrows. Solo nightmare dungeon run. No way. Seriously. Suddenly, the match reached its critical moments. Only 5 players remained. Among them, Makengu looked the most relaxed. He was just casually standing there, munching on a snack. Among the 5 elite survivors still standing, one sports a black belt, finally starting to unleash his true power. His name is Fengtu, currently a level 15 holy swordsman, a warrior from the Fengde clan, well-versed in the competition's rules. Everyone realized that the real point to rack up points only comes after 2 rounds. Now, Fengtu's strategy made perfect sense. He was just biding his time. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, Prince Hao just unleashed his buff. It lasts 5 minutes. Boosts strength and stamina by 500%, but cuts agility by 200%. When it fades, he will be weak for 30 minutes. A crimson aura enveloped him, his power surging as he charged headfirst into a frenzy against the monsters. The battle was so fierce, it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Meanwhile, Makyu had finished her snack, her expression calm and unreadable. Finally, it was time for the last monster to face off. The decisive moments ended with the announcer's voice ringing out. Round 4 is over. 5 have made it through. The rankings flashed below for all to see. The leaderboard displayed. First place Lam Magu with 3,605 points. Second to Mei with 2,470. Third Atai with 2,270. Fourth Vongtuha with 2,265. Fifth Fengtu with 2,200. Excited chatter erupted instantly as the results were announced. Only 5 survived, just 5 left in this brutal 4th round. Can anyone really make it through round 5? Round 4 was already this brutal. I can't even imagine how insane round 5 will be. Vongtuho's face was smeared with dirt, gripping his sword to steady himself, eyes blazing with unyielding determination. The next stage is where the real battle for victory begins. Everyone's on edge, waiting for the storm to break. Hatayat rested briefly, gathering her strength, silently thinking, top 5 already getting into Hakin Academy is definitely within reach. Tamai raised an eyebrow, confidence radiating from her. Hakin Academy, here I come. As if reading their thoughts, the announcer's voice cut through the tension once more, making everyone hold their breath. I know you all want into Hakin Academy, but do not think that just making it through means you are safe. If your performance in this final round is not up to par, you will still be eliminated. Want to get into Hakin Academy? Then fight hard for every point. Everyone leaned in. The moment had arrived. The announcer detailed the rules for round 5. Each of you will be teleported to a different special combat zone. The scene materialized a vast legion of demonic beasts waiting hungrily to devour their prey. True to the announcement, these combat zones spawn endless waves of monsters. The numbers start huge, over 100 at first, including elite monsters and even bosses. The faster you kill, the quicker the monsters respawn, and the faster the intensity ramps up. Glowing red eyes locked onto their targets. The announcer continued. Each of you must control your attacks carefully and watch your score changes closely. The combat zone is divided into 5 stages. Scores from each stage 1t carry over. Only you can see your own score. Judges want to know. 5 battlefields appeared as promised. Once inside, judges can only monitor your score updates. So if you have any secret weapons, now's the time to unleash them. Good luck to all of you. Against the gloomy sky, a score conversion chart appeared. Stage 1. Monster level 15. 50 points per kill. Stage 2. Level 16. 100 points. Stage 3. Level 17. 200 points. Stage 4. Level 18. 400 points. Stage 5. Monster level unknown. 800 points per kill. The 5 elites stepped into the combat zones. The atmosphere was thick with suffocating darkness. From above, Makengu surveyed the scene. Behind her, her army of skeletal soldiers waited for orders. She sensed this place was steeped in death, like an unimaginable battle had once raged here. She watched the vast horde of monsters below the cliff, curious as if the arena wanted them to feel the battlefield before the fight began. Those monsters were the level 15 Beastmen bandits. They sensed her presence and spun around, ready to attack. But Makengu barely acknowledged them. They had levels, but no special attributes or skills. Watching as her skeletal soldiers attacked, she realized they could not one-shot these beasts. Their stamina was not low. Still, she remained unfazed, calmly commanding her soldiers to keep attacking. 1 hit did not kill. Fine, then 2 hits will do. In his hand, a blazing red power surged. The body explosion. He hurled it toward the horde of monsters, and the spot instantly erupted in flames. His move did not escape the eyes of the old sages watching nearby, leaving them baffled. Looks like Lam Yu is making his move at last. Total score, 4,150 points. 1 strike racks up 500 points. He just wiped out 10 1-star monsters in a single blast. Mac kept unleashing body explosion after body explosion. If those beasts were calling for reinforcements, he just had to wait for them to rush right into his trap. He watched as the monsters' bodies disintegrated after being killed, vanishing within about 10 seconds. Makingu retracted his body explosion skill and started to wait longer between attacks. Looks like he is switching up the plan a bit. His summons charged forward on command, hunting down targets as ordered. 9 dry soldiers herded all the remaining monsters into one tight spot. The dry soldiers quickly cleared the area, biting down on any monster in their path, slowly funneling the rest inside. Once the monsters were perfectly grouped, Makingu unleashed his move again. The body explosion trap was set. From high above, he rained down precise body explosions onto the monsters below like skipping stones, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. His reckless assault stunned the onlookers, their jaws dropping in disbelief. What the hell is Lam Makingu up to this time? Damn it, we missed it. Total score, 8,605 points. He just scored a massive 4,500 point jump, killing the first 100 monsters like it was nothing. Even Haiyan Feng was shaken watching this. What kind of necromancer is this kid? Where exactly are his limits? Maku looked down, still standing firm but wondering this time. He hoped he would not have to wait another minute to clear the monsters. Suddenly, fiery orbs rained down from the sky, catching his curiosity and making him pause to look up. Makin quickly ordered his dry soldiers. Block those attacks for me. 2 forces collided with loud explosions echoing through the air. As the fire veil dissipated, a new wave of monsters appeared. Fire rain. Beast warrior Phi Lum. Level 16. Protected by his dry soldiers, Makingu watched the distant monsters with bright, eager eyes. Finally, some real prey. Looks like it is my round now. On the other side, the monster horde surged forward in unison. Makingu's dry soldiers were not backing down either. They pressed forward. He followed behind them, constantly directing their flanks and charges. Each dry soldier began slicing through the newly arrived monsters with ruthless efficiency. As the kills piled up, he unleashed his corpse-wrapping skill. Explosions thundered one after another, like a deadly chain reaction. The observers in the control room gasped as Makingu's score skyrocketed another 6,000 points in the blink of an eye. He would already slain 120 monsters. 14,605 points. His summoned creatures were insanely strong now, and with his area attack skill, even his soul fire alone was a game-changer. Some whispered, has this class already surpassed legendary rank? One elder replied, it might be on par with some of those top-tier classes, but in such a short time, it is too early to tell. Just because he is strong at a low level does not guarantee he will stay that way at higher ranks. Let us keep watching. On the battlefield, Maku surveyed the chaos, muttering to himself, the breath of death grows heavier. The second phase is here. He noticed stone pillars rising, with a crowd gathered atop, at least 40 human warriors surrounding them. Attribute tables popped up, showing Beast Warrior Phi Lam. Level 16. Makingu thought, as monster levels rise, their numbers multiply exponentially. Judging by this difficulty, the HE class would struggle to pass the second phase. Even if they do, it will take a long time. But for me, no sweat. Back in the observation room, chatter resumed. In the history of the Divine Emperor Empire's contests, only one class user has ever passed the third phase of the war space, and that was over a century ago. I think Lam Makingu has a real shot. His skills are insane. I suspect he is awakened a talent. The group buzzed with speculation. If he really awakened a talent, it would be a huge win for humanity. Exactly, a genius class switcher who instantly awakens talent. Maybe the second switch will unlock even more. The rarity of having a pseudo-profession talent is off the charts. But a genuine prodigy, that is a whole different beast. Practically impossible to stumble upon luck like that. The system leaderboard flashes up. Rank 1 with a total score of 34,605 goes to Lam Makingu. Rank 2 is Hatayat with 7,270 points. And Rank 3 is Feng 2 with 6,200 points. Even the onlookers started buzzing. Look, that Lam Makingu just hit stage 2. He is a 100-point monster now. Henta just slaughtered 200 monsters. This is basically handing out free points. If rank privileges were in play, I would definitely be giving those boss kills to Henta. In Hak, the capital of the Shanghai Empire, right in the heart of the bustling city, a towering spire looms above all. This is the Trial Tower's core, one of the Empire's great divine towers. Suddenly, purple sparks start swirling across the sky. A surge of power rockets toward the tower at breakneck speed, and then an earth-shaking roar pierces the air. A golden hand shoots out to block the blow, but it only earns a sneer from the monster. You can stop me. The horned beast charges forward, dark and light energies yin and yang clashing violently. Yet the golden hand fails to withstand the dark spear, letting the power pierce straight through the tower. The voice booms again, wake up and face death. The monster was attacked but remained cocky. It is just a clone. Kill it if you want. But the kid's in the trial tower. Before the words finish, that golden hand crushes the monster, triggering an explosive release of energy inside it. 3 figures hover nearby, whispering in shock. Unbelievable. Creatures from the abyss actually dared to attack. That lightning-fast left strike, it came out of nowhere. Seems like they were prepared. Their target, the kids fighting in the battle space. The figure on the left speaks up. Those abyssal filth slipped in, disrupting the tower's space. The abyssal power has corrupted the rules. Another responds. The tower's soil comes from abyssal essence. It actually benefits them. Batch, the Empire's top powerhouse, steps forward. How long to restore order? A voice replies. 1 hour. Suddenly, the battlefield shifts, throwing the challengers off balance. What is going on? Why did all the monsters vanish? The clicking of high heels grows louder nearby. Hataya calls out from behind Mak Ingu. Dummy. What is going on? Maku thinks. Hataya, what is happening in the battle space? Why are we running into other challengers? They regroup, and she asked, I was killing monsters when they suddenly disappeared. Do you know what happened? Replies, I am not really sure. Tuhao scans the surroundings. Letting out a shock breath, the silhouette of Evian appears. Addressing them, kids, I am Batch Evian. The crowd below stirs. Batch Then. That is Batch Then himself, a sharp-eyed spirit notices. Why is Batch Then here? Did something happen in the battle space? Evian hovers. Warning. Demons from the Abyss world have invaded the battle space. Their target is you. We are trying to repair the space rules. It will take about an hour. Hearing this, Atayat stiffens. Abyssal demons invading the battle space. But Yvian is not finished for the next hour. Protect yourselves. We do not know what tricks these abyssal demons will pull. But I believe that as long as you stand united, their invading power won't break us. Han's face hardens. The people of Shenhe fear no fight. Fear no death. Tuhao raises his blade with vigor. Echoing. Fear no fight. Fear no death. The crowd rallies behind the battle cry. Fear no fight. Fear no death. Fear no fight. Fear no death. Fight. Fear no death. Maku calmly thinks. The weakest abyssal monsters are level 70. If Batch Then says we can resist their invasion, that means this force is not unstoppable. The observation room buzzes. How did this happen? The abyssal forces purposely targeted this contest, aiming straight for the 5th round prodigies. This is a move to cut off the roots of our Shenhe Empire. If we do not handle this now, they will be back every year. Someone shouts. Enough talking. Tell the outside world not to panic. Trust Batch Then. Another voice joins. Trust Batch Then. Suddenly, a blood-red moon appears, sending chills through the challengers. That is the abyssal blood moon. The abyssal forces are moving. Get ready. Everyone. A group of armed men stepped forward. If you want to take down our comrade, you will have to go through us first. The monster sneered in response. Not bad at all, truly worthy of the future of the Divine Empire. Too bad you are all going to die. It smirked, scanning the contestants. 1 hour is more than enough to wipe you all out. Shame I can savor your corpses here. The elite beast soldier from the bandit forest. Level 19. Descended amid screams, here they come. A girl beam. I remember now, battle zones have rank limits. Maxing out at level 19. The guy next to her looked a bit relieved. Right? How did I forget that? Then there is nothing to fear, we have got numbers. But when he saw their sheer amount, he snapped. How can there be this many? These have to be elite, enhanced type monsters. Aksu grabbed Mo Yu's hand. Panicking? What now? He calmly replied. It is a hassle, but we can handle it. Mo Yu stepped forward. Deep in thought. Enhanced elite monsters. Sounds like nightmare-level dungeon mobs. Corrupted by abyssal power. Mutated. So do these monsters drop experience on the battlefield? The monster's mocking laughter rang out. Scared? That is all you got. Butch then said, if you unite, you can win. You have got over 100 one-on-one. Bring it. Even the fierce TA from before faltered. Win? No way. Their breathing alone chills me to the bone. But the remaining contestants raised their swords, ready to fight. Even Manhwa did not hesitate. His dry soldiers surged forward too. Haksu fretted from behind. Lum Ainkuf. What are you doing? Get back. There are hundreds of enhanced elite monsters over there. Messinan just told her. Go back. But Hakshu yelled. I won T. He shrugged. Suit yourself. Messinan thought. If she follows, it won't matter much, let her decide. The crowd behind stirred. Whispering. What is he planning? He is charging ahead. When his info panel popped up, Lama Masien, Death Spirit Master, everyone hesitated. What kind of class is that? Are those dry soldiers his summons? A new class summoner. What do we do? Team up or what? Following Messi Yent's lead, the group started advancing alongside him. Tamai and Feng to echo Le Vin's words. Divine Empire warriors do not back down. They do not fear death. The monster seemed to watch a joke unfold. Finally, someone brave enough to offer their head. Balls of steel. Seriously. I would not kill if you did not come to the abyss to be my puppet. Mesang stopped, making it suspicious. You have thought this through. He looked up. The monster growled. The abyss gate is always open for you, thinking to himself. About 50 meters. At this distance, the spirit shield skill works best. The contestants behind grew impatient. Stopped. Why are not you moving forward? Muyu muttered. All right. Here goes. He raised his hand. Engulfed in blue flames, a legion of dry soldiers was quickly summoned. Their numbers no joke. A notification popped up. Bone soldiers. 100. Everyone was amazed at the sheer size of his summoned army. What kind of class lets him summon this many? Tum Mai was stunned. So fast. This summoning is even quicker than a stealthy agility specialist like me. His team charged forward, unleashing their dry soldiers. Seeing those rampaging monsters, Muyu was shocked they were still alive, watching the soldiers' stamina drop steadily. He thought, with 1995 out of 2500 stamina left, these abyss-corrupted monsters must be around 3000 power. Muyu calculated mentally. Withstanding so many hits means stamina must be over 3500. The higher the stamina, the better for the spirit shield skill. Killing one granted experience. Slayed a level 19 beast soldier. Plus, with monsters dropping, he unleashed the spirit shield again. The experience gained was small. But hey, better than nothing. And the numbers kept piling up. The spirit shield exploded again. Then came a chain of explosions, leaving everyone stunned. What is going on? Throughout the training ground, massive spirit shield blasts rocked the area, sending monster bodies flying everywhere. The contestants just kept slaughtering, wiping them out like it was nothing. What kind of skill is this? How could someone as strong as T-Hei be slumped on the ground, muttering over and over? How is this possible? How can he be this powerful? Why can Tai awaken this class? This is not fair at all. Everyone else is struggling, but the Death Spirit Mage class is just too broken. We are saved. We are saved. The monster stared at the dry army in horror, shouting, No way. This can keep. You have pissed off the Demon Lord himself. The Demon Lord wants to kill, drink blood, and eat flesh. Then it launched another attack. One monster after another charged forward, growling. This time, you are all dead, all of you. Mi Sinung looked up at a glowing red orb above and smirked. So you are here. Huh. The dry soldiers fought with everything they had, relentlessly slashing at the monsters. Mseeing was not holding back either. He leapt high toward the blood moon, with a spear blazing the trail ahead of him. The Demon Lord's voice was puzzled. You crazy fool. What are you trying to do? Mseeing rushed forward, using the spear to unleash a bomb on the monster before him. The spear exploded, and he followed up with soulfire flames. The monster flew into a rage, screaming, I will kill you. I will kill you dead. Mseeing was a bit confused. Still not dead, he unleashed soulfire flames again. The monster's true form was revealed, ferocious as ever. What kind of skill is this? How can it burn my soul? What class does this guy have? No way. There is no such class in this world. Then Mseeing planted his foot firmly on the ground. At that moment, the monster began to fade away. Mseeing left, just one warning. Entering the battle space comes with a heavy price. Outside the tower, 3 figures hovered silently. One of them gasped in surprise. The old man exclaimed, The interference from the abyss's power is weakening drastically. Lo Vin could not hold back and asked, All the contestants inside the tower, are they all dead? And Vin calmly replied, I can sense the life force of quite a few humans still. But the abyss demon's consciousness is severely weakened. They have been injured. Laughed after hearing that. Told you. Don't scare me like that. You should be more careful next time before blowing your breath all over the place. Alright. Lo Vin was suspicious. But the abyss demons use their power to mess with the spatial battle rules. If even we can enter, how could those level 15 or 16 contestants have hurt them on the battlefield? The monster suddenly exploded with power, killing people left and right. Let me handle this, I will kill it. The monsters below seemed empowered, immediately rising up again. Everyone was terrified of their strength, frozen in fear. Mseeangju stared at the status board in shock. After the talent upgrade, the bomb's range expanded to 20 meters. Its damage also increased to 150% of the target's life value. From level 1 to level 2, the bomb explodes, dealing 15% life damage to enemies within range. He thought to himself, so I have to use the skill repeatedly until it levels up. Mseeing stood up, glancing at the monsters behind him. Or maybe, apart from the innate talent skill, the skills learned from the skill book also need repeated use to level up. Perfect timing. A flash of light appeared above Mseeang's head, signaling a level up. Everyone was stunned. Who is this guy who can train using monsters like this? They said his name was Lama Mseegu, a new class. Thank God for him. Without him, we would be dead for sure. The Demon Lord retracted his minions and muttered, Looks like you are done for. It threatened again. Your name is Lama Mseegu. I remember you now. When you reached the abyss. Before it could finish, an explosion detonated. Seeing used the bomb to blow it to bits. Everyone looked up, cheering wildly. The battle space has returned to normal. We won. The people outside quickly realized the Abyss's consciousness was destroyed, and Ven relayed through divine power that the battle space was recovering. Woven anxiously asked, "What about the kids?" He sighed and answered, "They are all safe. Not a single casualty." Lovin was puzzled. Not even one. Inside Hen is nothing like I expected. What exactly went down in the battle space? At this moment, Ayuan decided to play it safe, teleport everyone back first, then check what happened in the battle zone. And Van immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Saakshu asked, "Lingok, you okay?" Lingok just shrugged it off. "All good. No problems." Ayuan used holographic tech to announce, "Everyone, the abyss power has vanished. The battle space has returned to normal. You will be teleported back to the starting point, and final results will be announced soon." Saakshu was secretly relieved. We had zero chance against those beast warriors. Lucky we had this guy. A broadcast echoed through the tower. The battle type contest has ended. 10 contestants now await their scores and final evaluations. Huang Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The battle type city rankings combined scores and evaluations. High scores alone do not guarantee entry into top academies. Evaluations must be elite too. Plus, the 5 judges here differ from others. They are top-tier officials from the Divine Sia Empire. Huang Feng recalled Mak Yu and wondered what kind of evaluation Lin Mak Yu got in that battle space. Ayuan's team spotted Mak Yu after reviewing the hologram. Ayuan asked curiously, "Who is this?" And Van introduced him. Someone explained, "A soul death master, a new profession appearing recently in Jiangning, West Sea City." Turns out he flipped the whole situation. His performance clearly shows it. Praise flowed nonstop. "Calm and decisive," Yuan said. "This powerful profession kid has all the makings of a top-tier powerhouse. Not just strong skills, but he has awakened a rare innate talent." Instantly, the crowd erupted. "This year's evaluations are tough. What is so hard? Those runaways are losers. They will just be cannon fodder on the battlefield later. No use hoping for much. They are just kids. Barely teenagers. Lin Mak Yu's definitely a beast tamer. Let us discuss this." The ranking board appeared. Lin Mak. Score 34.605. Evaluate as a beast tamer. Lu Van jumped up in joy. First place. Top scorer. Top scorer for sure. The round glasses man chimed in. "Congrats. Old Lu." Wait a sec. Old Lu's about to brag for another 30 years. Lu Van thought to himself, this Lin Mak Yu kid impressive. Saakshu was thrilled too. "Congrats. Lin Mak, you really nailed top scorer this time." Mak Yu replied calmly. Curiously asked, "You actually know people?" Then Saakshu casually added, "You smile really well. Why do not you ever smile before?" Mak Yu got a little shy hearing that. The announcement resumed. Second place. Saakshu. Score 7.6. Evaluated as outstanding. Everyone praised. Old Lu's second place too. So enviable. Those words made Lu Van beam with pride. Next, the board showed. Third place. Feng Tu. Score 6.7. Outstanding. Fourth, Zuome. 6.325. Outstanding. Fifth, Wang Zihao. 6.3. Poor evaluation. Zihao felt like falling into a pit. Wondering. Poor evaluation. Why? With this score, forget about the lower capital academy, even the Empire's top 20 colleges won. Take me. Hen's face darkened as he yelled and threw a tantrum. "I do not accept this." "Why? On what grounds do you give me a poor rating? This ain't fair." The system cut him off without mercy. Wang Zihao violated exam rule. Disqualified. Hen could only scream "No." Just before being ejected, the announcement continued. This year's combat type top scorer of Ningjiang province is Lin Mak Yu. Gao Yang and his friends loudly cheered. "See, that is my boss." Top scorer of the province. System spoke again. Silence. An imperial order has arrived. Lin Mak Yu is now. The crowd fell silent. An imperial order. Top scorer of the province is not the end. Now the system delivered breaking news. Lin Mak Yu is the national top scorer of this year's contest. Everyone was stunned. What? National top scorer? Lu Van froze in shock. Did I hear that right? Mak Yu, national top scorer. Lu Van laughed as if he was about to break free. Top scorer. National top scorer. The crowd panicked. Old Lu, are you okay? Don't get too excited. Watch your health. You did not miss here. This time, you have got bragging rights for life. The onlookers cheered with joy. National top scorer. Ningjing province has a national top scorer. Lin Mak Yu is unstoppable. I have got to get my son into #1 high school next. Tomei spoke up. Lum Ivan. Congrats. Feng Tu chipped in. Thanks to you. If it were not for you this time, we would all be in deep trouble. Mathasnin shook hands warmly. Just doing what is right. Tomei asked, you are aiming to get into Heikin Academy too, right? Fengtu's eyes crinkled with a grin. Then it is a date at Heikin Academy. I will treat you to a meal when we get there. Messang replied seriously. Yeah? Hestite broke the tension shyly. This guy is not much for talking. We have been classmates for 3 years, and I have not even had 10 words out of him yet. Someone quickly corrected, make that 26. Turns out, that is the exact number of sentences those two exchanged over 3 years. That explanation just made things more awkward. The two friends covered their mouths to laugh, while Ishitite moved toward the mountain. Later, inside Lama Masenju's house, he announced, says, I will be at Heikin Academy soon. Mom, I am the national top scorer now. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He glanced over quickly. Ma Honghu opened the door. Surprised, Principal Las was standing there. What a surprise to see you here. To catch Mei Siju's attention was a tall, imposing figure radiating immense power. This person was no joke. Instantly alert, Mai Xiang felt his breath tighten. This presence was downright terrifying. He drew his sword. Ready for battle, this seasoned warrior was prepared for anything, but the figure softened, and smiled and praised him. Not bad at all. Only then did Mai Yi bow respectfully. Honored to meet you. Lord Butch then? Ovin replied. I am here to talk about Heikin Academy matters, and was impressed with the Mai Xiang calm. Cautious. Instinctively sharp, truly a promising prodigy. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window as silence settled until Lassie Van broke it. Don't he mind me, sir? Last year, Messinense's sister got into Heikin Academy, so the boy had been living alone ever since. Wu Vin's respect deepened. Given their family situation, both siblings making it into Heikin was remarkable. Finding a genius like him was even rarer. A stats board appeared. Strength, agility, stamina, spirit. Lovin glanced over. Puzzled, attributes 4.25, that is normal. So how did he manage that in the trial space? Messiang was stunned, thinking it over. Attributes 4.25, seems others can see a soul weapon as stats after its talent upgrades. Wolven pieced it together. What talent did you awaken? Lasaven looked at Moxegang expectantly. Did you really awaken a talent? Messi Undru did not hesitate. My talent is upgrading. All skills get stronger. Wolven thought. Makes sense. That explains everything. Hen said, I am here for 2 reasons. 1. To deliver your reward from Heikin Academy. 2. To take you there. The day after tomorrow. There is a trial event. I hope you will participate. Mesegan asked. What kind of trial? Ovin explained. It is a trial event hosted by Heikin Academy. Only our inner staff can participate. I can only give you full details once you agree to join. From Maxiang's words, it was clear participation was optional. The choice was his. Inner staff meant secrecy. So this trial was not your usual affair. Seeing his hesitation, Ovin added, I can reveal the details, but this trial is a huge opportunity. Originally, Mavejayunk was not allowed in, but without hesitation, he answered, and smiled approvingly and handed over the materials. In that case, I will give you a head start. You are the national top scorer. Your rewards won't be small. Messing wondered. Skill scrolls. Loven presented a card. First reward, 10,000 bonus points on top of your exam score. All your points are here. You have probably heard points are more valuable than money at the academy. 2 scrolls appeared next. The second reward, a set of 10 beginner skill scrolls and 10 intermediate skill scrolls. Ovin continued. Third, based on your performance in the trial space, you will get additional rewards. You have earned 1 entry to the lower divine tower. That is a huge deal. Especially if it is your first time, you will want to be fully prepared. Messang replied. Got it. He thought, if Butch then says it is important, then it definitely is. Lovin turned away but reminded him. Pack your things. I will take you to Heikin Academy. Lusivan saw them off into the night, cheering them on. Good luck, kid. In a blink, both had teleported to their destination. Welcome to the inner grounds of Heikin Academy. Right before them stood a massive stone engraved with 4 bold characters. Akin Academy. Wolven boasted proudly. This gate is not just an entrance, it is a weapon. Even the strongest fighters trying to break through will pay a heavy price. Inside, Hun spoke up. This is the dormitory. You will stay here today. I will head out first. Rest well. Someone will come for you tomorrow, Messang replied. Got it. Cam Vine bowed respectfully. Master Butch, he furrowed his brow. Pondering, who exactly is this guy? Being personally received by Butch then, yet speaking to him so coldly, what is his deal? Van asked, are you La Messi Ying? Messi Ying confirmed. Yeah. Van smiled. Where do you want to stay? Cam Van launched into the prices. We have got several options: 4-person dorms, 2-person villas, villas with training yards. First, 4-person dorms cost 500 points a month. Option 2. 2-person villas are 1,000 points per month. Single rooms go for 2,000 points. Upscale villas at 10,000 points monthly. Keep in mind, prices vary wildly for other accommodations. And the training villas do not have fixed rates yet. Cam Vin continued. Lem, I know you just finished exams with decent scores, but trust me, you gotta save your points. Later, you will need them more than you think. Start in a 4-person or 2-person room. He advised, but Mefiding brushed him off. I want a single dorm. He thought to himself, gotta save some cash. So single dorm it is. Little did he know. That decision made Cam Van pale as he double-checked. Single, are you sure? You really have the cash to splurge. If you do not start saving now, you will regret it once things get tough. Messiang responded coldly. Yeah? With everything settled, the single dorm was assigned to Lema Messiang. He said confidently, I will take this room. Cam guided him. All right. Lem, hand me your ID card. I will register you. When swiping the card, Cam Van was shocked. Woo, you have got *that* many points. Messiang explained. It is the national exam reward. Cam Van's jaw dropped. 300,000. No wonder you want a single room. He silently cursed his own luck since enrolling. He would only earned about 10,000 points. Barely a fraction of my Sienka stash. After finishing up, the Can, saying, all right, from now on, this room's yours. Rest up, if you need anything. Call me, and do not forget to buy a comm device tomorrow, or you will regret it. Messiang glanced outside, silently admiring. Still people training their skills. No wonder Akin students are so formidable. Everyone's grinding hard. With this vibe, leveling up will be way faster than before. The next day, just as Maizev finished meditating, the doorbell rang. Behind the door was Ye's bright smile. Hey, did not recognize me. Mesek smiled softly. Of course I did. She grabbed his hand excitedly, pulling him out to breakfast and then to tour Kin Academy. Eventually, they arrived at the academy cafeteria. Mesang offered, let me. Yae panicked. What? You are using points. You can pay with money here. Always use money when you can. Never points. My Cien's face turned pitiful. I do not have money. Only points. Hearing this, Yae sighed in frustration. If you do not have money, just tell me. I am not some rich girl who throws points around. Points are hard to earn. Yae nearly lost it when she saw the bill, but luckily it was just 5 points. Hang on, she was so shocked she almost dropped her food. How do you have so many points? Yae warned. Remember, always spend money when you can. Points should only buy weapons even if you are loaded. That rule's golden. Mesh Engro reluctantly agreed. Fine, after a hearty meal. While strolling, he spoke up. Here, this is for you. Yae's eyes lit up as she held 2 glowing core crystals. So beautiful. Are these the core crystals of a goblin king? Then suddenly she turned to my Seeing, wide-eyed and alarmed. Do you even know what these are worth? These are the 5 essential treasures of the goblin kings. Boss' jewelry, if sold, would fetch at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Seriously giving this to me? Once Maku confirmed its authenticity, Ai's eyes lit up. She cradled the treasure lovingly. Thanks a bunch. Well, then I want to be polite. He thought, something this valuable. The guildmaster really spoils me rotten. The school now shimmered in the morning sun's glow. The two of them strolled around, exploring every corner under Ei's guidance. After a while, in the administration office, I spoke up. All right, your enrollment paperwork is all done. Makangu wondered aloud, why can't I find any info on my sister? Lamhe I guessed it might be data protection. Maybe she is on a secret mission for the academy, so there is no record. Or she could have joined a more elite academy, like the Divine Light Academy. Your sister might be part of some special school. She reassured him. It is do not worry. Nothing's wrong, Mac implied. Thanks, I urged him. Come on, let us, enough chit-chat. Today, I will show you around the academy. But we still have a mission. Entering a classroom, she called out loudly. Sister Dao, your guest has arrived. Not just anywhere, but the whole country's here. A girl stepped forward, shook his hand, then introduced herself. I am Tong Dao Dao, level 23 Spirit Knight. He politely replied. Level 17 Death Spirit Mage. Suddenly, Lang Chen appeared out of nowhere, sneering. Level 17. What a joke. Even if you are bringing someone along, do not drag in some stray mutt. I instantly snapped. Furious, Lang Chan, watch your words. Just so you know, Makyu here topped the national exams, but her fiery temper only made Lang Chen more aggressive, and he fired back. Compared to our Hidden Dragon squad, being a national top scorer means nothing. Besides, we have seen so-called national toppers. They are no better than trash. With that, Lang Chen stepped closer to Makyu. You are Lam Mak, right? I heard Master Batch then personally recommended you. Don't think, just because you are connected to Batch, then you can do whatever you want. His eyes gleamed dangerously as he said each word. In our Hidden Dragon squad, promotions are earned by pure skill. Bringing you along for this trial is not a problem. But keep your mouth shut. Don't make a sound. And definitely do not drag us into your mess. The tension in the air thickened, accompanied by Lang Chan's warning. Or I will be the first to put you in your place. Even the proud Miss Ha family would not dare mess with Lang Chan like this. Mak Yu could not stay silent any longer. He dropped two deadly words that hit Lang Chan like a landmine. His face darkened slowly. The hostility he had been holding back finally exploded. Charging at Mak, he snarled. What did you just say? I suddenly screamed in shock. Lang Jan, you dare to make a move. Dao Dao quickly took a defensive stance, conjuring a magical shield, glaring fiercely at the wild-eyed guy. Lang Jan, stop right now, and clenched his teeth hearing this, but in the end, he had to back down. Says Dao, I will let you save face this time. Without another word, Lang Jan left Dao behind and turned to Mak Nu. We set off at 9 am tomorrow. Meet here. Mak Nu glanced at Lang Jan as he walked away. Then replied, Got it. Thanks. I quickly broke the tense silence. Let us. Time to grab supplies and get ready. Just as Yai and Mak Nu were about to leave the room, Dao Dao stepped forward to scold. Lang Jan, I know you are pissed, but you can bring personal grudges into the trial. Besides, he is the White God's recommended candidate. Listen to that, and did not back down, firing back with controlled anger. I just want to see what kind of person replaced my brother. Dao Dao kept trying to reason, even if it does not matter to us. To snag top honors, there's got to be something special about him. Plus, his profession is brand new and unique. No sooner had she said this than Lang Zhan burst out laughing. Even if it is new, it better do something useful. New professions pop up every year, most are just gimmicks. This necromancer gig is no different. Meanwhile, I was gently advising Mak Nu, patting his shoulder. Don't waste your energy on that lunatic. He is Come on, let us go buy some potions. Mana herbs, and a comm device. I suggested. We need 10 bottles of red-blue potion, plus a comm device. Mak Nu pulled out some weapons and items. Can you sell these for me? The system quickly updated. Lin Mak Nu is under review. I was all smiles. From now on, I can bug you anytime. Then she added, let us be friends first. Mak Nu generously agreed, and the screen flashed. Adding friend. Soon they were back in Mak Nu's room. I cheerfully said goodbye. See you at the trial. He replied seriously. Yeah, see you inside. Mak Nu reminded himself to prepare harder for this trial. Gripping his skill axis, he took a deep breath and activated it. Power surged immediately. Mak Nu grinned. All right, here we go. At the same time, the system notified him, skill acquired slow curse. As he sank into thought, upgraded by talent. Its range now hit 50 meters with a 50% slow effect. Its duration lasted a full 10 minutes. Mak Nu could not help but marvel. Another divine skill. He then reviewed his arsenal. Summoning skills, offensive skills, and elemental skills, all crucial and powerful. This made him crave even more. I hope to learn other skill lines in the future. He thought. The next morning, I called Mak Nu. Wake up. The sun's shining on your butt. I am downstairs. Let us eat and head out. Mak Nu quickly agreed. All right. Shortly after, in the familiar room, Dao Dao announced, when we teleport in a bit, no wandering off. Lang Jin tossed a jab at Mak Nu. You slowpokes. Do not hold us back. I shot back immediately, sticking out her tongue. Hey, you are the one who should keep up. Dao Dao just sighed and patted her forehead in resignation. Whatever beef you guys have, settle it after the trial. You all know how important this trial is. Now, introduce your professions. Just then, a stylish orange-haired girl spoke up. Mayugok, Elder Spirit level 20. Rare profession. Next came a tall guy with golden eyes. Do and go. Seer level 20. Rare profession. Then Lang Zhan boomed. Lang Zhan. Sorcerer level 21. Rare profession. Dao Dao slowly introduced herself. Tu Dao. Night Spirit level 23. High level profession. Then it was Mak Nu's turn. Calm and collected. Lin Mak. Necromancer level 17. Unique hidden profession. Lastly, Ningyai. Shadow Assassin level 19. Rare profession. After everyone finished their introductions, Dao Dao finally pulled out a spirit stone and seriously warned, in this trial, we must stick together. Do not blame me if you do not. I Tin Feng showed his resolve. Dao Dao. Rest assured, we won't let this trial be affected by us. No sooner had she spoken than the spirit stone unleashed its full power, radiating a faint pale blue energy. It effortlessly enveloped everyone. Seizing the moment, Dao shouted. Lower Academy, Hidden Dragon Academy. Prepare for trial teleport. Instantly, a massive, terrifying tower appeared before them, its summit blazing with a deadly, glaring red light. I confirmed aloud. This is the Than He Tower. Masi Yin, surprised, thought silently. So the Than He Tower is actually up in the sky. Before they could even collect their thoughts, a powerful force pulled them in. Masigu wondered if it was the tower's energy teleporting them. Moments later, the group arrived at Mermaid Island, surrounded by a magical barrier. Looking at the glowing blue stone ahead, Dao explained. It is the mission stone Mermaid Tears. Defeat the dungeon boss to earn Mermaid Tears. The team can have up to 6 members, with a max average level of 20. Mermaid Tears only drop in nightmare level dungeons, and only 3 drops per dungeon. Reading this, you already get it. Only the top 3 teams to finish the dungeon earn the Mermaid Tears reward. The Mermaid Tears dungeon lies at the heart of Mermaid Island, Masiang thought. After all, it is just a dungeon run, so what is so special about these Mermaid Tears? Dao, on the other hand, was not thrilled. She frowned. I did not expect this trial mission to be on Mermaid Island. Hearing this, Aya's curiosity piqued, and she asked, Dao, you have been on many trial missions and have tons of experience. Tell us about it. Dao recalled and said, Mermaid Tears can be crafted into a unique piece of gear with incredible power. Mermaid Island is not part of our Than He Empire's territory, and only 3 Mermaid Tears drop each year, she added gravely. She continued, so besides our Than He Empire, other nations come to Mermaid Island annually. Images flashed of people from all over, driven by fierce greed to snatch up the treasure. Just as she described, she went on, our Hidden Dragon Academy has a total of 10 teams. We are team number 2, meaning we do not just compete against other students from Hidden Dragon Academy, we face pro teams from other countries. Hearing this, I grew a little worried. Seriously, what if we run into a team from another nation? What then? Dao, still thoughtful, replied, similar things have happened before, but mostly they just guarded the dungeon gates to keep others out. Then she grew tense. Don't underestimate it. People have died over this. If conflict breaks out, do whatever it takes. Your life is the most important thing. Seeing them fall into silence, Masiang reassured. Don't worry. We won't end up in a fight like that. Dao continued. Alright, we are ready to enter Mermaid Island. Duangao quickly responded, status buffs incoming, as wave after wave of enhancements rolled in boosted strength, agility, defense, and magic activation. Masiang felt his body changing. Estimating, all 4 attributes up 30%, skill power up 20%, lasting 1 minute. He silently acknowledged, the Seer is definitely a powerful support class. Too bad its upgrade effect is still weak compared to my talent. Then he swapped in the Bone Soldier and wondered, what if I add the Seer's buffs to the Bone Soldier? The Bone Soldier appeared and instantly scared Duan-Go. Panicking, he blurted, damn, the immortal Bone Soldier is here. But then he laughed to calm himself. Don't worry. The Bone Soldier's actually pretty cute. Masiang turned to him, add more buffs to the Bone Soldier. Please. Duan-Go stammered a thanks, but after a moment, he admitted helplessly, I can use my skills on it. Masiang thought it over. Maybe my talent is too strong, so Duan-Go's blessing skills are completely overshadowed by my own talent. Just as he smiled thinking he would seize the chance, can't even buff status effects. Masiang shot him a deadpan glare full of annoyance. At that moment, a massive energy burst exploded from the Bone Soldier, engulfing the whole area. Seeing that terrifying surge of power, Langzhan instantly drew his weapon, ready for battle. He sneered. Come on, wanna throw down. But before he could finish, an arm shot out, blocking his view. Dao, irritated, snapped, if you want to fight, wait till we are done with this trial. Langzhan said nothing but cursed himself inside. Why did he feel like dying the moment he saw that summoning beast? His body turned icy cold, frozen stiff. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a loud shout echoed everywhere. The trial had begun. Into the island, Dao dashed forward like a bullet. Scanning ahead, our target is the Mermaid Dungeon. Move fast. If we can avoid fighting the wild monsters. Do it, Myoga quickly responded. Got it. Soon, their group neared the stream bank, where a merfolk soldier was hiding, blending into the shadows. Spotting their silhouettes from afar, it quickly slipped into the water. As the group approached, it suddenly surfaced, lunging straight for Dao's attack. This merfolk soldier monster stats. Level 19, Power 300, Agility 150, Spirit and Stamina 320, Skills 0. But that did not weaken the group's resolve. Dao Dao narrowly dodged its deadly bite using fire's power. They successfully drew the soldier's attention. Seizing the moment, Yai struck swiftly from behind. Just like that, a fatal slash sliced the creature in two. A quick notification popped up. Merfolk soldier level 19 defeated. Plus 1,500 XP. Dao Dao's team leader got the kill credit. But this was just the beginning. Other soldier monsters swarmed Lang Zhan's group, unleashing a fiery blaze that wiped out a massive area. Dao Dao assessed the chaos. With this many level monsters, it will take us another 3 hours to reach the island's center. We are moving too slow. We can keep wasting time fighting every monster. Magok said, you handle crowd control. We will charge straight in, without missing a beat. She unleashed the wind's binding power, urging, come on, hurry. I have got them pinned down. 20 minutes later, monsters still swarmed in droves, but many teams pushed forward, fighting them off. Dao Dao's group glanced toward the distant mountain. Grim, we are falling behind. She clenched her teeth, thinking hard. If we rush straight ahead, what are our chances? Maiwak worried. Too many enemies. I can control them all. Plus, there are higher level monsters than me. My skills might fail. Dao Dao mulled over the dire situation. Charging forward risks getting trapped. But clearing the whole path would take at least an hour, guaranteeing they would fall even further behind. Just then, Maigok firmly said, let me handle it. Dao Dao was caught off guard. Lang Zhan seized the moment to taunt. You, a weak level 17. You have not lifted a finger the whole way. What good are you? Before he could finish, I snapped at him. Shut your filthy mouth. Still, Lang Zhan sneered. Better keep hiding behind the ladies then. Dao Dao, worried, turned to Manhwa. What are you planning? Manhwa Ngok's answer was clear. Use the summoning beast to distract the merfolk soldiers. Suddenly, Dao Dao realized right, he has a summoning beast. She brightened. All right, it is all yours. With that, the summoning beast charged into the soldier's encirclement. Everyone was amazed at the speed. The monsters began thinning out. Dao Dao seized the moment to command. Paths clear. Let us move. Soon, everything was settled. The summoning beast was recalled back into its space. Dao Dao raised her hand in praise. Nice work. Mayugok. We would be toast without you. Lang Zhan grumbled. Why did not you do that from the start? We would be at the mountain by now. I shot him a sharp look and snapped. Stop slacking off here. If you are so tough, why do not you lead the way? Lang Zhan just smirked. Yeah, all thanks to the summoning beast. Maybe I am just dead weight. Mayugok shot back coldly. Last warning. Suddenly, Mayugok yelled. Run. Out of nowhere, a swarm of high-level soldiers charged at them. Dao Dao screamed. Fall back. Quick. At the same time, a soldier from the Angdao kingdom appeared, clutching a summoning scroll. Mayu and Gokuk's group confirmed their suspicion these were Angdao's elite summoners, their nation's signature warriors. No sooner had those words left his mouth than the spirit-summoning wine blast shot like a storm straight at the fish-clad group. Behind it came a horde of divine beasts, bull-headed, horse-faced monsters of all kinds. Some folks were downright terrified. The spirit skill of the wine summoner was said to be the ancient divine spirit of the wine summoner. Mayugok snapped angrily. Why the hell are they doing this? Dao Dao wiped sweat from her brow and replied. They want to stop us from climbing the mountain. Sure enough, that island guy quickly achieved his goal by climbing onto a divine beast, leaving behind a few mocking words. You all just wait here. If you escape, use the mission stone to teleport back. This mermaid dungeon belongs to our island this time. Not only the fish-clad group, but other groups were also trapped. Someone shouted in frustration. Damn it! Being a spirit summoner is a legendary tier job for a reason. Looks like the island's waters have been completely cleared out. Hundreds of mermaid monsters are gathered here now. It will take at least an hour to deal with them all. Over here, Dao Dao was anxiously looking at Lam Maknu. Did you get it or not? Makinga replied calmly. Are you gonna summon or not? No monsters. No summon. She quickly shot back. You think being a summoner means you can do anything? Hundreds of monsters like this? Even summoning one T helped, but the results proved otherwise. Kapbin swiftly lured the soldier group away. A voice whispered. Whose summon is that? It pulled the monsters away. Great. Someone sighed with relief. Too bad. 2/3 of the monsters are still left. Dao Dao finally relaxed, smiling. So you actually have 2 summon items. Makyung over here was busy giving orders to Kapbin. Distract those monsters. She thought to herself. No need to rush, let these brainless fools scatter my XP points for me. The crowd erupted into chaos again. Another summon appeared, and the brother who just finished his beauty trial said, Let us celebrate. I am buying drinks. Cheers roared nonstop. Many stunned. A third summon. Whose spirit beast is this? Bro. Thanks a ton. Man. Finally, the sound everyone's been waiting for. Alright. Brothers, Do not let those summon masters and their spirits run wild. The bloodied path cleared. The group turned to thank Mai Si-ing. Next time, count me in for the dungeon run, brother. Appreciate it. The Cherry Blossom faction had not gotten far when they spotted the others closing in again and was shocked. Wait, what is going on? How did they get up here, with so many monsters? We should be at least held them back an hour. The scholar was not happy, quickly switching tactics, ordering the archers into position. Doubts surfaced how had they dealt with the monsters so fast. We had to stop them. Messiaen's side unleashed a hail of arrows, confirmed to be the Cherry Blossom archers. Battle orders dropped instantly. The mage raised his shield. Messiang spoke up. Here we go, time for war. Eyes pumped for this fight. She added, with you and your skeleton troops here, I am not scared one bit. After the first skirmish, heavy losses hit their side, forcing a new plan. No way. Our squad's too chaotic, we need to regroup. We need a strong mage. The idea caught on fast. Yeah. We lost a lot near the mountain's base. Only a solid regroup can keep Cherry Blossom in check. Just then, Lang Chen approached Dio. Captain, I want to switch teams. He said, to her shock. He pointed at Messiang and said, either him or me. You decide. Captain. Ronko stood aside, but then joined in. Lang Chen, you are crossing the line. Mu agreed. Exactly. If not for Lama Masega distracting the monsters, we would never have made it up here. The sharpest critic snapped. Lang Chen, you are a real piece of work. While Zio stayed silent, Lang Chen was already basking in self-glory, convinced she would pick him. Other squads were hunting mages, but this team could not lose their transporter that meant kicking Lang Chen out. Fate was not on his side. Zio finally decided, if that is the case, Lang Chen, you are out. Lang froze, unable to believe it. He yelled, what? Captain's kicking me out. If I leave, this trial run's pointless. Don't you want to get into the Divine Academy? Unfazed, Zuo replied, I want, but you forgot my role. I am a spirit engineer with my own beliefs. Your demands. Can't he do it? Saying that, Lang Chen turned away, throwing a final threat over his shoulder. Don't he come crying later? The system updated quickly. Lang Chen had left the team. Only then did Messiang speak. Let us enter the dungeon. Surprised, the captain asked again, Cherry Blossom, before she could finish. I urged, Captain Zio, let us go in. But how do we get inside? Roka and Nimhi felt just as lost, sharing a look before nodding. All right, we will follow. Watching Messiang lead the way, Zilio thought. Worst case. We retreat. With me here, we are safe. But does I really trust Lem Madzachian that much? Soon, they arrived at a massive gate, the entrance to the dungeon. Cherry Blossom's crew spotted Moxiga's group approaching and shouted angrily. Go back. Lesser gods. No entry to the dungeon allowed. Nearby groups quickly caught on. Brothers, let us move up. Don't let Cherry Blossom bully our divine brethren. Tell him. Langshan sneered. Idiot. Wanna die. Sure enough, a horned spirit beast charged in, ready to rip through the crowd. The captain and everyone else locked in, fully focused, ready to fight, including Mai Si-ing, who ordered the skeleton troops. Move out. The bone soldier appeared and almost tore that spirit beast apart, shattering the summoned beast with just one strike. The group could not help but be shocked, their eyes wide in disbelief. What? Lama Mensing actually has such a powerful summoned creature. Myojichi could not believe what she just witnessed either. Those bone soldiers blocked every single attack flawlessly. The people from Nzo Nation were even more stunned, wondering what kind of crazy job this was that had so many summoned creatures. What kind of toys were those bone soldiers? Our attacks were completely useless. Everything looked shattered and on the verge of collapse. Yet those bone soldiers never fell. Finally, they realized these guys were trying to raid the dungeon. As soon as they figured this out, they dashed like missiles toward MC Ngai's group, shouting at the top of their lungs, determined to stop them no matter what. Meanwhile, over here, he calmly selected Nightmare Mode, a deadly skull icon appearing above his shirt. In the blink of an eye, the spot where they stood was empty. Only 2 talismans lay discarded on the ground. The Nzo Nation folks were fuming but utterly powerless. By now, the group had entered the dungeon, surrounded by water and towering cliffs. Zilio nervously kept glancing at MCN. Seeing her worried gaze, he quickly reassured her. Relax, my call you is seriously up. Only then did Zio exhale. Alright, hope he unleashes more Kiku. I will do my best to hold back the monsters. Then she issued orders. Muxi, give me control right now. Maya grinned confidently. Don't worry. Zio, I am on it, sending you good vibes. Suddenly, a notification popped up, Slayed a level 21 merfolk warrior. Plus 10,000 spi. Earned 10 fish. Pipe was stunned. Wait, what just happened? Duanka was just as surprised. Why did I suddenly get XP? The notifications kept coming. Level 21 merfolk warrior. Strength 2000. Agility 1200. Stamina 2200. Skills? Death Howl. Everyone started wondering, what is this Mew character about? At the same time, Mus commanding Kekoliu to keep hunting targets. Zilio watched, deep in thought. Just now, his Kalo had soloed a powered-up elite monster in nightmare mode. Even a perfectly coordinated team would be taken 1 to 2 minutes to do that. Seeing this, he happily said, I told you, Mesakaliu is beast mode. Everyone. Follow Sodi. Ruan Kao chimed in again. Wait, the status no buffs yet. But Zilio quickly dismissed it. Forget the status. Just follow them. Nearby, Ko Laru kept striking with terrifying power at the enhanced monsters. Zilio could not believe her eyes, mumbling to herself. This is the first time a dungeon fight felt this easy. Before, she always had to stand up front, watching every attack to protect teammates. This time, it seemed like she did not even need to draw the monsters aggro. Ruan Kao told Miyaguk, looks like we are not even needed. She nodded in agreement. Yeah, we hardly need to do anything. Just like that, they quickly covered most of the dungeon. Reaching the final waterfall, Messine paused. No way forward. There are not many monsters left in this dungeon. When Wai looked down into the water, she spotted something. It definitely looked like a boss. No sooner had she spoken than a giant serpent raised its head. It had to be the Queen Merfolk, Sacred Beast, an elite commander, level 23, Strength 3600, Agility 5500, Spirit 3000, Stamina 5000. Skills? Devastation. Death Grip. Poison Cloud. Seeing its stats, Messine was a bit taken aback. He thought, its attributes even surpassed the Goblin King. Kalao's current 4 stats are only 2700. Zio immediately volunteered. I will take the monsters. But Mefsiang shook his head. No need. No sooner had he spoken than the Chukulo, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, leapt at the serpent. The clash was fierce and fast, echoing through the dungeon with every blow. After a moment, they realized a problem. It was too agile. What now? Mseeing remained calm. No worries, and raised his arm glowing with red power, quickly using a primal spell to slow it down. Just like that, the magic chains appeared, wrapping around the serpent, its speed grinding to a halt. After watching the whole scene, Zulio blurted out, is that a primal earth skill? Mseeing nodded. Exactly. Getting an answer that was totally expected only made Dao Dao think even harder, having a powerful summoned creature, and knowing the turtle element skill system, plus the necromancer class. What kind of job is this really? Meanwhile, Kolaw was still relentlessly squeezing the life out of the snake with a death grip attack. Suddenly, a murky stream of water burst from the snake's mouth. Maku silently marveled. Kolaw's immortal summon is basically immune to poison effects, almost like it does not even notice. Moments later, Kolaw plunged a sword right through the middle of the snake's head, killing it in excruciating pain. Dao Dao's eyes went wide. Wait, that is it? That is how it ends. As if to confirm those thoughts, a notification popped up. Snake Pet of the Merfolk Queen gained 50,000 experience. Acquired silver grade defensive tool, snake scale armor, and a mid-level spirit crane monster. I chuckled and said, quit zoning out, let us move on. The high-level battle is still going on. I have not even started fighting, and I am already racking up experience like crazy. No sooner had she spoken than Dao Dao urged them forward, following silently behind. Judging by the pet leader being the Merfolk Queen as Snake, the final boss must be the Merfolk Queen herself. Their group pressed deeper in, the fishy stench growing stronger with every step. Eventually, I could not hold it anymore and covered her nose, complaining, the smell of fish here is just overpowering. At that moment, a vast platform slowly came into view ahead of them. Outside the palace gates, they spotted countless merfolk monsters. Dao Dao started counting. 1, 2, 3. Gritting her teeth, she concluded, there are 60 patrol squads total, with 180 merfolk monsters, and every single one is a powerful enhanced type. Maku did not feel threatened at all. The more powerful the monsters, the better, he silently thought. Monsters mean experience, and I am all for that. Suddenly, a squad of Kolaw troops burst into action. Dao Dao was stunned, unable to say a word. What? You, she told herself, even though his 2 law summons are fast. There is no way he can be that reckless. Detailed info about the merfolk popped up. Elite merfolk soldiers, enhanced monsters with 2,000 power, 1,400 agility, 1,000 spirit, 2,400 stamina. Skills? Sweeping attacks. Both sides dove into battle, one side stunning relentlessly, the other growing angrier and stronger. I suddenly noticed the other escort team was also struggling. Before she could fret, Macu told her, "Cover your ears." I barely had time to shield herself when an earth-shattering explosion roared beside her. Then a flood of notifications poured in. Merfolk Elite slain. Plus 12,000 experience. Merfolk Soldier slain. Plus 12,000 experience. The sheer volume of experience points made Dao panic. Yelling, "Oh my, what the hell just happened?" But the experience did not stop there. More notifications kept flooding in. Merfolk Soldier Elite slain. Plus 12,000 experience. Everyone immediately bombarded Macu with 1,000 questions. What kind of skill is this with power like that? How is he even doing this? This is the first time I have felt so overwhelmed by experience points. Just then, another sound echoed. The grand palace gates swung open. Standing before them was the Merfolk Queen herself, a boss-level monster, with 5,000 power, 6,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, 6,000 stamina. Skills? Terror scream. Twin fins raised in salute, and the soft whimper of the queen, Weiss eyes lit up like stars. She stood frozen in awe, whispering, "Oh wow." The more she looked, the more overwhelmed she became, stepping forward to say, "She is absolutely stunning." But just then, Macu grabbed her hand and whispered a single word. Charm spell. Like a warning from earlier, everyone snapped back to their senses quickly. Dao gasped in shock again. Macu is okay. Startled, asked, "What is wrong with me?" Dao could only clutch her head, dizzy and overwhelmed. Miningok Nianjiang explained, "The Merfolk Queen uses a charm spell. We just got hit by it. Thankfully, Macu's here, or we would all be doomed." While everyone was recovering, the queen had already crept closer, summoning her full power. Her fury turned her forehead blood red, veins bulging wildly. With that, the queen unleashed her terror scream power, making the space around her ripple with waves of pressure. Dao braced against the overwhelming gale, calculating the queen's attributes based on the six-person team's fighting style. Taking her down would take at least an hour, but right now, she could not predict what Macu's next move would be. Meanwhile, the mermaid queen's screams grew fiercer, and she realized her power level was off the charts. Those skeleton soldiers were not easy to take down either. Right now, it felt like Dao imagined a wild scene. A pack of hyenas surrounding a lion. Who would win was anyone's guess. At that moment, the mermaid queen raised her trident and swung it fiercely toward them. Just as expected, she unleashed a deadly strike. The trident's blade sliced through the air, ripping apart space itself and shattering the wall opposite her. Along with that, a skeleton soldier was annihilated. Dao grew more anxious, ordering to boost their combat readiness, ready to fight at a moment's notice, and he responded quickly. "Got it," she worried silently, thinking, "Once the skeletons of Lin Mo Yu can hold them off, we strike." But before she finished, he cut her off, saying, "No need." He used a curse to slow them down, like snapping a fiery red chain, freezing the mermaid queen in place. I thrashed my tail in anger, summoning a massive wave, the crashing water roaring everywhere, drowning a vast space. This attack wiped out 12 skeleton soldiers. Dao sensed trouble, thinking, "Looks like the skeletons are about to break. Our turn next." Then she shouted, "You, recall the skeletons and let us move out." But Lin Mo Yu kept summoning more skeletons, muttering, "Come on out, my skeleton warriors." No way. She just finished that line. Am I dreaming? I can't even count them. Mugok was stunned too. Turns out he had way more summons than before, never using them all at once. Lin Gao wiped sweat off his brow. This is terrifying. No wonder Ningya trusts him so much. Over here, IE was genuinely thrilled, thinking, "Well, he has gotten even stronger and faster than I imagined." Not far off, a mermaid was trapped, surrounded by a legion of skeleton soldiers. As usual, the queen unleashed her chilling mermaid roar, blasting skeletons away, causing the air around to tremble violently. Mugok struggled to hold his ground, saying, "No way. My level's too low. I can't withstand the boss's skill." Lin Mo Yu reassured him, thinking, "No problem. My spirit's strong enough to resist the boss' mental attack. Plus, my skeletons do not feel fear or pain. They are just relentless." Next, the mermaid queen was struck by hundreds of sword slashes, blood streaming endlessly from her eyes. A notification popped up, "Mermaid Queen slain." Plus, development of Mermaid Queen's longsword. Silver grade, plus 50 strength, plus 50 stamina, plus 10% combat skill power. Usable at level 20. Development of Mermaid Queen's longsword. Silver grade, plus 50 strength, plus 50 stamina, plus 10% combat skill power. Usable at level 20. Received Mermaid Tears. 1. Holding the Lu item, I was moved. Mermaid Tears. Our trial mission is basically complete. One step closer to the Divine Academy. Dado agreed. Exactly. We have finished the trial a few times now, leveling up and ready for the Divine Academy. IE was still excited over the blue gem, whispering, "Mermaid Tears. Lin Gao felt deeply grateful. It was luck having Lin Mo Yu with us. Without him, we could not have finished the trial. Mugok eagerly agreed. Right? The worst part was Lang Zhen. People like him are doomed to be lonely. Meanwhile, Lin Mo Yu spoke up, asking, "Ai, do you have a cooldown for the protective charm?" She replied, "You? What are you planning?" Remembering the initial entrance, the group suddenly chimed in unison. Right? The protective charm cooldown. Soon, they emerged outside, instantly causing a stir among the others. They are out already. That fast. It has only been half an hour. Some Cherry Kingdom soldiers muttered among themselves. Maybe they could not win and had to retreat. Those skeletons only looked tough on the outside. Just cannon fodder. Other groups saw them come back out and grew deeply worried. Approaching an eye, a brother said, "It is okay to fail the dungeon. Staying alive is what matters." Another urged, "Yeah, let us get out of here fast." Lang Chen sneered. Still alive? Didn't he want to lead the team into the dungeon? And now look, 2 failures. How do you back out now? Dao Dao struggled to stand and said, "No one's entering the dungeon yet. Everyone be careful." Aya hurriedly reassured and, "Don't worry. Dao Dao, we have Lam back." Then Dao Dao said, "Ai, stick to the plan and go ahead." She smiled wickedly and said, "No problem." Suddenly, someone shouted, "The afternoon's protection talisman!" Before their eyes. Those people suddenly vanished again. The outsiders panicked. They are entering again. The afternoon protection talisman. Does that girl really have such a powerful weapon? Seems like their identities are not simple. If I am not mistaken, they are entering the nightmare level dungeon. Isn't he that a death sentence? Dao Dao was deeply worried, staring into the empty space where they vanished. Now all we can do is hope those 2 pull through. In contrast, Myogok was confident. Dao Dao, we have all seen Lam Mak Ingyu's power. It will be fine. Dao Dao finally relaxed and added, "True. Even if it is nightmare level, I bet Maknugu alone is enough." Myogok kept trying to reassure her gently. "Don't worry." Inside the dungeon, Ai was negotiating with you. "Last time you said you would help me level up. Didn't expect it would happen so fast. If you do not help once, no more chances." He answered cheerfully. The 2 chatted happily while moving. The remaining uses of the afternoon protection talisman were just enough for 2 survivors to finish the dungeon. "We have got to grab all those mermaid tears while we can," I added. "Long night, lots of dreams. Let us finish this dungeon fast." Makingu was very confident in his abilities. He said, "No worries. They can kill faster than me." Meanwhile, the bone soldiers kept cutting down the clueless soldier monsters attacking them. Soon, they slipped into their usual rhythm, constantly announcing kills of level 21 mermaid soldiers, gaining 25,000 XP each. As usual, the giant snake appeared, lunging like lightning at the 2 juicy targets waiting for a feast. The next few seconds flashed announcements again. Killed the snake pet of the mermaid queen, level 23, gained 125,000 XP, received silver level mermaid armor, the snake scale armor, and earned a medium level monster skill just holding the loot in hand. Makingu thought, last time it took over half an hour to reach this point. And now, in just 5 minutes, we are already at the mini boss. I, still awestruck by your strength, thought to herself, even stronger than I imagined. Seeing her silent, Makyu spoke up, "Let us to the Mermaid Queen's palace." Upon arrival, another fierce battle erupted between the guards and the skeletons. Quickly, the skeletons gained the upper hand. 1 slash and a guard was down. Soon, an announcement blared, "All palace guards eliminated. Boss incoming." Then appeared the familiar image of the Mermaid Queen. Her stats displayed in detail. Level boss monster. Strength 5,000. Agility 6,000. Spirit 5,000. Stamina 6,000. Terrifying roar skill. Massive waves crashing. And the queen's haunting moan. I stood behind Makyu and whispered, "This time, if I do not look at her, I want to get charmed." Right before he could answer, she continued, "Makyu, I am going in to finish this." Without warning, her slow and precise arrow shot straight at the queen. A massive flame suddenly erupted, scorching everything in its path, including Ada. The announcement popped up instantly. Mermaid Queen defeated. Plus 200,000 XP. Received white silver tier weapon. Queen S Trident. Queen S Trident. White silver tier. Plus 50 agility and stamina. Assassin skill power up by 10%. Usable at level 20. White silver tier weapon. Queen S Trident. White silver tier magic book of the queen. Plus 100 spirit. Mage skill power up 10%. Usable at level 20. Also received mermaid's tier. Double the joy just as they grabbed the mermaid's tier. A level up notification appeared over Y's head. She cheered happily. I leveled up. Hey, let us go again and grab all 3 mermaids' tears. Makingu responded coolly. Alright, but inside. He was thoughtful. When they first met, she was level 19 and he was level 10. After all this time, she is still stuck at 19, just hit level 20 now. Seems like this girl's not big on grinding. Meanwhile, was still proudly boasting to Captain Dao Dao. Got it, boss. Suddenly, the two rushed out. Outside, the crowd was buzzing. Why are they already out? They just went in and came right back. Has not even been 10 minutes. Right? I bet they did not even kill one monster. Just wasting those revival potions for nothing. Huh? Money talks. I guess, hearing that, I smirked, stuck out her tongue, and the two headed back into the dungeon again. Dao Dao was surprised. 10 minutes. That fast. They are done already. Myogok replied. Captain Dao Dao. Looks like Lam Mak News' power is way beyond what we expected. Inside the dungeon, they just set the timer. I laughed. Let us see how long this run takes. Hope it is faster than last time. Mak Nu thought to herself, treating this trial run like a game. Not long after, they cleared all stages. I shouted excitedly. 8 minutes 58 seconds faster than last time. Mak Nu said seriously. Enough loot. Let us head back. She grinned wickedly. I can't wait to see the reaction on Dao Dao's face. The two appeared outside. Dao Dao's group was confused and muttering. Why are they already out? What a waste of resources. Did they use up all their revival potions already? They did not even see a monster before running scared. Right? Dao Dao quickly called out. Did you get it? She smiled brightly, flashed an okay sign, and said, Don't worry, Captain Dao Dao. Suddenly, the dungeon started acting strange. Someone shouted, Guys, look, the dungeon's disappearing. Another argued, No way, how can the dungeon just vanish? But the truth was undeniable. The dungeon slowly shrank, fading more and more. The crowd outside gasped, It is really disappearing. How could this happen? Unless all 3 mermaids' tears were collected, the dungeon would not vanish. But they have only entered 3 times. Could it be them? Not far away. Makingu was chatting with his team. Trial complete. Let us. Dao Dao hesitated a moment, then replied. Alright, but before they could leave, Dao Dao's group rushed over, shouting nonstop. We can let them go. They have the mermaids' tears. We have to make them hand them over. Give us those mermaids' tears. Other groups hearing this were shocked. One asked another. Did Dao Dao's team really get all the mermaids' tears? I am not totally convinced. But the dungeon did disappear. If our god team got them first, we can let them fall into Dao Dao's hands. Just as the tension was reaching its peak, everything suddenly went silent, and an icy chill swallowed the air. The warriors from Endao Nation charged forward, their faces grim. Burning with a fierce hunger, they looked like they wanted to devour him alive. Next, they unleashed their ancient spirit beasts, leaving no horse-faced beast behind. The massive creatures seemed ready to swallow everyone present whole. Dao Dao herself frowned anxiously, unable to hide her worry. In stark contrast, Makingu remained eerily calm. Summoning a soul flame, a brilliant blue power quickly surged, radiating from his palms and enveloping his entire body. Moments later, he swung his fist and struck the ancient spirit beast right in front of him. Just as expected, the beast howled in agony and collapsed. The Endao warrior went berserk, his face pale with rage. Each word he spat was like a death threat. Furious, he finally unleashed his trump card, summoning his divine spirit. As soon as the words left his mouth, the summoned spirits lunged straight at Makingu. He barked orders. Attack! The divine spirits hurled themselves forward. Eyes locked on their target, one swung its massive blade fiercely, sneering. Your attacks are nothing but an itch to my giant divine spirit. But Makingu stood unfazed, calm summoning his dry warrior beast to charge with a furious strike. At 2700 power, in an instant, the divine spirit was slashed twice across its chest. Its initial rage vanished, replaced by stunned silence and gasps of disbelief. What just happened? Makingu stepped forward, quietly observing. Someone whispered in shock. That guy. He just killed a summoner's divine spirit. Right then, across the field, Endao spat a mouthful of blood and cursed. Damn it! The divine spirit's dead. Now I'm suffering backlash too. But it did not stop there. The dry warriors kept charging like bullets. The stronger the divine spirit's attack, the worse the backlash tore through Endao's body. On this side, Makingu casually raised a hand, signaling the dry warriors to move. His opponent's eyes widened with a mix of shock, fear, and dread. Riding atop the Manga king, he frantically shouted orders. Quick! Hurry up! Watching from the sidelines, onlookers could not hide their amazement. Whispering, how is his dry warrior beast this powerful? That is a summoner's legendary level divine spirit. How could it be killed so easily? What level is this guy? What is his class? And what exactly are these dry warriors? And Dao shot a hateful glare. From his perspective as a level 17 spirit master, Makyu must have awakened some insane talent to wield such a powerful class. He had to send this intel back. Meanwhile, Makyu arrogantly commanded his legion of dry warriors, his eyes flashing a cold, icy blue. Those massive skeletal beasts advanced slowly but with overwhelming force. Their presence alone terrified the Endao troops, who turned and fled screaming, "No way! I am not fighting those things. I do not want to die." Instantly, the entire group scattered in panic, shouting to each other, "I do not want to die either. Our summoner's divine spirit got killed. How can we possibly win? Run! Run now!" Watching this, the spirit masters burst into mocking laughter, sneering, "Look at those losers, pissing their pants over a bunch of dry skeletons. Those are nightmare-level dungeon leftovers. Charging headfirst is just throwing themselves to the wolves." Then their gaze shifted to Makyu's solid silhouette. "By the way, where does that great spirit come from? Not much talk about him, exactly my type. That display of killing a divine spirit just now. Absolutely epic." Watching Magyu's imposing aura, Lang Tran's envy burned red in his eyes. He stared hard at all the smiles around him, silently thinking, if I had not left the team, would I have been one of the few to pass this trial? But jealousy quickly took over his mind. Lang Tran kept telling himself, "This is not my fault. Lamback, just wait, we are not done yet." Nearby, Tong Dao Dao's eyes burned with determination as she clenched the mermaid tear in her hand. A flash of blue light flickered. She smiled with satisfaction. "Trial complete. Assign the mission." Immediately, the system's voice rang out. Trial ended. Initiating teleportation back at home, she shyly approached and said, "Thank you, Le. This trial meant a lot to me." I collapsed wearily onto the table, groaning. "Finally done. I am tired. This princess is wiped out." She glanced over at Dao Dao with a deadpan expression. "Sister Dao, no need to meddle between me and him. Even though he is not saying much, he has definitely improved a lot from before." She raised an eyebrow and gave her a reproachful look. "He is always talking for you." Just then, Mac Ingu's wrist twitched. He quickly opened the watch on his wrist, and a message popped up. Batch YVN sent it. "Le, come to the academic office." He frowned, realizing it was from Batch. Arriving at the academic office, Ivian sat across from him with a serious tone. "I have reviewed the footage from this trial. You did very well." Makyu's face froze into a cold expression, but he replied nonchalantly, "Just doing what needed to be done," and silently judged. "Wins do not brat. Losses do not whine nice." Then Wyvin asked, "Do you know what mermaid tears are used for?" Makyu answered bluntly. He wondered, "Are mermaid tears really that important?" Ivian explained. Mermaid tears are tied to the success rate of awakening the second tier talent at level 4. Among the rare items that help awaken talent, even a relatively low-ranked mermaid tear is crucial. Unexpectedly, this time the Cherry Island planned the timing and location of the mermaid as appearance, causing half the trials to fail, and calmly continued. "Luckily, you were there to help Shen Shi get the mermaid tears. Want a reward? I will do my best to make it happen." Hearing this, he thought, "I could not find any info about my sister in the academic office. Before, why not take this chance to ask Bat Shen?" Without hesitation, he asked, "Can you help me find someone?" And immediately guessed who he meant. "I know exactly who you are talking about. Your sister, Lam Hen, joined the Bright God Academy earlier this year, so the only thing you will find is her file. Every student at Bright God Academy has a file." As Han spoke, Makingu's eyes lit up. He thought, "So Dao Dao's ultimate goal is Bright God Academy too." Ai and Hatai also told me they would join Bright God Academy, if given the chance. Remembering his sister's confident smile, he pondered, "I did not expect she would already gotten, and she only enrolled last year. And after just half a year, she is already part of Bright God Academy." That evening, Ivian explained, "Since your sister is a member of Bright God Academy, I can't reveal any more info about her. You are not allowed to meet your sister before joining Bright God Academy. If you have questions, you will have to enroll yourself and ask her directly." Han tapped his watch. "The admission requirements have been sent to you, by the way." Han added, "I should have told you about your sister from the start. Besides the reward, there is an extra bonus for you." Makyu quickly set his sights. "Then I want a cooldown recovery charm." He thought, "This can be bought on the market, so it must be rare. But I really need a cooldown recovery charm right now." Although a basic item, the cooldown recovery charm is not easy to get. One trial, 1 TB enough. I have another mission. If you complete it, I will get you one." Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. Fine. He already had a plan. With the charm, he could level up faster and join Bright God Academy sooner. And handed him a spirit stone and explained cautiously, But you have to wait until level 20 to accept the mission. If you are impatient, you can train at the palace dungeon inside the academy. Placing the stone in his hand, Hen said, "This stone teleports you to the palace dungeon, but not everyone qualifies to have it." Macu used it instantly. Teleporting. Yvian thought. Training already. This kid's serious, just finished the trial and no rest. Seeing the dungeon's interior, Macu gasped, "This is the palace dungeon of Awakens Star Academy." Inside, a crowd shouted out invites. Bone Pit Dungeon. Normal difficulty. Fire Mage around level 25 preferred. Others called for runs in the Bloodbath Battle Dungeon. Nightmare difficulty. Level 20-25 healers with full bronze gear. Elsewhere, a group recruited for the Black Knight Tower. Nightmare difficulty. Needing a level 30 plus knight with full silver gear. Mai Xiang stared at the system board. It flashed a message. To join the Divine Academy, you need to be above level 30. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought, glancing at the ring on his hand. He wondered silently his sister had only been in Hakin for 3 or 4 months, and she would already hit level 30. The system had 2 more conditions. Clear the level 30 Abyssal Frontline Dungeon, with a difficulty rated Hell level, and earn 1,000 contribution points. Hell level difficulty. That had to be way tougher than Nightmare mode. Could he even solo it? And how the heck did you get contribution points? Lost in thought, a girl approached and softly called out to him. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Hey classmate, this your first time at the Star Palace dungeon?" Seeing his surprised look, she continued, "I am the Hunk. I can give you the lowdown on the Star Palace dungeon." Mai Xiang, caught on this classmate was just angling to score some points off him. He cut to the chase. "How many points?" Thohan blinked at his bluntness, but answered straight up. 100 points is enough." Her bracelet flashed a notification. Points transferred. 100. Thohan smiled slyly. "Thanks a ton." Classmate, she dove right into her dungeon briefing. In the Star Palace dungeon, there are 2 below level 20, 18 from 20 to 30, and 20 from 30 to 40. Thohan led him to each dungeon gate, from level 40 to 70, plus 2 massive raids for 40 plus players, and 1 gigantic raid for over 100 players, 95 dungeons total. She took him to the Palace S Center, where pillars with glowing spheres hovered above. Every dungeon had a clear record, beat it, and you would snag a reward for setting a new record. Pointing at the pillars, Thohan explained, "This is the Dungeon Mission Center, and the Guild's campaign hub. You can complete missions for points here. Join or create guild campaigns." Noticing Methuk still looked puzzled, she asked, "What has got you stumped?" Classmate. He did not look at her but whispered, "How do you get contribution points?" She pointed to a giant glowing orange orb. Contribution points come from participating in academy trials or finishing academy-assigned missions. Messiang frowned, calculating he needed 1,000 contribution points to join the Divine Academy. The highest mission reward here was 10 points. Most were just 2 or 3. Thohan looked a bit embarrassed. It is tough to rack up contribution points. Every mission gets snapped up quickly, but if you want in, you gotta have him. Suddenly, his bracelet flashed. 50 contribution points transferred. A message popped up. "Ruan Kao sent you points." Mutha Si Yin. Thohan grinned. "You got your contribution points." "How many?" "I got 20 points." "Jackpot." He gushed. "My sister scored 30 points. She is over the moon." Ruan Kao suddenly blurted out in shock. "Wait, did I hear wrong? 50 points. No way, how can someone snag that many points all at once?" From across, a boastful voice chimed in. "His level is not even that high." Mai Xiang glanced at Thohan and thanked her for the rundown. She waved it off. "No problem, you paid up. So now you are looking for a team for the dungeon, right?" Messi Enka did not answer. He stepped forward and placed his hand on one of the glowing orbs. Dungeon info popped up. Wide mutated forest. Level 17. Entry requires level 15-19. Entering deducts 10 points. Skipping cooldown costs 40 points. Dungeon record. #1 at 58 minutes. #2 at 1 hour 17 minutes. He thought to himself, "No one's broken this record in 3 years. Guess I will have to smash it and grab that reward." Messang shouted, "Select Nightmare mode." A beam of light enveloped him where he stood. Many onlookers watched as Mafseeing entered the Nightmare level dungeon solo. Murmurs echoed. Wide mutated forest. Thought it would be some big shot. Turns out it is just some kid not even level 20. Check out that 50 contribution points he got. That is no small change. Cut to the wide mutated forest dungeon. Mutha Si Yin. Level 17. Calmly slipped his hand into his pocket, strolling behind the Dry Bones gang, swiftly taking down level 17 mutated brown bear 6000 XP, gained wild beast 5, then a level 18 mutated brown bear 7000 XP, gained Wild Beast 4. Masegang silently calculated letting Kolo handle the small fry was fine. He could go straight to the boss and cut the time short. Then, he and the two Kolos approached a mysterious whirlpool at the center of a lake. Masked voice murmured, "Found the target." The monster info popped up. Mutated turtle. Boss level. Rank 19. Power 4000. Agility 500. Spirit 500. Stamina 7000. Skill. Bite tier. Scanning. Super defense activated. Masked voice read the stats. Stun. This boss's stamina was insanely high, even surpassing the level 24 Mermaid Queen. The Kolo squad charged at the beast without hesitation, but every physical attack was blocked by that super defense skill. He raised his hand in silent frustration. Even Bone Soldier's rage strikes barely dented it. That shell is tough as hell. Now I see why no one's broken the record in 3 years. A blue flame shot straight at the turtle's underside. Soulfire was unleashed. Masked voice said coldly, "Sorry, I am in a rush. I can only use defensive skills against people." The mutated turtle screamed in pain as it got hit. Masked voice blasted the turtle into the air, then shouted a command to flip it over. He pointed at the flipped turtle, ordering Bone Soldier to unleash a fury attack. 1 month later, Zogai lay belly up, roasting on the lake's surface. A defeat announcement popped up. Mutated Zogai defeated. 150,000 XP gained. Received bronze tier weapon. Zogai glove. Plus 20 power. Plus 20 stamina. Martial artist skill force plus 6% usable after level 12. Plus bronze grade defensive tool. Heavy turtle armor. Stamina and skill force defense plus 6% usable after level 12. And a low level demon core obtained. Masked voice glanced at the stats. Noticing experience jumped about 35%. Just one more dungeon run and he would hit level 18. Wonder what the new record reward is. Outside, excitement buzzed as the new record announcement chimed in. The whole place buzzing. Someone just set a new dungeon record. Which elite team is this? No big names have entered yet. The record announcement flashed above the dungeon orb. New record for mutated turtle dungeon. 1 clear. 1 person. Limak. Death Spirit Master level 17. Cleared in 35 minutes. Ranks first on the leaderboard. Everyone looked up in shock. Even though this is a low-level dungeon, no one else cleared it solo. And this guy crushed the record by almost double the speed. Right after, Masked voice was teleported outside. The reward announcement kept coming. Record for solo mutated turtle dungeon. 1,000 contribution points. 5 points max per person. He stared at the points, realizing setting a new record earns contribution. Glancing at the ring on his hand, he figured he would have to clear another dungeon. Just entering the lobby, he headed straight to the next dungeon's gate. The crowd panicked. He wants to clear another. He is already level 30. Would it be embarrassing to ask him to help level up now? Could it really be true he just earned 50 contribution points? Dungeon info appeared before Masked voice. Spider's Nest. Dungeon level 18 to 21. He frowned seeing the entry requirement. Level 18. That meant he had to clear another mutated turtle dungeon run. A crowd gathered, bombarding him with questions. Why's the big boss back already? I know. Spider's Nest requires level 18. The big boss is only 17. He cleared that solo and set a new record. Half an hour later, the crowd panicked again. The big boss is out. He is level 18 now. Finally hit 18. Does this mean he is going to challenge the Spider's Nest record? Did anyone time it? Feels like he was faster this time. Someone stepped up, staring at the new record announcement. Panicked. He really set a new record. Spider's Nest dungeon. 1 clear. 1 person. Limak. Death Spirit Master level 18. Cleared in 24 minutes. #1 rank. They gasped. Was not the previous speed already the fastest? Rumors exploded. Who is this legend? The old record was held by a near-perfect team for 3 years, until this newcomer shattered it twice in a row. Would he break the Spider's Nest record too? Amid the chatter, Masked voice quietly moved toward the new dungeon gate. Old record info popped up. Spider's Nest. Level 20 dungeon. Record time 1 hour 12 minutes. He silently assessed. The Spider's Nest record was theirs. No one broke it for years. To everyone's surprise, Masked voice said, "Sorry, I need contribution points too." Then immediately picked the nightmare difficulty. Mak Ingu shoved his hands into his pockets as he walked, quietly thinking to himself, this spider nest is way too dark. He slowly raised his hand and unleashed a blue flame that wrapped around his palm. Makyu stood alone in the pitch-black lair, his hand glowing bright in the darkness. In the eerie silence of the cave, he gently extended his hand forward, silently assessing. This spider nest is like a labyrinth. I better take my time scouting the paths first. As he delved deeper, the system fed him data. Red spider. Level 20. Gained 9,000 XP. Received 5 spider silks. Long-haired spider. Level 19. Gained 8,000 XP. Received 4 spider silks. This spider den was tricky. Even he had to admit. Too many easy paths to be trusted. Makun glanced up at the skulls hanging overhead and concluded that almost every skull belonged to a fighter who died here. Continuing like this would slow him down a lot. The system flashed the next info. Small spider. Level 18. Strength 200. Agility 100. Stamina 200. Silently watching the spiders crawl while checking the data. Makengu was not surprised. These little spiders were just copycat monsters from a side quest, easy targets waiting to be wiped out. He stepped closer to the swarm, spat out a flame from his hand, and said, "Let us test this skill." The system instantly confirmed. Soul Flame Burst activated. After launching the fire, he frowned and thought, this round, at least 100 small spiders had been incinerated. The system panel popped up, showing the number of kills he would racked up. Small spider. Level 18. Plus 500. Maku nodded to himself, concluding that the XP gain was equivalent to taking down 20 elite enhanced monsters of the same level. This place was a holy ground for farming XP. One by spiders approached Makengu only to be roasted by his flames. Even the big ones drained the system's calculations, stamina dropping from 2,900 to 185. Maku held his hand in front of him, mumbling as he tried to teleport out, but the blue flames on his hand did not fade. He was puzzled. I have always used this tactic to kill bosses. So why did it fail now? The system notified him of a failed retreat. In Maku's mind, frustration bubbled up. Too many traps on his body. He took a step back, raised his hand, spoke a command, and launched a skill to deal with the spiders. The spiritual energy he unleashed triggered the system's tally again. Small spider. Level 18. Plus 500. Maku leaned forward and charged ahead, calculating if this was prime XP farming ground. He could not waste a second. There were 108 caves in total. Grouping the skeleton warriors into teams of 10 meant they would not be overwhelmed by the small spiders. 15 minutes later, the system announced the boss info. Spider King. Elite monster. Level 21. Strength 5,000. Agility 3,500. Stamina 4,000. Skills. Web Fang. Acid Spray. Clean Sweep. Maku stood before the captive spider and said, "Finally, I found you." He raised his spiritual flame and tossed it toward the giant spider, eyes cold and voice full of resentment. "Bullies prey on the weak this time. It is my turn." Luhan stood outside, eyes wide with worry. Could he really make it through the spider nest? 2 others crossed their arms, saying, "The spider nest is hailed as the holy land for XP and loot. But no one has soloed it yet. It has been an hour. The record is 1 hour and 12 minutes. Looks like he won break it." The system panel showed he was nearing the end of level 18. Maku glanced at his watch, calculating silently just one more push, and XP would hit 80%. Time lost to the small spiders, over 1 hour and 32 minutes. No new record yet. He would have to clear it again, aiming for both regular and contribution points. The system had also added points. Spider King defeated. XP plus 190,000. Received the Spider King's white silver blade. Though anxiously checked the clock, over 1 hour and a half had passed, and he still had not emerged. Could it be that he, seeing Maku appear, she sighed in relief and asked excitedly, "You finally came out. Did you clear the dungeon?" When Maku did not answer, though in feared he had not made it, and comforted him, "It is okay if you did not pass. There are plenty of spiders in that lair." Someone who barely made it through before. Yet Maku turned to her with a cold voice and said, "Thanks. I passed." Luhan was so shocked she stammered, "You passed?" She froze, wondering, did he really pass? Alone? He cleared the dungeon faster than any 5-person team's record. She sized him up again, then judging by his confident vibe, this definitely was not his limit yet. Maku stood there, then turned to ask her, "By the way, do you know which dungeon gives the highest XP?" Shuin immediately propped her hand on her chin, deep in thought. "Among all dungeons under level 25, the Spider's Lair offers the most XP." He silently nodded in agreement with her. Although the Spider's Lair gives nearly triple the XP of the Mutant Dungeon, clearing it takes a bit longer. Maku suddenly fell into thought. True, the Spider's Lair gives tons of XP, but if you clear it once, you could clear the Mutant Jungle nearly 4 times over. But grinding that way costs a fortune to cut down cooldown time. He recalled the system stats, then stood tall and asked Shuhan, "Is there a dungeon that is faster to clear and asterisk gives more XP?" Shuhan bowed her head, rifled through her knowledge, muttering, "Faster to clear and more XP." Finally, she snapped it together and quickly told Maku, "Actually, yeah, you can team up with others to hit the Desert Tyrant, a large-scale dungeon. It is level 25, but level 20 players can enter because it supports 40-man teams. Big deal. Huh. Not sure if you can solo it, but your white god mission requires you to be at least level 20. Then he turned and walked off, leaving behind just 2 words. Thanks. That was all his mind could muster. Sends us all about breaking records ASAP and hitting level 20. Seeing him leave like that, Shuan called after him, Hey, classmate. You still want to clear the spider's lair dungeon? Facing the swarm of vicious spiders, Macu smirked. I have already soaked up all your XP. Bai Yuan and a few others stood by the big screen, shouting, Did you see that? Did it scare you stiff? And crossed his arms, watching him. Then said, Even after meeting him, I am still shook after watching that fight. Mang and Wen stroked his beard, nodding. One guy clearing the mermaid dungeon solo asterisk and asterisk snagging all 3 mermaid tiers. Impressive. The faces of those A-class folks. Pure rage. Ong Shan, headmaster of the Qianlong Academy, stood nearby, raising his voice. Those brats from Qianlong Academy can't even match a freshman who just finished college entrance exams. Has not even started any college courses yet. Mang and Wen shot a glance at Lo Bei, who had met Bai Yuan. The old man smiled. His talent. It is upgrade talent. How much it multiplies. That is his secret. He shared his thoughts. Judging by this trial, this kid's no joke. He nodded in agreement, sipping his tea. I see a bright future for him. His sister already joined the Shining God Academy. Images of Mac Yu and Mac Han flashed. His sister was well liked by that old man, who was giving her top-notch training. That old guy only trains the cream of humanity. We both know how sharp his eye is. I think this kid's definitely on his radar. Mang and Wen raised an eyebrow, speculating. Looks like humanity's about to get 2 new stars. Ong Shen looked up and spoke. In my opinion, that kid might become a one-man army, a total wrecking force in the future. The battle between the Dry Long Legion and the Spider raged fiercely. Macu raised his eyebrow, arms crossed. Although all the spiders have less XP, they still get a 70% XP boost. The dungeon clear time has dropped a lot. This time, we are definitely breaking the record. Cut to the luxurious auditorium, buzzing with chatter. Voices rose. Who just broke the record? Definitely classmate Lin Mac Yu. I saw him enter the dungeon again. Maybe he is a prodigy class adventurer. Lang Zhen sneered. Prodigy class adventurer? What nonsense. He is just lucky. A guy in front snapped, turning to glare. Hey classmate, why say that? He flipped a finger. He is just a regular college student fresh out of exams, with connections to the White God. No matter how good his gear is, how else would he solo clear a nightmare-level dungeon? Shuhan, overhearing this, fired back angrily, yelling, So what if it is a normal academy? Normally, the academy would not set any records. But a guy spoke up. I know you are from the Qianlong Academy, right? The prestigious Qianlong Academy. Besides, do you have any proof for smearing him like that? Makanguvu stepped forward. Behind him was the leaderboard. New record for Spider's Nest Dungeon. 1 player cleared. Death Spirit Master level 19. Completion time 47 minutes. Currently ranked #1. Setting a new record for the Spider's Nest Dungeon. Rewarded 100 points and 5 contribution points, only 1-time reward. Everyone admired him. Look, Lam Macnungus coming out. Big shot. Someone just slandered you. Huh. And sure enough, you broke the record again, 47 minutes. That is almost half an hour faster than the previous best. Suddenly, Lang Chan realized and asked, Why is it you? Henta awkwardly glanced at Lam Macnu. What is your game here? Isn't it just batch then watching your back? If you were not the chosen one across the country, I would not even give you the time of day. Behind Mac, a skull with glowing eyes flashed fierce energy. He narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, I have put up with you long enough. Still, he held back. No need to cause a scene inside the academy. Lang Chan's face drained pale, stammering, You think I am scared of you? You are the last person I would worry about. His gaze was chilling. This guy's a killer. Why did fear suddenly grip him? Hallucination. It had to be. Magu coldly glanced back at him, thinking, Clown jumping around. Wasting my top. Today, I am hitting level 20. Above him flashed experience. Level 19. 74%. Makungu raised his hand, unleashing a magical strike. Confident. 1 more clear, and I level up. The battle ended. Golden light bathed his body, signaling his rank up. He exhaled deeply. Finally, level 20. Before taking batch then's mission. Let us see what has changed. The system updated. Identity. Profession. Soul Death Spirit Master. Level 20. 1%. Power 300. Agility 300. Spirit plus 20. Stamina 300 plus 20. Equipment. Elf King's Magic Book. A mystical treasure of knowledge. System suggested to Mac Yu. Summoning space. 120x 200 bone jars. Quantity 120. Talent. Full upgrade. Level 2. Unique. Poison skill. Active melee skill. Soul fire. Level 20. Summoned bone jar. Level 20. Armor. Level 2. Slow effect. Level 1. Summoned bone jar. He could summon a white silver level bone jar after scanning the info. He thought, summoning skill upgraded, let us test summoning a white silver bone jar. Mako decided to summon once, then checked the board. Spirit cost 500. He glanced at the dry bone figure. Mentally calculating, spending 500 spirit points for a single summon. The system displayed full stats of the dry bone warrior. White silver level bone soldier. Power 4000. Agility 4000. Spirit 4000. Stamina 4000. Skill. Berserk level 2. Dealing 300% self-power damage to targets. Cooldown 10 minutes. Mako reviewed and compared the info thoughtfully. Attributes were comprehensively boosted almost boss level in a dungeon. Plus skill upgrades. He hesitated about summoning the dry bones though. Maintaining them drained a lot, and his gear was already out of date. Time to upgrade to new equipment. Also, he needed to sell some white silver gear dropped from dungeons and buy some skill scrolls. Outside the main hall, as he stepped out, whispers spread. Everyone was buzzing about the busy trading floor. I think it is over here. The big shot's back. He leveled up again. Never seen that before, jumping from level 17 to 20 in one day. Is no one noticing? He has just shattered his own dungeon record. This time, it looks like he finished in under half an hour. Man, was his previous record even his limit? He strode inside, paused for a moment, then finally entered the King Yai room. Mako laid all his items on the table, saying, help me sell these for cash. Then use it to buy all the beginner skill scrolls. The clerk behind the counter eyed suspiciously. You are just level 20, how do you get so much gear? The clerk checked his items and asked. Alright. Classmate. Just a quick question, why sell all this gear? Aren't you going to use it yourself? Level 20 can still use white silver gear. Watching the clerk hold up the armor, Mako studied it silently. Thinking, I really do need new gear. Regular white silver stuff barely does anything for me. Mako swiftly caught a book that nearly slipped. Though these items generally boosted skills, they paled compared to his innate talent, like a blessing from the heavens. The staff gave you a little hint. If you are not into stuff you buy with cash, no worries, we have got a shopping center here that runs on points. Everything top tier is right here. Mimsing handed him a book and said, please bring it over for me to check out. He led you to the display and said, I will handle selling these for you. Feel free to look around. You calmly replied, thanks. Approaching a sword, the system automatically displayed info. Spirit Longsword. White silver grade. Plus 400 spirit. Usable from level 20. Crafted by Trunching Thit. Part of a 3-piece spirit set, priced at 5,000 points. You felt intrigued and equipped it as a full spirit set. Msinging stood before the sword, deep in thought. The gear was genuinely impressive, especially since it was a full set. The price was sky high, with the whole set costing over 1,000 points, something a newbie student could not even dream of affording. You moved on to other sets, reading each stat. Spirit Longbow. White silver grade. Plus 200 spirit. Usable from level 20. Crafted by Trunching Thit. One of 3 spirit sets. After some mental math, Mimsing's rational side stirred. The whole set boosted spirit by 800, definitely not bad. Still, you shook your head and passed them over, thinking, no matter how good, the benefit for me is limited. Behind Mimsing, a few people argued over gear, scoffing. This busted weapon's priced at 50,000 points. It does not even have any stats. Where'd that price come from? It is probably not even real metal. Who'd buy junk like this? You checked it out and felt dizzy from the price tag, 50,000 points. Hardly anyone in the whole academy could afford that. The system displayed detailed info. Donatus S. Scythe. A mature type weapon. Usable from level 1. Rank 1. No percentage stats. Part of the Death Spirit set. Harvest Phantom. When Donatus S. Scythe absorbs souls from the abyss, it gains experience and levels up. Phantom Wraith consumes spirit to summon a fallen spirit general. The spirit general commands the army, summoning your death spirit minions to form a battalion. Not unlocked yet, leveling up will unlock new skills. Your eyes fixated on one line in the info. Part of the death spirit set. Standing before the scythe, your mind raced. Summoning a spirit general, my skeleton army really needs a leader. And it is part of a full set. 2. After much hesitation, you decided to pick up the scythe and give it a shot. The image of the spirit general appeared behind you. Though it has no stats now and looks like just a relic to others, It can absorb souls from the abyss and evolve. You shot a sharp glance ahead and said, exactly what the staff said. Then he came over, clutching a pile of stuff, and asked skeptically, are you sure you want this? Do you know how many points it costs? Did you read that wrong? You shrugged it off and pulled out your card, saying, nope. Swipe it. When you swiped the card, the staff's jaw dropped. 130,000 points. No way, but after shaking off his doubts, he confirmed. Looks like this guy really can buy it. Watching you walk away with the scythe, the staff was stunned and a bit resentful. That scythe has been on the market longer than him, never thought anyone would actually pick it. Holding the scythe, you stood before your desk and said, there is no chance to find an abyss demon anytime soon, so I will use the skill awakening scrolls first. This time, I brought a bunch sure to unlock some new skills. After fumbling through the scrolls, you happily flipped one glowing page success. The system announced, skill acquired bone armor level 1. Summons a skeletal shell as armor, adding 100 stamina defense and boosting elemental resistance by 10% for both you and summons for 5 minutes. This skill can be used on MCing himself. You looked at the magical energy swirling on your hand and reconsidered. Not bad. Finally, a skill that covers my biggest weakness. With this defense boost, I can add 1000 stamina and halve elemental damage. Streams of magical energy swirled around his body at the central point. It slowly took shape into a massive skeletal frame enveloping his entire body. Makyu applied a gentle force with his hand, flicking the blue latent magic. In an instant, it transformed into the golden magic he had just upgraded to. Without hesitation, Makyu, now a seasoned warrior, poured all his strength into channeling the magic and shouted, behold, the resurrected dry bone warrior. The system scoreboard flashed. Power 100, Agility 100, Spirit 300, Stamina 100. Skills, Fiery Blaze, Flame Fury dealing fire elemental damage to targets. Attack strength is determined by spirit. He smirked, thinking, just like his spirits through the roof, but his skill power hinges on that spirit. Watching Drybone rise, Makyu calculated far ahead into the future. This way, Drybone would have a ranged attack option. Next up, as long as I keep refining my skills and leveling up, Drybone the mage will only grow stronger. Cut to the next day. He pushed aside the curtain and stepped into the room. Spirit fully restored time to meet Bai Shen and discuss the mission. Bai Yuan leaned on the table, holding a newspaper, casually asking, what is up, kid? Makyu, not far away, immediately replied, Lord Bai, what is the mission level I have reached? Bai's expression faltered hearing the news. He barely dared believe it, level 20 already. It has only been a day. This pace outstrips even that year's record. Ayuan worried silently. Are these two siblings some kind of monsters? Yet he stayed calm and ordered, the mission's simple. Go grab me some heads. Ayuan glanced at Makyu and said, you have been to the palace dungeon before, right? Then you must know the large-scale dungeon called Desert Tyrant. Your mission is to venture into Desert Tyrant dungeon and retrieve the tyrant's heart. He gave Makyu a sly, challenging look. The dungeon's difficulty is under 40 players. I do not need to spell it out, you get the idea. Bring me the tyrant's heart within 3 days, and I will hook you up with a basic cooldown protection amulet. Ayuan continued to press on Makyu's mind. That cooldown amulet is no joke, nothing like what the palace dungeon offers. Some of the highest level dungeons have cooldowns lasting up to a whole month, and that is when the cooldown protection amulet really shines. Plus, the advanced amulet can be upgraded from a lower tier one. Finally, Ayuan laid down the mission terms. Finish the job, and I will show you how to upgrade it. Hearing this, Makyu had his own hunch. Turns out the amulet's upgradable. He stepped closer, locking eyes with Yeyu, and said, all right, I will bring back the tyrant's heart. Bai Yuan grabbed his shoulder firmly, reminding him, I am giving you 3 days because the school's opening ceremony kicks off after that. Don't be late. Man and Van stepped out the door, asking, you really satisfied with that kid? Bai Yuan crossed his arms, watching the door Makyu just exited, saying, yeah, the more I see him, the more I like him. Cold personality, just my style. And Van added, with his attitude, he is definitely going to solo sweep the Desert Tyrant dungeon. I remember you hit that dungeon at level 30, and it was a total disaster. Hearing that, Bai Yuan chuckled softly, watching Makyus retreating back. But Makyus way stronger than I was back then. Eyes on the secret realm gate. The crowd buzzed with excitement and cheers. That big shot just set a new record yesterday. No way. He is tackling the Desert Tyrant, right? That is a massive dungeon. Could he really break its record too? Makyu ignored the praise, focusing as he placed a hand on the orb, thinking, Long Academy. He vaguely realized it was an academy on par with Teen Long Academy. At that moment, a notification popped up. Desert Tyrant, 40 players from Long Academy. 16 hours 45 minutes 18 seconds. He was briefly stunned. 40 people still need over 16 hours to clear the dungeon. Suddenly, Thoen's sharp voice cut in as she approached, worriedly calling out, "Maku? Senior?" Maku turned coolly and replied, "Hello, Miss?" Thoen's eyes showed concern as she softly asked, "You are watching the Desert Tyrant dungeon." In my head, I am thinking, after grinding that dungeon so many times yesterday, no rest today either. This guy's pushing way too hard. Makingu was frank with her. "I am going to grab an item called the Tyrant's Heart." Hearing the name of that item, Hen's letter was a total panic. The Tyrant's Heart, wait. That is not a drop from the final boss. The more she explained, the more stunned her face became. The Tyrant's Heart could craft a powerful accessory, a legendary drop from the Tyrant himself. This item only drops once a year, and the Tyrant Heart last appeared 2 years ago. Thoen's eyes widened as she asked, "Wait, so your buddy Lam Shu did not just challenge some random boss, he went straight for the Desert Tyrant. But he just hit level 20. And where's the rest of his team?" As she spoke, she quickly covered her mouth in alarm. Lam Shu actually plans to solo this dungeon. No one's broken the Desert Tyrant record in 2 years. She was about to say more when a shadow approached, freezing her in place. Behind Thoen stood a massive figure, Lam Shu himself. Silent and imposing, Maku hurriedly pulled her away from the stranger's path. Around them, whispers spread. Those were the Bailey Academy team, who'd been prepping forever to break the Desert Tyrant record. Spotting the gleaming armor on the lead man, some quickly realized they would come loaded with top-tier golden gear. The leader stepped forward, voice booming. "Bailey Academy is here to set a new record. No excuses." His stern glare commanded, "Get everything ready, no mistakes. We can't afford screw-ups." Quietly, he thought, "They're all pros at the Desert Tyrant dungeon. This time we gotta move faster than ever." Nearby, familiar footsteps quietly climbed the stairs. Following Maku's back, amazed voices buzzed. "No way! That legend actually entered the dungeon alone. Even dared to face the Desert Tyrant solo. Is this for real? Has anyone ever soloed a giant dungeon boss before? If he pulls this off, he will make history." The Bailey Academy leader sneered at him. One guy going solo into the Desert Tyrant. Who is this rookie? Did no one tell him this is a giant dungeon? Still cold, he ordered his team. "Forget that idiot seeking death. Everyone else, get ready to teleport." In a flash, Maku arrived at the Desert Tyrant dungeon, shielding his eyes from the blinding sun. He thought, with the sun right overhead, there is no way to tell direction. Raising his hand to block the glare, Maku knew this giant dungeon had more complex rules, especially since the record was 16 hours. A hardened warrior with a plan in his head, Maku knew Senza could only scout the map solo here. He pondered everything carefully. Entering this giant dungeon costs 500 points. A full sweep costs 2,000 points. Senza still had 80,000 points left but could not survive here long. No red dots appeared on the map, and he immediately muttered, "That is weird." Monster info popped up. Desert Demon Tree. Elite Superpowered Beast. Level 25. Power 5,000. Sensitivity 1,000. Spirit 2,000. Stamina 6,000. Skill. Death Entanglement. Seeing those stats, Maku, no wonder this is a giant dungeon. Even as a mere minor beast, its attributes matched a level 24 boss in the Mermaid Dungeon. If Maku was not a warrior who just leveled up to silver rank, it would still take some time to take it down. After an attack from the Demon Tree, the notification appeared again. Desert Demon Tree level 25 killed. Plus 300,000 XP. Received Desert Demon Tree loot. Maku calmly observed the situation. He thought quietly, that is some serious XP for a boss. If all monsters here gave XP like that, this place would be an experienced goldman. With that in mind, he quickly used a skill. His armor's defense plan was ready if danger lurked in the desert. Protecting himself was top priority. After some combat, only Maku and 3 veteran warriors remained on the desert plain. Scene shift to 2 hours later. Anovis, Maku watched the surroundings cautiously, suspecting that most monsters would gather around the oasis in the desert. Just as he expected, a giant scorpion appeared. The Oasis Scorpion. Level 25. Power 4,000. Sensitivity 3,000. Spirit 2,000. Stamina 6,000. Skill. Poison Sting. Prepared for this, Maku was not phased. Approaching cautiously, the veteran warriors targeted it, and the scorpion launched its wildest attack. The strike he just unleashed immediately sent the scorpion fleeing across the sky. The status board quickly updated. Scorpion level 25 defeated. Gained 300,000 XP. Received Caretail 73. But behind that easy victory lurked a darker truth. A whole army of scorpions slowly advanced toward them. Mesegang was momentarily stunned to see fruit, so the dungeon even spawns consumable items. Without hesitation, he gave a sharp order. "Bring me that fruit." He planned to keep the safe scorpion soldiers away, while the rest gathered these fruits for him. Grabbing the fruit a scorpion soldier handed him, Messiang wondered aloud, "Are all these scorpions here because of this fruit?" The info window popped up. Dessert Osis fruit restores spirit power. Must be used within 5 minutes after picking. Can't he let it spoil, knowing its effect? He hesitated. This fruit restores spirit power. Messiang bit into one, and his body instantly radiated a soothing blue aura. The status board flashed. Spirit 1859 U2900. Surprised, he realized his spirit power was steadily regenerating. At the same time, the desert scorpion horde rampaged, attacking the warriors. Seeing the clusters of fruit hanging thick on the trees, he thought, as long as there is enough fruit here, my spirit 1T drop it all. Without a second thought, he initiated the recall command. The desert sorcerer appeared. Messiang quickly realized this place was a holy ground for leveling up skills. Instantly, the desert sorcerer appeared. He told himself, I have to level up my summoning skill fast. Two opposing energies clashed repeatedly as his thoughts raced. His spirit power was being replenished infinitely. This scene sparked a realization. That is why he could summon the desert sorcerer repeatedly. Amid the chaos, Messi found his solution. Once the skill hit level 20, the desert sorcerer could evolve to silver tier, munching on the fruit. He calmly ordered the desert soldiers to keep going. Time flew by quickly. 3 hours later, a notification appeared amid the dust of battle. Summoning skill reached level 20. Seeing this, Mech smiled in satisfaction. Finally, success! He immediately used the summon command again. The desert sorcerer appeared, a fierce warrior with overwhelming presence. Its infrared. Desert sorcerer. Silver tier. Water element. Level 20. Power 2000. Agility 2000. Spirit 8000. Physique 2000. Skill Ice Water Storm. Within a range, unleashes a freezing water storm that deals elemental damage scaling with spirit power. Each elemental power manifested through its forms. Fire Desert Sorcerer with skill Fiery Blaze. Lightning Desert Sorcerer with skill 5 Oath Peak. Wind Desert Sorcerer with skill Tornado Fury. Fully prepped, Maku stood proudly among the Dry Long warriors, loudly declaring war. Those guys who just killed my Dry Long mage looked way too happy. Time for me to take the stage. The image of the Dry Long Ice Fire mage appeared, radiating overwhelming power. Alongside, the lightning element was just as fierce and unstoppable. Immediately, the 4 great Dry Long mages, each wielding their own element, unleashed their attacks. Ice, fire, lightning, and wind. The scorpion swarm was swiftly scattered, their weak defenses no match. Some were electrocuted, others frozen solid to death, others were shredded by raging winds. But the most agonizing fate was being burned alive. Watching the carnage, he exclaimed, now this is the real deal for a large-scale dungeon. Maku wiped away tears. I have got my team too. Currently, 30 summoned Dry Long mages, and 70 mages in total. Eyeing the scorpions ahead, he thought, looks like as long as we are on the same level, I can still solo these massive dungeons. The Dry Long warriors drew their swords in unison, while Maku raised his hand to summon a barrier. Instantly, explosions erupted, taking down a fair number of scorpions. System voice chimed in. Eliminated Giant Scorpion level 25, plus 300,000 XP. Acquired Sharp Golden Tail. No sign of any boss level threats now. He wondered aloud. No monsters left. I still have some skills to level up. Wish every fight was this smooth. He worried. If Dry Long mages are already white-silver rank, I better find the dungeon boss ASAP. The longer this drags on, the slimmer my chances of snagging the tyrant's heart. Suddenly, something rushed toward Maku. Catching his attention, Maku guessed these monsters were tame beasts. Quick on his feet, he flipped through the air to dodge the incoming wave. Below, a swarm of ants appeared along with system info. Desert ant soldiers. Maku's level. He landed on the back of one and thought, so this is where they are headed. Suddenly, the ant soldiers burrowed underground. Scanning the area, Maku realized this place was the ants' lair. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared before him. The system announced, Desert Flying Ant, Elite Enhanced Monster. Level 27, Strength 6000, Agility 3000, Spirit 3000, Stamina 3000. He seemed to grasp what the giant was. The flying ant, considered the bodyguard of the queen ant. The boss here must be the queen ant. Maku launched a bone armor attack straight at the flying ant. The bone armor hit hard enough to make it flinch. He smirked. Beat that. Unagraded bone armor. Maku called in reinforcements of other bone-armored mages. The flying ant was soon surrounded by dozens of skull warriors, using the devastating Dragon Fist, Wind Fury technique. The warriors, sensing danger, charged toward the nest. System notified. Flying Desert Ant level 27 eliminated. Plus 360,000 XP. Obtained Flying Ant Wing 4. Macu cheered. Let us. My warriors, Macu commanded. All my warriors. Move out. Find the queen ant's lair no matter what. He stared resolutely at the ant soldiers below. This place. Just me and my dry long mages is enough. System sounded again. Flying desert ant level 27 eliminated. Plus 360,000 XP. Obtained flying ant wing 4. Flying desert ant level 26 eliminated. Plus 360,000 XP. Obtained flying ant 4. Holding the map. Macu finally found it. No time to waste time to face the boss head-on. System displayed stats for the queen ant. Desert queen ant. Elite monster leader. Level 28. Strength 9,000. Agility 3,000. Spirit 8,000. Stamina 8,000. Skills. Summoning an army. Sonic attack. Wind Fury strike. Coil. He asked skeptically. Is this really the queen ant? Info on the queen ant's guards. Super elite enhanced monsters. Level 27. Strength 5,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 3,000. Stamina 7,000. Skill. Armor metamorphosis into snake form. Ignoring the language barrier. I thought there might be some real challenge here. But it is nothing exciting, he boldly orders. Go ahead. Have fun with my warriors. Now. The moves start flying one after another. The storm of blows landing hard. Macking shouts loudly, saying that it is not about fancy skills, but raw power that counts. Luckily, his armor skill just awakened, his face tight with deadly intent. The mage drags the queen's guard back. The young warrior ready. The first move appears. The armor morphs into a serpent. The system announces. Close range attack on Desert Queen level 27. Experience gain 390,000. Obtain 10 Queen Ant Fangs. The Queen Ant counters with a sonic blast, instantly blowing away Mac Inju's stride troops into vapor. It switches tactics, curling up and summoning an ant army. Watching this, he is furious and commands again, unleashing an extreme defense skill. This is such a waste of my time. Rise again. My warriors. Macking is shocked seeing the ants advancing toward him. Is this the ant army summoning skill? Mac Inu can't believe it. Something like this actually exists? He questions. Didn't you want to walk right into a death trap? Then he uses a magical barrier, quickly closing in on the queen ant, while explosions erupt all around her. The system announces again. Desert Queen Ant slain. Experience plus 800,000. Received white silver tier weapon. Queen Ant's egg sword. White silver tier ring from the queen ant. Queen ant egg obtained. Hand the egg to the beast tamer for incubation to get the queen ant. Holding the egg wrapped in regret. He says, this big dungeon drops some serious loot. Plus, the experience boost is insane. The Oasis and ant nest helped me level up by 78%. Macking continues. This place is a gold mine for leveling, but my time's tight. Next time, I will clear the XP first, then grab the tyrant's heart. Time flies in the blink of an eye. 2 hours later, the warriors are still battling nonstop. The bizarre desert monsters, giant worms, and the like are also being slaughtered. He gazes into the distance. Hesitating, that must be the tyrant lion, a world-class boss. Below it, rows of beast warriors kneel respectfully, looking at the towering fortress and the endless ranks of soldiers below. Mackin thinks, looks like I have found the right spot. On the fortress wall, a lion archer stands guard. His info quickly pops up. Desert lion archer. Enhanced elite monster. Level 28. Power and agility 6,500. Spirit 1,500. Stamina 4,500. Skill. Master of all arts. Reading the stats, he is surprised to realize these guys are stronger than the ant soldiers and flying ants in the ant swarm. Shifting his gaze to a lion charging into battle nearby, he gets another info pop up. Desert lion soldier. Enhanced elite monster. Level 28. Power 6,500. Agility 5,000. Spirit 2,000. Stamina 5,000. Watching the lions train, he thinks, they are organized and disciplined. We can just use the same tactics we did in the Oasis and ant nests. Messiaen coldly drew his death scythe, speaking slowly, but the final move I know it too. He raised it high, commanding fiercely. Summon Spirit General. The info of the summoned being appeared. Spirit General. Skill. A commanding presence in the desert's center, surrounded by ghostly spirits, he declared loudly, move out. My warriors. The Spirit General immediately used its skill. Seeing preparations complete, Muchnin launched the attack. Lead my warriors, go. Crush them. The dry soldiers rise instantly, their bodies glowing a fierce blood red. Radiating immense strength, the lion army matches them fiercely. The alpha lion roars, ordering his soldiers forward. A hailstorm of arrows rains down from the sturdy fortress walls. This is the famous Master Archer Sparage. The battle scene grows more brutal. Flaming arrows fall from the sky. Mysterious waves of power unleashed nonstop. The crazed arrows strike the lion's fortress. Slowed but not stopped, Their overwhelming numbers keep them in control. The lion warriors roar fiercely, their eyes blazing red as they charge forward. Suddenly, an explosion blasts them all sky high. Amid the chaos, Mackin calmly says, "Too bad their bodies landed in the firestorm, where targets can be locked on. No way to use the magical barrier now." Seeing the shadows closing in, he let out a relieved breath and continued, "Luckily, you guys are here." In the heat of battle, Lin Tungquan kept unleashing his fury, shifting his gaze to the fortress gate. He commanded, "Half the mages, get over there and open the gate for us." On the castle walls, lion archers kept firing arrows relentlessly, yet he grumbled with dissatisfaction. It has been so long, and they still have not broken through the gate's defenses. Suddenly, Messing froze, a thought flashing through his mind. "I get it now, this is a dungeon boss fight. We will need team coordination or some special trick to open the gate and face the final boss." Realizing the problem, he quickly turned and ordered his warriors. "All chaos with dungeon mechanics comes from lacking firepower. Push those corpses towards the gate." Messing charged straight into the pile of corpses at his feet and activated his skill. Corpse shell. The info panel immediately confirmed. Corpse shell activated. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the corpse pile, crackling with sparks of electricity. Messing focused, eyes locked on what was about to emerge, while Lin Tungquan silently stood behind him, ready for battle. Inside the fortress, a massive, muscular lion sat arrogantly on its throne. Its eyes flashed with a cold, sharp glint, and the info panel immediately displayed the stats of the Lion Overlord. Lion Overlord, World Tier Boss, Level 31, Power 13,000, Agility 8,000, Spirit 2,000, Stamina 12,000. Skills: Hellish Roar, Rage Taunt, and Violent Wind Spin. Judging by its appearance, it did not take him long to guess this was a world-class boss. Nothing like any boss he would faced before. Standing before it, Msegang looked like an ant, but his expression was calm, fearless. In his mind, Msegang muttered, "Sorry, but I am in a rush." The Lion Overlord launched its colossal body into the air, roaring a terrifying warning as it activated Rage Taunt. On Msegang's info screen, the stats of the Bone Soldiers appeared. Silver Tier, Power 4,000, Agility 4,000, Spirit 4,000, Stamina 4,000. After one hit, the notification popped up. 2 Bone Soldiers eliminated. The Lion Overlord lost control, growling wildly in madness. Msegang quickly ordered, "Stop it!" Immediately, a barrage of attacks struck it, stunning it temporarily with lightning strike and thunderous paralysis. Before it could recover, relentless blasts forced it to retreat. The Lion Overlord slowed down, clutching its twin weapons tightly. Then it spun wildly, creating a tornado that blew everything away, thus the Violent Wind Spin, at full force. As the skill ended, Msegang received a notification. 24 Bone Soldiers defeated. He raised a hand to shield his face. It seemed the power was enough to make him uneasy. Too strong? With this attack power, even a pro knight would not stand a chance. Thinking this, Msegang shouted, "Stop it, now!" At that moment, the Lion Overlord completely lost control, roaring an ear-piercing scream. That roar was the Hellish Roar skill, instantly wiping out 14 Bone Soldiers. Watching the fragmented remains float, he was shocked to realize his bone armor could not even hold for 2 seconds. Though restrained by chains, the Lion Overlord was still strong enough to charge forward and use Rage Taunt again. Seeing its massive figure, he began to worry. "Even if I dodge close, this strike might wipe out all my Bone Soldiers." Msegang quickly activated Soulfire. The info panel immediately confirmed. Soulfire activated. As the boss fell, he ordered his warriors, "Now's our chance. Go all out." Against its collapsing giant form, his seasoned soldiers charged in. The info panel flashed. 4 Bone Soldiers down. The Lion Overlord roared back up, unleashing its Fury Strike. Meanwhile, Messina also poured all her power into Soulfire. He said firmly, "Soulfire can stop now. If this time my mage does not level up to Silver Tier, I am afraid I won't be able to take it down alone." 20 minutes later, a barrage of skills flew out crazily. Soulfire, Violent Wind Spin, Frozen Storm, and 5 Thunder Peaks. Msegang's thoughts flickered. Almost there. Finally, the lingering flames faded. Msegang coldly watched its hand slowly lose power. Standing calmly, he declared, "Overlord, I am done with you." Just then, the info board popped up. Defeated the Lion Tyrant boss. Gained 2 million XP. Received the Golden Tier War Axe of the Tyrant, the Golden Tier War Hammer of the Tyrant, the Golden Tier Staff of the Tyrant, and the Tyrant's Heart. Next drop cooldown: 1 year. Tyrant's Heart. A special item, basically a crafting material for the Tyrant's Red Cauldron. Makyu's face twisted. His cold gaze sharpened as he leveled up to 21. His hair stood on end as he fought the Tyrant, pushing his level up to 20 despite the risks. Makyu stats, level 21. Strength 330 plus 30. Agility 330 plus 30. Spirit 320 plus 30. All boosted by 200. His Endure Shaman's Curse skill also leveled up to 21. Suddenly, after reading the notification, Makyu's expression drained of color. He was stunned. His Endure Shaman's Curse skill had leveled up too. Could it be that after mastering a skill, it automatically levels up with his character level? Looking at the massive tyrant's minions before him, Makyu thought, if that is true, I better hurry and max out the rest of my skills. Standing there cautiously, because higher levels mean tougher training, it seems I still have to head to the Tyrant Desert and rely on desert runs to train. Cut to a luxurious mansion floor, golden lights glowing over lavish architecture. Suddenly, 6 loud gong strikes ring out 6 deep gongs. How long has it been since I last heard these 6 gongs? The crowd in the hall buzzed, eyes glued to the floating orbs. 6 gongs mean a large-scale dungeon, just set a new record. Who could it be? A cocky young man spoke up. Looks like this new record belongs to our Bachalho Academy. That is Biel Thing, son of the Academy's headmaster. Whispered among the crowd were rumors about Makyu also entering. Could it be his feat? He talks big, but who even is Makyu? Which academy is he from? And yet someone's challenging our Bachalho Academy's record. Another dude leaned in, whispering to Beach a Thing. Boss, is that Makyu himself? Thing laughed hard, clutching his stomach. Makin, you expect him to go in alone? You want me to die laughing? This is a 40-player dungeon. Going solo, that is just crazy. Others scoffed, but a voice shot back. So what? Can to one player conquer a large dungeon? Makyu's legend already set 2 consecutive dungeon records. Betch Lothing, on the other hand, still cocky, reminded everyone that those records were from low-level dungeons, and Makyu's only at level 20 now. Besides, large dungeons are not easy to clear. This record definitely belongs to Bachalho Academy. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Tyrant's heart dropped, with a 364-day, 23-hour cooldown. The crowd below was stunned, struggling to believe it really. The Tyrant's heart dropped. Word is, the Tyrant's battle power is insane, and if you do not kill it within the time limit, you can get its heart. Though I am a fan of Lin Day, this record definitely belongs to Bachalho Academy. Bachalho was over the moon. Not only did he set a new record, but he also snagged the Tyrant's heart. From now on, Bachalho Academy will have boss-level loot too. The news board updated. The Desert Tyrant large dungeon record has been smashed by Makyu. Level 21. 14 hours. 11 minutes. 43 seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded, jaws dropping, speechless at the shock. Betch Lothing, drenched in sweat and pale, stammered, that is Lin Makyu. 1 second later, Makyu strode out with a cold glare, cheered loudly by the crowd. The legend is here. So fierce. Nobody expected him to solo the dungeon and break the record, and at a speed even faster than the Bachalho Academy team. Betch Lothing clenched his teeth, asking bitterly, you are Makyu, right? Makyu did not respond. Thing thawed, with the Tyrant's heart in hand. I need to hand it over to Lord Betch quickly. Makyu shrugged. Sorry, got other business. Then walked away coldly. The students watching cheered wildly. This time, Bachalho Academy really got shown up. Tomorrow, this news is going to blow up the entire academy. Who told them to talk so big? They look tough, but Lin Day just stomped all over their faces like a boss. The sky flickered with dim lights. In the hall, everyone was buzzing. Did you notice? Lin Day just hit level 21. That means he entered the dungeon at level 20 and cleared it at 21. And a large dungeon at that. Is that even humanly possible? It is terrifying. This is the power of an ancient death spirit. In Bachalho Vin's office, Henta, half asleep, tapped his watch and answered the call. Makyu, what is going on? Unable to locate Squada, Lam Mak exhaled deeply as he reported from the line. Lord Batch Shen, I have secured the Tyrant's heart. Ivian casually looked up. No squad found. No big deal. I will introduce you to a few friends. In a flash, Baki Ivian was stunned as the meaning hit him. Wait, Makyu? What did you just say? Lam Maknew's face flickered with innocence. I got the Tyrant's heart. Henku was skeptical. This kid barely started the mission, and he has already got the Tyrant's heart. In the quiet office, Bakivian asked curiously, where exactly are you? He replied, I am at the gate of the Kaiti barracks. Night blanketed the world, moonlight filtering through the leaves. Makyu tapped to turn off his device when suddenly a notification popped up. New Desert Tyrant Dungeon record 5,000 points. 30 contribution points earned. You can only claim this once. He frowned. A new message appeared. This reward is hefty, but only once. What a bummer. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped Mak Ingu, catching him off guard, a torrent of water swirling around his body. Bakivian's magic summoned him to Men and Ven, who was calmly sipping tea. This was Men Tien Sin. Maka bowed respectfully, then introduced himself to Men Tien Sin. Men and Vin smiled warmly. Come, have a seat. Ivin relaxed. No need to stress. Old man Men is easy to talk to. He is a divine level formation master. Sitting at the tea table, Bakivin spoke up. Macu, bring out the tyrant's heart. Yes, sir. He replied. A golden crystal appeared before them, surprising Men and Vin. No doubt about it. That is the tyrant's heart. Bakivin nodded skeptically. Looks like he really did it solo this time. Makangu was straightforward. Still solo? Hentra asked. What is the time? He smirked. Over 14 hours. Men and Ven and Bakivin exchanged stunned glances. A smile crept at the corner of Men and Venant's lips. Old batch. Once you make a deal, you have got to follow through. And, annoyed, tossed a vial of liquid to Makingu. No need to ask, it is the protective charm I gave you this afternoon. He stared at the vial thoughtfully. The afternoon charm. With this, my leveling speed will hit a whole new level. Bakivin raised a hand. Puzzled. Macu, you want to get into the Divine Light Academy, right? Yes, but I am still short on contribution points. Han pondered. Breaking 3 new records only nets 90 contribution points, but the Academy demands 1,000. Macu looked up. Can I use the cooldown charm in the initial battlefield? Bakivin grinned. Yeah. You can. What is the problem with taking this mission? Clenching the vial tightly, images of worn-out soldiers flashed through Makingu's mind. No problem. He thought. Looks like I will be blitzing dungeons faster to rack up contribution points. Bakivin stood up. All right, I will take you back to rest first. After the opening ceremony, I will bring you to the initial battlefield. Makingu nodded. Thanks. The full moon cast a silver glow over the dark night. Men and Ven tilted his head. Is it really wise to send him to the initial battlefield this early? Bakivin crossed his arms confidently. You saw it too, he can solo large dungeons at level 20 compared to some second-tier classes. He is no slouch. Early practice in the initial battlefield suits him best. Worried about the monstrous power there, he thought but kept quiet. There are human traders in the initial battlefield. Macking quietly on the bed, eyes closed. Drifting off, he thought to himself, been dungeon crawling for hours. Time to rest today. Rest well now. Tomorrow, it is back to the desert tyrant to level up skills. A man strode through a portal, chest puffed out. Grinning, Ayat. Old man, those present feigned joy upon his return, but their words dripped with mockery. Look alive. It is someone from Bachelor Academy coming back. Watching their fake excitement. Did they really think this guy had set a new record? This is going to be good. He and his academy crew buzzed with confidence, hyped beyond belief. Today, we pushed our stamina to 15 hours and 58 minutes, smashing the record. Bachelor Academy leads the way. Meanwhile, other academies watched silently, chuckling at their over-the-top celebration. Suddenly, everyone froze, eyes fixed on the hovering leaderboard, frowning in suspicion. Wait, Captain. Something's off. We did not get the tyrant's heart. Who pulled this stunt? The name displayed on that board stunned him beyond belief. Mathasi Ing, level 21. 14 hours. 11 minutes. And 43 seconds, just one run. The man fell silent. Head bowed. As the whispers around him echoed relentlessly, he is level 21, 14 hours straight. He could not keep calm anymore, exploding with rage. No way, this just can't be real. Seeing the situation spiraling, the other guy nervously grabbed him, pleading, Captain, let us just head back for now. But he ignored the warning, shouting back even louder in fury. He is only level 21 and solo queued the dungeon faster than me at Bichloho Academy. No way. The other students could not help but mock them relentlessly. Can you believe it? Bachalo Academy got humiliated twice in one day. This is hilarious. Their faces twisted in disbelief. Lamvai then really is stubborn as hell. Looks like Bishol Academy's reputation just got a serious hit this time. He could not stick around and immediately ordered his team to leave. After a good rest, Mesh Enyu woke from a dream. It was day 2. He rubbed his head, thinking, my spirit energy's back. He strolled casually into the crowded main hall, his mind racing with plans. If I can clear that desert fruit this time, then I am just gonna fast level, ditch the restriction, and blast through with my sea skeleton armor. Suddenly, a man approached him and spoke up. Hey, Mathasi Yin. The guy raised a finger, signaling for him to follow. Senior Bichalum wants to see you. Come with me. Mesh Andrew did not even flinch, hands in pockets, face cold ice, and just walked past. The guy was caught off guard by his blunt dismissal. Irritated, he shouted, ignoring me. You have got some nerve. Don't you know who Bichadil Thing is? Messi Enga turned to him and said, Don't know him. If he wants to see me, He can come himself. The system analysis popped up. Dungeon clear time 9 days. Tokens spent on dungeon attempts 2,000. Entering dungeon cost 500. He silently rubbed his chin, realizing one full clear cost 2,500 tokens. Everyone nearby gasped in surprise and edged closer to whisper. Look, could that really be Lam Zia-thun? Lam Zui then wants to solo clear the Desert Tyrant dungeon again. The first time was just him getting used to it. Wonder what crazy record he is going to set this time. A man with a bow slung across his back stepped up to the Hun, pleading, "My side quest is not done yet. Can you help us ask Lam Zia then if we can tag along to clear the dungeon? We will pay in tokens. If Vi then's gonna clear it solo, he could take us with him. We will pay with tokens." She was caught off guard, stammering, trapped by the sudden requests. The pleas kept pouring in from all around her. "We do not need experience, gear, or materials," Miss the Hun insisted. "We are begging you here." The Hun had no choice but to agree. "All right, I will ask Messing and see what he says." The guy who got rejected earlier rushed back to report to Beach Alwa thing. Boss Medzang refuses to come. He says you have to meet him yourself. Hearing this, Butch Lahothing frowned. That kid's got some serious guts. The others chimed in. Yeah, he's got zero respect for anyone. He clenched his fists, almost shaking with anger. Who does he think he is? Thinking he is hot stuff just because he can solo dungeons. It is just a low-level dungeon. Nothing special. He did not understand that after transformation, the second evolution could be a game changer or a total waste. If it is not worth the trouble, just ignore him. If you see him again, just put him in his place. The Hun stood before him, hands clasped in earnest prayer. It is like this. Brother Lam. They want to complete this mission from the academy. The others behind her joined in, all begging him. Lam Zui then. Please. Just one dungeon clear with me. I just want to finish my mission. I will pay 1,000 tokens. Hearing everyone's pleas, Masai's eyes widened in surprise. A mission. She quickly explained to him it was the academy's dungeon quest. How could he not know? Meanwhile, the others kept shouting, begging for his help. We have been stuck in this desert dungeon forever. Without finishing this mission, we can join the independent academy. We do not need experience points, gear, or even documents. Just please, let us tag along. Msing calmly declined. Sorry, I am just a newbie myself. I did not know about this. Everyone there was shocked. What? Lam Mai then is just a rookie. No wonder his rank is not higher. After a moment of hesitation, they kept pleading with him. Great Lam, just let us come along. We can pay with points. I will pay 1,000 points. Me too, 1,000 points. Surrounded, Mseeing felt awkward. Seeing them keep raising their offers made him waver. He really did not have many points left after buying weapons. Clearing a dungeon once costs 2,500 points. If it is 1,000 points per person, that is nearly 39,000 points to make. Faced with such temptation, he gave, fine, you can come along for 1,000 points each. But I have one condition. They cheered. Great Lam. We just want to finish the mission. Nothing else matters. We will obey you completely. Mseeing signaled to them what to look for. If you find that fruit in the desert storm, do not take it from me. They froze at his whisper. That fruit's rare as hell and almost impossible to find in the desert storm. We never thought we would encounter it. Even if we do, we do not know how to share it with you. They said. Mseeing tilted his head, staring at them. In that case, I can only take 39 people at a time. Who is going first? They scrambled instantly. Move aside. Me first. I have been stuck on this mission for a whole year. The Hun slammed her hands on her hips, fuming and making them all freeze in fear. Line up nicely. No more pushing. If you mess around, Great Lam 1T take you along. Soon, they lined up neatly, more than a handful. He opened his menu to collect the points but did not forget to thank them. Thanks, sis. He said. She waved it off. No big deal. Mseeing glanced over and asked, did you finish your mission? The Hun smiled. Done and dusted. You go take care of your stuff. Don't pay attention to me. Nodded and replied to her. If Senior ever has a mission, just come find me. Without hesitation, the Hun chirped back. Fine. When the time comes, you want to be allowed to say no. In note, Mseeing and the whole crew gathered at a different spot. You spoke up. Everyone, follow right behind me. No one steps ahead. They all answered in unison. Don't worry. Lindation, we are all on your side. You say east, we want to dare go west. You say stop, we will never sit down. Standing in the desert, he raised his hand and summoned the dry soldiers. Show yourselves. Dry soldiers. They gradually rose from the sand as he ordered them to scout the Lasichu desert. Seeing the dry soldiers, the group gasped in fear. Holy crap! That is what Lam Zia then summoned. Some kind of death mage. And there is a whole squad of them. This is terrifying. Is this some legendary class? The analysis board popped up. Desert Demon Tree. Elite Super Enhanced Type. Level 25. Strength 5000. Agility 1000. Spirit 2000. Vitality 6000. Watching the dry soldiers leap and soar, the group murmured nervously. No way. These things are like nightmare fodder in this Demon Tree desert. Last time our squad fought for 20 minutes to get through. So scary. The stats on these two dry soldiers are insane. The system announced again. Dry soldier. Silver rank. Level 21. Strength 4500. Agility 4500. Spirit 4500. Vitality 4500. System alert. Eliminate Desert Demon Tree. Experience awarded. Masiga scratched his head, thinking, no wonder 39 people tagging along is necessary. Experience gain is so low. Good thing I have 39,000 points saved up. I will just grind this dungeon a few more times myself to level up other skills. Moments later, the others standing behind him and the Kala warriors witnessed the scene and were horrified, unable to stay silent. This time, Lamday then wanted to pull monsters, and he had already dragged over 100. That is, the Kala mage was aiming to chain kills using his skills. He recalled the image of the energy recovery tree, and Manhwa silently sighed. Looks like his luck was on point this time. This kind of desert is not one you stumble upon every day. The Kala warriors raised their sticks, ready to declare war. He stood tall and straight, hands in pockets, staring ahead as sand began swirling wildly around them. If it is not in the cards this time, then the Z-boss will fall sooner, and we will clear this dungeon and dive back in again. The crowd behind them trembled at the ground beneath their feet. Anxiously shouting, Manhwa raised his hand, creating a glowing red circle of power. Shouting, body slam. A massive explosion erupted far from where they stood. The group watched the continuous blasts, quietly wondering among themselves. Their experience was climbing fast. How many kills did Lamday then rack up this time? This explosion was his skill. Damn, that power was no joke. Manhwa turned back and told the group, I'm about to clear out the nearby monsters. Just wait here. I am killing these bugs in the anthill. Someone called out, and the others quickly responded. No rush. Big guy, take your time. They watched his confident back fade into the distance, amazed. Since entering the dungeon, it had only been 3 hours. Right? I am completely baffled. At this rate, if I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. After a while, they stayed put, waiting for him. 20 minutes later, one of them scratched his head and spoke up. How about we go pull some monsters and test our strength? If Lamday then is killing that easily, these beasts can be that tough. The other two agreed and stood up to follow. Let us give it a shot. Same class as him, and our ranks are way higher than Lamday than S. Surely we can handle at least one monster. Right? Yeah. Might as well see what we are made of. Not long after, they were terrified once they would drag the beasts in. 2 minutes in, they accidentally pulled 2 monsters at once. The fight began. Get ready to heal. Damn it, both sides switched to full battle mode. The soldiers struggled to hold their ground. These scorpions looked like juveniles, but do not underestimate them. Those scorpions attacked with tight defense, nearly impossible to reach. A brave soldier was suddenly knocked backward, causing his teammates to shout urgently, what the hell? That hit was brutal. Someone patch him up. Quick. He was swiftly treated, but someone yelled, are they coming out? Where? The mages behind are struggling to stop yelling and fight back. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored scorpion from the pack charged forward. A stats panel appeared on the left. Vitality 5,892 out of 6,000. They panicked. Are you guys itching it or what? Then it got hit hard in the head, suffering serious damage. Behind them, a man and a woman bravely stepped forward, shouting, let us take over. The soldiers called out, we are retreating first. Time passed. 5 minutes later, the system displayed, Desert Scorpion attack level 25, X plus 7,500. The trio who fought just now regroup, panting, too tough. These monsters are freaks. Are all dungeon bosses like this? So Lamday then has been dealing with this kind of beast all along. Crazy. Manhwa's screen showed the exact same report as the trios. Desert Scorpion attack level 25, X plus 7,500. He glanced over, thinking these guys are just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. Outside, more squads were helping out, but they were just sitting there. What are you waiting for? There is still a monster here. Sure enough, 2 monsters pulled at once. Their faces were drenched in sweat and exhaustion, bearing fresh wounds. Damn it! What now? I am out of stamina. Shouldn't we just call Lamday then? Why are we running around like headless chickens? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in. accompanied by a swift scorpion charging straight at them. Out of nowhere, a skeletal warrior appeared, wielding a sword and striking fiercely. With one powerful swing, it effortlessly sliced the scorpion in two. The Onono squad watched, eyes glued on every move of the skeletal warrior, stunned by how fast and lethal it was. I finally get at the sheer power of Lam Day than Kalu. That is some next-level stuff right there. The rescued crowd was sweating bullets, breathing easy but on edge like walking a tightrope between relief and fear. Luckily, Lam Day then left behind a fortress to protect us, but it has been over 10 minutes, and Lam Day then has not even triggered a single monster. What gives? No doubt he is pulling them in. This is not his first rodeo. Seconds later, a system notification blasted through attack on Desert Soldier level 26. Plus 8,000 XP. Everyone froze, stunned beyond words. My XP is skyrocketing like crazy. Holy crap, this raid is insane. Small groups started whispering looks like Lam Day then reached the boss's lair. I heard there is a queen ant in that anthill that is a nightmare to deal with. Yeah, I have heard the tales. Apparently, if the troop count is not enough, the queen ant can regenerate herself, can be killed no matter what. Some are even doubting Lam Day than troop control skills. Scene shift to Mac U, solo and going all out, trapping larvae, and the queen with his power. He is using the violent corpse technique. Outside, another alert pops up. Desert Queen Ant Slayer level 28, plus 20,000 XP. News spreads fast. The queen ant's down already. That was lightning quick. Mac U steps out coolly. Let us straight to the violent tyrant fortress. In his mind, he is calculating the next moves. Gotta clear this fast. Reset, then hunt down those rare fruits. His teammates stammer. Got it. He strides off toward the distance while the others stay behind, inspecting the scene. Man, so many monsters. This is basically an army at this point. One of them mutters in awe. Can you imagine if Lam Day then soloed this dungeon? He would probably jump from level 20 to 30 in just a month. The familiar violent corpse move appears again among the piled-up bodies. A red mist obscures the view. The raw power blast rocks away. The group watching is stunned. Who knew you could siege a fortress like this? Once fully unleashed, they can bypass the boss mechanics. Everyone's thrilled to witness this and quickly moves away from the center. That is, the violent tyrant clan. This is the world boss. Even from this distance, I can still feel the pressure. We do not even know how long Lam Day then took to take it down before the violent tyrant lion emerges massive and menacing. Makingu wastes no time. Jumping straight into action. We meet again. Sorry, I am in a bit of a rush. The group hiding in the cave peek out sweating, exchanging looks. Why does this world boss standing right in front of Day then make him look like a toy? Lam Day then fights so casually. Feels like even I could land a couple of hits. Hurry up, man. Just do not mess it up. Before they could say more, the battle alert hits attack violent tyrant lion level 30, plus 50,000 XP. The guy in the cave jokingly replies but is secretly impressed by that power. Just kidding. The whole crew is so overwhelmed with joy they are practically crying out loud. My quest is finally complete. Moves fast, skipping their celebration. Uses teleportation. Everyone in the group cheers loudly. Props to Lam Day then. Seriously a beast. I have been stuck on this quest for 2 years. Finally cleared it. Moments later, he teleports back to Thuhan's side. Says, thanks for all your help this time. Lathanks Jr. reports from afar. Old Bailey, they have moved out. He smirks wickedly. You and him go clear the dungeon together. Let us see how he handles it solo. Makingu looks puzzled at the crowd of soldiers. Why so many people? Though and shyly shows some affection. We have all been stuck on this quest forever. Heard someone's gotta clear the dungeon. So the whole gang dragged themselves here. Makingu turns to ask. You all know the rules, right? They shout back confidently. Got it all down. Boss? No need for any loot either. The junior of Lithang lurking in the back thinks. Trying to squeeze into this team is tough. Following the lead, Mac Ingu takes point with the group trailing behind. He silently prays hope we find those desert fruits this time. Macked up, eyes gleaming as he stares at the fruit. Finally, time to upgrade my remaining skills. Half an hour until the ceremony starts. We need to clear a few more rounds. He effortlessly responds at the base to slay monsters. And the crew following him is over the moon. Oh man, even the guys leveling up. That is insane. Wellman seeing acted completely calm. They were actually pretty happy and satisfied. Spending 1,000 points was not too shabby. The battle over here was thunderous. Chunks of the ground were falling, hit by Mech's magic influence. Everyone watching was amazed and hyped, yet he still pulled off those impossible moves. No one could predict or copy. The lion tyrant, Oihimv, made his grand entrance, stepping forward to face the skeletal army below. The crew following him eagerly watched who would come out on top this time. Too real, man. Who knew this would take so long? Just 7 hours in. and the record set by the great god has not even been beaten yet. The followers were just as thrilled as when they first beat the boss. Tears of joy. Cheers everywhere. My mission's done too. Lum I they then should you be. Scene changes this time. It is inside a brightly lit room. The subordinates whisper back to Lo Thing, "Boss, that kid Nin, he's using his crowd control corpse skills, plus commanding an entire legion of ultra-strong mummies. Basically, if we can stop his summoning and there is no corpse around, them MCing's just a busted piece of junk. Right?" Lo Thing so analyzed it. Every class has a weakness. And it looks like MCN's flaw is exactly here. Call the wolf spirit from Tin Long Academy. Just tell him I need to see him. He smiled sly. Full of scheming, snatching jewelry from Bachleho Academy's boss. Embarrassing me in front of everyone. I swear I will make you and your master pay big time. Back at Hekin Academy, in a shared dorm room, a girl stood silently staring out the window. Effie tight. She mulled over the Digding's words. Gotta save some points. Hittite frowned. There is so much good stuff in Akin Hong Fu, but it all costs points. Honestly, she can't afford it. She envied that other player with over 30,000 points. Wonder how many points he got from the whole country. Must be a... Suddenly, she smiled, remembering some info. The principal said Messinum arrived at the academy a few days ago. No one knows what he has been up to, but Messinum is still fully focused on controlling skeletons to take down the boss. Hittite seemed to trust this info completely. But with that guy's skills, maybe he is doing alright. The next day, the three friends gathered to chat. Suddenly, though Einin blew up, that kid you favor is way too reckless. Wolven looked confused, asking his old buddy Nainunen, Ninji's grandpa and principal of Ekin Academy, "What is up? Messianju's usually so chill, why call him reckless?" Einin glared at the screen. Annoyed, that kid went to the dungeon palace, charging a fee to lead people through the Desert Tyrant dungeon. Ovin nodded. Charging to carry others through dungeons. That is normal. Happens all the time. Einin snorted in irritation. But he led 39 people through alone. Everyone stuck on that Desert Tyrant dungeon quest for years. Now they are all done. Hearing that, Lovin laughed. This kid's impressive, leading 39 at once. Didn't he charge them? Letting them get the loot. Smart move. Einin lost it, pounding the table. Old man, do not you know the academy's whole point with these quests? This is how they pick talent. Those stuck on this quest, that is their problem. But then MCing goes and ruins it. Exactly. The academy wants to filter out the best. But MCing's messing it all up. Wolven sipped his tea calmly. I get, but so what? The quests and rules come from the academy. MCing is not breaking their rules. Hun frowned at Einin. I have been unhappy with these quests for a long time now. So many great players get stuck because they are bad at teamwork. I think that kid's doing a great job. And Ven nodded in agreement. The academy is systems ancient, set up hundreds of years ago. It is definitely time for reform. At this, Einin lost his cool, slamming the table and standing up. Both men looked tense. Seeing this, Lovin chuckled softly. Old man, you have still got that fairy temper. Let me warn you, if you mess with Lemamen Siendu, I will destroy the dungeon palace. Finally, Einin stormed off in a huff, and Vin watched him go, shaking his head. Old man's never gonna change. Vin smiled quietly. Rivers and mountains may change, but a person's nature is hard to shift. In this world, only one person can handle that old man's temper. At the desert warlord's Iosis, Makangu was still on the island. The ascension chime rang out. 2 bone shells. Level 21. Summoned to form armored shells, granting 2,100 stamina and defense for 5 minutes. They could even be used on others. He stood there, deep in thought. And finally, the 2 armored shells leveled up. Thanks to his talent boost, it could now provide him with 21,000 defense points. At this rate, it should be enough to block the warlord's attacks. Moments later, he swung his hand to cast the original spell Slow on the monster advancing to attack. The slow spell also leveled up, its slowing effect stepping up a notch. That means the brutal corpse needs to explode to level up. If not, I can use this chance to train it to max level. With an hour to go before the opening ceremony, Hatayat was walking with Tamei to the schoolyard. She was happy because, lacking many points, she chose a 2-person dorm and unexpectedly ended up rooming with him. Tamei nodded. I did not expect that either. Hatayat continued confidently. I do not have many points, but I will cover our meals later, no worries. Suddenly, someone whispered. Hatayat. That is, over there. Fengtu stood in a corner. Noticing the 2 of them before turning away, the girls around him secretly swooned. So handsome, a swordsman by profession. I want to confess to him. Fengtu quickly approached Hatayat and Tamei. Greeting them, Tamei responded. Hey, what is up? Hatayat teased. You are really popular. Suddenly, Tamei remembered to ask, not noticing Feng Tu's uneasy expression at first. By the way, have you guys seen Makingu anywhere? Meanwhile, Makingu was checking his stats and finally hit level 22. Sure enough, his skill since leveled up along with his rank. Done with that, he walked through the portal to Akin Academy. As he walked, he kept calculating after all the dungeon runs. He had over 350,000 points. But it still was not enough. A mid-level skill manual costs 80,000 points each. And right now he could only afford 4 for mastering mid-level skills. 4 manuals just do not cut it. Makyu pressed his watch, his eyes burning with determination. He had to figure out how to earn more points. But first, he had to attend the opening ceremony. Nearly 20 minutes later, at Akin Academy schoolyard, the trio with Hatayat was waiting. She anxiously asked, "Less than 10 minutes left, why is not that guy here yet?" Feng Tu called out loud, "Here he comes." As Makyu arrived, the atmosphere instantly turned tense and oppressive. Feng Tu and his crew hesitated. "He has gotten stronger." Hatayat nodded. "Yeah, he seems tougher now." Tamei added, "Still radiating battle energy, he must have just come out of a dungeon." The crowd nearby watched Makyu with curiosity, whispering, "Isn't he the national genius? There is something not normal about him. Just looking at him scares me." Hatayat called out, breaking the gloomy vibe, "We are here." Makyu smiled lightly. "You are all here already." Hatayat snorted. "Yeah, right. If we had not come, it would not be a real gathering." Beside her, Tamei quickly asked, "What level are you now?" Makingu replied calmly, "Level 22. The others were stunned. "We have not seen each other in a few days. How do you level up so fast?" Makingu thought honestly, "If I had not been leading people to grind points, I might already be level 24. Feng Tu calmed down and said, "I heard the academy has a dungeon command that lets you spend accumulated points to skip cooldowns." Hatayat added with a pout, "You are the national top scorer, so you get tons of points to spend freely. Unlike us, we have to be frugal. Points are hard to come by." Remembering the constant point boosts, Maka felt uneasy. Accumulated points. They are not that hard to get. Soon after, the bell rang, officially starting the opening ceremony. A teacher's voice boomed. "Welcome to Akin Academy. Maybe you were all geniuses back in high school, but that was then. Now, you have new identities as freshmen of Akin Academy." He continued, "Here, students are divided into regular, academy, and top-tier academy ranks. Each tier receives different resources and opportunities, so work hard and push forward." Then the teacher announced, "For our traditional opening ceremony event, senior academy students will challenge the freshmen." He started explaining the rules. "Senior students have the right to challenge you, but they must pay the corresponding accumulated points. You can refuse if you want, but if you win, the points the senior student puts up go straight to you. Of course, whether you win or lose, neither you nor the challenger lose anything." The teacher raised his voice, adding that this is a golden chance for those of you who do not have many points yet. Real talent like you can miss this opportunity. At this moment, 3 elder seniors stood high above, watching down with a hint of criticism, clearly a warning to the rookies not to get too cocky. "Nothing new or exciting here," Tyran chimed in, pointing out that these fresh faces come from all over, each a proud genius, all full of swagger. Ayun glanced over at Makyu, wondering if anyone would dare challenge Lin Makyu, and Wen was also curious. There is no way anyone's just lurking around thinking about it. Right? The newbies below erupted after hearing the rules. "Lose, you still get rewarded." "Well, that is an awesome deal. But our ranks are lower than the seniors, and our skills are not as sharp. How could we possibly win?" Saying that, they eyed the upperclassmen warily. The teacher reassured them, saying the duels will happen on a professional martial arena. On the arena, there will be a level 2 suppression formation, using the lowest level as the baseline. No skills above level 20 can be used. This formation will keep you safe from any life-threatening danger. The academy also has god-tier healers to guarantee your safety. Hearing this, some bold ones immediately stepped forward to challenge. "I want to challenge you." The challenge nodded. Challenge accepted. The crowd below recognized the two instantly. "I know that newbie. He is the top scorer of a province." The opening act just got interesting. Over at Mac US spot, he was suddenly challenged too. "Limak, I challenge you." Lang Zhen, brash and bold, said, "I know you are the national top scorer of this freshman class. You up for a fight?" "Not scared. Are you?" Mac knew, watching the challenger, felt irritated. This guy's a total pain. But unfortunately, he is stuck in the academy. Thinking that, he casually asked, "How many points are you putting up?" Lang Zhen calmly replied, 5,000 points. Mac Nu scoffed a bit, and Lang Zhen was startled. 5,000 is not exactly chump change. Then he asked, "So how many points do you want before you accept the challenge?" Mac Yu quietly pointed at 100,000. The nearby students gasped at Mac Yu's words, 100,000. I only have 5,000 points. I have 7,000. Lang Zhen sneered. Are you kidding? Do you even know what 100,000 points means? You do not have 100,000 points. Do you? You are not even worth selling. Makyu's expression darkened, but he said, Fine then. Let us make this interesting. Let us bet my entire point stash. You pay me whatever points I have. My points become yours, he asked softly. You dare. Lang Zhen answered. Then Makyu added, What is there to be scared of? Nearby? Xiexu was stunned. Lingok actually talked this much in one go. There is definitely some deep strategy between Lingok and Lang Zhen here. On the other side, Lang Zhen heard the challenge. He felt a twinge of unease inside. Why is he so damn confident? If I back down, it will be a huge embarrassment. Thinking that, he replied, What is there to be scared of? I accept. What points can a newbie even have? Besides, I've got an ace up my sleeve. Above, Ayuan looked at Lang Zhen with mild disdain. He thought, What a dumbus, people like this die fast on the battlefield. And Wen glanced down and curiously asked, Kid Lin has led us through the dungeon so many times. He must have at least 300,000 points by now. Tyran nodded lightly nearby. Shortcut. Shortcut. At the arena, the two Makyus have arrived. Lang Zhen, from Bailey Academy, a level 22 sorcerer, and Lin Makyu, national top scorer, level 22 necromancer. The students below whispered about the two. That guy. He is the one who set a new record in the dungeon realm. Lumvi then? Didn't Tate expect the rookie to lead us through the desert tyrant just now? Every time Lumhi Thangan leads a dungeon run, he earns nearly 40 points. He must be racking up tons of points now. If he wins, this is going to be good entertainment. Lang Shan on the stage taunted, Even if you are the national top scorer, in front of me you are just a rookie. Mesang replied calmly. Your rank's lower than mine. Since I was a kid, I have had elemental talent. Trained in the academy. A genius like me. Not some average nobody like you. His expression unchanged. Mesang repeated. Your rank's lower than mine. Finally, Lang Zhen lost his cool and roared. So what if you have got a strong job? That is just luck. On the battlefield, it is all about fighting spirit. Makyu simply repeated his earlier words. Your rank is lower than mine. Lang Zhen snapped in anger. Damn it. Did not your parents teach you how to talk? Hearing that, a family scene flashed through his mind, darkening his expression instantly. Seeing that look on him, Lang Zhen flinched in fear. It was the same deadly gaze from the last dungeon palace. It really wanted to kill him. Then he tried to steady himself and sneered. Aren't you relying on those two skills, reincarnation tolerance and corpse explosion? No corpse. No tolerance. You are just a useless shell. At that moment, Makyu lightly moved his arm, summoning a blue flame right beside him. The dry soldier appeared. If this was not the academy, it surely would be been. The dry soldier quickly charged his blade toward Lang Zhen and grabbed a sealing talisman and crushed it in his hand. The sealing talisman took effect immediately, and the dry soldier melted away. Seeing this, Makyu smirked quietly. Realizing his summoning skill was sealed, he could not call forth the dry soldier again. Lang Zhen saw him falter and laughed loudly. See, this is called the summoning seal talisman, made just to counter summoners like you. Then, waving his weapon, he taunted. You can T-summon anymore. There is no corpse here. You are nothing now. And unleashed his skill, Fire Dance Inferno, and howled. Even if I do not kill you today, I will make sure you feel the burn of the flames. Lang Zhen glared coldly at Makyu. Let us see how long you can last. From above, Tanyan commented. Lang Zhen's not playing fair using a summoning seal talisman. That is exactly what it is for countering summoners. And Van looked down. Puzzled, the summoning seal talisman is mid-tier. How did he get his hands on it? Behind him, someone whispered. Just wait, he is going to pay dearly for this. On the battlefield, Makyu quickly activated two bone armor skills to shield himself from the attack. Come Ev, he said. Lucky I have passed level 20. Otherwise, I could not have used my level 20 skills. Lang Zhen, unaware of the real situation, kept attacking arrogantly. My skill Fire Dance Inferno is deadly. Feel that burning pain. Before he could land another blow, Makyu calmly stepped out of the flames unharmed. Seeing that, Lang Zhen panicked. No way. How? Why won't my skill affect him? Desperately, he launched another furious attack. Die already. Yet every strike was effortlessly blocked by Makyu. Makyu then taunted. Had enough. Your skills are a joke. He raised his hand and unleashed another skill, Soul Fire Flame. Lang Zhen instantly writhed in agony from the burning spirit energy. He spat blood from his nose, staggering and collapsing. Outside, the formation keeper was terrified. If not for the protective formation on the arena stage, this would have ended long before I arrived. The students watching from below turned pale. This is over. No chance left. I only know the last class got wiped out by him instantly. This was way too fast. Right? Lang Zhen could not lay a finger on Mak Yu on the arena. Mak Yu strode confidently toward Lang Zhen, his eyes widened in fear when he saw him. Don't he come any closer? Mak Yu stated flatly. You have already lost. Lang Zhen replied. Just pay me my points. That is all. Han thought. As long as I do not die. These points do not mean a thing. The referee raised his hand. Match over. Student Lam Mak Yu wins, the announcer declared. According to the agreement, Lang Zhen must pay 35,800,000 points to Lam Mak Yu. Hearing the amount, Lang Zhen froze. Stammering. What? How much? Lang Tran was up in arms. Refusing to believe it, there is no way. He just started at the academy today. How could he possibly have racked up so many points? Something is definitely off. The teacher, hearing this, spoke with a tone dripping menace. Lang Tran, are you calling me out? He quickly bowed his head, stammering. That is not what I meant. The teacher cut him off coldly. Lang Tran, hand over those points. Right now, Lang Tran stuttered. I do not have that many points. The teacher announced firmly. You owe a total of 128,000 points. These will be transferred to Lam Mak Ingu first. The remaining 230,000 points. You can borrow or sell your family assets. You have 6 months to pay it all back. Fail, and you are out of the academy. We know your background. The academy will come looking for your family if you do not pay up. As soon as the teacher finished, Mak Ngu's points immediately jumped to 128,000. Atayat saw him walking down and asked, how did you get so insanely strong so fast? Next time, you gotta take me on a dungeon run. Mak Ngu nodded. Deal. At that moment, Mak Ngu's watch buzzed with a notification Yayuan was calling. Get ready. We head out in an hour. Mak thought back. Batch then said after the opening ceremony, he would lead him to the prime battlefield. So fast they are already moving out after the call. He quickly turned and set off, watching him leave. Atayat worried. He said Batch then wants to take him to the prime battlefield. No time to even think, he is all in. Feng Tu nodded. The prime battlefield legend has it. That is the real frontline where humans and the abyssal depths have clashed for thousands of years. Tammei added. It is incredibly dangerous, but it is also packed with dungeons. Secret zones. At the item shop, Mak Yu laid out some gear on the table to sell. After the sale, he calculated he would rake in over 2 million gold selling his golden tier equipment. Right now, he had 140 dry soldiers and 70 dry mages. Other gear would not be much help to him. Soon after, Mak Yu arrived at Yuan's place. He asked Yuan and Law Match to take them to the prime battlefield in a flash. The two were teleported to the gateway of the prime battlefield. Mak Ingu looked around in awe at the surroundings. Tower of Gods below? Yuan chuckled softly. No rush. I know you get 2 chances to enter the tower, but wait until you finish your second promotion before coming. That way, you will snag all the best spots. Just arriving, Mak Ingu was already amazed. So this is the prime battlefield. He paused thoughtfully. The familiar breath in the air was getting stronger. After a moment, Yuan led the way and warned. Up in the sky are the demon eyes used to monitor the abyssal depths and prevent sneak attacks from the monsters. The guards glanced over their military UDs and instantly snapped to attention with salutes. Watching this, Mak Ungu felt a surge of respect. This was the power of Batch Then's influence. Noticing his gaze, Yuan smiled and pointed at the military UDs. You little punk. I know what you are thinking. They do not accept just anyone. Only this. Don't worry. I will get you one too. At the military rank certification office, Yuan strode over and ordered, make a military rank ID for this kid next to me. The officer sitting there scoffed. Are you blind? Don't bother me. But when he saw Yuan's military UD, he immediately snapped to attention and bowed deeply. Greetings. General. Yuan ignored the attitude and urged. Hurry up. We are in a rush. The officer grabbed Mak Yu's papers and muttered. Yes, I am on it. Looking up at Mak Yu, the officer whispered. Is this the legendary Batch Then's general? Who is this young man? And yet Batch Then personally brought him here for military rank certification. A few moments later, Yuan handed Mak Yu his new military ID and advised. This is your rank. Wear it on you, do not stash it in your inventory. That way, whenever you slay demons or abyssal creatures, it will automatically log your merits. And chimed in, white is the lowest rank soldier, then black for sergeant, silver for officer, gold for commander, and purple for general. Yuan explained. The stars on the ID show how many military merits you have earned at that rank. The more merits, the more stars. The system works in tens. Once you surpass 10 stars, you level up. Take me for example, my rank is a 5-star divine general. Across the entire divine empire, fewer than 10 people hold that rank. After that, and step forward to lead the way again. Follow me, he said, guiding me to another spot at the spirit hall. Yuan brought Mak Yu here. This is the sacred place where all the ancient sages and heroes are worshipped, known as the spirit hall. And Yanyai, and the others died far from home. True heroes to the end. Even in death, their souls continue guarding our divine empire. Ayuan respectfully clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Even after death, their souls keep watching over our divine empire. Descendant of the divine empire. Baya earnestly prays to the sages of the empire, asking for blessings upon me, the future of our divine empire. Moments later, Ayuan led Mak-Yu to the demon-slaying tower, one of the 3 great towers of the divine space. It shuddered slightly, and Wei Yuan's voice echoed. The tower has recorded your spiritual trace. A star disappeared from his rank, meaning that even if you die on the battlefield, we can revive you, leaving you a path back to life. Hearing this, Mak-Yu was stunned. Revival. Bei Shen just lost a star of merit to give me a second chance. That is the real blessing for descendants. Thinking it over, he nodded seriously. Thank you. Ayuan patted his shoulder with a warm smile. You are a grown man now. No need to be so formal. Just kill more enemies on the battlefield. That is all you need to do. Now, I will officially fill you in on some battlefield secrets. He pointed down to where Mak-Yu stood. The Empire's war fortress is called the Eternal March Great Wall. There are 9 fortresses in total, lined up straight, spaced over 1,000 kilometers apart, forming the Eternal March Great Wall stretching for thousands of miles. Ayuan explained. The one we are standing on is Fortress No. 1. The front line. Unlike other nations that constantly call for help, since building the Eternal March Great Wall, our front line has never been breached by the abyssal demons. He added, the battlefield has many dungeons, but demons block humans from entering or even reaching the dungeon entrances. The fights outside the dungeons are the deadliest and most brutal. You gotta be careful. I suggest buying plenty of teleport stones so you can quickly retreat back to the fortress. After finishing, Ayuan quickly teleported away, reminding him, I have told you everything important. The rest is up to you. Soon after, Mak-Yu approached the city gates. The gate knights noticed he was new and warned him. Level 22. Kid, here with a senior. Huh, the monsters outside start at level 30. And there are abyssal demons too, very dangerous. Mak-Yu nodded. Thanks. I will check it out. Just inside the city, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the air. The abyssal aura was thick, and visibility was poor. Suddenly, a volley of gunfire came from behind. Mak-Yu spun around, activating his dual bone armor. Attack. Seriously, Mak-Yu scanned the area suspiciously but saw nothing. Is this some kind of stealth monster? The bone soldiers charged forward. A level 30 battlefield wraith appeared. Mak-Yu was shocked it was a wraith. He ordered the bone soldiers to attack again. Then concluded. No surprise. Immune to physical attacks. Mak-Yu frowned, ready to try a different approach. If physical attacks do not work, let us try elemental damage. Suddenly, a bunch of fire element bone mages rushed into the fray. The battlefield wraith was instantly incinerated. A system alert rang out. Level 30 battlefield wraith defeated. Experience plus 300,000. Soul breath acquired. Soul breath carries the will of the fallen on the battlefield. It can strengthen weapons and gear. Mak-Yu pocketed the new skill. Thinking. Soul breath. Even normal monsters drop this on the battlefield. He stared into the distance, deep in thought. If there are monsters immune to physical attacks, then chances are there are also monsters immune to elemental damage. Maybe even monsters immune to both physical and elemental attacks. If that happens, bone soldiers and bone mages lose their edge. Gotta be extra cautious. Over 2 hours later, Mak-Yu was still battling monsters along the way. He stood aside, waiting for the bone soldiers and mages to clear the path. Quietly. He thought, after 2 hours of walking, the dungeon entrance has got to be closed. Suddenly, a group of people came running toward him in a panic. The lead guy screamed in panic at Mak-Yu. Run, there is a shadow beast right behind us. Mak-Yu was puzzled. Shadow beast. Before he could even process it, a pack of level 31 shadow hellhounds charged forward. The group that had fled earlier now turned back, spotting Mak-Yu still standing firm. They shouted warnings. They have switched targets. It is those hellhounds. That young guy's dead meat. Watching the beast closing in, Mak-M's brows furrowed slightly. Are these things flesh eaters? His face darkened with anger. Damn it. Moments later, Mak-Yu called back View and the other soldiers, along with the Kala mages. You are dead meat, he muttered. 2 silver rank Kala warriors stepped forward, clearing a path and drawing the beast toward them. The shadow hellhounds saw this and leapt forward aggressively. The Kala mages quickly unleashed ice and fire spells to support the attack. Seeing the hellhounds temporarily restrained, the Kala soldiers charged in to finish them off. A system alert blared. Shadow Hellhound eliminated. Gain 310,000 XP and 1 military merit. Shadow Hellhound unlocked. At the same time, Mak-Yu's Danados Scythe leveled up. He smiled quietly finally. This weapon's getting some love. Looks like killing about 30 beasts gets it to level 2. Thinking that through, Mak-Yu activated his skill. Fine then. All of you count as my military merit chaos corpses. He glanced at the insignia on his chest and smiled softly. Military merit went up, the side the upgraded. And if more beasts like these hellhounds show up, even better. Unexpectedly, the Scythus upgrade added a stat bonus. A notification popped up. Donatos Scythe. Level 2. Spirit plus 100. The group that ran off earlier stopped in their tracks, watching Makyu's monster-slaying display in stunned awe. Holy crap! What kind of skill is that? Is he a high-level profession user? I have never seen any profession that can revive an immortal beast like that before. Somewhere else on the battlefield, the blazing demon king senses beasts being wiped out. Why the hell are some of my pups suddenly dead? Could it be a high-level profession user? Whatever. I will just unleash a few more puppies to play. Right after those words, hundreds of blood-red eyes of beasts appeared, glaring fiercely at the frontline outpost of the Dragon Clan. Level 26 dungeon. Those who had fled earlier regrouped to rest. They whispered as they watched Makingu. So young. Definitely not even 20. White rank. No stars. Just a private. Star 5 is the god's subordinates. One step forward. Hey brother. You rolling solo. What level are you? Want to team up? We are all god subordinates. We can guide you through the dungeon. Makyu politely declined. No thanks. Makyu eyed the dungeon portal. Calculating. This one's hell level difficulty, and I have only been soloing nightmare difficulty so far. Let us give this a shot. Just as he was about to enter, someone rushed up. Brother, our team's one slot short. Doesn't matter what level you are. We will guide you through the dungeon, Cyangan said anxiously. After all, he is the future hope of the god's subordinates. We can let him die here. Before he could finish, Makyu had already left. He's going in. He is actually going in, Cyangan worriedly muttered. Going solo into the dungeon. Isn't he just asking for a death sentence? A guy from the small Yi nation sneered nearby. Bet I can figure him out just by checking him out. You god subordinates always love to brag. Henfeng suddenly tossed out a dungeon scouting talisman. Everyone nearby gasped. It was a dungeon reconnaissance talisman that reveals the situation inside. The guy from small Yi nation nodded. Exactly. This talisman tells us the dungeon's difficulty, how many teams are inside, and if there have been casualties. A fiery hologram popped up from the talisman. Normal difficulty. 1 team of 4 still active. Nightmare difficulty. 2 teams remaining. 12 people alive. Hell difficulty. 1 team. Only 1 person alive. Everyone nearby was stunned. Eyes locked on the hell difficulty line. Hell difficulty. 1 team. Only 1 survivor. I am not seeing things. Right? Just 1 person left alive at hell difficulty. What is the point of this? It is just him against hell difficulty. Is he just going to die? The guy from small Yi nation smirked contemptuously. The young god subordinate sure is gutsy or just plain dumb. Honestly, it is a real eye-opener, and smiled slyly and asked, how long do you think he can survive in there? Hearing Han speak, the people of Shenxia instantly flared up. Some even drew their weapons. Warning. Zip it. You want to start a fight, or what? Even the ego soldiers raised their hands in surrender and stepped back. It is just a little chase. Han thought silently. Shenxia sure knows how to keep their pride intact. Cyangan stood beside him, whispering in his ear. Watch your tone. Ego is a tiny nation. Yet you dare provoke Shenxia. You want to get yourself killed. He felt a twinge of regret for Maknu. Muttering, coming here alone. He must be insanely talented, still so young. A real rising star in Godchana. What a shame. Inside the Long Tribe's frontline guard dungeon, Maknu appeared, scanning the surroundings with a calm eye. This place was a far cry from the nightmare-level dungeon. Something felt restrained. He tested his skills, then frowned. No spatial letter magic could be used here. In other words, no tricks. No teleportation stones to escape. This was a hell-level dungeon. From afar, ominous whispers warned a horde of demons was approaching. Their ferocity and level would be terrifying. The monsters seemed to sense him and quickly turned around. Behind them, Long Tribe soldiers armed with polearms and elite level 30 hell beasts charged forward in unison. Maknu did not hesitate. He quickly recalled his weapons and sent his skeletal soldiers to back him up. This was hell-level difficulty after all. Even a single soldier here had stats far beyond his skeletal warriors, stronger than the elites in large dungeons, nearly rivaling nightmare-level bosses. The Long Tribe's spear soldiers and Maknu's silver-grade skeletal warriors clashed fiercely. An elite monster surged forward, swinging its spear wildly to attack the skeletal soldiers. Almost immediately, the skeletal troops were hit. Seeing this, Maknu quickly realized the monster's attacks caused dizziness if stunned. His soldiers could not retreat into the spatial pocket before he could come up with a plan. 3 of his skeletal warriors were wiped out by the Long Tribe's spear soldiers. Watching this, Maknu scowled and ordered his skeletal soldiers to circle the spear soldiers while his mages unleashed spells. More skeletal soldiers were summoned, rushing into battle. Maknu sized up the battlefield. No matter how high their stats were, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. Seconds later, an explosion wiped out several long tribe spear soldiers. Maknu's experience points surged, leveling up a few times, equipping the sea bone armor skill. He calculated carefully if his soldiers got dizzy, they would be useless. He had to be cautious to prevent the monsters from surrounding and trapping his skeletal troops. After a moment, a sly grimace onto his lips. So this is what it takes. Before, dungeons were a breeze. No obstacles. Finally, one that actually demands some respect. Meanwhile, the remaining long tribe spear soldiers sensed trouble and started to fall back. Seeing their caution, Maknu's interest peaked. So they are this sharp. Huh, fine. I will use my skeletal soldiers as bait to herd these monsters into a trap. He sent his troops to chase down the spear soldiers relentlessly. After about half an hour, a sudden gust of wind blew fiercely. As Maknu checked on his skeletal soldiers, he noticed they were stunned, surprised. He realized this was a mage wind spell. He eyed the monster casting the spell in disbelief. These monsters actually used basic tactics. Seems like they have some brains after all. By now, 2 of his skeletal soldiers were dead. Maknu studied carefully if he could only summon a few more warriors at a time. This was going to be tough. Soon after, he summoned over a dozen more skeletal soldiers. Good thing I have tons of these guys. At that moment, a level 31 long tribe mage rushed in to back up the troops. Watching this, Maknu's face twisted slightly. He quickly cast Soul Flame, smart move by the monsters, targeting the skeletal mages first, but it was too late. The monster struck by Maknu's attack was instantly destroyed. Maknu kept attacking, but his expression shifted. This was one of the 4 items the White God wanted. Killing so many monsters but only dropping one. The drop rate was brutal. After finishing, he recalled his wounded skeletal soldiers to the pocket space and pressed deeper into the dungeon. Looks like he would have to run this dungeon several times to gather all the materials. Making his way a bit further, Maknu stumbled upon a squad of long tribe spear soldiers. He quickly did the math and decided to use his previous tactic to lure the monsters, but this time, he would use a brutal corpse. Otherwise, he would not have enough dry soldiers left to deploy. Up until now, this was the first time he faced a shortage of dry soldiers. No wonder this difficulty level was hellish. Moments later, right in the heat of battle, Maknu unlocked a new skill. Perfect timing as the slowing curse took effect. He swiftly wiped out the entire squad of long tribe spear soldiers. Then, Maknu commanded, "Time to strike back, my dry soldier mages." Meanwhile, at Invan's location, Ayuan had just returned from the battlefield. Invan poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Did you deliver him safely?" Ayuan nodded. "Yeah." "Delivered?" Invan noticed Yuan's military insignia had lost a star. Furrowing his brow, Invan asked, "So you truly want to groom that kid, huh? And you left a trace of him at Lindine, turning him from a 1-star divine general to 4 stars. Right?" Ayuan waved it off. "Doesn't he matter much? It is just a commendation. That kid's future is definitely something to watch. We can't afford any slip-ups. Too many of our human geniuses have died already. Missing one more might be okay." He continued, "But I gave him a mission to grab some documents from the Long Tribe. Even if he does not want to face their frontline guards, he has to go. Consider it part of his training." And Van sipped his tea and said, "Even on nightmare difficulty, the drop rate for the documents you want is super low." Ayuan chuckled softly. "That is exactly the effect I am aiming for. I gave him a time reduction talisman, so he can run the dungeon 7 or 8 times and be good to go." Suddenly remembering something, and Van wiped sweat from his brow. The Long Tribe's frontline guard dungeon is hell level difficulty. Yuan suddenly realized that too. He probably won T-pick hell difficulty. Right? And Van laughed, scratching his head. "I totally forgot about that. I should have reminded him that hell difficulty is way tougher than nightmare." And Van reassured, "Don't sweat it. If he can lead 39 guys through the desert tyrant, what can T do? Besides, I have already marked his trail. He won T die at worst. He will suffer a lot." Suddenly, Ayuan got serious and asked, "Hey old, do you think there is a chance that kid might actually clear the hell difficulty dungeon?" And Van laughed, "If he really does, would not that be awesome?" Back in the dungeon, Maknu had wiped out the last wave of monsters and sat down to rest. Planning his next move, he had to kill over 20 long tribe mages just to grab 2 dragon horns. His dry soldiers were badly wounded, and they would only covered about a third of the path. He chuckled softly, amused. This was the first time a dungeon had pushed him this hard. The monsters were more intense and coordinated than ever. No doubt, this was hell-level difficulty. Looking toward the distant fortress, Maknu's voice held a spark of excitement. He was itching to see just how strong the hell difficulty boss really was. Soon, he reached the castle gates and took out a few more monsters, guarding the outside of the fortress. Maknu encountered new monster, a level 31 long tribe archer. Surprised, he noted that archers also had skills, but only mages could drop dragon horns, so the remaining documents must come from other monsters. With that thought, He pointed and ordered his dry soldiers. Frontline soldiers, move out. Before they could take a step, a dry soldier was taken down. Makungu blinked in shock. The dry soldier did not even have time to react before being wiped out. Clutching his weapon tight, Makungu grew cautious, scanning his surroundings. The enemy's attack was strong and lightning fast, but what the heck was it? Another dry soldier fell. Makungu's heart raced as he watched. Again, the attacks came from behind. No matter what, he had to figure out what it was. Losing to them was not an option. He unleashed ice skills combined with violent whirlwinds. Invisible monsters. Fine, he would go for a wide area attack, sending sharp ice crystals flying forward on command. After the assault, a shadowy figure of a monster flickered into view in the blink of an eye. A strike landed squarely on the monster's body. A dry soldier counterattacked, pushing back a level 32 long tribe assassin, a hulking stealth monster that had been ambushing Makungu's troops. Makungu sized up the beast. Its stats were insanely high. Its stealth skill combined with a critical strike explained how it had been wiping out his dry soldiers in seconds. Then, Makungu immediately ordered the dry tower soldiers to attack. Once hit, their stealth skill would be instantly broken. Once exposed, you have lost all your edge. Minutes later, he would taken out several level 32 Dragon Clan assassins and scored a dragon heart. So the dragon heart came from the Dragon Clan assassins. Now, only the dragon's blood and dragon core remain missing. At that moment, from inside the fortress, a hail of arrows and dazzling bolts rained down. Makungu used 2 bone-armored shields to block the incoming arrows. Bracing for battle just in time, he quickly tossed out some corpses, then activated his skill Ferocious Corpses. The thrown bodies exploded on impact, unleashing a wave of gunfire. The fortress wall in front of Makungu shattered. At the same time, he wiped out level 32 Dragon Clan archers, gaining 620,000 experience and a dragon's blood, then took down a level 31 archer for another 620,000 XP. Seizing the moment, Makungu entered the fortress. He guessed right, the dragon's blood appeared from the archers. Only the dragon core is left now. Inside, Makungu kept up the assault with mages and dry tower soldiers, eliminating a male level 32 Dragon Clan assassin. He glanced at a dragon statue inside the fortress, wondering. Suddenly, the statue's face started to weep water. Then the whole statue shattered, revealing the gatekeeper boss of Hell level emerging from the splash. Seeing the Hell level boss, Makungu paled slightly. Level 33, 11 levels higher than his dry tower soldiers. This guy is seriously terrifying, way tougher than the tyrant bosses in the big dungeons. Plus he's got 2 crowd control skills. Makungu flexed his legs and dashed swiftly to another spot. The gatekeeper roared fiercely, unleashing a rapid spin attack that swept the area. Makungu used his slowing skill, Flowing Words, to lock the boss down. With such high mobility stats, he can let it roam free. The gatekeeper was quickly blinded and slowed by Flowing Words. Chains wrapped tightly around its neck, making it roar in pain. Seizing the chance, dry tower soldiers and mages charged into attack. Looking at the situation, Makungu worried, can we actually hurt this thing? From the dust cloud, the gatekeeper's eyes suddenly flashed with light. Seconds later, it activated an enhancement skill to break free from the Flowing Words. Slow. Makungu panicked, this ain't good. His slow's effectiveness just dropped. The gatekeeper unleashed an area knockback attack, wiping out 4 dry tower soldiers. He pulled out another weapon. The gatekeeper slammed his weapon into the ground hard, causing a dizzying effect on the whole area. Instantly, 12 dry tower soldiers were taken down. Makungu frowned, annoyed. Even if the dry tower soldiers respawn after being wiped, my mental energy has limits. This dizziness skill is too damn tough to break. I can just let this boss keep wiping us out like this. Come on, Brother Lin Tongquan. Show up. The moment Brother Lin Tongquan appeared, he activated his army formation, swiftly enveloping all the dry tower soldiers and mages present. Makungu was a bit surprised. He thought, could Brother Lin Tongquan's formation actually dispel dizziness? Not exactly. It just boosts the soldiers' resistance to dizziness. But hey, it works just as well. Thinking that through, Makungu grinned. Once your dizziness skill is useless, my side has nothing to fear anymore. Then he commanded the soldiers and mages to attack again. The gatekeeper's physical health dropped to 8,547, down from a total of 15,000. He immediately used the area dizziness skill again. At the same time, Brother Lin Tongquan retaliated quickly with his formation. Watching the battle unfold, Makungu smirked, useless move. Once your control skills break, it is Bentao's turn to attack. Suddenly, Makungu's eyes widened in shock. The gatekeeper had spotted him. The gatekeeper charged to attack Makungu, who quickly took a defensive stance, summoning the Soul of Flame and muttering a curse. Makungu struck back at the gatekeeper. 2 bone-armored shields blocked the barrage, keeping him from getting stunned. He powered up the Soul of Flame. Time to die. The gatekeeper was engulfed in the Soul of Flame, screaming in agony. Then he was hammered from all sides by dry tower mages and soldiers. Seconds later, the system announced, Gatekeeper defeated, 3,300 XP gained. and acquired the golden weapon Hell Guard's Shield, one of the guard-themed outfits. Obtained the golden weapon. The Hell Guard Shield, one of the guard-themed outfits. Obtained the golden weapon. The Hell Guard Bracelet. Maybe they do not understand the situation on our side. Are they scared we will get attacked by undead hounds as soon as we step out? Makyu stared at the Dragon Clan War King title hovering above, and the loot dropped. Confirming his hunch, the course dropped straight from the boss. But wait, so early on I already got the official proof of my second job transfer. And this unique title with those insane stats. Isn't he that way too, Op? Makyu had just leveled up and happily muttered, I am already level 23. So the cores really came from the boss. Now I have completed over a third of the quest Silver God gave me. He quickly checked his info right after leveling up, wanting to see his current stats first. Profession Unique Death Mage. Level 23. Title, Dragon Clan War King, plus 500 to all attributes. 50% skill cost reduction. Strength 390 plus 500. Agility 390 plus 500. Spirit 390 plus 500. Vitality 1900 plus gear. Weapon, Donato Scythe. Level 2. Spirit plus 100. Summon Space. 210 230. Dry Soldier count. 140. Dry Mage count. 70. Comprehensive buff increased tenfold. Passive skill. Damage Teleport. Active skills. Spirit Flame level 23. Summon Dry Soldiers level 23. Berserk Corpse level 3. Speed Reduction Chant level 23. See Bone Armor level 23. Summon Dry Mages level 23. Summon Space. 211 230. Makyu wondered aloud. I wonder how my Dry Soldiers' stats have changed. He checked further. Both Silver level Dry Soldiers and Silver level Dry Mages had leveled up to 23, with all stats boosted. After checking everything, Makyu reeled in his scythe and muttered, Hell difficulty is tough, but the experience is totally worth it. The gear I got is solid. Once the Dry Soldiers recover, I will use cooldown reduction to keep pushing forward. Moments earlier, as Makyu stepped out of the long Tribes side gate, the air was thick with the scent of blood, bodies strewn everywhere like a battlefield. He frowned. The stench of fresh blood was overwhelming. Makyu, protected by his dual bone armor, scanned his surroundings cautiously. Something was wrong. Behind him, a pack of shadow dogs charged in, but their attacks were all blocked by the armor. Makyu glanced at the massive horde of shadow dogs behind him. Every single one was a deadly shadow beast. He quickly unleashed his skill and unleashed a fierce strike. Makyu's face hardened as he gripped his scythe tightly. A shadow dog suddenly lunged at him, but he was knocked down before he could strike. Suddenly, a few more attacks blasted away the shadow creatures around Makyu. The attacker shouted, Hey, you. Hurry up. Awakens urgent. This area is swarming with shadow dogs. The other team watched in disbelief. What the hell is this? Where did all these Dry Soldiers come from? Mai Xing looked puzzled from behind and asked what had happened. Sighing replied, A horde of demonic hounds was unleashed by the undead in Thong Yen, surrounding us. Hearing this, Messiang fell into deep thought. The strength of those people means they could have escaped, but they stayed behind to wait for those just coming out of the dungeon. Didn't they know what was happening on our side? Were they scared we would get ambushed by the demonic hounds as soon as we stepped out? Right now, someone on their side is already under attack by the demonic creatures. Siang explained, That is Yigo's team. I am afraid if they can't escape, many of us on our side will also die gruesomely at the jaws of those hounds. A girl from the team quickly checked the dungeon's runes. Normal mode, no parties. Nightmare mode, no parties. Hell mode, no parties either. After looking over the results, she shouted out loud, No one else is inside the dungeon. Siang immediately ordered, All right, let us get ready to break through the siege. Suddenly, they noticed Messiang was still there. Surprised, they turned around. Why have not you gone back yet? Messiang chuckled softly. I am the backup soldier. The mages need time to recharge. I am handling the dungeon. He pulled out his scythe. All the mages fire. Ice. Lightning instantly began to recover. Within seconds, the demonic hounds were blasted away. The skeleton soldiers quickly surged forward to attack the remaining demonic hounds. The other team members watched in shock. What the hell is that? What is going on? Where did all those skeletons come from on the battlefield? Messiang's skeleton soldiers and mages fought fiercely, not showing a hint of weakness. The more they watched this battle unfold, the more the other team admired Messiang. Those powerful skeletons were his reinforcements, and the demonic hounds could not even land a hit on them. Who the heck is this guy? At that moment, Messiang signaled to the team. Everyone, fall back behind me. The others quickly obeyed, retreating cautiously. Though curiosity gnawed at them, why were they following his orders? Something about him kept them intrigued. Makyu raised his hand calmly, explaining, I am about to use a wide-range skill. I do not want anyone to get hurt. Then, with a swift motion forward, he unleashed his skill, the Violent Corpse. Instantly, the front line where the ghost dog stood exploded in a fiery blast. The group behind watched the explosion, wide-eyed and stunned. What kind of skill was that? That is some serious devastation. At the same time, after the blast, SSS-Rank insignia added another star. His military merit hit a full 100, upgrading to 1 star, hitting 1,000 accumulation points and 5 contribution points. No wonder Batch then said you had to fight in the original battlefield to earn contribution points. Holding the level 31 Danato scythe, his spirit power boosted by 300, Maknu grinned. His weapon had leveled up too. Never thought luck would swing my way like this. Well, there is no way I am letting you off now. But honestly, I never planned to. Another explosion blew away more ghost dogs, and the group could not help but buzz with questions. Who is this guy? Some top prodigy from an elite academy. They whispered among themselves. Trong hung and suddenly realized and blurted out. Wait, if I am not mistaken? He is the one who cleared hell difficulty. He is a lot. The others gasped. No way, he soloed through the Long Tribe's hell-level dungeon. That place is packed with chained control skills. How did he even break free? Ignoring their chatter, SSS-Rank insignia glowed again. His military merit maxing out at 200, upgrading to 2 stars, with 1,000 accumulation and 5 contribution points. Gripping his level 4 Danato scythe, his spirit power surging, Maknu let out a faint smile after the upgrade. The spirit attribute boost from the Danato scythe that keeps rising. I have always felt this weapon is no ordinary tool. If I keep leveling it up, maybe I can unlock a new skill. Seeing the battlefield clear of ghost dogs, Maknu. So this time I only took down around 200 Darkhound ghosts. If there were more monsters, that'd be even better. With the ghost dogs wiped out, the group quickly settled down, breathing a sigh of relief. That was close. We are basically saved. Why did so many ghost dogs show up all of a sudden? Is Deep Silence planning a full-scale attack? The original battlefield's getting way too dangerous. Hongan stepped forward and shook Maknu's hand. Introducing himself. Hey there, I'm that Huan, a level 31 Holy Knight from Hakin Prefecture. Maknu shook his hand back. I am Lam Nup, a level 23 Death Mage, also from Hakin Academy. Hongan laughed and asked, so you are a junior. Which class are you in? Maknu pondered for a moment. There is no day or night in the original battlefield. But it must be morning now. After a pause, he answered, I just arrived at the academy. Yesterday was my orientation. Just then, Hongan's hand suddenly dropped in surprise. Shouting, what? Someone next to Hongan rushed over. So you are a freshman? Maknu nodded. Yeah. Actually, I am a first-year student. The two people behind Hongan exchanged shocked glances. A newbie now. And they are already this strong? They thought it over. Usually, new students are only level 15 or 16, still grinding hard at school. Right? Hong and, hearing the reply, happily patted Maknu on the back. Freshman. Just enrolled. Yet already packing this kind of power. No wonder you could solo the battlefield and survive so long at hell difficulty. Maknu smiled modestly. You flatter me. He then asked Hongan curiously. I noticed your team leader S-Squad is pretty strong too. Why are not they in the fight? One team member stepped forward. It is because he can take on the monsters. We are already in nightmare difficulty. Hongan quickly defended. Hey, cut me some slack. Back then I was only level 29 and was not ready yet. Then he added, now we are just missing a guard shield. Too bad they do not sell it at the trade post. Once I finish crafting the full set, I will tackle nightmare difficulty. The male member of the team was worried. If he still could not get that shield, we are already hitting level 32, which is way beyond the replica's limit. Hongan stood firm and said, relax, we will get it for sure. If not, I will just buy a separate golden tier shield as a temporary fix. That same guy then asked Maknu, by the way, what gear does Hexi Lem need? If we have it, we will sell it to you cheap. Hearing that, Hongan stepped forward quickly and introduced. This guard gear is seriously strong. It is golden tier. Same level. Although Hethesi Lam is only level 23 now, he can start prepping golden tier gear early and use it by level 30. Maknu pulled out some items, then took out a shield and asked, is this the guard shield you need? Senior, seeing the item, Hongan and his teammates were stunned. This shield in Maknu's hand was the Hell Guard shield, one of the golden tier guard gear pieces. It boosts all stats by 300, increases control skill block chance by 50%, halves control duration, usable at level 30. Hongan and the other both shouted, the Hell Guard shield. Hongan hurried over to Maknu, stammering, see? Effie Alim. Where did you get this shield? Maknu answered softly, not long. The guard boss still went missing. Hongan was shocked. Effie Alim. Are you saying the hell difficulty boss is still missing? Maknu nodded. Exactly. The other two team members asked. Effie Elim, you went solo on the Hell level guard dungeon. Makyu replied bluntly. Yeah, I did. Hungan's crew thought to themselves. No way he cleared that solo. But this Hell guard shield right here is not fake. Makyu handed the shield to Hungan. Senior, check if it combines. Hungan gripped the shield, which immediately glowed. A special set effect activated. The shield's glow shot straight up, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Watching. People murmured. Woo, that is the guard set? Someone already has the full guard set. Who is it? That is the guard set with some platinum gear mixed in. Someone actually completed it. After testing the shield, Hungan quickly asked Mak Ingyu, Effie Elim, can you sell me that shield? I will give you 10 million gold coins. How about it? Hungan? Huh. Mak Ingyu thought for a moment. This is just golden gear. Not much. Give me 5 million and it is yours. Hungan grabbed Makyu's hand excitedly. Thanks a lot. Effie Elim. The teammates behind cheered and congratulated him too. Thanks to Hefizi Lam, the old fortress is finally set up as planned. Now we can tackle nightmare level guard dungeons. They all thanked him again and headed back. Seriously. Thanks. Effie Elim. Let us teleport back to the fortress first. The gear combo caused quite a stir. Mak Ingyu thought for a moment, then followed them. If that is the case, I need to get my head in the game too. He crushed a teleport stone to prepare for the move. Somewhere far across the battlefield, the fiery demon king slowly appeared. Night has fallen. Plenty have died. Let us check out what is going on. A monstrous shadow appeared and replied. Mission acknowledged. Back with Makyu. Hungan was still chatting with him. Thanks, Effie Elim. Now that we have full gear, we are ready to dive into the dungeon. I have been waiting for this day forever. Someone nearby shouted. Behold, the holy armored knight. Hearing the buzz, Makyu looked too. No way, that is the legendary class, holy armored knight. From the Divine Academy, one of the top-tier schools. So powerful. Well, Asiya Lam actually saw Yae. He called out. Well done. Yae turned around and saw him happily running over. Makyu, what are you doing here? Makyu nodded. I am here to complete my mission. Yae replied. Nice. I am here to finish my mission too. Nef then watched Yae leave. Annoyed, then glared at Makyu. Yae ignored him and guessed. Let me guess. Your mission needs some dragon tribe materials. Like some kind of horns. Then she shook her head. Nope. No way. This mission is way too easy for you. Finally, Yae said, I bet you are after the spirit crane dragon tribe item that only the boss drops. Right? Msinga nodded. Alright. You figured it out. He thought to himself. Actually, Buchthun just needs the dragon crane. Yae happily waved her hand. Same here. I need to gather dragon crane essence too. Nifi Thon, who had just arrived, asked, Yae, who is this guy? He is a level 30 holy light knight. Yae introduced, extending her hand. He is my friend. Nifi Thon, looking a bit annoyed, introduced himself. Chu Edred, holy light knight. Msing responded. Lumen Singh, level 23. Soul Death Mage. Hearing that, Yae was surprised. You are already level 23. That is fast. I am only level 21. Msing calmly said. As usual, I will take you out for some side quests. Yae laughed happily and quickly agreed. Sounds good. Sounds good. But Nafithon cut and, wait a minute, what is the problem? Didn't Yae say she wanted me to take her out? I shook her head. Refusing. Sorry. I do not need you to lead me anymore. Besides, my friend here will take me. No need to bother you. Hearing this, Nefithon was shocked. If he is only level 23 and still needs someone to guide him, how can he possibly lead her? Yae frowned and said firmly. Don't worry about it. Thanks for offering. But I do not need it. Seeing Yae's expression, Nethon did not argue further. Alright then, just be careful. If he can do it, you can always come to me. He thought to himself, annoyed by the guy's attitude. Level 23, and already looking down on him. Yae, worried about Mcju's thoughts, quickly patted his back for reassurance. Don't worry. He has definitely got this. Then she asked, by the way, Masi Yin, what difficulty are you planning to take me on, normal or nightmare? Mcing calmly replied. Hell level. Yae gasped, covering her mouth. Hell level. Did I hear that right? She thought to herself. Chunezasi Thun only said he would take her on nightmare level. Mcing nodded. That is right. Look at your expression. Yae immediately lit up with excitement. Whoa. Awesome. I have been dying to explore hell level. Watching Enzing and Yae standing side by side, Nef Thun felt jealous. Level 23 and already acting like he can lead a girl through the dungeon. He sneered. Mark my word. Tomorrow Yi will be begging me to take her instead. A little later, Manga and Yi arrived at the teleport gate. Meanwhile, Ai kept chatting excitedly. Finally, we are entering hell level difficulty. The two quickly stepped through the teleport gate, leaving the onlookers outside stunned. Wait, were not those two planning to enter hell level difficulty? Aren't they just looking for trouble? The last hell dungeon clear was by the Light God Academy team from Efshkin School. I remember that well. There was a fierce female professional fighter, called a sword warrior or something. Whatever. They are probably just sightseeing. Inside the dungeon, as soon as they arrived, Msina quickly activated 2 bone armor shields. She was surprised. This is the defense skill you buffed my character with, right? Msina nodded. Yeah, it will keep you safer. I looked at him in awe. As expected, it feels as safe as always. Msina quickly recalled the Kala soldiers. He thought, as long as they avoid getting hit by those control skills, this dungeon will be way easier. Right after entering, the Kala soldiers took down the Long Tribe spear-wielding captain. I praised his fighting style immediately. Sure, this is hell-level difficulty, but you are fighting so smoothly, Msina replied. Yeah, it is really not that hard. Hearing this, I rolled her eyes. You are the only one saying that. The nightmare difficulty players have been screaming bloody murder. It is nowhere near as chill as you. Meanwhile, the blocking fighters and mages were quickly taking down the surrounding monsters. Watching this, I quietly admired. He has gotten so much stronger, and he can even heal the mages now. After clearing the monsters along the way, Msiying and Yi moved toward the Long Tribe's castle. Msiying asked gently, "Ai, besides the dragon crane essence, what else does your mission need?" I smiled brightly, holding up a big ring. This lady here is pretty awesome. I finished the first mission and already got my reward. The second mission now is to collect another dragon crane essence and reach private second class. Level 25. Msiying did not recognize the Goblin King's ring. All skills +1. What is this? I explained. I got it after completing the first mission. I nearly lost my life doing it. Before she could finish, Msiying quickly pulled her back to dodge an attack. Careful. Then the Kalo soldiers immediately charged forward to fight. I looked toward the recent attack and asked anxiously, "How did the monster turn invisible like that?" Maku nodded. "Yeah, it has stealth skills." He also jumped out of the armored suit and exclaimed, "No kidding. This difficulty is straight up hellish. Luckily, my assassin class has a skill that can see through stealth. I will help you out in a bit." I raised her hand to her eyes, activating her stealth penetrating skill, her eyes glowing faintly red. Quickly, I spotted the monsters and pointed them out to Maku. "One over there, 2 right here." Following her directions, the Assassin Dragon Tribe monsters were swiftly wiped out, granting 320,000 experience points, and unlocking a first-tier heart. Assassin Dragon Tribe defeated. 320,000 XP gained. Maku gratefully said, "Thanks for your help. Now I do not have to worry about those sneaky monsters anymore." I smirked confidently. "Told you. This lady's got some serious skills." Suddenly noticing the rank insignia on Maku's armor, she gasped. "You already have 2 stars. Maku replied calmly. "Yeah, I took down a whole pack of shadow hounds." Hearing this, I playfully pounded him on the chest. "Hey, you left me way behind. From now on, you gotta take me with you." Maku nodded lightly. "Deal." Soon after, the two entered the Dragon Tribe's arena. Maku hurriedly used 2 armored bones and warned Yaya, "Ai, stay back a bit. Don't come too close to me." I nodded. "Got it." She was a bit puzzled, though why did he want her to keep her distance from Maku's fighting style? Standing close to a hound master was no big deal. Nearby, Maku's companion Wang Rong spoke to a cracked statue. "Come on, buddy. Wake up and move a little." I sat on a nearby tree branch, sighing. The space was restricted, and she only had 1 core left. When the outpost guardian appeared, she was shocked it was the boss. Below, Maku used his usual tactic, applying a slowing spell to bind the outpost guardian. The guardian powered up again, resisting and breaking free from the chains. He then launched a forceful attack that shook the surrounding space. Aya lost her grip and fell backward from the branch. She shouted, "Hey, that is my sweet potato," which was actually Maku teasing her. At Maku's side, he unleashed a soul fire attack against the outpost guardian. He summoned the spirit general and used the Yo skill. The guardian charged again, but Maku raised his hand and recalled all his troops back into the summoning space. Watching the battle, I gasped. He can even fight the boss by recalling all his troops into the summoning space to dodge the boss. Explosive skill. She could not believe it, thinking, no way he can really solo a hell-level boss. Even if I told my grandpa, he would not buy it. After the outpost guardian's effects faded, Maku healed his summoned troops and pushed forward with the attack. Just minutes later, the system announced, "Outpost guardian defeated, 1,650,000 XP gained. Acquired golden weapon. Hellguard magic sword. Hellguard magic sword. Hellguard armor acquired. +2 dragon cores. He grabbed Makyu in a hug, proof of promotion. I got the promotion proof, Makyu asked confused. Isn't he clearing the hell dungeon supposed to guarantee a star rank? I shyly shrank back. This is hell level difficulty, and it only drops one proof each run. You are the only one who does not care about promotion proofs. Makyu suddenly remembered something. Right? When we get out, I want you to hold on to this. The Hellguard Outpost Armor Set. A golden tier weapon. All stats plus 500. 50% bonus to assassin skills. Usable from level 30. Dragon core materials are super rare and can be used to craft all kinds of gear. I asked in amazement. You are really giving this to me? Makyu nodded. Yep. He added. Take a break. Then we will keep fighting. I agreed. Sounds good. Outside the portal, Hong and the team were struggling to hold back a high-level monster. Good thing we have the guard outfit. Otherwise, we would be toast, a female team member whispered. There is still a demon left. What do we do now? Hong steadied herself and said, hang in there. Lin Maknu came all this way just to get here. As long as he is here, these demons are nothing. The Shadow Hound appeared, snarling. It is not them. I do not sense the breath of my own offspring here. Then she ordered the Dark Hound beast to attack. If that is the case, tear them all apart. Obediently, the dark beast surged forward, biting and tearing. Nahakthan just exited the dungeon, his eyes scanning around fiercely when he spotted several dark hounds running toward him. He shouted, what the hell is going on? Nahakthan quickly activated light transformation and light resistance shields to defend against the beasts. A protective barrier enveloped him and those nearby. His face was pale as death. He stared ahead in terror. How could there be so many dark hellhounds lurking here? While he was stunned, Hongan stepped forward, blocking the way. Warning! Be careful. There is a demon in the sky. Hearing that, Nahakthan looked up just in time as the dark hellhound flailed its claws. Aiming straight for him, Nahakthan sneered, muttering, useless. You will never break through my radiant barrier. I am the Holy Radiant Knight. He did not expect the dark hellhound to shatter his defenses so easily. It snarled. Nahakthan struggled to block the strike, but his radiant barrier failed him. Within seconds, he was slammed far away. His radiant shield was completely nullified, even as he was knocked back. Nahakthan thought. No way. He stomped hard and spat blood just now. He barely escaped death. Watching him get thrown like that, Hongan covered her face in disappointment. Whoa, such a big deal. And he is just a weak little chick. The male member of their group sighed. I thought his class was supposed to be powerful. Before they could say more, the dark hellhound advanced again. Seeing this, Hong and his face turned pale. A level 36 dark demon. This is bad. The team member blurted out nervously. What do we do now? Hongan tried to stay calm. If we can win, then I just hope Lim Hokti 1T leave the dungeon. Nearby, the dark hellhound laughed with glee. The Holy Radiant Knight class from the legends this time. No losses. Seizing the moment when the hellhound paused, Nahakthan quickly sent out a distress signal. We have sent the SOs. Someone's gotta come save us. He thought grimly. I can beat this thing. If I keep fighting, I am dead meat. Suddenly, the dark hellhound grew furious and launched a furious attack without waiting. At this moment, Ai and Nu also exited the dungeon. Mac Nu's presence immediately caught the hellhound's attention. You're that guy. The hellhound went berserk. You killed my child. I am gonna crush you. Mac Nu was now focused on her. He looked up calmly. Dark demon hellhound. Hongan quickly called out, Duh. Watch out. In a flash, the dark hellhound struck a deadly blow at Mac Mei, but he quickly activated his dual bone armor and taunted her with a smirk. You have not even had your dinner yet. Seeing he was unharmed, the hellhound flew into a rage and attacked again, roaring, Why? Why can't I crush you? Mac Nu stayed cool and calmly summoned the spirit flame. The dark hellhound howled in pain, covering its face as the fire consumed her. I will turn my back and run. Kill you. I swear I will kill you. Mac Nu raised his hand to use a skill, ready to flee, but then his curse skill activated, blinding the hellhound and the pack of hellhounds. Hongan shouted with joy. Lim Hokti's curse slowed down those hellhounds big time, a skill that can trap such a huge area. The dark hellhound growled in frustration. Curse. Seeing this, I could not help but chuckle a little. Mac Nu pressed on, holding the line until the dry skeleton soldiers and mages showed up to clean up the mess. My warriors, he said. Following his command, the dry skeleton soldiers sprang into action. They quickly surrounded and attacked the dark hellhound, who screamed in rage. You are dead meat. Meanwhile, Hongan finally exhaled in relief. At last, Lim Hokti revived those skeletons. Moments later, Mac Nu unleashed another strike, violent and fierce. The dark hellhound collapsed instantly. Mac Nu was a bit stunned. Is that all the dark demon hellhound can do? He quickly retreated to let the skeleton soldiers finish the job. The system announced. Level 36 dark demon hellhound defeated. Gain 360 experience, 50 military merit, and obtain Demon Essence. Demon Essence contains the power of the Dark Abyss, usable by alchemists and craftsmen to forge equipment. His military merit reached 500, leveling up to a 5-star rank 2, earning 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Macnu walked away as she happily told him, I got a share of the military merit too. At the same time, your Dainato Scythe leveled up, boosting your spirit power by 2,100. Macnu asked softly. Mission complete. I smiled brightly. Thanks to you, it was over so fast. Everyone gathered around Macnu now. Watching this, Nahak Than, badly beaten, seethed with jealousy. He should be the one standing tall, basking in glory, not someone else. He thought to himself, staring at Mak Ingu with a bitter look. I am a level 30 Holy Light Knight, saved by some level 23 nobody. How the hell do I have wounds like this on me? The Holy Knight watched Mak Ingu and Yai side by side, thinking quietly, one day, you will stand before me, beg me for mercy. He vowed, sooner or later, she will be mine, and I will show her who the real powerhouse is. Mak Ingu turned to Hungan, asking, is everyone okay? He happily replied, no worries. No worries. Thanks to the pin you gave me, I gathered enough to patch up Teaksem. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered nearby. Hungan turned, saw the Great Wall guards charging, and probably responding to the distress signal. The guards, armored and helmeted, rushed in at full speed. They scanned the area. Surprised. There has got to be at least 100 of these things here. The captain spoke up. Who sent the rescue signal? VSE Thun, helped to his feet by his comrades, said, it was. The captain pressed. What happened here? The Holy Knight recounted everything. We were attacked by the Abyss demons. Then, after hearing the full story, the captain turned to Mak Ingu. According to this Holy Light Knight's account, you were the one who wiped out those hellhounds. He glanced down at the demon hound carcasses, assessing, these are definitely demon hound corpses, but only level 23 rank. How could one person take down so many? The captain looked at the rank insignia on Mak Ingu's shirt. Private 2nd class. He thought, the rank insignia do not lie. This kid must have killed a ton of demon hounds. Pleased, the captain praised him. Kid, you are not bad at all. He thought to himself, a 5-star private 2nd class. Even many level 30 rankers do not make it to 5-star private. A solid seed right here, Mak Ingu replied calmly. Killing demons and protecting the innocent is our duty. Hearing that, the captain of the guards boomed. Well said. Just then, a horse-riding group galloped up. Leading them was Mak Van, the legendary summoner of the holy gods, riding a white steed. Hunga recognized her and shouted out, that is the princess of Mak Rai from Hakin City. Mak Van, the legendary summoner of the holy gods, sitting atop her noble horse. Mak Van looked down and asked, I saw the distress signal. What is going on? The captain answered, nothing now. It is all over. She caught the soldiers around her blushing awkwardly. Mak Van felt their admiration and was about to leave. All right, then we won't stay. She glanced at Mak Ingu and noticed the aura around him. Something about it rubbed her the wrong way. That guy. She frowned and muttered to herself, there is something about his aura that I can't stand. After she left, Hungan started chatting. Level 4-star rank. Seems like she has been looking for something. Usually, she shows up deep inside the original battlefield. I chimed in, I know she is hunting for the Nirvana Crystal. Hungan was startled. Looking for the Nirvana Crystal. No wonder she came here. It is an insanely rare artifact that boosts the chance of job ascension. He explained. When you do your 2nd job change, your class gets locked in, but there is a small chance for a job ascension. For example, my class is a rare Holy Knight. It can ascend to a legendary class Holy Light Knight, but the chance is almost 0. The Nirvana Crystal can greatly increase that chance. Hungan added, deep inside the original battlefield, there is a level 40 monster called the Battlefield Evil Spirit. Killing it gives a tiny chance to get the crystal. Aya laughed. I know for sure the Demon King's battlefield boss drops at 100%. Hungan sighed. The Demon King's battlefield boss is super rare and a world-level boss. It is tough. Gotta wait till I hit level 40 before the 2nd job change. You gotta hunt the Nirvana Crystal. Aya nodded. Yeah, it is seriously hard. Listening to their talk, Mako fell into deep thought. She is already a legendary class, but still needs to ascend after the 2nd job change at level 40, and again at level 70 after the 3rd. Is there a level even beyond legendary? Chadu-eyed Holmak knew, I am a rare class shadow assassin. Maybe I will have to hunt the Nirvana Crystal too when the time comes. He nodded and said, all right, when the time comes, we will go hunt down some connections together. At the Fiery Demon King's place, he was roaring in anger. The Hellhounds were dead again, and this time, they were taken down in cold blood. The Fiery Demon King's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He even lost the Hellhounds that were supposed to guard him. Then he calmed down a bit, thinking, humans are damn troublesome. Something fishy is going on here. Better investigate again. Back at the original battlefield, rocks and dust swirled violently. The gatekeepers suddenly panicked. It was the fairy demon king showing up just now. Is he pissed? What happened? The fiery demon king muttered. I have already reported what just happened. They will send someone to handle it. We do not need to bother. At Van's spot, I was a bit flustered, asking, what is the update? And Van pointed casually at a tea set and said, drink some white tea? Growing anxious. Nudged him. Come on. Spill it. What is the news? And Van skimmed through the battlefield reports just sent and replied, I have contacted Lindian and the demon-slaying tower. Fast. Huh. It has only been 2 days and he is already a 5-star private. And Van sipped his tea calmly. The fiery demon king was guarding the Them Yen entrance, dispatching plenty of hellhounds to patrol the battlefield. Just when he ran into young Lamb, he added, that kid even killed a Them Yen hellhound. I jumped up, shocked he can even take down hellhounds. And Van laughed. Looks like the upcoming career contest is going to be lit. Yai nodded. With that kid around, this competition's going to be one for the books. A scene flashed through in Van's mind. Yai standing beside Mak Ingu. Surprised. And Van thought, they are together. He curiously asked, what are you looking at now? And Van smiled softly. I am just thinking about old Ning's stubbornness. Interesting. This time, he might just blow a gasket. Why burst out laughing at that? Honestly, never thought it would go down like this. I am dying to see old Ning fuming so hard he is about to blow his top, but can he do a thing? In the dungeon, Maknu once again took down the outpost guard. The system chimed, awarding 1,650 XP and the Hellguard longsword. Hellguard armor, plus 2 Dragon Crane talismans. I looked at Maknu happily, leveling up again. Huh. She thought to herself, if I team up with him, I will have the full Hellguard set in no time. His leveling speed is insane. From class change to now, not even a month has passed and he has already hit level 24. Makyu still had 2 bone armors layered on Ai. She was curious. Careful. Huh. Afraid of getting ambushed outside. Makingu nodded slightly. Twice already. Better play it safe. I grin. Who gets ambushed that much? But yeah, I will accept your good intentions. Miss here. As Makingu led her out of the dungeon, he said, if we get ambushed a few more times, you might even have the full Hellguard set for yourself. Outside the dungeon. Hey, no ambush this time. But a noisy crowd on the other side was pointing ahead. Summoned spirits are summoned spirits. In the distance, a massive beast was pulling a caravan toward them. As people stepped out of the carriage, the crowd murmured. 11 strong. They are aiming for Hell difficulty. That is the summons master for Yi Nation. Definitely heading to the Hell dungeon. I heard clearing it grants a crazy powerful title. Hearing that, I asked, curious, is there really such a title? She thought, if exists, Maku must be grabbed it when he went solo last time. Maku nodded. Yeah, it is called Dragon Clan Warlord, adds 500 all stats and cuts skill cooldowns by 50%. A nation recognized the two and spoke up. Those two look familiar. Spotting Maku, he shouted, so it is you. Small world. Huh. Then he quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Yai Nation, level 30 Amyoji? Hungry Tiger, Mac replied. I am the god-subduing emperor, level 24 necromancer. Yai Nation's crew burst out laughing. Level 24. What a noob. Showing up on the battlefield at that level. He is just signing his own death warrant. Unlike his crew's mocking, Yai Nation's face showed genuine shock. Just a few days ago, he was level 17. Didn't expect him to level up this fast. He quietly assessed. His soldiers getting stronger. If we do not finish this now, next time we might not stand a chance. One of Yai Nation's subordinates noticed his expression and stepped forward to warn. Don't make a move. Everyone here's under my command. He glanced back at the crowd behind him and said, I know, I figured it out, grinding his teeth as he told Mac Yu. At the professional challenger tournament, we will settle the score once and for all. Then, he and his subordinates quickly stepped into the teleportation portal to the dungeon. Hoping you 1T let me down when the time comes. As he left, I reminded, and did not dare make a move. Probably because there are too many people here. Mac Yu replied coldly. No worries. Even if I am alone, I won't back down. But there is the professional challenger tournament coming up. You pondered deeply. In the world of professional challengers, this tournament happens every 5 years and spans the entire globe. Each profession, whether frontline fighters or support roles, has its own unique competition style. Of course, the most thrilling events are always the warrior class battles. This time, the tournament is held in Shengxia on an unprecedented scale. Countless challengers from around the world have gathered to compete. Seeing you lost in thought, I cheerfully said, from where I stand. Mac, you definitely have to enter. When that time comes, we should sign up too. She explained. Battles need teams of 5, but we can find more teammates then. There is also individual matches, so signing up is a must. Mac calculated. So there is solo battles too. I wonder what the grand prize is. Suddenly, the military insignias on Yai's and Macu's chests started to glow. Not just theirs, but everyone's insignias flashed sharply. The crowd burst into a noisy uproar, whispering about a Shenxia military order. What is going on? Could it be a demon beast assault from Shenyang? An announcement blared from the sky. All Shenxia soldiers, return to the fortress and assemble immediately. All Shenxia soldiers, fall back to the fortress at once. Moments later, Shenxia soldiers were teleported back to Qingqi. Observers from other nations stared in shock. This was the Shenxia Military Order and Evacuation Command, powered by Shenxia's condensation ability. This is terrifying. Nothing like this could ever happen in our country. Within seconds, everyone was teleported to Qingqi. Hungan rushed over to Mac-Yu, Lin Suidi, and Ning Sumi. Mac-Yu looked confused. Senior, do you know what is going on? Hungan pointed to a demon eye hovering in the air and explained. The two stared at the eye. It marked the location of Shenyang. The enemy is attacking from that direction. A huge wave of demon beasts is coming. Otherwise, Ha Trung would not have ordered us to retreat. He chuckled lightly to reassure them. Surprised. This is the first time I have had to retreat too. It is shocking. Mac-Yu nodded in amazement. That demon eye is way more powerful than we thought. I heard every major battle is commanded by it. Hungan added. Even the strongest fighters have to follow its lead. Mac-Yu looked at the demon eye with newfound respect. He would thought it was just a surveillance device to track demon movements. Clearly, he had underestimated it. The announcement sounded again, and everyone was teleported once more this time. All challengers below level 30 were ordered onto the city walls. The announcement continued. Starting now, all challengers below level 30 are forbidden from leaving the city walls. I glanced behind and thought, with Mac-Yu here, we probably do not need to search for a team anymore. At that moment on the city walls, Nin Hung, a level 60 corps leader, appeared. Everyone immediately stirred in excitement upon seeing him. Ning family's profession overlord in the southwest. This is the real deal. The pinnacle bloodline of the Nin family's professions. The most important presence in the corps. Revered like a god. With him here, victory in battle is guaranteed. Nin Hung stood high on the wall and shouted. Listen up. Form into a unified corps under my command. He declared loudly. The corps is officially formed. I am the commander. All military merits will be consolidated. After battle, rewards will be shared. We are all comrades now. Our skills want to harm each other. So everyone can give their all. If anyone chickens out and retreats, they will face punishment after we stop them. After speaking, Nin Hung plunged his sword into the ground, instantly unleashing a surge of power. He activated an attribute boost, increasing everyone's 4 core stats by 50% on the city walls. One energized soldier on the wall exclaimed, I can feel my combat power at least quadrupling, maybe even quintupling. Elemental damage resistance plus 50%. Mana enhancement. Magic damage plus 30%. Lifesteal physical attacks can drain the enemy's life to heal yourself. Ma Shenggu was also covered by the skill of the warrior class, but he felt a little regret. Unfortunately, all these buffs were cancelled out by his innate blessing talent. It has been so long since Keikolu got such buffs. If Kalyu could gain these benefits, then Tridy beside him quickly pulled him close. Matha Si Yin, look over there, in the sky. Messi Vun appeared riding a white horse. She swiftly charged toward the front line at the city gate. For 10 minutes, defense and attack power on the battlefield increased by 30%. Messi Vun rode forward, directing her horse to charge. A massive force crashed down, shattering a few dark demon hounds. The dark demon hounds snarled loudly upon seeing Messi Vun. That girl's fierce. They rushed at her, snarling. Die. Messi Vun urged her horse to stomp the dogs away. At that moment, thousands of arrows shot from the fortress wall targeting the horde. From the ramparts, Mesigan ordered the Kekalju soldiers and mages to rush down and assist. The soldiers on the wall were stunned. What the hell? Almost scared me to death. Where the heck did these Kekalju come from? Seeing the Kalalyu soldiers and mages fighting fiercely, the people on the wall were baffled. Who is the big shot backing these guys? This support is insane. There is way too many of them. These Kuolu mages are taking the brunt of the pressure. For us they are insanely strong. The group kept murmuring. Since when did we have a powerhouse like this? What class even is this? Feels like this battle's turning around. A dark demon hound snarled fiercely at a soldier nearby. Seeing their kin get defeated, it roared in anger and twisted around. Release him. Sich Kiev and Chenjin panicked. He is too far out. He is out of my healing range. What do we do? That guy's gonna get mauled alive. On the wall, Mesh En looked down. Calculating. A level 39 Vanguard class, meant no other class above level 40, was present besides the warrior. If this keeps up, casualties will be heavy. I then turned to look. Meanwhile, Mai Xing swiftly approached the warrior and said, I want to leave the city and join the fight. The warrior glanced at him and nodded in approval. Agreed. I flew overhead, anxiously warning her boyfriend. Mutha Si Yin, you have got to be careful out there. He smirked confidently while readying his weapon. With all this battle experience and glory, I am definitely not going to waste it. Engen was locked in combat with a dark demon hound. Spotting Undra, he shouted. Lum Hethan, what are you doing down here? Standing amidst a pack of Kodu, weapon slung over his shoulder, En replied, I am here to clean up these dark demon hounds. The monsters reacted violently. He killed our pups. How dare he leave the city? Kill him. They lunged at him like starving wolves, snarling. Kill him. Kill him. But from above, watching this scene, someone was momentarily stunned. What the hell is going on? A fierce image flashed before her eyes. Mize standing calm and unshaken, facing down the enraged dark demon hounds. He raised his hand toward the horde and unleashed an ability. Shouting a slowing incantation, hundreds of chains shot out with incredible force. They quickly wrapped around the dark demon hounds, binding them tight, rendering them helpless. Engen's surprise was obvious. Thank heavens for Lime Hucky Geen. Everyone else exchanged glances. What skill is that? A curse type. Didn't they expect it to have such a wide area of effect? Mesang gave a cold smile. On the battlefield, bodies are everywhere. It is only through brutal carnage that this power can reach its full potential. In his hand, a red orb glowed amid swirling blue energy as he unleashed his violent corpse technique. The bodies of the dark demon hounds and demon hounds began to explode, bursting apart. They are dead. No way. A deafening blast echoed with screams of terror. The dark demon king roared furiously. What is this human madness? Messick sneered. Where do you think you can run? A terrifying beam of light erupted, forcing the Dark Demon King's eyes wide open in shock. The entire battlefield exploded like fireworks on New Year's Eve. The system kept announcing, Dark Demon Hound level 31 eliminated. Dark Demon level 36 eliminated. Messi Vun stood frozen, silently wondering, is this really his skill? Every warrior in the battle was wide-eyed like a startled deer, instinctively drawing their weapons. What kind of skill is that? Insane? Unbelievable. He is a second-tier profession shifter, right? Even after shifting twice, there is no way he could wipe them all out alone. They all blurted out, looks like we are not needed anymore. What kind of death spirit mage is this guy? So damn strong. Engen smiled happily. Thank God Lem Hafsi is a student at Etikin Academy. Messiang's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. If he said he was cleaning house, not a single one would be left standing. After watching the fight, Msivan was surprised. Turns out the aura he disliked was not just any monster, but the immortal regenerating beast from last time. Who knew he was this powerful? Suddenly, a seasoned fighter appeared and struck down the last demonic hound before it could react. This must be the final one. Msiang suddenly gasped. Eyes wide, he would lost connection with one of the seasoned fighters. Mahivim, Yen's eyes burned bright red with fury. So it is you. You are the one who slaughtered my pups not once, but twice. I remember you well. Lumamensinging God Emperor here remembers you. I swear I will kill you. No doubt about it. Msiangju did not even flinch. Playing it cool like a pro, a male student from the Godly Academy was sweating bullets. Panicked. What is he planning? That is the teleportation array created by the Demon King. He is not trying to mess with the black mist, right? That is way beyond what we can handle. Someone yelled. Meanwhile, the seasoned fighters charged wildly at the demonic hounds like they would been given a shot of adrenaline. They grabbed the tails of the demonic hounds and flung them away. Mseeing toyed with a corpse violently, causing the demonic hounds to explode one after another. Watching this, Mavim Yun seethed with rage, cursing that he could not drag Mseeing to the grave with him to watch the chickens go bare asked, You want to die? I am coming for you, I will kill you. No matter what. Mseeing's face was ice cold as he muttered, Guess I really have to fight him, he concluded. Even the teleportation array could not blow him up. Looks like I have got a long road ahead. Mseeing's eyes suddenly snapped wide open like he just witnessed something mind-blowing. The crimson eyes of Demon King Them Ein glared down, piercing through a seasoned fighter's body. Viewed from below, it looked like the sun at high noon. Mseeing cupped his face with both hands, a white shield materializing to block the attack, but exploded quickly. He sniffed. 2 seconds from these bone armor layers. Not great. The Demon King's blast sent him flying. Quickly, Mseeing teleported away. 124 seasoned fighters had already been wiped out. The battlefield was littered with debris, and Mia of them Yin was still raging, destroying everything in sight. A glowing coin-shaped object suddenly soared up. It shot straight at Demon King Them Yen, who howled in pain. Lumensing, I want to let you off. I rushed over to catch Mseeing and asked, Hey, are you okay? He responded simply, I am. He stared ahead, thinking, didn't they expect that Demon King to strike through a teleportation array? The bone armor only held for 2 seconds. Lucky at damaged teleportation. Otherwise, this would have been a total disaster. And seeing silently promised himself, I really pushed it too far this time. I am paying a heavy price. Demon King Them Yin sneered. Just you wait. Someone excitedly hissed. Victory is ours. Time to divvy up the war spoils. Hearing Hung shout from above with a serious face. In this battle, we eliminated a total of 10,000 demonic hounds and 100 demon beasts. Total war points 20,000. Defense bonus 3,000. No one fears retreat 2,000 points. Grand total 25,000. Hung continued. Our legion has 1,025 profession shifters. Excluding Lama Masangan and Civilian, everyone gets 20 war points. MC Oven gets 500. Msinging listened seriously. Lama Msiang got 3,500 war points. The students nearby whispered. No wonder he earned so much, he is a god-tier legend. They glanced at him and smiled, thinking, 3,500 points. Respect. He killed 80% of those demonic hounds. Without him, who knows if we could be even defended or counterattacked. The Holy Knight's face darkened as he stood stiffly. I only got 20 points. What is his deal getting 3,500? Even his leftovers beat me. I am a Holy Light Knight, a legendary profession. This is humiliating. Msiang stared silently at his weapon. This time, Donato's scythe must have absorbed a ton of deep souls. He could feel it evolving right before his eyes. The badges on the trainees' chests suddenly glowed. They all shouted in shock. My rank just jumped to Corporal 2nd class with 2 stars. Msiang blinked, startled, as he glanced down at his own badge. 10 stars lit up, radiating powerful energy. The trainees next to him all turned around in unison, shouting in awe, is that a silver corporal rank? I suddenly bowed deeply, 4 fingers touching the ground in a respectful salute. Greetings, Commander. She grabbed his hand and beamed. You are officially a divine corporal now. And the youngest one at that. Msiang silently agreed. Yeah. He would only just finish the university entrance exam not long ago. Someone stepped forward, announcing, Lumen Singh, age 18, has become the youngest divine corporal. By special decree, he has been awarded the Divine Star title. His badge flashed brightly as the Divine Star title was bestowed. The system announced, title acquired, Divine Star of the Divine Corporal. The Divine Star grants plus 300 to all stats, reduces skill consumption by 20%, and cuts damage taken by 10%. Msiang's eyes widened. This title packs a serious punch. Eng gasped. You have a title now? Yep, Msiang replied. I am officially titled. Eng's eyes went wide. A Dragon Clan Vanguard title. Where do you get that? The frontline guard dungeon of the Dragon Clan held difficulty. The trainees nearby were stunned, whispering, so the legends are real? The Hell level guard dungeon really has a title. Can you believe he soloed it all by himself? He soloed a Hell tier dungeon and wiped out nearly 10,000 demon dogs. No one else could pull that off. Sounds like a slap in the face. Honestly, I soloed that dungeon once and ended up dead. Didn't expect him to. And Ink's tone turned serious. Can you tell us about the title's effects and how you earned it so we can log it in the Empire's database? Msiang did not hesitate. Sure thing. I soloed the Dragon Clan's frontline guard dungeon. The title boosts all stats by 500 and cuts skill consumption by 50%. Eng pumped his fist on Msiang's shoulder, grinning ear to ear. Not bad. Not bad. With this title, our Divine Corporal squad just got a new prodigy. Kids got skills. Also, as a special approval, I am allowing you to use the Army's equipment within the city. Eng reminded him. Feel free to use the gear, but it will still cost military points. So do not waste it. You need to be at least a 3-star corporal to use the Army equipment. Msiang replied politely. Thanks a lot, Commander. Eng raised his hand and shouted. Battle's over. Dismiss the troops. Msiang gripped his weapon tight, thinking to himself, looks like Donato's scythe is about to finish evolving. The system popped up. Equipment Donato's scythe, level 25, spirit power plus 3,000, has reached the maximum limit. Once fully evolved, additional attributes will unlock. Msiang thought to himself, the growth attributes have hit their cap. I need to fully evolve it to unlock more powers. He figured he would have to ask about the evolution process when he got the chance. The system continued. New skill unlock Soul Harvest. The scythe records the souls of defeated bosses. You can spend 1,000 spirit power to summon those souls to fight for you. The skill lasts 3 minutes. Msiang was stunned, did not expect a new skill to awaken. He started calculating summoning bosses he killed to fight alongside him. Looks like I will have to run the frontline guard dungeon again. The Sidious trainees gathered, whispering this time. Our fortress no. 1 in fortresses no. 7 and no. 8 were attacked simultaneously. Senior specialists rush to aid the other two. Reports say the battles are intense. Not just our divine corporal squad, but the kingdoms of Yi and Mo are all under demon assault. Ending and analyzed seriously. Our fortress no. One is the farthest out but has support from 9 other forts to block the deep abyss power, so it is suffering the least damage. Plus, top-tier families in the Empire have set up strong defenses here. The deep abyss can teleport its strongest demons here. But there are exceptions. Some demons specialize in stealth and assassination tactics. I anxiously warned Maku. Maku, this time you have been marked by the Demon King. If you keep operating in the original battlefield, you absolutely have to be careful. He quickly reassured her. I will be careful. Hongan nodded in agreement. No doubt about it. Suddenly, Ice Bracelet beeped sharply. Panicked, she called out loudly to her grandfather on the other end. Grandpa, where are you? I answered. I am at Camp 1 in the original battlefield. She heard fear in his voice. What do we do now? Grandpa's coming there. Makingu guessed he might be worried, but little did they know. He was actually creeping closer with sinister intent. Makingu's fingers trembled. A lump stuck in his throat. He thought silently. A male god general. Someone powerful like the White God. No way. That is Yai's grandpa. I forced a brave smile and waved to her grandpa. Seeing his beloved granddaughter was safe, he sighed with relief. Thank goodness. Dainian raised an eyebrow in surprise when he spotted Makingu standing next to Yai. He growled fiercely, calling out his name. Lam. Maku? You are driving me crazy. Grandpa. What are you doing? Maku asked timidly, like a startled deer. Do you know me? They smiled on the surface. Friendly and easygoing. Nothing much. Grandpa just wanted to test the guts of this kid. But inside, he was boiling with jealousy. Why was this kid hanging out with Yaya? It made him feel just as annoyed as that old white god. I eagerly introduced them. This is my grandpa. You probably guessed his name, so no need for an intro. Grandpa. This is Maku. You already know his name. Maku bowed respectfully. Greetings. Senior Ning. He guessed silently. This must be the principal of Hakin Academy. Dainian shook his head repeatedly and patted Yaya's shoulder. All right. No need for formalities like Yaya here. That old white god is crazy. Yet he let you go on a mission to the original battlefield, she said coyly. But Grandpa Batch said this mission was assigned by him. He is full of crap. He roared angrily. He decided on it himself without consulting me. I have been busy these past few days, leaving him to clean up the mess. Dainian flipped his attitude as fast as flipping a rice paper. Now he was humble and docile. Be a good girl and come back with Grandpa. The academy has plenty of missions for you to choose from. She firmly refused. But Grandpa taught me to do things properly. If I accept a mission, I must finish it. They shifted attention. Kid Lamb. Do not you dare intimidate Makingu. She wants to train at the original battlefield. He replied. Fine. I will send some people to guide you both for training. But IE was stubborn. No thanks. I do not need that. Makingu can carry me through the solo dungeon. Dainian shouted. What did you say? You two want to die, or what? Aya quickly pulled out her weapon to prove it was true. Really? Look at this. This is the Hell Watch Tower. They double-checked. You are seriously tackling a dungeon at hell difficulty. I explained. Actually, Maku is leading. I do not have to do much, Maku promised. Senior Ning, do not worry. I will take good care of Yiyo. They still looked skeptical, keeping his guard up. The title Dragon Clan warrior, he knew this kid could solo big dungeons at the academy, but did not expect he could handle hell difficulty solo on the original battlefield. No way. This kid's way too abnormal. I have to ask that old white god. IE beamed and playfully shooed her grandpa away. All right. Grandpa. You go ahead. The adventure competition starts soon. We will be back. I turned away, thinking, with Kid Lamb around. No worries. But this kid's weird as hell. I must ask those two old adventurers later. Ma smiled. This is complicated. What could the principal of Hakin Academy want? Suddenly, he was transported to the Soldiers' Rest Center, a place to speed up recovery and banish fatigue. The training center boosts spirit recovery and cultivation speed, while teleportation arrays can send you to certain designated spots. The military merit exchange lets you spend merit points to buy corresponding items. Makingo marveled. Looks like these are the perks of being in the army. Without hesitation, he tapped the icon to see what he could buy. The surrounding space suddenly shifted dizzyingly fast. Item info. Anti-curse potion. For 30 minutes. Boosts resistance to curses. Costs 50 merit points per bottle. The exit talisman lets you leave any dungeon in the blink of an eye. When entering the Hell Dungeon, make sure to carry 100 military merit leaves with you. This is a basic healing potion that, when used, heals wounds and restores 500 spirit points. Its effect lasts 1 minute, costing 100 military merit per bottle. It is a lifesaver grab too just in case. After some thought, He concluded that military merit works like the accumulation points at Hakin Academy, but using too much lowers rank, so it is better to save it up. I held the exit talismans with both hands and quietly thanked Mac. When suddenly someone shouted her name Yai. It was Macvan. Walking toward them, Macvan asked sharply, Ai? What is his relation to you? I blushed. Sister Van, if there is something going on, just say it. Without a word, Macvan coldly tossed her a teleportation talisman. I caught it and asked, Sister Van, what is this for? Macvan explained. It teleports you to a designated location. Its function is to instantly transport the user to the specified spot. Macvan glanced at Mac Yu and gave a nod. Lately, I have been hunting the battlefield Demon King. If I find him, you two come help me fight. Alright, he guessed it was the battlefield Demon King who produced the crystallized energy of the battlefield. As Macvan walked away, she called back. The battlefield Demon King will definitely drop crystals. At least one. If it is more, like 5 or 6, I will give the extras to you too. That benefits you both too, I said enthusiastically. No problem, Sister Van. After Macvan left, I turned to Mac Nu and said, I am no match for the battlefield Demon King, so I think Sister Van Nai is actually counting on you. Mac Nu looked serious. That is a level 38 world boss. I'm only level 24, not a sure win. I quickly encouraged her. If you can solo the Hell Dungeon guards, beating him won't be a problem. Sister Van Nai knows this too. Besides, before that happens, maybe we can level up Mac Yu and I more. After checking, they shared with each other. I have got 8 more uses left on my Dragon Blade. I said, I have got 9. Mac Yu gently suggested, how about we rest today and start the dungeon grind fresh tomorrow? I agreed. Sounds good. I's radiant smile had all the guys swooning. One whispered admirably, she is insanely beautiful. Another quickly shut him down. Shut up, idiot. The girl next to her is the Grim Reaper, I whispered back. They are all watching you. Looks like your performance in the battlefield yesterday got everyone's approval. Mac Yu replied coldly. Forget them. Let us get back to the dungeon. She agreed. Yeah. He smirked. The number and stats of the undead soldiers have definitely increased, and we are clearing dungeons faster than before. The system displayed. Name, Lam Yu. Class, Death Mage. Level 25. Strength, Stamina, and Agility all 450 plus 500. Spirit 23 plus 3000. Mac Yu muttered. We are less than 4 hours from the boss. The system continued. Equipped with Donatos S Scythe. Level 25. Title Dragon Tri-Battle King. All attributes plus 500. Skill cooldowns reduced by 50%. Summon space 240 out of 250. 150 undead soldiers. 90 undead mages while channeling a spell. He confided. Sorry, I gotta use you for my new divine task. Then he triggered the skill Soul Tease. Judging by everything, he guessed it had successfully grabbed the Hell Dungeon guard. I pleaded. Can I borrow it just one more time? She explained. I need it for something. Without hesitation, he agreed. Sure, her stealth break skill had been a huge help. Being. Thanks. Then they continued conquering the dungeon. I cheerfully said, keep it up, keep it going. Suddenly, Vulture's minions appeared, blocking their path. Move aside, Mac Yu asked curiously. What is going on now? Vulture's minions charged and shouted. Move it. Don't block the way. The guy nervously sweated and wondered. Why can't we push them back? Vulture's minions angrily switched tactics. Yelling. Get lost, all of you. You are ruining His Highness' red carpet. His arm stiffened as Mac Yu's blade struck. Vulture's minions gawked in shock and collapsed. Shouting loudly. Damn. Standing before him was an undead with glowing eyes radiating energy. I cautiously warned. Be careful. They must be from the Old Order Church. Mac Yu responded immediately. I get. But you are thinking, could this guild really rival our entire nation? The rider inside the old carriage shouted. Rein in the horses. Everyone froze instantly. The ground trembled violently as a squad appeared on horseback. Someone proudly stepping forward with fiery determination. Turns out, they were rotters. Whisper spread these were not your usual golden gear. These were master-forged golden weapons, and their jewelry crafted by legendary metalworkers. Their outfit must have been tailor-made. Maybe not as high-end as Hellguards, but definitely leagues above Nightmare tier gear. Ilik stared at Routers, stunned for a solid 2 seconds. Then he barked a reprimand at his underling for the disrespect, ordering him back. The subordinate bowed quickly. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, Rutger's face softened into a roguish smile. It was my subordinate's rudeness. I apologize on his behalf. Then he introduced himself. I am Rutgers from the Kola Guild, a level 31 fire god warrior. Some folks there nearly wobbled on their feet. Whispering, Fire god warrior. I heard the Kola Guild inherited massive divine power from the Phoenix god. This guy's the one channeling that fire god's might. Sounds pretty terrifying. Others sneered. Fire god warrior. Please. That is just a legendary class job. Nothing special. It is just a fake class with a fire attribute talent. That is all. Yeah. The real powerhouse is that great god who wiped out tens of thousands of demons. Rutgers, captivated by Yea's beauty, extended his hand and offered. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of accompanying you? Macu angrily stepped in front of her, refusing with a sharp tone. No thanks. You are not worthy. Rutgers raised his eyebrows arrogantly. You are only level 25. I definitely outrank you. The man judged disdainfully. Ignorant fool. Macu said nothing, just glared coldly at Rutgers. He taunted. With your low level, do not expect to see the bigger picture. Want to guess which dungeon I am tackling? Then he growled. I am about to solo the Hellguard Outpost dungeon to snag the legendary title. Beautiful lady, once I am done, I will come invite you. Yae chuckled, and a huge question mark popped up over Rutger's head, confused by the laughter. He asked, what is so funny? His sweating subordinate dashed up, calling out, Your Highness, he whispered urgently into Rutger's ear. The Hellguard Outpost's legendary title has already been claimed. Turning sharply, he shouted, Everyone. Over here, he and his group huddled, reciting their plan. A worried subordinate asked, Your Highness, are we really going through with this? This is the god's territory, mostly filled with god-class jobs. What if something goes wrong? Rutgers calmed him. We just need to lay low for a bit. Nothing will happen. He spoke confidently. Even if they all die. Others will just think they perished in the dungeon. Macu? Forget them. We keep pushing the dungeon. Yae smiled and nodded. Yeah. The two then stepped through the gate to continue their mission. Rutger's eyes gleamed with cunning as he activated the dungeon teleport scroll, allowing him to enter the dungeon through someone else's portal. Everyone watching saw Rutgers and his squad chase after the duo and wondered, wait, did not he want a solo? Why bring a whole team now? He must have used a teleport scroll to jump into the Hellguard Outpost dungeon's front line. The Rotters have entered. He smirked arrogantly. Did to see this coming. Huh, he taunted. Heard you soloed the dungeon and grabbed the title. Well, no choice now, I gotta kill you. If not, you won to get the title. Then he unleashed his move, the teleport seal scroll. Yae panicked, sweat pouring like a shower. Teleport seal scroll. Our dungeon's exit scroll just lost its power. Rotter spread his arms wide, sneering, feeling desperate yet scared. That is what you get for pissing off the Cola Guild. He flashed a twisted smile. Don't worry. Beautiful lady, I am not going to kill you. You will make a great toy. Macu scoffed coldly. Rotters clenched his teeth in anger. What is so funny? Macu not only deflects the weapon but also stands there, daringly calm. He uses the wind-sealing teleportation scroll. Looks like neither of us is backing down. The Ruggers freeze on the spot as the dry skeleton horde launches their attack. What is going on here? Macu mocks them. Know your enemy. Know yourself. Careful planning leads to victory. Even my own class and skills. They are clueless, running straight into their doom. The Ruggers scoff, thinking just a bunch of shabby dry skeletons can kill me. My class is the legendary Fire God Gladiator. Do not forget that. Then he transforms into the Fire God Warlord form and orders his minions to charge. Proudly, he boasts, this is my skill, the Fire God state. All my stats triple, and my skill damage triples too. I take 300% less damage and am immune to all control skills. What chance do those dry skeletons have against me? His minions chant in unison. Unbeatable, Your Highness. Victory is yours. Your Highness. Ruggers grins confidently. Now I am invincible. Mascu thinks to himself. No wonder it is a legendary class. The skill power really is insane. Calmly, you speak up, but your teammates clearly do not have skills like this. Then you quickly strike. Binding chains snap tight, trapping Rutger's minions without a chance to move. They all panic. Break the binds. Support. Hurry. They are coming. Rugger swings wildly, cursing. Damn it. This can't be real. How are these dry skeletons so strong? One of his minions raises a shield to block a blow from the dry skeletons. The shield shatters into pieces, sending the minion flying backward, mouth agape, screaming, what kind of power is this? The people of the Korra Wind Peak are all twisted in shock. This is it. Are we really gonna die here? Rutger's face tightens in frustration. Hundreds of electric bolts strike down, making his minions scream in agony. Your Highness, save me. Your Highness. Mascu smirks coldly. Just one fool left. That is easier to handle. Rugger screams. I am gonna kill you. I swear I will. Mascu casually pulls out his weapon, Good timing, I was worried I would not get to try my new skill. You are literally handing it to me. You unleash your move Soul Bind. Your weapon pulses with fierce energy. Suddenly, the outpost guardian appears, freezing Ruggers in place. Mascus, weren't you itching for a hell-level solo? How about fighting a boss? Ruggers freezes, eyes wide. Is this the Dragon Clan's protector? How can he withstand a hell-level boss dungeon? The outpost guardian charges at him at supersonic speed. Ruggers hastily raises his sword to block. A thunderous explosion rings out, followed by a cuff. Ruggers' face bruised and battered. Blood unrecognizable, screams in pain. One blow shattered his fire god state, so this really is a hell-level boss. He collapses at the feet of the towering outpost guardian, still defiant. Ruggers snarls, "You can kill me. I am a servant of the fire god temple of Korra sect. Kill me, and you will die." Mascu's expression darkens as he glares like a wrathful god at those words. The outpost guardian ignores the threats and punches Ruggers, who explodes like fireworks on the 30th night, i.e., gripping Ruggers' armor with one hand and steadying herself with the other, stands in the smoky battlefield and says, "They really do not value life. Huh. Never thought they would beg for mercy before dying." I turns to Mascu. "He is from your Korra sect. Aren't you scared?" You answer without hesitation, "Not all." IE looks at you with tender eyes and softly says, "No matter what happens, I am by your side." She asks, "How should we handle this fire god situation?" You reply, "Put it away, we have got leveling to do." She nods. Got it. The scene shifts to the Korra sect's headquarters. Someone panics, shouting, "It is a massacre. Go find the Grandmaster." Cut to Shengxi Academy. Yuan is enjoying tea when he spots Tae-Ren swaggering in with dark sunglasses. Seeing him, Yuan teases, "So the old Ning finally showed up. Seriously, you just got here and are already putting on that tough guy act. Who pissed you off?" Thainan slammed his fist on the table, smoke rising, and demanded, "Old Bay, why the hell did you assign the battlefield mission to my granddaughter? Tell me straight, was it that brat who ordered Lam to seduce her?" Yuan snapped back, "Come on, that guy loves her like crazy. Why would he need to seduce her?" Thainan raised his glass to cool off and scoffed. "That brat said he might bring I to grind hell-level dungeons. Who knows if that is true or just talk?" Yuan sneered. "We will see when he gets back." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Macnu and I teleported back. The system popped up. New, level 26 Necromancer. Ning had leveled up to level 23 Assassin. I grinned. Got the Ku Dao Talisman charged and ready. I am heading back to turn in the quest. What about you? Macnu's face stayed calm. The job's about to start. I'm going to might as well sell some gear. Scene shifts to the Capital Academy's trading post. The specialist there asked with a smile. The total is 20 million gold coins. Does that work for you? After Macnu agreed and turned to leave, he muttered under his breath, "Damn, that is gear from the prison guard soldiers. Which big shot does Yuan know?" Looking at the device on Macnu's wrist, Yuan asked, "Baxos, yeah? Finished my mission? Came to turn it in." Macnu replied. Yuan was stunned. "Already done? Then hurry over here." As Macnu walked, lost in thought. "Level 26 already? That is crazy fast." Yuan was amazed. "How did your brat reach level 26 so damn quick?" Macnu explained. "I have been grinding dungeons nonstop. Barely took a break." Yuan was skeptical. "Still, even if you have been grinding nightmare dungeons, you should not level up that fast," Nu said. "I have been grinding hell difficulty, plus I had someone tagging along." And Van quickly caught on and burst out laughing. "Told you that brat could not solo hell dungeons." The person he was dragging along. Definitely Ning's precious granddaughter. Macnu shyly scratched his head and asked Yuan, "That title, are you talking about me?" He meant the title Dragon Clan War King, with plus 500 all stats and half skill cooldown. Macnu answered with a sheepish grin. "Got it." Yuan beamed. "Nice. You really nailed it this time. Used up all your Ku Dao charges?" Huh. After dumping a pile of loot on the table, Macnu asked, "Old Bay, I still can't find an alchemist." "Sorry to bother you again." Yuan chuckled. "You are something else. This Ku Dao Talisman is not easy to get." And Van readily agreed. "Your loot is solid this time. I will handle it, and let you know when it is done." Macnu bowed respectfully. "Thanks a lot, Old Bay." Yuan got curious. "You have heard about the career contest, right?" Macnu nodded. "Yeah, heard about it." Yuan explained. "It is held once every 5 years. This year, our Shenxi Empire is hosting it starting in 10 days. Suddenly, and Van's expression went serious. "I do not just want you to join, I want you to win first place and take the team prize." Macnu agreed immediately. "Got it." While tidying up the loot, Nu said, "Old Bay, please handle these as well." And Van frowned. How did the Golden Harmony Divine Spirit gear from the ancient Luo sect end up with you? Ayun guessed. Last year, the ancient Luo sect had a fighter. Their Golden Harmony gear was given to Van. Could it be the same person? Macnu explained. In the dungeon. They tried to kill me first, and Van reacted sharply. The ancient Luo sect. The space around them shook violently, sending dirt flying. And Van continued. Interesting. They dared to kill students right in our Shengsha territory. Rumors they used resurrection idol tricks. That brat might not even be dead yet. Ayun cut him off with a smirk. Forest. Old Bay. You are no husky, you gotta watch the house. Then he turned to Macnu. Alright. Head back first. This has been brewing for years with no action. Looks like some folks forgot who I really am. Macnu thought. Another name for Old Bay is the Shengxia Slayer. I have heard Old Bay went solo into the Hat Kingdom, killed 2 of the top 3 Hat Kingdom heavy hitters, pulled off a legendary one-man army feat. Macnu thought. I can do this alone, I need to bring Old Ning along. After a moment, he bowed politely to the others. Ayun spoke up. Old Ning, get the Kun Dao talisman ready, and there is still that tyrant causing trouble. And Vin firmly replied. No problem. That Kola Jiao Zayan guy dared to mess with the granddaughter of the Old Nine. He is about to pay for that. For sure. Meanwhile, at Kola Jilan, a mysterious barrier appeared in the sky. A man stood frozen, eyes wide with suspicion and disbelief. His eyes bulged with shock and confusion. The people of Kola Jiaodian screamed. What is that? That is no ordinary magic, it is god-tier sorcery. Is that the fire god's wrath? Look, there is someone inside the orb. Enemies. Alert the elders. Summon the High Council at once. The 3 people they mentioned. None other than Thai Neen, and Vin, and Lo Vin, each of them making a bold appearance one after another. Kobat! Come out here to me. Kobat! Show yourself. The Vinin stood with arms crossed, indifferent to the crowd engulfed in flames below. It is. Our Kola Jiam is finished. Where is the High Priest? Just as the flames were about to crash down, a shout rose from the people. The High Priest is here. The elders have arrived. We are saved. Right? The High Priest guard appeared, his face twisted with fury as he bellowed. Who dares attack Kola Jiaolin? Do you want to die? Suddenly, his gaze lifted and froze when he saw Thai Nian bowing. None Thai Nien, the god-level officer of the Shine 80 Empire. Garad's eyes flicked to Wovin standing next to him, and a chill ran down his spine. His eyes widened in shock. The Shine E executioner. Wait. What? Both of them here. Are they planning to destroy our Kola Jiao Zine? Let us not jump to conclusions. If we offended you too, on behalf of Kola Jiao Zine, I apologize. The faithful below gasped in disbelief. Shouting, the High Priest has arrived again. Could this be the end of Kola Jiao Zine? Though Ainian's face lit up coldly as he demanded. Does your Jiao have someone named Vultures? Bring him here. Gorad immediately turned to his followers, ordering. Bring Vultures and his crew here now. Yes, sir, came the quick reply. Gorad forced a polite smile, then asked carefully. May I ask what Rochos did to offend you too? Inside, he worried. Rochos is a loyal servant of the fire god's temple. He must be protected at all costs. Though Ainian's face was emotionless as he replied. He did not offend me. Lovin also spoke calmly. He did not offend me either. Then, his eyes blazing, Gorad shouted. But he offended my precious granddaughter. Lovin quietly added. And he crossed my beloved demon. Guard staggered back, horrified. He thought, this is worse than offending both of them. Damn Rochos. What the hell did he do? Below, a weakened Rochos was supported as he stepped forward. His head was wrapped in bandages, and he looked up at the sky in terror. Is this really the fire god's wrath? Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, astonishing everyone around as Rochos soared upwards. Guard caught him with one hand and introduced, these 2 great lords. This is Rochos. 2 days. He died by accident, but he just came back to life. The Ainian's entire body radiated a fierce purple glow, his spiritual pressure suffocating. He was the one who used the scroll to hunt down the scholar Lum Mcingyu of our academy. The one who wanted to turn my granddaughter into a toy, and Sang immediately cast a spell on Vultures, weakening him rapidly. His eyes rolled back, mouth agape. Once he regained some composure, Vultures pointed fiercely at the 2 giants. He dared to kill me. That brat dared to kill me. I will kill him sooner or later. That title belongs to me. That woman belongs to me. I will turn her into my plaything. I will make sure she can live. And she can tea. Grad's face twisted in horror, jaw dropping at those words. He thought silently. This is the end. He glanced at Elovin and called out, my lord. Though Ainin looked at him and said, dead or alive, he is back. His spiritual imprint is stored in the temple's divine statue. Is not. Then what if there is no statue? Can he still come back to life? Without hesitation, he pointed to the temple below. Flames surged forward at Thainian's command. Guard spun around and shouted to his subordinates. Quick! Save him! He turned his head toward the blazing inferno behind them and shouted, "Everyone, run for your lives!" Ruggers raised his head, staring into the raging firestorm. Laughing maniacally, "You can't kill me. I can always come back to life," and stood frozen as the sea of flames engulfed him, managing to utter only one desperate phrase. "I want!" A fireball hurtled down from above, crashing toward the cathedral below. The crowd panicked, screaming, "Run, run!" as the flames quickly swallowed the building and spread like wildfire. Gurat stood still, the voice ringing in his ears. "Next time, I will wipe out the old cathedral completely." He sighed with relief, saying, "As long as we are alive, that is all that matters. With those two's nature, not killing us is already an act of mercy." The other elders cried out, "Holy Pope!" Gurat could only comfort them, recalling how many had died in that battle back then. The group stood silently, watching the cathedral's ruins and loudly cursed, "Rutgers, if it were not for him, we would not be facing this disaster." The deity statue was destroyed, and the old cathedral suffered devastating losses. Next, we will probably have to hibernate for a while. Surviving this tragedy is already a blessing. The silhouettes of two figures, Dainin and Yai Yuan, appeared in a narrow hallway. Ai Yuan, sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, turned to him and asked, "Old Ning, when did you get so mellow? Not spoiling your granddaughter too much? Are you?" Dainin snapped back irritably, "Aren't you the same? If it were years ago, no one would have survived the old cathedral." Ai Yuan raised his cup, closed his eyes, and said, "Getting older means earning virtue. I am cutting back on killing. Taking out the big bosses is enough. The rest, whether we kill them or not, does not matter." And Van took a sip and said, "Weren't you leaving them alive so they would slaughter even more monsters?" Then he tossed a small item toward him, saying, "I finished the upgrade. Here." Ai Yuan caught it, surprised. That was fast. Dainin held up an item and shouted, "Old man, finish the upgrade for me too." And Van frowned, "Continue to do this together next time." Hearing this, he immediately yelled, "For gut!" 9 days later, hot air balloons floated across the city sky, trailing banners that read, 100th Annual Adventurer Contest Registration now open. Macu adjusted his wristwatch thoughtfully, thinking, the adventure contest registration is open. Images of competition formats flashed in his mind as he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This contest is divided into 3 categories: team battles, individual duels, and challenges, each in separate zones. I am in the 2029 level bracket. The grand prize is huge. He started calculating the team battles under level 40. Grant the champion a primary skill scroll, a potion of minor miracles, and 50 million gold coins. Macu pictured the champion rewards: a primary skill scroll that guarantees learning a new skill upon use. He recalled the grand prize for the champion. The solo duel winner gets a potion of minor miracles, which permanently boosts all base stats by 200 points after use. The system displayed the description of the potion. Macu rubbed his chin, thinking, the challenge rules and prizes have not been announced yet. Whatever it has got to be good if it is kept secret like this. He frowned, staring at his stats and weapon info. Name, Yuh. Spirit, 2500 3000. Equipment, Donatos Scythe, level 26, Spirit Power plus 3000, just below max limit, unlocks after collecting full set. Skills, Soul Ring, Noon Soul. Summoning Space. Level Range, 250-260. Dry Soldier, Quantity 100. Mage Dry Soldier, Quantity 100. Talent, Tenfold Blessing. Active Skill, Soulfire Blaze level 26. Summon Dry Soldier level 26. Berserk Corpse level 3. See Bone Armor level 26. Summon Mage Dry Soldier level 26. 2 of his strongest Dry Soldier sets appeared in his mind. Silver level Dry Soldier, level 26, with 7,000 strength, agility, spirit, and vitality. Skill, 1 strike, full fury. He glanced at the second system panel. Silver level Mage Dry Soldier, level 26, stats, strength 2,600, agility 2,600, spirit 10,400, vitality 2,600. Feng Tu saw him and immediately called out, Macu. Macu stroked his chin. Hakshu raised her hand to greet him and asked hesitantly, "Are you also signing up for the adventurer contest?" Macu asked suspiciously, "Are you guys planning to team up?" She laughed and answered, "Yeah, we wanted to invite you to join us, but you were already level 22 at the last opening. We can be in the same bracket." Tamai laughed and asked, "Right? Macu, what level are you now?" Lam Macu replied coldly, 26. The moment she heard that, She froze solid, and the other two took a heavy hit. Feng Tu's eyes glazed over as he gasped. Level 26, Hatayat gasped in shock. That fast. Beside her, Zume crossed his arms and said, Guys, can T level up that quick? Feng Tu glanced at her and said, You do not understand. Zumai turned to him and said, If you get it, you are just like me. Feng Tu fell silent, not daring to argue further. Suddenly, I appeared behind, raising her hand and shouting to grab everyone's attention. Maknu and Hatayat turned around. Puzzled, blushing, she introduced herself. I am Maknu's friend. Nenyai? Obsessed. Level 25. Hatayat jumped, excitedly shouting. She thought silently. She is already level 25, so there are others leveling up as fast as Maknu. I shyly smiled and said, All thanks to Maknu guiding me through leveling. Hatayat replied softly, I see, then forced a laugh. Thinking, no wonder she is leveling up so fast. She quickly introduced herself. I, Maknu's high school classmate, an elemental mage. Level 17. Zemai raised his hand and shouted, Zemai, level 17 adventurer. Feng Tu next to him added, Feng then. Sword user. Level 17. Zemai. From behind, saw the two girls chatting and said, Looks like even the top beauties have their troubles. Feng Tu quickly agreed, True. Hatayat raised her hand and shouted to the crowd, We are off to find more teammates. New, hands in pockets. Shouted, Anyone wanting to take on the desert berserker, hit me up. You glanced at him thoughtfully. High school classmate A, she brightly greeted and asked, You and Hatayat get along well? Huh, Maknu coldly replied. Just classmates. I put her hand behind her head and stepped forward, yelling, You are such a blockhead. If I had a beautiful female classmate like that, I would definitely chase her. He muttered, staring after her silhouette silently. Suddenly, a voice called out, I.e., Maknu. It turned around and saw Dao Dao, the level 24 spirit knight, Duan Go, the level 21 prophet, and Mugo, the level 21 elder, shouting loudly, Sister Dao, everyone's here to register. Dao smiled at them and said, The career contest only happens every 5 years. Of course, we can miss it. Hearing this, Wai asked, Have you found a team yet? She quickly replied, Not yet. Migok added, They think our levels are too low, so no one wants to team up with us. Duangao scratched his head awkwardly and added, Honestly, we are not trying to compete for rankings. We just want to join for the experience. Suddenly, Maknu's voice rang out, Then why do not you all team up with us? Everyone turned to look, but in his heart, he thought, this could save us time finding teammates. Dao lowered her head pensively, thinking she would heard rumors that he alone led 39 people to tackle the Desert Berserker dungeon. If only they could team up with him. She looked at Maknu's determined face and thought, if anyone can grab the championship, it is definitely him. Dao immediately raised her hand seriously and said, All right, but one condition. I got excited and grabbed her hand, shouting, What is the condition? Tell us. Dao calmed down and said, If we win the championship, the Academy will reward contribution points. That is the best prize for us. Migok behind her raised both hands, adding, Exactly. We do not want anything else. Just some contribution points. Maknu, hands in pockets, shouted, Deal. Dao exhaled in relief, thinking if they did not agree, they probably would not join the team. Under the bright, fresh sky, Maknu's group quickly lined up to register for the career contest. I beside him called out, Maknu. Thanks. He looked at her and replied, No problem. With hands in pockets, he laughed loudly and shouted, I am definitely taking home the championship prize this time. One of his underlings immediately praised, With boss a skill and a solid team, that championship is in the bag. The underling pushed through the crowd, shouting, Move aside. The startled group shouted, Bachelor Thang, he is the grandson of the Academy Dean. Don't mess with him. Suddenly, Lai Thang's eyes scanned the crowd and landed on Yai and Maknu standing at the front. Suspiciously, his eyes widened. He looked at the girl next to her. After seeing Maknu's sly face, Lai Thang scowled. That bastard again. As both were about to leave, Lai Thang immediately raised his hand to block them. Stop right there. I saw it was him again inside. Bachelor Thang, that annoying jerk's back. Lai Thang clenched his fists and demanded, Why are you hanging around this guy? Suddenly, his eyes caught the arm draped over Yai's shoulder, and his face immediately darkened. Yai furrowed her brows, shouted, Who am I standing next to? Mind your own business. Lai Sheng's anger flared at those words. You say I can control it. Everyone knows you are Bachelor Sheng Fianti. She pointed at him. Furious, shut your trap. Idiot, are you out of your mind? You came here to propose and I turned you down. Now you are acting like my fiancé. I am cutting you some slack because our families have a long history. Do not expect me to play nice forever. I angrily pointed at her own head and snapped. You lie so much you actually believe your own nonsense. Want me to call a shaman to check your brain? Stop flipping out here. Say one more stupid thing, and I will have my grandpa straighten you out. Mug eyed her furious expression, thinking, this is the first time I have seen Yai this pissed off. He glanced sideways at Ma Ying, who looked calm, and thought, what am I even worried about? He would not waste time on someone like this. Le Sheng's face twisted in rage. He ground his teeth and shouted, fine, fine, fine. Ningyai, you are something else. This is not over. You are Bachelor Shank's woman, no one s taking you away. Clenching his fist and glaring at Ma Ying, he growled, you again. Linma, you keep crossing me. And now you want to steal my woman. Veins bulging, Le Sheng hissed, remember last time? I am not done with you yet. Ma Ying coldly muttered, what a clown. Le Sheng's face contorted beyond recognition. You dog. You are dead meat. No matter what, I will kill you. I immediately raised her weapon, blocking him. She shouted, if you want to die, just say it straight up. Ma Ying's hand began glowing blue. He thought, if I do not kill this guy now, he will come after Yai again. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Le Sheng freeze in terror. Who do you want to kill? Le Sheng's face turned pale as he looked up at Yuan, whose aura was dripping with menace. Yuan stood tall, arms crossed above, looking down. You want to kill him? Le Sheng looked up, terrified, and stammered, Batch? Bat Shen. Yuan's face darkened as he barked orders. Batch Le Sheng, I am asking you, who are you trying to kill? Le Sheng panicked and sank to the ground, stammering nervously, Lord Bat Shen, I have not said anything yet. Yuan raised his hand and shouted, scram. Next time, I will personally drag your head down. Bachelor Le Sheng and his men heard this and took off running. I saw Yuan jump down and stand before her, beaming with joy. Lord Batch. Ma Ying by her side also called out loudly, Lord Batch Shen, and turned to Ma Ying and asked, if I had not shown up, what were you gonna do? Ma Ying's expression softened slightly. He wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to strike first. Yuan looked surprised. Aren't you afraid of his powerful backers? His grandpa is Batch Lai Hang, Dean of Batchley Academy, a level 81 noble in the church hierarchy. Ma Ying lowered his head, darkening. I have thought it over. Worst case, I will head back to the original battlefield. I am confident I can survive there. Yuan smiled brightly, slapped Ma Ying's shoulder, and cheered. All right, kid. You have got that same fire I had back then. Don't sweat the small stuff, like when you took down that church traitor. Gula, you killed him, and now that church's got nothing to say, they do not dare stir up trouble anymore, and raised his fist, grinning. Remember, a firm fist is justice. That is how you earn respect through your own strength. Yuan clasped Mi's hand and advised, I have sent you the upgrade method. Gather all the materials, and I will find someone to help you out. Ma Ying nodded once. Yuan reminded him, your new mission's already assigned. Use your time wisely. Yuan glanced back at the three Dao siblings behind them and praised, you three are not half bad. After Yuan left, she stepped forward, holding out her hand. Looks like you two are going to be busy with the upcoming tournament in Namhong City. When that time comes, we will meet again. I quickly replied, you bet. Sister Dao. She approached, peering at my NGS screen, and curiously asked, what mission did Lord Batch give you? He glanced at the screen and casually said, you want me to head to Fortress No. 3 to kill the Deep Shadow Demon and get promoted to a 2-star lieutenant. I hugged her chest in surprise and asked, just like that? Ma Sheng raised his hand to close the clock face and replied, not only that, at Fortress No. 3, there is an elemental phenomenon. The White God told me to gather elemental crystals in the secret realm. Hearing this, she crossed her arms and thought of Fortress No. 3. Then shouted, if I am not mistaken, the battlefield outside Fortress No. 3 is also called the Elemental Plains. A massive explosion and roaring sounds flashed in Yai's mind. Apparently, a huge battle once broke out there. She calmly said, elemental mages there have transformed 3 times and unleashed over 1,000 mid-level magical attacks. I thought about that place. The land got elementalized, which then gave birth to many elemental creatures. She frowned in confusion and exclaimed, elemental creatures? I have never met any. What do they even look like? Ma Sang glanced at her and replied, let us just go see for ourselves. The two stepped onto the Academy's teleport platform and quickly activated it in a flash. They appeared at the teleport station of Fortress No. 3. Ma foreseeing steady Lemmy Yi, who was holding her head, and shouted, we have arrived. She groaned. I am still not used to long-distance teleportation like this. The system board instantly popped up a notice. Primary Fire Elemental Core 100,000 gold coins per unit. Subdemon materials used for weapons to boost fire elemental damage. For defensive gear, it enhances fire elemental resistance. Primary Wind Elemental Core 100,000 gold coins per unit. Primary Water Elemental Core 100,000 gold coins per unit. My Xiang's voice rang out. Elemental cores must drop after defeating elemental monsters. Looks like Fortress no. 3S specialty. Too bad I do not need any. Leading the way. He thought. Alright. Let us check out these elemental monsters around here. Outside the massive gates, soldiers stood guard on both sides. All serious and alert, a fully armored soldier spotted Ma Segan approaching and immediately warned. Kid, if you two go out there, you are as good as dead. You can go out. It is too dangerous. On the plains, even the weakest monster is level 33. You two top out at level 26. Don't go looking for trouble. The guard captain heard the commotion and quickly approached. Asking, what is going on? The soldier replied. Captain, these two want to head outside. He turned to look at Lado, level 26, and the other at level 25. Going out to die. Where are your families? Why were you even sent here? Just then, a fiery figure shot towards them from afar. A level 33 fire elemental spirit, engulfed in blazing flames. Barreled in, the guard captain was stunned, frozen on the spot. He turned to Messi Ying, who raised his hand and summoned skeletal warriors around him. Shouting, this was the guard captain. Watching those skeletal warriors rush forward so fast they were just afterimages, he thought in awe. Too fast. At this speed, those skeletons must have insane stats. The skeletal warriors charged. Weapons aimed at the fire elemental spirit, unleashing a devastating strike. As it fell, a notification chimed in his ear. Fire elemental spirit level 33 defeated. 165,000 XP gained. The guard captain gasped. No way. No way. Shocked. He thought. Level 26 skeletal warriors just took down a level 33 fire elemental spirit. He turned to Menthesigi in disbelief. Lieutenant. His eyes fixed on the badge pinned to his chest. Thinking. So young and already a lieutenant? When I made lieutenant, I was level 38. Aya folded her hands in front of her chest. Looking at him cautiously. Can we go out now? He nodded. Go ahead. The two stepped out of the fortress. She immediately sighed. They are way too careful, but because of people like them taking responsibility, the realm stays peaceful. Messick said. Yeah, I get. Suddenly, Ningyai's hair stood on end from an electric shock, making her jump. What kind of freaky place is this? She saw Madzenka laughing wildly. You are laughing. What is so funny? Above them, a swirling blue tornado appeared nearby. A massive explosion suddenly erupted right where the two had just been standing. Methaya, both clad in dual armor cores, lifted their heads to the sky, where the wind elemental spirit appeared. The screen flashed with a notification. Wind elemental spirit, level 34, power 4,000, agility 4,000, spirit 7,000, vitality 5,500. Skills: Wind Sphere, Whirlwind, Gale Blade. Trait: immunity to wind element. Without hesitation, it began to thrust the Gale Blade toward the two of them. Blue light radiated from Matazigu's palm as he glanced at the wind elemental spirit manifesting before him. Standing firm, he asked, bullying elemental mages is one thing, but I did not know these spirits could fly. The wind elemental spirit hurled fierce gusts down at the dry bones below. Different elemental forces clashed against it, but nothing fazed the spirit. The flames blasted skyward after hitting the bones, yet no injury came to it. Mesank watched in stunned realization. Elemental life forms have no physical bodies. Using physical force on them won't work. Suddenly, the ground began shaking violently. Ai immediately blurted out. Muthasi Yin, do you feel that? He turned back and replied. The earth is trembling, and the elements are going haywire. In the distance, Mesang spotted a glowing light. A group of people were sprinting toward them. One shouted loudly, while a brown-haired soldier glanced back, urging, move faster, don't freeze up, or you are dead meat. Behind the runners, hundreds of different elemental spirits were in hot pursuit. I gasped. They have hit the elemental spirit's lair. Messien gave a slight smile and whispered, an elemental secret realm is appearing spontaneously. When it does, the elements go berserk, spawning countless elemental spirits. Perfect timing. I was worried we would never find this place. The brown-haired soldier reached them and barked. Why are you two just standing there? Wanna die or what? Don't you see all those elemental spirits behind us? Another voice urged urgently. Forget those two idiots. We run now. Messiang raised his hand, beginning to summon the dry bones. Just as his voice trailed off, dozens of dry skeletons materialized around them. Show yourselves. Messiang gathered blue light in his palm and commanded. Strike! Instantly, the dry bones surged forward, clashing fiercely with the elemental spirits. A massive explosion erupted, and a notification sounded repeatedly. Fire Elemental Spirit level 33 defeated. Plus 165,000 XP. Fire Elemental Spirit level 34 defeated. Plus 165,000 XP. Suddenly, a sound blasted so loud it made clutch his head. What is that? It is giving me a headache. Mai Xiang looked up at the dazzling rainbow-colored aura before him and thought, luckily, my spirit resistance is high enough to block its effects. That sound must be from the ruler of the elemental secret realm, the queen. Instantly, he raised his hand and unleashed a slowing elemental chain. Shouting, Elemental slowdown! A beam of blue light shot from Maxine toward the elemental spirits. Slashing through them, the soldiers sighed in relief, shouting, finally saved. I thought we were done for. Saved? Why did the elemental spirit stop chasing us? Behind them, a soldier pointed ahead and shouted, everyone, look over there. Covered in grime and sweat, Henta gaped at the massive explosion and yelled in shock. Who are those guys? How are they so damn strong? Are those dry bones the ones fighting? Unbelievable. What kind of skill is that? They are withstanding something that terrifying. This is hilarious. And I thought they were crazy. Meanwhile, Aya pressed her hand to her pale face, weak but relieved. Thankfully, the headache's easing. It stopped screaming, but my head still feels like it is about to explode. Mai Xiang gazed up at the swirling colors above and shouted, elemental crystals only fall from the queen inside the secret realm. Let us move, she gasped in awe. The scenery is stunning. He frowned and warned. It does not feel right. Something's off inside. A purple-lit path appeared before them. Messiang exclaimed, this must be the entrance to the secret realm. Urged, let us. The two stepped through the gate and found themselves in a vast icy field. Ahead loomed a massive ice castle, and a voice echoed a warning. A secret realm is different from a dungeon. It is an independent space where you might run into others. Stay sharp. I scanned the area, shouting out, this is the Ice Palace. Messi Yin, grab those dried soldiers. Let us go check out the corridor. He turned toward one direction and said, let us move. We found an exit. Ice excitement was contagious. The dried soldiers proved super useful. The two of them arrived first at a spot and spotted the Water Elemental General standing guard. Instantly, a notification popped up, Water Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss, Level 37, Power 13,000, Agility 13,000, Spirit 13,000, Stamina 16,000. Skills, Deep Ice Pillar Strike, Ice Spiral, Flood of Water. Traits, halves physical damage and immune to water elemental magic. I leapt up, narrowly dodging the attack, startled but lightning fast on his feet. Mseeing also dodged swiftly, shouting, got it, it is bound to the Ice Palace, so it can move. Suddenly, a protective aura appeared around him, blocking the incoming strike. He watched as a dried soldier plunged his sword hard into the Water Elemental General's neck, but the physical damage was halved. The damage the dried soldiers could dish out was seriously nerfed. But luckily, they had plenty of them. Then the general unleashed the ice spiral, sending wave after wave of ice arrows stabbing toward the dried soldiers. He stood firm, surrounded by a relentless hail of speeding ice arrows. Messine dove behind a huge rock, instantly gathering magic in his palm and commanded, everyone, retreat to the space for destruction. Ice arrows shot toward their hiding spot, but as soon as the barrage stopped, Mseeing peeked out cautiously. His eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, no way, it can do that too. Watching the Water Elemental General's body rapidly regenerate, Mseeing finally realized the truth. No wonder it was so agile, it had insane regeneration powers instead. A black scythe appeared in his hand as he calmly said, all we need to do is deal damage faster than it can heal. Right? Raising the scythe high, he shouted, show yourself. The moment he finished, a massive outpost guardian suddenly appeared right behind him. As it materialized, a system readout flashed. Outpost Guardian. Undead, level 33, power 15,000, agility 13,000, spirit 10,000, stamina 15,000. Mseeing bowed his head in awe, muttering, no wonder this is a hell-level dungeon boss, level 33 at stats way higher than the level 37 Water Elemental General. He raised the scythe again and yelled, dried soldiers, let us back him up. A dark green figure appeared behind the outpost guardian, who took deliberate steps forward. The Water Elemental General immediately unleashed Ice Spiral, firing hundreds of ice arrows at the advancing outpost guardian. His wings spread high above. The outpost guardian soared up, closing in on the Elemental General, completely ignoring the hail of ice arrows. Mseeing tilted his head, smirking coldly, and shouted, playing old tricks 1T work on the outpost guardian. Leading a squad of dried soldiers, The outpost guardian charged straight at the motionless elemental general. The combined force of the dried soldiers relentlessly pierced the water elemental general. Unable to withstand it, the general unleashed flood of water, summoning a massive sea to drown all the dried soldiers caught inside. Mai Xiang's eyes snapped wide open in disbelief as he watched the rushing water surge toward where he stood. Meva Xiang and Ye quickly climbed to a higher vantage point to look down. He lowered his head, staring at the water below, and said, "A skill that covers such a wide area and suppresses the skeleton's movements. This is seriously annoying." Inside the rushing water stood the water elemental general, whose eyes glowed an eerie blue. The outpost guard stood firm, ignoring the torrent flowing toward him. Suddenly, dozens of skeletons burst forth from the guard's body, rushing toward the water elemental general. The guard's eyes flashed bright red as a fierce crimson power shattered the water rushing at the general. The outpost guardian was engulfed by water as a notification sounded. Water elemental general defeated. Experience gained 1,480,000. Acquired 10 water elemental cranes. As the water receded, Messiangju swiftly raised his scythe to reel the guardian back in. He pointed the scythe at the fallen water elemental general and taunted, "Soul snatch." Retracting the scythe, Messiang whispered, "As expected, pure elemental life forms have no corpse or soul, no use trying to capture their essence." He sniffed the air, sensing the elemental water stones scattered on the ground. Silently thinking, using the Soul Pearl skill to respawn monsters only lasts 3 minutes. But that is enough time to take down a regular boss. Aya leaned on one arm, scanning the area, and said, "Looks like the elemental chaos has calmed down a bit." Mseeing glanced around and replied, "Yeah, way better than before. Let us keep moving." The two stepped carefully out of the ice mountain, heading toward the distant volcano. Mseeing immediately activated his dual bone armor. They entered the volcanic region, surrounded by roaring flames. The sight left Yi feeling awestruck. "Good thing you have got those bone armors. Anyone else stepping in here would just get a pee drained nonstop," I remarked. He glanced around, calculating silently. Ice River. See, what is next? A lightning world anomaly. Maybe. Messiangju stared at the massive volcano in the distance, silently admiring it. Fire Flame Mountain. As they got closer, I's excitement fizzled out. That is not a mountain. It is just a pile of fire. Not far ahead, a dormant volcano was slowly waking up. The moment it stirred, its status panel popped up. Fire Elemental General. Secret Realm Boss. Level 37. Strength 0. Speed 0. Spirit 20,000. Constitution 16,000. Skills: Erupting Flames. Exploding Sea of Fire. Traits: 50% physical damage reduction. Fire Elemental Immunity. Scorching Flames. Messiang's eyes widened. Another immobile monster, and it can be hit physically. He looked at the Fire Elemental General and said, "But hey, I have got experience." Suddenly, the boss unleashed powerful sparks, slamming down hard. The sparks hit the ground, triggering a massive explosion. The Fire Elemental General used Erupting Flames, releasing hundreds of continuous fireballs in rapid succession. Messiang thought, "Of course. A wide area attack again." The boss used Scorching Flames to incinerate every dry soldier approaching. He waved his hand, summoning even more dry soldiers, then swung his hand again, unleashing ice and feather attacks in retaliation. Streams of icy feathers hurtled toward the Fire Elemental General. The boss immediately stood up, flames bursting spectacularly around him. The ground cracked violently, trembling underfoot. The Fire Elemental General used Exploding Sea of Fire, blasting magma from the cracks high into the air. Messiang grabbed Yi's arm, leapt to dodge the magma, and shouted, "Hold strong. Looks like the dry soldiers are safe for now." The Fire Elemental General was immediately pelted by a barrage of icy feathers from the other side. Suddenly, Messiang looked ahead and said, "Ai, here's a gift for you." A torrent of magma shot up, shattering the ground. A dazzling firework exploded before them. He turned to her, exclaiming, "Fireworks." The victory announcement sounded. Fire Elemental General level 37 defeated. Experience gained 1,480,000. Obtained Fire Elemental Core rank 10. I teased emceeing from the front seat. "Didn't expect you to be this romantic." Embarrassed, he lowered his head. Silent, after a long pause, a voice urged, "Let us." Outside the gate, the Water Elementalist team gathered, focused and ready. Little Fa turned to the captain and shouted, "Boss, I can't believe we actually found it." A masked man chimed in, "This is the Secret Realm Elemental. After all those days of searching, finally found it," said the big guy, eyes fixed ahead. Suspicious. But wait, did not they say the Secret Realm was swarming with elemental souls? Why do not I see any now? The captain replied, "Someone's already inside," the long-haired teammate urged. Then what are we waiting for? Let us move fast. If we are slow, we will miss out, the big guy muttered irritably. Can't he believe someone beat us to it? The captain pulled down his collar, smiled slyly, and shouted, "No rush. I can sense the residual elemental aura. They have not been inside long. Someone's blazed the trail for us, saving us a ton of effort. The Imperial Empire says, catch the horse, trap the fleet, spot the woodpecker hiding the star. Today, we will be that woodpecker." The team leader of Yigyo and the others marched through the teleportation gate, each one pumped and brimming with confidence. The boss said it right, we do not need to stress. We just have to kill the final boss, and if anyone stands in our way, we will take them out along with the boss. Little Fa and the rest could not wait and stepped in eagerly. Let us, no time to waste. After passing through the teleportation gate, one of the team members sat down, staring at the fresh glowing footprints on the ground. Hen turned back and called to those behind. Found them. Follow me. On Mashiang and Yi's side, the two pushed further into the battlefield. Suddenly, something fell right in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust that blocked their view. Yi quickly leapt away from the ground to dodge the attack and covered her mouth, staring at the object on the ground. It was like a swirling vortex on the ground, surrounded by crackling winds, the wind and lightning elemental overlord, a secret realm boss. Level 38, speed 5000, spirit 25,000, constitution 20,000. Skills: electric shock, wind thunder bombardment. Traits: 50% reduced physical damage, immune to elemental attacks. Mesh Enya covered his mouth and stepped back. This was a hybrid of two elements, wind and lightning. The wind-lightning elemental unleashed a thunderbolt directly at Messi Inu. Luckily for Messi Ying, he wore 2 layers of bone armor, so the attack barely left a scratch. His eyes shifted as he slowed the lightning element. Then, a bunch of red chains shot up from the ground, lashing straight at the wind-lightning monster. The red chains wrapped tightly around the creature's entire body. It scrambled wildly, not realizing it could not harm Mak Yu, so it unleashed a barrage of heavenly lightning bolts onto the Kutio-O warriors below. The other Ko-Yu mages wasted no time and immediately launched their spells at the wind and thunder elemental beast. Waves of blazing fire, chilling ice, and fierce storms battered the monster relentlessly, trapping it and leaving it no chance to fight back. The Cho Loju warriors seized the moment to charge at the beast, which tried to counterattack but to no avail. Mak Yu hacked and slashed, trying to slow it down. These flying monsters are the trickiest to pin down. After a fierce struggle, the wind and thunder elemental was finally pinned to the ground, and the Kailodru warriors jumped on it to finish it off. Finally, under the relentless assault of Mak Yu, the wind and thunder elemental beast was slain. A status window popped up. Elemental wind thunder beast eliminated. Level 38. Experience gained: 1,520,000. Acquired elemental wind spirit 10. Acquired elemental thunder spirit 10. The magic seal in the air quickly absorbed the remnants of the wind thunder elemental. Mak Yu moved forward. Let us go, only the elemental queen remains. Mak Yu advanced, saying, as long as the elemental planes exist, those bosses will keep reappearing fast. Mak Yu led Yi onward. The sky had shifted, stretched out into endless northern lights ahead. After a while, they finally reached a massive castle floating on a cliff face. This was the lair of the elemental queen. She sat arrogantly on her throne, surrounded by stones representing the elements ready to confront them. Calmly, Ada glanced at Mak Yu's group. A status window appeared. Elemental Queen, Hidden Realm Boss, Level 39, Strength 20,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 20,000, Stamina 20,000, Skills: Elemental Barrage. Elemental Essence trait reduces physical and elemental damage by 50%. The Kaldo warriors leapt at Ada, while Mak Yu observed silently, thinking, she actually cuts physical and elemental damage by half. The Elemental Queen barely flinched. Elemental orbs around her flared fiercely, blasting the Kiwalju warriors back and scattering them. Her entire body was wrapped in that devastating light, shattering bones flying everywhere. 3 Kalo warriors were wiped out instantly. Mak Yu raised an eyebrow. After so many battles, the Kalo warriors were already battered and bruised. The queen clasped her hands together, elemental light streaming out in waves. Then she unleashed 3 beams of elemental energy straight at Mak Yu. The beams tore through the Kikulju warriors' bodies, blasting them into hundreds of pieces across the ground. Another Kuro warrior was down. Only now did Mak Yu realize how tough she was. Damn. Her skills are insane. No wonder she is the elemental queen of the hidden realm. Burning the Kyulju warriors alive. She raised her hand, summoning a swirling vortex of water. It swept up all the nearby Koju warriors. And just like that, 11 were wiped out. Mak Yu assessed the grim situation and sighed. This is brutal. Why did the white god assign me this mission? He recalled what he would experience stepping into this battlefield. Elementals without souls or bodies. His soul fire and raging flame skills were useless here. He had not used them once since arriving. Even the elemental slow skill had no effect. If all else fails, he could only rely on the spirit summons, the undead general, and the outpost guardian. Smirking, he ran a hand through his hair. Looks like the elemental queen is exactly the kind of boss you gotta play smart to kill. Still a bit reckless, charging in without enough intel. Meanwhile, the professional group was closing in on the queen's castle. One of them pointed excitedly at the massive water vortex and said, "Boss, they are already fighting the boss." Another member quickly asked their captain if they should intervene. He scanned the battlefield ahead. Calmly, he said, "Why stop? Let them and the elemental queen tear each other apart. That is way better." He ordered Xiaofa, "Xiaofa, unleash your big move." She gripped her staff tightly and replied, "Yes, sir." Chanting a spell, she tightened her grip. "I have formed a formation." Golden light rose from the ground, swirling around Y. Standing outside, she sensed something was off. Her assassin instincts warned her danger was close. Iwai immediately whipped his head around, glaring fiercely at Makyu. "Makyu, watch out! Someone's sneaking up on us." No sooner had she finished speaking than a strange seal appeared at their feet, while meteorites began crashing down from the sky. Littlefa laughed triumphantly. "Still burning? Huh, just wait and see." Unlike Yai's worried expression, Makyu smirked confidently. "Perfect timing. Just how I wanted it." The fiery stones rained down, setting the ground ablaze in a fierce inferno. After a while, the flames died down, and thanks to the two armored skeletons protecting Makyu and Yai, they came out unscathed. The two turned to see the other guild warriors from a different faction rushing toward them. The Kalo soldiers split into two groups. One fought the elemental queen, while the other charged into battle against the guild warriors. The team captain eyed the Kalo soldiers barreling toward them with hesitation, stepping back nervously. Clearly unsettled. "What the hell is this? Where are all these immortal-type monsters coming from?" "The elemental queen has minions." No one said a word. The others raised their weapons, ready to fight, as he urged them. "Hold steady. Do not screw this up." Suddenly, fiery red chains burst up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the group. The little mages were trapped, panic flooding them. "What is going on? Is this some kind of curse?" From a distance, Makyu raised his hand, controlling the chains. Unlike monsters, guild warriors had backup. Most likely that support had a skill to dispel curses, aiming to handle the sorceress first. The mages following Makyu could not stay idle. They began casting spells to push back the guild warriors. The trapped warriors could barely move, forced to watch helplessly as sharp ice shards, thunderbolts, and fiery storms closed in on them. One by they were struck, their bodies instantly engulfed in flames. The team captain watched his comrades burn, worry etched deep on his face. "Damn it!" he cursed. The earlier victim lay sprawled on the ground at Toy Top, his body trembling as charred flesh peeled away like burnt leather. The captain refused to give in. With a desperate burst of strength, he broke free from the chains, taunting the enemy. Lightning crackled from his body, a move where chains wrapped around him spiraled out to ensnare the Kala soldiers. The guild captain pulled out a vial, popped the cap, and shouted to those behind him, "Don't hold back. Drink up the antidote for that curse." They quickly grabbed similar vials and downed the contents in one gulp. Slowly, Makyu's chains began to dissolve. After drinking the potion, a soothing blue light enveloped them, healing magic. The captain, just escaping death's door, whispered in awe, "Monsters, the chains are gone." Makungu's mages pressed the attack relentlessly, thunder and ice barreling toward them. The guild warriors reacted swiftly, combining their powers to conjure a massive shield that enveloped them, offering wide-ranging protection. Under the shield's cover, the guild warriors avoided the heavy injuries they faced before. But amid the raging inferno and relentless assaults, their confidence waned, replaced by fear and anxiety. I raised an eyebrow. Eyeing them, these guys were all level 40 now, with wide-area shields and chains locking down the knights. That surprise fire attack earlier, all level 40 skills unlocked after their second-class advancement. Makyu silently observed the guild's moves, thinking, so they even have a cure for the curse. That must be the perk from their second-class change. With proper gear, level 40 guild warriors are seriously tough to handle. Still, he was not worried, a smirk tugging at his lips. "So what? They tried to sneak attack us without the two armored skeletons. He and Yai would have been toast by now. They are enemies to the death, no mercy." Makyu swung his arm forward, signaling the Kala soldiers to charge. "Finish them." The others tried to keep their distance, some focused on holding the shield. Others launched counterattacks against the monsters, but the Kalo soldiers showed no signs of injury. Under the guild's assault, they kept charging relentlessly toward them. Seeing these seemingly invincible creatures, some in the guild started to panic. "What is with these summons? Why won't they die?" "Boss, What do we do? The captain thought he would be the one to profit from this chaos, but never expected to get stuck in such a nightmare. Makingu's strength was totally off the charts. He gritted his teeth, struggling to keep the shield up. Damn it! Did not expect that guy to be this strong fighting the elemental queen, and still handling us at the same time. Seeing the shield about to break, the captain shouted to his comrades nearby. Looks like we have got no choice but to retreat, of course. Mai Xiang was not about to let them slip away that easily. He and Yai moved closer to their position. He raised his hand, muttering a chant, and a surge of blue spiritual energy blasted out Soul of the Flame. One of the fake profession grunts caught the blast of Messigingi's energy, screaming in agony. The captain panicked and yelled, "Run, run," but it was too late. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, hitting the shield the captain had created. It took some damage but saved his life. He gasped for breath. The captain looked on in pain as the other members were taken down by the dry warrior soldiers, each one falling one after another. The captain pulled out a flask and drained it in one gulp. His body slowly healed. A dry warrior leapt at him from behind, but was stopped by his protective shield. Taking advantage of the shield still holding, he spun around and fled. Ai glanced at him and asked, "Matha Yin, are we chasing?" He replied softly, "A sigil caster at limit is tough to handle." After wiping out all the fake profession grunts, the dry warrior soldiers regrouped to face the boss on the battlefield. Mai Xiang looked toward the elemental queen but said, "Besides her, we have got more important business to handle." The dry warriors pressed forward relentlessly. The elemental queen raised her hand, firing a beam of light that could pierce through anything. Elemental bombardment. Suddenly, a corpse from the earlier fake profession grunts flew right in front of Ada. Messi End activated the corpse's explosive power. It detonated, dealing heavy damage to the elemental queen. Then another one. And another, one after another. Corpses launched toward her, exploding upon impact. She was badly wounded, the glow of her elemental veins dimming. Watching her struggle, Muff Hudruk thought silently. No wonder these level 40 fake profession corpses hit hard. He unleashed his blue spiritual energy and ordered the dry warriors forward. The elemental queen refused to back down, firing holes of light, but weakened from her injuries. Her attacks were easily blocked by the sword-wielding dry warriors. Seeing her elemental critical strikes fail, she transformed. The elemental lights in her hands turned black as she tore apart the dry warriors charging her. But weakened, she was ultimately pierced by their blades. Her body shattered and broken. Her body slowly disintegrated into thin air. The stats panel popped up. Elemental Queen defeated. Gained 2,340,000 XP. Obtained Elemental Essence Crystal, a material to craft top-tier Platinum Gear. Enchantments and time reduction charms. Ai watched the battlefield fade away with relief finally done. Mai Xiang stepped over to where the Elemental Queen had been, holding a magical seal. He told Yai, "Got the Elemental Essence Crystal." The remnants of the battlefield vanished. Even the ground where Map Xiang and Ya stood turned into barren earth. They would won the boss fight. But Ma Xiang felt uneasy. Most dry warriors were seriously injured and needed to retreat to the healing space. But without wasting time, Ma Xiang and Yi left the battlefield. He said, "This spot's close to Battlefield 3, and we still have not done the rank-up mission. Let us head there and check it out." At Battlefield 3, the thick dust irritated Ye, making her sneeze. Some bloodthirsty monsters caught the scent of living prey and charged over. The stats popped up. Level 30 carnivorous monster, Power 6,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 3,000, Constitution 6,000. Skill. Screech. I eyed them and quietly asked, "Demonic beasts, right?" One lunged recklessly, jaws wide open, aiming to bite the two of them. But before it could reach them, a dry warrior soldier cleaved it in half. Stats popped. Level 35 human-eating monster defeated. 175 XP gained. 1 military merit earned. Obtained monster claw. Messiang frowned, clearly unimpressed. "These demons give too little merit. We gotta hunt deeper evil demons." I drew 2 small daggers, ready for the fight. But these monsters were cunning and alert. They hid so well, fading in and out, driving Ai crazy. These demons have insanely high spiritual senses, sneaking around even better than rats. But we will catch them no matter what. Suddenly, a massive explosion in the sky grabs their attention. Yai instantly knows it is a signal flare. She looks toward the flare and quickly says, "It is a distress signal. The Moyu are up ahead." Then, she bolts at top speed toward the flare's location. "Not far, let us move." When they arrive, the place feels off. Not even a low-level monster shadow in sight. Yai scans the area. Uneasy. No sign of any beasts nearby. Suddenly, a cold, savage laugh echoes from close by. Yai gasps. It is the voice of a demon. Looks like those man-eating monsters were swapped out for demons. They did not expect things to get this dangerous. Panicked, they rushed toward the laughter, fearing the signal sender is trapped deep inside battlefield No. 3. In a warzone corner, a group is surrounded by a horde of monsters. Hungry eyes glare, ready to rip them apart. They can just sit and wait to die. They decide to break through the encirclement. Follow me. Let us break out. But just a few steps in, something drops in front of them. An elite monster appears. Stat sheet reads, Abyssal Wolf Demon. Normal Demon. Level 38. Power 12,000. Agility 10,000. Spirit 3,000. Stamina 9,000. Skills, Brutal Slash and Savage Bite. The squad leader locks eyes with the Abyssal Wolf Demon. Realization dawning. Damn it. We walked right into its trap. It wants us to send a distress signal to lure more prey here. Just then, Moyu and Yai catch up. They exchange a glance at the chaotic scene. Flying monsters again. They will need a clever trick to get it down. The Abyssal Wolf Demon senses Moyu's arrival. Turns with a taunting grin. Looks like some backups here. The demon eyes Moyu skeptically. Only a level 26 kid. Then glances at Yai and a level 25 girl. Fresh meat. Huh. Smells pretty tasty. The squad leader hears the demon's mutterings and grows even more anxious. How did a level 12-16 make it this far? Why are there so few veterans with levels above 20 in battlefield No. 3? This is bad. We are done for. The Abyssal Wolf Demon temporarily ignores the others. It zeroes in on Yai. I am gonna feast on you first, Moyu shouts, stepping in with his hand outstretched to block the demon's path to Yai. The Abyssal Wolf Demon gets even more hype. It sneers down at the two of them. Pointless resistance. Your fate's sealed. I'm gonna savor every bite. Hand first. Then foot. Before I finish, you 1TC death coming. Then it lunges forward, jaws wide with rows of razor-sharp teeth, aiming straight for Yai. Her screams. The perfect seasoning. He scratched and clawed fiercely at Mesega, blocking his path. Kid, just die already. Don't get in the way of my feast. But his attack was stopped dead in its tracks by a block of ice. Red chains burst up from the ground, wrapping tightly around his body. Panic flashed in his eyes. What is happening? No way. Feeling his body reject him, he freaked out. This is not good. It is a curse. The Abyssal Malang was shackled and frozen in place, unable to move. The seasoned soldiers of Matsegu wasted no time charging the monster. The Abyssal Malang could only watch helplessly as the red chains tightened. Seeing other monsters also bound, the team's morale soared. But suddenly, the monster stopped. Curse power was at play. This was their chance to break the siege. They seized the moment, counterattacking the restrained monsters and smashing the encirclement. Once free from danger, they gasped for breath, faces lit up with joy. Finally, thank God. But before they could celebrate, what they saw at Mephi-Sieng's spot froze them solid. What the hell is that? The Abyssal Malang thrashed wildly under attack, screaming with rage. Kill! I want to kill. The group stepped back, terrified. Is that the Abyssal Malang? What are those immortal summons? Why can't the Malang fight back at all? Finally, the Abyssal Malang was slain. One clean strike pierced it. A stats board popped up. Abyssal Malang level 38 defeated. Experience gained. 380. Military points plus 50. Obtain Demon's Blood Essence containing the power of alchemists and craftsmen to forge gear using that energy. The group was stunned that such a high-level demon could be taken down so easily. Already dead, Mai Xiang approached the Abyssal Malang's corpse and told them to back off a bit. I am cleaning up the battlefield. They looked at him puzzled. Cleaning up? What are you talking about? He is only level 26. How did he just kill a demon so quickly? I stood to the side, waving and smiling. Hurry up, guys. Don't want to get caught in the gas. They rushed over to Yi Yi. One worriedly said, those man-eating monsters are not easy to kill. She just smiled softly. Just watch and see. Other monsters swarmed toward Nisivun, launching an all-out attack. He stood firm. Come, Ev. This is his turf where the corpses lie. Following his command, he raised his hand and chanted. Corpse explosion. The body at his feet instantly exploded, and the rushing monsters shared the same fate, blown to bits. Under Maitasiju's influence, the corpse detonated mid-air. The others stared in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Where did this guy come from? No wonder he is dominating Battlefield #3. Is he really level 26? That was way too easy. His summoned creatures must be insanely strong. What kind of class is this? I grinned, clutching her badge. That was fast. I am already a Corporal 6. But unlike her excitement, Messiaen was still unsatisfied, lost in thought. To level up his rank, he would need rare, higher-level abyssal monsters. Just then, the squad leader interrupted Maxienja's thoughts. Little brother, approaching respectfully, he said, Little brother, thanks for your help this time. If it were not for you, we would not have escaped. No need for thanks, Messiaen replied politely. Whenever someone sends a distress signal, I am always here. No need to be shy. The leader chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Everyone's seen how clumsy our demon-slaying squad is. Who knew a demon would sneak in like that? Smiling, he explained to Matthew, the abyss is divided into upper, middle, and lower layers. Battlefields 1 through 3 correspond to the surface lower layer. He pointed to the treacherous terrain and said, Battlefields 1 to 3 of the lower layer are the abyss entrances. Strong warriors have set up many barriers. Powerful abyss demons can reach these battlefields. Recalling the high-level demon from earlier, he was a bit annoyed. Only weak demons could sneak in here. But even small demons are not something ordinary adventurers can handle, and that is not all deep inside. There are countless powerful demons, just like that last one. The boundary between a deep-seated demon and a human class is level 40. Any deep-seated demon above level 40 is insanely strong. They are called high-level demons. He suddenly remembered the restricted zone in Battlefield No. 3. At the farthest depths of Battlefield No. 3. There is an overlapping area with the entrance to the abyss. You can actually see the abyss itself there, teeming with abyss demons. And high-level demons show up regularly. Not only that, there are some dungeons there too. We originally wanted to explore deeper into the abyss, but got blocked halfway through. He looked a bit embarrassed and added, well, now that we know, we won't venture there to stir up trouble anymore. Mseengyu had already gathered tons of intel about the battlefields and demons. But what caught his eye was the deepest part of this battlefield loaded with demons. Sounds like the perfect spot to rack up some battle glory. He seriously asked the squad leader where the deepest part of the abyss in Battlefield No. 3 was. The leader stared at Mseengyu in shock, stammering, Little brother, you are really planning to go there? Mseeng calmly replied, yeah. After hesitating for a moment, the leader finally gave Mseengyu directions. Mseeng and Yi followed his lead, trailing behind the team as they kept marveling. Now this is what I call a real genius. After a while of trekking, they reached what seemed like the deepest part of the abyss, where many squads had already gathered. I scanned the crowd, spotting even more demon-hunting teams. She muttered, looks like we are not far from the spot. Ahead lay a desolate wasteland, dead trees, zero signs of life, and the air itself was heavy with a chilling gloom. This was the abyss. Suddenly, countless glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, fixating on the two of them like hungry predators. I shrank behind Mseeng, trembling with fear, while Mseeng stayed alert, eyes sharp on the creatures. Out of nowhere, something fell from the sky, catching their attention immediately. A monster was plummeting straight down toward them. Ye gasped. It was a deep abyss demon. Mseeng and Ai backed away to where the beast's body crashed. Its shredded flesh splattered across the ground. Ai stared in horror, speechless. She eyed its still form nervously and whispered to Mseengyu, it is dead. Suddenly, a shadowy figure flickered before them. Ai quickly recognized the weapon. He held a platinum-grade blade. Watching the man drift like a ghost, she gasped. That is the assassin from earlier, the second rank, surpassing level 4 humans. Mseeng studied the man seriously, realizing they had arrived at the right place. Ai silently admired him. No wonder he had the power to kill demons and held level 38 authority. Mseeng grinned at Yi, teasing, let us, they can t-hog all the kills. She smiled back. You got it. They dove into the fray. Mseengyu unleashed a blazing blue spirit force, incinerating demons, while Yi flipped through the air, slicing monsters into pieces. As monster guts rained down, Island, puzzled, we have been killing demons for over half an hour now. Not a single demon in sight. Could those second-rank assassins have wiped them all out already? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, grabbing their attention. I turned sharply. Here they come again. In the sky, an indistinct demon gnawed on something, blood dripping like rain. Without warning, it dropped a double-edged blade. One of the swords embedded itself right where Mseengyu was standing. I immediately recognized the weapon. It belonged to that man from before. The assassin. The assassin's corpse was now a feast for the ravenous monsters. Worried, I eyed the monsters. These were high-ranking second-rank assassins. How could they be dead already? Mseengyu stepped in front of her and warned, stay sharp. Those airborne monsters were abyss shadow demons, high-level demons with power stats of 1,800 strength, 22,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, and 15,000 endurance. They had leg-binding skills, shadow form, and the terrifying ability to see through invisibility, plus physical damage was halved. Mseeng studied them carefully. No wonder the assassin got killed. They were level 40 high-level abyss demons, nearly as strong as the elemental queen herself. After knowing for a while, the demons finally noticed Mseeng and Yi's presence, their excitement only growing fiercer. Little Fire level 26, and he actually dared to show up here. Looks like today's menu just got a whole lot tastier. Without hesitation, it charged straight at Mac Yu. You do not need to run. Do you really think Little Fire level 26 can protect you, rookie? I want your head, I am kicking you out. But as they neared Mac Yu, 2 armored bones on his body knocked them back. They stared at him in disbelief. What the hell is this? Mac Yu did not waste words. He unleashed his blue spiritual power that enveloped his entire body. Ready to take them all on? No way am I letting this slide. With a wave of his hand, the war tower appeared, ready to fight. The shadowy phantom in the deep silence glared at him. You little pest. It immediately unleashed a shadow attack. Trying to escape? No chance for that. Mac Yu cast a curse to slow it down. Red chains erupted from the ground. Flying straight for the shadow phantom, running one, be that easy. Its whole body was wrapped in chains. Frozen in place, it glared helplessly at the charging war towers. What kind of curse is this? Bound by Mac Yu's chains, the shadow phantom could only endure the war tower, blade helplessly. Only now did it realize it had seriously underestimated him. My shadow form is restricted by this curse, and the kid's power is basically just level 26. Mac Yu's war tower soldiers had leveled up alongside him. Silver rank war tower soldier, level 26, strength 7,000, agility 7,000, spirit 7,000, stamina 7,000, skill. Brutal strike. Mac Yu's face stayed calm as he raised an eyebrow, watching it struggle to dodge and halve the physical damage. The war tower soldiers could not kill it quickly. He summoned mage sorcerers to support the war towers. No wonder this high-level demon is so damn tough to kill. Elemental mage sorcerers took turns attacking. Mac Yu smirked confidently at the shadow phantom. Fine. Let us see how you handle some magic attacks. The shadow phantom found 2 swords pressed against its neck plus Mac Yu's smug grin, making it even more furious. Suddenly, it had an idea. It wrapped its shadow around a war tower soldier. It slipped in and invaded the soldier's body. Taking control, it used the soldier to block attacks from others. Feeling cocky, curses like that won't work on me. Suddenly, other war towers jumped away from where the shadow phantom stood, leaving it baffled. Then it noticed something was off. Looking up, it saw a fireball falling straight at it. No time to dodge, it took Mac Yu's hit head on, writhing in pain. The bodies of the war tower soldiers it controlled collapsed one after another, lying broken on the ground. Damn shadow phantom, it roared furiously. You dare hurt me this badly? All of you, come pull me out now. Mac Yu laughed mockingly at its crazed rage, waving to the war towers behind him. You looking for trouble? The war tower soldiers behind him raised their swords in unison, taunting the shadow phantom. Each sword had a monster slain earlier engraved on it. All the ones that had surrounded the shadow phantom. Better count carefully. Are they all here? You wiped sweat from her forehead, sighing. These little demons are seriously tough to kill. Exhausting, the shadow phantom exploded in fury, seeing its minions slaughtered mercilessly. Who dares kill my children? Mac Yu casually waved back. All right then. Here's a little payback. The war tower soldiers hurled the slain monsters' bodies at the shadow phantom. As the monster corpses flew close, Mac Yu triggered an explosion. The bodies detonated, taking the shadow phantom down in a fiery blast. The smoke and flames slowly cleared, and the demon bodies were completely incinerated. The stats board popped up. Shadow phantom level 40 defeated. 800,000 XP gained. 500 military merit awarded. Achievement unlocked. I beamed with joy, clutching the glowing badge. I have finally earned my promotion to junior officer. She carefully treasured the badge. If Dad knew I got promoted, he would totally freak out. Mac Yu was not surprised. He said calmly, next, you will need 10,000 military merit to rank up to 1 star. I looked at him, suddenly understanding why he had not ranked up yet after so long. No worries. I heard there is a new dungeon nearby. Let us check it out. Mac Yu replied smoothly. Then the two of them ventured deeper into the abyss. Somewhere else, Ayuan and Van were sipping tea when Van suddenly shouted, Are you out of your mind? Why send Lin Saozi into the elemental secret realm? Ayuan just shrugged off Van's worried expression without a care, calmly lifting his tea cup. He said, Crazy. Now, I want to see just how far this kid can push himself. Recalling the surprises Mitsigam brought in battles, he added, even the Desert Tyrant dungeon could not faze him. On the contrary, it helped him rack up huge experience points. Even hell-level dungeons, he can solo those and wipe out tens of thousands of Hellhound demons without breaking a sweat. He took a leisurely sip, thinking, this elemental secret realm won't be any tougher for him either. Seeing Yayuan's chill, and Van calmed down too. It is not just the elemental secret realm's level or the dungeon's difficulty. You know the Queen Elemental's power is on par with 4 high-ranking demons. You know how deadly her skills are, and Van continued, Lin Xiaozi has some serious stamina. No doubt, but the Queen Elemental is not scared of group attacks. Ayuan waved it off with a smile. Donna sweated. If you can beat him, he can always run. Sometimes a little challenge is good, it shows us his limits. He got serious. Plus, there is the soul mark from an Hun Zian. He won to really die. Not even in the secret realm. I even told him to head to Battlefield Zone 3's Abyss border to take out some high-ranking demons, and Van could not hold back. Suddenly tense, staring at Yuan. Have you forgotten something? Yuan frowned. Puzzled, what is that? And Van lowered his voice. Ning Old Master's precious granddaughter is with Lin Xiaozi. She left no soul market in Henzin. If that kid dies, Ning Old Master will come after you for sure. He won to hold back. Only now did Yuan grasp the gravity of the situation. Worry creeping in as he sensed someone approaching from behind. Suddenly, the Nan appeared, clapping Yuan on the shoulder. Who died? What are you guys talking about? Yuan jumped, stammering. And nothing. And Van covered his mouth, suppressing a sly grin. The Nan's gaze hardened. Labe, where did you send Lin Xiaozi on this mission? Yuan swallowed hard, meeting his eyes to the original battlefield. Don't worry. With Lin Xiaozi there, your precious granddaughter won to be far. Hearing that, the Nan did not press further. He turned and sat down, not forgetting to warn them. I implanted a soul guardian on her. Nothing should happen. But if anything goes wrong with that girl, I will come straight to collect from you. Yuan hurriedly reassured. Don't worry. Do not worry. With your soul guardian there, nothing will happen. And Van calmly raised his teacup, watching Yuan's awkward expression, secretly feeling victorious. Labe, looks like today's your day. Back at Battlefield Zone 3, Mether Xiang and Yai had arrived at their destination. Stopping before a teleportation gate, they stared into the dark, bloodshot eyes glaring at them like predators sizing up prey. Thinking, this is the right place. Is this really the Abyss border of Battlefield 3? Demons mixing into the battlefield. They come out from here. Suddenly, from a rift in space, a horde of abyssal demons poured out. They snarled with savage delight at their prey. Human world. The demon lords arrived. Humans. Legends say you are beautiful, but now we feast. Humans. Your throats will be ripped out and you will die. But before they could celebrate, sharp ice shards shot down from the sky, followed by thunder and raging flames. The demons howled in pain. Who dare sneak attack me? Humans. You shameless pests. It hurts. I am gonna die. Humans. You are screwed. Chains of energy burst up, wrapping tightly around the monsters, who panicked and looked at each other in confusion. Under Might Succeed command, the soldier warriors rose one after another. The chained monsters could not escape and were swiftly slaughtered by the soldiers. Corpses litter the ground, their agonized screams echoing. What kind of cursed immortal abomination crawled out of nowhere? The battle-hardened soldiers do not pause for even a second, chopping down one demon after another. No one escapes their wrath. Every abyssal demon slain sprays blood everywhere. Even the low-level monsters do not dodge their grim fate. The fallen bodies pile up, and Moyu takes full advantage. He uses dark magic on the corpses, causing violent eruptions. The explosions rip through countless nearby monsters, their stats numbers wildly spiking on the screen. Demon Abyssal level 37 eliminated. Plus 370,000 XP. Plus 50 military points. Acquired Demon's Essence. Moyu smirks faintly as he eyes the nearby portal. Calmly, he commands the battle-hardened soldiers to toss the demon corpses into the gateway, then unleashes his dark magic. The thrown bodies explode instantly. The stats keep skyrocketing. Demon Abyssal level 37 eliminated. Plus 370,000 XP. Plus 50 military points. From the portal bursts countless golden lights. The badge in Moyu's hand absorbs every last bit of light. He looks at it, satisfied. Just a little test. Didn't expect it to work this well. Gained about 3,000 military points this time. Ai stares at her badge, utterly stunned. Just one explosion earned so many battle points, Macu thought, proving that more and more demons were crowding at the gate, trying to burst out. The blast light kept spreading, and Waya grew more excited as the badge in her hand absorbed the energy nonstop. That is a ton of battle points. I am going to go slaughter another pack of man-eating monsters. Keep the explosions coming. Macu raised a hand to signal a halt. Wait a sec. Let the demons gather a bit more first. Moments later, on the gate connecting the human realm and abyss, countless glowing red eyes crowded, peering out anxiously. Sensing the perfect moment, Mac Nuang said, "Cast." Those corpses flew into the gate and exploded again, blasting the monsters inside to bits. The stats kept skyrocketing. Defeated Depth Demon level 37, gained 370,000 XP, and 50 military merits. This time, the golden light shone even brighter, lighting up the battlefield's darkest corners. Both of their ranks had risen. Lam Mak and Gu. No worries, little one. Earning 8 military merits. Ning. No worries. With 7,900 merits. Ai whispered in awe. The merit points are flying in way too fast. After the last explosion, the connecting portal trembled slightly. Ai nervously asked, "Is the portal about to close?" Mak nodded sadly. "Yeah, it is a shame." The corpses exploded violently. It was too much for it to handle, but the portal's shaking lasted only moments before stabilizing again. Mak Ingyu stared at the portal. Thrilled, looks like it is already reached rank 1. Little one. Suddenly, Maku sensed a sinister aura nearby. Instantly alert. His gut screamed that danger was closing in. He grabbed Yayi's hand and activated their dual bone armor. This time, what emerged from the portal was not a swarm of tiny eyes, but a towering giant. It let out a wild roar. Le, I have caught you now. The roar hit Yi like a hammer to the head, dizzy and in pain. She clutched her skull. The creature was covered in blood and screaming relentlessly. Le, I want you dead. Instantly, a barrage of energy blasts shot out from the portal. They came so fast Maku barely had time to react. Too quick, there is no way out. Those energy beams pierced through both his bone armor, shocking. They could not hold even a second. He quickly redirected the damage elsewhere. The blast threw him back. And even the skeletal soldiers were not spared, they were wiped out by the energy. Summon Space 201 on Makingu was barely holding under the pressure. Damn it! Our skeletal soldiers are dropping fast. This can't keep up. Summon Space down to 186 out of 240. Trying to stay calm, Makingu suddenly noticed low-level monster corpses scattered on the ground. Got it! More skeletal soldiers were being wiped out. Summon Space 164 out of 240. He reached toward the corpses ahead and activated the violent corpse burst. The bodies exploded instantly, and the giant, hit by the blast's damage, grew even angrier. It kept screaming his name. Lammak, Le. He watched it sigh in frustration. Looks like he picked the right move. This time, the portal finally could not hold. The giant was badly wounded but still shouted threats. Damn you, Le. I will never forgive you. Never. Sitting on the ground, Maku shot back with a smirk. Funny you say that. Same here. He raised his hand as if saying goodbye, voice dripping with playful challenge. Goodbye. Future, you are about to blow up spectacularly. The giant's fury only grew at Makingu's cocky grin. Le. But before it could finish, the portal snapped shut. Watching it vanish into thin air, Maku finally breathed easy. You alright? He asked Yaya, slowly standing and brushing off dust. I am just lost some skeletal soldiers. The gates closed, let us get out of here. He glanced toward where the portal disappeared. Fireflame Trey King. One day we will meet again in the depths. Mak Ingu and Yi quickly left the abyss of Battlefield number 3. They headed straight to the upper world of Battlefield 3, a level 30 dungeon, where they found more teams than in the abyss below. Mak Ingu surveyed the terrain. Brow furrowed. This dungeon has 3 intersecting powers. What is coming next? He opened his stat panel and pondered deeply. The world of Battlefield 3's dungeon limits levels from 25 to 35. Normal difficulty recommends 4 players. Nightmare 6. Hell Mode 12. Maku carefully analyzed the data. His skeletal soldiers had almost fully recovered. With so many high-level classes here, no demon would dare sneak attack. After a moment of thought, he turned and called out to Yayi. Ai, let us move. She smiled brightly. Got it. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Hey, young one. They both turned around to look. The voice that just called out belonged to a man from one of the nearby squads, waving his hand to warn. Hey kid, this is a level 30 dungeon. He stepped closer. Voice urgent. The monsters in there are deadly, even though it is just an average difficulty. Those monsters are not something to level 26. It's like you can handle. Kid, you really should join a team. Do not just rush into your death. I just smiled lightly at his words, seemingly unfazed. Thanks, but no need to worry about us. Watching the two leave, he sighed softly. So young, yet so eager to throw their lives away. Another teammate came over and patted him on the shoulder. Why are you whining? Didn't you notice their badges? They are silver rank. Junior officers. Demon slayers no less. The first man was startled. No way. How could that be? They are only level 26. His teammate cut him off immediately. What is impossible about that? Haven't you heard? Just a few days ago, a new junior officer, only 18 years old and level 24, appeared on Battlefield. No one, and that person single-handedly cleared a hell difficulty dungeon as checkpoint. Another runner quickly joined. Curious? Never heard of that. Come on, spill the details. The two, Y and Mag, stopped at a towering cliff. They scanned the eerie surroundings. The sky split into 2 extremes, one half bright, the other dark. Even the river flowing below was stained a strange shade of red. This was a dungeon shaped by 3 overwhelming forces. Suddenly, I pointed sharply in one direction, shouting, Maku! Look there. Maku followed her gaze. On the other side of the cliff, a massive battle unfolded. They both gasped in unison. War. Maku's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Something was off. Those old classes were not right. They were all illusions. even the demons from the abyss. The battle was brutal. Waves of monsters leaped, trying to pierce the protective anti-air shield. Bodies littered one side, while the other fought fiercely. The tense clash between humanity and the abyss raged on. A mage sword, summoning 4 beams of light representing the 4 elements, creating an elemental barrier. From the mage's position, the 4 beams struck directly downward. Wherever the beams swept, nearby monsters were instantly incinerated. Yet from the smoke emerged a shadow, completely unaffected by the elemental light. It spread its wings wide, standing firm against the 4 elemental beams. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The brightness forced Yai and Makungu to shield their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the battle had vanished as if it never happened. Wai shouted, "It is gone." I stared silently at the desolate, quiet ruins around them. "Is this the source of the elemental planes?" she quietly asked Makungu. "This elemental battlefield. Is this the ancient Great War?" Makungu nodded. "Probably. And this is likely just a small corner of that epic battle." They did not linger, following the stairs down the cliff. Below, no light penetrated, engulfing the space in oppressive darkness, a suffocating silence settling around them. Instantly on guard, they took defensive stances. Makungu switched to a mage's form while Yai pulled out 2 small spiked barriers. Both scanned the shadows warily, ready for any sudden attack. Suddenly, a level 34 elite Hell War Wolf appeared. 15,000 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 15,000 stamina. Its powers amplified by abyssal energy, boosting its strength, defense, and vitality. Makungu quickly summoned a barrier separating fire from the other elements. The Hell War Wolf charged fearlessly, smashing right through the barrier. Not a scratch on it. Makungu stared in shock. It did not even flinch. Must be empowered by abyss energy. But he quickly steadied himself and switched to commanding Dryland warriors to attack. The monster's defense and vitality made it tough, but a few solid hits would do the trick. After a fierce fight, the Hell War Wolf was finally slain. The system notification popped up. Hell War Wolf defeated. Plus 680 XP. Makungu watched the monster's body dissolve into black mist. No corpse left behind. This beast was born from the abyss energy itself. I felt a twinge of worry hearing that. No corpse, no explosion. Mutha Si Ing, come Ev, replied. Then we take them down one by one. He thought to himself. Without light, visibility's way too limited. Seeing him suddenly fall silent, I turned around and instantly caught the meaning in his eyes. They glowed like beacons, piercing the night. Excited, she pointed to her eyes. Assassins are shadows in the dark. Watch me, I will help you spot the monsters. Mai Siang chuckled and nodded. All right, thanks to the light from her eyes, I easily pinpointed the monsters for Mai Siang. Right here. He used a slowing spell to restrain them, then slashed with Yai's staff. The two worked perfectly together, backed by the Hichuo warrior squad, and soon wiped out all the monsters. Wai shouted. There is more over there. Everything felt way too easy, not what you would expect from a boss fight, making them both suspicious. This is supposed to be hell difficulty. Too simple. Meseng agreed. Yeah. Something's off. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. They reacted fast, flipping backward to dodge the strike. Their level-up stats flashed on screen. Mai Siang and Yi were enveloped in a golden glow. Mutha Si reached level 27, Nanya level 26. They landed gracefully as the golden light faded, but I still felt a nagging doubt. This really was the dungeon set difficulty. Messiaen glanced at the monster's corpse, now wrapped in a purple energy aura. He raised an eyebrow. That is abyssal energy. When a deep abyss monster dies, some of its energy gets absorbed by something. Their eyes followed the strange aura drifting away. I pointed to a statue in the corner. It was the statue absorbing the abyssal energy. Mai Siang silently concluded they would have to wait until the statue soaked up enough abyssal energy before the boss would show up. Suddenly, a monster charged at them, mouth wide open, ready to swallow them whole. But Mexiang activated a spell just in time to block the attack. The monster collapsed, its body dissolving into energy wisps absorbed by the statue. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. I stared at the statue absorbing energy inside. Sure enough, not much different from dungeon boss fights. At that moment, a massive elemental leopard appeared, covered in sharp golden spikes. This was the elemental leopard king, a dungeon-level boss. Level 36, explosive elemental skills, sweeping elemental attacks, lightning-fast traits, enhanced vitality, and fortified defense. Its eyes flared. It let out a fierce roar, then swiped its claws toward Maxienko's face. Thanks to their bone armor and quick reflexes, neither of them took much damage. Masiang raised an eyebrow. Too fast, so that is the extreme speed trait. Good thing we have got the sea bone armor. He quickly regained his balance, drew a long spear, and told, you back up first. She nodded softly. Got it. Then he unleashed his magic. Summoning his spirit warrior. This spirit looked like a HLU warrior but much larger. He was the Outpost Guardian, level 33, with crowd knockback skills, group stun abilities, and boosted resistance. After summoning his spirit, Mufedu used slowing spells and chains to restrain the elemental leopard king, trying to neutralize its extreme speed. The chains wrapped tightly around the beast, pinning it to the ground. The Outpost Guardian raised his scythe and charged at the elemental leopard king. He swung hard, but the boss barely flinched. Its strength matched perfectly. For a moment, the Outpost Guardian could not make a dent. Its fur tore, releasing abyssal energy that escaped into the air. Suddenly, Mai Xiang spotted the elemental leopard king's weak point. Realizing something, he smirked and ordered the HULju warriors. So that is it. Warriors, gear up. One by. The AOU warriors surrounded the elemental leopard king. It swiped its claws, knocking several down. Then a blue flash erupted as it struck the Outpost Guardian with a powerful blow. Seizing the moment while it battled the Guardian, the HULO warriors launched their most brutal attacks. Messian thought, never expected we would have to rely on the Outpost Guardian to hold the boss down so the warriors could strike. The elemental leopard king's body was now covered in wounds. It let out a savage roar, then its entire body erupted with energy. Like it was about to explode. That was its powerful elemental burst. Messiang stared in stunned silence, unable to find words. I suddenly pointed toward a corner of the sky, shouting, "Look over there." Masku pondered deeply. Turns out, this elemental lord is not some abyssal beast, but a pure energy being. Once its energy runs dry, it is done for. Elemental arrows shoot out one after another, converging to a gigantic elemental orb. The elemental lord struggles to rise, unleashing a massive energy orb to counter Masku's elemental sphere. The two energy spheres collide with equal force, locked in a stalemate. While the elemental lord was distracted, the outpost guard swung his scythe with deadly precision, striking the elemental lord right where it hurts. Finally, the battle ends. Masku approaches the fallen foe, inspecting the loot. Experience gained, 2,160,000. Acquired the elemental staff, a legendary golden tier weapon that boosts your spirit by 600 and your constitution by 2%, enhancing all mage skills. You watch the deep energy waves leaking out with disbelief. Could this really be the end? Deep down, you have this gut feeling that the story is not over yet. You stand frozen, lost in thought. Something does not add up. This is seriously a nightmare-level dungeon. Even easier than the frontline Dragon Clan raid. I suddenly senses something off. She points toward a corner of the sky and shouts, "Masku, look, something's up over there." Masku quickly turns toward the direction Yai pointed earlier. In the sky, a mage appears, gripping a long staff glowing with blinding light. You stare in awe as he fixates on Masku without blinking. Suddenly, an unknown voice echoes inside your mind. "Come find me." You are shocked, eyes wide open, as the voice rings loud and clear in your head. That bad feeling from earlier, it came from that guy in the sky. Masku, clueless about his intentions, warns Wai to stay alert. Wait, hold on here," she calls out, a flicker of worry in her voice. But knowing you can handle yourself, she just warns you to stay sharp. Masku climbs the stairs straight up the cliff, now facing the man directly. He looks at Masku with desperate eyes, begging, "Kill me, just kill me." The man pleads desperately, "Kill me, please, just kill me." The hand clutching the staff trembles wildly. The man keeps pleading, "Just kill me already." The water shield looked fragile but was incredibly sturdy. The dry soldiers' swords could not penetrate it. Masku studied the mage, thinking, "This shield is tougher than even the ultimate defense of a skill master. Only one of my skills can bypass it." With no hesitation, he concentrated his magic and aimed straight at the elemental archmage's water shield, invoking the fire soul skill. A magic orb shot out, slamming into the mage's shield. You activated 2 armored skeletons in a row, then swapped in more dry soldiers. You thought to yourself, "So this is the real boss of this dungeon. But why is it a human elemental?" The flames drew closer. Masku sent a dry soldier to block the way. The fire instantly incinerated him, one dry soldier down in a flash. Masku cautiously stepped back a few paces, stunned that the elemental fire could burn through a dry soldier so fast. Masku marveled silently. Damn, this is the power of a mage with 40,000 spirit points. He kept swapping out dry soldiers, one after another, charging forward. Masku kept telling himself, "Just keep pushing ahead." The dry soldiers leaped up, swords ready, rushing straight at the great elemental mage. Calmly, he tapped his staff, and a cool blue light erupted. A shield of water elemental magic wrapped around him, a magical barrier. The water elemental shield looked fragile but was rock solid. The dry soldiers' swords could not pierce it. Masku stared, impressed. The shield was even stronger than the ultimate defense of a technician's skill. Among his skills, only a few could bypass a shield. Thinking this through, He gathered his magic energy and aimed straight at the great elemental mage, the Flame Soul. A magic orb shot out, smashing into the elemental mage's protective shield. The orb shattered the shield, leaving a huge hole that shocked him. He then stared at the scorch mark left by Manhwa's elemental orb. His eyes flickered, calculating something. Suddenly, his smile twisted into something sinister. "Kill me, and you will get the answer you seek." Then he unleashed all his magic at once. Violent flame bursts, freezing cold, windstorms, and the devastating 5 thunder strikes. The elements fused into one, and the water barrier slowly began to vanish. In moments, the defense was completely broken, and outside, the soldiers charged at him, swords drawn with reckless abandon. As the soldiers surged forward, countless arrows were suddenly fired, but they all stood frozen in place. An arrow suddenly shot forward, and the elemental archmage silently fired it toward where Manhwa was standing. He saw the arrow embedded in the ground, marked with a magic seal, and immediately realized it was a skill designed to silence and counter mages. The elemental archmage lightly shook his staff in response. Under his control, the other soldiers were stopped by Manhwa's wind chains. This guy was no pushover, and the soldiers could not get close to him at all. Manhwa had no choice but to rely on himself and dash forward, while the dry soldiers remained silenced. The mind control skill only suppressed mental effects like dizziness, but it could not break Manhwa's wind chains. He had to depend on himself. He closed the distance between himself and the dungeon boss, gathering his magic in hand, thinking, "This is the first time I am going to take down a boss purely on my own strength." With that, he hurled the condensed magic orb straight at the elemental archmage's fire soul. The archmage screamed in agony as Manhwa's magical flames scorched him, clutching his chest. Seeing him struggle like that, Manhwa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fire soul could pierce through magic shields, but the boss was not defeated yet. Suddenly, a storm erupted beneath the archmage's feet, and above, a massive fireball blazed. This time, he was truly enraged. Tired of playing games, he unleashed his final move, the Inferno of Annihilation. Under the archmage's magic matrix, smaller fireballs rained down relentlessly where Manhwa stood. Manhwa gasped, realizing the attack's range and power were stronger than any second-tier ascended mage he would seen. But Manhwa showed no fear. He pulled out 3 small vials from his magic seal. "All right, if that is how it is, no more dodging, just layer on some more bone armor." After drinking the bone armor potion, Manhwa's armor began to evolve. Fully upgraded, Manhwa was now nearly untouchable. The elemental archmage shook his staff again, launching a barrage of high-damage attacks at Manhwa. His face grim, yet none of those attacks could pierce through Manhwa's bone armor shield. Manhwa smirked confidently at him, raising another vial to his lips. "You think you can silence me? Not with my bone armor. It grants immunity to all control skills and debuffs." After finishing the potion, Manhwa's spirit energy recovered significantly. The elemental archmage kept attacking relentlessly, but could not break through Manhwa's defense. Manhwa raised his hand, condensing magic again. "Fire Soul, come forth. Let us see who lasts till the end." The archmage was immediately engulfed by Manhwa's magical flames. His whole body was swallowed by fire as he screamed in agony, stripped of all his former glory. Amid his miserable downfall, Manhwa could not resist taunting him. "Looks like I am not the one who can handle silence after all." The elemental archmage was completely incinerated, leaving only tattered clothes that the battlefield winds scattered. The stats soared. Elemental archmage level 39 defeated. 3,900,000 XP gained. Obtained broken divine flame staff, space crystal, divine talent stone, an intermediate skill scroll. Manhwa stepped forward toward the pile of loot scattered on the ground. The broken divine staff, legendary weapon now ruined. The space crystal, used to craft teleportation stones. The divine talent stone, a legendary item that boosts the chance of awakening talents in the 3rd reincarnation cycle by 100%. And the intermediate skill scroll guarantees mastery of an unawakened skill. Manhwa stared in awe at the treasure trove before him. So many high-tier, ultra-rare items. Just then, worried that Manhwa had not returned, hurried off to find him. She gasped in shock at the items in the magic language room. No way. Staring at the staff before her, she could not hold back her emotions. The Flame God Staff. It is the Flame God Staff? How is it even here? Manhwa looked at the staff curiously and asked, Hey, is this staff really that special?" She quickly grabbed it to examine, then excitedly told Manhwa, "No doubt about it. It is exactly like the one described in the records I read." She immediately began explaining to Manhwa into the legend behind the Flame God Staff. It is the personal weapon of a god-tier fire mage, the fire god mage TVM. But during a massive battle, TVM vanished, and even the staff disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the staff in Wei's hand blazed with heat. She yelped in surprise and threw it far away. The staff flared brightly, and from within, a figure slowly materialized. Msenga quickly activated his sea bone armor and stood protectively in front of Wei. The figure was none other than the lingering soul of TVM. He spoke calmly. Young man, do not be nervous. I peeked curiously from behind him scene, then gasped in shock. You are the god-tier fire mage TVM. He glanced over at I. You know who I am, both am seeing, and I bowed quickly in respect. I am La Mincy, honored to meet the god-tier mage TVM. I also bowed deeply. I have seen your portrait in the divine archives, along with an introduction to your legend. Seeing said, TVM motioned for them to stand. No need for formalities. I have been lost for many years. It is enough that you remember me. My time is short. The recent battle drained much of my energy. Listen closely. The two listened intently and silently to his story. Back then, at Battlefield No. 3, a time rift appeared. TVM began recounting. The rift linked the abyss to the human world. The abyssal demon lord led countless demons in an invasion. I commanded the Mage Legion to confront them head-on. The battle came alive through TVM's words. In the end, we unleashed a devastating strike that wiped out the demon lord and his army. He held up a time stone, a hint of regret in his eyes. During that battle, I obtained this spatial crystal. It records coordinates deep in the abyss, forged by an alchemist into a teleportation stone. His gaze hardened. This secret allows travel to the abyss. Messenger said to Vim, once I return, I will hand this over to the Empire's top leaders immediately. TVM replied firmly, you want to be able to hand it over. The spatial crystal and the divine stone are both bonded to a soul. Only you can use them. Give them to anyone else, and they are just worthless rocks. TVM looked at him and asked, young man, judging by your strength, have you awakened your talent yet? Seeing nodded quietly. Recalling what the system had once told him, it checked and confirmed the host awakened the Reaper Mage class, perfectly matching the system's requirement for the strongest bound talent. It began extracting world data. Completing optimization. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the one and only god-tier talent, with a full level 1 boost, and gained the passive skill Infectious Damage. TVM raised an eyebrow. Indeed, when you shift to your second class, you must awaken another talent. I know it is tough, but you have to push through. Then by the third shift at level 70, you can use your talent crystal to awaken a third talent. He noticed the aura around Minsingu was unlike any ordinary person's. With 3 talents, your power will reach an extraordinary level. In human history, only one supreme powerhouse ever had 3 talents. You must become the second. Seeing vowed with determination. I will give it my all. TVM smiled. Satisfied, Messinget asked what had been weighing on his mind. But why did you choose me? TVM replied casually. I looked at those worthless trash around and thought giving it to them would be a waste. Better to let it rot here than hand it to those deadbeats. He rubbed his chin as if recalling something. There was a girl not too bad before. I almost handed it to her, but she followed the team, so she is still a bit behind. He looked at Seeing and continued. But that girl shares some traits with you. Mai Sieng quickly pulled out a pendant and asked the elder TVM. Is this what you meant? TVM replied. No doubt it is her. She has got solid talent. Just needs a little more polish. You two know each other. TVM continued. A few months ago, she hit level 35. Wonder where she is at now. Mako frowned, deep in thought. Her leveling speed is insane. TVM seemed to read Mak Ingyu's mind and encouraged him. Rank does not mean everything. Look at you, barely level 27 but already soloing a level 30 hell tier dungeon. Among all humans, almost no one can pull that off. Plus, your class is unique Death Spirit Mage. I have never even heard of it in this era. He glanced at the nearby dry soldiers. Maku's recovery gear had strategic stats way beyond his level. Looks like you are blessed with rare talent, but there are drawbacks. Your skills are vulnerable to control. If you can awaken talents for control or counter control, you will be unstoppable. That is basically the answer to your question earlier. Maku, that is why I chose you. Makingu replied seriously. I want to let your trust down. Senior, then 2V's form merged into the staff. Your words are enough. My soul will fuse with the staff, making it stronger after repair. Now, find it a worthy new master. Maku nodded softly. Senior, do not worry. I swear I won't let the divine flame staff fade away. He carefully stored the precious items into his magic seal. The two kept talking about the sacrifice of the divine flame archmage. Maku was full of admiration. Senior 2VM gave his life for humanity. Thanks to people like him, we can still survive the threats from the abyss. Maku agreed. I believe humanity will grow stronger, and one day, we will strike back against the abyss. Then they stepped into the portal, leaving Battlefield No. 3 behind. No sooner had they disappeared than cheers erupted. They made it out. They cleared the dungeon. Unbelievable. The guy who soloed the Hell tier dungeon guarding Battlefield No. 1 is the same dude. Too strong. Hung and overheard and quickly asked the guy next to him, Is that Lamhokta? The guy answered quickly, Yeah, it is. Hung and stared at the pair in shock. I did not expect him to solo a Hell level dungeon right after arriving at Battlefield No. 3. Maku furrowed his brow and pulled Yai away. Come on. I have got a bad feeling. Every time we leave a dungeon, something bad happens. Aya laughed, covering her mouth, when suddenly a cascade of lights lit up the sky. Grabbing their attention, a voice blared out. Warning in the sky. Hongan was flying overhead, broadcasting a warning to everyone on the battlefield. Demon assault incoming. Prepare to engage. Prepare to engage. Demon assault incoming. From a rift in space within the battlefield, countless demons poured out, screaming, fresh flesh, tasty human meat. I have been starving? Finally, I get to savor the legendary human delicacy. The monsters barely stepped out of the rift before dry soldiers launched a surprise attack. Some were killed instantly. Others roared in pain, confused and scared. What is happening? What is this place? Isn't this the battlefield? They flinched as a blinding light flashed before their eyes. Then, one by they were sliced to death. Status bars kept popping up, announcing that level 38 and 37 demon wolves were being wiped out non-stop. Near the rift, I smot. I told you we would find a spatial passage. Outside the gates of battlefield no. 3. Warning alarms blared, alerting everyone. Demon assault. Prepare to engage. Mak and Gu was nowhere in sight. The Hongan squad grew anxious. We're dude. Over there. Lam Hokdi's heading that way. They quickly gave chase. Hongan worried sick for Mak and Gus and Ningi. Lam Hokdi really is strong level 27 and already soloing hell tier dungeons. But regular demons and elite demons are worlds apart. The Lion Shannon team does not need to worry. Lam Hokdi can handle the demons. Hongan calmed down and silently hoped Mak and Gu would not get into any trouble. Hopefully. Meanwhile, Maku had already reached the spatial passage. He stared intently into the rift in space. This gateway was at least twice as big as the last one he encountered. Watching the monsters pouring out, he silently calculated. No way he would just toss bodies into the portal and risk alerting the infernal flame demon lord. Better to wait until they come out. Then strike. Maku raised his hand once the monsters got close. He would unleash the corpse frenzy. With a few bodies down, the next rounds would be easier. The demons marched out, completely unaware of Maku's deadly trap. They were even chatting about how they would feast on the two of them. Didn't they expect to stumble on gourmet rations right at the battlefield? I want that girl, no one else touches her but me. Just as they stepped closer, the ground suddenly exploded. Blood splattered across Maku's clothes. But he calmly said, first batch of battle points secured. That sweep earned him 1,800 battle points. Then, another wave of demons charged in. More demons swarmed in. But Maku mentally smiled. Bring it on. As they neared, he activated the corpse frenzy again, and his stats skyrocketed after taking down the abyssal demon of the village. I watched as his battle points kept climbing, an extra 1,400 added. She could not contain her excitement. Leveling up already. Another star appeared on their badges. She sighed. A regular demon hunter might struggle for half a year and not hit 10,000 points. I laughed nonstop. No way we just boosted by nearly a whole star like this. Unlike her, Maku stayed sharp, wary that a stronger demon might appear. Suddenly, two high-level demons emerged from the spatial rift: Shadow Phantom Demon and Whispering Blade Demon, both rank 40 elites. They grinned at each other. Thrilled. Finally made it to the battlefield. Time to capture some trophies. They were shocked to see countless corpses beneath the ground, from lowly monsters to high-ranked demons. Everything was there. Why are they all dead? Did something happen here? They exchanged looks. Could a level 3 human profession player be messing with us here? Seeing their prey approach, Maku cracked a sly smile and activated the corpse frenzy. You will find out what went down right here. They glared up at him, disbelief in their voices. Just a level 27 kid. Fine. Let us make him our human slave then. Whispering Blade Demon stepped forward, speaking boldly to Maku. If anyone kneeled before me now, I might. But before he could finish, the corpses beneath him exploded violently, hurling him far away. I watched dumbfounded. Are these demons stupid or what? She looked at Maku skeptically. Even if I were a demon, I would not believe a level 27 could kill this many elite demon squads. The rift trembled slightly. Maku, the gateway can't hold much longer. I am going in to pull it back a bit. He eyed the corpses of the two elite demons from before, planning to use those bodies for a moment. He ordered the Kalu soldiers to toss those two corpses into the rift. Then Maku delivered a final strike, triggering the corpse frenzy one last time. The portal exploded instantly, netting him 7,000 battle points. Their badges quickly gained another star. I was stunned. How many big demons are in that rift? One frenzy and we jumped almost 2 stars. Maku pulled out a glowing blue soul gem and stared at it in wonder. What is this? You turned pale. That is the teleport stone Mexiven gave us earlier to mark positions. Maku recalled Mexiven handing him the gem. She gave this to me and Yai when we teamed up to clear the Demon King's battlefield. She found the Demon King's battlefield. Yi clenched her hands nervously. Meanwhile, on the etching inside, he had chased to the spatial rift where Mak Yu and Yai were killing demons. Is this where the demons are invading? Another teammate pointed at the rift and shouted, "Boss, look, the spatial rift's been lost." The ground was littered with demon corpses, piled so high they formed a small mountain. Someone screamed in horror. "This whole place is demon corpses." Another teammate quickly spotted one among the heaps. "That is a Whispering Blade demon, definitely elite rank. How could they get killed so easily? Which big boss pulled this off? We sent out Insos immediately." And these guys did not even have a chance to fight back. Hungen and his teammate exchanged a stunned, speechless look. Finally, he realized he had been overthinking it all along. Feeling helpless and drained, he could not shake the eerie sense of deja vu. That teammate's resistance was not just luck, it had to be Lam Hawk's doing. Looking at the mountain of corpses, Hungen started to hope. If Lam Hawk had the skills to pull this off, then maybe we do not have to worry about him after all. Sending a rescue squad is overkill. Lam Hawk dared to come here and hunt demons, he must be damn sure of himself. We do not need to stress over him. Meanwhile, over at Battlefield No. 2, Mak was still riding her horse. She nervously stared at the teleport stone in her hand. Suddenly, the Demon King of Battlefield No. 2 appeared with a roar. This was the world boss level 39, with skills like Void Slash, Charm, Life Drain, and 50% physical damage immunity. Plus, holy damage hits it 50% harder. Another squad on the ground ordered archers to fire. That is Prince House move, a level 20 warrior's tactic to slow Mak's advance on the central stage. Mak, riding her white horse, expertly dodged the volley of arrows. She had been fighting for a long time. Her nerves were stretched to the limit, sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly, Mak's white horse was hit by a surge of spiritual energy. Screaming in agony, below, Prince Hao's gang regrouped and launched a surprise strike against Mak. She glanced down at the attackers with a heavy heart. How did they even have a whole squad? On one side, there were those fighting the boss. On the other, these blockers in the way. Alone, Mak could not handle both fronts. She kept worrying the Demon King might show up anywhere in these 3 battlefields, only appearing for 30 minutes each time. Miss this chance, and the next would be even harder to find. Just as she was lost in thought, Prince Hao's men tried to sneak attack her, but Mak reacted just in time to dodge. These Royal Guild guys were ruthless, there was no way to slip past them easily. Where the heck was he? Suddenly, a white light enveloped Mak, shielding her from the incoming attacks. Prince Hao's men on the ground were furious at this turn of events. Turns out, Mak Yuan had arrived just in time. Floating inside a protective shield above the central stage, Prince Hao waved his hand, ordering archers to break through the Trios defense, under a barrage of arrows from all sides. The shield could not hold, shattering into tiny fragments. Mak Yu quickly reacted, activating her bone armor to protect everyone from the arrows. No matter how many arrows flew, they could not pierce the bone armor. Everyone was stunned by how tough this defense was. She looked at Yi with a hint of admiration. Lam Mak Yu's skill could block all attacks. So that is why he's always been so heavily guarded. Prince Hao on the ground stared up at Mak's group, and Han quickly recognized his arch-rival, the one who never teamed up with him. Hence emotions started spiraling out of control. Lam Mak knew his Han, that damn bastard. Only now did Yai realize the main issue. She turned to Mak Van, asking, "Sister Van, what is going on?" Mak Van replied anxiously, "We just discovered the Demon King of the battlefield, and the Royal Guild's people are nearby too." Mak Nu looked down at the people below like they were disgusting pests, her words dripping with contempt. "It is just those filthy weaklings running amok again." Mak Vad, surprised by his reaction, "Have you met Mak Nu before?" She brushed her hair back, recalling the arrogant, reckless attitude of those Prince Hao guys. Looks like fate's playing tricks, did not expect to run into them here. Prince Hao on the ground shouted, "Nu!" His anger erupted again, veins bulging on his face. Mak Nu glanced at him, then asked Mak Van, "Why's that guy here?" Mak Van frowned. "He is the young guild leader of the Royal Guild. Their guild came here to help him find the crystallized core." She quickly eyed another squad fighting them, realizing they were holding them back to give another group a chance to attack. "What do we do now?" Mak Yu calmly said. "Just block their path, do not let them kill the boss. Leave this spot to me." Then she would regroup with Mak Van, who replied, "Got it, even if I can kill the boss. They won't get it either." She mounted her white horse and rode down toward the group battling the boss. Mak Van did not forget to warn the two of them. "You two better watch yourselves." Su Hao's minions saw Mak Van rush over to the boss fighting squad and quickly asked him, "Boss, should we stop that woman?" Blinded by hatred, Su Hao just wanted to kill Mak Van on the spot, dealing with Lam Mak Van first. Holding his 2 giant swords arrogantly, he sneered at Mak Van. "Lam Mak, oh Lam Mak, didn't expect to run into you. Did you know? You got into the Fua King school, but I could not get into any school at all. It is all your fault. If it were not for you, I would not be rated so low. Suha's expression twisted with rage, grinding his teeth. If it were not for you, I would be top of my class, me. It is all because of you. All of it. Aya looked at him like he was nuts. This guy's brain was clearly malfunctioning. Not getting into Fua King was just a personal skill issue. Nothing to do with you. Macfan barely cared, it was just jealousy. Suha lost his cool completely. What are you all standing there for? Get over there and kill him for me. His minions immediately charged forward. Level 38 knights. Power 8,000. Agility 6,000. Spirit 4,000. Stamina 15,000. Suha, used to bullying the weak, thought Macvan's 2 people could not possibly take on his level 38 knights. His arrogance only grew. No matter how good you think you are just a newbie. And my team's been through hell. Lambat. Today's your death day. Macvan calmly raised his hand, summoning the dry soldiers to appear. Suha's minions got battered by the dry soldiers, lying crushed and terrified on the ground. The other minions lost their confidence, retreating in shock. What? How is this possible? Only then did Suha realize something was wrong. Sweat poured down his face like rain. How could this be? His injured minions could only stand aside and cast spells. Suha suddenly remembered his ranged attackers were still behind him. He spun around shouting, "Archers, shoot them down." Suha's archers immediately obeyed, firing volleys of flaming arrows at Macvan's group. Macvan felt a surge of excitement, waving his hand to summon his mages. "My mages, get out here." 4 mages representing the 4 elements unleashed their attacks, blazing firestorms, violent tornadoes, thunderous lightning strikes, and icy blizzards. The ground shook violently. The Royal Guild forces below fought desperately but were clearly outmatched. Falling one after another, fear was etched deeply on their faces. One of them screamed, "What is this thing?" Prince Suho muttered in disbelief. "I never knew he could even summon an immortal resurrection type." Just as he spoke, a man nearby burst into flames and twisted grotesquely. His comrades shouted out as if announcing to everyone, "We can't win. There is no way we can win." Even if they had 10 or 20 more mages, they could not keep up with the speed of those dry soldiers' skill casts. The Royal Guild's forces scrambled to retreat in utter despair. Suho stubbornly stood his ground, yelling at everyone, "What are you doing? Don't run. He is just a level 2-7. Kill him for me." Gritting his teeth, he yelled, "Lam Macvine? I can let him steal the glory that is rightfully mine." Macvan smirked and teased, "You planning to run?" Before unleashing his devastating corpse technique, Suho stood frozen in shock. Sweat poured down his face like rain. That skill again. A thunderous explosion rocked the ground, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. A pillar of red light shot straight up to the sky. Prince Suho raised his hand to strike but was cut down by a thunderous rain strike. Frozen in place as death claimed him, the battlefield was left in ruins. Through the thick dust emerged a lone figure. The 2-star minor rank badge on Macvan's chest caught Suho's eye, making his jaw drop in disbelief. Minor rank 2-star. That guy's killed countless demons. He fell backward, slamming his butt hard on the ground, but still stayed strong and shouted loudly, "What do you want, Lammat? You can kill me. Do you even know who I am? If you kill me, you will." Macvan did not even flinch at those words. Coldly cutting him off, he launched his attack. "You talk too much. Sorry. I am not in the habit of just dropping people in bed." Right now, the Royal Association's crew is struggling fiercely against the battlefield Demon King. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots down from above, making them all jump and glance up. Turns out, Macvan attacked them from above. A shield materializes, protecting her from their incoming attacks. They are boiling mad. That girl's a real pain in the neck. Wait till the vice leader gets here. What is going on with him? Why's he taking so long? Meanwhile, their system simultaneously announces a second rank up. Suddenly, 2 strange objects zoom toward them. The man squints. What the hell is that? After a quick look, someone says, "Those Royal Association uniforms, they are from FIDA." The man's eyes go wide with fear and suspicion. Could it be the vice leaders already unleashed hundreds of energy blasts on those objects? He shouts and counters, demanding to know who is there. "Mac you?" And the Kalo squad stride toward them, still skeptical. He asks, "Already done? That fast?" She is shocked when seeing the bodies scattered on the Kalo. Those are Royal Association members. Ice acquaintances? What the heck? Mac U's face turns ice cold as she orders Krollo to throw the bodies at the Royal Association and unleash a brutal corpse attack to make them explode. The horrendous blast shatters the air, shakes the ground violently, and everything around trembles. But Mac quickly leaps on her horse and soars up high. Still composed, she says, "Yuh. Is this really his true power? No wonder he soloed the hell-level dungeon. And why's been sticking by his side all along?" A Royal Association member yells, "Support! We need healing now." He looks up, activating an area defense, shouting, "Anyone alive? Fall back here. They breathe a sigh of relief and smile happily as a shield forms, protecting them. But that smile fades fast as the Kolo smash right through it. Mac lowers her weapon and urges, enough of this, let us finish off the battlefield, Demon King. Suddenly, she remembers something. The info board pops up. Battlefield Demon King. World Boss. Level 39. Strength 25. Agility 20. Spirit 20. Constitution 25. Skills. Hull. Charm. Life Drain. Trait. 50% resistance with 50% extra damage from divine attacks. Macu attacks the battlefield Demon King with Soul Strike, ordering, show yourself. Then, the Outpost Guardian appears, facing off against the battlefield Demon King. Macfan freezes, asking how many trump cards does Lamb Macu still have? She can't even get a clear read on him. Macu replies, I do not know much about divine skills, leave that to her. Macvan is startled but quickly agrees. Then she launches her horse into the air. A beam of blue light shoots straight down, striking the battlefield Demon King's head. Macu thinks, we have to interrupt his abilities. She decisively fires hundreds of chains that whip out to slow him down. The battlefield Demon King is tightly shackled from all sides. Macu orders the Outpost Guardian, restrict the Demon King's movements. The Guardian immediately obeys. The Guardian lunges forward, landing a sliding strike on the battlefield Demon King's face. Then he attacks the Demon King head-on. A million questions flood Mac's mind. How many tricks has Lamb Macu still got up his sleeve? The battlefield Demon King's eyes blaze with fury as he counterattacks fiercely, sending the Guardian flying backward. Macu thinks hard. His Guardian is starting to struggle with these battles. It is time to find a new ally. Macfan speeds toward the Demon King and calls out, you just hold him back. I will take the shot. Hundreds of energy orbs appear, bombarding the battlefield Demon King nonstop, but he stands firm, seemingly unfazed. Macvan screams in frustration, damn it! Didn't the Demon King take 50% more damage from divine attacks? Why are not my attacks working? The Demon King counters with a charm spell, and Macvan instantly goes dizzy and disoriented. Macu suddenly remembered, oh no, he forgot to shield her with the bone armor. She can't resist mental control. Then he signaled Soldier Kula to move forward. Macvan felt like a soul stripped of its body, letting herself fall freely. Soldier Kula swiftly leaped up and caught her. As Soldier Kula handed Macvan to Yae, Macu turned back and warned, take good care of her. Okay, I am going after that big shot. Macu? I nodded quickly and warned him to be careful. Standing behind, Macu observed the frontline soldier battling the Demon King and remarked, this guy's no joke. Then a bold idea struck him, his expression turning deadly serious. Maybe I will make you the next soul. Macu calmly recalled the frontline soldier into his weapon, surprising the Demon King of the battlefield. Then the demon launched a fierce void orb attack, but Macu stayed composed. Smirking slightly, the Demon King's strike was effortlessly parried. Macu raised his hand and called out, time to work. Warriors. He unleashed the fiery soul attack while daring the demon to taste what a soul on fire feels like. The Demon King roared in agony, pain ripping through him, not giving him a moment to recover. Macu launched his finishing blow. Meanwhile, over at Nunyaya's side, she was gently feeding medicine to Macvan. Macvan weakly opened her mouth and swallowed the medicine with difficulty. Suddenly, Macvan sat up in a panic, asking, what is going on? Yae explained. Van just got hit by the Demon King's charm skill. Van twitched as if shocked, then frantically turned her head toward the Demon King. Now in her mind, images of Macu and the soldiers Kula battling the Demon King flashed vividly. Van thought, just him alone can suppress the Demon King. Even with my divine powers, my powers are boosted by 50%, yet I can't even leave a scratch. But the Demon King then unleashed a life-sucking attack, aiming at the Kula soldiers. Macu sneered, sorry, my Kula are immortal summons. That life-suck attack is useless here. Macu wondered silently. So void skills can be used like this, but is only physical attack immunity, not magic. Coldly raising his hand, Macu? Well, I am a mage after all. Time to switch to magic attacks. Shocked by the scene, Macfan asked Yae, does Macu always lead you on these dungeon runs like this? Yae smiled. Yes, Van's second sister. Yae expressed regret. Too bad there is no sweet potato. When Macfan asked why, she just laughed and said, nothing. 5 minutes later, the Demon King of the battlefield crashed down. The system announced, Demon King defeated. 2,600 XP awarded to the Platinum rank Assassin class weapon owner. All stats plus 800. Skill boost 60% for assassin skills, plus an added Void skill. Void lets you transform into nothingness for 30 seconds, nullifying physical attacks. Cooldown is less than 5 minutes. The Demon King's longsword is for the Swordsman class. Platinum grade weapon. All attributes plus 800. Swordsman skills get a 60% boost and gain the new skill, One Strike Blood Manifest. It channels your own strength into attack, absorbs life force, and heals yourself. Cooldown under 5 minutes. The Demon King's heart is the core material for crafting a demon-themed jewelry set. Crystallized to boost the chance of class ascension during the second promotion. My Seeing finishes the battle with the Soul Orb Strike. The Demon King's soul floats before him, signaling he has successfully collected the Battlefield Demon King's soul. The system displays Battlefield Demon King, World Boss, Level 39, Power 25,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 20,000, Stamina 25,000, Skills, Void, Charm, Life Absorption, Traits, 50% physical damage reduction, 50% increased holy damage. Lama grins, noting that although holy damage counters some points, overall this boss is not too shabby. Messivan doubts life itself. Is it really over just like that? Turns out, just him alone was enough to take down the Battlefield Demon King. Mai Xiang clenches his weapon tight and strides toward them with a fierce look. He hands something to Mexi Vion, who reaches out, grabs it, then suddenly shouts in shock. This is the crystallized core. Her heart races wildly as she thinks. I have hunted the Battlefield Demon King for so long, and now I finally have the crystallized core. Messivan grips the crystal shard tightly, lost in thought. With this, I have a 60% chance to successfully ascend my class. This second promotion, I will definitely become a holy summoner and inherit my family's glory. Then she beams at Lai Masi Yun. Thank you. This crystallized core means everything to me. Suddenly, a pile of loot falls from nowhere. Lucky break. And we even got the Demon King's heart. It is the main material for crafting the demon necklace. I just need the crystallized core. You two can split the rest. The demon necklace is a top-tier jewelry item. Super valuable. If you can find the right metallurgist, let I help you find one. I grins with eyes sparkling. I wish I could. But Mexiang is practically Master Butch's protege. So no need. Messivan's eyes go wide in shock. Butch then accepted him. I never expected he had that status. I would never heard Butch then took on disciples before. But with his skills, it makes perfect sense. Mesh Enju just stands silently. Expression unreadable. Surrounded by fallen bodies. Messivan voices concern. You killed a lot from the Royal Association this time. Especially their vice leader. They won't let this slide. Their leader was a triple promoted class master. Even if Butch then protects you, they might not act openly. But secretly, they are dangerous. Messiang replies coolly. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. He thinks deeply. Next time I absorb the Demon King's soul, I have to be extremely careful. Make sure no one sees. His eyes turn cold and steely. Better yet, no survivors at all. Cut to Battlefield #3. The system announces. Demon King defeated. Demon King's heart dropped. Students at the Hukin Academy gasped loudly. The world boss is down. The Battlefield Demon King is dead. It had god-level life absorption skills. And it is actually dead. Which team pulled off this miracle? The Royal Association also receives the news. A smug who failed his university entrance exam scoffs. Our association raised that beast ourselves. Now that it is dead, if you get the crystallized core and ascend your class to legendary status, you can dominate the entire game. He grits his teeth. My son's shame will be avenged someday. Then the family head summons a subordinate inside. The man gave the order. After Tuho conquers the battlefield of true combat knowledge, he will undergo a complete transformation and seek out an alchemist. I want him to craft the Demon King's necklace. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as they cleared the wreckage, they spoke casually, like they could utterly annihilate Yai. It glanced at Makyu with a smirk. As long as we keep the Demon King under wraps, no one will know this was our doing. Makyu quickly reassured her. Do not worry. I am partly responsible too. I will erase the most sensitive evidence. Saying this, Makyu crushed the green stone tightly in his hand. The stone activated, and in an instant, all three vanished from the battlefield. Back at Hajing Academy, Men and Ven and Betcha Ven were sitting across from each other. The Pro-Gamer tournament kicks off in 2 days. That rotten kid's probably on his way back. And Vin scoffed. You just care if he finished his mission or not? Huh? Well, Vin, offended by the jab, cleared his throat twice and whispered, if you are gonna talk smack, at least keep it down. And Vin shared, I saw the Demon King on the battlefield get taken down. Guess who did it? Well, Vin did not answer, but his gaze sharpened. Growing serious, suddenly, Makyu appeared. Spotting him, he quickly asked, Hey, Lem, you are back. Lem bowed respectfully at a perfect 45 degrees. Makyu greets Lord Butch then and Lord Men. Woven hurriedly asked, how'd it go? Mission accomplished. Makyu responded that it was done and presented the spoils of war. Woven nodded approvingly. Not bad. But then the badge on Makyu's chest caught his eye. He paused. Wait a minute. Lovin's eyes widened in shock. 2-star Demon Slayer. You stormed into the demon lair. He molded over 2 stars means over 20,000 war merits. And that is while he was babysitting that little niece of old 9S. Normally, a demon only nets 50 merits. This little punk Manhwa must be slaughtered at least 400 demons, Manhwa explained. I actually killed some high-level demons too. That statement made Wovin jump and Ven could not believe it either. He nearly spit out his tea. Wovin's face turned serious. He cleared his throat a few times and said, Lem, you better explain this in detail. Meanwhile, and Vinan hurriedly wiped the battlefield clean, trying to cover up his own slip of the tongue. Manhwa began recounting everything from the start. It all began when I found a teleportation portal. After hearing it all, Woven burst out laughing like it was harvest season. You really are something, did not expect such a sneaky trick. But that bastard Leet Dim's dying of rage 2 tries. And he could not take you down? His pride must be in ruins. And Ven sat nearby, chuckling with delight. Not bad at all. Next time. Go bigger, Manhwa continued seriously. Lord Butch then? Lord Men. This time I was in the 3rd battlefield dungeon and met a god-tier fire mage. The 2 men reacted sharply. What did you say? Manhwa, you said you met a divine fire mage. Manhwa nodded. Here's what happened. Then calmly detailed the entire ordeal. The 2 sighed in relief. So that is how it went, and Ven teased his old friend. If I am not mistaken, someone else has walked through this dungeon before. Right? Lovin shrugged. Why not a divine fire mage? Back then, my class had not leveled up yet. It was normal I could not see them. Hun ordered. Show me that space crystal. No need to find anyone else. The chosen one's right here. Manhwa obediently agreed, quickly catching Ven's sharp gaze as he snapped back to focus. Men and Ven began enchanting the green stone before him was completely engulfed in blazing red flames. The system notified. Teleportation stone to the abyss. After a moderate pause, he spoke up. Done. I have added coordinates to the human world. You can use it to travel between the mortal realm and here. And Ven warned carefully, but its power is limited. Each use requires about an hour cooldown. This teleportation stone is bound to your soul. Only you can activate it. Holding the stone tightly, Manhwa bowed politely, thanking Lord Men. Butch Hovan spoke solemnly. Keep that divine talent stone safe. It will be crucial when you advance to the 3rd rank. As for the divine flame staff, let us find someone to see if it can be repaired. Manhwa pulled out his magic staff and said, This is a legendary grade weapon there. There are not many like it in the whole world. So having one more is already a huge win. He suddenly remembered, then held up the Demon King's heart. Right? Great White God. There is something else I need your help with. I unfroze for 5 seconds. Demon King's heart, and Van half closed his eyes. Teasing Yayuan. See? I told you the Demon King of the battlefield was killed by Little Lamb. Yayuan quickly covered his mouth, coughed once, then said, If you killed the Demon King of the battlefield, you must have gotten his crystallized core too. Right? Manhwa honestly shared, Yes. There are 5 fragments total, and I still have 3 in my possession, Yuan suggested. Then give me 2 fragments, and I will help you prepare the 2nd ascension ritual. It hurts like hell, but he forced himself to act cool and continued. I won't promise everything, but I guarantee there is an 80% chance the 2nd ascension will upgrade your profession, and a 30% chance you will awaken a 2nd talent, because right now, you are only awakening your 2nd talent for the first time. I am 90% sure it would have worked. Manhwa listened and politely thanked the Great White God, thinking to himself, To help me with this ascension, the Great White God must have paid a heavy price. Hearing this, Yayuan gently set down his teacup, chuckled, and said, Great White God, that title's a bit much, which left Manhwa totally frozen for a moment. After his microchip was processed, Manhwa quickly stepped forward. He respectfully offered tea, like a disciple performing a master's ritual. Dizzy Lin Manhwa bowed Yuan with a satisfied smile. Yuan happily reached out and accepted the cup. Manhwa felt touched, thinking of all the important people in his life, and silently thought, Looks like I have got another family member in this world. Yuan smiled with approval. Not bad. You have worked hard these past few days. Go rest up. Tomorrow, when you head to Namhong City for the profession contest, make sure to shine. Grab that championship and bring it home. Manhwa replied confidently. Don't worry, Master. And Van teased, already happy just hearing that. Yuan mouthed back. Happy my ass. I have busted my ass for years grinding levels, and now it is almost all gone. And Van laughed and judged. Looks like you have got heartburn from all that stress. He seriously shared. But there is something Little Lamb did not tell me. He and that girl from the Mac family teamed up to take down the Demon King of the battlefield. They pissed off the King's Association and even killed someone important in the young leader's faction. Yuan frowned in annoyance. Why the hell did not he tell me that? And Van guessed, maybe he wants to handle it on his own. Does not want you meddling or getting the word out to avoid causing him trouble. Yuan smiled confidently. That kid's got guts. Not bad. And was curious, Why do you think I will interfere? Am I that dumb? And Van answered bluntly, yeah. Pretty much. Besides, once Lao Ning hears that Ji is heading for battlefield no. 3. The department head will come looking for you immediately. Time and space shifted to the next day at Nam Hong City Stadium, where the profession contest was being held. The stands were packed with excited spectators, all buzzing with anticipation. Mayogaka's eyes went wide in shock. Hearing over 100,000 teams were competing, Dao Dao glanced at Mac and thought, the organizers said about 90% of teams will be eliminated in the preliminaries, but even without relying on Lam Mac Yu, their team should not have any problems making it through. The organizers called the next team forward. The team leader pumped them up with fiery energy. We have to clear the team preliminaries first. Suddenly, a blinding red light burst forth. Looking at the glowing chains binding them, Mac Yu gasped, so this empire uses the God Tower to test strength. All participants just have to defeat the monsters to pass. This is definitely the simplest, most effective test. Someone grew bigger. Gained buffs. Stats kept rising. Strength, agility, defense all boosted. Dao Dao's. Let us test it out for a bit. If we can handle it, we will call on you. Mac Yu agreed enthusiastically. The system announced. Abyssal Demon Dog Replica. Level 27. Strength 2800. Agility 3500. Spirit 1000. Stamina 2000. Skill. Bite and Tear. Dao Dao muttered. 4 levels lower than a real Abyssal Demon Dog. And its stats are significantly reduced. We should be fine dealing with it. With that thought, she charged forward with a locked-in attack. Dao Dao struck repeatedly with shield bash moves. The Abyssal Demon Dog lunged ferociously at her. Ningai suddenly ambushed it from above. The Abyss Demon Hound was taken down by her in the blink of an eye. Ai wiped the sweat from her brow and whispered, Senja's been trailing Lem MC Ju this whole time, and honestly, I have gotten way stronger too. Zuo smiled brightly, urging her teammates on. Looks like we still have a shot at handling this. Let us keep pushing forward. MC silently analyzed the situation from his experience. This test could not be this easy. It was only just beginning. At the stadium, the screen kept flashing results while the crowd buzzed in disbelief. The leaderboard showed over 3 gold teams advancing. Looks like the qualifiers are brutal. Hey, look, another team just got eliminated. Inside the dungeon, a pack of aggressive Abyss Demon Hounds appeared. Without giving them a breather, she pressed on, striking fiercely. Back at the academy, the battle was being broadcast live on the wall. Someone asked, what is that kid doing? Why is he so slow? Their team already has 40 points, and he is only at 23. Butchiven said. The elder who controls the Divine Tower was asked if he could reveal something. Men and Ven flatly refused. The elder sipped his tea thoughtfully and asked, this is just the qualifiers, not the grand tournament. Don't you trust his skills? Woven smirked confidently. If that kid does not take first place, I want to see how you deal with him. Back in the dungeon, after a long fight, Lumamensengi's teammates were clearly exhausted. The system announced. Abyss Demon Hound. Normal Demon Type. Level 29. Power 5000. Agility 5000. Spirit 1500. Stamina 5000. Xiao Liu's face twisted in panic as she warned the team. It is the boss. Be careful. My wench was drenched in sweat. Screaming. My spirits drained. MCing remained calm. Concluding, it really is the Abyss Demon Hound boss. He glanced around at his teammates. They were clearly at their limit. Moak anxiously asked, and is still regenerating so fast. Zio, what do we do now? Zilio gasped, thinking back on their grueling journey. They would kill countless demon hounds, and everyone was barely holding on. Facing the demon hound was tough enough, but there were so many more than expected. Her eyes went wide as Mciang said, everyone, rest up, hand it over to Miyu Gek if she can't hold anymore. Then she slumped, utterly drained. Zio, give me a break, I am too exhausted to move. She muttered. Ka said he felt the same and sat down beside her. Forced a smile and begged, please, Lem, help me out here. Mciang glared ahead but generously replied, no problem. Then he summoned his squad of skeletal warriors. Mei was stunned and whispered in awe. The skeletal warriors radiated an aura, even stronger than the demon hounds. With them backing him up, Mciang had become insanely powerful. The Abyss Demon Hounds charged like starving tigers, but just 2 seconds later, the skeletal warriors tore through them. Mahai's eyes were wide with disbelief. Woo! 1 hit. 1 kill. That speed is unreal. The Abyss Demon Hound growled and rocketed straight at MC Ningyu. A blinding flash erupted as the skeletal warriors stepped in front of him. With a flick of the wrist, they slammed the Demon Hound away, sending it crashing down. Everyone watching was stunned. Even the boss went down from a single hit. The dungeon was ablaze, drowning in flames. The organizers announced that they had passed the test. Everyone saw the scoreboard. Lama Manzinki's team scored 300 points. Azinki and Fia's team got 240. Damn, they took down the boss so fast. They are already top 1. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the national champ? No wonder they are lightning fast. At that moment, Masime and his teammates were teleported back to the academy. Mo and Date was a bit skeptical. I can't believe we hit top 1. Zelio explained, because we took down the boss super fast, probably in under 5 seconds. I smiled and reminded MC, you have got the solo qualifiers this afternoon, right? Give it your all, we will be cheering you on. Their opponents were also teleported back by now. They were all sweaty and grimy, and one of them bragged. This time, our teamwork was flawless. We are definitely going top 1, but when the scoreboard flashed, he froze and shouted, Boss, look at this, don't he believe it? He yelled in disbelief. What? Someone beat us? He nailed that name down. Changing classes to Maisiyank, I am definitely going to remember this one. Kinfi swore up and down. He is absolutely jumping into the solo round. This time, I won't let first place slip to time and space. The afternoon qualifiers are where it all goes down. Messang confidently steps into the solo qualifiers, quietly crunching numbers. He figures if the team qualifiers were manageable, the solo should be a breeze, just one slowpoke to crush. System report. Abyssal Wolf Demon. Normal Demon rank 30. Power 5.5k, Agility 5.5k, Spirit 2.5, Stamina 5.5k. Messang raises an eyebrow, so this deep abyss wolf is the real deal. He sighs, thinking, if it were a true demon, it would be exciting. But if these monsters are all this weak, might as well just speed things up in a flat. Mai Xiang passes the assessment. The results pop up. Messiang scores a 7, finishing in 1 minute 3 seconds. Kinfi scores 6 but has not finished yet. When Kinfi sees his own time 2 minutes 55 seconds, he is cocky as hell. First place is his, right? Hun strolls out grinning. Sure, he has got this in the bag, but when he spots Muffy Xianju's results, he is so mad he spits blood 1 minute 3 seconds. How the hell did he pull that off? Hun freezes, suddenly remembering this guy's the national top scholar this year. As Mako walks, he wonders why his sister is not competing. He has not seen her name anywhere. Speaking of the devil, Lama Unhun approaches and softly calls out, Tai Yuan. Mai Xing freezes, only his sister's voice sounds like that. Hen teases, long time no see. Her long hair flutters in the breeze as she says again, Tai Yuan. He is stunned hearing that voice. The wind rustles through the late afternoon, scattering leaves. Messian reaches out into the air. A calling sizz, and they embrace deeply. A reunion full of warmth. She tries to measure with her hand after a year apart. He is already taller than her. Lama Hun sits down, gazing into the distance. He just looks at her without saying a word. She nudges him, teasing, you are still as quiet as ever. You know you won't get a girlfriend like that. Finally, Messian asks, says, how did you know I would be here? She grins proudly. I am your sister, how could I not know your habits? What have you been through this past year? I know it all, from you becoming national top scholar, to getting into Ichir Kin Academy. He sits up straight, asking, then why did not you come to see me before? Mesahun looks apologetic, explaining, I had no choice. My teacher set strict demands, so I was busy leveling up. I did not have time to visit. You can blame me for that. Mesega's expression turns serious. What level are you now? She playfully teases. I am not telling you this is Lam Mepisahan, the sword wielder. Meseng's mind races. Sword wielder. He clearly remembers when she switched classes. She became a sword wielder. His eyes widen in shock. Sis has already ranked up. Meffin squints, smiling modestly. Just lucky. Messi N's curiosity spikes. How did you level up so fast? He wonders aloud. I thought I was fast, but you are on a whole other level. She leans in close, whispering, Tai Yuan, you awakened your talent too, right? My talent lets me level up way faster than others. She explains. Only then does Mafsi Yang understand. No wonder La Mexahun warned him never to reveal talents to anyone. He nods seriously. Got it. Suddenly, Trong Fong and his crew approach from afar. He glances at Mei Feening coldly, asking, Lum Hovren, who is this? Mesahun places a hand on his brother's shoulder, introducing, this is my little brother. Lum Ivran. Trong Fong reaches out confidently. So you are Lum Mi's brother. Nice to meet you. He suddenly realizes he is already a 1-star junior. After shaking hands, Trong steps back. Alright, you two carry on. But Lam Havrumful warns, make sure you come back early, we need to strategize for tomorrow. He turns and walks away. Messina notices Traping Feng's rank 1-star junior. He stares at that retreating back 1-star junior, just one rank below him. As the group disappears, Mefn wonders, are they his sister's teammates for this competition? She said proudly. Yeah, they are all prodigies at the Divine Light Academy, top of their class. He immediately shot back. Oh really? But somehow, I feel like none of them measure up to you. Machan ran his fingers through Mac Nu's hair. Teasing. That is way too sweet. It was getting late, so she said goodbye. I have got to head out now. Sayu, Machan chuckled. After the competition, I will have to follow the teachers, schedules, and train elsewhere. Probably won't get to see you for a long time. Before leaving, she playfully gave a thumbs up. Hope next time we meet. I get to meet your girlfriend, he called out after her. Says, I am joining the Divine Light Academy with you. Machan turned back. All right. I will be waiting for you. The sunset blurred into the sky, painting it a fiery gold signaling the end of the day. Cut to the next morning, Dao gasped after hearing the news. The Empire's divine trial sure is generous. The elimination round just wrapped up yesterday. Today's the real deal. Right? Looks like the matches are on the Thunder Arena. They said 1,024 teams qualified from the prelims. She read from the paper. We are Team 512, facing Team 513. There are a few squads we need to watch out for. Most of them are pro teams at level 29. Decked out in top-tier silver gear, Dao listed them off. Team 18 from Germany. 322 from the Holy Battle God Realm. 599 from the Yi country. Plus, Macu shoved his hands in his pockets. Same plan as last time, everyone attacks first. If things go south, I will jump in to back you guys up. Nenya nodded. Got it. The arena was packed with eager fans as each team marched out, greeted by cheers and waving flags fluttering wildly. Dao led the charge with an icy expression, her teammates following close behind. Level 27. That is 3 levels higher than Dao Z. Someone said, stepping up in defense. You do not believe in Dao Z. Plus, there is classmate Lin. Details appeared on the big screen. Team 512 Lin Mac Yu. Death Spirit Mage level 27. Ningyai. Shadow Assassin level 26. Tong Dao. Elf Knight level 24. Dong Kao. Info Specialist level 21. Moongok. Elder Elf level 21. The crowd buzzed. What kind of profession is Death Spirit Mage? Just discovered. Some keen observer seemed to have caught on. That name's the top seed from the prelims. Another voice added. Not just the team event. He also ranked first in the solo matches. The short-haired girl exhaled sharply. Their average level is pretty low. A man wearing a hat smirked. Looks like this one's in the bag. Suddenly, she grew suspicious. But what exactly is a Death Spirit Mage? The guy shrugged. No clue. Probably just some type of mage. Calm and collected. He stood outside watching as the battle kicked off. The short-haired girl took the lead. Shouting, Charge! Dao sharpened her focus as the opponent yelled. Forward, Magok stood behind, conjuring a swirling vortex in his palm, a chain of wind, spiraling fiercely. The whirlwind spun wildly towards her, dazzling her eyes. What the? The short-haired girl narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth, sensing something was off. Damn it! Suddenly, she was flung backward, her shield flying out of her grasp. She immediately shouted, rallying her team to provoke an all-out brawl. The short-haired girl's eyes locked onto Dao's image. Oh, that is Ningya. The Shadow Assassin. Ningya closed the gap in an instant. The man with the hat saw it and quickly rushed to assist. Level 24. Be careful. Damn it. He fired 3 arrows at once, a triple shot. 3 arrows sliced through the air, their fierce power forcing Dao to raise her shield defensively. She braced herself immediately with the shield. In a flash, Dao reacted swiftly, twisting her shield to deflect the arrows back. The arrows flew straight back at the attackers. Surrounded now, Dao wondered why they were pressing so hard. Suddenly, one of her teammates activated Eagle Eye. He spotted Ningyi sneaking up behind Lac Diu and warned her loudly. Watch out! With a dagger in hand, Ningyi's eyes blazed with deadly intent. She gripped her blade tight and struck lightning fast. Lac Diu could only stand her ground against Ningyi's assault. In moments, Lac Diu was back where she started, fuming and glaring daggers. Seeing Lac Diu defeated, the red-haired girl shouted angrily. Damn it! Sweat poured down her face like a waterfall. Right after, Ningyai and Tong Dao launched a coordinated counterattack. Just as Dao charged the enemy, Ningyai unleashed his deadliest, most precise strike in perfect sync. Watching from the sidelines, Lam Mak Gu sized up the opponents too green for real battle. Probably never faced other guilds seriously. No need for me to step in just yet. The crowd buzzed. Dao had not even made a move yet. That Death Spirit Mage has not acted either. 4 versus 5. They might still pull off a win. That other team's a joke, probably only ever runs dungeons. Their mage was benched from the start. What chance do they have? Minutes later, Ningyai's face lit up with excitement. Victory was theirs. Lam Mak's lips curled into a sly smile. Dao exhaled deeply. Next opponents will only get tougher. From now on, we are counting on you. Got it? Lam Mak Nu smiled confidently. Don't worry. Tomorrow's round 2. Lam Mak Nu's team would face elite fighters. A level 29 seer, a level 29 swordsman, a level 28 elemental mage, a level 28 forest elder, and a level 29 summoner. Before the battle even began, the arrogant swordsman sneered, "You are only level 27, the top tier now." This round's opponents 1T back down like last time. Meanwhile, the level 29 summoner flaunted his arrogance by conjuring a shadow beast. Ningwai's eyes widened. Shadow beast. That guy's a dark summoner. Sweat dripped down Dao Dao's forehead. This fight's gonna be rough. The announcer's voice boomed. Battle start. Both teams snapped into position. Weapons ready. Hearts pounding. Facing the shadow beast, Ningyai could not help but tense. Shadow beasts are tricky summons, masters of stealth. Not only can they vanish, but they see through invisibility skills. As soon as you move, they will lock onto you fast. Mogok frowned, turning to Dao Dao. They have got no knights. Only defense. Zero offense. Our strategy's out the window. What now? Dao Dao shrugged. Gotta play it by ear. While everyone fretted, Lam Mak Nhu stayed ice cold, eyes razor sharp on the enemy. The opposing swordsman muttered angrily, "That death spirit mage. He is not gonna fight. Looks like he is seriously underestimating us." The swordsman growled. Suddenly, Dao Dao sensed danger and shouted, "Spread out." The swordsman unleashed a freaky move, a chilling beam so powerful it froze the crowd in terror. Dao Dao grit her teeth, hiding behind her shield. That was brutal. Before she could recover, the swordsman lunged, sword swinging wildly toward her. His blade sliced through the air, knocking Dao Dao off balance, pushing her steadily backward. Ning Yi saw Dao Dao under heavy attack and immediately surged forward. But before Ning Yi could help, the shadow beast pounced unexpectedly. Ning Yi had no choice but to pull back. She assessed silently once tangled with the shadow beast. Escape's impossible. Plus, their healer can patch it up. Things were not looking good for Myung-gok, either. A fireball hurtling straight at her chest. Duan-Kao shouted, "Watch out!" Too late, he took the hit to shield Myung-gok. She screamed in pain. Duan-Kao. Ma cried out, "You are the team's healer, you can go down." Duan-Kao reassured her. Duan-Kao was knocked out by a critical strike. Though sidelined, he silently prayed Dao Dao and Ning Yi would hold their ground. Myung-gok, hang in there, no sooner said. Mga quickly stood beside Duan-Kao, guilt and determination in her eyes. The swordsman grinned wide now that her support was down. Migok was toast. "Just admit it, you are done. Getting hurt in the arena still hurts, even if you do not die." Dao Dao fought fiercely, slashing hard and throwing the swordsman off his rhythm, sending him stumbling. Then, Dao Dao dashed at the level 29 elemental mage as fast as she could, but before she reached him, the elemental mage blocked her with a powerful counterspell, the resistance flame wall. Instantly, Dao Dao was slammed backward. She slid across the ground toward Lam Mak Nhu, panting. Dao Dao's, "Lan, it is on you now." Lam Mak Nhu replied coldly, "Leave it to me." Teacher Lam Mak Nhu slowly stepped forward. The entire Lian Xuan Sao audience suddenly sensed that the death mage was about to make his move finally. The real show begins. No matter how powerful his summoned help is, it can possibly one-shot a level 27 like him. The level 29 sword fighter crossed his arms on his sword, wearing a cocky smirk, his tone dripping with disdain. "Your teammates are all down. It is just you left. You really think you can turn this around? You are seriously underestimating us." Lam Makin gave him a cold stare, his hands radiating a fierce spiritual energy. Lam Mak Nungu's icy gaze cut through the tension, ready to strike. Right then, the cryo-summoner appeared instantly. The revival healer chuckled coldly at the sight. "So this cryo-summoner is also a healer. Why wait until the team's losing to call him out?" Lam Mak Gu, summoned cryo-summoner, stood at level 27, boasting 2,700 power, 2,700 agility, 10,800 spirit, and 2,700 stamina. Suddenly, the cryo-summoner's hands glowed icy blue. The ultimate ice skills were unleashed. Ice shards rained down over the stands, and the arrogant sword fighter from earlier was caught off guard. Now struggling to dodge the furious ice storm, he screamed for healing as he ran. After a while, the sword fighter collapsed. Looking around desperately for the healer, where was she? "No way! She is gone." Panic hit him hard. One deadly move wiped out the entire team. At the same time, the rest of the group was knocked out, bewildered, asking each other what just happened. Why were we sent to the battlefield just now? Looks like his summoned creature attacked us. Meanwhile, Lam Mak Nhu stayed calm and composed, though his eyes gleamed coldly. Without hesitation, he unleashed the finishing blow, obliterating the sword fighter. The guy screamed in agony before being instantly eliminated. The crowd erupted into chaos. Woo! Is that the Death Mage's summon? Insane power. One move took out the entire squad. No wonder he did not fight yesterday. If he had, would any teammates even stand a chance? Lam Mak O's also competing solo. Man, his opponents are doomed. Tong Dao Dao seemed unfazed, arms crossed, whispering to Myunigo, "I think we should block Lam's path directly. With our strength, just making it this far is not bad." Moke nodded. On day 3, the moment Lam Mak Yu stepped into the arena, his opponents froze in fear. Exchanging nervous glances, they were facing none other than the legendary Lam Day. Then, what do we do now? Seriously? Have you forgotten who got you through the brutal Desert Overlord dungeon? One of them muttered, pale-faced. Besides, you deserve to fight Lam Day. Then another scratched his head awkwardly. So what now? At that, both bowed their heads in surrender before Lam Mak Yu. Goodbye, Lam Day. We concede the championship. We admit defeat, Lam Day. Goodbye. Lam Mak Yu was caught between laughter and tears. Even the top-tier players gasped. How did they give up so fast? Ning Yai, standing beside him, chuckled. They are smart. The audience below buzzed. They just surrendered. Seriously, that is not a competition anymore. Must be scared of Lam Mak Yu's power, so they did not dare fight him elsewhere. Machen Van pondered deeply. Old Bay, is it okay for Kid Lam to stand out this much? Bai Yivian asked, puzzled. What is wrong with that? I want the whole world to know he is not someone to mess with. Machen Van frowned, but standing out brings enemies. The Holy Arena won't let Bai Yivian off easy. Bai Yivian smirked coldly. I am more worried they do not make a move. If they dare, I will make them regret it. Machen Van glared. You really want Kid Lam to stand out that much? Bai Yivian admitted bluntly. I already talked to him. We can't let the deaths of past prodigies be in vain. He agreed. Not just him. Even the other side plans to use Lam Mak Ham. The hidden venomous serpent is about to strike. Machen Van rubbed his temples. A mysterious death mage, a swordsman ascending his craft. Truly worthy. And they are siblings. Such talent is enviable. Bai Yivian laughed bitterly. Only an angel can catch a big fish. Don't worry. This time I won't let those two sisters clash. Machen Van sighed. Haven't he killed anyone in a while? Time to stretch the limbs and dive back into the fierce arena. Dong Qin, a level 29 divine swordsman, strode into the arena with a fierce, murderous glare, and silently thought, finally, I get to face you. The crowd erupted in cheers. This was a legendary divine swordsman match. Could he be the one to end Lam Mak Yu's winning streak? But even Ham was wary of Dong Qianfei. She had warned Lam Mak Yu. He is a legendary class, be careful. He nodded as he stepped onto the stage. Analyzing. Looks like this is Feng Tu's class. After advancing, Dong Qianfei sneered. You are coming alone. Lam Mak Yu calmly confirmed. Just me. Suddenly, Dong Qianfei snapped, turning to his teammates. You guys, get out here too. Then he snarled at Lam Mak Yu. You punk. How dare you look down on me? Without hesitation, he drew his greatsword, expecting an easy fight. But the chance came sooner than he thought. He smirked. I have watched your previous fights. Gotta admit, your dry spirit skills are strong, but that one work on me. Once you face me, you are done. With that, he launched his sword attack. The crowd buzzed with excitement. These guys were from the Divine Swordsman clan, as famous as the Feng family. Even though legendary classes, Divine Swordsmen are top tier. Maybe this guy really can beat Lam Mak Yu. Lam Mak Yu remained calm, his hand flickering with spiritual energy. He let out a cold smile. Dong Qin, not bad. You are a real man. A vein popped on Dong Qianfei's forehead as he roared aggressively. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't talk to me like that. Then he unleashed his move, the elemental sword form. The crowd gasped. 2 glowing rings appeared. They said only level 10 divine swordsmen can summon 1 ring. This guy fired off 2 rings, meaning he has mastered 2 of the strongest early divine swordsman skills on the battlefield. Lam Mak Yu stayed unshaken and commanded his dry spirit mage to unleash the 5 retreat thunder strike. Instantly, a beam of deathly light shot straight at Dong Qianfei. Yet, he did not even flinch. Dong Qin grinned with pride. My first skill elemental sword form lasts 10 minutes. I can block all elemental attacks. Your dry spirit mage's skill is useless against me. Hope you can survive 10 minutes. The crowd whispered among themselves. Lam Mak Yu's dry spirit mage just got wrecked. Elemental sword form. Looks like Lam Mak Yu's about to lose. But wait. Remember, the last time he summoned dry spirit, it was an ice mage. Maybe he can summon more than one type of dry spirit. Meanwhile, on the arena, Dong Qianfei was still smirking arrogantly when his face suddenly went pale. A chilling sensation forced him to step back quickly. Just as a streak of icy light zipped past him, the crowd gasped again. What the hell was that? A dry spirit wielding a blade. This dry spirit can do physical attacks. Clearly, Lam Mak Yu can summon more than one type of dry spirit. The aura of the warrior dry spirit that Lam Mak Yu summoned was no joke. It fired up Dong Qianfei's blood. He chuckled. Damn, I can't underestimate you. If I am right, this is your secret weapon. Huh, let us see if your dry spirit's toughness can beat my sword's speed. Without hesitation, he charged at Lam Mak Yu. The dry spirit warrior swung its sword fiercely, blocking Dong Qinfei's strike. Its lightning-fast moves left even Dong Qinfei gasping. Too fast. Dong Qinfei's greatsword lit up with the reverse sword skill, which he immediately used to parry. This skill blocks all attacks precisely and knocks enemies back. Their swords clashed, both pushed back by an overwhelming force. Dong Qinfei broke into a cold sweat, breathing heavily. This attack is insane. This guy's speed and strength are way beyond mine. Still, he gripped his sword tightly, determined to fight to the death. Dong Qinfei unleashed his ultimate move, Violent Chi Sword. With this skill, all his attributes multiply by 10 for 5 minutes. The crowd roared again. This was one of the signature skills of a divine swordsman, way stronger than a warrior's power-up. And it does not mess with your mind. No kidding. He is a legendary divine warrior class after all. Right after, Dong Qinfei unleashed his skill, Feather Slash, his entire body radiating fierce power as he charged forward, slashing at the Bone Warrior. The crowd below erupted in cheers. The Bone Warrior was suppressed, and the Bone Mage could not cast spells this time. Lam Makungu was definitely down for the count. That divine swordsman is no joke, truly a legendary class. Looks like Lam Makungu's out of moves now. Dong Qinfei's flashed with confidence, fully convinced the victory was in his grasp. Like a lightning bolt, he surged toward Lam Makungu, snarling, "Let us see what else you got." Still holding his spirit power in the palm, Lam Makungu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Moments later, the entire arena shook again as 2 more Bone Warriors appeared. Could he really keep summoning more? This had to be his limit. Lam Makungu's eyes turned icy. Beside him stood 2 fierce Bone Warriors. Dong Qinfei was sweating bullets inside but kept his arrogant tone. "Don't think tossing in 2 more skeletons will beat me. I have got plenty of tricks left, and once I unleash them." Before he could finish, the scene froze him in place. Behind Lam Mak, an entire army of Bone Warriors emerged, quickly forming a formation right before Dong Qinfei's eyes. Dong Qinfei felt a chill run down his spine, his mind spinning, blood pounding in his ears. He panicked. How many Bone Warriors could this guy summon? The crowd suddenly fell silent. Lam Makungu calmly asked, "Dong Qin, you are not fighting anymore." Dong Qinfei waved dismissively. "Just wait for me to shift classes again, then I will show you what is up." Finally, the referee declared Lam Makungu the winner. The crowd exploded with emotion, chanting Lam Mak, "Le." No one expected him to summon so many Bone Warriors. The undefeated Bone Mage was truly unbeatable. Ningai stepped up to Lam Makungu with a smile. "You did great. More and more people are noticing you now." Lam Makungu just nodded indifferently. Ningai noticed Lam Makungu's cold expression and asked curiously, "What is up?" "Not happy," Lam Makungu replied bluntly. "I am." Ningai clenched his fist and warned him, "Tomorrow's the final rounds. Those teams are strong, you have got to be careful." Lam Makungu answered shortly. Got it. In his mind, he recalled what White Master had told him before the tournament. "Perform your best to catch some eyes." A few years back, several prodigies from our divine Shia were assassinated during the tournament. White Yayuan's warning still echoed in Lam Makungu's ears. He made up his mind, hoping they would strike again this time, or else he would be an easy target. Lost in thought, a nearby voice suddenly screamed, "Everyone, look over there." "What is that?" Following the pointing finger, Lam Makungu glanced. On the stage, a dazzling beam of light shone as precious sacred treasures slowly materialized from midair. A spectator jumped up excitedly. "That is primary miracle elixir. It is for level 40 and below. All attributes permanently boost by 200 points. And look at that skill book, guaranteed to teach a brand new skill. If these were on the auction floor, they would go for at least 100 million gold." Lam Makungu's lips curved slightly. "Looks like these are the grand prizes for this tournament's champion. Once I snag the championship and the prize, then we will see." With that, Lam Makungu slid hands into his pockets and walked away coolly. The next duel day, the fighters were already at the arena bright and early. Tong Dao Dao turned to Lam Makungu. "Worried? Looks like only Team Y made it this far. Team Germany and the Holy Battle Divine Realm do not even know who they will face." Soon enough, Tong Dao Dao learned the results as she stepped into the battlefield. Her eyebrows shot up. It was Team Yi. Their leader, Nana, was a divine envoy by profession. Nana was currently a level 29 divine envoy, with a cute, charming appearance as pretty as a porcelain doll. Bowing to Lam Makungu, she said, "Hello, Lam Makungu of the Divine Saya." Then Nana slowly stepped closer to him. She whispered into his hand, "Our Team Y is very interested in your profession. We sincerely invite you to join Team Y. If you have any requests, I will make sure they are met." Ningyai, overhearing Nana's words, snapped angrily. What a shameless woman. Lam Makungu's eyes sharpened as he coldly barked at Nana. "Get lost." Nana did not get angry. She just turned and walked away. Before leaving, she made sure to warn Lam Makungu to think carefully. With that, Nana retreated into the ranks, immediately blocked by a warrior clad in a red cloak. Suddenly, from midair, a giant serpent-faced monster appeared out of nowhere. His entire body radiated an overwhelming, terrifying power. Lam Maknu guessed this was the war god and quickly summoned his spiritual energy into his hands. Then, the Ice Spirit Mage appeared to counter Nana's war god. As soon as the Ice Spirit Mage entered the battle, he unleashed his ultimate move, an icy storm that blasted straight at the war god. The war god opened his massive jaws and swallowed the entire icy onslaught without flinching. Nana stood behind the warrior, flashing a wicked smile. Lam, this is the serpent-faced war god from the water faction, since it can absorb elemental attacks. Your magic won't even scratch him. Calmly, Lam Maknu shot back. Let us test some physical attacks then. Just as he ready to summon his dry skeleton warrior, Nana smiled seductively, her tone dripping with sweetness. She had studied Lam's fight videos obsessively and was well prepared for this. Suddenly, Nana shouted, activating her spiritual beast skill. In an instant, a monstrous beast materialized, covered in sharp spikes, with a wild boar's head and a savage body. This beast charged ferociously. The pig-faced monster merged with the warrior, turning him into a fierce beast with blazing eyes, sweeping the arena. This was Nana's secret weapon, the Divine Spirit Beast. In a flash, the warrior launched a taunting attack, taking on Lam Maknu's entire squad of dry skeletons alone. The dry skeleton warriors swung their swords in unison, rushing to attack the warrior. Their weapons clashed violently, forcing both sides to step back. The warrior, shield raised, was forced into a steady retreat. Nana Kingo, Lam's dry skeletons pack a punch. Even your Divine Spirit Beast warrior is being pushed back. Just then, the warrior suddenly roared, activating his spirit enhancement skill, his entire body surging with newfound strength fueled by this power. The warrior charged headlong into the dry skeleton squad. One warrior was somehow holding his own against 5 dry skeleton fighters. The audience below was stunned, faces filled with confusion and disbelief. What kind of class is this? So strong. All of Lam's dry skeletons were under control. Could he actually lose this time? Nana smiled smugly. Looks like Lam's dry skeleton warriors are not as obedient as he thought. Lam Maknu frowned silently, wondering when he gave that order. But Nana confidently summoned another bizarre spider. She merged the spider into the mage, activating the Divine Spirit skill. The mage's eyes glowed blood red, his staff drawing winds that howled fiercely, surrounding the dry skeletons and temporarily binding them. Nana sighed softly, her voice laced with a taunting edge. Lam, elemental attacks do not work, and your dry skeletons are restrained. Got any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, you are done for. Lam Maknu sneered coldly. Is that all you have got? Nana was startled. What was that about? In a flash, she and her allies were bound tightly by iron chains. Nana's eyes widened in horror. This was a curse. Inescapable. Lam Maknu calmly approached Nana and the warrior. She looked at him with terror in her eyes, stammering, "You." The crowd below buzzed with whispers. What just happened? Didn't Lam Maknu seem cornered just moments ago? But now the tide has turned. Was it a curse? On the arena, Lam Maknu coolly asked Nana, your class skill can be used on the living, right? Then he glanced at the warrior and said, because none of them are alive. Nana's pupils shrank sharply. She gasped in panic. You? Lam Maknu replied indifferently. Because I am a death spirit mage. The chains tightened painfully around Nana, and she begged Lam Maknu, please, do not touch me. The crowd erupted in noise. Turns out, all those were just Nana's puppets. No wonder something felt off from the start. It is chilling how these puppets were made from the bodies of dead class users. Nana's truly ruthless. Meanwhile, Nana screamed in agony as flames burned her soul alive. In an instant, the inferno dragged Nana back to where it all began. She stared wide-eyed at her hands, voice trembling. I lost. At that moment, Nana could not help but watch Lam Maknu's retreating back, filled with deep regret. This soul-burning pain. Is it the skill of the Death Soul Mage? Lam, if only you were from our kingdom. How great that would be, the announcer boldly declared. This round goes to Lam Maknu's team. Tong Dao Dao looked a bit worried and turned to Lam Maknu. Today decides the champion of this round. Wonder who we will face. Suddenly, the crowd gasped below. Look, the Sacred Battle Academy Spirit Beast fighters lost. It seems Tathan's team from Hakindan's academy also got crushed and dragged off the arena in a sorry state. On the arena, Tathan's team from Hakingdom's academy dominated, with Tathan leading the charge. Cocky, he boasted. I told you, there is a huge gap between us. With that, he and his teammates coldly walked away. Tathan turned to a teammate. We are in the finals now, right? Who is the opponent? Germany or Y Kingdom? His teammate replied. Looks like it is Lam Maknu's team. Tathan nodded sharply. Nu? Huh. He made it to the finals. Tathan stepped up onto the arena. As soon as he faced Lam Maknu, he arrogantly said, Nu? Not sure if you need this, but I do not plan to rest. I want to finish you quick and grab those 10 fist skills. Honestly, if it were not for those skills, I would not waste time on these boring contests. Lam Mak-gu coldly shot back. Then let us just fight. With that, Lam Mak-gu and Tathan stepped onto the arena simultaneously. The crowd below buzzed with excitement. It is the finals. This is going to be epic. Tathan's team from Sacred Battle Realm and Lam Mak-gu alone representing Y Kingdom. No matter who wins. Both teams hail from Ha Kingdom Academy, the strongest academy in the empire. Truly impressive. Muguk anxiously asked Tong Dao Dao. Daozi, are we seriously not going to help? Tong Dao Dao decisively replied. If we will just slow Lam down. Better to sit this out on the arena. Tathan saw Lam Mak-gu daring to face him alone and scoffed. Just one guy. Always gotta show off. I will make you regret this real soon. Then Tathan turned to his teammates. You guys up too? His teammates nodded in grim agreement. Tathan sneered at Lam Mak-gu. I know you. Heard all about your pathetic exploits dragging others through dungeons for points. That shameful stunt. Only in this academy full of nobodies would someone dare pull that. Lam Mak-gu's eyes narrowed coldly at Tathan, yet Tathan kept flaunting his mocking grin. Lam Mak-gu frowned and pointed at his head. You got a screw loose, or what? What does me earning points have to do with you? Go find a healer to check your brain. Stop standing here bothering me. Tathan was infuriated by Lam Mak-gu's words. He snarled. What did you say? Tong Dao glanced nervously at Ningyai. Weird. Why do these words sound familiar? Yet I shyly denied. Don't look at me. I definitely did not learn that from Tathan. Tathan shouted aggressively. You talk big. Let us see if you can back it up with your fists. Saying that, he gripped his staff with force. Tathan was currently a level 29 Holy Light Mage, calm and focused. Lam Mak-gu channeled spiritual energy into his hands, ready for a long fight. At the same time, a holy light radiated from Tathan's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Rotten undead. Take this holy light attack. Suddenly, Tathan's body blazed with intense light. Lam Mak-gu's eyes flickered sharply as an invisible sword suddenly manifested within him. Lam Mak muttered. So it is a mental attack. Trying to mess with my mind from the start? Too bad. It is useless on me. Outside the glow, Tathan cursed Lam Mak-gu. Die already. Then he unleashed a radiant beam from his left hand. But the beam had zero effect on Lam Mak-gu. Tathan's eyes widened in terror. Pupils shrinking. He screamed. What the hell? Suddenly, a swarm of Kulaw warriors appeared around Tathan. Furious, he shouted and retreated. Tathan immediately unleashed Holy Radiance Barrage. The Kulaw soldiers could not get close. Lam Mak-gu silently assessed. Holy Radiance Mage flashy but all show. Looks powerful but no real damage. Lam Mak-gu quickly summoned 2 more Kulaw mages to join the fray, surrounded by the Kulaw army. Tathan gritted his teeth. How is this possible? At that moment, Hen chuckled. Alright, I admit I underestimated you. Before he could finish, a beam of deathly light shot straight down at Tathan and struggled to cast a holy radiance shield. Under the dim glow, Tathan gasped, I underestimated you. Suddenly, another powerful deadly ray struck Tathan from above. Tathan thought with a fierce glare. My profession is the legendary Holy Light Mage. I got accepted into the academy and hit level 32 months ago. I even upgraded on purpose just to join this contest. A blazing light sparked from his forehead. No way I am losing here, the championship is mine. Right after, he leapt up, sending out a dazzling flash as smoke slowly dispersed. The crowd in the stands gasped. That is the Holy Light Revelation. They say its defense is insane. Mak-gu's Dry Mage army probably can't break through that. Tathan stood there, shouting arrogantly with booming confidence. Mak-gu stared down his opponent, raising his hand as a wave of blue energy radiated out. Tathan sneered coldly, dripping with disdain. Useless. At that moment, a fierce dry soldier appeared beside Mak-gu. He casually shoved his hands in his pockets and smirked. Is that all you got? The crowd roared wildly in the stands. Well, this is the first time he has summoned all 4 types. Huh, so he was not holding back before. Can Tathan even block this? Even Han was shocked, his forehead twitching green with disbelief that he could summon so many dry soldiers. Still, Tathan sneered confidently. It is just a bunch of extra dry soldiers. Big deal. All the dry mage soldiers raised their weapons in unison. A wave of power surged forward. But Han used his strength to resist it. The blue energy kept charging, and Tathan's face stayed calm and unreadable. Han laughed triumphantly. Bragging. Like I said, your basics can T-pierce my armor. Suddenly, cracks appeared on his iron armor. Tathan stared at the cracks in horror. Impossible. Moments later, the armor shattered into pieces. As the force flew upward, a loud crash echoed through the arena. Moments later, Tathan lay defeated on the ground, while the crowd's cheers exploded around him. Victory! Lam Mak-gu just crushed Tathan's Holy Light Flicker, the legendary Holy Light Mage, who suppresses all classes. Just got schooled by Lam Mak-gu. What are you talking about? It is nothing new for a legendary class player to get owned by him. The sky cleared up, and after a moment, Thainan watched from afar. Looks like that rotten kid is the champion. Ahead of him were two figures. Look at those sisters being used as bait, trying to lure out how many poisons from their den. Suddenly, Nan's face twisted with anger. Rotten brat. Stay the hell away from me. He was so mad he looked ready to blow a fuse. At that moment, she happily ran up and grabbed his arm. We won. We freaking won. Suddenly, a whirlwind whooshed in, and someone emerged, silently watching the duo from within the vortex. The crowd gasped. That aura. It is terrifying. Probably a legendary class player over level 80. This man was none other than Hui, one of the Empire's 12 council members. He spoke up. You all did amazing. Then he started distributing the rewards. Calmly, he said, I am from the Empire. You can call me Old Hoa. If you ever need help, come find me. I might be able to lend a hand. Hearing this, Makangu was momentarily stunned. He wants to keep an eye on me. He frowned for a moment, then replied, Thank you, Old Hoa. His hand reached out and touched one of the items. A dark, ominous energy swirled in his palm. After a moment, a thick beam of light flashed across. Hui narrowed his eyes and said, The bait's taken the hook. Makyu stared at the item in his hand, deep in thought. Wait, was that just an illusion? I.e., noticing his silence, asked, What is wrong? Mak implied. Nothing, a cautious voice asked. Who is he? And Van answered quietly. Hui. Can't say for sure, but I am about 80–90% certain. They then adjusted his glasses. So it is really him. If that is true, this is huge. The cult's people have managed to hide at such a high level. He rubbed his philtrum and said, Let me confirm carefully. He is definitely one of the 12 council members. Amidst cheers and applause, Mafhin drew her sword in victory. Makingu looked at her with admiration. No surprise. With her strength, she easily took the championship. I admired her, thinking, that is Makingu's sister. She is stunning. Makhen approached the whirlwind. Hoi said again, You did great. I am but you can call me Old Hua. If you need help in the future, come find me. Maybe I can help with a thing or two. Inside the orb was a carefully wrapped pouch, glowing with faint light. He froze. That uneasy feeling crept back. Suddenly, Makyu hurriedly said, I.e., use your skills, check out that gold pouch. She quickly complied. The golden figure magnified, using her shadow vision technique. Inside the pouch, dark, sinister energies flickered. After a moment, I spoke gravely. Makyu, you have got it on your wrist too. There is definitely something wrong. Inside the pouch, there is a streak of black energy. It looks a lot like abyssal ki. At that moment, Makhan reached out and touched the pouch. I gasped. That black energy's clinging to Makhan's wrist. She warned frantically. Makyu, it is on your wrist too. He stared quietly at his hand for a moment. Looks like my suspicions were right. Maku pondered. There is a gang of rats hiding among humanity. They call themselves the cult. A massive, dark beast appeared, surrounded by reverent followers, each loyal to the Abyssal King, plotting to help their Dark Lord conquer the world. Mafhan silently stared at the creature. Mak Engu silently hoped that tomorrow would bring a chance for him and his sister to catch the big fish. Nightfall descended. The late hours wound down into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a rushing sound came with a gust of wind. Water surged up, roaring as it crashed against the buildings. Then lightning bolts struck down. The lightning shattered stones, triggering the teleportation formation. Thunder and lightning rained down in relentless waves. Chaos exploded as water and thunder crashed everywhere. Loud crashes echoed while people scattered in panic. What the hell is going on? A terrified girl hid in a corner. What is this? A barrier? Such a massive barrier, could it be created by a god-level class player? Makyu looked out at the chaos. The cult has finally made their move. They want to wipe out all contestants and leave humanity crippled. At this moment, everywhere was flooded, and towering houses had been struck down by lightning. People screamed and scattered in panic, terrified beyond belief. Oh mutt, am I gonna die here? What do I do? Then, a dark, ominous army appeared on the scene. He watched quietly. All of them were top-tier professionals, all above level 70. A sharp figure led the team, approaching with an aura of darkness. Makyu glanced over. This guy's gotta be at least level 80. Someone recognized them and panicked. Oh. That is the mark of the Ghost Guild. They are from the Ghost Guild. Those guys have some serious guts. Striking within the Divine Empire's territory, daunted, they fear the White God's wrath. From above, he stood tall as waves of dark energy surged downward. Black energy slammed into the guards on watch. The demonic general heard the news, licking his lips. Human flesh tastes so good. Finally, after days of waiting, it is time to feast. Nana's crew stepped forward, fierce as demons, ready to fight. Makyu's face darkened. His hand clenched as dark energy radiated from him. From afar, a force charged straight at Makyu. He looked up just as deadly beams rained down, followed by thousands of shadowy figures swooping in. Makyu smirked. Come on. I have been waiting for you. The invaders landed. Mocking. Brave words, but meaningless. Your fate is sealed. The truly talented do not live long. Suddenly, A voice boomed. I do not agree. I have always thrived. The invaders froze in surprise. It was none other than Lord White God himself, stepping forward calmly. So you guessed I would show up? Huh? Hevrai, stripped of his mask. Hevrai's true face was revealed, no fooling the White God. White God said coolly, facing me head-on without running. Looks like you came prepared. Next to Hathea, black energy burst forth. He laughed. Who dare poke the White God without being ready? The Dark King of Communication and the Dark King of Strategy appeared, their aura menacing. Suddenly, Hevrai's eyes widened, fear sweating from him like a flood. White God squinted. So it is the demonic queen. No wonder I could not figure out who could turn a level 83 professional into a demon's hunting dog. She spoke up. Too bad. Lord White God, I can tempt you. White God clenched his fists. Since you are here, stay, trespass in Divine Empire territory, and you will pay dearly. The Dark King replied, looks like White God trusts his power. That means I won't be sticking around. We are just here to kill, she said, as a swirling vortex appeared beside her. She covered her mouth, laughing. Think White God can keep me here. The vortex spread, dust falling as the Dark King of Communication and the Fiery Dark King appeared on the ground. The lion gritted his teeth in fury at the Fiery Dark King. The Dark King said, one-on-one. That is only fair. Suddenly, a circle of water rose up, shining with a blinding light. Thun gritted his teeth. Losing is not about being weak, it is Makyu's insane power that is overwhelming. Two masked figures hovered thoughtfully, then darted toward Thun. The Dark King chuckled. Jumping around before you die. Adorable. He licked his lips. Genius flesh is the tastiest. I want to take them back to Thorn Abyss. Savoring every bite slowly, White God sighed. Geniuses always have a purpose to exist. Suddenly, a beast roared wildly. Above, a pitch-black tower loomed, covered in gigantic chains, imprisoning something terrifying inside. The Dark King trembled. The Divine Empire Tower's power is overwhelming. We are cooked. Inside, a beam of light shone as chains rattled violently. At the tower's peak, a blinding gaze pierced through. Monsters vanished, and flying creatures were pushed back. Makyu guessed, she is questioning what you have done. White Yayuan wielded the Divine Authority and unleashed a powerful punch. The Divine Authority shaking the heavens. The pressure slammed directly at the queen. Thine N remained calm, flames flickering in his hand. He unleashed the Fire Dragon, a fierce blaze-charged beast. And all we caught was a swirl of black smoke and fire, followed by a thunderous roar. Inside the formation, a group suddenly appeared, led by a man who raised his sword. Roaring, you dare mess with the divine subordinates. I will kill you without mercy. The Demon King Yi's face drained of color. Stammering, oh no, I realize we have lost this fight. Hearing this, the fiery Demon King sneered coldly, full of contempt. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. You want to escape this time, making Demon King Yi's eyes widen in terror. He spun around, only to see a massive hand and a shadow looming above. Demon King Yi bit his own hand until it bled, using his blood to activate the silent gate unexpectedly. Even this artifact appeared. Dark energy swirled ominously around the two, the giant hand moving closer. Just as it was about to touch an unfamiliar object, it retracted along the arm. Amidst the black energy, a mocking laugh echoed. Old man, this is the human city. If you attack here, how many will fall? The Lion and Lion stayed alert. After a pause, the man spoke again. Dark flame. Next time, you are definitely dead. With that, the gatekeeper leapt away, gradually vanishing into the swirling vortex, until he disappeared completely. War space below. A crowd gathered densely, while above, blurry figures hovered, and Ven solemnly announced, the solo round begins now. Messiangu silently pondered. He expected Lord Bechden and others to act, but never imagined Lord Men would turn the Devil City raid into the solo rounds challenge. The rules followed. Contestants must be level 20-29 profession users. Targets, level 32-35 deep devil beasts, totaling 7,520. For each devil beast killed, you earn points. Killing a deep devil grants 100 points. The crowd broke into a cold sweat hearing this. Fierce beasts roared angrily. The competition rules were simple. First, survive. Second, the champion is the one with the highest score. Thun grinned smugly at Lemum Singh. I want to duel you. Kill devils, but you will never match a holy light mage like me. Blue aura radiated around him seeing as he shot back. Hope you can snatch up a bunch of kills. Though, the announcement blared, the contest starts. Instantly, a swarm of devil beasts charged at Thun, who clenched his teeth fiercely. One devil beast was blasted away by holy light and, ruthless and determined, said, I have already taken down over 100 deep devils in one go. A few more rounds like this, and no one will come close. Msiang raised his hand while Thun fidgeted, scanning the surroundings. Han frowned. That guy still has not revived a few skeletons. Is he giving up or what? Msiang's eyes gleamed dangerously. Thanks to the corpses you guys left behind. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from behind. Terrifying Thun. To the core, he spun around in fear. What the hell is going on? Two massive human-shaped figures radiated an eerie red energy. A loud explosion rocked the area, and he panicked, thinking, this power, it is even stronger than my holy light. Who the hell is this? Him seeing coldly controlled the scene. Suspicious it was him. Thun's face drained of color. Disbelief written all over it really was him. Everyone's gaze shifted toward a single direction. Turns out, he was not just a summoner but a mage with insane offensive skills. Looks like he was not going all out earlier in the fight as his power soared sky high. Devil beasts lay scattered everywhere. Seeing clenched his fists tightly. The devil beasts were wiped out, leaving only a few leftover demons. The crowd murmured. Seeing has cleared almost all the devil beasts, but there are still plenty of demons. Demons score 100 times more than devil beasts. We still have Thun rising among the beasts. He is determined if I kill enough demons, I can still win. He shifted into spirit light revelation mode again, but that fierce energy from before had vanished, replaced only by shock. Thun wiped sweat from his brow, glancing toward Seeing. At that moment, a dark figure appeared behind him. It was the gatekeeper, who just revived. The giant man charged forward with terrifying speed. The continuous clatter of tracked vehicles echoed loudly. Above, a swarm of tracked vehicles blocked the devil beast's advance. The gatekeeper unleashed his elite power, smashing into the devil beasts. The crowd's eyes went wide in shock. What the hell? That thing looks just like the gatekeeper. Is that one of Messianju's summons too? He had not even unleashed all his cards yet. If he would brought this out during the fight earlier, would not he have snatched the championship already? Thun itched all over. What kind of messed up rank is this? Behind him, Keen Fi laughed and said, so this is your big day, huh? Finally realizing who the real boss is, the outpost guards flew swiftly, and their auras enveloped the Demon King. At that moment, streams of energy from Makgu kept flowing into his body. By now, Makgu had already reached 3-star lieutenant rank. Looking at the rank badges, the group was shocked. Silver-white, 3-star lieutenant. He is actually a 3-star lieutenant. Oh man, how many demons has this guy slaughtered? Thun glanced down at his own badge, then was stunned when Keen Fi mocked him. Private first class. Really, Thun? I thought you were some big shot, but turns out you are just a 1-star private. He sneered, barely holding back his anger. Keen Fi proudly pulled out his own medal. Grinning, 3-star private here, 2 stars above you. Thun clenched his fists. Firing back, I am a holy light mage, fastest demon slayer around. Give me a few days on the battlefield, and I will catch up to you. Keen Fi chuckled mockingly, chasing after me. Big deal. If you have got what it takes, try chasing that top dog instead. Then he shrugged helplessly. Look, if you can catch up to Lam Mak Ingu, then no one else stands a chance. Thun, fuming mad, snapped. Shut up. The group was about to charge forward but suddenly froze. Wait, are there no more demons? Over 7,000 demons wiped out by Lam Mak Nu. Damn. How do we even compete with that? He lowered his voice and ordered. Retreat. A beam of light shot out, and the chaotic scene slowly faded away. A voice announced, this area is secure. Namhong City has been restored. That is the power of the Divine Tower. Look over there. There is a body. Makun glanced at the scattered corpses. It was the remains of the demon cult S forces. After a moment, Bachuvien appeared, announcing, everyone, I am Bachuvien. The crowd buzzed excitedly. It is the White God. With him here, the demon cult 1T stand a chance. He spoke. This time we anticipated the demon cult's ambush and prepared accordingly. I am glad to see no one is backing down. This, he continued, is what a true professional looks like. We will use the cult's attack as a live test for the solo competition. The crowd fell silent, hanging on his every word. Right now, the demons are retreating, the traitors paying the price. Next, I will announce the champion of this round. Ayuan announced, champion of the 2029 level category. You, at that moment, he stared at the things before him as if lost in thought. Ayuan went on. Tomorrow is the challenge round. Anyone confident in their skills should step up. The prize for the challenge round is insanely good. Hearing that, a spark of interest lit up his eyes. Cut to the next scene. Makhan approached his hand. Mak, you alright? He replied. Says, I am. She hesitated then said, I wanted to tell you something. I am leaving again soon. Makyu looked puzzled. You are not joining the challenge round tomorrow. Makhan turned away. I am about to hit level 45. So I am sitting this one out, but this is your chance to shine. Take care. He answered. You too. Says, at that moment, I awkwardly stepped forward. Makyu blurted out. Why did not you come earlier? I was about to introduce you to my sister. She shyly replied. I was not mentally ready yet. He suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, after I entered the Divine Tower, What happened out here? I recalled. The Demon King and the Flame Demon King showed up, but my grandfather and Mir Bai stopped them. Hu Shuxia Jing also sent his guards who wiped out the cult's forces. She went over the details and analyzed. Then, a new powerful figure appeared on our side, seems even stronger than Mir Bai. Those two Demon Kings saw him and fled in terror. In the end, no one knows what skill the Demon King used. Suddenly, a demon blocked our attack. We feared the fight would spill into the civilian area, so we let the two Demon Kings escape with the councilman Xu Hui. Macu asked. The Flame Demon King is the one we clashed with last time. I nodded. Yeah, that is him. His eyes sharpened. Demon Kings are tough to kill, but just wait. Flame Demon, I have got a threat waiting for you in Shenyang. No matter how long it takes, I will personally make things right. The moon shone bright, casting a halo above, under a huge tree, and Wen sipped tea. How's it going? Settled yet? Yuan and Tyran approached with heavy expressions and drank his tea. Then grumbled. No one expected Blackfire to intervene, or we could be stopped Lian and the demon enchantress from sticking around. Tyran complained bitterly. If not for Blackfire, I would have killed Lian already. And when asked, did the old guy not step in? Yuan explained. He did, but when he appeared, the demon enchantress got so scared she sacrificed her life force to open the Shenyang portal, summoning one of Blackfire's arms. Too bad it happened in Nanhong City, or I would have made them pay dearly. Han continued. Still, we gained something this time, at least that Su Hui guy's cover was blown. Tyran nodded gravely. Never thought Su Hui was working for them all along. We have to be cautious. There are probably still plenty of Demon King spies in our ranks. And Wen stroked his beard, deep in thought. I will handle this. We need to cleanse the Empire's system completely. The sun shone bright as cheers echoed from the arena to the outside. The challenge round had the crowd buzzing. Heard the cult attacked last night, so the solo rounds format changed. We won to get to watch that. Huh? Yeah. We will just have to wait for the challenge round. I heard anyone can join the challenge round. And if you win 5 rounds straight, the prize is even better than the solo champions. Dao Dao explained the rules. Round 1. Challenge someone 5 levels above you. After each round, the level gap increases by 5. By round 3, you face a level 42 pro who has already changed class twice. Nenge added, it has been hundreds of years since the challenge rounds started, and no one's made it past round 4. Suddenly, Macu interrupted Dao Dao to say, pros at level 40 who get past round 1 earn a basic skill unlock. After round 2, an intermediate skill unlock. Round 3, a mid-level miracle potion, and round 4, 2 intermediate skill unlocks. Nenge hesitated, then added, as for round 5, no one's ever made it that far, so nobody knows what the prize is. His face showed no emotion, but his eyes were like a sharp arrow. Has no one ever reached him before? Well, let me see what I can figure out. Moments later, a challenger appeared, a level 34 sword shield knight. Barely had he stepped up when the challenger's shadow appeared, a level 39 sword shield knight accepting the fight. Mycian scanned him carefully. This guy's military. No doubt. Dado nodded. Right? The challenge round is tough, because all opponents are handpicked from the military. He fiercely attacked the challenger while she schooled him. They are not your average mercenaries, they are 5 levels higher. And most normal folks do not even survive the first round. He threw a powerful punch. The other guy was overwhelmed, completely off guard. No way, how is he this strong? In just a flash, the guy was sent flying. The announcement blared. Challenge failed. Immediately, another stepped forward to take the challenge only to be brutally crushed. The announcements kept coming. Challenge failed. Tu Thun silently vowed, I have lost face twice already. This time, I am taking back the honor that is mine. A figure stepped onto the field, a level 29 Radiant Mage, facing off against a level 34 Sword Shield Knight. The match host gave the signal. Tu Thun drew his weapon, a Radiant Blade. The opponent charged with maximum defense, ready to block. The guy lunged forward, and Tiku Thum immediately activated his Radiant Blade's shield. The challenger leaped up, fueled by intense energy, landing lightly on his feet. After a series of moves, he used the Radiant Shield to block the attack. Tu Thun showed no fear, thinking, let us see who is tougher, the guy's ultimate defense or my Radiant Shield. After a while, Tu Thun stood tall and unshaken while his opponent lay sprawled on the ground. The announcement rang out. Tu Thun. First round. Challenge successful. The crowd went wild, singing his praises. Finally, someone cracked the impossible challenge. This round was brutal. These military guys are monsters. Out of hundreds who tried, only Tu Thun made it through round 1. His legendary Radiant Mage class really is next level. He let out a relieved sigh. His shield was nearly shattered. If the guy had a few more seconds, he would probably lose. But luck was on his side. He still won. Takyu then stared intently at the prize before him as Ma Xiang stepped onto the field a death spirit mage named Lum M Xiang Yu. If Tu Thun can pass round 1, maybe he can even make it through round 2. The crowd buzzed with excitement, convinced he would set a new record. No way, no one's ever beaten this challenge in hundreds of years. Even Lam Mcju himself, a level 32 mage. Show some respect, sir. That is rude. The crowd below gasped. Shocked. What is going on? The challenger actually saluted Lam Mcju with respect. No wonder he is so strong, it is like he was forged by demons themselves. A burst of energy shot from his weapon. The guy unleashed a powerful attack and flew forward. Also commanded 2 dry soldiers. The incoming power carried sharp stones. The dry soldiers charged headlong. Despite the guy's tricky moves, the attack shattered his defenses and barreled straight toward him. He had no choice but to raise his magic shield again. A fierce force struck the magic shield. He could not hold it and was forced back. The dry soldiers locked their gaze on their prey. Then he switched to using flame resistance aura, packing insane power. A loud explosion erupted as 2 forces clashed violently. His magic shield shattered into pieces. Muffaja silently admired him. No wonder this class is army exclusive. They can hold out long enough for their magic shields to recharge. Others would be lost ages ago. He ordered the 2 dry soldiers again. They charged wildly. The guy's expression flickered, worry flashing across his face. His hands moved slightly as a force field formed around him. The energy burst forth, creating a magical formation. Messiank was stunned. That is a battlefield skill. The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Who knew he had a battlefield skill? What is a battlefield skill? It is a special skill for soldiers, usable only when combined with battlefield gear. Someone explained. It is hard to master. Not every soldier can use it. Ranks and classes matter. Battlefield skills vary, and some require teamwork among different classes. This guy's pretty surprising for knowing that. Then he slammed his weapon into the glowing ground, unleashing a blazing inferno. Flames blaze like molten lava as 2 figures charge in. The dry soldier stands firm in the inferno. Completely unscathed, you can see his shock and attack skill that can counter within a certain range. Messenger's cold voice cuts through. Let me see how far your limits go. The dry soldiers by his side just wait for the order to strike. The sweaty brute's eyes widen in panic before he gasps out, "Damn, this dude does not give anyone a chance." Respect. Lord Thu. A loud explosion echoes as the dry soldier breaks free and leaps away. Streams of energy surge in, shattering the magic shield, and he is blasted backward. An announcement rings out. Round 1. Lum Hum wins. The crowd buzzes with excitement. No surprise, Lum Masinyu cleared round 1 so easily. That soldier's been through countless battles. He is strong, but still lost to Lem Mcung. The real deal is just how insanely powerful Lam Mcung is. Snarky laughter breaks out. Looks like he is gonna breeze through this even easier than Tu Thun. Feels like he has got enough energy for round 2. Hearing this, he just sneers coldly. The host speaks up. Lam Mcung, do you want to keep going? Mesegan's icy reply. Bring it on. I am ready for the next challenge. Right in front of him now stands a level 37 shield knight. The armored man watches Mai Fingu quietly, thinking. Facing a healer head-on is the best move. Someone is summoning reinforcements. Round 2 is starting. He swings his shield out, ready to block. The dry soldier draws his sword, swiftly slashing at the shield. He backs off, silently admitting. Too strong. Getting close to this guy won't be easy. He gets blasted backward. The shield forms a powerful barrier of energy before him. He calculates quickly, then leaps with a sudden idea. This could be his chance. Mesiden gazes casually at the blue flames in his hand, saying, useless. Dry soldiers. Fall back. With that, 2 dry soldiers dissolve into black smoke and retreat. Mesang grins mischievously and calls out, come on out. Suddenly, a swarm of dry soldiers appear beside Maxang. He is shocked. Turns out he can summon dry soldiers back from a distance. Then a dark, ominous aura creeps up behind him. Panic sets it. I am trapped. Gotta break this circle. He spins around, only to find chains glowing and binding his entire body. He realizes it is a curse. Immediately, the dry soldiers rush in, delivering a coordinated strike. He is slammed by a burst of power. Staggering, his head ringing with one thought. I lost. Announcement blares. Round 2. Lum Hum wins. The crowd looks at him with awe. A level 27 taking down a level 37 like it is nothing. Feels like I could do that too, if he breezes through round 2. This definitely is not his limit. The host asks again. Want to keep going? Messiang answers without hesitation. Yeah. Suddenly, a gust of energy appears. The next challenger is a level 42 archer. The chatter never stops. Also a 3-star newbie like a Lem Mcn, all rocking platinum gear. If someone can survive round 3 at this difficulty, I can't even imagine rounds 4 or 5. Messick smirks. Round 4, 5. I will meet them soon enough. The announcement sounds off. The battle begins. He starts with a powerful barrage of arrows. The arrows fly straight at him, but Manhwa stays calm. Just as the arrows near, two dry soldier mages snatch flaming arrows midair. He thinks calmly, then activates a skill splitting into multiple clones. His movements a blur. A volley of arrows rains down, producing a thunderous sound. The audience gaps. It is, or is. This is the archer's second job skill attack, protected by his armor. Messiang dives through the chaos, impressing everyone. That armor's sick. This class can switch from offense to defense on a dime, undefeated for sure. Even Han admits, this defense skill is no joke. Footwork tight, solid block, and jumps up, shooting arrows at the dry soldiers while Mapasiang strategizes. The high-level archer's too nimble. His dry soldiers can he keep up? He needs to limit the archer's moves. Messiang uses a skill to slow down time, and in an instant, chains shoot toward Han. At that moment, the entire Han was blinded, wildly vulnerable, and in an instant, Han broke free. Well, the chains had not caught up yet. He fired a powerful arrow that radiated with energy. Immediately after, the chains were shattered by the purified arrows. Amazing. He actually has purification skills just like the selection masters. Then, he shot out a silent arrow. Try dodging this one. He challenged. The arrow flew fast but was easily blocked by armor. He was stunned. What? Even the silent arrow did not work. The crowd was terrified. That defense skill is insane, immune to control skills. Someone, anyone, tell me, what is the real deal with this class? The tension skyrocketed. The crowd was buzzing. Looks like his class is totally broken. What now? Seems like a standstill. Neither side can land a hit. Messiang calculated silently, thinking about releasing more dry soldiers. Warriors, can't he catch up? And the enemy still has formations. He summoned an aura around his hand, hesitating if this skill was too reckless. Then he split into multiple copies, firing arrows from his bow. Messiang guessed silent arrow encased his head in a blue aura, causing him to clutch his head suddenly. A piercing scream echoed as he collapsed. The onlookers panicked. What just happened? No clue. Seems like Lama Messiang used some attack skill that blinds the target. He formed an aura in his hand, calmly aiming wide, and gasped in shock. Heart pounding. What skill did he just unleash? The blue aura wrapped tightly, causing him intense head pain. I stared at the terrifying power radiating from Msiguk and felt a jolt of alarm. Who the hell is this guy? What kind of monster just showed up? Just then, the third aura sounded off. Lum Msiang won. The crowd buzzed. I swear this guy's terrifying, or what? Already past round 3, are we witnessing history in the making today? The host looked at him. Messiang, you want to keep going? Without hesitation, he confidently replied, bring it on. Now a level 45 sword and shield knight stepped up. Someone gasped. Level 45. The crowd whispered. Only 3 levels higher than last round. So round 4 is this tough. No one's made it through yet. Look at that. Then came other level 45 classes. Archer, Mage, Heavy Fighter, and Warlord. The crowd freaked out. No way. A full team of 5. How do you even fight that? Not even a god could save him. Lemem Nsikos only level 27. Everyone on that team is 18 levels above him. Messiang stood the sword and shield knight's aura 9 Starfire intent. This guy's a true battle-hardened warrior. His teammates behind him were at least 5 Starfire intent. Looks like these are the real heavy hitters, he thought. No wonder no one's passed round 4 before. It is because of these guys. The two silently sized him up with sharp eyes. The sword and shield knight spoke up. You have got solid skills to make it this far. That alone's impressive. Messiang summoned a surge of energy in his hand, smiled faintly, and said, thanks. But today, I aimed. Suddenly, black energy vines exploded out, spreading with terrifying speed. In the stands, the crowd panicked. What is happening? Am I dreaming? In a flash, the dark energy turned into thousands of dry soldier warriors, a suffocating swarm. Is this the true death mage? It is literally like an army. Even the sword and shield knight was horrified. This kid's insane. Tuthun was terrified. So many dry soldiers? He is such a sneaky bastard. Some have not even finished respawning. Kinfi next to him muttered. What the hell are we even fighting? Messiang controlled the energy ring with a wave of his hand. On his command, the dry soldiers charged in mass. The dry soldier mages took their battle positions, attacked from 4 directions. The level 45 team had no choice but to activate their body shields. The archer Dung and the mage fired rapidly, the flames spreading fast toward the enemy. The sword and shield knight urgently warned his allies. We can't hold much longer, move fast. One immediately activated the flame annihilation stance. Another fired a brutal arrow. Instantly, 2 massive forces charged, smashing into the army of dry soldiers with full fury. A surge of fiery energy burst to the left, and at that moment, a dry soldier mage was wiped out. Considering his calculations and healing skills, a dry soldier might hold, But a mage truly could not withstand it. Suddenly, a wave of corrupt energy stealthily surged toward him. At that very instant, the armor on the soldier's body magically tightened. The assassin's eyes blazed fiercely. But two dry soldiers had already caught him. Then, a powerful burst of energy exploded unexpectedly. The two dry soldiers glared at each other, but the assassin had vanished without a trace. The soldier conjured a fiery spirit, his expression cold, ready to make a run for it. At the same time, the panicked assassin shouted to the war king beside him, "Sister Luma." The sword-shield knight asked, "What is the status?" The assassin's face turned pale, grimacing in pain. "That skill. It hurts too much." The soldier unleashed a curse to slow them down, and chains shot forward all at once. One of the enemies used a purification aura, instantly shattering the chains. After checking, the soldier calmly said, "As expected, there is advanced support here. My curse skill is useless." The dry soldier troops reformed their tight circle. A warning shout rang out. "Dry soldiers, hold the line," the mage nearby replied. "Got it." The dry soldiers closed in, shrinking the distance, then created a fiery resistance shield for protection. The fiery shield pushed back the soldier's flames, forcing him to retreat. At that moment, a chain arrow was readied and fired. The chain shot out, wrapping tightly around a dry soldier. The archer shouted, "My chain arrow won't hold for long." A fierce energy burst straight at him. Urgent shouts blared. "No time to waste. Clear the way. Move up." In the stands, faces were shocked. "It is Lambac Noose army of dry soldiers is falling apart." This was the true power of a top-tier level 45 professional team. It felt like Lambac Nu was on the verge of defeat. The others shifted focus to him. "He's got too many dry soldiers. Our strong units will get worn down until we are drained. We have to take him out first." The archer Yanggong aimed carefully. Mak Yu muttered in admiration. "No wonder he is from the Divine Army. This is the first time I have fought a pro, and it is this intense." Their whole team surged forward with a battle cry full of spirit. His eyes sharpened as he watched them, thinking, "It is useless. I am going to win." The sword shield knight and his comrades charged rapidly. Mak Yu flicked his hand, summoning the fiery spirit. Flames shot straight at the sword shield knight's group. He thought in agony, "These flames can burn souls." Moments later, the war king was dragged off the arena, stammering in shock. He realized, "I have been defeated." Watching the arena, the war king worried. "Without me, they won't hold out much longer." The sword shield knight struggled against Mak Yu's dry soldiers, eyes wide in terror. He instantly saw a dozen more dry soldiers rushing in to attack. Soon after, the sword shield knight's entire team was thrown out of the arena like the war king. The announcer's voice boomed. Fourth round of battle finished. Lambac Yu win. The crowd gasped in stunned excitement. He won. That fire just now wiped out an entire team of high-level pros. Soul Death Mage, he is terrifying. Ai in the stands turned to Dao Dao. "Dao Dao, do you think Mak Yu can make it to round 5? Dao Dao frowned. "I do not know. His power is beyond what I understand. No one's ever seen round 5 before." Suddenly, Zhongkao said, "I did not expect we would witness history today." Mugok nodded beside him. "Yeah. Lambac Yu's name is about to be etched into professional tournament history." On the arena, Level 2 skill Quan truck flew over to Mak Nu. Judge Jiu Duanji asked him, "Nu, do you want to continue?" Mak Nu nodded firmly. "I am ready to keep fighting." As he spoke, the crowd erupted in chatter. "No way we are actually going to see round 5. I thought the organizers would not set this difficulty. But here we are." An announcement echoed. "Round 5 will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare." The golden ticket flew right in front of Mak Ingyu as the announcement blared. "The prize for this round is a vial of elixir and a high-level skill scroll." The crowd buzzed again, realizing this was a top-tier reward and item that only a third job advancement could unlock. "You can just buy this with money." Oh man, Macking has not even hit second job yet. And here's a clear path laid out for the third. On the arena, Macking's eyes flickered with surprise. 2 rewards. Didn't expect that. He did the math. As the rounds go on, the chance to unlock high-level skills drops drastically. If he gets that skill scroll, he is guaranteed to learn a powerful new ability, and that elite elixir. Using it after the third job upgrade will permanently boost 20,000 attribute points. Priceless. Macking mumbled under his breath. No wonder Baksh then said the challenge is the most crucial test. There is no way he is letting this prize slip away this round. 3 minutes later, his challenger was teleported onto the battlefield. The moment the opponent appeared, the crowd went wild. Damn, all level 50 job holders. And not just that, it is a team full of mages with insane firepower that laughs off swarm attacks. The lineup included a level 50 Holy Knight and a level 50 Elder of the Forest. The audience whispered, "Looks like Mak Inji's dry soldier squad is about to get wrecked this round." Then 2 others stepped out, a level 50 Shadow Mage and a level 50 Flame Sorcerer. The crowd's hope for Mak Inji faded. The Shadow Mage, also known as the Grand Master of Crowd Control, spells trouble. This class has tons of group control skills, while the Flame Sorcerer deals insane damage. with the Elder of the Forest backing them up. They are unstoppable. The last two revealed were a level 50 Spirit Summoner and an Elemental Mage. The crowd erupted even more. Wait, a Summoner too. They are bringing out the Summoner against Mak Ingyu. Don't forget, the Spirit Summoner has a skill called Skill Reset. Sensing danger, I quickly turned to Sister Yeo and asked, isn't this lineup way over the top for round 5? Macking on the battlefield noticed the unusual setup too. Seems like this team was built specifically to counter him. There is no hiding it anymore. At that moment, the announcement boomed. Challenge begins. The Holy Knight immediately took a defensive stance. Eyes sharp. They are here to defend the arena. And the opponents, just some level 27 kid. Are young players really this strong now? She wondered. The guy behind quickly started regenerating his skills. Mak Inc. was not sitting still either. Unleashing a swarm of dry soldiers, the Holy Knight shouted orders to prepare a mass attack to wipe out Mak Ingyu's dry soldier squad. Mak Inc. pulled out a scythe and readied for battle. The crowd below gasped. Is that his weapon? The scythe, Mak Ingyu's signature weapon. They had not seen him use it before. Seeing the chaos on the battlefield, Thun below panicked. How is he going to summon that thing? Meanwhile, the Flame Sorcerer unleashed a fiery storm. The Shadow Mage cast his spell, Silent Cloud of Sleep. The Elemental Mage followed with Flame Vortex. The Spirit Summoner quickly called forth his beasts in response. This team activated their Summoner Skill Reset skill. The audience below murmured. Skill Reset. So they can spam mass magic attacks again. The challengers launched another volley against Mak Ingyu. He did not just take it, he swung forward. Summoning. Rise. Sleeping Souls. Instantly, the Hellgate Warden appeared behind Mak Ingyu, his expression hardening. The crowd exploded with chatter. What is that? Another summon from Lam Mak Ingyu. The Hellgate Warden pressed down hard on the battlefield, exerting massive pressure on everyone. The Holy Knight felt dizzy, muttering, no way, if I am right, that is the Hellgate Warden, a level hell boss. Right? Mak Ing said nothing. He raised his hand to heal the Soul General, then commanded, lead the troops forward. My Soul General. The Soul General's eyes blazed with fierce light in an instant. Then he quickly directed the soldiers and dry mages to charge ahead. Moments later, 3 dry soldiers had already fallen. Seeing the battle unfold, Mak Ing thought, as expected, a level 50 mage is enough to take down my dry soldiers. The Hellgate Warden spread his wings and stood firm, blocking incoming fire to protect the dry soldiers. Golden Ticket watched the scene outside in shock. This Hellgate boss summon has soul, had skills like that. He did not expect the Death Spirit Mage class to have something so powerful on the battlefield. The Holy Knights team retreated to defensive positions, hunkering down for group protection. The Outpost Guardian charged toward them. Weapon raised, he aimed carefully and slammed into the Holy Knight's defense barrier. The Holy Knight's face went pale. Our group attack skills are completely blocked by the Outpost Guardian. The Elemental Mage whispered. Dong Hong. We have used this formation before to take down the Hellgate boss. The Shadow Mage quickly cast the Sleepy Cloud spell. Raindrops began to fall swiftly from the sky. The rain from this spell left the Kalo warrior completely immobilized. Linen used a formation to counter the rain. Soon after, the Kolo warrior's fighting spirit surged. The Outpost Guardian roared as his power was boosted. The Sleepy Cloud spell's effect on my Shadow Mage is broken. The Outpost Guardian attacked the Holy Knight's defense barrier again. Cracks began to show on the defense shield from the repeated hits. The summoned spirit beast growled swiftly, resetting its skills. The Holy Knight's collective defense instantly recovered to full strength. Messianju's expression flickered with surprise. That skill reset is way too powerful. Looks like we have to take down that summoned beast first. On the other side, the Elemental Mage signaled. This time, try attacking him. Both the Shadow Mage and the Flame Mage nodded in agreement. Immediately, all attacks shifted to MCing. He stood firm. Calculating. Level 50 Mage group attack. Can my 2 armored cores hold? Maku analyzed the situation and predicted. Not bad. My spiritual energy is still full enough to keep pushing my 2 armor core skills. When his foot got stuck sinking into the ground, Maku spun around in shock. A swamp. It is the Shadow Mage's skill. As he gradually sank, Maknu quickly called out, and Hu soldiers rushed over to pull his leg out of the swamp. Soon after, a squad of key soldiers surfaced and formed a platform for him to step out. Seeing this, the Shadow Mage fumed. Damn it! That swamp skill of mine was supposed to trap him. But now he is free again. Vong Hein Ten Quan commanded the Kalo warriors to attack without pause. The warriors surged forward, striking the Holy Knight's defense barriers all at once. Seeing the shield about to shatter, the Holy Knight shouted, "The shield's breaking. Reset my skills." Now, the summoned spirit hurriedly replied, "It won't be that fast. My summoned beast needs time to recover too." Then, the Outpost Guardian shattered the defense shield. The crowd erupted in chaos. Oh man! The level 50 Holy Knight's shield just got wrecked. The skill reset was still on cooldown. Clearly, Lum Madzasink's Kolo was way stronger than in round 4 on the battlefield. The Holy Knight kept his cool. Kolos closing in. Attack now. The Elemental Mage used Fire Resistance Wall, then added Flame Wall, burning some of the Kolo warriors to ashes. The Spirit Beast summoned by the Elemental Mage finally recovered, resetting the Holy Knight's skills. The Holy Knight shouted, "Use collective defense again." She smiled softly. "Even if it takes forever, we have to wear down that brat." Messianju's voice rang out from behind. "Wear me down." The Holy Knight turned, surprised to see Seaman sneaking up behind. "You are a mage, and you dare get this close to a warrior," she warned, ready to strike. Msinging waved his hand, casting a slowing spell. The Holy Knight's team was momentarily blinded. He calculated, "My spell won't hold them long, but it buys me enough time." The Kolo warriors charged in with a brutal strike. Msiyang slammed his hand down, triggering a violent corpse explosion skill. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, level 50 summoned beast, its vitality far surpasses other classes. He detonated the corpse skill, blasting the Holy Knights away instantly. The Elemental Mage gasped. What kind of insane skill was that? The crowd outside the arena was stunned. What just happened? What blew up like that? The explosion cleared, leaving behind a dense cloud of smoke. The Blue Knight slowly emerged from the smoke, battered and bruised. She thought to herself, her shield had shattered during the fight. Looking around, she was shocked to find she was alone. Only you, the outpost guard, and the dry soldiers were quickly approaching her. The Blue Knight took a deep breath. This challenge was real. She closed her eyes and steadied herself, raising her hand in praise. She said, "You did well. With a young talent like you, the future of our guild is in good hands." With that, she leapt off the arena floor, just as the announcement blared. Challenge round 5. Lam Makan wins. As soon as it ended, Dao Dao jumped up excitedly, shouting, "We won!" The crowd erupted in cheers. "Incredible. This match deserves to go down in history." Kim Bang stepped forward, carrying the prize. Heading toward Mak Yu, he praised him. "You did an amazing job. Here's your reward." Mak Yu bowed his head in thanks, wondering to himself if there would be a 6th round after round 5, and whether he should participate. As if reading his thoughts, Ivian messaged, "Know when to quit." Mak hide, abandoning the idea this was where it ended. Behind the scenes, Kim Bang called out to Lam Mak Ingyu. Mak Yu turned and asked, "Senior, did you need me for something?" Kim Bang introduced himself. "I am Kim." Mak Yu recognized him immediately. Kim Bang, one of the Empire's 12 counselors. Politely, he asked, "Counselor Kim, may I know what you need?" Kim Bang fired back. "You are the top scholar from Hakin Academy this year, right?" Mak Yu nodded. "Yes." Kim Bang extended his hand, proposing, "I am a professor at the academy and also a mage. I would like to take you as my disciple. Are you interested?" Hearing this, Dao Dao's eyes widened in surprise. Kim Bang was trying to recruit Lam Mak Yu as his student. Mak Yu bowed politely. "Thank you, Counselor Kim, but I already have a master." At his words, Kim Bang's expression darkened. Who might that be? At that moment, Mak Yu's watch buzzed with an incoming call. Mak Yu answered, "It is my master calling." Dao Dao and Yi Ji stood by, curious and eager. "Kim Bang, hurry and pick up. Let us see who is stealing my disciple." Ivian's face appeared on the screen, his tone serious. "Little Bang, I heard you are trying to poach my disciple." Seeing the face on the screen, Kim Bang immediately straightened up. He respectfully said, "Lord Batch, so it is you." Ivian warned, "My little brother Lam. Do not even think about taking him." Kim Bang scratched his head awkwardly. "If I would known he was Lord Batch then disciple, I would never have come." Ivian reminded him again, "Right? Make sure those guys tighten security around this kid's records." Kim Bang nodded. "Don't worry, Lord Batch." Ivian added, "Get back to work. Once the contest ends, come see me, an elder man. You probably already know what it is about." Kim Bang replied seriously, "Yes, after the contest, we will come meet you, an elder man." After hanging up, Ivian turned to Mak Ingu. "Little Lamb, you have been standing out a lot lately, but it is time to get back to the academy. I have got a new mission for you." Mak Ingu nodded. "Yes, Master." After the call ended, Ivian happily dashed ahead. "Let us back to Hakin Academy." At the student dormitory, Mak Ingu had returned to his room and sat down to meditate. Then, Mak Ingu took out a potion he won from the contest and drank it. A surge of power shot through his body, and his stats began to rise. He smiled. "Finally, besides my spirit power, I can boost other attributes now." The next morning, at Van's place, Ivian looked at him with satisfaction. "You did great this time. And Van Cut, isn't he that awesome? No one's ever made it past round 5 before. And you are even stronger than your master was back then. He only made it to round 3 at best." Hearing this old story, Ivian snapped, "Can we please drop this already?" Then he cleared his throat and calmed down. I've got a new task for Mak Ingu. Next, you need to head to the palace dungeon to quickly reach level 30. After that, I will guide you somewhere. Maku asked. Palace dungeon, he wondered aloud. Why not just grind in the battlefield? I think leveling up there is faster. Plus you can earn military merit. Ivian warned. For the next few days, stay in the academy. You have been too conspicuous lately. Going out may attract unwanted attention, he warned anxiously. Over the years, many geniuses in the Empire have been assassinated. You have got to stay sharp. Inside the academy, you will be safe. Mesega nodded. Got it. I understand. After he left, and Vin asked, are you really planning to take him there? Lovin confirmed. Of course. How else can we call it a true profession? The sooner he gets there, the better, and Vin frowned. Worried? Aren't you afraid he might get hurt? Lovin chuckled softly. This kid's tougher than we think. He is not that easy to kill. Plus, with the spirit alter's mark, even if he dies, he can come back. Meanwhile, Messiank was still deep in thought, seeing the familiar path to the dungeon palace. He whispered, we are back again. Messiank walked into the academy under admiring gazes from students. Look, Lama Yethan's back. Heard he crushed 5 rounds of the challenge. I once ran a dungeon with a future god-tier powerhouse. Just thinking about it still pumps me up. Dude, that was just you buying your way through the dungeon with points. He sighed inwardly. Realizing the truth, no wonder so many eyes are on him. The Hun heard the buzz. Lum Hethan, you are back. Messiank greeted. Yeah? She shot him a teasing look. What dungeon are you hitting this time? Need me to recommend something? A fair prices. Of course. Her message popped up just as the Hun got a notification praising her. Generous boss. Got a 100-point transfer. Before him appeared a flickering black ring of light. This was the entrance to the Fire God's Palace. A floating orb displayed details. Fire God's Palace. Level 32 dungeon. Selectable difficulty. Normal. Nightmare. Level range. 2737. Entry fee. 500 points. Reset fee. 2500 points. Time limit. 120 hours. Record. 8 hours 32 minutes 15 seconds. Messiank studied the info. It is normal difficulty. So why's the record almost 9 hours? She finally answered. You noticed? This dungeon takes forever to clear. Nobody even picks it because it is one of the 5 elemental dungeons. The Hun explained. Besides the 4 common elements wind, water, fire, and thunder, there is also the light element. Each element has its own essence. If you are lucky, you can collect fragments of those essences. Curious? He asked. What happens if you collect all 5 fragments? She answered honestly. I am not sure either, but rumor has it the rewards are insane. Messian glanced around. So the other elemental dungeons are around here too, the Hun clarified. Around here there is only one entrance, the water elemental dungeon, level 37. Only accessible from level 32. The wind elemental dungeon also requires level 37, so you are not ready yet. The thunder and light elemental dungeons are not here, you will have to find those yourself. After hearing this, he said, thanks. She quickly waved it off. No problem. Mai Siang spun on his heel and headed alone toward the cave entrance. He paused, thought it over, and chose nightmare difficulty. Instantly, Messi Enyu was plunged into a dreamlike volcanic cavern, watching the wisps of white smoke curl upward. He guessed. Looks like this dungeon's gonna keep burning me with fire element attacks non-stop. Masang cautiously ventured deeper inside. He observed the terrain as he moved, understanding why this dungeon takes so long to clear. Bubbling lava pits erupted continuously without 2 spirit mages. It would be impossible to stay sane here. Suddenly, 2 monsters appeared in the distance. They spotted Mephi Ying. These were Fire Blaze Spirits elite powered-up monsters. Level 32. Stats: Strength 10,000, Speed 3,000, Spirit 4,000, Constitution 10,000. Skills: Fire Blaze Attack. Traits: Immune to fire damage. 50% physical damage reduction. The female looked like a hidden elemental beast. You can just brute force these here. It unleashed a volley of flames at Mafasien, but he was unharmed. His dry soldier had already appeared in front of him. It charged back, but the Fire Blaze Spirit was wiped out without a trace. It vanished instantly. System message. Eliminated level 32 Fire Blaze Spirit. Gained 640,000 XP. Obtained Fire Blaze Core. Just as expected, no corpse. Mesigung ordered the dry soldier to scout the area. Suddenly, something appeared that made his expression serious. Guess I was wrong, there are monsters with physical bodies here. A red creature covered in spikes emerged. Messian thought, if it drops a corpse, this just got a lot easier. He immediately commanded, lead those monsters right here. The Kala warrior surged with fury, roaring fiercely as he stretched and leapt high into the air. Instantly, A whole herd followed the Kikulju warriors. Meanwhile, MC Yang just stayed calm and unleashed his move. Slowing everything down, thousands of chains shot out, binding that beast tight. Then, the Kikulju warrior struck again with a devastating blow. He surged forward, hurling a fireball mixed with lightning obliterating the beast's corpse. This throw shook the very halls of the Flame God's palace. Lightning arc surged, interacting with the molten lava inside. MC and JCC gaze never wavered as the flames spread rapidly along the corridor. Then, fire rode up like a beast unleashed, and the fireball outside the cave's entrance burst into flames. Someone shouted, "Guys, check this out. The Flame God's palace dungeon gate and cave are all blurry now." And a new difficulty level popped up: normal. Nightmare. Hell, everyone was stunned. No way. The Flame God's palace just locked in hell difficulty. The soldiers panicked, staring ahead, wondering what the hell was going on and who was inside the dungeon. It looked like Lindsay Athen. The INN, holding his tea, slid aside, and Vin noticed and asked, "What is wrong?" The Vinime replied, "As the headmaster of Kin Academy, no change within the academy escapes my control. Just now, the hell difficulty for the Flame God's Palace dungeon was triggered." He looked at Vin. "I just checked who entered the dungeon." "Guess who?" he answered bluntly. "If it is triggered, who else but that kid? Right?" The Thinen continued. "He is after the elemental shard. Only hell difficulty has a chance to drop that." Hearing this, and said, "Activating hell difficulty means wiping out tons of monsters in a short time, causing massive impact on the dungeon." Sipping his tea, the Thine added, "That kid might actually pull it off." Hearing that, the Thinen got furious. Even if he triggers hell difficulty, no guarantee he will snag the elemental shard. "We tried back in our day, no luck." And Ven suddenly grew serious, as if determined to prove a point. "Then watch closely. That kid could surprise us all." Meanwhile, MC Young asked the Kikulju warrior, "Seems like the fire element is getting even more intense." He dashed forward, slashing at the monster ahead, watching the beast roar fiercely. He noted, even the monsters are getting stronger, attacking the monsters around him. He desperately sought a plan. "Gotta find the boss fast, or my Kuru will be burned to ashes." Recalling the map, he looked up thoughtfully. "Got it." Cold and determined, Masiangjiv stepped forward with fierce resolve. He passed through the gates of the Flame God's palace. The eyes on the gate snapped open, sounding an alarm. Intruder detected. He flinched at the warning. Outside the gate, massive crowds appeared. Dozens of elite hell-level guards of the Flame God's palace stood before him, eyeing the monsters. He muttered, "Hell level. Huh." He looked them over, puzzled. Since when did the dungeon become hell level? Did I trigger some special mechanic? The fire monsters attacked the Kikulju warriors, taking down 2 right away. Masiangjiv studied them closely. They even had crowd control skills. He swung his blade, power surging through his entire body, calling on the spirit revival. The spirit warrior Lu surged fiercely to life. They growled fiercely, charging forward at top speed. Their boosted strength let them strike the fire monsters swiftly. Seeing the scene, Msiang exclaimed, "There is a corpse makes things easier." He commanded seriously, "Finish this mission now." At his order, they charged forward. The situation was chaotic. 12 Kikulju warriors had already been wiped out. Flames kept spurting from the gates as hundreds of fire monsters poured out. Msiangju saw this and said, "Perfect timing. If we do not step up now, those corpses will be ashes." Dozens of chains shot out with a slowing curse. The chains locked tightly onto the advancing monsters. The Chao Lo warriors quickly launched their counterattack, and the fiery carnage bathed the palace in a crimson blaze. "Your chain boots have crushed dozens of monsters." Maku barked out orders. "Keep the firepower coming." The door exploded open in a cloud of dust. He stepped inside, analyzing rapidly. This fire element here was far more ferocious. Inside, massive flowers bloomed. The seasoned warriors were puzzled. As they approached the fiery flower, suddenly a massive flame erupted, wiping out 2 veteran fighters instantly. Maku stared at the flower before him. Then, a giant hand of flame reached out from the fiery battlefield. Lunging straight at him, Maku dodged swiftly, retreating alongside the seasoned warriors. Behind him, the veteran soldiers readied themselves to charge. They attacked the huge fiery hand, but the flames only grew larger. It transformed into the fire god's palace flower, a hell-level boss. Eyeing the flower at the monster's core, he grew suspicious. Suddenly, the beast surged forward, attacking Maku. 4 seasoned warriors fell quickly. Maku stood frozen, watching it all. Then commanded, "Gather the bodies here." Maku unleashed his ultimate move, the Flame Soul Strike. A massive surge of power slammed into the monster's upper body. It thrashed wildly, locking eyes on Maku before charging at him. He was stunned by the monster's speed. After that attack, he knew he had to limit this brute's moves. Maku's chained boots flashed around the monster's body. The veteran warriors advanced with him. They clashed fiercely. The monster raised its hand to shield its eyes. Maku also raised his hand, blocking his own sight. The fierce battle raged on, relentless power crashing into the monster as assault. Before it could react, a lightning-fast shadow struck the beast. Then dozens of veteran soldiers leapt into attack. The monster shattered into pieces, destroying the fire god's palace flower. The key in the flower appeared before everyone's eyes. System notification: acquired fire god key and fire god flower. The fire god key opens the true fire god palace. The fire god flower can awaken the fire god after use. Manhwa stepped forward, reaching out to grab the key and the flower. A new path opened, but enemies swarmed around him. Manhwa scanned his surroundings, realizing at this hell-level difficulty, going without 5 support members was a death sentence. Even he was barely holding up against this relentless fire element. Still, he pressed onward calmly. Suddenly, the eye he saw earlier appeared. A massive flaming eye suddenly materialized in the palace. Locked on him, a one-eyed monster stood before him. Info popped up. Lava Titan. Hell-level boss. Manhwa was shocked. Hell-level boss? Shouldn't the fire god be the boss here? I was at the Lava Titan. Could the fire god palace and fire god hall be different dungeons? Thinking back to the key and flower, he guessed Senza only cleared the fire god palace. So that was just the first step toward conquering the fire god hall. The veteran warriors charged forward, falling under the fiery onslaught. The brutal fight claimed 5 seasoned soldiers. His attack had shattered. Manhwa, let us add a second layer of bone armor first. Looks like the veterans can face the boss head-on. Saying that, he swung his blade fast and furious. Manhwa shouted, "Show yourselves, Battlefield Demon Kings." Ghostly demons erupted from his blade. The Battlefield Demon Kings' spirits appeared. Manhwa said coldly, "If this is a fight to the death, I would better bring my all." The battle between the Battlefield Demon Kings and the Lava Titan officially began. Lava Titan unleashed a furious assault, aiming at the Demon Kings. As the strike came down, the Demon Kings countered with a nullification move. The attack rebounded, blasting apart a massive boulder. Then the Demon Kings retaliated with a charm spell. Seeing the Titan unaffected, Manhwa realized the charm skill was useless against this monster. It keeps unleashing moves like an erupting volcano. A fierce volcanic blast swiftly charges toward my side, engulfing everyone around me in flames. The fire incinerates everything, one by. My allies fall. 10 dry soldiers eliminated, then 16 more wiped out. Seeing the chaos, I hurriedly tell myself I have to move faster. Jagged ice spears shoot up from the ground, launching forward with lightning speed. The magma giant stretches out his hand to block the icy spear attack. The Demon King keeps raining down relentless attacks. The monster does not hold back either, striking with void energy and stomping powerfully wherever it steps. Dry soldiers fall one after another. I use a slowing spell to reduce the giant at speed as my chains tighten around him. He thrashes to break free. He retaliates with a magma eruption attack. His assault is aimed straight at me. The dry soldiers around me get wiped out fast. 7 down. Then more follow. Sensing danger, I watch him warily with guarded eyes. The giant steps closer. The Demon King uses a life-absorbing move to grow stronger. The chains binding the monster begin to vanish. With a sudden move, the monster strikes again. The Demon King and Giant clash head-on. As the Demon King commands dozens of dry soldiers to attack, the Giant sees a hole ripped through his body. The Demon King lands a crushing punch, one-shotting the Magma Giant, triggering the boss monster defeated alert along with the Fire God's domain. I glance around, then say, "Let us head out first." Once outside, I breathe a sigh of relief. Finally out. If I stayed in there any longer, I am pretty sure I would not have lasted. Alert, Magma Giant defeated. X plus 380,000. Obtained Magma Staff, acquired small fire crystal shard. 3 shards combine into a full fire crystal. Hearing this, I wonder, what is the use of these small crystal shards once fused into a fire crystal? Outside, people hear the announcement. Someone shouts, "There is Zongjio. Since Lam the Great set the record last time, someone else just broke it. Fire God's Palace." System notification: first place record Lam Kingzun. Second place none. The crowd buzzes. It is Lam the Great again? Breaking records. But what about the guild records? Why are they all gone? Another guy laughs. Want to know why? Hearing this, the crowd grows impatient. Why? Spill it already. Cut the mystery act. He replies calmly. Because Lam the Great cleared the dungeon on hell difficulty, so his record is not ranked alongside nightmare difficulty. Many scoff. Don't he talk nonsense? We have fought Fire God's Palace before. Yeah? There is no hell difficulty in this dungeon. Highest is nightmare. Who is he trying to fool? He stays cool. I am not fooling anyone. When the dungeon upgraded, I watched from outside. Don't he believe me? Check it yourselves. Hearing this, they jostle to crowd around and watch. System announces. Record for clearing Fire God's Palace on hell difficulty. First place. Lem Idik, 3 hours 58 minutes 22 seconds. The crowd gasps at the hell level. Nobody expected Lam the Great to be this strong. The clear time on hell difficulty is twice as fast as nightmare. Feels like this is not even his limit. I calmly step out of the dungeon and head to my master, asking what the crystal shards do. Meanwhile, the others anxiously ask, "Are we still fighting?" A loud voice orders. "Fight," Trongfeng snaps. "Of course we fight. Do you think the 12 of us can take down just one guy?" Gritting his teeth, Trongfeng adds, "I rushed here as soon as I heard about the dungeon upgrade, did not expect that damn dog to be the one." His angry glare is terrifying. "This time, I swear I will ruin you completely, your reputation and your life." Meanwhile, and Ven sips tea as a blue light suddenly appears. He asks, "I heard the dungeon upgrade was done by that kid, right?" Startled, I nod. "Yeah, but there are a few things I do not understand. Can you check them out for me?" "Master," he pulled out the zipper pull along with the flower and placed them right in front of the two of them, and Ven looked at it thoughtfully. The tiny crystallized fragment. Truma M asked, "You have heard the rumor about gathering all 5 elemental fragments, right?" "Well, that is actually not true," and Ven clarified. "A unified fragment of the male elemental force can achieve the divine elemental stone." The elder continued, "Didn't you already get a divine elemental stone fragment during your 3rd promotion? The same type that boosts the chance of career ascension." Hearing this, Msingyu's eyes widen in shock. "So the 3rd promotion can actually trigger ascension." The elder explained further. "To become a legendary high-level career, you have to go through 2 ascensions. The 2nd ascension is way tougher than the 1st, even with all sorts of treasures and tricks. Success rates are low, but with the divine elemental stone, the chance jumps up to about 30%. Realizing this, he replied, "That is why I absolutely have to get my hands on the divine elemental stone." And Vin looked at Mseeing and said, "As for the real fire god palace where it is, how powerful the fire god is we do not really know. Only you can go explore it yourself." Without another word, Mseeing bowed his head and stepped back. "Thank you, sirs. I will take my leave now." And Vin glanced at Ovin and asked, "Didn't you ever go to the Lightning Palace? Why did not you tell that kid about it?" Ovin replied, "That was over a decade ago, during the war against the Abyss Demon Lord. Remembering the palace, I only saw it once on the battlefield. After that, it vanished. He is still too weak now. Wait until he gets stronger, then tell him to check out Battlefield No. 8. Ovin grew serious. "As for that mysterious Azure Palace, I have never encountered it. He will just have to rely on his luck." Back at the Dungeon Palace, Mseeing quietly took in everything around him. He scanned the interior, thinking, if this place is so important, maybe I should battle a few more rounds and grab some rewards for Yai and my sister. Suddenly, a group led by Trong Feng appeared, all eyes fixed ahead in panic. He looked utterly shocked, like he could not believe his own eyes. "I came fully prepared, even brought 4 battle mages and still failed." Before they could recover, a voice cut in. "Step aside. I want to enter the dungeon." Hearing this, he snapped, "What the hell do you want? Get lost and try another dungeon." Trong Feng's eyes went wide as if he could not trust what he was seeing. Panicked, he shouted, "Lum Sing." Calmly, Mseeing strode past them. The system announced the dungeon's blade timer reset. He responded, "Set difficulty to hell." Trakung Feng heard this and could not believe his ears. "Hell difficulty," clenching his fists until veins popped. He said, "Let us watch and see if he can clear the dungeon." In no time, Mseeing stepped into the dungeon. Moving forward, he said, "To save time, have the dry soldiers pull some monsters over later." At the palace main hall, 2 monsters stood ready to fight. Mseeing activated his power. Dozens of dry soldiers appeared. Mseeing commanded, "Pull the monsters. Hold them, but do not let them get burned." With that, the dry soldiers rushed forward. Mseeing strategized, "Prepare the corpses first, then take down the magma giant. That should save a lot of time." He stepped forward slowly. The magma giant eyed him with a single, menacing glare. Msingyu raised his weapon. As the demon appeared, he unleashed his unique skill, slowing the giant down and binding it tight, using the corpses he gathered earlier. He ordered, "Charge!" The horde of bodies surged straight at the monster. The Demon King raised his hand, slashing fiercely. His attack pierced through the giant's body, shattering the corpse's formation. Hundreds of dry soldiers then swarmed in, each strike landing hard on the beast. Outside, people cheered. Someone just broke the dungeon record again. Hearing this, Lothang was startled. One of his men rushed over. "Chief, it is Lam Seeing. He just set a new record." He blinked in disbelief. "What? He has only just entered the dungeon." Watching the whispers around him, Lothang knew this was not even Lumzi Ithan's best. This record. No one's breaking it now, only Lumzi Ithan can. System announcement. New record on Hellfire God difficulty 1st place. Le 1 hour 12 minutes 34 seconds. Second place. None. Seeing the stats, Lithang was so shocked he nearly turned pale. 1 hour 12 minutes 34 seconds. Shattering the nightmare difficulty record from 5 years ago by countless times. Henta clenched his fist tightly, realizing the true power of this guy was beyond anything he had imagined. Makingu silently stared at the leaderboard held difficulty. Lithang was dumbfounded by his speed, just out the gate and already grinding like a madman. Lam the Great, could this be the gap between us and the Great One? Henta muttered. Head bowed. Lam the Great. Lithang's teammates were stunned by his reaction. He paled and ordered, let us call it. No more runs on this dungeon. Inside the palace, the system announced a level up. Name Lammat, class Necromage. Unique. Hearing this, he lit up, finally leveled up. A noise from behind made him turn his head. A crowd was approaching. People in the group gasped. Look, spotting the newcomers. Someone shouted. They are from Genesis Academy. They usually keep a low profile. All mysterious and arrogant. Why are they all here today? Checking their jewelry. They remarked. Their gears legit Goblin Kings. Firebug necklaces. Wind chime earrings, all are trophies from those new guys standing before the Fire God Palace. Onlookers could not hide their surprise. Shouting, they are heading into the Fire God Palace. Sure enough, everyone was moving toward it. Over here, Thuan walked up and called out, Lan Hevid. Suddenly, someone shouted, oh snap, the Flame Emperor Academy showed up too. A group from Flame Emperor Academy appeared. Thuan was astonished. Another added, looks like Flame Emperor Academy and Genesis Academy are butting heads again. She explained. Our capital, Hakin, has 3 top academies Genesis Academy leads. The other 2 constantly battling for second place. Thuan excitedly continued. They probably heard about the dungeon leveling up and are trying to grab their names on the record board. But no worries. No matter how hard they fight, they are only going to get second place. Maku pondered this and realized, so that is how it is. Flame Emperor Academy shouted as 3 people Dainian, Ivian, and Invan sat examining the screen. Dainian mused. Sure enough, Genesis and Flame Emperor are clashing, but this time Flame Emperor seems to be pulling ahead. A Flame Emperor comrade frowned, watching everything closely. Then added, Flame Emperor's team is led by the Holy Fire Knight. This class has strong fire resistance and, combined with those firebugs, they won to fear the fire element in the dungeon. This eases the pressure on their healers a lot. Ivian shrugged. Still no match for the old Geezer's Genesis Academy. They are just clawing for scraps. Too bad. The record this time is crushed by that kid Lamb. Flame Emperor stuck in second place again. Dainian was shocked. Hey, that brat's entering the dungeon again. The 3 of them leaned over to watch the screen intently. Dainian fumed. That rotten kid wants to speed run and cheat. Meanwhile, Van looked pretty intrigued, just like old Batch when he was young. Batch felt a twinge of jealousy hearing that. Ivian seemed thrilled. But it is good to shake up those arrogant jerks who look down on everyone all day. Show them there is always someone higher up later. If Lamb joined Genesis Academy, he won't get bullied anymore. Dainian was surprised. You plan to get him into Genesis Academy, not Flame Emperor. Ivian nodded firmly. That old Geezer already has students. Any top-tier talents just go to them. Genesis Academy's got some perks, of course he should go there. And Van chuckled. You are slot. Old man. Meanwhile, Maku fought and said, after leveling up, the dungeon vaults reset. Let us take advantage and clear it again. Fast. His face turned fierce. Every move was calculated and serious. Let us, Makingu ordered. Keep every corpse for me. One monster after another fell under his relentless assault. He pressed forward, facing the magma giant. Makingu greeted bluntly. Long time no see. This time, I am bringing you a little gift. Locking eyes with the giant, he continued. Sorry, but I am digging you up. Makingu unleashed a swift kick straight at it before it could react. Outside, the crowd watching was stunned. Look at that, the dungeon record just got shattered. The new fastest clear time for the Hellfire Palace on Hell difficulty stands at 38 seconds by Lam Makingu. Hearing this, they could not believe it. That time, was it really on Hell difficulty? Even on normal, no one's ever been that fast. Right? This dungeon usually takes at least half an hour from start to finish. Could Lam the Great really have blitzed through it in one go? Inside, Maku thought silently. If I keep farming a few more times, I could hit tier 3 early. Nearby, Ivian muttered. That kid's ruthless, leaving no scraps for anyone else. And Van said, no one is breaking that record. Good. Let those 2 academy brats take the hit, it might teach them to tone it down a bit later. Hours later, inside the dungeon, the VM Hong Academy crew eyed the names from the rival academy. They started 2 minutes after us. One sneered, and we ended up exiting together. Looks like VM Hong takes this round. The other shot back. We were just hanging back in the safe zone. prepping a bit. Just look at our record board and see for yourself. Feeling cocky, he said. All right then. I'm gonna see who is really ahead. Hearing this, a schoolmate covering his mouth chuckled quietly. They all focused on the amber gem, shouting, check the leaderboard. Finally, someone who can shut that stubborn mouth for good. The two stared intently at the announcement board. Shocked, they saw Lammak New's name alone at the top spot. The VM Hong Academy could not believe their eyes. Lammak guy, level 28 in 36 minutes. Even the Genesis Academy was stunned. Is this the true power of the champion in the profession battles? VM Hong turned and walked away. Let us, outsiders watching smirked with satisfaction. Look at them top academy members. And this is all they have got, arrive full of swagger. Leave with their tails between their legs. Ivian looked at Van and asked, well, boss, I have pinpointed the location of the ancient trial ground. It is in a pretty secret spot. Ivian praised. No wonder you are a pro found it that fast. The boss asked back. Are you really planning to send him there? He only went after second transmission. And Lamb Kid was already level 30 when he finished training. Ivian replied, our school's just a warm-up zone. The flower here is too weak, he continued. Now he is stronger than most level 40 professionals. What is stopping him from going? You saw the profession battles, he soloed an entire squad of second transmission players. And Van waved it off. He is my student. How I train him is none of your business. Besides, the kid's not truly dead, even if he dies once. It is just to wake him up to reality. That is not a bad thing. With a serious look, Van said. Don't worry. That kid won T. Meanwhile, Mackin quietly observed his surroundings. His power had grown. He thought, after farming the dungeon dozens of times, he would finally reach level 30, though and smiled seeing him step out. Lamb Jr. brother. You leveled up, Maku humbly replied. Luckily, senior sister introduced me to this dungeon. She was happy. Congrats. I did not expect you to level up from this dungeon. That is all you. He casually asked. Senior sister, did something happen? Just spit it out, Lewin said. Lamb Jr. brother. Can you sell me one of those spirit fire masks you farmed? Maku softened and replied, no need for money, just returning it to senior sister. Saying that, he walked off, not forgetting to say goodbye. Senior sister, I have to go find the teacher. Goodbye for now. She was still in shock. Does he even realize the value of that thing? Ivian asked. Lamb kid? Already level 30. He casually responded. Yeah, and Van reminded him. Not even 2 days have passed. And he jumped from level 27 to 30. That kid's seriously pushing himself. Ivian added, a little suffering is good. Only by enduring pain yourself can you truly endure your enemies. Our race has survived this long by shedding mountains of blood and seas of slaughter. He turned to ask Mac, you, level 30 now. How do you feel? Makingu looked at his body. I feel like I have changed in some ways. But I have not fully checked yet, I just got here. Hearing this, urged, since you are level 30, you might awaken some new skills. Saying that, he materialized a stack of books. You always come up with the same 3 lines. Teacher. No need. I have got this. Ivan chuckled awkwardly and said, Little Tayuti. Masingyu gripped it tightly in his hand and suddenly realized he had gained a skill, the sea bone fang, as he stretched out his hand. Sharp teeth erupted from the ground. Looks like it is a skill similar to the sea bone armor. Avin said, let us unleash a little and see what happens. Msing obeyed and shot the fang teeth forward. Hun commented, not bad, for a level 1 skill. It is almost like a level 30 mage's fireball. And Vin added, looks like Lum Tut's talent growth really boosts skill power. If it hits level 10, this will turn into a devastating attack skill. Given his level and skills, it seems he could still awaken 1 or 2 more abilities. Let us try again. Msing replied, yes, sir. Master, then. Msing clenched it tightly and continued. Nothing happened, he wondered. Why is not it awakening? Ivan noticed and asked, what is going on? Suddenly, his crescent blade appeared. Msing guessed, the Dynatist crescent blade itself has appeared. Could this skill be connected to it? Msing was startled. The Soul General had transformed into his new skill, and some kind of special transformation seemed to have taken place. A sudden cosmic breeze blew in, and Vin was amazed. This skill can affect the heavens. Sounds like a forbidden technique, the system announced. Soul General can command low-code soldiers and low-code mages to form an army. Soul General info. Level 1 novice. No army members yet. Strength 40. Agility 40. Spirit 40. Physique 200. Army formation level 1. Increases attack power. Attack speed. Illegal speed. Physical defense. Elemental defense. Crowd control power of the army. Level 1 General's healing skill. Heals army members. Recovers wounds. Guards the formation. Dispels all abnormal statuses in the army and boosts morale. Reading the stats. Seeing Ink was stunned. The Soul General had turned into his support skill. Finally, he had a skill that could dispel all negative statuses plus buffs and healing. Ivan casually remarked, "You have summoned a whole army. Let us see how effective this skill really is." Without hesitation, Masinguk summoned the army. Lobech charged straight at it, and the Soul General quickly used his power to heal. Its joints were fully restored. Ivan was so excited he had to stand up, though the attributes were a bit low. The skill effect and the overpowering army commander class fit perfectly. "Good skill, kid. You have awakened your powers really well." On the surface, Seeing said, "Thanks for the compliment, teacher," but inside he thought, "I still have not boosted my talent enough. If I can level up the Soul General, even a rank attribute 1T feel weak." Ivan praised. "Even a summoned beast like this showed up. Looks like the day you command your own army solo is not far off." Seeing humbly replied, "It is all thanks to your teaching, teacher." Unadvised him, "Now that you have awakened this new skill, I am not worried about your strength anymore. Get ready. In a few days, I will take you to a new training ground." Masing saluted. "Yes, sir. Teacher, I will level up these two skills in the desert first." Hearing that, Hun was thrilled. "Kid, you have worked way too hard. Go on, I will call Lo Nun to reduce your accumulated points, so you can unlock the dungeon." Seeing replied. "Thank you, teacher." Inside the dungeon, he whispered to himself, "This time, the desert really helps skills level up." In the Desert Tyrant dungeon, he looked around, and then at the beasts before him, the giant green buffalo. Dozens of fang teeth erupted from the ground. He had used the sharp fangs of the low-cut skill. The fang teeth quickly attacked the monsters. He was pumped with this skill. Monster hunting just got way more efficient. Masing casually stepped toward the Hun. Seeing him, she walked over. "Lem, little brother." She was overjoyed. "You finally came out. I have been waiting forever." Masing asked, "Senpai, did you need something?" The Hun handed Tyann some bottles of medicine and gave him a few veils to reduce fatigue. "These will temporarily wipe out fatigue, keeping you at your best." Msiging looked at the bottles, thinking, "A fatigue medicine. Perfect for when I am leveling skills these next few days." After giving the medicine, she ran off. "All right, I won't bother you keep grinding the dungeon." Msiging replied, "Senpai helped me a lot, thanks a ton." In the desert dungeon, the guy's munching, teeth clenched, battling monsters like a pro. The soul spirits jump into the fray too, and behind Magnin, there is a whole army of them. He bites into his snack, thinking, "This has got to be the last ride." System alert. Golden rank soul spirit soldier, member of the 4,000 strong Legion 4. Stats: Agility 4,000, Spirit 4,000, Stamina 20,000, Legion enhanced to level 3, boosting attack power, attack speed, spellcasting speed, physical and elemental defense, control strength, and healing. Legion Commander rank 3 achieved. Success. The Soul Spirit General is officially ranked Golden rank logo soldier. Level 30. Strength 15,000, Agility 15,000, Spirit and Stamina 15,000 each. Skill: Berserk level 3. Deals 400% personal damage to targets. Cooldown 10 minutes. Logot Mage. Level: Strength, Agility 4,000, Spirit 20,000, Stamina 4,000. Mac Enju's unique profession: the Soul Death Soul Mage. Level 30. Title: Tribal War King. Strength 1,000 plus 500, Stamina 1,000 plus 500, Agility 1,000 plus 500, Spirit 4,000 plus 3,500. Summoning space 300x 300. Soldiers: 190 Bone Logoses, 100 Bone Mages. Soul Spirit Soldiers. Talent boost multiplies passive skills by text. Active skill: Soulfire level 30, Berserk Corpse level 4, Low Code Armor level 30, Main Control level 30. He says, "All my support gear has hit golden rank. I feel like I am at my absolute peak since becoming a professional." Donato Scythe level 30, plus 3,000 Spirit. The Scythe absorbs souls from the abyssal tragedy, granting experience to grow stronger. Soul Core logs counts boss soul kills. Can spend 2,000 Spirit to summon a soul soldier for 3 minutes. Mac decides, time to find my teacher. He meets Yvin. And suddenly, gusts of wind swirl around them, and Ven senses his energy has surged significantly. Looks like he is ready to level up his skills. Macking tells Yvin, "Teacher, I am all," and says seriously, "All right. Listen carefully. The place I want you to go is called the Ancient Trial Grounds. Dangerous, but full of opportunity." Yvin explains. The Ancient Trial Grounds have 3 floors: upper, lower, and deep layers. Each floor is connected yet independent, relying on each other, but not interfering. He shares his goal. I want to take you to the upper floor of the trial grounds. Below level 70, pros can only reach the upper floor. Above 70, they only appear on the lower floor. Ivan adds, there is a tiny chance a spatial rift will open between the upper and lower floors. Breaking the usual rules, lower floor pros can temporarily ascend for just an hour. He does not forget to share what he knows with Mac Inju. Back in the ancient era, humans, the Shadow Club, and the Dragon Tribe fought a huge war. The ancient trial grounds formed during that time. That battle shattered space, distorted time, and buried a powerhouse. Countless divine artifacts and souls got trapped in that battlefield. Their lingering will slowly faded, spawning all kinds of monsters, secret zones, and dungeons. At the same time, danger hides opportunity, and massive treasures are concealed. The place holds divine relics left by ancient humans. Ivan's tone grows serious. But it is not just humans. Demons from the Shadow Clan and Dragon Tribe warriors are active there too. The danger is not just ancient. It is his gaze sharpens. Humans even fight amongst themselves for dominance. Do you get how deadly it is in there? Listening to his teacher's warning, Mac Enja's face hardens with determination. I understand, Ivan continues. If you get it, here's the most important part. Through this secret realm, you can obtain a divine thread, he explains. This divine thread is powerful. It can boost your career advancement success rate during promotions. You have already got the first crystal. Add the divine thread, and your promotion success rate could reach 90%. Also, the upper floor dungeon called Dragon Earth appears randomly. Whether you encounter it depends entirely on your luck. Beat the hell level difficulty, and you get Dragon Essence. That essence can instantly awaken your talent. No questions asked. Ivan looks at Macking and adds, if you do not succeed, we will use the merfolk's tier you once obtained. Mac replies, got it. He finished his words. All the important advice given? What do you say? Ready to head into the ancient trial grounds. Hearing that, Macu did not hesitate and made his decision. As he walked, his mind was swirling with thoughts initially. This was all about securing the rarest essence. If even a low-tier F-grade spirit is that precious to the master, then obviously, the rarer ones are beyond priceless. He was determined to claim one for himself. Suddenly, a shadow appeared right in front of him. It was a set of advanced runes, a high-level escape rune, a frost shield rune, a deception rune, and a random traditional rune. Ayuan grinned and said, hey, punk, that frost shield rune is not a gift, it is a loan. Don't forget to return it when you are back. The deception rune will block a critical hit once, and the rest are for your getaway. Got it all. Macu was moved and replied, thanks, master. And Van thought to himself, that old white-haired guy sure talks a lot when he is worried. Looks like he is not too comfortable sending this kid into the brutal trial grounds. He led Macu the entrance of the trial environment. Ready to send him off, Macu closed his eyes and braced himself. Stepping to the trial grounds, the scene before him was raw and desolate, cold and haunting. He assessed the place. This is supposed to be the ancient trial grounds. All he could smell was blood and drifting souls. Macu stayed alert. Something about this place felt off. Better to stay cautious. Behind him, two guards appeared, spotting a living creature ahead. Macu finally encountered something alive, and that monster was a blazing scar demon. Macu analyzed. A blazing scar demon. Level 41 already, plus, its spirit and power stats were through the roof. It had both physical and elemental damage. It seemed ready to attack, immediately throwing a fist straight at Macu. The power swirling around its punch was fierce, like a tornado aiming to swallow him whole. But Macu stayed calm and commanded. His minions rushed forward to strike the beast with fierce blows. But it was tough to kill. Macu used his secret skill, Sharp Fang Sea Bone. His fangs pierced the demon's belly, slaying the level 41 blazing scar demon and earning 1,050,000 XP. Judging by this, monsters in the ancient trial grounds are probably all level 40 and above. A disgusting voice sneered. Humans, making Macu instantly wary. It was a dark cloak blade demon, level 42. It sneered. Trash level 30s daring to enter the ancient trial grounds. It looked down on him. Surprised by the luck that a human even showed up here, it licked its own foot in a revolting way, grinning wickedly as if it could feast on Macu in one bite. Furious, Macu thought, unlucky to run into such a scumbag right off the bat. The blade demon arrogantly taunted. Scared already? You idiot! Then iron chains shot toward it. The chains tightly bound its body. The blade demon screamed in shock. What? As its body exploded, Macu coolly said, see ya! Announcement. Dark Cloak Blade Demon level 42 defeated. XP gained, 1,620,000. Coins gained, 1,000. A golden badge appeared. Mac smiled, thinking, Master really sent me somewhere good. Hours later, he was still moving forward. Macu stayed alert. To the back there was a spatial passageway opening. A monster jumped out from the portal. It was a Dragon Clan warrior, standing tall with blazing red eyes. Startled by its appearance, Makyu shouted. Dragon Clan. Dozens of monsters appeared. Makyu tightened his guard. These are the Outlanders. Master said all Outlanders in the ancient trial grounds are enemies. They shouted. Humans. One of them continued. I can smell the Dragon Clan's breath on you. You killed our comrades before time to pay. They surged forward to attack the Dragon Clan warriors. Level 44. Watching their fighting style, Makyu thought, are these really Dragon Clan knights? By their skills and stats, they are even stronger than the human leader. Then he shouted, humans, go die. You are just pathetic little level 30 pests. Stop struggling. Makyu unleashed a move to slow down their elemental energy, trapping the furious attackers. One sneered, no use. Our Dragon Clan naturally resists elemental attacks. After that, they gradually broke free from his control. They stared at him with mocking eyes, full of disdain, wearing a mask filled with fang-like teeth. Those sharp fangs on the ground aimed straight at them. They arrogantly proclaimed, our Dragon Clan is born with a hard dragon scale defense, but this is just a level 30 magic attack, unleashed by a human. Do you really think it can hurt us? Before they could finish, the fangs pierced straight through their bodies, stabbing right through them. They were stunned. How could a human-level skill be this powerful? A sharp fang lunged at them, but their reaction was lightning fast. Raising their shields, the sharp fangs clashed fiercely against their shields. One of them shouted, scream, charge, kill him, mage. Defensive line, following orders. They spewed fire, trapping him right in the middle of the blaze. Flames rode all around. Wearing the mask, he drew his scythe and said, get out of the way. Spirit wall. Then a ghostly figure appeared behind him. He commanded, soldiers, follow me. Destroy them. And just like that, a temporary legion of spirits was formed. The enhanced legion rapidly launched an assault, shattering their shields and throwing them into chaos. Things just got real. One of them gasped. What the hell is that? Thousands of spirits swarmed forward, relentless in the attack. They were bewildered. What is this madness? The leader barked orders, charge with me. He threw himself into the fray with reckless abandon. But all their efforts were crushed by the masked one's control magic, and they fell screaming, collapsing hard onto the ground. Seeing their leader like that, fear gripped them. Run for your lives. A fierce whirlwind sucked them into a deadly vortex. The masked warrior calmly watched them fall, while his legion kept pressing the attack. System alert. Slain Dragon Clan Knight level 44, XP plus 1,420,000. Military merit plus 1,000. Slain Dragon Clan Soldier level 44, XP plus 1,420,000. Military merit plus 1,000. He was surprised. Turns out slaying clans earns military merit too. Military merit reached 44,000. Rank upgraded to 4-star Burning Will. Hearing the stats, he grinned. His rank just leveled up. The masked one glanced down at the fallen Dragon Clan warrior. Then he walked away. Mind racing. Whether demon or Dragon Clan, seeing he was a level 30 human, they would all probably come after him. Looks like it is time to rack up some ranks and military merit. From a certain place, a furious roar echoed. Who is there? The mighty voice thundered. Who killed my squad? If I find out, I will devour you alive. Hours later, Mekhide, if only I could fly like demons or dragons. This is the real disadvantage of being a human professional. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Demons appeared. Demon Abyss. Why are they hanging out with the dragons? The Dragon Clan Knight saw demons behind him. Makyu frowned and eyed them warily. They roared. Humans. Delicious humans. Humans that killed our clan elders. Strange. He wondered. Why are they acting so friendly? Behind them, thousands more monsters gathered. They were devouring soulworms. Level 40. With the skill Devour Soul. Ignoring defense. Bypassing physical immunity. Tearing through everything. He was shocked. What is this? Ignoring defense and immunity. Tearing through all. No wonder demons and dragons are on the run from the profession hunters. The devouring soulworms fixed their gaze on him, encircling him with intent. They howled. There is a way out. As long as we escape this place, we will be saved. He went cold inside, his resolve steeling. Not much. A totally different heart. I am getting out of here. Dozens of whirlwinds tore through the sky. Run fast. The exit's right ahead. Caught off guard, they clutched their heads, screaming in panic. Seeing his comrades like that, they panicked too. The masked one slowly approached them. The monsters screamed. That hated human. Wait till we escape, we will tear you to pieces. They glanced fearfully at the devouring soulworms closing in again. Run first. He launched an attack, trying to break free, but they were shackled by heavy iron chains. Confused about what was happening, enhanced skills clashed wildly, dispelling his control magic. Just as he broke free, they were caught off guard again. He endured attacks from hundreds of dried-up warriors. The demon screamed. What is that? Something's driving us mad. A level 2 Forest Clan Knight charged ahead, fighting on both sides fiercely. The Forest Clan Knight shouted, Human, Those devouring soul worms bite anything and everything. Think twice otherwise. We will all die here. At the same time, hundreds of devour soul bugs swarmed in. The demons fled. This madman's got no chance now. He is as good as dead. Manhwa shouted. Come out. Soul General. The Soul Legion has just been formed. The Soul General unleashed the Legion empowerment skill, and the demons suddenly froze in their tracks. They started mocking him, thinking he was just a crazy fool. How could some summoning trick stop the devour soul bugs? So naive. If they want to let us live, then they will die with us. This guy's a real pain. The Dry Tower soldiers finally sprang into action. The demons sneered. Foolish humans. You are dead meat. Anyone who stops us is destined to die alongside us. Manhwa moved close to the bugs, and they attacked the shield surrounding him. He struck back, killing a level 40 Devour Soul bug and earning 200 experience points. He started to size things up. Experience points were few, but the swarm was massive. The Devour Soul bugs launched attacks on the Dry Tower soldiers as well. Seeing this, the Soul General used the Legion healing skill to restore their strength. Manhwa unleashed the Sharp Bone Fang attack. Through that, he wiped out the soul bugs. The demons were stunned. What just happened? How did he do that? He is just a lowly level 30 human. Manhwa smirked, borrowing your bodies for a bit, then took down a level 42 Information Blade demon. At the same time, Manhwa successfully leveled up to 5-star Young Yai, with 58,000 military merit. The flying monsters were also attacked through Manhwa. He felt a little thrill. His experience just jumped a notch. Not bad at all. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. The lead Devour Soul bug was approaching. It looked furious. This was the Devour Soul bug king, a level 50 overlord boss. Seeing it coming, Manhwa thought, a level 50 overlord boss. Its stats must be insane. Time to get serious. Scanning the Devour Soul bugs on the ground, he realized they were everywhere. There was still a chance to kill this guy. The boss attacked with terrifying ferocity. Its strike had a huge area of effect, shaking everyone's souls. Instantly, the allied souls shattered, but the Legion healing skill restored their bodies gradually. Manhwa felt its power. No wonder it is a level 50 overlord boss. It grew angrier seeing its comrades hurt, sucking up thousands of their souls like a vacuum. Other soldiers warned, that is the Devour Soul bug king's roar. Run. The demon hybrid Devour Soul bugs eat anything and everything. There is nothing they want to devour. Hurry. Get out of here. Even a top-tier professional team of over 100 Dragon Clan warriors could not kill it before. If you do not leave now, it is going to get ugly. It is just you versus the boss. Manhwa thought. Its body's going to get eaten too. I wonder if chewing through the bone armor will pierce its defense. Watching its speed, he had to admit it is lightning fast. Manhwa dodged its strikes, knowing he had to keep repairing his bone armor constantly. He got ready to strike finally. The moment arrived. He attacked it head-on, absorbing the corpses on the ground. As he fought, he thought, too bad there are not more bodies to feast on. It opened its huge maw to eat, then launched a soul-cleansing attack. Manhwa's soul burst out of his body. He was shocked to see his soul emerge like that. His power shielded him as always. Luckily, the bone armor absorbed the pull. He shouted, no use. We are all dead souls here. The bond to the soul retreated, making the beast furious. Reading its technique, Manhwa got hyped. Soul attack. I know that move too. They both unleashed their techniques head-to-head. The soul's attack to a massive whirlwind engulfed the Devour Soul bug. Power 60,000. Agility 25,000. Spirit 10,000. Stamina 60,000. Its movement was lightning fast, easily seizing souls. Then it opened its mouth as if to devour something. Manhwa was puzzled. What was it planning? It swallowed a Dry Tower soldier whole, eliminating him instantly. Another soldier was grabbed next. 2 Dry Tower soldiers wiped out. Manhwa glanced at the potion in his hand. Gotta eat my Dry Tower soldiers to heal myself. If that is the case, let us see who is quicker, me or the fire. It keeps going. The more it devours, the stronger you get. The General, a spirit, appears and unleashes the Void technique. The devouring soul worm is surrounded by the General spirit spells. Behind it, another wave of attack is coming. It screams out in pain as it takes the hit. Its roar echoes through the entire forest. The demons fleeing ahead are curious. Who is actually fighting the devouring soul worm king? Seriously, are not they afraid to die? Run. We need to get as far away as possible. Outside, dozens more monsters keep appearing. Manhwa. Perfect timing. You strike with the sharp sea fang piercing through the incoming devouring soul worms. He confidently says, this is the moment I have been waiting for. As the corpses explode, hundreds of monsters blow up right before the boss eyes, enraging it to attack fiercely. It lashes out in fury, unleashing wild power. Colonel Kolo orders, don't give it a single chance to catch its breath. Attack. Colorful spears thrust forward, surrounding the devouring soul worm king. A sharp spear pierces its face. It breaks free and flies up to the swarm. The ground cracks in two, and some soldiers fall down. Someone over there hears the commotion and asks, did you hear the devouring soul worm king's scream? This girl hears it too and confirms, sounds like a terrified scream. Could someone be attacking the devouring soul worm king? Its dropped loot is top tier. Forget it. Let us. Makyu jumps off the ground, steadying himself elsewhere as he eyes the enemy before him. The massive monster glares at Colonel Kolos' troops, opens its maw wide. Suck in some soldiers inside. One male Kolo soldier is wiped out. The others get healed. But seeing this, it flies back to the swarm to escape. He shouts, trying to run. No way. It is too quick if it gets away. We will never catch it. He uses a slow-down technique to hinder its movement speed. It struggles violently. Desperate to break free, Makyu steps forward. On his back is the general spirit. He smirks. Don't even think about escaping. I am very interested in your body and soul. The soldiers leap up to attack the devouring soul worm king. Makyu reaches out, absorbing all its power. It is stabbed hundreds of times and finally killed. The devouring soul worm king drops 5 million XP. Gains the devouring soul ring, the devouring soul band, and a level 5 soul crystal. It collapses to the ground. Makyu suddenly realizes something. His current spiritual power is just enough to sustain one general spirit. The soul ring and soul crystal fit him perfectly. He gazes coldly at its dying body. Thanks for the favor. He casts a spell. Soul teas rise and become my slave. The devouring soul worm king struggles to stand but soon fades away again. Notification. Soul teas failed. He wonders, is it because it is too high level? He tries soul teas again. The second form of the devouring soul worm king's spirit appears. He raises his scythe to absorb it. It fails again. Seems like his spiritual power is not enough to revive it. Maybe using the soul crystal will be enough. He wonders if the spirit form can revert back to its first form. The world created by the devouring soul worm's devouring is the worm's lair. The devouring soul worm king is trying to escape there. Maybe something inside can save it. He stands before the door as footsteps quietly approach. Makyu is startled when he hears a voice. It is the World Cup boss, the worm matriarch that is a level 51 world boss. Makyu is stunned. This is the world boss of the ancient arena. Its stats are truly terrifying. It rises up to face him as eggs hatch and creatures escape. The devouring soul worm guardians are level 50 monsters, surrounded by mental shields. He warns. 4 layers of shields stacked up, breaking through 1 TB easy. The world boss uses soul explosion. The skeletal soldiers explode instantly. He analyzes. None can withstand damage at that level. That is soul explosion. Each spear king commands a legion to heal and restore troops. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the soul legion. If it had been me back then, just a few soul rings exploding would have meant certain failure. Soul rings appeared above the warriors' heads, dispersing and attacking our side relentlessly. He hesitated, eyeing the attack. Should he break through the shield or not? He glanced at the other devouring soul bugs. They were still ravenously stealing souls. Powered up by their queen and guards, the color soldiers surged forward, launching an assault on the world boss. Makyu stared at the boss, recalling how he would always use soul fire to cut through enemy skills. Never imagined this fate would befall him. He unleashed the frozen soul attack. Though he had not moved, Kula was already wiped out. Another soldier fell as Makyu unleashed a devastating technique, slashing straight into the world boss with razor-sharp claws. Next came the Sea Bone Fang technique, firing a hailstorm of spikes at the monster, wiping out 12 Kalu soldiers in one brutal strike. He hesitated, wondering if the soul fire would even bother breaking through this shield layer. The monster's face showed signs of fatigue. Makyu pulled back cautiously, watching its reaction. He smirked. Looks like my soul fire's got it scared. Guess this move actually works. Before he could launch another soul fire, the boss countered again with the frozen soul attack to bolster its power. Makyu stepped up with a grin. My turn. Meanwhile, a soldier on the other side whispered, wait, the devouring soul bug king's egg just stopped hatching. Did someone kill it? Who the hell is that? The cracked stone split apart, and the Dragon Clan's professional team looked around in shock. They exchanged bewildered looks. Who could have done this? The devouring soul bug territories completely collapsed. Confused, they debated. Who is winning this fight? Let us go check it out. If it is too dangerous, we bail. Even if the devouring soul bug king is still alive, it must be badly wounded, maybe even dead. The bright flashes that just hit the water, those were from the students of Helin Academy's Genesis Division. They quickly conferred and then moved on to another area. Meanwhile, Makyu was still locked in fierce combat. He growled, let us make them taste the sting of soul attacks. The world boss unleashed a barrage of soul fire. The Soul Legion soldiers raised their weapons, blocking its assault. The monster countered fiercely, not backing down. Makyu plunged a pair of sharp bone fangs straight through the creature's body. He stabbed repeatedly, driving his blades deep into the monster. Makyu grinned wickedly, time to take one down first. His face twisted with cunning as the monster writhed in pain, trying to break free but failing. Then, a massive explosion erupted. Makyu commanded, soldiers, the time to counterattack is now. Following orders, they charged forward, assaulting the villainous boss. The boss roared in anger, unleashing a super egg hatch. Makyu quickly interrupted its technique. Snarling, If you want to die, do not blame me. The eggs on the ground began cracking open. Hundreds of baby devouring soul bugs swarmed out, exhausted from the previous attack. The boss seemed completely drained of soul energy. Its wings spread wide, beating fiercely as countless baby soul bugs surged forward, attacking the Kalo soldiers with relentless fury. Masque did not stand still. He countered with his sea bone fang technique, piercing through the swarm mercilessly. His soul technique erupted, striking directly at the devouring soul bug king. Wiping sweat from his brow, Masque taunted, "Don't rush, it will be your turn soon enough." He sharpened his focus, charging through the slow-moving monsters blocking the path. The Kalo soldiers joined in, coordinating to slaughter the bugs. Their enemies shattered into countless pieces under the assault. Masque unleashed a finishing move, exploding the bodies into fragments. The baby devouring soul bugs scattered in chaos before bursting apart. A massive roar echoed. It was the world boss's last breath. With that final sound, the beast's body shattered, lifeless. 3 minutes later, he lay sprawled on the ground, curled up tightly. The system announced, Boss Soul Larva defeated. 5.1 million experience gained. Boss Soul Larva certification obtained. 10 soul crystals and soul gems acquired. Surprised by the loot, he thought, soul crystals dropped too. That is a serious score. Better sell this boss larva certification. It has got to fetch a high price. And it is exactly what I need. The more Meccan thought about it, the more it made sense. No wonder the master said the ancient trial grounds are riddled with countless opportunities. He would barely been here long before snagging some treasures. An old silver-haired man declared, "A world boss just got taken down. Whoever's near must be a total beast. Killing a world boss here. If it is a human, that is even better." Another chimed in. The world boss body slowly began to fade away. Just before it vanished completely, something strange appeared. It was Mac Ingu clutching something. The system announced, Primitive Talisman. A certification granting access to the primitive realm. He recalled his master's face in surprise. This was the ticket to enter the primitive realm. The master said it was the primitive realm itself bestowing this, hoping he would become a divine class professional. Even the genuine power of the human race was derived from the primitive realm. Who would have thought a primitive talisman would appear inside a boss soul larva's den? Suddenly, the talisman glowed, its runes flickering to life. Mac Ing stared in awe at the shifting light show. A fierce force slammed into him, freezing his expression. Eyes wide open, Mac's body floated mid-air, suspended and vulnerable. Outside, the soldier spotted the glowing light and exclaimed, "Someone just grabbed the primitive talisman." Hearing that, everyone froze. He was officially marked now. For the next 10 days until the light fades, enemies will keep attacking, trying to snatch the talisman. Who is this guy? Really? Mac Ing heard this too. He would become the enemy's target. So that is what his master went through. Suddenly, a stabbing pain shot from behind. The strike was blocked just in time. Mac Inju instantly went on high alert. Someone was sneaking up on him. Immediately, the ambusher was bound by hundreds of glowing chains. Long clans doing. Suddenly, a soldier from the Dry Bones faction charged out to confront him. Dry Bones soldiers took turns attacking, but the Long Clan leader dodged deftly. Mac Ing realized his master's power was useless here. He was on the brink of death, so he switched tactics, using the Seafang bone to fight back. Sure enough, it worked. The sharp bone pierced straight through the Long Clan leader's body. The Long Clan warrior conjured a shield, breaking free from Mac Inju's chains. The others snapped to attention, shouting orders. Kill him. Their goal was clear. Seize the primitive talisman from Mac Ing. Mac Ing watched the red glow encasing his body. His master had once said, if you can hold out for 10 days, the glow disappears, and you fully claim the primitive talisman. All the enemies were level 40 Long Clan professionals. Fearless, he took out every enemy that came his way. Behind him were thousands of Dry Bones soldiers, locked in battle against the Long Clan. The spectral troops deployed quickly, reinforcing their ranks. Instantly, the soldiers surged with newfound strength, ready to fight fiercely. The Long Clan was stunned. What is this? Why are there so many skulls? Mac struck fast, activating his body's protective armor. He taunted them. Can your backup stand up to a boss soul larva? Walking forward to assert his power, sharp spears sliced through the air, striking the Long Clan leader, who panicked at the sight. Drawing fire, his armored body laughed off the assault, then launched a triple attack on the Long Clan leader. A devastating force hit a single point with massive impact. Another enemy retaliated, conjuring earth, splitting ice that cracked the ground, sending soldiers tumbling down. The leader ordered a retreat. Get out of here. That primitive talisman is untouchable. You think I will let you run? Just walk away from an assassination like that? No way. He boosted his spiritual power by 1,000, then 3,000, declaring, I will turn you all into my new lost souls. He transformed into the boss soul larva king. The Long Clan warriors, terrified, whispered among themselves, is that the boss soul larva king? Sensing a huge threat, they bolted run for your lives. But before they could even make a move, something was already chasing them from behind. The devouring soul beast grabbed the Long Tribe guy with its massive hand, The captured man screamed, "Let me go. What do you want?" The devouring soul beast just shoved him into its mouth, no words needed. The others who saw this turned pale, terrified out of their minds. The devouring soul beast unleashed a soul-shredding, bone-chilling attack. Two long tribe guys stood frozen as it drained all their life force. It used soul-devouring to swallow the rest of them one by one. Missing watched and could not help but smirk. No wonder this was the devouring soul beast king. Wiping out these fake long tribe warriors was as easy as flipping a switch. Officer 70. Rank Lieutenant Colonel 7-star. His scythe glowed emerald green as he looked up at the sky, silently thinking maybe his enemy status could actually work in his favor. A shout called out, "Junior brother." Seeing you glanced at them. These guys sparked a memory of why Vin's warning. Sometimes, even your own kind will betray each other for power. One of them cut through his thoughts. "Do you even realize the danger you are in?" Then whispered suspiciously as Long Not Chin and his team approached. "Are they also here to fight over the primordial rune?" Net Chin asked. "Junior brother, how come you are already at the trial arena at level 30? Messen coldly replied, "None of your business." Net Chin's eyes widened like he would just connected the dots and whispered, "Junior brother," curiously. He asked, "Are you a student from the Lower Capital Academy?" Then he introduced himself, "We are from the Genesis Academy. I am Lunganit Chain." Singing barely cared and replied with an icy tone, "I know. What do you want?" Net Chain warned anxiously. "Junior brother, do not you realize how dangerous this is?" Mseeing looked up and said he knew. Net Chen softly called him junior brother. He promised, "We can protect you through these next 10 dangerous days." Msinga lightly tilted his head, sizing him up. Protect me? Really?" Turning away, he called back, "Thanks, but I do not need it. I gotta go. Please stay out of my way." Net Chain stubbornly called after him, "Junior brother, if you keep this up, you will die." All he could do was watch helplessly as Siang refused to listen. His teammate beside him grumbled silently, "Captain, this kid's got no clue." Net Chain thought, maybe this guy's some prodigy from the academy. Otherwise, no way he would be level 30 and already at the trial arena. His teammate ran a hand through his hair and clicked his tongue. That kid's got serious skills. Managed to get the primordial rune too. Too bad we are a step behind. Before he could finish, Net Chain snapped loudly, "Don't even think about messing with him. He is one of us, our junior brother." His teammate quickly stopped him. "I know that. I won't attack him, but being that cocky, he won't last long in the trial arena. We can take him down like a bird." Net Chen analyzed. This kid's no joke. Otherwise, he would not have the primordial rune. He is cautious and clearly knows what the rune does. I bet he has already left a soul mark in the soul hall. If we mess with him. Meanwhile, Seeing had just defeated a monster, gaining 1,000 spirit points. He smiled. Thrilled this battle was a jackpot. Soul crystals combined with spirit gems meant his energy would never run dry. Something zipped past him, but he dodged it smoothly. It was the silent poison demon. Surprised, muttering, "Didn't I expect such a tight defense?" The system introduced silent poison demon. Level 48, strength 20,000. Agility 20, spirit 10,000. Stamina 15,000. Skills: a poison attack, toxic mist, stealth. Silent poison demon boastfully said, "Just a level 30 kid, and he is daring enough to come to the trial arena alone. Plus, his luck's insane, he even got the primordial rune. Too bad. In the end, it all benefits me." It shook its head, humming a creepy tune and puffing up its chest. "I am gonna swallow him whole." But before it could finish, Seeing struck it down in a flash. The silent poison demon screamed in agony as it was sliced into 100 pieces, throwing its head back in pain. Mseeing threw a sarcastic jab. "Why so chatty?" "Huh." The system screen flashed. "Killed them one, Daikima. Level 48. Earned 1,480,000 XP. Military merit +1. He scratched his head and sighed with a hint of annoyance. Looks like the next 10 days are gonna be packed with chaos, annoying yet kinda intriguing. 5 minutes later, Net Chen and his crew arrived, eyes wide as they stared at the corpse of them is Exma. Frozen on the spot, Net Chen's teammates gawked in disbelief. What just happened? It was only a moment ago. He was just level 30. How could he have taken down Foxma so fast? Not even a single sign of a fight left behind, meaning the battle ended in the blink of an eye. Net Chen probably regretted underestimating MC Ging. Seems like we all did. The guy actually has clearance to roam the trial grounds, main gate. One teammate asked seriously. "Boss, do we follow him or what?" Net Chen simply nodded. "Yeah." Suddenly, not far away, a pillar of light erupted, shaking the earth and sky violently, as a flock of strange birds took flight. It was Thungai Manhwa, level 48. 3 stats: strength, agility, and stamina all hitting 20,000. Spirit at 50,000. Skills: Hypnosis. Spirit Strike. Traits: Hypnotic control over life forms lower than level 5. Counters leadership nullify. Everyone panicked and screamed, Thunga Ima. Those are her hypnotic monsters. This is going to be a huge headache. Seeing lay within Alice's line of sight, she curled her lips into a sinister grin. A level 30 human holding a primal rune. Lucky me. Seeing recognized her presence above him. The illusion demon akin of the demon lord hypnotist. Hera Enhis, she arched her waist, casting a seductive move, flashing a wicked smile. Become my slave. Messianju instantly summoned his weapon and smoothly blocked the attack. Elise blinked. Confused, wait. He's just a level 30 human? How did my hypnosis skill fail? The ground trembled violently as Msinga growled at her. You are rude to speak back. A wave of sharp frost shards shot at Alice at lightning speed. Suddenly, a gigantic hellhound appeared, intercepting the attack to shield her. Alice's face twisted in anger at Msian. She snarled, summoning a pack of savage beasts. Msiang remained calm, activating his skill to summon a battalion of skeletal warriors. Net Chen's gang watched from afar. Worry spreading. That kid's toast? Net Chen doubted silently. He got the primal rune. Is he really done for? The battle raged fiercely, neither side giving an inch. Powerful blows and slashes shattered the nearby rocks to dust. Messing squinted, muttering, what a coincidence. I am all about the military merit. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the area, the shockwave sending chills down everyone's spine. Even Alice screamed in shock. What the hell is going on? She watched helplessly as her monsters fell one by one. Disbelief filled Alice's eyes. Over half her controlled monsters were already dead. Could he be a divine-level profession hiding his identity? No way. Divine beings can teeter the upper tiers. A chill ran down her spine like an invisible hand brushing lightly, her heart pounding fiercely. Mseeing sneered. Just a human profession. And Alice bolted away. She kept glancing back, but Mseeing coldly warned, you want to get away. Alice panicked but was instantly struck down, falling helplessly, but she finally escaped, battered and breathless. Muttering, this human is terrifying. I have to report this to the Demon Lord. A huge question mark popped up in Msienka's mind. How did she not lose her ability to act? He sighed with frustration, letting her escape again. If only I could fly, I would not be at such a disadvantage. Msiengu shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled off casually. No more caring about those guys. Net Chen's crew all looked stunned, as if their worldview was shattered. Their minds were spinning. How did he pull that off? I can't even imagine. One of Night Chen's teammates stumped his foot, shouting, Captain, you tell me could we ever pull off something like that? Ned Chen clenched his teeth. Not a chance. Then he argued, with so many monsters and the existence of the demon lily in the sky, even if we can win, it will definitely be a brutal battle. We absolutely cannot end up like that punk kid. Another teammate, drenched in sweat, blurted out, Captain, when we were behind the tomb of the Soul Devourer, we never saw the Soul Devourer King. Could it be him? Net Chen replied calmly, if it is him, then this guy's true power is beyond terrifying, beyond what we can even imagine. Those who chased after the original rune might be. He paused here, then shook his team out of their fantasies. Cut the unrealistic daydreams. Guys, I have a bad feeling. We are no match for him now. I want to see how the hell he plans to survive these 10 days. They did not realize someone had been standing right behind them all along. Turns out, it was Msieng and two of his dry season warriors. Net Chen's heart stirred wildly, wondering, is he deliberately waiting for us? He turned around and was shocked to see Msieng, flustered for a moment. Net Chen scratched his head and forced a smile as a greeting. Before he could finish, Msieng cut in and asked, Senior, how do we get to the central zone on the upper floor? Net Chen stiffened and pointed right, answering, it is that way. After getting the answer, Msieng turned and left, not forgetting to thank him. Net Chen's heart pounded hard and he wondered, why do I feel so scared? Un's only level 30 after all. One of his teammates was baffled. Captain, if we do not get the original rune, why are we even following Hen? Net Chen shared, I want to witness a piece of history. Day 1, Masigang, Dry Season warriors clashed neck and neck with the monsters in the trial grounds. Day 2 was the same, and Day 3 unfolded with just as much intensity. Masiang's military achievements kept rising until he was promoted to colonel. Not bad, he thought. Never expected this water rune to rake in so many battle points. A strange feeling swept through his mind. For 3 straight days, monsters came looking for a fight. Why is it so quiet today? Over on Not China's side, things were not so rosy. He sensed something was off. A team member pointed toward a distant pillar of light, where a giant monster appeared. Shouting, "Captain, look over there!" Panic spread as they warned each other. "This is bad. Everyone, let us get out of here," he shouted loudly. "Junior, it is dangerous here. Move fast." A deafening explosion shattered the air, the shockwave rippling out like a terrifying sonic boom. Net Chin felt his heart leap out of his chest, pure terror rising. Screams pierced the air as the ground trembled violently. Earthquake Dragon God was approaching, erasing everything in its path in an instant. Net Chin's group hurriedly activated their defense shields to stay alive. A rock slammed into their barrier, but was quickly flung away. The Earthquake Dragon God roared fearsomely. Seeing remained calm. Scanning his surroundings, Net Chin trembled like a leaf, yelling, "Earthquake Dragon!" Lightning cracked across the sky as the dragon thrashed wildly, unleashing a thunderstorm of fury. A poor little dinosaur was sliced clean in half in seconds. The ground kept swelling, the quake spreading wider and wider. Yang muttered in awe. "That monster's huge, probably the biggest boss I have ever faced." Net Chin's teammates stared wide-eyed, mouth agape. "This is really the Earthquake Dragon God. We are dead meat this time. Didn't expect to die at the hands of the Earthquake Dragon God. Why did we end up in the Earthquake Dragon God's territory? This does not add up. Someone must be deliberately leading us here." Images of the monsters Yang had seen flashed through his mind. It really seemed that way the direction we took was quietly manipulated by those demons. On Alice's side, after meeting the Demon King Abyss, they got the results from negotiating with the Demon King. Alice began reporting, "The Great King has succeeded. That human has stepped into the Earthquake Dragon God's domain. The Earthquake Dragon God has awakened. He is as good as dead." The Demon King smirked. "Not bad. He is the top genius of this generation of humans dead meat in the trial grounds. Even if it can be resurrected, from now on it won't grow any stronger to threaten us anymore." She cunningly orders. Once he dies, the great Earth Beast Dragon God will retreat. At that moment, go retrieve the primordial seal and bring it here. Remember, do not touch the seal. Alice obediently bows 45 degrees, replying with utmost respect. Then she swiftly leaves, heading toward the fierce battlefield, smugly declaring that Masque is definitely going to die. Yizan raises a question. The great Earth Beast Dragon God is an insanely terrifying boss in the training ground, usually in deep slumber, only waking to eat or when someone gets close. The system flashes info. Great Earth Beast Dragon God. World Boss. Level 50, 100,000 physical and agility stats, 60,000 spirit. Skills, Deadly Poison Mist, Elemental Poison Immunity Shredder, reduces physical damage by 30%, elemental damage by 30%. A mischievous idea sparks in Macnu's mind if he could mess with its soul. That'd be epic. Yizan looks puzzled and worried. Could it be he wants to fight using elemental damage? He and his team charge forward bravely. Yizan, rallying his spirits, shouts, "Guys, let us give this great Earth Beast Dragon God all we have got." But soon they all freeze when Macnu warns, "Everyone, fall back. The farther the better." With a devastating leap, the great Earth Beast Dragon God shakes the entire space, darkening the sky with mystic energy. Masque calmly braces for impact, but with a single swipe of the beast's claw, everything shatters to pieces. Yizan's crew can't even stand, and are sent crashing to the ground in agony. Masque immediately casts a defensive spell. Yizan sweats profusely, feeling like he has taken a bath in terror. Suddenly, the image of a fierce drybone warrior army flashes before him. Yizan can hardly believe his eyes as Masque unleashes a lightning-fast move. Yizan quickly orders his squad, "Everyone, keep your distance for now." The great Earth Beast Dragon God finds itself trapped, hundreds of chains shooting out from all sides and binding it tight. The drybone warriors launch themselves like missiles toward the beast. Then, with fierce determination, they stab straight into the great Earth Beast Dragon God's body. It screams in sharp, ear-piercing pain. The beast thrashes wildly but to no avail. Kicking up clouds of dust that block the view, Masque quickly casts a healing spell to bolster his troops. Then he unleashes the Soulfire attack. The great Earth Beast Dragon God roars in agony. The system keeps alerting. 3 drybone warriors down, 2 drybone mages eliminated. The great Earth Beast Dragon God lunges fiercely toward Masque. Masque silently analyzes his level, is still too low to deal meaningful damage in a short time. At his current state, his spirit won't easily run out. Let us see who lasts till the end. The great Earth Beast Dragon God charges with all its might at Masque, but it is quickly blocked, and Masque slams his palm down with fierce resolve. Yizan, watching nearby, wonders in disbelief. How is he tougher than a knight? Yet he is holding off the great Earth Beast Dragon God's attacks. His teammate sighs. "If that were me, I would be dead already." The massive form of the great Earth Beast Dragon God coils back, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Masque shouts, "Drybone warriors, charge!" and orders his army forward. They obediently rush in to attack the great Earth Beast Dragon God. Masque casts a squad buff. A drybone warrior grits his teeth, then slams his arm hard into the beast's body, It counterattacks with a vicious kick, sending the Drybone troops flying. The Drybone warrior sword tears through the tough scales, leaving a deep, fierce wound bleeding heavily. Masque raises his hand. Unleashing the Bone Fang skill, hundreds of razor-sharp frost shards erupt from the ground. The great Earth Beast Dragon God is pierced, flung into the air. Screaming in agonizing pain, it opens its massive maw and howls. The beast crashes down with monstrous force, sending Drybone warriors flying like dry leaves in a storm. Masque sweeps fiercely. The system announces non-stop 13 Drybone warriors down. 9 Drybone mages wiped out by deadly poison mist. The Earthshaker dragon was determined to turn the tide with the deadly toxic smoke attack. Masque quickly covered his nose to avoid inhaling the poisonous gas. Under the influence of the toxin, the Dry Tower soldiers began to melt away, but they were swiftly re-energized as Masque unleashed a healing beam on the Legion. Masque simultaneously cast the beam and taunted the enemy, chipping away at them in this war of attrition. The poisonous smoke spread rapidly across the forest on the wind. Nat Chien hurriedly covered his nose with his cloak and shouted a warning to his team. Watch out! Poison! Fall back! The smoke thickened by the minute, blinding their vision completely. Worried teammates asked if he could hold on. Nat Chien steadied himself, saying, "At this point, we have only got faith in him. If he falls, we all fall." Another teammate asked, "Captain, do you regret this?" Someone else chimed in, "Honestly, if we had not followed him, we would not be facing the Earthshaker dragon now." Nat Chien firmly replied, "No regrets," leaving his comrades stunned. He confessed, "Even if we had doubts before, I now realize we are all human. We owe each other help." Nat Chien looked resolute. "Besides, he is our junior disciple. If he dies fighting, he is going down fighting as our head student should." System notification. A Dry Tower soldier has been eliminated. Masque analog. This thick fog is blocking our sight. Guess I do not need to hold back my trump card anymore. Clutching his weapon tightly, he shouted, "Get ready. Soul Devourer King, time to unleash hell." Soul Devourer King. Level 50 Spirit. Power 60. Agility 25. 60 Key. Soul Theft skill. Second form. Terrifying Roar. With traits that ignore defense and immunity against all things. Masque narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly. He said the Earthshaker Dragon's tough hide was no match for the Soul Devourer King's savage assault. Like a wild predator, the king opened its jaws wide and clamped down on the Earthshaker Dragon. It ripped a chunk of thick skin off, and Masque boasted, "Ignoring defense. That is exactly the kind of power we need." The Soul Devourer King leapt up as the Earthshaker Dragon twisted its body, then landed lightly, not giving its foe a chance to breathe. It opened its maw wide and unleashed the terrifying roar. The echoing sound pierced the Earthshaker Dragon like thousands of blades tearing into its flesh, screaming in excruciating pain. The Soul Devourer King pressed on with soul theft. The Earthshaker Dragon's soul instantly detached from its body. Masque grinned. Its stats are way too low. Normal attacks 1T kill it, but attacking the soul, that is the ticket. With that, he wielded his soul fire, engulfing both the Earthshaker Dragon's body and soul in fierce flames. The Earthshaker Dragon's body radiated energy. Masque muttered, "Perfect timing, attack its body now." Hundreds of misty spear-like images shot forward, piercing the Earthshaker Dragon and causing blood to gush out. The Dry Tower soldiers all leapt up at once. As anger and violence erupted, everything spiraled into a chaotic storm. The Earthshaker Dragon's body stiffened, its soul returned and fused back into its form, and its eyes blazed fiercely. The Earthshaker Dragon roared as if torn apart from within, thick blood spurted from its mouth, and its breath grew ragged. Seeing it collapse face first onto the ground, Masque remarked, "Looks like it is running on empty." Suddenly, it twitched, curled its tail, and tried to flee, head plunging into the dirt. Masque taunted, "Trying to run? Not on my watch." Then he shouted, "Stop it, now." Dry Tower soldiers rushed over, giving their all to pull it back. The Earthshaker Dragon painfully lifted its head. Masque's face stayed cold as he yelled, "Die." The Soul Devourer King lunged forward, biting deep into the Earthshaker Dragon's thick hide. It tore off a massive chunk of flesh, releasing a dark aura into the air. The Earthshaker Dragon was completely defeated. System alert. You have slain the Great Earth Excavation Dragon God. Experience gained, 5,500,000. Obtain the Excavation Dragon God Sword, Excavation Dragon God Spear, Ultra Poison Gem, and Ultra Poison Crystal. Excavation Dragon God Sword exclusive to Swordsman. Platinum tier weapon. Boost all stats by 3,000. Sword skills increased by 90%, with a deadly poison attack that inflicts elemental poison, dealing 1,000 power damage per second for 1 minute. Excavation Dragon God Shield exclusive to Knights. Platinum tier weapon. All stats boosted. Defense skills increased by 90%. With a poison aura shield that lasts 5 minutes. The user's defense and stamina are increased accordingly. Attackers caught in the poison aura take 1,000 power damage per second for 1 minute. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Ultra Poison Gem reduces poison elemental damage by 50% permanently. Has a chance to grant a poison elemental skill. Also contains Ultra Poison Crystal. Can combine with other elemental crystals to form elemental divine stones, increasing the chance of career ascension on the 3rd class change. The more elemental types combined, the greater the effect. The stronger the divine stone's effect. Can be used alone to permanently boost poison resistance. However, if used separately, the stone's support effect is lost. Macu suddenly froze. This is an elemental crystal. So it is actually a type of elemental crystal too. The master training this ancient foundation is way more mysterious than I thought. Even my teacher never mentioned the poison elemental crystal. Its fusion with the elemental divine stone is almost perfect. Macu glanced at the 2 gems in his hand and said, already got 2. System alert. Elemental divine stone fire and poison types. Using during your 3rd class change increases the chance of career ascension by 5%. Macu scoffed. 5%? That is way too low. Looks like I need to gather more elemental crystals. Clutching his weapon tightly, he ordered. Next up, you. Macu emphasized. Better hurry before the poison fog clears. The soul binding is not successful yet. Saying that, he raised his weapon and attempted the soul binding again. But unfortunately, this attempt failed. Macu narrowed his eyes. As expected, my level is too low. He quickly regained composure and tried soul binding again, but the result was no better than before, still a failure. Macu, the poison fog nearly gone. One last. He gathered all his strength and shouted as he used the soul-binding skill. The soul of the Great Earth Excavation Dragon God rose up. System displayed. Great Earth Excavation Dragon God Soul level 55. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 100,000. Spirit, 60,000. Stamina, 100,000. Skills, Poison Bone Critical. Sever, Sweep. Traits, Elemental Poison Resistance. 30% physical damage. 30% reduced elemental damage. Macu's face lit up with joy. Finally, next time I face a giant enemy like that, I will have a way to handle it. The poison fog slowly dispersed while the team anxiously watched. How is he? Is he still alive? Netchain was utterly confused. This is not right. The Great Earth Excavation Dragon God should not be this immobile. Then, everyone was stunned by the sight before them, the body of the Great Earth Excavation Dragon God. Their mouths dropped open in shock. This is the corpse of the Great Earth Excavation Dragon God. Can you believe he took it down solo? They whispered in awe. He really did it. Good thing we did not pick a fight with him. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Macu glanced up to see Alice hovering overhead, her face twisted in fury. Silently screaming, how could this be? Alice muttered to herself. How did he manage to kill the Great Earth Excavation Dragon God? She quickly spun around and bolted. Macu had just cast a spell. Realizing she was just putting on a show, Netchain hesitated. See, Gen. You okay? Macu glanced at the dark power radiating from his weapon and replied quietly. I am. He picked up the purple stone and said, once this is done, we can move on. Macu gently snapped it in half, and an eerie blue aura immediately swirled around him. The energy was quickly absorbed into him. Netchain saw the power and shouted to the others. Step back. A magical blue circle appeared behind Macu just as the system announced. You have acquired Poison Essence Skill Level 1. Level 1 Toxic Spirit forms a poisonous wound aura within a 1-meter radius, dealing damage equivalent to 10 strength points every second, lasting for 1 second. Everyone gasped loudly. This has to be the loot dropped from the Dragon God. Right? His power is truly something else. Cut to the Soul Chamber, where countless talismans hover. Yuan sits with eyes closed, meditating while vigilantly watching Lin Muyu's Soul Seal. Suddenly, the Soul Seal before him glows with a strange light. Yuan's eyes widen as he wonders. Has that kid's mental form really grown stronger? Did he stumble upon some hidden opportunity? Suddenly, dozens of red silk ribbons wrap around the Soul Seal. He blinks in surprise. These are primal runes. Yuan speaks gravely. This guy's definitely lucky, but I fear what is coming next will be a brutal test. He will have to tough it out. A flash of blue light flickers behind him, and the Spirit Tamer level god, Manhwa, appears alongside a one-horned holy thunder beast. Yuan frowns. Old Ming, what brings you here? The elder looks just as surprised. Old Bei? What are you doing here sitting like this? Ming replies softly. My student went to the ancient root trial grounds. I am here on campus. How about you? Tina steps closer and says gently. My granddaughter went to the ancient root trial grounds too. I am here on campus. Their answers mirror each other perfectly, and they exchange worried glances. Curious? Yuan asks. Since when did you start taking students? Why did not I know? He replies coldly. Not long. Tinhai slowly pulls out Macvan's soul seal and asks. How's your student doing? Ming confidently answers. He's got the aura of a super god. Hearing this, the elder is stunned, thinking, if even a death god rates him that highly, Then probably no one in the human race can match him. Ayuan claps him on the shoulder excitedly. I heard just a few days ago your granddaughter successfully ascended in her career. Congrats. Tinhai beams with pride. Of course. Not bad for my granddaughter. Ming laughs lightly. Your granddaughter's good, but she can hold a candle to my student. The elder sighs. How strong is your student really? You say he looks like a super god. Ming shrugs. Maybe I am exaggerating. But putting your granddaughter and mine from the same era side by side, mine's definitely top tier. Ayuan admits broadly. Between your granddaughter and my student, we are well acquainted. That top-level primal rune was all pulled off by him. Tinhai says in amazement. So you are that kid's teacher. The next day in Hellwood Forest, jagged rocks line both sides. Mayu asks slowly. 4 days have passed. Only 2 days left. After waiting so long, the Soul Reaper still has not shown up. His brothers rush over reporting. We heard. Some human race got a primal rune. Brother, we are here to protect you. Suddenly, a group of red-clad figures sprint up to Makyu's group. A crew cut guy grins. Looks like we are a step late. Nat Chien sighs in frustration. Who told you guys to do the opposite? Suddenly, a blazing red light streaks across the sky. Everyone gasps. A primal rune. In the sky, Mac Van's silhouette appears, riding a Wyclone flying past. Her eyes flicker with worry as she glances behind her. Right behind Mac Van, a horde of demons, led by Alice's command, is hot on her trail. She eyes the blazing red light ahead. Suspicious. So there is a human race who got a primal rune here. Mac Van spots a familiar face. Lin Mu Yu. It is him again. She is shocked. How did he reach level 30 so fast and even get a primal rune? Mac Van bites her lip, deep in thought. I do not know why, but seeing him makes me feel a bit more at ease, even though he just... Suddenly, behind her, the demons roar angrily. Girl, give up the fight and hand over the primal rune. Mac Van clenches her teeth. Damn it, she shoots past Mac Yu, who is standing below. Mac Van calls out urgently. Those trash demons are chasing us here. Hurry. Come up. I will help you escape. He looks at her outstretched hand and replies shortly. Run. Mac Yu cracked a faint, subtle smile and said, They are the ones who should be running. Not me. The demons perked up the moment they spotted the primal rune on him. Another primal rune. Jackpot. The moment Alice saw Mac Yu, she could not help but shuffle back in pure terror. He started channeling a surge of spiritual power into his palm. Flashing a sinister grin, Alice's panicked voice trembled. It is Lam Mac. Run. Now. At a mass command, a swarm of monsters scattered and fled in all directions. Mac Van frowned. Why are they so scared of you? Mac Yu half-jokingly replied. Probably because I have taken down a few of them before. He asked Mac Van. How long ago did you get your primal rune? She estimated and answered. About 5 days ago. Mac Yu suggested. Before your primal rune fully integrates. You should stick with me. Mac Van thought to herself. If the Abyssal Devil fears him this much, there has got to be a reason. These past few days have drained me completely. After some thought, she agreed to the offer. All right. After putting some distance between them, Alice exhaled in relief, thinking, thank God I am fast. Otherwise, I would be toast. Some of Alice's subordinates whispered among themselves. Why is Alice so scared of this human? I heard he is only level 30. Alice responded solemnly. It is not fear. I can risk ruining the Demon Lord's plan. The Demon Lord has been preparing this plan for days. We have to hold the line. Hearing this, the others perked up. For the Demon Lord. Rest assured we will give it our all. Alice smiled smugly. Good. We have got 1 day left. Let us move fast. Inside a cave, Mac Van and Mac Nu sat facing each other. Mac Nu broke the silence. Has your career advancement succeeded? Mac Van petted the Kylan beside her and happily replied. It did. Now, I am a Holy Spirit summoner. Her companion was also a Holy Spirit Kylan. The display below showed her new attribute. Mac Van, level 41. Holy Spirit summoner. Remembering that mysterious space, Mac Van asked Mac Yu. You came here aiming for the Divine Selection Secret Realm, right? She cut him off sharply. But the Divine Selection Secret Realm is what is called a high-level opportunity in the Kang-Gu trial ground. Only ranked second. One terrifying vision after another appeared as she continued. Third place is the Dungeon Demon Heart Labyrinth, which might drop dragon crystals. And first place, of course, is the Water Realm. You need a primal rune to enter. Recalling her grandfather's words, she added, there are 2 major opportunities. Grandpa also told me there is a legendary opportunity. No one's ever seized a world boss so insanely powerful. Mac Van fell silent. Pondering, she would never heard of anyone defeating that boss. Suddenly, a volley of arrows whizzed down from above. Both Mac Van and her Kylan were caught off guard. What is going on? Swiftly, Mac Van conjured a shield to block the arrows. Out of nowhere, a massive boulder crashed down, and her shield barely held. Lam Mac Yu silently assessed the attacker's power. Healing skills like that, they have got to be a level 50+ mage. At level 41, she could block those attacks. No wonder she survived the devil's relentless hunt. Soon, the shield shattered, Macfan leapt onto her Kylan's back. She shouted to Mac-Yu, "They're after your primal rune. Get on! I will take you out of here. Come, Mac-Yu, relax. It is nothing." She was startled, thinking, "Nothing. Is he?" Macfan looked up at their formidable opponent and thought, "That is a level 50+ mage. How could it be nothing?" Panic grew in her voice as she urged, "Hurry. If we do not run now, it will be too late." The monster laughed loudly. "2 primal runes? This is our lucky day. One's level 30. The other's 41, 2 humans with terrible luck." Then it charged forward gleefully. "Too bad for you, this is a jackpot for us." One of the monsters grinned. "I will snag that level 30 first. Then toy with the girl later." Seeing Mac-Yu about to be attacked, Macfan shouted anxiously, "Watch out!" The monster unleashed its move, a crushing cross-strike. But shockingly, Mac-Yu was unfazed. He stood still as the monster screamed in disbelief. What? Around the monster, something seemed to shift. Swarms of chains shot forward, capturing the trapped beasts. Suddenly, they realized this was the Curse of Ruin. One of them cursed, "Are you idiots? Don't you know our clan's immune to the Curse of Ruin?" Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind. One monster was blasted out of existence. The rest stared in shock. What just happened? Mackin gripped victory tightly, brimming with confidence. "I have got experience now. Take out the support first." The monster, refusing to back down, charged with its shield raised. "Bring it on. You are going down." Despite being bombarded by countless monsters from behind, Mackin remained perfectly calm. Macfan, watching from the other side, asked curiously, "Hey, is this even a fight?" After a while, Makingu lost interest in toying around and decided to finish it. As he struck, a purple barrier suddenly appeared. Makingu was caught off guard. Still puzzled, "Is this some kind of barrier?" The barrier trembled slightly. Makingu was not surprised anymore. Finally, "It is here. I thought they would give up without a fight." The monsters were stunned. "What is going on? Why is there a barrier all of a sudden?" Makingu scoffed at them. "A bunch of fools. Bait for others and do not even know it." Then he coldly finished off the monsters. Suddenly, an explosion of dust and smoke erupted around them, engulfing Macfan and Mac-Ingyu. Macfan anxiously asked, "Should we run? I still have random teleportation left." Mac-Yu scanned the surroundings and replied, "Let us assess the situation first." Through the smoky haze came a voice calling out to Mac-Ingyu, "Looks like we meet again. Didn't expect even the great Earth Dragon God could not kill you." The voice came from a stone, but this time, Alice held the stone. It was surrounded by an eerie purple glow. Like something was about to change, the stone projected the image of a seductive woman. The Demon King spoke excitedly. "We meet again, little friend Mac-Yu." Macfan wondered, "Who is she?" Mac-Yu's face turned serious as he answered, "Demon King. Back during the job battle. She sneaked into the Divine Realm but got beaten and ran away." Hearing this, Alice was shocked. "Demon King? What is she doing here?" The Demon King Nigi faced them and said, "Little friend Mac-Yu, your power truly surprises me, nothing like before. Why do not you come to the abyss and fight for me? I promise I won't betray you. Plus, there is a Holy Spirit willing to swap places. Come join me." Her words carried power, momentarily overwhelming Macfan. But soon, her shield was shattered by his strength. Macfan thought to himself, "I almost let her control me just now. Is this the power of the Demon King? Terrifying." Luckily, my bone armor blocked her strength. The Demon King sighed sadly. "Defeated already?" Then she covered her face, grinning wildly. "What a shame." She gritted her teeth. "If that is the case, then I will have to send you all to your doom." The stone pulsed violently as if about to explode with power. The Demon King laughed. "A grand gift to show my sincerity, hope you like it." Then the stone vanished in a blink. Looking at the sticky slime all around, Macca muttered, "It is gone." Macfan turned to him. "What now?" Suddenly, a soldier appeared behind Mac-Yugu, taunting the Demon King Yingi. The soldier was hit by a strange power just as Mac-Nu noticed it. Luckily dodging the attack, seeing the terrifying power, Mac-Yu could not help but feel uneasy. This attack, barely weaker than the great Earth Dragon Gods. "Demon King, what exactly did you just send here?" After the attack, the soldier was completely destroyed. Mac-Yu used a detection spell to check the power's rank. It was the Scarlet Moon Demon, a Lord-level demon at level 52. The Scarlet Moon Demon struck again, nearly breaking Mac-Yu's shield. Calmly, Mac-Yu swapped to his bone armor, wondering, another Lord-level demon, but where is its true form? Macfan looked up to the sky in horror, shouting, "There are even more high-level demons up there. Lord-level demons are basically boss tier, even among the Abyss demons. Only a handful are elite. This barrier has merged with the demon itself. If we can't kill it, we are all trapped here for good." The system flashes a notification. A Skull Mage has been eliminated. Mac-Yu tries to control the situation. "I will give it a shot, launch a move with a critical hit." Judging by the scene, He thinks to himself. The skeleton warrior's full force strike did not even make a dent. As Macvan said, the only way to break the barrier is to kill the Scarlet Moon Demon. From above, a barrage of attacks rained down, smashing head-on into the shields of Macvan and Macnu. Macnu was annoyed. These guys are seriously pests. Macvan told him, my dry soldier has a control skill. You want me to activate it, but it is only for 30 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. And the range is not great. Hearing that, Macyu seemed to have a plan. 30 seconds is plenty. When I tell you, use it, hold tight until then. The Red Moon Demon struck Macyu again. Macvan sighed. Here we go again. From the recent battle experience, Macyu realized no matter where Senza is, as long as she is inside this barrier, she is fair game for the Red Moon Demon's attacks. It has got to be hiding somewhere underground. Probably merged with the earth itself. Macyu sent a dry soldier to try again. He ordered the soldier to unleash the Legion boosting skill. The Red Moon Demon was not backing down and countered with its own move. Two forces clashed head-on. Pure chaos erupting, the battle was utterly brutal and disorganized. The Red Moon Demon easily wounded Makyu's dry soldiers. To the great Demon King who chose the Red Moon Demon for you, just sit back and savor the thrill of dying. Hearing this, Macvan asked him, are you still calm now? Macyu let it. No rush? It has got to have a weak spot. Macvan mounted his Clulin and flew up. I will handle the demons in the sky. Meanwhile, one of Alice's monsters asked, why did not we just one-shot that little guy? His stats are so low. Alice smiled. If you want to die, have at it. Otherwise, this is not some casual trial run. The Demon King wants higher-level Red Moon Demons here. I ordered them to kill that woman first. I hate beautiful women. The minions rushed off without hesitation, Alice said confidently. This time, we are fully prepped. Makyu's dry soldiers are as good as dead. Let us see how long he can hold out. The Red Moon Demon kept whittling down Makyu's dry soldiers one by one. He used his slow-speed core skill to turn the tide. He used his slow-speed core technique to turn the tide. Then Makyu unleashed his sharp bone teeth, piercing through the Lunar Demon's spikes, so they recoiled. And only then was Makyu's seasoned warrior finally unleashed. He realized those sharp spikes could not really hurt the Lunar Demon at its core. He paused, thinking about how to force its true form out. An idea sparked in his mind. He smiled. Got it. Makyu reached out, lightly touching the center, and a ring of light appeared. That is the deadly star circle. It instantly spread, engulfing everything around. Makyu thought, even though he had not leveled up this skill yet, using it to force the Lunar Demon out might work. He looked up, asking himself, got it, what is the plan now? A green light engulfed Makyu. The monsters around wondered what he was up to. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the green space. Makyu struck with his slow speed core skill. Found you, he exclaimed. Red chains snapped tight around the target he spotted. He restrained the Red Moon Demon and unleashed his soul fire attack. No more running this time. The Red Moon Demon struggled to dodge the blow. Makyu was now certain this was the true form of the Red Moon Demon. He looked up and told Macvan, send them down here. Macvan immediately agreed and used the skill Phantom Thread to bring Alice and Ada's gang crashing down. They all wondered, what the heck just happened? Why can't I fly anymore? Isn't this supposed to be a top-tier mage's trick? Why is she doing this? Amidst their confusion, they all hit the ground, staring at each other. Frustrated they could not take to the skies. Alice randomly used a high-level teleport charm. Ada crushed the charm, and Alice vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Ada's minions were relentlessly attacked by Makyu. The dry soldiers fought with all they had. The guy swung his blade back and forth, slicing the monsters into pieces in an instant. Before long, every single monster lay defeated on the ground. Seeing his rank suddenly jump, Messiang thought to himself in disbelief, just now, I actually earned 100,000 military merits. 2 years of risking my life all came down to this moment. And now I am already climbing the ranks. Looking at MCG's sharp features, she sighed, thinking, it was only a matter of seconds before this guy showed his true insane power. Sichin Guide, who had been restrained until now, suddenly spoke up. Next up, it is my turn. Warrior Kala flung a monster aside with a fierce swipe. Sichin Giat, the Demon Lord, pierced the monster's body with her sharp spikes. Blinding red light shot through the monster's body. Sichin Guite blasted it into a fiery explosion. After finishing off that beast, she darted past Messiang, who dove underground. But Mefeng reacted just in time, using poison to track Sichin Guite's location, making sure she would not escape. Yet the glowing monster that burrowed underground caused a massive tremor beneath their feet. Mefeng surveyed the surroundings and said, the ground is still shaking. That is the wails of the fallen. Damn, this is intense. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from beneath, sending monster corpses flying everywhere. Sichin Guite reappeared from the earth again. Messiang, catching his breath, thought, she is still the same, easily handling everything like before. Sichin Guite tried to use the remaining monsters to turn the tide, but in the end, She still lost to Mai Si-in. The system notified. Defeated Chagite Demon Lord. Level 52. Followed by her disappearance. Masang silently reevaluated the fight just now. Sichagite is not that strong. If I can find her true form, taking her down will be a breeze. If I did not have poison skills, I would have no way to deal with her. He mused seriously. Thinking of the Demon Lord, I must have gathered tons of intel to pinpoint her like this. Who leaked my info? Could it be someone from the demon cult? Messivan landed with a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A horde of warriors appeared from nowhere, shouting fiercely, "Protect our human race." They tried breaking the barrier, but when they glimpsed the scene inside, they froze. Is my vision playing tricks? Why are there so many demons and dragons here? Am I hallucinating? Meanwhile, Messinan directed Kalu to gather the spoils of war. Mef Iven thought to himself, his looting moves are so smooth I wonder where he trained. Messinan paid no mind. Calculating, it has been 10 days. Looks like my primal runes have fully merged. After pondering, he said, let us, Messivan asked. You want to find that divine selection secret realm? He answered seriously. Exactly. Messivan smiled brightly. I got your back with your skills. You can definitely pass through that divine selection gate. Elsewhere, panicked voices rang out. Who is targeting the Great Dragon Clan? Why have our warriors been falling so fast lately? The furious Dragon King's red eyes blazed as he demanded answers. He ordered an investigation of the ancient training grounds. His subordinate bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, a group of Dragon Clan warriors headed out to investigate. One of the king's men reported, The ancient training grounds. Your Majesty. Hearing this, the king's expression immediately darkened, crushing his wineglass in anger. He commanded, Order every Dragon Clan warrior from the upper space floor's ancient training grounds to unite and find Lum Messianju. Kill him for me. The Dragon Clan's base seemed to stir. The king declared firmly, No Dragon Clan warrior should die in vain. The humans who spilled our blood will pay with theirs. Elsewhere, the communication stone with the Demon Lord was reactivated. Alice worriedly said, The Demon Lord knows we failed? The Demon Lord replied to her, You can be blamed for this? Even Sechagite Demon Lord could not kill him. Go to the deepest part of the central region and deliver my orders to those fools. Alice received the order and quickly left. Imagine the Demon King ordered her to relay his command for them to go wipe out Lam Mak, and killing Lam Mak in Gugu was even more critical than the original runes. Lam Magu stared at his hand, where a strange mark had appeared. Makvan saw it and immediately recognized the rune. The primal rune had successfully merged with him. Maku closed his eyes and said, I can feel the primal space location. The system popped up a notification. Skill acquired. Hearing this, Makvan asked, Where's this primal space? Maku confidently replied, Down below. Makvan stroked his chin and said, Down below? Looks like we won't get a chance anytime soon. The primal space appearance shifts every time. Each move randomly scatters fragments across 9 primal runes. Maku eyed the rune mark suspiciously, feeling oddly familiar with these runes. Suddenly, Maku got pulled into a strange space. Was this a star system? Floating midair. Makingu grew more certain. He felt like he would seen this star system somewhere before. Annoyed, Maku shut his eyes. And when he opened them, the first thing that hit him was Earth. He stared hard. Was this really Earth? Memories flooded his mind. After racking his brain, he suddenly snapped awake. This was the star sea of the solar system. But why was it appearing in this world? Maku pondered deeply, wondering what the primal rune had to do with the solar system. Makvan called out loudly, What were you thinking? Aren't you supposed to be studying the rune? Makvan admired. Quit studying it. This primal rune is downright magical. She clenched her fists excitedly. For years, countless god-tier warriors have tried decoding it, but no one has cracked it. It is so mysterious. It messes with your mind and hooks you in. Makingu looked at Makvan, silently hoping, if I could just decipher even a bit of this, I would have no regrets for life. He smiled to himself. This rune represents the solar system after all. It is naturally tough to unravel. Stroking his chin, Maku guessed, there must be more Earth-related things in the primal space. I want to explore it. After thinking it over, Maku muttered, Too bad the primal space is down below. Probably need to be level 70 to get there. Unless there is another way. Makvan immediately replied, Actually, there is. She recalled a path last time. At the core area, there was a road leading down below. Everything has its price. Makvan continued, There is a boss guarding that path. To get through, you gotta take down that boss. Without hesitation, Maku asked her level. Makvan warned, Level 69. It is the only boss in the trial grounds that has never been killed. Plenty of strong fighters from lower levels have tried, and not only failed, but got seriously injured. Makvan advised, That boss is deadly. I suggest you hit level 70, get your third job advancement, then go for it. The primal space 1T run away anyway. Makingu nodded in agreement. Got it. Rustling noises came from afar, and a blonde man appeared. Everyone was caught off guard when they saw him. The blonde smirked and introduced himself to the beautiful lady. I am. Since you have got the primal rune, we are here to protect you. Macvan flatly refused. No need, but Claw kept pushing. Without protection, you are in serious danger. That primal rune will attract demons from the Abyss and the Dragon Clan. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from afar. We are the Imperial Divine Subjugators. We do not need your protection. The boss hunt team from the Azure Guild strode in fiercely. Macvan whispered to Makingu. They are from the Azure Guild, the top dogs in divine subjugation. Claw saw the leader and muttered. So it is Jiang Van's son from the Azure Guild. The guy showed no respect knowing Claw's name. He just angrily walked off, seeing Macvan's job title. Jiang Van's son could not help but praise. Legendary mid-tier summoner, damn impressive. Glancing at Macnew's job, he judged. Level 30 Necromancer. First time I have heard that, but spotting the blazing yellow badge, Van Son's tone shifted. Wait, Chief Guan. He immediately saluted seriously. Macu asked, you are military? Jiang Van Son explained, I used to be, had some issues later, so I was discharged. Jiang Van Son earnestly suggested, Chief Lamb, this place is dangerous. Let us watch your back. But just as he was about to say it, he swallowed the words back, thinking, that is not right. The rank of Commander Lamb is already Lieutenant Colonel. No need for our protection. Seems like Commander Lamb deliberately hid his true rank. After thinking it over, he corrected himself. Commander, if you need our help, just say the word. Macu replied without hesitation, just in time. I have something to ask. Have you seen any divine scouts around here? I have been searching for days but found nothing. Jiang Van Son eagerly pointed the way. Head this direction for about 100 miles. 4 days ago, divine scouts were spotted there. Upon hearing this, he turned and thanked him. Jiang Van Son chuckled. You are too polite, my friend. Then the two immediately headed off along the other path. But not long after, Jiang Van Son suddenly shouted, Wait up! Macu turned around. Puzzled, what is wrong? His face was anxious and a bit panicked. Macu also sensed something and looked up at the sky. Macu scratched his head, suspiciously glancing at Jiang Van Son, receiving his signal. Jiang Van Son quickly reassured him. Relax, we are all human here. Before he could finish speaking, something terrifying silenced him. A horde of abyssal demons soared above, alongside Dragon Clan mercenaries. Macu, looks like we are not going anywhere after all. Jiang Van Son ordered his troops to prepare for battle. He calmed his men. Don't worry. Even though there are many enemies, I sent a distress signal earlier. Reinforcements will arrive soon. We just need to hold the line. In front of the members of the squad, something appeared that shocked them all. Macu had formed a legion, and 10 groups had joined it. An info panel popped up. Legion Commander. Yuh. Level 30. Profession, Death Spirit Mage. Newly joined the Legion. Van Son was stunned. Level 30. But how could a level 30 even get into the trial grounds? Suddenly, a swarm of crazed goblins descended, followed by a massive force rapidly approaching. He drew his sword, a fierce aura rushing past, leaving Van Son horrified. The energy flowing from Macu's hand revived the Death Spirit soldiers behind him. He wondered, what is that, Death Spirit Mage? The thing he revived is a Death Spirit. Van Son's eyes went wide, mouth agape in shock. Thousands of Death Spirit soldiers had already been revived by Macu. The Death Spirit soldiers unleashed their powers, spreading waves of strength that significantly boosted their combat prowess. Van Son gulped. So many Death Spirits. Could this be why he is allowed in here? The Death Spirit soldiers charged forward, and the Death Spirit mages quickly formed battle formations. Suddenly, a ball of energy slammed down on the goblins. The Death Spirit soldiers took the opportunity to strike, but the target dodged just in time, watching from afar. He thought, that is too slow. Dite, looks like Mac's anti-flight skill can cover such a wide area. Macu turned to the person beside him, asking if there was a way to force them down. Internally, he thought, the guild's boss hunting team averages around level 30. Maybe they have a plan. Van Son answered solemnly. Yes, we have an obsession Grand Mage. Her Jir has an anti-flight skill that can ground them for a whole minute. Macu asked again. Really? An anti-flight skill? Then I want to hold back. At that moment, Alice glanced at the spreading energy and groaned. Again? Alright, launching a dark energy sphere now. This time, I want to give you any chances. Yuh. The sphere suddenly shattered, releasing ominous energy. Right before them, a surge of power erupted, startling Van Son and her, who recognized it as Abyssal Flame. I have heard the Abyssal Flame is the source of power for the Abyss demons, she said, eyes locked on the fierce energy. The first demon was born from this flame. Within its range, Their power increases by at least 30%. He nodded. It is because of that fire our attack on the Abyssal army failed. We have to be careful. The demons growled and charged. Macnu had not even steadied herself when daggers suddenly aimed at him. Van Sun shouted urgently. Watch out! Those are Night Stalkers. The moment they charged, the armor on his body stopped them cold. He stretched out his hand. Voice icy. Perfect timing. Then Macnu easily grabbed their necks. Adding, what? Scared you would not come down? His eyes turned ice cold. Soulfire blazing. Macnu ruthlessly shoved them into the shadowy mist. Their screams echoing in terror. Something crashed in front of them with a loud bang. Macnu cracked a sly smile. You can T-escape. He wrapped chains around the violent corpses. Commanding. No running. Just like that, the chains effortlessly snapped tight around them. A flash of light and a thunderous crash suddenly. They were thrown flying. Alice screamed in anger. Again? Break him down. Watch out for his whirlwind attacks. Another pack charged. Snarling. Die. Kill them. The king will reward us. Macnu grinned wide. I love pests like you, just keep feeding me bodies. Suddenly, a blinding flash exploded, blasting them all away. These Dragon Clan losers only know how to drag their feet. Alice muttered, licking her lips with wild eyes. But maybe these trash dragons still have a use to execute the Demon King's plan. Macnu watched the pitch-black demon corpses above. Enough bodies, bring them all down here. A voice answered nearby. Got it. I will tighten the band immediately. The ground trembled. A storm of wind and thunder roared as demons fell in mass. One panicked, shouting, what is happening? Why can I fly? And realized the sky was sealed. Someone had activated a no-fly zone. The legion of soldiers below froze, staring as tens of thousands of demons surged forward. Van Sun panicked. That many? With their numbers and strength, they could push straight to the center. This is the second anomaly since the world boss was killed. Ga looked suspicious. Could it be him causing this? The soldiers whispered. Seems like we are not needed. He might just handle this solo. Alice dove down, clutching a glowing purple spirit stone. Nearby, Macnu reported. This is a high-tier item that cancels no-fly skills. Brother Tranin, you are good. Macnu silently vowed. That demon witch has slipped away from me too many times. This time, I will make sure she is dead. He raised his hand sharply, shouting, kill. This is the corpse of violence. Tens of thousands of glowing stakes shot straight into the ground, lighting up the sky. The soldiers cheered. That is battle merit. My soldier's medal. They realized they would gain a star rank upgrade. Me too. The soldiers stared in awe at their hands. I leveled up. No way. Before long, they knew he would wipe out the demons and the Dragon Clan alone, and yet he still invited us to join his legion. This kid really lives up to being the legion commander. Macnu's armor glowed purple as his spirit shifted. No fly skills can be maintained long-term. Let us stop them from flying first, then deal with the rest. While the skeleton warrior was distracted, the demons pulled a dirty trick, attacking from behind. Aless used her spirit to connect with the demon queen through the spirit stone. That is enough. Are you ready? Alice immediately reported. All done. Demon King, total of 228 high-level demons above level 50, 160. 161 dead, 126 Dragon Clan, 93 dead. The Demon King mused. Never expected the Dragon Clan to join this battle. Perfect timing to borrow some of their bloodline power. With just a finger touch, the space around Macnu was enveloped in a purple aura. He quickly raised his hand to shield his face, blocking any chance of the aura invading his body. The soldier shouted. No way, that light is a collective shield. Van Sun yelled. Looks like a top-tier demon just made a move. God turned to the soldiers. You guys, run, he asked again. Captain, what about you? Van Sun shouted. I need to keep my skills sharp. You guys move ahead. Plus that guy. All around. Soldiers were entwined in a spiraling aura. Van Sun wondered what it was. Then Van Ji explained. That is Lam Macnu's defensive skill. With it, you won't get harmed by the silent abyss curse anymore. Meh. The Demon King Yi has made his move. He wants to kill me. Sorry to drag you all into this. The panicked soldiers froze as Van Sun thought in disbelief. So his opponent has already reached Demon King level. A whirlpool of purple aura transformed into a blazing dragon, swirling and sucking up everything in its path. Alice thought to herself, the Demon King must be wielding the Abyssal Flame Spirit. It is a secret sacrifice power that harnesses massive life force to fuel the Abyssal Flame. Its strength depends on how many sacrifices it consumes and how powerful they are. But no matter what, Abyssal Flame Spirit far surpasses the power the Demon Lord supplies. Mac Ingu asked Math. It is likely stronger than the Crimson Vow Demon. Mac Van's face turned serious. Very likely. The ranks of those sacrifices, both demons and dragons, are no joke. The Demon King's roar echoed across the sky. Little buddy Lam Mak Ingu calmly soaked in the grandeur bestowed by the king. If you make it out alive this time, I will personally invite you to my realm to taste the deepest delicacies of the abyss. He taunted. With that, the aura pit condensed and morphed into the abyssal flame spirit. The abyssal flame spirit howled, creating a violet barrier that engulfed everything. Mac Van was stunned. This was the flame barrier. Van Sun witnessed it and thought, this power. It is way stronger than any boss we have faced before. Maku signaled everyone back. Fall back. It is coming straight for me. Instantly, the abyssal flame spirit lunged at an insane speed, flinging soldiers into the air. Mac Van braced himself. The next battle. This might be beyond what we can handle. The abyssal flame scorched everything in its blazing path. Van Sun realized the relentless fire damage was brutal. Luckily, Lam Trong Quan's skill held them together, or else those dry soldiers would have been wiped out by the molten lava bursting from the ground. Maku's irritation showed. It is constant area damage. If this keeps up, I will need to keep reforging my armor bones. What a pain! Let us finish this fight in under a minute without missing a beat. The power seal on his hand glowed, a jade green beam piercing the ground. The dry soldiers looked up as Maku commanded. Move out. 30 seconds, take it down. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dry soldiers charged full speed at the abyssal flame spirit. The abyssal flame spirit roared in terror, grinding its teeth and locking eyes on the dry soldiers. It took attack after attack. Empowered by the rune's strength, the dry soldiers' offense surged. The abyssal flame spirit screamed in agony as thousands of iron chains shackled it. There was a loud clank. No escape. A fierce storm of blows gathered from the dry soldiers struck the abyssal flame spirit head-on. A massive explosion obliterated the abyssal flame spirit. Experience gained. 2,320,000. Fire treasure stone acquired. The dry soldiers were thrown back by the blast's shockwave. Maku stared at the rune in his hand, surprised that just one strike took down the formidable spirit. The stunned soldiers whispered. What? That was the abyssal flame spirit, summoned from over 100 demon and dragon sacrifices. And it went down in a blink. Unreal. Unreal. Alice was stunned. Damn. Who knew the original rune combined with his skill could pull this off? Even the Earth Dragon Lord could not take him down. The Crimson Moon Demon could not kill him. And even the abyssal flame spirit was destroyed in an instant. He is a freak of nature. Alice sent something up above. Mac Van rode his Cullen soaring up, thinking, this demon is the one who has been gunning for Lam Mak Yungu. Right? Can T let him escape? Alice panicked. Does she have a forbidden skill? She absolutely can T fall. Or Lam Mak Guan T forgive her. As the woman opened a barrier to pass through, Mac Van sped towards her. She crushed the spirit stone, but Alice barely managed to open a barrier. Mac Van glared through her barrier, cursing. Damn it! The purple energy surged wildly. Mac Van muttered. She got away. Maku does not care. There'll be a chance to finish her off later. He turned back and said, plenty of people noticed the calm over here and started heading this way. Let us move out. Time to enter the divine trial realm. Let Van Sun handle those guys. Maku and Mac Van stood before the trial realm. A soldier said to Van Sun, Boss, I feel like we are witnessing the birth of a god-tier powerhouse. He shouted, block those guys. Don't let them disturb the trial guardian inside. Once inside the realm, Mac Van grew silent. This is the divine trial realm. Let us go deeper together, Mac Van. Let us move. Our clan elder left only one word about the divine trial realm. She pushed forward with everything. She had no stepping back. Two figures appeared inside the divine trial realm, Mac Nu and Mac Van. They stood tall amid floating boulders that formed two parallel paths. Mac Van and Mac Nu split up, each taking one path. He glanced back as she charged forward full throttle. Mago slowed down, his entire body weighed down by divine pressure. Jitrung said, climbing these steps will test your mental strength. The higher you go, the heavier the pressure. Mac Van struggled to move but thought. Thankfully, with soul crystallization, her spirit power is strong enough. So far, the pressure feels manageable. Maku looked at the fragments floating upward. Puzzled, what is this? Mac Van's confusion turned to dread. This is where the real challenge begins. Exhausted, she wiped sweat from her brow. There are 500 steps total. The first 100 steps each emit a single ray of divine energy. Steps 101 to 200 have 2 rays. And the last 100 steps blast 5 rays each. Meh. I heard Master say you need at least 100 rays to fuse into divine energy. Each step grows heavier. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, even if I have to crawl, I will make it to step 100. Maku strode steadily, seeming unfazed by the mental pressure. He stared at his palm, where a single ray of energy flickered. Though 100 rays are needed to form divine energy, with the trial realm set at 500 steps, gathering them all would make you incredibly powerful, and the rewards even greater. Clenching his fist, he pressed forward. Suddenly, Mac Engu startled at a faint glow ahead. The 3-legged god peak floated in the distance. Wait. The peak. Why is the three-legged god peak here? Macvan wiped sweat from her face. Excited, as long as she could form divine energy. The second promotion would have a 90% chance to elevate her profession, and if she reached the end, by the third promotion, the chance to ascend again would jump to 80%. Makingu was amazed. So that is how it is? He decided to get closer to observe the three-legged god peak. The two continued climbing step by step. Maku moved casually. Puzzled, he is only level 30 but moves faster than expected. Like he is unaffected by any pressure at all. After 100 steps, Maku absorbed divine intelligence energy. His body felt like it was on fire. This was the divine intelligence energy. It not only boosts levels but adds new attributes after leveling up. The lower your level when receiving divine energy, the stronger the effect. If he kept stacking it like this, his stats might even surpass his master's. Makingu silently vowed to keep boosting his divine energy, aiming to raise his divine intelligence level. Meanwhile, Macvan was gasping for air. Barely catching her breath, feeling a sense of relief, Van smiled. So this is divine intelligence energy. Feels amazing. She glanced at Makingu's retreating back. Thinking, forgot he is a monster. Wonder how far he will go. He is only level 30, but might break the record set by the White God. Maku noticed the divine intelligence energy rays wrapping around him. Leveled up. Not enough, I want to climb higher. Macvan lowered her head, supporting her whole body with her hands as she dragged herself forward. She collapsed. Exhaling, finally reached divine intelligence level 2. According to clan records, reaching level 2 marks a prodigy. Looks like I did not let the clan down. The White God made it to level 5. Maybe I can too. Macvan finally noticed Maku. Hey. Where's he? She glanced over and panicked at the distance. When did he get that far? Macvan ran her hands through her hair in frustration. A total freak. Born in the same era as him is a nightmare for any genius. Makingu had already reached step 200 and leveled up to 5. The pressure was not too bad. He could definitely keep pushing forward. Chat glanced sideways. Mesivan rode the Keelan soaring past the steps. He shouted. Awesome. Senza can still use her special skills here. At 200 steps, the Keelan's body was shattered. Yet Mesivan still felt this crushing mental pressure. This was his absolute limit. When he finally reached 300 steps, then 400, sweat drenched him. Teeth gritted. He pushed forward with all his might, no turning back. At 490 steps, Mesivan gasped and collapsed. Just a little more to go. He stared at the three-legged divine cauldron floating right before his eyes, swearing, damn it, is this the limit? Does this cauldron have the same primal rune connection to Earth? Summoning every ounce of strength, he forced himself to stand, divine energy enveloping his body. Lifting Mexivine into the air, Mesvanin took a step forward. Standing before the enormous three-legged divine cauldron, tendrils of energy swirled around him. Mesivan's eyes widened in amazement. The divine cauldron's runes were indeed like the primal runes. Connected to the world from his memories, energy streams flowed down inside. Catching his attention, standing at the cauldron's mouth, he realized the divine energy outside was just a fraction leaking from within. He reached out to feel the energy flow. If he could absorb it all, how much would his divine power surge? Suddenly, a wave of power slammed down on him. Mesivan also staggered under the pressure. What the hell is going on? Quick as lightning, Mesivan grabbed the cauldron's mouth. A colossal force erupted, and he floated, absorbing every bit of that energy. Later, he came. Looks like we have been transported into a mysterious secret realm. Mesivan sensed something different. Wait a minute, his body. Panic hit him hard. The divine cauldron had been absorbed by him, and his divine power had skyrocketed to level 30. Looking around, Methashnin thought silently. Level 30 is definitely not the end. It is just that right now. She is capped at level 30. The entrance to the secret realm is gone. Messian worried. With the divine cauldron in my hands, will there be no more divine secret realms from now on? What connection does it have with the primal runes and the world in my memories? There is definitely some secret hidden inside here. Only now did Messivan wake up. What happened? Messivan explained. After I reached the peak, the secret realm exploded. Hearing this, Messivan was shocked. You reached the peak, she asked. Then what level is your divine power now? Messivan answered. Level 30. Messivan was stunned. Level 30? How is that even possible? She ruffled his hair. Dude, you really are a monster now. Suddenly, a flash of light caught their attention. Messivan looked down at the rune on my hand. It had fused completely. She raised her hand. Nothing can stop me now? Messivan asked. What skill is that? Messivan explained. The skill is called Nothing Can Stop Me. For 1 whole minute, speed increases tenfold, immune to all wounds, ignoring every obstacle barriers. Secret realms. Spatial fortresses. Whatever. Cooldown. Less than an hour, Messivan marveled. Not bad. That is a seriously powerful skill. Messivan stood up again. Yeah, primal rune skills are all insanely strong. Too bad they only last a minute. Messivan summoned the white Klylin again and climbed onto its back. She turned back and said, sorry to have bothered you all these days. I have to go now. Thanks for taking care of me. I need to train more. Not just because you told me to, with this rune skill. There is a lot more inside me now. She waved. See you next time. Messfevern placed his hand on his chest and muttered. All right, I should get going too. The dry soldier fights fiercely against the demon. One strike from the hand killed the demon. Mess Evan analyzed that the upper-level space of the trial arena was roughly divided into 3 zones. The outskirts, the central area, and the core. The enemies I am facing now are almost level 55. Senza has already reached the core area. The demon was defeated with a single blow from the dry soldier. Messivan's side finally reached the level. He looked at the energy swirling around him. Sure enough, the divine power inside the cauldron was not fully absorbed by him. As soon as my rank rises, my divine power will keep leveling up non-stop. Macu has seen so many demons with that ruthless glare stacked up like a mountain. Did a battle break out here? He eyes the energy swirling above, his battle breath quickening. Is there a human tribe still fighting demons up there? A squad of warriors is surrounded by a horde of demons. Hang tight. Chuangfeng. Just a bit more patience and the dungeon will form. Once it does, we will storm right in. The demons sneer. You want to get inside. But even if you do, you will come crawling out. Fresh human meat, you are already in our grasp. Their thoughts end abruptly as Mac Han's sword cleaves through them. Macu calls out. Says. Macu rushes over. Says. Mac Han turns around. Startled, she gasps. Little you. The demons scoff at his arrival. A level 31 kid shows up here. What a joke. Seriously. Looking for a quick death? Huh, are you humans really out of fighters? Sending such a weakling here. The demons swarm in unison. Let me taste you first. Macu stays alert. This is not good. Mac Hen shouts as her whole body starts to lift off the ground. Tens of thousands of swords materialize around Mac Han. She commands. This is the 10,000 sword flying dance. The demons are caught off guard, unable to react as the swords rain down. The blades pierce through the demons. Chuangfeng charges forward. Break the siege. Suddenly, a powerful gust of energy blows in, blocking their advance. Asks, Little you, what are you doing here? Macu answers honestly. My master sent me to the trial grounds to train. Chuangfeng thinks. Your teacher's gutsy. Sending a level 31 kid to the trial grounds. Doesn't he worry you? One T come back. The kid's appearance throws off their battle plan completely. Mafhan skills are on cooldown. And things are getting messier. Macnu turns to ask. Says, are you all planning to enter this dungeon? Machan nods. Yeah. But now, it might be impossible to get in. Chuangfeng says. Your skills are cooling down. Forget about entering the dungeon now. First, we gotta break this siege. Machan hands Macu a teleportation stone. If we fail to break through, use this stone. It will get you to safety. Chuangfeng mutters to himself. Just one teleport stone per team member. Macu raises a hand to refuse. Says, I do not need it. Machan reassures her. Relax. I have a teleport cover. Not as good as the stone. But I want to be far. Macu steps forward. Says, what I mean is, we do not need to run. Let us just wipe out these demons. Chuangfeng is stunned. Kid, do you even realize what you just said? You better listen to your sister. The demons jeer. Kid. Still dreaming? Or want to go crash inside my belly for a nap? Macu channels her power. Says, everyone, be careful. Don't get poisoned. Maybe add me to the team. Machan orders. Everyone, fall back. Chuangfeng is shocked. Mafhan's message pops up. Lam Macu added to your team. Streams of red power surge forward, transforming into glowing red chains that slow everything down. The chains lash out, wrapping tightly around the demon's limbs. The warriors trapped by the poison are gradually freed, and their numbers swell. At Macu's command, they leap forward. The enraged demons shout, damn these chains. They are slowing us down. Break free. Move. As the demons fly up, the warriors hold them back. One warrior yanks a demon down hard. Pain screams echo. The demons cry out in agony. Macu watches intently. Even Machan is stunned by the overwhelming power. Chuangfeng wonders, demons level 50. Should be easy to crush. Right? His companion is equally shocked. They have already been wiped out. They marvel at the might of the warriors. Is this really what a level 31 professional can do? No way. I thought Machem was tough. But her brother's even crazier. What kind of family are these people? Mac says, I took care of everything. Machem looked at him with tender eyes. She smiled brightly, saying, Little you did great. Machem introduced, these are my seniors and teammates. This here is the late Truong Feng, and this is Man Choyan. Rank 4, Truong Feng stepped forward. Thank you, Macu nodded. No need. Hunting demons is every hunter's duty. He asked. Says, why does everyone want to enter this dungeon? Makhan explained. Because my master calculated that the original rune and spiritual light will appear in this dungeon. So my seniors and I came to conquer it together. Macu gasped. Original rune, he thought silently. No wonder, Mac said. Exactly. But just now we stirred up quite a scene. I am afraid many demons and dragons will rush here. Macu reassured. Don't worry. Says, you all go in first. No one's gonna bother you. He thought. Now it is my turn to guard the gate. A blue magical aura surrounded the stone atop the peak as everyone cheered. The dungeon is forming, Macken said sternly. No matter what, we have to seize this chance. Let us enter the dungeon now. A time-space gate appeared, also called the blood-scarred origin. Everyone rushed inside while she turned back and flashed a smile. Outside, only he remained. He sighed to himself. Never thought he would be the one guarding this dungeon gate someday. The aerial goblin tribe spotted this and shouted to each other. The energy from the ancient trial ground is converging on something. They howled loudly. All the energies focused on this dungeon. This dungeon's gotta be something special. Meanwhile, a level 31 human kid with pitifully low stats sneered. Stuff like this, I could wipe out a whole crowd with one finger. Macu summoned a legion of drybone warriors. Finally, they are here. The dragon army leader cast a spell. Makin, summoning a bunch of drybone fodder. What is the point? This is like playing with fire. A massive fireball shot straight down, causing a deafening explosion that shook the entire forest. He sneered. Looks like they could not even take one hit, but immediately after, he staggered, unable to say another word. Suddenly, 3 or 4 chains shot out, binding him tightly. He ordered with a stern face. You winged freaks are hopeless. Get down here. 2 massive blades pierced through a dragon soldier. The rest stared dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Macu unleashed a wide-range spell. The dragon soldiers hit hard, screamed in terror and despair. What is happening? Drybone warriors. Collect their bodies and bring them here. Then he ordered. Hide their corpses. Follow orders and dump all the dragon bodies in that corner. Macu returned. Waiting for the next batch of visitors. From deep in the forest, another dragon soldier spotted the energy. What is over there? Must be treasure. When he arrived, he was ecstatic. Woo! A level 31 kid's here. They scrambled excitedly. Let me try. But as they swooped down, countless beams of power blasted them to bits. What is this? So the drybone warriors had to haul away heaps of bodies again. Within a short time, hundreds of dragon soldiers had come, caused trouble, and were wiped out, along with furious demons. But in the end, they were just toys for Macu. Finally, he stood before the towering pile of corpses, rubbing his head and grumbling. How long has it been? We are almost out of space. At this moment, a group of human soldiers chatted. This dungeon gathers energy from the ancient trial ground. We are sure to find incredible treasures here. Seeing this, Macu spoke up to stop them. Hold up. You guys can't enter this dungeon right now. The tall leader retorted. Bro, you blocking the dungeon gate like this is not right. He replied. I know, but not now. Suddenly, a soldier behind panicked. Boss, look, behind the dungeon. They shouted in shock at the terrifying mountain of corpses. Now even more dragon soldiers arrived. Move aside. Macu calmly looked up. Here we go again. Immediately, a massive pulse of magical energy blasted out. Terrifying everyone, he warned firmly. I am serious, no one's getting in right now. The leader's name is now obedient. I got it. My lord, he rubbed his pale right hand nervously. Great lord, we are just standing here watching. The folks behind have stepped back completely. We will only move when you say so. Suddenly, a burst of red light shot into the sky. Messi Enja spun around, shouting, this is the primordial magic seal. From inside the crowd, Huntin stepped out safely. He smiled and said, Says, congrats, she asked. Tai Yuan, no demons or dragon clan showed up just now, right? He replied, there were some, but I handled them all. Messing warned anxiously. Says, the primordial magic seal takes 10 days to fully sink. You have to be careful. Mesa Hun rubbed his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Your master has everything under control. Nothing dangerous will happen. Suddenly, someone panicked and urged, Try Yu Feng. Look, he stared at the towering pile of materials. These are the guys he mentioned. Mese Hun tucked a strand of hair behind Mepa Seyagen's ear and said, Tai Yu En. Next you have to merge with the primordial magic seal. You can come with me anymore. He smiled softly and replied, okay. Feeling relieved. It seemed she had a plan. Mai Xiang turned to the group of soldiers and said, you guys can enter the dungeon now? Thanks. Great lord. After he left, They kept watching, utterly amazed. Great Lord really is a Great Lord. Even the primordial magic seal willingly yields to him. The Great Lord is insanely strong, killing demons and dragons like they are nothing. Plus, his moves are so slick it is clear he has slaughtered tons of dragons before. Cut to a gloomy cave surrounded by rocky islands. Demon Kima sat imposingly on Addis' throne. Alice knelt on the ground, confessing, "Great King, I have failed. Please punish me." Addis spoke softly. "I do not blame you. His power is beyond any data even I would lose. But did you finish the task I gave you?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, I left the spiritual mark on La Mamason." Demon King Nimma nodded approvingly. "Good." Then he raised his hand to form a magic circle. Demon Mina emerged from within. She bowed and respectfully asked, "Great King, what are your orders?" With a stern voice, the Demon King commanded, "Mina, head to the trial grounds of Tian-Si. Find the time path leading upstairs. Track the spiritual mark left by Alice, and bring La Messi Ying back to me." Mina responded immediately. "Understood." Alice panicked from behind. "Kin is not sending Mina after La Mess a bit of a waste." Mina's face darkened. "Are you doubting me?" Alice stammered nervously. "I would not dare." Suddenly, a powerful wave of dark magic blasted her backward. Demon King Ma warned coldly, "Don't question my orders. Now get lost." A few days later in a dark forest, Messina walked, saying, "This time, we are heading to the trial grounds of Toan-Si. We have gained a lot so far. Only the Malong dungeon remains. Not sure when we will find it." Nearby, dry soldier warriors kept slashing demons close to it. He just leveled up, finally gaining new power. An info panel popped up. Name, Lum Ivan. Profession, the one and only undead mage. Level 33. Title, Dragon Clan War King. All attributes plus 500. Skills cost 50% less mana. Strength 1393 plus 500. Constitution 1393 plus 500. Agility 1393 plus 500. Spirit 20,965 plus 3,500. He bowed and said, "As expected, my divine spiritual power synced up to level 33. My stats shot up after leveling." The system announced, "Divine spiritual power level 33 unlocked. On leveling up, all attributes increase by 33%. Spirit recovery speed jumps 3,300%. Stamina recovery speed up 3,300%. The special item Supreme Divine Orb cannot be used." The Dry Soldier Warrior's info updated to Golden Rank, level 33. Strength 18,000. Agility 18,000. Spirit 18,000. Constitution 18,000. Skill, One Hit Smash level 3. Converts 400% strength into damage. Cooldown 10 minutes. Golden Rank Mage, level 33. Strength 4,600. Agility 4,600. Spirit 23,000. Constitution 4,600. Messiah frowned, thinking, but facing monsters in the central zone, these dry soldiers' stats still do not seem enough. Right then, a gigantic bird swooped down fast. Luckily, he was quick enough to block its beak strike. According to the current data, the War Eagle is level 56, with 80,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 60,000 endurance. Its skills include rapid strike and rending, with an ultra-fast speed trait. The farther it fires its gun, the harder the impact. It is insanely powerful, just a regular monster in the central zone. Yet its stats are off the charts. The War Eagle soared high to gain momentum, then sliced down like a lightning bolt. Without hesitation, he summoned blazing red chains to bind the beast. "Hold still for me." The War Eagle immediately lost its fighting ability and plummeted. He smirked. His squad of dry soldiers still knew how to gang up like pros. All the dry soldiers charged in, hitting with their signature one-hit combo, swiftly wiping out the War Eagle. Experience points gained, 1,680,000. He also snagged a fragment of spirit light. These shards harness the power of ancient spirits and, when given to novice alchemists or craftsmen, can boost equipment attributes. Holding the shard in his hand, he marveled. After all this time here, this was the first rare material he would ever gotten from this ancient trial zone. Suddenly, the War Eagle's corpse emitted tiny beams of light. That was bad news for him, making his brow furrow in concern. After death, monsters in the central zone transform into light. No corpse left behind, meaning no more corpse sweeping combos. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. He jolted, alarmed what the hell was going on. From deep within the forest burst forth a pack of level 56 armored beasts, each boasting 85,000 strength, 30,000 agility, 15,000 spirit, and 50,000 endurance. With fierce skills, they charged forward, but the dry soldiers were already waiting to handle them. Just then, he spotted something even stronger behind him and spun around. The earth was collapsing, and tree branches were snapping and falling. A monstrous serpent-headed turtle demon, known as Manhwa, appeared. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, ready to strike. He broke into a cold sweat. This battle was going to cost a lot of dry soldiers. He summoned the golden-ranked Phantom General, level 33, a squad member with over 330 troops, boasting 5,500 strength, agility, spirit, and 26,000 endurance, equipped with troop healing, enhancement, and formation skills. The general raised his magic staff high, buffing the entire squad with a 30% boost to attack power, attack speed, spellcasting speed, physical defense, elemental resistance, and crowd control resistance. The dry soldiers instantly felt the surge of power. He stood boldly in front of the giant Sakuai demon, unafraid, even taunting it. Bring it on. Sakuai let out a terrifying roar, then leapt into the air and slammed down with a devastating earthquake strike. The ground cracked and shattered into pieces. In an instant, 7 soldiers were wiped out. The spirits in this army kept healing their troops. Maku wiped sweat from his brow, shouting, "Their attacks are brutal." He decisively summoned blazing red chains, wrapping them tightly around the creature. Hold still for me. The sand turtle flailed wildly. It used its earth smash skill again, leaping high before slamming down hard. The ground shattered, and rocks flew everywhere. The armor plating on his back shattered into pieces. He gasped. 2 of his armor bones broke in an instant. No wonder the dry soldiers were getting injured. He quickly used his energy to restore the armor bones, but the beast was just too huge to restrain. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open in horror as Sakuai's massive tail swung toward him. Sakuai struck him, sending him flying backward. Stunned, he turned pale and looked back. Was this really the power of the Central Zone boss? But he quickly regained his balance, avoiding a faceplant. A blue flame flickered to life in his hand as he declared seriously, "Now, it is my turn." The flame shot forward, engulfing Sakuai completely. He grinned, seizing the moment. Then he raised his palm, revealing a glowing circular mark, the mark of troop enhancement. For 30 seconds, all his and his summon's basic attributes were boosted by 200%. Attack damage soared by 500%. With a 1-hour cooldown, fueled by fierce magic, the dry soldiers charged in unison. The serpent demon was swallowed by the flames, each soldier landing a brutal one-hit combo that made its blood spray everywhere. A sly smile curled on his lips, though the rune's effect lasted only 30 seconds. It was enough to decide the battle. Sakuai's massive head lost power and slammed face first into the ground. He looked on skeptically. "It is over. We did it." But to his surprise, it curled its head tightly into its shell to hide. Suddenly, countless magical shields materialized around it, emanating a dark aura from the center of its shell. It reduced physical and elemental damage by 20%. Came with the Shukui skill. The shield can act for 30 seconds, but during that time it grants immunity to all damage and resets cooldowns on all skills except itself. With a 1-hour cooldown, Maku could not believe his eyes. A legendary platinum item just dropped in front of him. The skeleton warrior swung his sword relentlessly, but it was useless. He muttered, "This defense is a bit over the top." Maku grimly summoned a sharp scythe and thought to himself, "Curl into your shell all you want, soul-devouring worm king, but I won't let your defenses stop me from tearing you apart." Suddenly, an immense pressure descended from above, its shadow so vast it covered a large area. He immediately called out, "Fall back." In the sky, a bird even bigger than the eagle from earlier swooped down with a fierce roar. Maku shouted, "What the hell is that?" Instead of attacking him, it grabbed the serpent turtle's shell with one talon and soared high. He had to shield his face from the powerful wind. The bird circled back and forth. Maku looked up, puzzled. Is that the boss from the ancient trial grounds? Now, the serpent turtle's shell crashed to the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Looking at the empty shell stunned him. The battlefield sand turtle was dead. Worse, it had been eaten. A beam of light radiated from it. The dropped item was called Shukui Shield, made just for knights. A platinum-grade shield granting plus 3,000 to all stats and boosting defense skills by 90%. It reduced physical damage by 20%, elemental damage by 20%, and came with the Shukui skill. The shield can act for 30 seconds, but during that time it blocks all damage and resets all skill cooldowns except this one, which has a 1-hour cooldown. Mak Ingu still could not believe his eyes. Such a legendary platinum item just dropped right in front of him. He marveled. Lucky me. Didn't expect the Central Zone boss to be this strong. Scene shifts to the Blue Guild's engineering squad. The woman on the left was Lanya Vu, a level 60 sword knight, and beside her was Tian Tian, a senior gatherer with a C rank. Chenshin spoke up. "Sister Ya, the central area is just ahead. Are we really going to storm it?" Lanya Vu asked. "What is the matter?" "Scared," Chanshan replied confidently. "Not all. With you and the rest of our team, there is nothing to fear." She laughed. "The central area is not some death zone full of traps and fire. With our strength, even a level 69 boss is manageable. Don't forget, we already took down a level 55 boss leader." Yavu drew her sword and called out, "Let us move out." The group echoed, "Let us," and plunged deeper into the forest. Yavu scanned the surroundings. Puzzled, could it be that there are no monsters in the central area? We have been inside for half a day and have not seen a single one. Chanshin suggested, maybe we should go deeper. Meanwhile, Maku spotted a massive boar engulfed in flames. He muttered, the central area has quite a few strong bosses. I wonder when we will finally find the magic core. Suddenly, two groups faced each other. Yavu gasped, level 33. Are you kidding me? Maku eyed the other group warily, thinking, that outfit must be guild imposters. A guy named Shenzi warned, don't he go any deeper. It is too dangerous ahead. Then he turned and left. Yavu felt shaken, as if this level 33 guy had come to teach them a lesson. Chen frowned. Weird. Why is he here in the ancient battlefield? Jiavu looked at her suspiciously. Chen, do you know him? She explained. His name's Lin Maku. Not long. He won the Pro Gamer tournament at level 20, even breaking the challenge record. Jiavu muttered. So that is him. She wondered if he had gone into the central area and then backed out, and if he was the one who warned them. After a moment's thought, Vu decided, let us stick to the edge. No more deep dives. The group obeyed. Hours later, Maku thought, I have pulled back from the center to avoid that boss. Hopefully, they listened to my warning too. Suddenly, a red light shot straight into the sky. Shocked, he shouted, a distress signal. That is our direction. Maku rushed toward the glowing light, guessing it was a help signal from the central area that might lead to that guy. The fiery red orb hovered in the sky. He cursed under his breath. Idiot, do they really have to call the boss here? One after another, 3 or 4 glowing orbs appeared in the sky. Maku dashed in fiercely, rushing to aid the group trapped by demons, and when he arrived, he recognized them. Jevu shouted out, hold on, I already sent out a distress signal. Someone's coming to save us, so do not give up now. Qian gripped her hammer tight and swung hard at the demons surrounding them. Right then, Maku raised his hand, activating his gathering sphere. Slowly, he advanced, letting out a relieved breath. Luckily, nothing bad happened to them. Good call on pulling back from the center, the system announced. You have formed a legion. Maku spoke up, extending an invitation. Jevu also received the notification. Legion Changlin Maku, level 33. Invites you to join. She jumped with joy. Reinforcements had arrived, but that joy vanished instantly when she saw the backup. Only one person, one T do much, even if he is a super genius, and only level 33 to boot. Jiavu was crushed with disappointment. Looks like all we can do is hold on and hope more reinforcements show up. Suddenly, she was startled. What was that? It turned out the dry soldiers who had been recovering suddenly charged into battle, hacking away at the demons relentlessly. The onlookers could not help but marvel. He is insanely powerful. Level 33. But he commands so many dry soldiers. How many does he actually have? Chanshin felt a weight lift off her chest. Jiavu, are we really saved? She stammered. Yeah, Jiv replied. The demons are burning up, one by. Soon, they will be wiped out. Makua's system kept buzzing. Gathering technique activated. Obtain shard of pure light. Repeated over and over. He thought to himself, the gathering technique. Never expected to land such a rare legendary skill. Jiavu approached, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Maku, for coming to our rescue. Maku warned seriously. We should leave now. This place is not safe. She looked confused. Not safe. But did not you just kill all those monsters? He affirmed firmly. I am not talking about those. Suddenly, a massive black wing storm of raven beasts darkened the sky. Maku panicked, shouting, this is bad. Run. Jiavu was still puzzled. What is going on? He explained as he retreated. A boss is coming. She ordered quickly. Move. The raven beast is so huge its wings cover the whole area. Chanshin gasped in shock. Oh wow, what is that? Maku it. Probably a boss. It already devoured another boss once. Without warning, it dove straight at the group. Maku warned. Watch out. It is here. Maku yelled. Close ranks. Jiavu, now trusting him fully, obeyed instantly. Close ranks. He cast his magic, summoning an entire battalion of dry soldiers. She questioned, with such a huge central area, how did it find us? Maku answered bluntly. Distress signal. Jolted. Wait, are we leading it toward us? The raven beast opened its massive maw, spewing dark magic. Just that attack wiped out 21 dry soldiers and 9 dry mages. Maku shouted urgently. Legion. Reinforcements. Now, the beast refused to back down, spitting more magic, determined to obliterate anyone blocking its path. Another 35 dry soldiers and 11 mages were destroyed. The raven beast swooped down, grabbing a dry soldier with its foot. It tossed him into the air, opened its jaws wide, easily biting down on the soldier, then blasted him with blue flames. Now the info board popped up. Raven Beast boss. Warlord level. Power 250,000. Agility 100,000. Spirit 150,000. Stamina 100,000. Skills. Flame Spit. Fiery Rampage. Traits. Fire Immunity. 60% elemental damage reduction. Sharp Teeth ignore armor. Maku muttered. What kind of stats are these? Jivu was terrified, her voice trembling. How can a boss be this terrifying? These stats are higher than a level 70 pseudo class. Chanshin asked nervously. Maku, can you fight it? The Raven Beast circled again, swallowing more dry soldiers in a fairy blaze. The count rose, 3 more dry soldiers wiped out. Maku was sweating bullets, thinking to himself that the longer he stayed drained, the more his spirit would fade. He needed to recharge fast and absolutely had to get out of here before he got completely wiped out. So he spun around and shouted at the top of his lungs. Move! But the ancient drying flames stalled them for a bit longer. Get out of the central zone, now. Vu yelled. Run! It seemed the Phoenix understood exactly what they intended. Its eyes flared with an intense blue fire. The target locked directly onto Maku. He felt the lethal aura behind him. It was coming straight for him. Maku shouted. Dunny, follow me here. Let us split up and run. Devu was utterly confused. What the hell was this guy suddenly going crazy for? He thought. Is this dude really planning to ditch us and run solo? Chanshin screamed in panic. It is chasing after Lam Maku. Only now did she realize his true intention deep down. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. He wanted to lead the boss away alone, buying them a chance to survive. How could she have doubted him just moments ago? Jiavu commanded. Let us move. We can let Lam Maku sacrifice herself for nothing. On the edge, the Phoenix spread its mighty wings. Maku declared. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. It soared high, unleashing a barrage of blazing blue flames. Maku ran while pondering how could one attack force him to replenish his bone armor 6 times in a row. He unleashed his magic with frustration, muttering, Damn, do they really think I am just dirt under their feet? Maku stood firm below, refusing to flee any longer. Now the flames had engulfed nearly the entire space. Devu's side also witnessed this terrifying power shooting into the sky. That energy, the skill at this level, could he really survive this? Chanshin burst into tears. Nu, Devu bowed their heads. He was a legend. Let us build a tomb for him. At this moment, the electric dragon god was resurrected, towering and terrifying. Maku narrowed his eyes. Voice grim. This grudge is burned into me. When I come back at the Heroes' Hall, I swear I will hunt you down and settle the score. Suddenly, a stream of purple magic streaked through the sky. It was me. Grinning wildly. Finally found you. Thought you were hiding in the Maku zone. Maku wondered. Why was she targeting him? How did she pinpoint his location? Could there be a mark on him? She covered her face. Delighted. Come on. Be a good kid and follow me. Don't worry. I will take good care of you. Maku blocked Minus magic with a burst of blue flames. She frowned, muttering, my charm spell's being nullified. Lord Wong wants me to bring the survivor back. This just got complicated. Maku snapped back. Don't dream it, I am not going with you. Mina laughed. Kiddo, that is not up to you. Maku turned and dashed away, shouting back. Oh yeah. The Phoenix was now under Maku's control, its eyes blazing fiercely. If you see me, just know I am a top-tier boss in this space. Step aside or I will kill you. It growled, but the Phoenix roared and unleashed a volley of green flames straight at Mina. Mina quickly dodged, then spewed a huge fireball back. She wrapped herself in a protective barrier. Still, the blue flames slipped through, startling her. My shield's failing fast. This boss is not a joke. Maku found a spot to catch his breath and rubbed his head. Looks like those two are fighting it out. Sure enough, the two demons were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither willing to back down. Mina conjured countless magic orbs, firing relentlessly at the Phoenix, which opened its beak to unleash a powerful magical blast. Their powers collided, creating a massive tornado that swept everything around. Chanshin heard the roaring chaos and the howling wind. Screaming, Yuh! Mina kept dodging, making Maku wonder why she was not attacking him directly. He guessed she must have secretly slipped through the lower spatial passage to get here, otherwise, using her full power would get her expelled. Now she was charging straight at him with a powerful strike. He thought quickly he could not leave, or she would track him. He had to make the ancient Phoenix hold her off, so Maku commanded it to speed toward Mina. She clenched her teeth in fury. I can stay in the ancient space long. Damn roadblock. If you are looking for death, do not blame me. Mina spun around, pointing her finger straight ahead, unleashing a hypnotic light. Mahai's eyes instantly turned a blazing pink. Completely under her spell, a blue flame slowly spread, jolting him awake. He snapped out of his trance, Realizing the hypnotic skill had taken over his entire body, his eyes glowed pink, with a heart symbol in the center, and he charged forward headfirst. Mina laughed coldly. Mutha si yin. If you are forcing my hand, then today you are coming with me whether you like it or not. She immediately advanced. Once she made her move, I would be kicked out of the upper realm instantly. If I can bring you back alive, then I will take your soul instead. Over there. You have got to heal those dry soldiers fast. Minna wiped them all out with a single strike. She sneered disdainfully. Give up now, you can run from me. Ma-Hing summoned a colossal earth dragon to fight, but she dismissed it with just 3 slashes, sending it flying. Get lost. Mina grinned, thinking she had him cornered. Let us see what you have got this time. She taunted until suddenly she froze, eyes wide in shock. Turns out Missy Yu had already healed, with countless sharp thorns erupting from the ground. Mina could not dodge in time and took a heavy hit. She was thrown backward, smashing into a massive rock. Furious, she screamed, "You little pest. I should have crushed you from the start." Mina's expression hardened as more magical sigils appeared around her. She realized those were the vengeful souls of the Manthasiging, burned with rage near madness. You deserve to die, she said coldly. You insignificant bug. I will take your head, and your soul will feed my eternal thorn tree. Suddenly, a powerful wind engulfed the area. Something huge was hurtling straight down from the sky toward where they stood. Messigan's horns twitched as he realized the situation. This skill from the ancient dragon bird was not in any of the intel gathered from the divination arts. If it hits, it is game over. No armor or shield can stop it. His only option was to use a high-tier teleportation talisman, but when he tried to activate it, it failed. The dragon bird crashed toward Mekamlundyu's position, forcing him to summon his dry soldier army to hold the line. Meanwhile, he had to escape fast if he wanted to survive. The impact between the dragon bird and the ground caused a massive shockwave, shaking the earth violently. The dry soldiers were wiped out instantly, and Methung was blasted backward. The destruction from the explosion spread through the forest, tearing it apart and sending debris flying everywhere. The scene was utterly terrifying. He slammed into a rock, his shell armor shattered completely. Muffugan hung his head low, dust swirling all around. He gritted his teeth through the pain, muttering, "Thank God for damage mitigation, or that hit would have killed me outright." His dry soldier legion was nearly wiped out. 102 warriors and 58 mages killed so far. A familiar voice rang out, full of disbelief. You have got one hell of a survival streak still kicking after all that. Looking at Mina's battered form, Messang replied, "She looks rougher off than I do." Mina lifted her staff with a sly smile. "Rough or not, I could crush you right now." He raised his hand, stained with a red mark. Smirking, "Maybe you are the one who ends up betrayed here," he thought to himself. Even though the dry soldier army was depleted, he still had other trump cards up his sleeve. Mina was annoyed. Why is he so cocky? Trying to show off? Messick said, "Primitive rune magic." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared behind Mina. She smiled as she spoke. "Before I leave, little Mizeng, I want to take you with me this time, but next time, I will come back for you. And you better not let that guy eat you." He scowled. "Next time we meet, I am killing you." Mina laughed. "I will make sure to eat you first." After everything was over, Messian leaned back, panting hard. Thankfully, she did not press the attack, even with her primitive rune army. It was not certain she could win against Mina. He wondered, where had the ancient dragon bird gone? Ahead of him was just a sea of blue flames engulfing the space. System notification. Ancient dragon bird. Boss level commander. Rank 60, currently in rebirth phase. Invincible state. Existing as a cocoon form. Mai Xiang nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw it, instantly spinning around and sprinting as fast as he could. Run now. If he waits until it finishes its spell, there won't be any chance to escape, just as he would run a short distance. Lone Ziyu finished the ritual. Blue flames erupted everywhere, as if held back only by that blazing fire. Messi Eng stopped once he reached a safe spot, finally breaking free from the central zone. From here on out, he should be out of immediate danger. Lone Ziyu resurrected and soared high into the sky, darting off in a different direction, heading straight toward the distant forest. Messiang exhaled a sigh of relief. The boss flew back to the central zone. For now, he was safe. Time to revive the Vonglin Legion. He was not sure if the others had already fled. Su Wenjiang's eyes burned with bitterness, the distant roar of Lone Yu echoing, "No matter what, I will carve my path through this borderline." Then Thane slammed her massive hammer down on a stone engraved with heroic names of their tribe. The dream of Lum Mai Xianju, the Jilam Guild, and the entire DVI squad. She worked through tears as her hammer crashed hard into the solid ground. Then spoke up. "Sister Devi, I want to retrieve his body," she replied gloomily. The other side is blocked by a massive fire. "I am afraid there is nothing left to find." Devu stepped forward to comfort her. "Don't lose hope. Everyone has a guardian spirit. With so many bullets in him, maybe he is still alive, though she said that. Deep down she had accepted the outcome. Such a young hero. Truly a heartbreaking loss. Chanshin could only swallow her grief. Suddenly, someone dashed over. Breathless. Sister Duck. A new dungeon just appeared. Quite a few dragon clans and demons are heading this way. She shouted fiercely. Get ready to fight. Half an hour after Mayu arrived at this spot, he spotted his own tombstone. He muttered in disbelief. Are those guys idiots, or what? He said. I am not dead. Then swung his dry blade. Slicing through the tombstone, Mayu looked up in shock at the magic circle in the sky. A strange cosmic phenomenon. Could this be the Dragon Demon Dungeon? He sprinted toward it, where dragons and demons gathered densely. Devu's group stood frozen. Panic-stricken, Chanshin raised her brow. With this many enemies. If only Lin Mayu was here. Oh wait. Here is... Step back. Everyone. Both she and Devu turned sharply. Questioning. You are not dead. Mayu snapped irritably. Am I supposed to be some big surprise to you? Chanshin looked sheepish. We even made a tombstone for you. You can imagine how helpless that made us feel. Right then, Zhang Wanchen rushed over. Shouting. Captain Lin, Mayu asked seriously. What is the situation right now? Zhang pointed behind him. Face grim. Not good. The forces above do not want us entering the dungeon core. Mayu frowned. Dungeon core. Zhang replied. Yeah. It is the dungeon that leads to the heart of the Great Land. He explained the role of the knight profession branch. The Great Land Knight is the ultimate goal for everyone. Zhang continued. Long ago, there was a human god-level Great Land Knight who single-handedly held off 10 demon lords. A huge factor in our victory. Then he clarified. The dungeon core unlocks the Great Land core for humans. It is a crucial item for knights to evolve into Great Land Knights. He gritted his teeth. That is why demons and dragons are willing to pay any price to stop us from entering the dungeon core. Hearing this, Miyu thought silently. I want that Great Land core. Suddenly, the demons' voices rang out. Thought this would be human reinforcements. Turns out it is just a level 33 brat. The fresher the meat, the juicier the feast. We definitely can let humans into the dungeon core, a startled demon said. No way. Hey, look at him. He is marked by an elite demon. He has been hunted by one before. But how is he still alive? The demons gasped. You mean he is no ordinary guy? Or maybe he is backed by the dragons, so we can loot their mess afterward. The dragons whispered among themselves. I can feel the breath of our clan from him, they nervously added. It is like hearing our warriors cry. Even though he has killed so many of them, a dragon voiced his thoughts. If he can slay so many of our brave warriors, he must have serious power. Maybe we should wait for the demons to make the first move, then seize our chance. Miyu stood below, grumbling that they had not acted yet. Looks like everyone's hesitating. He called out, Hey, come over here. Enter the dungeon with me. Chanshin blinked. Just the two of us. He nodded firmly. 2 is enough. I already have a plan. You have a gathering skill that might come in handy. Chanshin worried. If we enter, they will probably attack. Miyu reassured her. Only the 2 of us inside. They won't risk striking. At that moment, he formed a protective coral bone shield behind her. The demons questioned. If they want to enter the dungeon, why have not the dragons intervened yet? The dragons cursed. What the hell? The demons were murmuring about me. You. Get ready. We are entering the dungeon. Chanshin nodded. Both were instantly teleported inside, leaving the stunned enemies frozen outside. The demons shouted in shock. Why did not they stop them? Looks like they want to take advantage of the chaos. The dragon clan warned each other, saying they really could not trust those demons. Lucky we did not strike first just now. Inside the dungeon, Qianqin was awestruck by the surroundings. Could this really be the core of the earth? Messiang gave the order. Let us... You hold the front line. Scout the map. They split up, spreading out to cover the area. Messiang tracked each enemy closely until he concluded. There is only one straight path. Sensing something off, he warned loudly. Move. Something's coming. Without hesitation, both dashed off at lightning speed. Suddenly, a gigantic serpent wrapped around a soldier. Chanshin quickly checked its info. This is a core Earth Serpent Elite, a powered-up monster. Level 50. Strength 30,000. Speed 30,000. Spirit 20,000. Stamina 40,000. Skills. Death Coil. Devour. Traits. 50% reduction in physical and elemental damage. Qianqin took a deep breath. Confident. I have got this. Do not hold back. She charged in, swinging her massive hammer with a fierce shout. The serpent was instantly shattered into pieces. Core Earth Serpent level 50 defeated. Gained 1 million XP in a Core Earth Fragment 1. Collecting the fragment with her harvesting skill. Mseeing grinned with satisfaction. Not bad, even though XP is halved. Harvesting doubles the speed of collecting Core Earth fragments. He asked, How many times can you use that harvesting skill? Chen replied. Up to 200 times max. Msing said, I will pull the monsters into a group. Then you unleash your harvesting skill. Chen nodded eagerly. Leave it to me. Then another huge serpent appeared, followed by a giant burrowing worm popping up from underground. Next to them, a massive spider showed up, 3 monsters converging. Chen panicked. That many? Masianju swiftly conjured glowing red chains to bind them and ordered. She lunged forward, gripping her hammer tight and slammed down with a powerful strike. Shouting, Harvest everything! The soldiers hacked relentlessly at the monsters inside the dungeon. Masing activated his body fury skill, forming a crackling electric circle around his hands. Then he launched a devastating blast forward, forcing Qishan to shield herself, yelling, What kind of skill is that? It is burning everything away, the system announced. 94 core earth fragments collected. Using harvesting, an extra 94 fragments were gained. Mseen chuckled. No wonder harvesters are one of the most sought-after classes, he said. That was just the first wave. More are coming. Chen's eyes widened, bracing herself for what is next. Clutching her hammer tight, she thought as monsters charged. So this is how he has been fighting all along. She slammed her hammer down hard. Msieng observed silently. With that attitude, how did she even reach level 55? And her combat awareness was not bad either, handling multiple monsters at once with ease. Then a massive explosion erupted, now wiping sweat from her brow. Chen sighed in relief, finally getting used to this whole mass monster slaying style. He said, Let us push deeper. She nodded. Got it. Msieng ran a hand through his hair. Puzzled, Hey, why did you guys set up a tombstone for me? Chen blushed, avoiding eye contact. After you pulled that ancient beast away, we saw some big explosions from afar. We thought you might be dead, so we made a tombstone to honor you. He just rubbed his head speechlessly, no way to argue with that. Later, Qianqin kept using her harvesting skill to collect core earth fragments. The system reported 108 core earth fragments obtained. He said, That is enough. Slowly, countless core earth fragments began to merge together. They fused into the core earth heart, the key item needed to advance to core earth knight. Msing said, With this, there is a chance humanity will see a core earth knight again. Chen marveled. So this is the core earth heart? She looked up at the sky, thinking, this dungeon can end this easily. We still have not seen any elite monsters or bosses. Chen guessed, maybe there is more than one core earth heart. Msing nodded. Let us keep moving forward. The two of them arrived at a towering rock slab. She scanned the surroundings cautiously. It was the world of the great earth tree core. Below, molten lava flowed like rivers of fire. A dry soldier leaped down but was suddenly grabbed by a spiked tentacle. Then, molten lava blasted straight at him from nowhere. The system announced that a dry soldier had been defeated. Messiang gasped in shock. What the hell was that? Other dry soldiers jumped down together. He said, Let us go down too. Then agreed. All right. During the fight, a few got caught by those spiked tentacles. He insisted. Come on. Let us find the owner of those tentacles. When they reached the bottom, they faced a gigantic beast called the Great Earth Flower, an elite leader at level 52. Power 60,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 20,000. Vitality 80,000. Skills National Corpse, Pollen, Rebirth, Trait, Immunity to Fire. He blinked. Is this the one? Suddenly, from the molten lava, appeared level 50 Great Earth Firefish, Power 40,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 20,000, Vitality 50,000. They shot out of the lava. Messiang cast Bone Spike. Sharp bones rising from the earth pierced through the firefish. System notifications. Level 50 Great Earth Firefish defeated. Experience plus 1 million. Received Earth Fragment. Repeat notices flashed as he kept slaying more. The Great Earth Flower charged. She dodged by covering her head, luckily protected by 2 bones behind her. Dry soldiers rushed in, chopping off the firefish heads. Messiang used Violent Crystal on them. The firefish exploded violently right next to Cheho. Then shouted. Collecting spell. The hammer slammed down, activating the collection spell. Wait, these guys are not dead yet, they are respawning. Messiang exclaimed. Plant-based monsters sure have some serious staying power. Looks like we gotta one-shot these guys. He continued using Violent Crystal on more firefish. Finally, they defeated the Great Earth Flower. Experience plus 2,100,000. Got 500 Earth Fragments. Through the collection skill, gained an extra 500 fragments. Then was stunned. That is enough to piece together a whole new Earth Tree core already. Messiang nodded solemnly. The Earth Tree core is the source of renewal strategy. The more The better. Let us keep moving, she urged excitedly. Got it, after a bit more travel. Then Than looked around puzzled. Strange. No monsters around here, Mesang replied. That is odd, usually only the boss area is monster-free. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Ahead stood a colossal monster. The ancient Earth Dragon, a weakened boss leader at level 55. Power 100,000, Agility 60,000, Spirit 60,000, Vitality 120,000. Skills: Dragon Breath, Dragon Roar, Dragon Tail Sweep. It had a trait reducing physical and elemental damage by 70%. Severely weakening debuffs? He gasped. That is the boss? Then wiped sweat. Boss leader with heat transformation. Never seen this kind before, Messick said. No clue. The Earth Dragon closed its eyes as if sleeping, then suddenly snapped them open, golden and blazing, slowly rising from the molten lava. It exuded a deadly aura aimed at the two intruders. He cast magic, summoning a whole legion of dry soldiers. They surrounded the area, ready to face the Earth Dragon. It swung its molten tail, then clawed fiercely and unleashed its dragon tail sweep. A torrent of blazing lava hurled at the soldiers. Messian shielded himself with his hands, thinking, but I am not giving up. He summoned the Phantom General and thought, one hit already injured the dry soldiers. One more strike and they are done for. The Phantom General stepped forward to heal the troops. Mesega immediately cast Speed Delay and created countless red chains. Yelling, Vitality 120,000, plus super strong defense. Our only chance is to slowly wear it down. The chains wrapped tightly around the Earth Dragon, which roared fiercely. Watching this, he reflected, boss's trait weakens the debuff effect. But something is better than nothing. Shards of glass appeared, surrounding the Earth Dragon, unleashing countless lightning strikes to suppress it. It used Dragon Tail Sweep again, forcing Mixiyu to brace against the brutal pressure. Undeterred, he summoned Bone Spike again. Shouting, let us, sharp bones burst from below, piercing through the Earth Dragon, causing it agony. Makyu kept unleashing the Soulfire flames, engulfing it mercilessly. Seeing things getting easier, he shouted orders, finally drawing out its full rage. Warriors, tear it apart for me. Every dry soldier immediately sprang into action at the command. Meanwhile, the dry mages below unleashed shards of electric glass, paralyzing the Earth Dragon. Chanshin watched in stunned disbelief, stammering, so this is how he fights a boss. No wonder he dared to enter the central zone at just over level 30. Suddenly, Makyu shouted, what are you standing there for? Use your skills to gather her. Startled, she responded, on what? Chanshin swung his hammer down, sealing the Earth Dragon with the gathering spell. He raised his hand to the sky, commanding, rip it out. The red mark on his palm flared as he empowered the warriors. The dry soldiers charged forward, fueled by the surge of power. One after another, they unleashed a ferocious combo strike straight to its core. The Earth Dragon howled in searing pain under the relentless assault. Desperate, it tried to counterattack, slashing fiercely at the ground. Its eyes snapped wide open. Chanshin was completely caught off guard. The Earth Dragon gaped, its mouth full of razor-sharp fangs, ready to unleash its fiery breath. She froze in horror. This was bad. Makyu remained calm, channeling soulfire magic around her. He said, still planning to cast that skill. Dream on. She fired straight at the Earth Dragon, locking it down and directing the flame's force. Chanshin sat on the ground, utterly terrified, eyes wide as saucers. Every attack converged on the beast. It was utterly defenseless and finally collapsed. Defeated. System notification. Earth Dragon slain. Experience plus 5,500,000. Rewards: 1 Earth Dragon armor, 1 Great Earth Crystal, 1 Gemstone, 1 Great Earth Core. Through gathering skill, received an additional Earth Dragon armor, Great Earth Crystal, Gemstone, and Great Earth Core. Earth Dragon armor is a platinum level defensive gear exclusive to warriors. Plus 2,000 to all stats. 20% physical damage reduction. Comprehensive defense skill active for 1 minute. Defense multiplied by 10. Cooldown 2 hours. Great Earth Crystal can combine with other elemental crystals to form a divine elemental stone. Increases career ascension chance upon 3rd class change. The more elements in the divine stone, the stronger the effect. Can be used alone to permanently boost physical damage resistance, but once used alone, it cannot be combined to form a divine elemental stone. The Great Earth Gemstone permanently reduces physical damage taken by 50% and has a chance to grant a physical skill. When used by a warrior during the 2nd class change, it greatly boosts career ascension chance. The Great Earth Core is essential for advancing to Great Earth Warrior. Makyu was utterly amazed, thinking, I did not expect to find a crystal here. What a pleasant surprise. The gathering spell is insanely powerful. All rewards are doubled. Chanshin admired him non-stop. Yulimak, you are incredible. Defeating the boss so easily without you, I would probably be dead. Drenched in dragon flames, Makyu's face turned serious as he reminded her. Don't waste time talking. Use it quickly, we still have dungeons to grind. Reluctantly, Chen agreed. He was thrilled with the haul. With this, his Divine Elemental Stone now held 3 different elements. The Divine Elemental Stone fused with the Great Earth Crystal. Soon, Makyu received a Divine Elemental Stone. The system updated. It contained 3 fire elements. Earth Element, usable at the 3rd class change. Increases ascension chance by 10%. Makyu studied the Divine Elemental Stone intently. Frowning. 10% is still too low. I need to find more elemental crystals. At that moment, the light around Qin faded. The fusion was complete. From now on, physical damage could only hurt her partially. Makyu turned to her. Did you get any new skills? Chen beamed. I just got a physical skill called Stun. The system detailed the new skill. Stun has a chance to stun targets for 5 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Against higher-level targets, stun duration is reduced. Chen jumped for joy. Finally, a warrior skill. Thanks, Makyu. He smiled back. Give her credit. Not bad skills. Get ready. We are heading into the dungeon again, and using time reduction charms to speed things up for the next round. With that said, the two stepped out of the dungeon together. Before long, Makyu and Qin had already cleared the first dungeon. Makyu used the time reduction charm to reset the dungeon cooldown from earlier, while Qin stood beside him, visibly impressed by this time-slicing trick. You moved fast. In less than a moment, both he and Qin were back inside the dungeon. Outside, Dayu watched Makyu and Qin come out and then go back in. Puzzled, they are already out, why are they back inside? Did they actually clear the dungeon or just pull back temporarily? But there is no exit here. How could they go back in? Did they really finish or just retreat for now? But this dungeon does not have an exit door. Zhang Wenshan, Zenon, Dayu all trusted Chief Lam. He told the team this time would definitely get the demons and dragons' attention. Next time, Chief Lam will go out. It is likely we will launch an attack then, everyone. Get ready. Alright. Meanwhile, the demon's eyes flashed with deadly intent, furious at Makyu's trickery. That brat's playing us. Get ready next time he steps out. We are taking him down with a single blow. The Dragon Clan was also boiling with plans to eliminate Makyu humanity. Can Tae have a legendary geologist like him around? Standing at the entrance, Makyu carefully strategized. His enhanced soldier skill takes an hour to cool down. Without that skill, beating the boss is not easy. Even using max speed to clear the dungeon takes about an hour each run. His eyes lit up. There were plenty of giant earth flowers and earthfire fish here. Maybe he could use corpse explosions to farm faster. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Makyu's mind. Wonder what would happen if the boss exploded. Even though his enhanced soldier skill was not fully recharged yet, maybe he could squeeze in another run before the dungeon vanished. After thinking it through, Makyu turned to Tian. Have you ever farmed fast before? Chen hesitated, then nodded. Makyu explained. I will pull all the monsters together. You follow right behind me. Once the monsters are grouped, you decide when to use your group gathering skill. This time, speed is priority. We might miss some small loot, but the main objective comes first. Chen clenched her fists. Determined. Don't worry. I will give it my all. Makyu gathered his spirit energy and signaled Qin. Alright. The dry army is ready to roll. Lam Makengo immediately ordered everyone to move out. The dry army and Qin set off without delay. She swiftly leapt after Makyu. In an instant, the Yao demons and kill spirits swarmed into Makyu's dry army formation. Chanshin's eyes went wide, mouth agape. So this is the fast farming he was talking about when kill spirits and mongoose snakes are grouped by Makyu into one pack. Following Makyu's instructions, Chanshin activated her gathering skill while silently calculating. Her skill could only handle 200 monsters at once. While Chanshin used her skill, Makyu stood beside her, commanding, this side first, then Qin leap up, this side now, Makyu ordered, and she followed exactly. Makyu surged his spirit power and glanced sharply in one direction. Suddenly, he unleashed his move, 2 bone-piercing needles. From beneath the ground, a swarm of sharp fangs shot upward, piercing through the monsters, making them howl in pain. After gathering all the monsters, Makyu smiled and praised Qin. Great job. She beamed, shyly responding, thank you. With that, Chanshin rushed ahead. Makyu used his gathering skill to fill the surrounding space with a chilling green glow of spirit power. The sea monsters were also wiped out by his bone-piercing needles, now looking like grilled fish skewered on a rack. Finally, Makyu reached the hiding spot of the giant earth flowers. Chanshin blushed. I have already used the gathering skill on them. Moments later, Makyu's dry army arrived and started tossing the monster corpses into the giant earth flowers to trigger corpse explosions. Chanshin watched in awe. This is the fast farming method? They are not wasting a single second. It has been less than half an hour. This speed is insane. Amid the monster's screams, the giant earth flowers exploded, and the dry army hurriedly carried the flower parts to the eternal earth dragon. The icy blue eyes of Makyu flashed coldly. Let us... Time to take down the boss. At this moment, eternal earth dragon came into view, facing the warrior's decisive strike. The earth dragon only narrowed its suspicious eyes. The next second, the great earth blossom suddenly exploded in the sky, causing a violent tremor. Eternal earth dragon roared, fiercely raising its claws and launching a brutal war stomp. Makyu calmly spoke up, "If you want to use your skills, forget wasting my time." Makin quickly poured spiritual energy into the shining chains binding the earth dragon. Meanwhile, his dry warrior squad rushed in to back him up. They kept hurling chunks of the great earth blossom's body into eternal earth dragon. Makyu seized the moment, focusing all his mental power into his hands. Muttering, "Explode now." Immediately, the scattered pieces detonated with his ultimate move, tearing the body apart violently. The earth dragon howled in pain. It glared furiously at Makyu. This damn human kid. In the end, eternal earth dragon barely withstood Mak-Ingu's relentless assault before collapsing helplessly. The system swiftly updated. Eternal earth dragon defeated. Plus 5,500,000 XP. Gained earth dragon bow, great earth crystal, great earth gem, great earth core. Through collection skills. Additional earth dragon bow, great earth crystal, great earth gem, and great earth core acquired. After taking down eternal earth dragon, Makyu told Thean, "Let us start the next round." Thean was stunned. "Whoa, dude, these dungeon runs are insanely fast." Then, Mak-Ingu and Thean stepped through the door, leaving the dungeon, only to jump right back in. The devilish abyss stared back. "What is going on? Did I blink? They just left, right? It has only been half an hour." Even Jiang Vansun was shocked. "Is this the dungeon clear speed of Captain Lam? Man, if that is real," he said excitedly, "at least 4 more runs like this, and in a few hundred years, humanity won't lack Earth engineers anymore. This time, the Earth engineers from the Dragon Clan will definitely be as crazy as the devils." Wait, did not they just enter the dungeon? Why are they already out? Mak-Ingu and Thean kept going in and out, making the devils dizzy. They are back again. Could he have cleared the dungeon already? How can he be this fast? Whatever. Next time he comes out, we strike immediately. No way we are letting him survive this. Jiang Vansun sensed a bad vibe. The atmosphere shifted, and the tension in the air thickened. Looks like they are about to lose it. Bring it on. We have been ready for a while. Half an hour later, when Mak-Nu and Thean entered the dungeon again, their teamwork grew even smoother. Thean excitedly said, "We are getting faster. Maybe we will break the 35-minute record." Suddenly, Mak's pupils shrank violently, and he gasped in shock. Makyu realized Eternal Earth Dragon was standing right at the dungeon entrance. Unlike before, Eternal Earth Dragon was now fully alert, its eyes blazing with murderous intent as it locked onto Makyu and Thean. Thean's eyes went wide, lips trembling. Huh! It woke instantly. A sinister aura engulfed both of them, and the Earth Dragon's savage roar echoed throughout the dungeon. The crushing pressure slammed into Makyu, who shouted, "Not good. Something's wrong with the dungeon." His dry warrior soldiers were all knocked down at once. Only Makyu stood firm, protected by his bone armor. Even Thean suddenly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, while Mak-Ingu was still checking on Thean. Eternal Earth Dragon teleported right in front of him. Its massive dragon eyes locked onto Mak-Ingu, sending chills down his spine. Then, with a thunderous voice, the Earth Dragon bellowed, "Hey, human brat. You have crossed the line this time." Its dragon eyes flashed as it slowly closed in on Mak-Ingu. Snarling, "You humans always talk big. How many more times do you plan to try killing me?" Makyu stayed calm, tilting his head and boldly asking, "Are you the ancient Earth Dragon?" The Earth Dragon hissed coldly. "What did you say?" Twin blasts of breath from its nostrils shattered the bone armor around Mak-Ingu. Makyu bowed his head slightly and softly warned, "Respected existence. It seems you have broken the rules." The Eternal Earth Dragon roared fiercely again. "What did you just say?" Flames erupted all over his body, blazing up to the sky. Outside, the entrance to the dungeon radiated a strange deathly light, making everyone jump in shock. What is going on? Something's wrong inside the dungeon. Inside, Makyu struggled to keep his composure. With the dungeon's core of the earth, someone like him should not even exist here. The Eternal Earth Dragon sneered arrogantly. "You think a single breath from me is not enough to burn you to ashes?" Makyu shook his head calmly. "You would not kill me." Suddenly, the Earth Dragon bowed his head and opened his mouth wide. "Oh yeah? How can you be so sure?" Makyu pointed casually at Chinchin. "If you wanted me dead, it would be happen already. No need to control my Ghost Legion or put my teammates into a coma. I am guessing you came to warn me. Hearing this, the Eternal Earth Dragon laughed. You are right. I came to see who could make my clone look so pathetic. I am not here to kill you this time. I want to make a deal, the dragon said. Macu was curious. A deal? Please. Go on, the Earth Dragon spoke slowly. But you are not worthy of this deal yet. When you reach the true core of the upper space, I will be waiting for you there. With that, the Earth Dragon transformed into shimmering golden light and faded away. Macu muttered. The core of the upper space. Could it be the place? Macu exhaled softly. His face deep in thought. The core of the upper space. Could this be the boss Mac Fen mentioned? And it even has intelligence. Macu recalled the cold gaze of the ancient dragon Kestrel and silently compared this Earth Dragon does not just have intelligence. It far surpasses the ancient dragon Kestrel. Lost in thought, Macu suddenly noticed Qian waking up. She rubbed her head. What just happened? Macu replied distractedly. Dungeon got weird. The boss vanished. Qian was shocked and hurriedly checked on Macu. Are you okay? Macu answered plainly. I am. The dungeon's over. Let us get out and deal with those waiting outside. An idea sparked in Macu's mind. He quickly asked Qian, hey, if you use your collection skill on the dragon tribe and demons, what do you get? Qian honestly said. No idea. I have never tried. Macu suggested. Try it once we get outside. Qian agreed immediately. All right, outside. The space was eerily quiet. Macu and Qian's figures slowly appeared. The demons and dragon tribe shouted loudly. They are out. Attack! Kill them! Instantly, the demons and dragon tribe surged forward to attack Macu. Just as they struck, Jiang Wanshan appeared. Taking the lead, his path was like a red streak of light. His group defense skill activated swiftly. A solid shield radiated golden light, blocking every fierce attack relentlessly. Jie Lam Dayu joined the fight. Let me help you, Macu coldly said. You are begging for death? The demons and dragon tribe screamed in unison. Kill the human. Dun Ti let him take the core of the earth back. No mercy, wipe them all out. Meanwhile, Macu calmly ordered Jiang Wanshan. Take them down. Jiang Wanshan responded sharply. Got it. Immediately, Jiang Wanshan's Dark Mage Legion raised their staffs high. The mage shouted. Forbidden Zone. Activate. In the blink of an eye, a beam of light shot down from above. At that moment, a forbidden zone formed. Demons in the dragon tribe fell like rain from the sky. Panicking as they shouted, their mage has a forbidden zone skill. Forbidden zone or not, we will still kill them all when we land. It only lasts a minute, as long as it holds. We have the upper hand. Little did they know. The moment they touched down, Macu's deadly spiritual energy engulfed them. Troops of skeleton warriors appeared one after another, radiating killing intent as they stared down the demons and dragon tribe. Seizing the moment, Macu raised his hand adorned with a war glyph, his voice cold. If the forbidden zone is not long enough, you want to get a chance to escape. Instantly, the skeleton army was infused with renewed vigor. Alongside the war glyph, Macu also activated Qian's group collection skill. Beams of shimmering light encircled the demons and dragon tribe. They panicked, shouting, what is this? Why are not we taking any damage? Amidst their screams, the battle-hardened warrior and the veteran mage unleashed their ultimate moves, a terrifying force that completely wiped out the entire faction of demons and dragon clan. John, already familiar with such shocking scenes, calmly declared, it is. The skeptical Yolanda Vu asked, what did you just say? Jiang Vance explained slowly. Once the forest chief uses the rune skill, the outcome is sealed. It is a move that can take down the abyssal flame spirit pawn in one strike. Sure enough, after a fierce storm of wind and rain, every little demon and dragon minion was annihilated. Not even a speck of dust left behind. Jiang Van Sun thought quietly. Using the strengthening soldier skill means not even the berserker's corpse is needed. The system quickly updated. Demon Abyss level 48 defeated. 240,000 XP gained. 1,000 public points. Demon Abyss level 48 defeated again. 240,000 XP gained. 1,000 public points. Now, all that remained were sparkling golden lights flickering around Macungyu and Thean. The system cheerfully announced, Macu has leveled up to 1-star Lieutenant Colonel, holding his new badge. Thean standing beside him could not help but gasp. Looks like he just ranked up. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped Macungyu. Level up, he guessed. On the system screen appeared, name, Le. Profession, the only undead rune mage. Level 34. Title Dragon Clan Battle King. Stats boosted by 500. Skill cost reduced by 50%. Strength 1,526 plus 500. Constitution 1,526 plus 500. Agility 1,526 plus 500. Spirit 21,630 plus 3,500. Berserker Corpse level 5. Detonation causes 30% damage to enemies within 5 meters. Macungyu was pumped finally. The Berserker Corpse skill leveled up thanks to innate bonuses. The damage radius now stretches to 50 meters, tripling the damage, with enough corpses. He might just blow up the entire abyss. Thien's eyes went wide. She blurted out, "No way. The gathering skill even works on demons and dragons." The system kept updating. Through the gathering skill, you obtain demon core shards. Using these, you are enveloped in demonic aura for 1 hour. Also acquired, low-level dragon blood essence, which can be refined into medicines by alchemists, or forged into combat gear by blacksmiths and metallurgists. Holding the demon core shard, Makyu could not hide his excitement. "I can cloak myself in demon energy. This is definitely useful if I ever need to venture into the abyss." Didn't expect gathering to yield this kind of loot. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, corpses of demons and dragons lay scattered everywhere. The horrifying scene made Jia Lamdevu shudder. "This is it. We are done for. Hasn't even been a minute. Right, John?" However, remained cool as a cucumber. He chuckled. Forest Chief's skills are the real deal. The rest of Jiang Van Sun's team turned to each other, buzzing with excitement. "No way. That skill came from Fu Wenyuan Shu. So powerful. Can't he believe someone just level 34 snagged Fu Wenyuan Shui already? Looks like he's got an unlimited future ahead." Makingu tossed a shimmering stone to Thien. She blinked. "What is this?" Makyu answered calmly. "It is a teleportation beacon. If you find the Demon Dragon dungeon, let me know. We will stay in touch. I might need your help." The dungeon's core vanished. "I have got no business here anymore. Still got the mission my master assigned to finish. Goodbye." Thien called out, watching Makingu leave with a heavy heart. Seeing Thien's rosy cheeks, Jia Lamdevu walked over and gently patted her shoulder. "What is up? Can't he bear to say goodbye?" Thien shyly waved it off. "Come on, Devu, do not tease me." Jia Lamdevu teased back. "Hey, are Thien's blushing?" Jia Lamdevu's words sparked giggles among the girls on the team. Thien blushed deeper. "Really? It is just that his dungeon farming style is so unique and exciting. It kinda got me hooked," she admitted. Hearing this, Jia Lamdevu grew curious. "Dungeon farming? Huh? What is his secret?" The girls quickly huddled around, eagerly urging Thien to spill the details. "Come on, spill it. How did you two clear the dungeon core in 40 minutes? The previous record was 6 hours. Thien then honestly recounted the whole story. 10 days later, in the central area, Makingu was leisurely exploring. While venturing deeper into the forest, Makyu stumbled upon a demon. The demon caught sight of the 1-star Lieutenant Colonel badge on Makingu's shoulder. Without hesitation, the demon hurriedly flapped its wings and took off at full speed. Scratching his head, he recalled that ever since he was promoted to 1-star Lieutenant Colonel, he had not managed to take down a single demon or dragon clan member. Could it be they have already sent word up to the upper echelons? The only consolation now is that I can fly, so even if I wanted to chase them, I would not catch up. Meanwhile, outside the palace of the Twisted Demon Realm, a spiral shell shape began to form. A giant eye suddenly appeared in the center of the spiral. It was the fiery Demon King, just arriving. Shouting loudly, demanding the Shadow Demon King to come out, his commanding voice echoed, shaking the entire palace of the fiery Demon King. And soon, a sinister aura slowly materialized. The figure of the Shadow Demon King took shape, her expression scolding. "Lie Diem. Do you even realize the consequences of disturbing my sleep?" Lie Diem, furious, shot back. "I could not care less about your so-called consequences. I am asking you, do you know my Sangyu is at the ancient trial grounds?" The Shadow Demon King yawned. "I know. So what?" Lie Diem challenged her. "If you knew, why did not you tell me? Clearly, you know where he is." She sneered mockingly. "I know he is at the ancient trial grounds. So what? Why should I tell you? What are you to me? Anyway, unless you are." Suddenly, she jumped up. The History Demon King stepped back, raising his guard. Seeing his worried face, the Shadow Demon King laughed. "Look at you daring to mess with me over such a tiny little thing. I will let you off this time, but next time, I will leave one of your eyes behind." Lie Diem was genuinely pissed off by her jab, almost ready to explode. "If you know Mesigi is at the ancient trial grounds, why did not you send someone to kill him? Or better yet, give me the intel yourself." The Shadow Demon King's eyes flared with sharp energy. "You think I did not send people after him? Even the Crimson Moon Demon and the Spirit Fire Envoy were dispatched, and still, they could not kill him." She pulled out a violet stone. "You know the rules of the ancient trial grounds. If you have got the guts, go handle it yourself." With that, the Shadow Demon King tossed the violet stone toward Lie Diem. "Everything you want to know is in there. Don't bother me again, or I will make you regret it." After speaking, she returned to her platform, leaving Lie Diem alone with the violet stone. At the same moment, Messing beamed with joy. "Finally, I leveled up." The system updated rapidly. Name: Muthasi Yin. Profession: the one and only Death Spirit Mage. Title rank, Dragon Clan Battle King. All attributes plus 500. Skill cooldown reduced by 50%. Strength 1660 plus 500. Constitution 1660 plus 500. Title 1660 plus 500. Spirit 22,300 plus 500. Trait, Divine Intelligence level 35. The system continued. Warrior Kolo, Gold rank level 35. Strength 20,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 20,000. Constitution 20,000. Skill, Berserk level 3 converts 400% strength into damage with a 10-minute cooldown. Kolo Mage, Gold rank level 35. Strength 5,000. Agility 5,000. Spirit 25,000. Constitution 5,000. Legion members, 0 per 350. Strength 6,500. Agility 6,500. Spirit 6,500. Constitution 30,000. Mesang gazed into the distance, murmuring, I do not even know how long I have been at the ancient trial grounds. Time feels so hazy. You are off by 4 levels. If you do not find the Demon Dragon Shrine by level 39, you will have to head back to prepare for promotion and career advancement. Mesang thought of Luma Mensihan. My leveling speed feels fast, but compared to her, I am still way behind. She is probably going to become the youngest god-tier powerhouse in human history. Lost in thought, Meshgudya noticed a sudden blue light descending from the sky not far away. Intrigued, he guessed, that is the bloodline aura of the Dragon Clan. Could it be the Demon Dragon Shrine? He hurried toward the blue light to check it out. Suddenly, Mesang froze in place, his body tensing up. Lips mumbling, this is not right. Why is not there any cosmic anomaly? He carefully analyzed the situation. Normally, the appearance of the Demon Dragon Shrine would trigger cosmic anomalies, drawing all 3 clans. But now, except for sensing the shrine's aura, there was nothing else. His eyebrows furrowed. That leaves only 2 possibilities. 1. The dungeon has not fully formed yet, so no cosmic anomaly. Or 2. What I am seeing is not the Demon Dragon Shrine at all. At that moment, Mesek saw a glowing dome far away, shimmering with rainbow light, swirling into a spiral of dazzling, mystical hues. Stunned, he thought, something's off with this, but no matter what, I have to get closer and see for myself. With that, he slowly stepped toward the spiral vortex. Mai Xian fingertips tingled as he prepared to use his divination technique. The leg transformation technique turned into gentle breezes, flying straight into the swirling 5-colored vortex. Instantly, Maknu recognized this as a barrier. A deep abyss barrier appeared, and Mak Ingu's face showed clear confusion. His gaze suddenly fixed on a smoking rune stone, a dragon crystal infused with the breath of the Dragon Clan. Using it awakened a rare innate talent. He panicked as he sensed the Dragon Clan's awakening from this crystal a trap. Suddenly, sounds came from behind him. He calmly glanced back. Sure enough, the fiery Demon King appeared right before him. Makyu stayed composed, muttering, so the fiery Demon King is human after all. The fiery Demon King, with his giant eye form, roared in fury. Makyu, this time you are dead for sure. Makyu sneered. You sure are confident. This is the upper realm space, you can only send your clone here. So what if there is a barrier? You really think you can trap me to rot here? Inside, Makungu was puzzled what was the fairy Demon King's real plan. Hearing Makungu's scorn, the fiery Demon King exploded with rage. Kid, savor your final moments. You will be utterly annihilated. I will watch you turn into a fool before you get slaughtered and dissected. Mak Engu's confidence wavered. Where was it coming from? Inside the barrier, dark clouds thickened. He whispered. Fog. He scanned the surroundings, but vision was already limited. Sweat broke out on Makgu's forehead. The barrier spanned about a kilometer, but no monsters appeared, only this fog. What was it planning to do against him? He ordered his dry long army forward. Let us see if we can break through this barrier. Lin Mak silently assessed. 2 armored skeletons showed no reaction. This fog was not harmless at all. The fog thickened, and through the swirling haze came the fiery Demon King's eerie laughter, ringing in Makgu's ears. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted. Makgu wondered silently, what is this place? A sharp pain struck his brain, forcing him to slump down and clutch his head. It felt like he was forgetting something. Then, a mystical light wrapped around Makgu, pulling him into a strange new dimension. Makgu kept asking himself, what am I doing here? Looking down at his hands, he felt out of place, like he did not belong here. Yet memories reminded him he was just a student preparing for something. Suddenly, Kadong whispered to him, it is your turn. Makgu, hurry up. Nearby, Hatayat leaned in, whispering, dummy, I have called you a few times already. Why are you spacing out? From the podium, Lu Van's clear voice rang out. Next up, Maknu. Even now, Maknu could not gather herself. Strange. Why did she feel like she would already passed? Had she forgotten something important? Suddenly, the scene around Macnu shifted dramatically. Dark clouds rolled above. Thunder cracked fiercely. And Macnu's eyes lit up. She muttered, "I feel like I have seen this before." Macnu felt both familiarity and strangeness. No, this anomaly was far beyond anything he remembered. The dry long warrior turned. His face twisted with fury, blue flames blazing fiercely from his eye sockets. Riding his mount, he shot a deadly glare at Macnu's position. Suddenly, thousands of tiny shards like shattered mirrors exploded around Macnu. Sweat poured down his temples. He immediately realized this was the trial ground's gateway. Puzzled, he raised his hands and looked at the aura surrounding his body. Was that just a dream? In the dream, he had forgotten everything. At this rate, he feared he would become a fool. Macitense, studying the situation. His body was burning, not in pain, but with a comforting warmth. Why is this happening? Finally, he realized the flames were his soul fire, burning countless unknown objects inside him. Amid the fierce blue smoke, he concluded that what he just saw was all an illusion. Calmly, he recalled the master's words among the dark devils. There was one especially dangerous and mysterious type. His pupils shrank as he pieced it together. They called them deep shadow demons, tiny creatures living in hordes, each swarm numbering in the millions. Once they infiltrate the body, they can create hallucinations, invade the soul, even erase memories, turning the infected into puppets under their control. These creatures look like grotesque mutants. They are so tiny and sneaky that even twin armored bones could not detect them. Macnu raised his hand, clutching a source of blue light, silently thanking the guardian spirit mage who appeared in that strange vision. Otherwise, I would not be able to speak now. He lifted his hand high and shouted. Soulfire blaze. Echoes of cursed chants rang out everywhere, filled with sorrow and despair. How are you supposed to figure out what kind of fire this is? I am about to die. Macnu barked an order. Get out of here, scum. His cursed eyes pupil shrank terrifyingly as he sneered. You foolish brat. I am the Inferno Demon King, born with control over fire. You dare to toy with flames before me. What a joke. Macnu was not backing down either. Gritting his teeth, he shot back. Bring it on. Then, he unleashed his move, the Abyssal Realm. The Demon King was immediately struck by the blue energy radiating from his hand. In the Abyssal Realm, amid a tower filled with eerie magnetic energy, the Inferno Demon King sat it up. Suddenly, his body was surrounded and burned by a blue light. Flames relentlessly scorched his face with no mercy. The dry, sweat-drenched mages below kept asking nervously, Demon King, are you alright? A blazing fire erupted before them. The cursed voice, filled with authority from the underworld, thundered, No one shall witness the shame of this king. The Inferno Demon King roared in fury, standing tall and shouting, I swear I will kill you. If you have got guts, do not ever step into the trial grounds again. Furious, he bellowed, Men, carry out the king's orders. A purple gem floated eerily in midair. Meanwhile, the system fed info about the Demon King's gem. The Demon King's gem, a crystal form from the Demon King's power. Holding the gem tightly, Macnu thought to himself, this holds the Demon King's power. Demon King's gem? Temporarily keeping this, the swarm of silent demon beasts screamed miserably under the relentless blue flame. Shards of shattered mirrors scattering through the air. After finishing up, Macnu let out a relieved breath. Thank heavens for that alias timely backup, otherwise I would have fallen into the Inferno Demon King's trap for sure. But still, one thing puzzled him. What was that hallucination all about? Suddenly, Macnu realized this was a teleportation stone from Mac Van. Could it be she found the Demon Dragon Palace already? Instantly, a blue light enveloped the area where Macnu stood. He carefully scanned the scene in overwhelming power. The bloodline aura of the Dragon Clan, and the dungeon's energy. This had to be the real Demon Dragon Palace. Mac Van then appeared right before him, a soft smile curling her lips. A system notification popped up. Demon Dragon Palace Dungeon. Level 53. Normal difficulty. Nightmare. Hell mode. Mac Van glanced at Macnu and casually asked, I found it faster. Huh, he quickly replied. Thanks for that. Van smiled back. No need to thank me. The dungeon level's way too high. I can't handle it. So I knew you would be running it over and over. If you have got extra dragon crystals, just give me one or two. Macnu agreed promptly. No problem. He raised his hand and said, All right, I will call someone else. Teleporting and confirming location now. Mac Van said straightforwardly. Besides, who else can you call? Immediately, Chanshin appeared in the blue magical light. Turns out she is a grand collector. That means double the loot from running the dungeon. The demons on this side instantly went on high alert, full of rage. That is Maggo, the one Lord Fuong ordered us to kill. If we see him, no mercy. The villainous Dragon Clan warriors quickly responded. Our clan's orders are the same, kill Macnu at all costs. They formed a circle and advanced toward Macnu. One shouted, Kill him. Mac Van watched Macnu's back. Stunned, This guy somehow managed to unite the Dragon Clan and demons as mutual enemies. Meanwhile, demons and Dragon Clan charged simultaneously, roaring ferociously. Kill him. Kill him. Facing this massive horde of fiends, Makyu remained calm and collected. He summoned his mighty legion of spectral warriors with unwavering spirit. At the same time, Makyu commanded the Kala Mage to unleash his magic. In an instant, the light from the Kala Mage's power blazed brilliantly. Hundreds of Kala warriors surged forward, their spirits ignited, charging into battle against the demons and dragon tribe. In no time, the demons were burned to ashes, falling like raindrops to the ground. Watching this heroic scene, Chen could not help but admire this insane power. The demons and dragon tribe were so terrified their souls nearly flew away. They shouted to each other, "Run! We are no match for him." After driving away the demons and dragons, Makyu turned to Chen and said, "Let us move on into the dungeon. They won't dare bother us for now." Chen nodded silently. Got it. The two quickly entered the dungeon. The demons and dragons watched Makyu lead Chen inside anxiously, whispering among themselves. He wants to enter the dungeon. What do we do? One suggested. We are no match for him. Maybe we should follow him in. The remaining dragon tribe members all agreed enthusiastically. Good idea. Seeing the demons and dragons whispering, Makyu wondered what they were up to next. Then one after another, the demons and dragons trailed behind Makyu into the dungeon. Makyu was stunned. What is going on? They are entering the dungeon too. Makyu's pupils contracted sharply as he muttered. Whenever it is outside the dungeon, it is always a three-way brawl between the tribes. But now, all for me alone. Just then, a group of monster hunters arrived, looking around confused. Why so few people? Where are the demons and dragons? Are we the only ones left this round? Lucky us. Makyu silently watched the group enter the dungeon, his expression serious. This was the largest number of people ever recorded entering the Malong dungeon in its history. Meanwhile, inside the Malong dungeon, Chen was elated. Lucky us. It is the Ice Malong. Seeing Chen excitement, Makyu was curious and asked about the Ice Malong. Chen explained. Yeah, the environment changes every time we enter the Malong dungeon. She added. Sometimes it is Fire Malong, sometimes Dragon Malong, and other times Elemental Malongs. So far, there have been over a dozen types. Chen emphasized. The hardest is the Hack Long, but the Ice Malong we are facing now is pretty easy. After Qianshan's thorough explanation, Makyu nodded vigorously. Got it. When the time's right, you hit that binding spell. Qianshan obediently replied. Don't worry. Soon, a cavern appeared before them. Qianshan explained that Malong dungeons have no small monsters. Only one. Defeat the Malong and you clear the stage. Hearing this, Makyu thought to himself, just one. Perfect for my dungeon. As soon as they stepped inside, icy cold wind gusted fiercely. Qianshan hugged her arms, shivering softly. So cold. At that moment, an Ice Malong suddenly appeared and blocked their path. The system quickly updated. Ice Malong. Hell level leader. Level 50. Power 100,000. Speed 60,000. Spirit 120,000. Constitution 160,000. Skills, Frozen Sky Earth. Great Freeze. Super Ice Rope. Attributes. Immunity to water elemental damage. Elemental damage. 50% physical damage reduction. Curse effect weakening. Makyu raised his guard silently. Its stats were insanely high, a seriously tough boss. Alright then, he muttered as his spiritual power surged in his palm, ready to take on the tough warrior. Suddenly, a battalion of Kala soldiers appeared, quickly surrounding the Ice Malong. The Kala troops, brandishing gleaming swords, charged valiantly to engage the Ice Malong. Suddenly, the Ice Malong opened its mouth wide and unleashed its great freeze. The cavern's temperature plummeted, freezing all the Kala soldiers solid, leaving them unable to move. Makyu and Qianshan wore protective armor, so they managed to resist for now. However, the Kala warriors were being knocked down one by one. The spirit commander raised his staff high and activated the Legion's skill, dispelling all negative effects from the squad while boosting their morale. Only a level 60 of normal status effect remained. The Ice Malong's claws swiped up fiercely from above, roaring ferociously as it unleashed Frozen Sky Earth. Inside the cavern, thick snow fell like a curtain, terrifying Chen. The snowfall coated the Kala soldiers in a thick layer of ice, freezing them solid. Messian looked up, watching the ice demon dragon soaring above. He thought, not being able to fly is such a pain. I want to fight a few more rounds. I can't waste time hanging around here. This is not the way. Messian told the then, step back a little. She quickly replied. Got it. Messian pulled out his death scythe, shouting fiercely. Come out. Devourer. A brilliant blue glow radiated, lighting up the whole area. System notification. Devourer King. Soul level 5, Strength 40, Speed 40, Spirit 30, Staminific. Skills. Soul Devouring. Second stance. Soul Rending Howl. Traits. Ignores defense. Bypasses physical immunity. Tears through all. Messian commanded the Devourer King. Take that guy down for me. The Ice Demon Dragon's eyes flashed cold light. It immediately took flight, unleashing its ultimate ice fury. Massive blocks of ice accumulated within the dragon's lair suddenly crashed down like a torrential hailstorm. Below, Messien's dry bone warriors struggled to shield themselves from the falling ice. The Ice Demon Dragon suddenly spread its wings, its bone armor enveloping Messian and then, mimicking their movements. The ice above the cave kept pouring down relentlessly. Messian could only muster his spiritual energy to reinforce the bone armor, barely holding against the onslaught. Meanwhile, the Devourer King, after a brief hesitation, leapt onto the cliff face, quickly closing in on the Ice Demon Dragon in a flash. The Devourer King was right beside the raging Ice Demon Dragon, its roar shaking the air. Suddenly, the Devourer King plunged into the massive body of the Ice Demon Dragon. A searing pain from the wound shot up to the dragon's brain, making it thrash wildly. Desperate to escape the Devourer King's razor-sharp jaws, amidst the chaos, the Ice Demon Dragon roared, its scream tearing through the silent space like a blade. The dragon's body thrashed violently, shattering huge ice chunks into shards. Ice debris flew fiercely toward Ma Heng, and then, Mai Xiang's gaze sharpened. Cold and focused, he began recalling the Vong Len Legion, while simultaneously activating his defense shield. Then quickly took an offensive stance, rushing to support Mai Xinju. System update. 42 dry bone warriors eliminated. 25 dry bone mages wiped out. Sharp ice shards flew straight at them, thanks to their dual bone armor. Ma Sang managed to stay safe for now. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he would recalled most of the Vong Line Legion in time, or else they would be wiped out. Then took up a defensive position behind him, shouting, "Let me help." Then, she stomped hard. Launching herself like a bolt of lightning, she charged straight at the Ice Demon Dragon without hesitation, instantly activating her stun skill. The skill had a 5-second stun chance, with less than a minute cooldown. Against higher-level targets, the stun duration would be shorter. After getting hit by Thin Than's attack, the Ice Demon Dragon's mind reeled, as if seeing thousands of spinning stars. The Ice Demon Dragon swayed, on the verge of collapse. Mesh-En caught it swiftly. Steadying the beast, he ordered the Dry Bone Legion, use this 5-second stun window. All units, strike now. Meanwhile, Mesh-En quickly gathered his spiritual energy, casting Flame Soul. Then hurriedly used her collection spell. Their combined assault left the Ice Demon Dragon completely helpless. A blood-curdling roar shattered the air. The ground trembled violently, and the Ice Demon Dragon collapsed completely to the ground. The Dry Tower army quickly rallied around the Ice Demon Dragon, launching a synchronized assault with ruthless precision. At that moment, the Ice Demon Dragon's eyes flashed, and the system announced that the whitening effect had worn off. Weak and desperate, the Ice Demon Dragon flapped its wings, clearly attempting to flee. Messiang shouted orders, and the Soul Guardian Insect King charged fiercely toward the Ice Demon Dragon at his command. As soon as it closed in, the Soul Guardian Insect King slammed hard into the dragon's neck. The scent of fresh blood filled the air as the Insect King fiercely bit into a chunk of the dragon's crimson flesh. A painful roar erupted from the Ice Demon Dragon immediately after. Now barely clinging to life, the Ice Demon Dragon gasped its last breath as the Dry Tower army surged forward, finishing off the beast. Moments later, the screen flashed. Ice Demon Dragon defeated, plus, holding the hexagonal dragon orbs in his hand. Mai Xiang smiled at then. Thanks to your skill, I honestly had no clue how to handle that fight. Receiving the compliment, then beamed brightly. You forgot. I only got that skill because of your epic treasure gems. I should be the one thanking you. Time was tight. Ma Ning urged then. Let us keep going. She jumped up excitedly. Let us do this. They exited the dungeon. Outside, all was eerily quiet. Then curiously asked, where's everyone else? Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. Mutha Si Yin, still mounted on his warhorse, called out. Finally, they are out. Because of us, all 3 clans entered the dungeon. Thankfully no fights broke out. Messian scratched his head sheepishly. So that is how it went down. A moment later, a fierce determination sparked in his eyes. In that case, let us keep grinding the dungeon. After resting, Methashien and Metsitheme plunged back into the Dragon Demon Hall. As they stepped in, Then's whole body broke into goosebumps. Trembling violently, looks like we have found it. Messiang raised his hand, focusing his spirit power. From the shadows, a pair of dragon eyes burned with fierce intent. At the same time, a powerful dragon aura radiated strongly. System info displayed. Black Demon Dragon. Hell level boss. Rank 50. Strength. 150,000. Agility. 60,000. Spirit. 40,000. Constitution, 200,000. Skills, Earthquake Fury, Dragontail Sweep. Crushing Spike. Traits, 80% resistance to elemental and physical damage. Curse Immunity, and increased vitality in the area. Facing the Black Demon Dragon, Mai Xiang calmly commanded the Soul Legion to hold their ground. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Messiang shouted urgently. Something's wrong. He ordered the Dry Tower warriors to dodge immediately. At that instant, the Black Demon Dragon's eyes blazed fiercely. It lunged wildly toward the Soul Legion, unleashing a furious assault. A chill of dread washed over Mek Unka's chest. No time to retreat. He yelled. Instantly, the Dry Tower army was caught in the Black Demon Dragon's brutal strike. The system rapidly updated. 18 Dry Tower warriors down. 11 mages wiped out. Through the thick smoke, the massive silhouette of the Black Demon Dragon flickered like a ghost. Suddenly, it appeared fully and unleashed the devastating earthquake fury. The earth shook violently. Messiang shouted, "Withdraw!" But the system rejected his command. Withdrawal failed. Amid the chaos, the system displayed 44 Dry Tower warriors dead, 28 mages fallen. Messiang's eyes blazed fiercely. No choice. He muttered, his palm glowing red with intricate runes as his power-up skill activated instantly. The Soul Legion's strength surged dramatically. Empowered, the Dry Tower warriors roared back to life and launched a fierce counterattack on the Black Demon Dragon. Suddenly, Then charged toward the Black Demon Dragon with blazing fury. Mai Xiang hurriedly stopped her. "Come back. Don't throw your life away." But she ignored him. Fueled only by an unrelenting fighting spirit, it turned out her innate talent was pure combat instinct. That is when Evi Xiangyuk understood why he would felt something odd, before Then possessed the innate talent for battle instinct. Facing the Black Demon Dragon head-on, Then hesitated briefly before unleashing her collection technique. The fierce battle image of Then lingered intensely in the eyes of the Black Demon Dragon. It flew into a rage, unleashing an attack, its tail snapping fiercely. Mxiangyuk was drenched by the full stench. Shocked. Shouting out, "This boss moves way too fast." Even with battle instincts, he could not dodge this strike. Thien's eyes widened, her pupils contracting fiercely. She gambled everything, shouting boldly, "Hurry! On me!" At her call, the spear in Thien's hand slammed hard into the Black Demon Dragon's tail. A deafening crack tore through the air as Thien's whole body was thrown back violently, crashing into the rocky wall. Her bone armor shattered instantly. Mxiang finally exhaled in relief. Luckily, with 2 layers of bone armor, she would not be seriously hurt. The Black Demon Dragon was stunned by Thien's strike. Mxiangyuk seized the moment, exclaiming, "What kind of crazy luck is this? We have got 5 seconds. Luck is still in our favor." Right then, the entire Soul Legion swarmed the Black Demon Dragon, unleashing a synchronized, all-out strike. The entire Soul Legion, within 5 seconds, relentlessly launched critical attacks on the Black Demon Dragon. Raging flames, freezing ice, swirling winds, and thunderous strikes. Under the fierce assault of the Soul Legion, the Black Demon Dragon finally collapsed, letting out a weak roar. Then, its massive body crashed to the ground. Thien grinned with joy. "We did it." Mxiangyuk smiled and praised her. "You just pulled off a huge move again." Thien beamed. "I did not expect to get this lucky." The system quickly updated. Black Demon Dragon defeated. Plus 550,000 speed. Achieved Dragon King status. Unlocked 6 Dragon Essences. By collecting 6 Essences, Dragon King certification, and Soul Link, they earned the pass to enter the Dragon King's chamber in the ancient trial ground's lower dimension. Holding the Dragon King certificate, Mxiangyuk muttered, "What is this? A pass to the Dragon King's chamber in the lower dimension of the ancient trial ground. Didn't I expect to get this from killing a Black Demon Dragon?" Clutching the certificate tightly, Mxiangyuk said coldly, "If we are ever in the lower dimension, we gotta check out the Dragon King's chamber." Meanwhile, Thien excitedly told him, "Let us keep going. I am sure we can take out all the demon dragons in the Dragon King's chamber." Mxiangyuk nodded in agreement. After returning to the dungeon, they arrived at the Dragon King's chamber, home to the Wind Demon Dragon. Dust clouds swirled here. Thien brushed the sand from her face. Squinting, "Looks like we are facing the Wind Demon Dragon this time." Sure enough, the figure of the Wind Demon Dragon flashed across the sky. Its massive wings spread wide, each flap whipping up a powerful tornado. The Soul Legion struggled against the whirlwinds, fighting their way closer to the Wind Demon Dragon. The Wind Demon Dragon's whole body seemed armored by swirling wind elements. Thien, gripping her great spear, roared fiercely. "Even the Black Demon Dragon was no match for us. Wind Demon Dragon, you are next." The Poison Demon Dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing a wild series of tornadoes. Thien and Mxiangyuk stood firm, launching a counterattack. The Poison Demon Dragon lunged at them, Shaking both hard, their hands went up to brace their heads. Thean quickly jumped on her toes. Shouting, "Hurry! On me!" She thrust her weapon forward, moving swiftly and nimbly across the battlefield, sweating and surprised. She thought, "Whoa, did not even get dizzy. My skill cooldown's just 1 minute, let us keep this up." Thean did not stop, relentlessly attacking the poison demon dragon. Urging herself, "Hurry! Hurry!" She fought with all her might, shouting nonstop, "Come on! Hurry!" She kept yelling, "Hurry! Hurry!" striking the poison demon dragon's head. She screamed, "Hurry! I did!" She cheered loudly, thrilled with her success. Missy Yin, standing beside her, spoke up. "All right, now it is my turn." He took a step forward, using his power. He launched a fierce barrage at the poison demon dragon's head, causing it agonizing pain. Just as expected, the poison demon dragon was defeated, collapsing to the ground. Thean smiled and said, "I am getting the hang of this skill more and more. Let us keep going." Msing replied, "One after another, we will take down all the poison demon dragons." Then it shifted to a fierce battle with fire, ending with a clash against the thunder demon dragon. After successfully defeating all 3 mighty demon dragons, Qianqian happily exclaimed, "We have farmed the Dragon Temple dungeon to level 8. Mesh Enyu chimed in excitedly. Thanks to her collection spell, we now have 72 dragon souls. Mesivun arrived, sitting atop a white Kylan. Calling out to Mehi En, she nervously said, "You two should leave first." The main reason, the dungeon was about to vanish, and soon the demons and dragons would spill out into the world. But Mephiden did not seem too rushed. He nodded calmly, saying there was no need to hurry. Messisi Veln, looking anxious, asked, "Are you seriously planning to?" Messiang raised his hand, a fierce blue flame burning on his palm. He confirmed, "I am blocking the gate." Standing ready, he was flanked by 10,000 elite soldiers. He turned to Qianqian. "Remember to use the collection spell later." She nodded solemnly. "Don't worry. Not a single one will slip through." The dungeon gate radiated an ever-growing aura of danger. Messiang quickly unleashed his bone spike barrage. The dry soldier behind him said, "He is Mydrin." Their attitude instantly shifted. "All right. We will leave right away." The border soldiers looked confused. "Captain, why do we have to leave?" The captain replied, "Because he is Lam Mai Xianju." Another questioned, "So what if it is Lam in this? No matter how strong he is, he can't to block the dungeon gate." The captain did not want to say more, calmly replying, "You will see soon enough." Messiang raised his hand. Focused. "Get ready. They are coming." Magic lights shot out from all directions, the overwhelming power suffocating. Messiang raised his hand, a magical seal appearing, commanding, "Elite troops, deploy." A legion of dry warriors instantly appeared, their faces glowing with eerie blue light in the dark. Meanwhile, Qianqian fought fiercely against the dark forces, the summoning army. Makyu quickly launched the bone injection technique again. The demons panicked uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? Before they could even gather their senses, countless sharp spikes pierced through their bodies. They went into a frenzy, yelling, "Someone is blocking the gate." Just as the dragons predicted, "It is him Lamama Yeyu." Tension skyrocketed as the human forces were ordered. "Evacuate now. Evacuate now." Both sides clashed violently. Chaos, the only word to describe the battlefield, as dragons and humans fought desperately. Mesh En coolly remarked, "It has been a while since there has been an explosion this spectacular." A massive blast rocked the surroundings, shaking everything to its core. The soldiers stood stunned, realizing this was his true purpose all along. Watching Mixi effortlessly annihilate the formidable demon army, the soldiers broke out in cold sweat, trembling with fear. These demons and dragons were all level 50 and above. How could they be so weak? Another soldier argued. "It is just that Ing is way too strong." Just then, Mesivun rode her holy Kulan beast to the scene, casting a spell to block flying enemies. Suddenly, terrifying sounds echoed as the ground violently shook. Demons and dragons screamed in agony. Moments later, the battle ended. Now, the land was soaked with the blood of dragons and demons. Messiang held the dragon souls in his hand, his voice calm. "This time, we gained 270 military merit points. But the real prize is this." He corrected himself. "Dragon souls awaken talents. Counting the 72 from before, I now have a total of 273 dragon souls." Messi Enga turned to Qianqian and Mesivelm. "Let us get out of here first." Both nodded in unison. "Got it." Watching Messi's retreating figure, a young soldier whispered to his comrade, "He killed so many dragons. How many dragon souls did he take?" His comrade reminded him, "Don't overthink it. If you try anything funny, his Phantom Legion want to go easy on you." Upon hearing the mention of Mysi Inca's Soul Legion, his face instantly turned pale, voice trembling, "I would not dare." Meanwhile, in the forest, Messiv sat down slowly and spoke. Everyone, use your dragon souls to awaken your talents. Who is Messisi Veln? Looking proud, said, I could not awaken my talent after the second job change. So at 1 to affect the dragon's soul rate. The chance to awaken a talent from each orb is only about 10-15%. I wonder how many I will have to use before I actually awaken mine. Without hesitation, Macvan grabbed the dragon orb and closed her eyes tight. Suddenly, the dragon orb in her hand radiated a strange purple glow, enveloping Macvan's entire body. The dazzling purple light from the dragon orb was so bright that Thean had to shield her eyes. After a moment, Macvan lowered her head and said sadly, Failed again. Macnu casually pulled out another dragon orb and gently nudged in Macvan's foot. There are plenty more dragon orbs, she politely replied. Thanks. While Macnu bluntly added, that was also thanks to you. The third, fourth, all the way to the 16th dragon orb. Macvan still could not awaken her talent. Suddenly, a radiant aura burst from Macvan's body, her face lighting up with joy. I succeeded. Light surged from Macvan's whole body. She had awakened her talent, the Holy Flame. Thean excitedly asked, What talent did you awaken? Macvan smiled softly. I awakened the Holy Flame talent. From now on, all my attacks will have a Holy Flame effect, boosting my power significantly, especially when fighting abyssal demons. Thean sincerely congratulated her. That talent suits you perfectly. Macvan giggled. Thanks. Now it is your turn. Thean nervously grabbed a dragon orb. Lips trembling. Here goes nothing. The dragon orb in Thean's hand slowly began to glow brightly. By the time she reached her 12th dragon orb, Thean's whole body was wrapped in a shimmering radiant light. Wearing a look of excitement, Macu blurted out, All right. This time Chen has truly awakened her innate talent. Her feet gently touched the ground. Chen happily bragged to Macu and Macvan. My talent's been awakened. It is a guaranteed hit. Active for a limited time. Every skill I use will hit 100%. And every effect will trigger with perfect accuracy. Hearing this, Macu thought silently, if she combines this talent with her dizzying skills, she is basically wielding a god-tier weapon for boss fights. Chen turned eagerly to Macu, eyes full of hope. Macu, your turn now. Macu slowly picked up a dragon orb and said calmly, Let me give it a try. One by. Macu tested each dragon orb. When he reached the 8th orb, a chilling aura of death surrounded him. The system announced, Talent awakened life link, within a certain range. All summoned creatures share damage and share healing. Current radius 20 meters. Macu was stunned. So that is how it works. Kolo is within this range, meaning we live or die together. His eyes grew cold and sharp. As long as the boss is not one that deals instant, devastating damage, the survival chances of the Kolo squad just skyrocketed. Suddenly, the system window popped up right before Macu. System detected new talent awakening. Starting talent optimization. Macu was shocked. The system has not appeared since my class change. Didn't expect it to pop up out of nowhere now. While Macu was still deep in thought, the system updated. Talent optimization in progress. At the same time, an intense light burst from Macu, forcing both Chin and Macvan to shield their eyes. Chin anxiously asked, What is going on? Macvan was equally puzzled. Wasn't the talent awakening supposed to be finished? Why is it suddenly exploding like this? Soon, the system reported the result. Talent optimized. Lifelink now includes healing. All linked creatures share damage received and now also share healing. Macu smirked. After awakening, all my summons literally live and die together. This is a god-tier talent for sure. Chan eagerly asked, What talent did you awaken, calmly? He replied, Lifelink between summoned creatures. Macvan exclaimed, That is insanely powerful. Taking down your summons is almost impossible now. Macu pondered briefly. But if we face a boss like the ancient dragon Phoenix, chances are I would still lose, and everyone needs me. Macvan added, So I will stick around here and grind for a while longer. After saying this, Chan returned to the group, while Macvan rode off on his unicorn beast. Watching their figures fade away, Macu smiled quietly, until we meet again. Holding a teleport scroll in his hand, Macu decided, time to head to the Divine Realm and find my master. Just then, a beam of light suddenly shot straight at Macu. A purple crystal aura pierced down towards Macu's position, targeting the protective wall around his feet with considerable force. A swarm of demons circling in the sky caught Macu's attention. They were all level 50 or higher, judging by their aura. Unfazed, Macu actually smiled, thinking, looks like I can rack up some extra merit points before I leave. Macu activated his skill. Toxic Smoke. Level 10, creating a poisonous cloud that dealt 100 damage per second within the area. Lasting 10 seconds, a green toxic mist quickly enveloped him, enhanced by his talent's buffs. My poison cloud can spread up to 100 meters, dealing 1000 damage per second, lasting up to 100 seconds. A stream of green gas shot up toward the demons in the sky. That was his elemental skill. The red chains that followed were a slowing curse. The demons trapped in the chains panicked. What is going on? Our speeds dropped sharply, whether human or boss. How could someone use poison skills and curses at the same time? Suddenly, one demon bit down hard on Makyu's arm. Blood dripped onto other demons trapped in the chains. Another demon shouted in alarm, "What the hell are you doing?" Surrounding that demon were streams of crimson blood. Swirling ominously, I used a different curse to suppress Lam Mak Ingu's own curse. My curse could only weaken his defensive magic, but it would not stop him from being destroyed. But Maknu did not flinch. He stared them down with unwavering resolve. Smart move, but lowering your defenses. That is just asking for death. The horde of ferocious demons kept growing. Lam Mak Ingu was as good as dead, yet Vade and Nan had shed tears no matter what. They had to kill him. He accepted his fate. Suddenly, a surge of Maknu's power surrounded the demons, leaving them stunned and confused. What the hell is this? His new ability caught the demons off guard like a bone-shattering needle strike. The alpha demon was swiftly taken down, and the rest seemed to shrink back in fear. Not good. Retreat. Immediately after, the alpha's corpse exploded into a burst of dark energy, sending out deadly beams. Maku ordered more explosions as a precaution. Chaos erupted in the skies above the demon horde. In just moments, the battlefield lay in ruins before Maknu. Looks like they are all dead now. But then, something caught him off guard. The alpha demon was still alive, bloodied and breathing. So you are human after all? It rasped. Its hoarse voice sneered. Never expected humans to be this strong. No wonder the Demon King ordered your death, summoning all its remaining strength. It growled, "If I can kill you, then we die together. Remember this name? Black Sky Demon." A thick purple aura enveloped it fiercely. Makyu sensed the looming danger. This was bad news. The purple energy rapidly closed in on Maknu. He was quickly surrounded. Even his protective glass shards shattered under the pressure of that dark aura. A heavy blow struck Makyu from behind, catching him completely off guard. Large boulders nearby crashed down hard. The land and sea turned a chaotic shade of purple, shrouded in turmoil. A massive fortress suddenly rose, looming ominously beneath the stormy sky. A fierce red demon appeared, its voice booming. "Who dares to kill my kin?" The Demon King emerged, wielding his powerful aura. "I am Hetma. I swear by the souls of the abyss. I will resurrect and take revenge." From the purple sea, a demon slowly rose. Kneeling on the ground as if reborn, he respectfully bowed before the one in front. "Father, it was Hetmavan who killed my kin." The demon confessed honestly. "I did it myself. Definitely a human artifact. Plus, he carries the aura of a seductive demon. Looks like another Demon King has got his eye on him." He sharpened his claw, plucking a single strand of hair. The hair fell, still tinged with a deep purple aura. The demon seemed invigorated, rising up and snarling. His eyes gleamed with dark allure. "With the aura of a seductive demon, I should pay a visit to the king." Suddenly, a powerful force surged upward from beneath the massive rocks. An army of dry soldiers appeared through the dust and Debibris, covered in dust and wounds. Makangu breathed heavily. First time getting blasted by someone else. Good thing I have lifelink skills for recovery. He looked over the dry soldiers, many badly injured. Barely standing, Maku warily rolled up the scroll. "We need to head back now." Makan quickly teleported back to the palace. Men and Vin was already waiting. "You are back. Take a rest. I will escort you to Master Lin in a bit." Maku bowed respectfully. "Yes, Lord Men." Inside the palace, Woven immediately sensed his return. "That brat's back. I am heading out first." Tinhai stood up. "Good, you are back. How about coming with me? I want to see just how much of a prodigy your student really is." Woven smiled. "Sounds good. Let us go check out what that kid gained from the ancient trial." As Mac sat down, the silhouettes of the two men appeared before him. At first glance, Tinhai sized him up. Thunderclap, the lone-horned beast. Could this be Mac Valent's grandfather, the legendary resurrection master of our race? Mac 10, Woven happily said to Mac Noon. "That brat's great, already hit level 30 years ago." Macnim politely bowed. "Greetings, Master. I respectfully salute Lord Mac." Tinhai was a bit surprised. "You know La Fu, right?" Mackin quickly explained. "There are a few traits today that remind me of Sister Mac Van." Van Boy thought he was probably right. Besides, there are not many in the human tribe who can accompany the master on a journey back. Tinhai smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Sharp eyes, but deep down, he was still puzzled about Mac Yu's position. But this kid is only level 35, with a pretty unusual profession. Why does Lawback value him so much? After sitting down, Ivian immediately asked Mac Nu. "Come on, tell me what happened at the Choinko trial school. Did you get any lucky breaks?" Mac Nu honestly shared. "Right after entering Choinko, I ran into the soul-devouring insect king." Then the images of what he went through flashed in Mac Nu's mind as she spoke. Both Yvian and Tinhai were stunned by the news. He said he defeated the soul-devouring insect queen, and even killed the great earth excavator dragon. Ongnakni recounted to Makyu how years ago, he and the others went to fight the soul-devouring insect queen, but before they even saw the insect, they were driven off by the insect king, refusing to give up. They sought the great earth excavator dragon god, but were poisoned to death. Thinking back on their pitiful state was heartbreaking. Ivian turned away, clearly displeased. That is old news. Why bring it up? Tinhai looked a bit embarrassed. Yeah? That old man's something else too much. Maku also told about meeting Mac Van. After that, I met Mac Van and completed the fusion with the Yuan Shui rune. She also got the Yuan Shui rune. But as she was about to finish the fusion, we were attacked by demons. Images of both of them trapped in a labyrinth appeared. We entered the divine selection maze and gained divine power. Ivian listened thoughtfully. Only 2 months in, and this kid has already been through so much. Mackin quickly laid out his loot on the table. These are the earth core and earth treasure I got from the dungeon. And Vancet, admiring the haul. With these, our human tribe will finally have an earth technician again. Ivian observed with awe. It has been years since we had one. And Van gently told Makyu, Xiaolin, you have done a great service for the human tribe. After this, you will be richly rewarded. Makyu modestly replied, I am just doing my duty. Then he placed a dragon-shaped token on the table. This is the Long King-S certificate I got from the Demon Dragon Palace. It should grant me access to the Long King-S dungeon in the underground space. And Van laughed heartily. Your master can help you with that. He has never even set foot in the Dragon Palace. Ivian looked on, a bit helpless at his friend. Makyu realized something and brought out more loot. Right? Master? These are the leftover dragon crystals. Ivian was even more shocked. How many times have you raided the Demon Dragon Palace? Don't tell me you totally wrecked it. Tinhai thought, this kid's insane. Behind Mac, a shiny lieutenant colonel badge appeared, along with Evian's thoughts. Lieutenant Colonel? 1 star. It takes 1,000,000 military merits to rank up 1 star. How many demons and dragons has this kid killed in the Toyenko trial? Tinhai was also amazed. Level 35 and already a 1-star lieutenant colonel. That is unheard of in history. And Van added, forget level 35, I have never even seen a level 45 with a 1-star lieutenant colonel rank. Suddenly, Tinhai turned and left. Not interesting. I'm out. Ivian tried to pull him back. Stay a bit longer. The kid has not reported everything yet. Tinhai snapped, make your call. I am just looking out for my good niece. After Tinhai left, Ivian's face turned serious. Alright. Now you can be honest with us. What level of divine power did you gain after entering the divine selection maze? Mak Ingu thought for a moment. The divine spirit pearl is too mysterious. Maybe I should not tell master. Then he casually said, Level 1. Lower 30. Ivian, hand on his forehead, coolly said, Level 3. Huh? Wait, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. The hand holding the teacup dropped it. Ivian slapped the table and stood up. Hold on. What did you say your level was? Makyu innocently replied. Lower 30. Ivian stared at his hands in disbelief. No way. Back then, I only reached level 5. And that was already the highest record for the human tribe. Makyu scratched his head, still unsure what to make of it. Actually, I have since raised it to level 35. Tron True dropped what he was holding onto Manhwa Ivian's hand, stood up, and said, Wait, what level did you say? Maknu replied casually. Level 30. Ivian could not believe it. No way. Back then, I only reached level 5, which was already the highest record among humans. Maknu, a bit clueless, scratched his head and added, Actually, she has already leveled up to 35 now. Ivian's face twisted as he muttered, That is just plain crazy. He shook his head while holding his head, then told Maknu, Alright, you go rest first. I need some quiet time. Maknu quickly responded, Understood, and Van sat across and quietly asked, What is wrong? Shocked, Ivian closed his eyes and replied, Of course I am happy. Beating the master and surpassing my teacher. Hell yeah, and Van sincerely said, holding a cup of tea. But your expression does not quite match your words. You seem a bit exhausted. What do I know? It is just that kid's power is insane. I have no clue how to help him train smarter. And Van took a sip of tea and said, It is simple. Let the kid walk the path you once took. Let us see how far he can go. Vin, anticipating an Vian's suggestion, asked, You mean let the kid? A fortress no? One's training ground. Msinang restored his long-dormant army and upgraded all their skills. After a moment of exertion, sweat trickling down his face, Msinang finished the upgrade. His contribution points hit 6,000. That is more than enough to join the Divine Academy. Maybe one day he will fight side by side with the elder sister. His skill also got a rapid upgrade. Deadly Poison Sphere. Level 35. creating a toxic zone within 35 meters, dealing 315 damage per second for 35 seconds. Suddenly, a familiar glow appeared. The teleportation array activated. The teleport message sounded urgent. Level 1 military order. All classes under level 40 must stay in guard fortress No. 1. No leaving. Prepare for battle. Level 1 military order. All classes level 40 to 60. Teleport army to fortress No. 6. Level 1 military order. All high-level classes above level 60. Before the third promotion, teleport army to fortress No. Level 1 military order. All top-tier classes teleport to fortress No. Upon receiving the orders, Messiang approached the soldiers and demanded, "Take me to fortress No. 6. The guards quickly blocked him, saying, "Sorry, lower-level class. Please stay in guard fortress No. 1. Messiang flashed his glowing badge in front of a soldier and said, "I have clearance." The soldier was stunned. 1-star colonel. The soldier quickly saluted, "Sir, by regulations, you have clearance to enter any fortress." Messiang repeated his request. "Take me to fortress No. 6. The guards promptly received the order. Understood. At fortress No. 6, soldiers were busily preparing, lighting up a large area. A shining badge descended from above. Commander In Tun, level 63, 3-star colonel, appeared. Battle Array Master, level 53. Trong then Tin asked, "Yin Tun, do you know which demon lord this army belongs to?" Nin Tun surveyed the scene and said, "No clues yet." Trong then immediately reported, "The enemy is mysterious this time. I have taken over the city's battle array. You can rest easy." Messiang suddenly appeared before them, catching them off guard. Did this young guy take a wrong turn? Wait, look at his rank. The glowing badge on Messiang's back stunned them. 1-star colonel. "So young." Trong then muttered, "It is." Nitone turned to ask, "Trading, you know him?" Trong then recalled Messiang's demeanor and said, "I oversaw his promotion ceremony. Hard to believe he is level 35 just months later. His leveling speed is terrifying." Nitone, astonished, studied Mzing and said, "You are saying he was promoted only months ago? Just started his new class? That is hard to believe. Months and already a 1-star colonel." "Possible." Trong then added, "That kid's no joke. He is this year's national top graduate." Ningtun cautiously said, "Not long. The youngest genius in human history appeared. Could that be him?" Trong then looked at Msingyu with hope, wondering what surprises he might bring in the upcoming war. Nintun ordered the soldiers below, "Activate Legion mode. Everyone, join the Legion." Legion info was quickly announced. Legion Commander Ningtun, level 63. Legion Master, Deputy Commander Trenjing Thin, level 53 Battle Array Master, Deputy Commander Lemon Siyu, level 35 Soul Mage. Soldiers rush to join the Legion. The Legion is formed. I am the commander. Combat points will be pooled. After the war, we will distribute rewards. The Legion makes us comrades. No friendly fire. Anyone who chickens out gets punished. As the Legion formed, soldiers buzzed about MC Anko's background. Who is that deputy commander? Level 35 and already deputy. Isn't he that asking for trouble? Maybe he has got connections just here to ride the coattails for rewards. One soldier suddenly shouted, "I remember now. Back in the World Adventure competition, there was someone named Lam Mac Nu who even shattered the challenge record." Another soldier quickly jumped in. "Yeah, I remember too. That was definitely Lam Mac Nu. But he was only level 27 back then. How did he level up so fast?" Some others seemed skeptical. "If what you say is true, then he is a real prodigy. Wait until the battle starts, things will get clear." A powerful legion was advancing toward their fortress. Mackin quickly sensed a familiar aura, not the demonic abyss, but the dragon clan. Demons swarmed the skies like a thick cloud, while monstrous sea creatures charged in massive groups on the ground. Trongthian shouted, "It is the dragon clan's Azure Dragon Legion." Who would be thought, after being kicked out of the original battlefield for 1,000 years, the Dragon Clan has found its way back. Hearing Ninhuan calmly preparing to fight, whether it is the Dragon Clan or demons, they are all enemies of humanity. The Dragon Clan's siege warship appeared, bearing a massive jade orb. The sea monsters roared fiercely, and Nitun quickly ordered the entire army to mobilize. Under the panoramic view, the Dragon Clan's soldiers looked imposing and disciplined. A powerful young lady appeared, surrounded by her formidable skills. Mak and Gu observed the unfolding scene and thought, "Here we go again, more battle formations." Truong Thian pointed forward with one finger at a bright streak of light. A massive scepter suddenly materialized behind him, radiating a majestic golden aura. The jade orb on the warship quickly began to glow. The two powers collided, triggering a massive explosion, but the golden power was nothing compared to the jade orb. Defeated, Truong Thian immediately formed a protective formation around himself. His eyes were steely and determined, ready to launch the main act. The demons, drawn by the intense light, rushed in instantly. The golden beams swiftly targeted the demons accompanying the warship. As the golden aura touched the Dragon Clan army, a barrier formed, blocking their advance. Tuan immediately warned. Careful. That warship is absorbing his power. The Dragon Clan's siege ship combines offense and defense. Truong Thien remained calm. Let it absorb it. When it starts attacking, that is our chance. The warship charged at the fortress, seemingly zeroing in on Truong Thien's scepter. As the crimson power reached the fortress walls, it was halted by a transparent barrier. Mak Ingu and Tuan silently watched as formations rose from Truong Thien's feet. Slowly ascending under the formation's influence, the immense power of Truong Thien's scepter pierced through the Dragon Clan's barrier. The jade orb shattered into pieces from the impact. That surge of power caused a massive explosion, lighting up the sky. The Dragon Clan's warship exploded into fragments, crashing into the sea. Truong Thien laughed with triumph. In the end, Then he pressed on, using the last of his formation's power inside the city. Truong Thien roared, unleashing his final move to crush the enemy. A massive forbidden formation spread across the fortress and sky, wiping out the dense swarm of demons above. The sea monsters below seemed to anticipate Truong Thien's ultimate move. Already guessing humanity would use a forbidden technique, they stomped the ground fiercely, preparing to advance. The beast charged toward the fortress, roaring, "Kill! The humans' protective formation is broken." Macken quickly calculated the enemy numbers. About 10,000, each squad with 3 warriors, 3 defenders, 3 mages, and 3 healers. Combined with the Dragon Clan's fierce vitality, their endurance in battle was formidable. Intan immediately activated his skill, raising his energy, eliminating fear, boosting morale, and increasing attack and defense by 30% for 10 minutes. The Yang soldiers prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, they were struck with horror at the scene before them. What the hell? Who is that guy? What is he planning to do? Makyu suddenly burst out of the fortress, landing outside where the sea monsters were steadily advancing. The soldiers behind watched Maknu with shock. Does he really want to commit suicide? He has lost it. Facing tens of thousands of Long Clan soldiers alone, what can he possibly do? Intuan was confused by Maknu's actions. What was he planning? No matter how strong he was, he could not possibly stand against an entire legion solo before the 3rd rank shift. Intuan panicked. I have to pull him back. But Truong Thien stopped him. Hold on. Look over there. Intuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. That was Maknu summoning a massive crescent blade, surrounded by eerie dark energy. Then, right behind him, a formidable undead army appeared out of nowhere. Intuan stared, stunned. So he actually has his own legion. The sea monsters erupted in fury. The Wraith Legion belongs to him. It was the Grim Dragon King's decree. Kill Maknu and earn high-tier bloodline rewards, plus a rare chance to enter the Dragon Pool Assembly. Fueled by this, the sea monsters charged even more ferociously, determined to kill Maknu at any cost. Maknu wasted no time unleashing his deadly circular poison trap. If the Long Clan's curses were this strong, then let us see how they handle this. The sea monsters were caught off guard, unable to react, writhing in pain from the poisonous elemental strike. Each sea monster quickly went into healer mode, desperately trying to mend their wounds. Soon, a barrage of spears flew towards the fortress walls. Attacking again, the spirits watching felt the tension spike. How could they possibly hold up against this? Maknu froze the incoming spears solid, then launched a fierce counterattack. The sea monsters' spears morphed instantly into chaotic elemental forms, spinning wildly as they clashed with each other, turning the battlefield into a maelstrom of destruction. Dust billowed at the fortress base as soldiers peered through. Filled with dread, Maknu stunned, for he is too flashy. Even with an army, he is way outnumbered by the Long Clan. Wait, look over there. Out of the dust emerged the Undead Legion, standing tall like fearless warriors ready to strike the sea monsters. He actually survived that assault. Unbelievable. What kind of trick does he have up his sleeve? Maknu was both commanding his legion and healing them simultaneously, linked by life force and combined with the Wraith General's healing arts. As long as his soldiers were not killed outright, they would not fall. In his mind, Maknu was already planning his next move. He just needed to create a corpse. Suddenly, the 6th Fortress Legion received an alert. Deputy Legion Commander Lam Nuknu had left the army. The rumor spread like wildfire. He is abandoning the Legion. What is his game? Nintan's brain spun trying to figure out Maknu's plan. Is this kid seriously trying to take down the entire Long Clan Legion by himself? If so, the kill count would skyrocket. He would rack up at least 2,000 vengeance points. Maknu raised his arm, revealing a glowing battle array etched into his skin. Elite soldier. He shouted, activating the skill. For the next 30 seconds, all his and his summon's base stats would double. All attacks would deal 5x damage. With a cooldown of 1 hour, the undead soldiers began absorbing the essence, powering up rapidly. The sea monsters were stunned by the sudden surge in strength from the Undead Legion. Damn it! Why did these undead suddenly get so strong all of a sudden? Forget those weaklings, let us just kill Lam Mak Nu, right? If Lam Mak dies, those undead will fall with him. The sea monsters struggled to get close to Mak Nu, but hesitated. There was no way to rush him. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot downward. One sea monster was instantly struck down without a chance to react. This was the first blow of a devastating skill. Mak Nu coolly said, "First corpse secured. The outcome is sealed." Then he unleashed another skill, blowing the corpse to bits and declaring, "It is all over now." Light spears shot out from the sea monster's shattered body like needles piercing through flesh. The piercing beams blinded the sea monsters, leaving them confused and terrified. What the hell was attacking them? Mak Nu just smirked coldly. "Fireworks, let us get this party started." Moments later, through the smoky haze, the sea monsters were all wiped out. The soldiers stared wide-eyed in amazement. What was that skill just now? It shredded the whole Long Clan squad. The surviving sea monsters angrily hunted for answers. What the hell happened? What skill did Lam Mak Nu just use? Beneath the fallen sea monsters, red streaks of light began to appear just like on the previous corpse. The sea monsters seemed to predict the next move, their jaws dropping in shock. From those streaks of light, powerful energy beams radiated, sweeping across the sea monster army. The fortress was attacked in waves, one group after another. The sea monsters started realizing the danger and tried to flee. No. Run. Run fast. They are monsters. A real nightmare. The sea monsters screamed in agony, as if they were burning alive. Massive explosions kept happening faster and spreading wider. Because of this, Mak's level kept skyrocketing nonstop. He was a bit stunned by the pace, did not expect to jump 2 levels in a row like that. And Tan was shocked, saying, "I never imagined the colonel star rank could rise this fast." Truong Thien shivered at the current speed. He is about to become a god. Is not Mak Enga summoned creatures had wiped out most of the Dragon Clan's forces. Suddenly, the Dragon Clan staff started glowing. Mak Engu sensed something was about to happen, something was off. Vong Vai Day appeared after the glowing heart light, quickly restoring his battle formation under that glow. The powerful energy swirling around Vai Dai's staff grew into a massive form, a giant silhouette forming within the mist. It was the Dragon Clan's level 70 war general. And Tan shouted in surprise, "A level 70 Dragon Clan war general." Truong Thien quickly updated, "This general is equivalent to a 3rd-tier job advancement in the human race." And Tan said seriously, "Logically, a level 70 Dragon Clan should not appear in Fortress 6. Truong Thien seemed to have guessed the situation at the other fortresses too. Looks like the pressure at Fortress 9 is not light either. The formation's suppressive energy weakened, giving the Dragon Clan a chance to break through. Truong Thien quickly restored the formation. "I have requested backup from Fortress 8 through the formation, but reinforcements 1T arrive for a while." And Tan began calculating, "Lam Mak's dry corpse is small, but it should hold out until then." The Dragon Clan War General, Hung Ho, advanced. Vai Dai's staff gleamed brighter, and a violet beam shot straight into the dark sky. The Dry Corp soldiers below froze, watching the light. Then, they suddenly began to vanish under the violet energy's influence. Mak Engu's formation started to falter. It was the summoning skill S seal. His summoning ability was blocked and unusable. Naitan immediately realized the problem. "Not good. Lam Mak Nu's summoning skill is disabled." Truong Thien urgently said, "I will speed up their dispatch." The soldiers inside the safe zone anxiously watched Mak Nugyu alone outside. Fearing the worst, he is a dead man walking. The scariest thing is being unable to heal. Right? How can you fight if you can recover? But everyone watched. Lam Mak Ngu does not seem phased at all. Then the power of the staff seemed to reach its peak, wielded by the Dragon Clan War General. Mak Ngu raised his colonel staff high, calling upon his Star General's skill. The Dragon Clan War General leapt high, aiming a deadly kick to finish Mak Ngu off. He is dead. But just as the power surged toward him, a protective shield blocked the attack, saving Mak Ngu once again. However, the shield shattered into pieces right after, making Mak Ngu marvel at the sheer destructive power of the Dragon Clan. Quickly, he summoned 2 massive earthen whirlpools that rose before the Dragon Clan War General. Yet, the powerful purple energy pierced through, shattering the earthen statues. Still, Mak Ngu stared confidently at the War General, saying, "No dry, I am still killing like usual." The power of a strong soldier is enough to deal damage. Immediately, a jade-green energy wrapped around the Dragon Clan War General. The earthen whirlpools that had trapped him moments ago now solidified, piercing through him and Mak Ngu's eyes. Though level 70, compared to the monsters in the ancient trial, he was still no match. The Dragon Clan War General gripped the earthen whirlpools, his voice hoarse but fierce. "I want to kill." Suddenly, a massive light burst forth, surrounding him with overwhelming energy. Mak Ngu saw the War General's stubbornness, and could only feel helpless. What a stubborn brute. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, staring straight ahead. The Long Tribe General burst out from that surge of power, charging straight at Lam Mak Ngu with a shout, "Let us die together." Lam Mak Nungu's mind sensed something off. This was bad news. A blinding flash erupted behind Lam Mak Ngu. That energy was so intense it radiated everywhere, followed instantly by a massive explosion. The blast obliterated the nearby fortress in an instant, shattering it to pieces. The dazzling light from the explosion left everyone present utterly terrified. Whispers broke out among the crowd, "No way. The Long Tribe General actually self-destructed. Looks like Lam Mak Yu really had him backed into a corner." But sadly, the youngest level 37 human general died just like that. Lam Mak Yu was insanely strong even with his summoning limited. He still fought with unbelievable power. Yeah, this is seriously terrifying. Just then, everyone gasped as Lam Mak Yu strode out of the chaotic battlefield, completely unharmed. No way, Lam Mak Yu survived. How the hell did he pull that off? Even a level 60 professional should not escape unscathed. Lam Mak Yu thought to himself. This time, thank God for my innate summoning life-linked talent. The moment the explosion hit, the killing sense spread to all summoned creatures. Still, the entire Dry Kingdom Legion took heavy damage. Next time, gotta be more careful if two elite Long Tribe or Demon Generals self-destruct simultaneously. I could be in deep trouble. He stepped forward, and everyone erupted into cheers, chanting, "General! General! General!" Suddenly, two dark figures rushed toward where Lam Mak Yu was standing. It was Truong Thien and Ni Tun, who bowed respectfully to Lam Mak Yu. "Master Truong, long time no see." Truong Thien smiled and replied, "Haha. Not really. Back when Law Fu first saw this kid's exceptional talent, who would have thought he would become a divine general in the blink of an eye? From now on, Law Fu's gotta call you general. Maybe you have awakened to a new profession," said Truong Thien, bursting into laughter. "Haha. This kid. I'm just a strategist who passes on titles." Just then, Inchuan approached. "Our battle at Fortress 6 has ended. General Lam, where to next? How are the other fortresses holding up?" Lam Mak Yu asked. Truong Thien spoke up. "I checked earlier, they are holding steady." "General Lam, do you want to reinforce the others?" Lam Mak Yu shyly brushed his hair back. "If things are stable, I would not want to steal anyone's glory. I am really sorry for snagging all the credit this time." The crowd responded. "No way. General, that is not true. You were the one who took down the enemies, so the glory rightly belongs to you." At that moment, a massive, rugged figure appeared, glowing with a fierce battle aura. "Where's the Long Tribe General at?" he demanded. His eyes scanned the area, dust drifting softly across the battlefield's aftermath. He strode toward Ni Chuan and heard, "The Long Tribe General is dead." Shocked, he asked, "What? How did he die? He was not even level 60. How could anyone kill a Long Tribe General?" Intuan explained. "He self-destructed. Lam General forced him into a dead end." Hearing this, the man frowned. "General, are not all the divine generals stationed at Fortress 9? At that moment, he noticed a dazzling violet gold insignia on Lam Mak Yu's chest, the Divine General badge. He immediately saluted Lam Mak Yu. Divine Knight Dongfeng bowed. "Greetings, Divine General Lam Mak Yu. Thank you for coming to assist." Dongfeng replied. "I am just following orders. With a Divine General here, the other generals are just kids not even worth mentioning." He thought to himself, but this Divine General is only level 37. Got it, he is definitely playing it down to hide his true power. Later, Lam Mak Yu got a rest, sitting alone in a quiet room. He thought, I never expected the enemy to have sealing skills and healing abilities in this fight. Looks like this might be one of my weak spots. Maybe I should ask the master if there is a way to fix it. No time to waste, he heads straight to his master, where he meets Manhwa and Lam Mak Yu, who greets him respectfully. Manhwa asks, "So you are back already?" Manhwa's eyes widen in surprise seeing Lam Mak Yu now a divine general. "Wait, how did you become a divine general already?" Lam Mak Yu replies, "At Fortress No. 6, after wiping out a whole in squad, I earned the rank." Manhwa nods in disbelief, muttering, "This kid really does have what it takes to be a divine general." He continues, "Your master has already reached Fortress No. 9 but will be back soon." Suddenly, a figure appears at his Batchivian, who announces, "Lam, the kid's back." Batchwivian's face is full of shock, almost like he can't believe his eyes. "What? You have already become a divine general?" Lam Mak Yu starts to explain. "Yeah, it all went down like this at Fortress No. 6. Batchwivian beams with pride. "That is my kid. Taking down an entire legion solo and pushing them back, hogging all that battle experience. Never mind soloing a whole legion. If you have got an enemy kneeling down, do not hesitate, just crush him until he surrenders." Then Lam Mak Yu brings up his concern. "Master, the summoned soldier at Fortress No. 6 exposed a flaw in the summoning technique. Is there a way to fix this limitation?" Batchwivian answers without hesitation. "Of course. But your level is not high enough yet. You will need to hit level 40 and reach second ascension before you can use it. Now, I am taking you somewhere." Batchwivian takes Lam Mak Yu to meet Mactina, the head of the Genesis Academy. Mactina immediately recognizes Batchavian and nods in respect. Old batch. Lam Mak Nu bows deeply to Mak Tinha. Mak Tinha looks at Lam Mak Nu, then turns to Batch Wyvian. So this is your disciple. Batchian smirks. What do you think? Not bad. Right? Mak Tinha replies. Not bad at all. But you bringing a disciple who is not a Genesis Academy student here to steal our Academy's core essence. That is a bit shady. Do not you think? Batch Wyvian waves it off. Steal the core essence. What are you talking about? My disciple is the national top scholar and a student at the Ha Kinko Academy fully qualified to join your academy. If you do not believe me, go ahead and check. Mak Tinha responds. Alright, let me see. Send me your disciple's info. Batch Wang grins. Relax, do not faint on me. Mak Tinha frowns thoughtfully. Old batch. Really? How many times have I told you not to scare me like that? The screen starts displaying Lam Mak Nu's info. Name, Nu, level 37. Contribution points. 110,000. Mak Tinha's jaw drops in disbelief. What? The country's top scholar is already level 37, and his contribution points are 110,000. How did he manage that? Batch Wyvian slaps the table, grinning at Mak Tinha, who still looks stunned. You know that old guy's got a sharp eye for disciples, right? Suddenly surprised. He thinks. Same bloodline, same household. If the sister's that strong, the little brother's gotta be beast too. Then Batch Wyvian turns to Lam Mak Nu and says, show them your rank. Let us blow their minds. Lam Mak Nu nods. He extends his hand, and a golden light bursts out powerfully. Before them floats a glowing golden-purple badge. Mak Tinha's eyes widen, mouth open, sweating cold, stammering. Divine General. I am level 89 and only just hit 1-star Divine General, so this level 37 kid is on my level. If all those contribution points were earned by him alone, his real power far surpasses his level. So 110,000 contribution points. No wonder. Wait a minute, then he spots the primal rune tattoo on Lam Mak Nu's palm. This kid survived the deadly 10-day trial at the training ground. Mak Tinha steps down from his seat. According to Academy rules, Lam Mak Nu qualifies to join Genesis Academy, but he still has to pass the entrance exam. He walks toward Lam Mak Nu. Follow me, kid. The Genesis Academy is massive in scale. Mak Tinha explains the Academy's testing rules as they walk. Alright. Today there is a small test happening at Genesis Academy. The students are currently taking their exams. The top 3 academies each hold a small test every month and a major exam once a year. Fail, and you are out banned from participating for 5 whole years. Suddenly, Lam Mak froze, his eyes locking onto something. It was a person facing off against a demon simulation in the test. Looking closer, he recognized it to Than. Today's test is to endure for 1 minute against your opponent. Want to give it a shot? Without hesitation, Lam Mak replied, bring it on. As Lam Mak strode past, whispers erupted throughout the hall. Is that really him? No way. Is he seriously trying to join our Genesis Academy? Because of him, we have been the laughingstock. To then also caught sight of Lam Mak, his expression darkening. That guy's here again. Now it was Lam Mak Yu's turn. A teacher appeared, briefing him. You are currently at level 37. We will simulate a level 47 demon for you. Survive its attacks for just 1 minute, and you pass? Lam Mak nodded. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, a demon appeared right before Lam Mak Yu's eyes. His arrival drew attention. That kid's got some serious nerve. Where does all that confidence come from? No newbie acts like that. We will see soon enough. I am telling you, he is something else. Legendary talent all over. Don't you know why the headmaster's personally welcoming him? Lam Mak sized up the simulated demon level 47 Shadow Blade demon, its eyes glowing red, razor-sharp teeth bared, ready to strike. Someone shouted. No way. That is a Shadow Blade demon. That is a Deep Abyss demon tough as hell. Lam Mak done for. The old teacher yelled. The test starts now. The demon lunged fiercely at Lam Mak. All anyone saw was Lam Mak casually raise his hand. Instantly, the demon was obliterated right before everyone's eyes. Lam Mak stepped forward. Sir, does that mean I have passed the test? The teacher was so stunned he broke into a cold sweat. Speechless. Everyone who had doubted Lam Mak just moments ago was now shaken to the core. 1 strike, and the demon, 10 levels above him, was down. How long did it take him to defeat it? 10 seconds. Most can't even last 10 seconds. And he took less than that to crush it. Tathan's face was drenched in sweat, grinding his teeth in frustration. That guy's strength gap from me just keeps growing. Mak Tin has stepped forward. Congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are officially a member of Genesis Academy. Lam Mak bowed respectfully. Thank you, Headmaster. The teacher who debriefed him earlier noticed the strange way Mak Tin had treated Lam Mak much different from how he dealt with other students or even faculty. What is the deal with this guy? The headmaster was not stern like usual. He spoke as if on equal footing. Just who the hell is this Lam Mak Yungu? Some kind of god or legend? Waves crashed loudly against the rocky shore. Moonlight shimmering like stars on the sea, while black stars twinkled in the night sky above. Batch Wyvin and Lam Mak Yungu sat together on the beach, soaking in this breathtaking scene. Kid Lam, do not you wonder why I want you in Genesis Academy instead of Celestial Academy, like your sister? Lam Mak Yu replied softly. You must have your reasons. Sir, I trust you would not lead me astray. Batchivin began explaining slowly. Celestial Academy has one master who took you as his disciple, the only one. If he is your master, then all his resources will be poured into nurturing her. The entire Celestial Academy's power centers on her. Not you. I may have many resources, but none compared to that, especially here at Genesis Academy. There is something vital for you, something that can boost the success rate of your third job advancement. Lam Mak Yungu asked. Isn't the third job advancement boosted by the Divine Elemental Stone already? Batch Wyvian explained further. Those two things do not conflict, they stack. But honestly, I do not know exactly what that something is. All I know is it is a ray of light at the heart of Genesis Academy, only revealed at a special moment. This is something I can help you with. You have to rely on yourself. At this moment, everyone at the academy had gathered on the beach, building a huge bonfire and starting to buzz about Lam Mak Yungu. Senior, tell us the story about the guy who met Lam Mak Yungu in the ancient trial academy. Lam Nat Chin wiped the cold sweat off his brow and said, All right, let me tell you what he did inside the ancient trial academy. A crowd gathered around Lam Nat Chin, hanging on every word. You all know there is a level 55 boss called the Great Earth Behemoth Dragon, right? Everyone responded. Yeah, we heard that boss is insanely terrifying. Lam Nat Chin, looking scared, recalled. Lam Mak Mu fought that Great Earth Behemoth Dragon all alone. Hearing this, the whole crowd erupted in disbelief. What? Lam Mak Mu solo did the Great Earth Behemoth Dragon? Come on, do not joke around. Even if you paid me, I would not buy that story. Lam Nat Chin, feeling helpless, thought to himself, if they knew Lam Mak Yungu took on the Great Earth Behemoth Dragon solo when he was only level 30, they would never believe it. Lam Nat Chin started explaining. Back then I was just like you guys, thinking he was just there to get slaughtered in the ancient trial academy. At that time, he had just gotten the original talisman and was being chased by demons. We were ready to jump in and protect him, but he did not even need it. Not only that, later Lam Mak Yu became the common enemy of the abyssal demons and the dragon clan inside the trial. But it seemed like this explanation still was not enough. No one here believed in Lam Mak Yu's abilities. The more we talk, the crazier it sounds. He really got the original talisman and survived over 10 days there. This is starting to sound like legend. Just then, someone came running up, shouting in disbelief, the Shen Empire just got a new level 37 Divine General, the youngest Divine General ever. That statement instantly sent everyone here into a frenzy. Level 37. No way. No coincidence. Bro, what is the name of this Divine General? The guy scratched his head and said, I think it is Lam Mak. Everyone gasped again. Lam Mak Yungu. For real. Divine General. No wonder the academy head personally welcomed him. That explains it. Lam Mak Yungu's story quickly spread everywhere. Even people on the streets started talking. You guys heard the news. The Shen Empire has a level 37 Divine General. The Shen Empire just got its youngest Divine General ever, level 37. And he is strong enough to fight the Demon King alone. Have you heard? The Shen Empire. Inside the Menon Academy, Jiang looked calm sipping tea. Isn't he gonna step up and handle this? If this keeps up, they will blow him up into a god. Batch Wyvin answered straight up. I am letting it happen on purpose. Let them hype it up. The bigger the better. Last time, Makyu really got wrecked by the abyssal demons. Lately, I have been having him study at the Genesis Academy, so he does not even know about all this. Men and Vin frowned. So this is a trick. Batchivite, eyes cold as ace, replied. Yeah, someone's trying to sabotage Makingu. Trying to stop the rumors. 1T work better than pushing them forward. If the academy can reach a point no one believes the rumors, then the rumors destroy themselves. Batch Wyvinen's face burned with determination as he clenched his fist. Those demon cultists are crawling out again. If that is the case, I will take them on right here in the Genesis Academy library. Meanwhile, Lam Makgu was still buried in books. Turns out demons are ranked by bloodline, divided into 4 tiers. Normal demon beasts, normal demons, elite demons, and demon leaders, plus 4 grades. Low-level demons, high-level demons, apex demons, and demon kings. There are also special types like abyssal demons and abyssal fire spirits, among others. Reading this, Lam Maknu scratched her head. It is way more complicated than she thought. The abyssal world is a whole other beast. At this point, Lam Mak Nu remembered Minna and another demon she had faced earlier. Those two demons were elite demons. No wonder they were so strong. Apex demons can even go toe-to-toe with ancient dragon beasts. In the Abyssal World's top 10 Demon Kings ranking, humanity has only recorded info on 5. The 4th-ranked Knight Demon King turns out to be the father of the Knight Demon Prince. At that moment, he picked up the book he was reading again. Lam Mak Ngu thought, if he is the son of a Demon King, then he must have been reincarnated through a soul seal. But if he can kill once, I can do it 3 times. He stood up, returned the book to the shelf, and grabbed another one. Then I sat down and dived back into research. I've got to make up for all the lost knowledge to avoid falling into the Shadow Demon's trap again. A month later, Lam Mak Ngu was still buried in books at the library when suddenly, his wrist buzzed. It was none other than Mak Tinha calling. Director, is something wrong? On the other end, Mak Tinha's voice came through. General Lam, sorry to bother you, but can you come out for a moment? Mak Tinha was standing right outside the library, catching everyone's attention. Who could the director be waiting for in this entire academy? Who else could make Director Mak wait like this? Could it be Lam? As Lam Mak Ngu stepped out, whispers broke out. It is definitely Lam Mak Ngu. I wonder what has got the director looking so serious. Serious? You bet. Word is, the Dragon Clan's gone wild on the battlefield, sparking all sorts of chaos. Lam Mak Ngu approached. Mak General, what is going on? Mak Tinha got straight to the point. I need General Lam's help with something. He continued. Ever since the Dragon Clan returned to the original battlefield, the dungeons have mutated. There are tons of dungeons in the original battlefield, all relics left behind by the Dragon Clan after the Great War 1,000 years ago. But now that the Dragon Clan's back, these dungeons have mutated and turned into Dragon Clan teleportation hubs. The Dragon Clan troops can now use these dungeons to appear anywhere on the original battlefield. We only just found out. Turns out, those dungeons were left on purpose by the Dragon Clan king back then. Over 1,000 human adventurers have died because of this. Lam Mak Ngu's face hardened. So we can just destroy the copies of the dungeons. Tinha shook his head. By the time we realized, it was already too late. The Dragon Clan used special methods to seal the dungeons. We can only destroy them from within. Lam Mak Ngu asked. What do you need me to do? Mak Tinha said. Enter the Dragon Clan dungeon, beat the hell level difficulty, and coordinate with the troops to destroy it from inside. Lam Mak's icy gaze sharpened. Got it. Let us roll. At the number 1 artillery spot on the original battlefield, Lam Mak Ngu and Mak Tinha arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Clan dungeon. There, they spotted a man with a gleaming golden badge on his arm waiting, none other than Tiu Chai Hung, the Sacred Sword Knight, a level 70, 3-star colonel. He saluted Lam Mak Ngu and Mak Tinha respectfully. General Lords, Tiu Chai Hung reported, 20 days ago, a squad of Dragon Clan troops suddenly charged out of the dungeon. Only low-level adventurers were nearby, caught off guard, and many were killed. We have surrounded the dungeon now. General Lam, how exactly do you want us to coordinate? Tiu Chai Hung continued. We have prepared 2 teams, one to tackle the Nightmare Difficulty dungeon, and another 4-person team to join General Lam for the Hell Difficulty dungeon. After clearing the dungeon, detonate the chain drills at the exit to completely destroy it. Lam Mak Ngu gripped the chain drill. Got it, but I can handle the Hell Difficulty dungeon solo. His words hit like a slap, twisting Tiu Chai Hung's face. General Lam, that is a level 35 Hell Difficulty dungeon. Mak Tinha quickly reassured. Don't worry. He has always been able to solo these alone. Tiu Hung, though sweating nervously, agreed. All right. General Lam, be careful. Our teams will speed up and do everything we can to clear the dungeon quickly. Lam Mak Ngu stepped into the dungeon, thinking to himself, it is my first time entering a dungeon ranked below me. Let us see what it is like now. He selected the Hell Difficulty. Seeing this, Tiu Chai Hung anxiously asked Mak Tinha, General Lam alone, is that really okay? Mak Tinha nodded confidently. Don't worry. He will probably finish it faster than anyone. Inside the dungeon, Lam Mak Ngu looked around, muttering about the old hideout. Everything felt so different, but he still remembered the sweeping skill with control effects. Just as Lam Mak Ngu was thinking, the demons suddenly charged out, but these guys were way too weak. Just a few moves from Lam Mak Ngu's soldiers easily wiped them out. These warriors were like unstoppable arrows, relentlessly pushing forward, while Lam Mak Ngu could only trail behind. Suddenly, he spotted a fortress wall and could not help but exclaim in surprise. That wall was already swarming with monsters. At that moment, the Dragon Tribe's army caught sight of Lam Mak Ngu. Their faces twisted in hatred. How dare he enter the dungeon alone? Scared to die late. Huh? Lam Mak Ngu scanned the area and realized the Dragon Tribe forces had already set up camp inside the dungeon. Then he ordered his soldiers. My warriors, wipe them out. Without hesitation, Lam Mak Ngu's legion charged toward the main gate, where the Dragon Tribe army was stationed, and they were instantly annihilated, screaming in terror. The battlefield now belonged solely to Lam Mak Ingu's forces. The sturdy fortress gate was smashed to pieces. Lam Mak Ngu and his army quickly stormed inside the city. Once inside, Lam Mak Ngu approached a wall and immediately noticed more Dragon Tribe soldiers there. Behind a statue stood an army of thousands of Dragon Tribe warriors, forming a deadly blockade. At the front was a Dragon Tribe commander clad in armor. His face cold and fierce. Danger was here. He raised his sword high and commanded, "Kill them." Instantly, the entire Dragon Tribe force surged forward toward Lam Mak Ngu. Lam Mak Ngu's icy gaze met theirs. He finally understood why this place was called the Hell Level. Turns out, the dungeon was crawling with hidden Dragon Tribe soldiers. The guards obeyed instantly. The soldiers charged at Lam Mak Ngu the moment orders were given. They stormed like a raging storm, clashing fiercely on both sides. In no time, Lam Mak Ngu's troops had slain countless Dragon Tribe warriors. Suddenly, a glowing red orb appeared in Lam Mak Ngu's hand. He stared coldly at it and silently thought, "One corpse is all I need." Then, he activated the brutal corpse skill. A massive explosion erupted, instantly claiming countless Dragon Tribe lives. The Dragon Tribe commander could not believe his eyes, mouth agape. "No way! How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? Why does our tribe have zero info on it?" Lam Mak Ngu's eyes burned with deadly intent as he calmly explained, "Simple, everyone who has faced this skill is dead." Then he unleashed the Bone Spike skill. Thousands of bones shooting up to pierce and kill the commander right before him. At that moment, the portal marking the dungeon's exit appeared. Lam Mak Ngu immediately realized his mission here was done, activating the Chain Fist skill in his palm. He thought, "Now I just need to clear the dream in normal dungeons." Outside, Tu Chae-hung and Mak Tina saw a burst of purple light and instantly recognized it. "The God General has activated the portal." Mak Tina smiled and said, "I told you, you gotta trust the God General." Tu Chae-hung awkwardly scratched his head. "He really is the God General. No one like us can compare." The other two portals were also activated. 3 difficulty levels, cleared at once. This dungeon was about to completely collapse. Right then, Lam Mak Ngu saw the portal glow blindingly at the exit. He thought to himself, "Looks like they are done over there. Time to get out of here." Just as he prepared to leave, a message appeared. "Cannot leave the dungeon." Confused, he wondered, what is going on? Outside, Tu Chae-hung and Mak Tin-hai immediately sensed something was wrong. The smile on Tu Chae-hung's face faded, replaced by panic. "This is not right. Something's happened. Why is no one coming out?" Even Mak Tin-hai exclaimed, "This is bad." Meanwhile, Lam Mak Ngu tried every way to escape, but nothing worked. Even the high-level dungeon escape spell was useless. The dungeon was sealed tight. Clearly, someone wanted him dead. Suddenly, everything inside the dungeon started to shake violently and lifted into the air. Lam Mak Ngu was sucked in a vortex of swirling energy. At this moment, all boundaries seemed to shatter as you saw 2 other teams diving into the dungeon. Teams tackling the hardest difficulty level. The sea bone armor glowed fiercely, blocking every surge of energy crashing against you. You watched every member of the 2 teams struggling to withstand each blast of energy. You wanted to help, but you were powerless. "Damn it, I can save them." Even with the attacking power of the energy waves, the sea bone armor just could not hold up anymore. You had to keep defending non-stop. The sea bone armor could not endure this chaotic energy flow for long. It needed constant replenishment, or else I would be torn apart too. Lin Mak Ngu's gaze sharpened colder than ever. He silently vowed, "If I find out who bailed, I swear I will kill them." Suddenly, a blinding light with overwhelming energy struck Lin Mak Ngu, shattering his sea bone armor into pieces. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mak endured. This power was on par with a strike from a demon king. Lin Mak Ngu was blasted into a void of nothingness by the energy surge. Meanwhile, at the small courtyard, Mangan Van was peacefully sipping his tea. Suddenly, he sensed something off. His face drained of color, as if he would been slapped. Eyes wide with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Not good. Lin Mak Ngu's in trouble. Bai Yuan slammed his hand on the table. Furious? Where? Mangan Van quickly gave him Lin Mak Ngu's location. Battlefield origin. Fortress No. 1. Dragon Clan Watchtower Dungeon. Without hesitation, Bai Yuan left. In a blink, he was at the dungeon, radiating a fierce blue glow. That display alone had terrified Tu Chae-hung. This was a divine-level powerhouse. A white god. Bai Yuan scanned the surroundings, then barked an order. "Yeah, this is the place." Immediately, he clenched his hand around the dungeon's vortex. The vortex in his grip shattered. Instantly, the dungeon was collapsing completely. Meanwhile, Mak Tin has sensed the divine power difference between himself and Bai Yuan. This was a supreme divine-level force. He realized he was far behind Bai Yuan, who appeared before Tu Chae-hung, towering and furious, demanding to know who ordered Lin Mak Ngu to destroy this dungeon. Tu Chae-hung was shaken speechless, drenched in cold sweat. Mak Tin has stepped forward, pleading, "Old Bai, Do not make it harder for him. The intel came from Fortress No. 9 sent me to check on Lin Mak Yungu. Even the right to command was handed over from there. Bai Yuan's aura flared, his eyes frosty. Fine, fine. So there are traitors at Fortress No. 9 trying to harm my disciple. Has it been so long since I killed anyone that they think I am soft now? Flames erupted across Bai Yuan's body, unleashing a terrifying energy that shook the earth, sky, and all living things. Tu Chai Hung could only gape in horror, flames wielded by a divine-level powerhouse. Suddenly, Bai Yuan heard Mang and Van's voice in his ear. Old Bai? Calm down. Lin Mak goes fine. He has already entered them yen. Bai Yuan's fiery rage slowly subsided. Entered them yen. Got it. I am heading back now. Returning, Bai Yuan was seething with anger. It has to be those Baima cultists. I never expected they would have someone hidden in the army, and at such a high rank. Suddenly remembering something, Bai Yuan asked Mang and Van. Wait, how do you know he is okay if he is already in them yen? Mang and Van calmly sipped his tea. He has got my them yen teleportation stone on him. Hearing this, Bai Yuan seemed to calm down a bit, so the kid can be teleported back here anytime. Mang and Van nodded. Exactly. No need to worry. Besides, if he has not come back yet, he must have his own plan. Bai Yuan then asked. I get, but what about the situation at Fortress No. 9? How do you plan to handle it? Mang and Van's eyes turned ice cold. Simple. I want to see who dares to stick their hand here. I will gut them myself. In the world of them yen, everything was bathed in purple flames. Lin Mak Nu looked around, puzzled. Is this really them yen? It was nothing like what he would imagined, staring at the shard in his hand. He thought, this fragment of the core demon seed should keep me hidden from the demons for now. Clenching the shard tightly, he knew the energy in the them yen teleport stone would recharge in an hour, then he could return. He pressed onward, stepping deeper into the unknown. Everything ahead felt strangely unfamiliar, so the Mien was not just a wasteland after all. Suddenly, he spots demons lurking all around the lake's surface. The demons grow increasingly startled, which in turn shakes Lum seeing to his core. This can be right. Why are more and more demons showing up? Could it be that I have been exposed? More demons keep swooping in, their numbers swelling by the second. A massive, blinding light bursts forth from the middle of the lake, radiating power everywhere. Lum seeing is stunned. This elemental light energy is so dense. Why is there a secret realm inside the Miaiman? And why does it even have dungeon energy? A horde of demons suddenly takes flight, diving into the secret realm. Lum seeing wonders. Wait, do not they hate light energy? What are they even doing here? The light intensifies, and in the blink of an eye, every demon has flown into the secret realm. Lum seeing sighs glint with realization this power can be mistaken. This is one of the elemental dungeons. It is a light element dungeon, hidden right here in Themien. Maybe I can snag some light element crystals. Lum Mingxi stares intensely into the lake, his mind racing with plans. Inside the secret realm, vibrant info bars flash all around him. The mind's mutant fire. Light system. Abyssal flame fused with light element. Demons absorb bodies to elevate their core essence. There is a tiny chance they will evolve into higher level demons, but the painful process is brutal. Messianju thinks to himself, as expected they are trying to evolve. The demons clutch their heads, writhing in agony. Then they charge at him. Threatening, bold little demons, daring to show up in Themien. Mseeing stays silent, standing firm. The demons grow more raucous, yelling, "Eat him! Eat him!" Suddenly, a sly grin creeps across his dirt-smudged face. Instantly, the ancient warriors begin to revive. A beam of white light appears, opening the Light World Dungeon level 40. Levels 35 to 45 can enter, with difficulty tiers: Normal, Nightmare, and Hellfire. Msinengyu confirms his hunch, it really is a light element dungeon. Around him, the demons keep howling wildly. Ignoring them, Mseeing makes his choice: Hellfire difficulty. The dungeon opens immediately. Without hesitation, he steps inside. Suddenly, a gigantic golden eye appears in the space, definitely not human, watching everything unfold. The demons are still celebrating, chuckling. We are gonna make bank. But just as they think catching Mseeing will be a cakewalk, he slips into the dungeon. Panic sets in among them. This is not good. Alert the high-level demons. Moments later inside the dungeon, Mseeing encounters humanoid beings radiating pure light, the light elemental spirits. Hellfire level monsters. Rank 41. Power 5,000. Agility 30,000. Spirit 50,000. Their skills: Intense Light Burst, immune to light and physical attacks, and 90% elemental damage reduction. As in Feng lands, they immediately activate their skills. Waves of blinding light flood the entire space. Instinctively, Mseeing shields his eyes. Man, that glare is brutal. But he no longer pays them any mind. In a flash, He devises a plan. He has got to rely on the ancient warriors to push forward. His wings are massive, his fists wrapped in white bindings. He wonders, is he an angel? Around the glowing staircase, countless light elemental spirits hover. A reward notice appears. Every 100 steps grants an item. Seeing ascends slowly. Thinking, this looks like a divine challenge, secret realm, no monsters to fight. He keeps climbing, each step stirring up dust and light. Surrounded by endless beams of radiance, blinding light beams from the elemental spirits flood his vision. After stepping over the 100th stair, something materializes in MCU's hand, just like you thought. Once you clear the challenge, you get a reward, a shard of radiant crystal fitting perfectly in McNew's hand. It is a light crystal shard that can be combined into a light crystal. You keep going, and the light bosses keep coming at McNew one after another, but you do not bother paying attention forever. Finally, you whisper softly, that is enough. Immediately, the crystal shards fly up on their own, merging into a beautiful crystal stone. This light crystallization can combine with other elemental crystals to create divine elemental stones, boosting the career ascension rate. The more elements, the better. The stronger the divine stone's effect, or useful, it grants permanent elemental resistance. Once used, it can be combined again to form another divine elemental stone. Macu immediately shouted, merging them into a brand new divine elemental stone. The crystal in his hand rose, slowly transforming into a multifaceted gem. Divine elemental stone, fire, poison, light types used at the third career shift. It increases the ascension rate by 20%. This made Macu insanely happy. Compared to the previous 3 stones, the rate had doubled. His gaze hardened. Looks like I have not finished this path yet. There is still some juicy loot waiting for me. Without hesitation, he stepped forward on the stairway of light. After a moment, Macu sensed something strange. Boom! A dazzling orb appeared in his hand. This was the radiant gemstone. Permanently reduces 50% damage from light elements, with a chance to unlock a light-based skill only effective on first use. Knew it, Macu chuckled. Every elemental dungeon drops both crystallized elements and elemental gems. He shouted, activating the radiant gemstone. The radiant gemstone shattered instantly in midair. At that moment, the archangel raised his staff, radiating a brilliant circle of light. It shot straight at Macu, transforming into a pair of glowing wings on his back. Just like the archangel's own wings, Macu gained the skill Blessed Light. Level 1. Granting immunity to all debuffs for 30 minutes. All debuff states poison, seal, silence. Blinding cooldown is 12 hours. Suddenly getting this skill shocked Macu. Thanks. Iron Resolve. Iron Resolve stood silently, eyes shut tight, not a word in response. An eerie silence fell. Suddenly, a wooden box appeared before Macu. The moment he touched it, a blinding light burst from inside. Macu received 2 items. One heart shape called Radiant Core, which can awaken a god, and a key, the key to the Radiant Divine Temple. Unlocking the true Radiant Divine Temple. This made him recall the item he got before that could open the true Flame Divine Temple and awaken the Flame God. Could there be some connection between these two? Suddenly, the Archangel's staff stirred. Turns out he regripped his staff and unleashed a massive burst of power toward Macu. Now a staff rested firmly in Macu's hand. It was the Sovereign's staff, a legendary tier remnant weapon, adding 500,000 to all stats. He could not believe his luck, never expected to snag a legendary weapon. Too bad it is just a remnant, and he needs to be level 70 to wield it. Right now, it is no help. The space around him twisted. The entire dungeon vanished, signaling the end of the run. Macu stored the staff away, eyes gleaming with determination, no fear or hesitation. Time to leave the dungeon. But out there, countless demons are still waiting for me. He cracked a slight smile. Can T let them keep me waiting for nothing? The dungeon door opened. Outside, a horde of demons waited eagerly. Finally he is out. Kill him. Let us feast on his flesh. The demons charged fiercely at Macu, all low-level fiends below level 45. Their attacks barely scratched his defense layer. The demons were shocked. His defense skill is legit, and he is only level 37. How strong is this dude? Let us smash him. Macu narrowed his eyes. My turn now, let us see how you handle this. Chaos Rift. Instantly, his loyal dried warrior appeared, counterattacking the demons. Where did these immortal monsters even come from? Now, finally, fear creeps into their bones. No more arrogance, it is him, his trusty support warrior. Why are these immortal beasts so insanely strong? Macu watched their panic grow. Just watch. It is about to blow up. You activated your skill Violent Corpse. Level 6. Detonate the corpse to deal damage equal to 35% of the enemy's corpse HP within a 6-meter radius. A massive explosion erupts. That blast wiped out a huge swarm of demons in seconds. Macu strode out of the White Lock village, leaving the rest for the dry soldiers to mop up. But suddenly, a shockwave hit from behind. There is a boss, wrapped in swirling purple flames. Emerging from the flames was a bizarre black creature, the abyssal fire spirit. No sooner had it appeared than it charged straight at Manhwa, but to him, it was nothing more than a minor annoyance. In such a hurry to die. Fine. Bring me another fire chi gem. Manhwa unleashed a blazing red flame. Locking horns with the purple fire of the abyssal fire spirit, the creature screeched in agony, slowly being consumed by the flames. In the end, only a wisp of purple smoke remained. Abyssal fire spirit defeated. Gained 1,800,000 experience and secured a fire chi gem. Manhwa sensed something was off. The hidden realm was about to collapse. Time to move. The space twisted wildly open. Outside, a horde of demons was still clueless about what was happening. Why's the hidden realm disappearing? Are they about to come out? A shadowy veil spread. One by. The dry soldiers emerged from the realm. What is that? Why are there so many dry soldiers? Manhwa eyed them fiercely. Fingers twitching, ready to strike. Run. You fools. The defeated demon corpses suddenly burst into the air. The surviving demons could only stare in horror as another devastating explosion ripped through the violent corpses. The blast was so intense that the low-level demons vanished without a trace. Sensing trouble, higher-tier demons with all sorts of grotesque forms surged forward. Kill the humans. Take them down. No matter those dry soldiers. Leading the charge was a monster resembling a bat, but with terrifyingly long fangs. Abyssal Vice Demon. Level 49. Power. 20,000. Stamina. 20,000. Agility. 15,000. Spirit. 50,000. Skill. Sonic Wave. Traits. 50% resistance to light element. 30% reduction in all enhanced life damage. They seemed stronger than the low-level demons earlier. Still, they struggled against the violent corpses' relentless attacks. Solid defense. Manhwa sneered. Then he stretched out his hand, ready to unleash his skill again. I wonder how many hits you can take. There is plenty of corpses around here. Slowly but surely, the Abyssal Vice demons started falling, one by. This infuriated the high-level demons, who roared. Kill him. We must kill him. Forget those dry soldiers. Focus on the human. Manhwa pressed on with his skill. Confident in this battle, standing amid the demons, he showed no fear. Relax. None of you are getting out of here. Wave after wave of Manhwa's brutal attacks pummeled the demons, who could only take the hits silently. Suddenly, an attack struck his defensive shield. Die. Manhwa was caught off guard. No way! A red vortex appeared, revealing a more terrifying breed of demon monster inside. Phantom Demon Swordsman. Level 50. Power. 50,000. Stamina. 40,000. Agility. 25,000. Spirit. 50,000. Skill. Sword Kai. Traits. 50% resistance to light element. 30% reduction in dark element damage. They charged straight at Manhwa. Launching their attack, Manhwa hurriedly tossed corpses toward the Abyssal Demon Swordsman. But they blocked every throw. No good. I can toss corpses their way. Immediately, the Abyssal Demon Swordsman swung back at the dry soldiers. But of course, every attack was blocked. Manhwa thought to himself, wish I had a silent skill. Right now, neither side can land a hit. Someone shouted. Fly up quick. That human won't be able to touch us. Manhwa was still strategizing when he noticed the demons flying in from a direction. What is over there? Without hesitation, Manhwa decided to check it out. Maybe he would discover the demon nest. Leading the dry soldiers, he headed straight that way. Demon attacks kept raining down on the dry soldiers, but it was like punching cotton. No damage was dealt. This left the Abyssal Demon Swordsman baffled. Is he really human? Why does he feel like some kind of world super boss? Is our attack power just that weak? Why can't we land a single scratch on him? Since when did humans get careers that terrifying? He is way harder to deal with than the legendary Earth Knight. Over there. One of them spotted Manhwa's direction and shouted urgently. No way. Chase him down. Meanwhile, Manhwa charged straight ahead, and suddenly a spatial rift appeared before him, leaving him stunned. It turned out to be the Devil's Fortress, shrouded in a grim, deathly atmosphere. So there really was a city deep within the abyss. I can feel the demonic aura everywhere. Standing before his army of dry soldiers, Manhwa smiled confidently, exuding arrogance. Today, we take this fortress. Hearing this, the demons panicked worse than ever. Has he lost his mind? Who does he think he is? No human has ever dared attack Shamian City, even during the peak of the Dragon Clan's power. Stop him. But how? A demon gatekeeper noticed the disturbance. Shamian City was protected by a dense invisible barrier. Manhwa sensed the barrier too. He ordered his dry soldiers. Quick, toss me through it. No second guessing. The troops obeyed without hesitation. From above, Makangu leapt straight into Shamian's city barrier. His body hit the barrier like a veil, then effortlessly passed right through it. The barrier remained intact and undamaged, not alerting a single soul inside. The demon swordsmen were freaking out. This is bad. The summoners inside. Even if we stop his summoned creatures, it is useless. Makyu commanded them not to retreat. His dry soldiers outside the barrier vanished instantly. The demons broke into a cold sweat. This is a disaster. Calmly, Makangu allowed himself to be recalled inside the barrier, ready to reappear. Moments later, inside the barrier, the dry soldier army reappeared in full force. In no time, they brutally wiped out demons within the city. Max smiled slyly. Another body for the pile. He casually observed the scene. For these terrifying demons, Maku was now the most fearsome presence alive. They were utterly powerless. It is really over. The dry soldier army pressed on toward the city center like a tidal wave. Maku eyed the grim tower head, filled with unwavering resolve. I still remember the demons attacking the human city during the grand tournament. Back then, demons ravaged the city, slaughtering humans. Now, it is my turn. He clenched his fist tightly. No one's getting out of here alive. Suddenly, Maku spotted a formation ahead, a teleportation array used by Shamian City's demons to move between cities. A thought flashed through his mind. Can I use this teleportation array to jump to other demon cities? He grinned, eyes sharp. Got it. Look at those demons getting wrecked by my dry soldiers. Perfect cover. Makin knew as a human, even disguised with demonic aura, he could not activate Shamian's teleportation array himself. Only demons could trigger it. The formation trembled. Activation confirmed. Not knowing where he would land this time, Maku decided to randomly pick a city name. As he disappeared, the Shamian demon swordsman panicked. He teleported away. Which city did he go to? Hurry. Report to the demon king. We can't let him run wild any longer. The formation transported Makangu to another demon city. Looks like my gamble paid off. Now then, come on, my legion. He immediately summoned his sea bone armor and dry soldiers. Suddenly, a swarm of dry soldiers appeared out of nowhere, overwhelming the city gate guards. What is going on? Where did those dry soldiers come from? The barrier is cracking. Maku stared at the cracks in the barrier, smirking. Feels like I am slamming the door on a pack of dogs. The dry soldiers charged fiercely forward. Another demon down. Enemy breach. Enemy breach. They shouted frantically. It is a human. Who would dare invade the abyss? In an instant, the dry soldier army gained the upper hand. A demon sensed danger and urgently signaled his comrades. Quick! Alert the demon king. Explosions rained down like thunder, smashing into the city buildings. Soon enough, one building after another was reduced to rubble. The desperate horde of demons grows larger. Fast. Many demons have been trapped by the Radiant Army, unable to escape, forced to endure helplessly. Missing reveals a ruthless side. If we do not kill them today, humanity will pay the price later. No mercy. Inside the city, a massacre unfolds. Meanwhile, at the demon capital ruled by the demon king himself, his fury can be heard loud and clear. How dare humans attack the capital of the underworld? Spread my orders. After a while, all the low-level demons are defeated. Riding this momentum, Mseeing pushes on to the next city. Suddenly, attacks rain down from above, targeting the Dry Corpse's legion. Just as expected, high-level demons are here. A squad of sword-wielding demons from this city appears. But inside this barrier, you are not escaping. No matter how hard you try, those sword demons flew too high before. Beyond reach. Now, thanks to the barrier, Mseeing traps them like fish in a barrel. With a single explosion, even the high-level demons fall swiftly like the low ones. Watching the battlefield's aftermath, he feels no regret. Back when the underworld invaded the human world, did anyone imagine it would come to this? Level up notification sounds. Mseeing, level 39 Necromancer. Finally hit level 39. He quickly uses his formation to teleport to another city, but the teleport coordinates have shifted. Looks like the demons have caught on. They have definitely set a trap waiting for me. Mseeing thinks it over but feels no fear. Holding the underworld teleport stone in hand, he mutters, "Let us see how deep this abyss really is. Even if it is a dragon's lair, I am diving in." He and his army move forward together. The formation activates instantly. Moments later, Mephium arrives at the Demon King's capital. Suddenly, a gigantic fist barrels toward him. Skill triggers immediately. Damage transfer and life link healing activate. Mephium stays calm, healing the Legion of Lost Souls. Two bone-armored corpses and the healing legion appear. With his legion assembled, he finally gets a good look at the enemy. The arrival shocks Mseeing. Huh. Did not expect to survive a punch from me. The demon growls. Turns out this guy is the Manhwa king. The demon king himself shows up. Mseeing goes deep in thought. Wait, if the demon king came personally, I would be dead already. This must be a clone. What is your name? Human. Manhwa king demands. Level 39. How could you devastate a whole city and survive a hit from me, who is backing you? And why hide your level, watching his clone? Messine calculates. If it is just a clone, there might be a chance. Plus, plenty of demons are nearby. Maybe I can test the waters. No hesitation, he adjusts his skills and powers up his troops. The Legion of Dry Corpses readies instantly. Messine waves off the Demon King's clone, making the Manhwa King furious. The king throws 5 massive punches at Methrusanen. You dare fight me in my presence? Let us see if you can handle this. He strikes back with a devastating blow, unleashing a massive shockwave as their powers collide. The Dry Corpses stand firm. Messine remains unscathed. Huh? Still alive. The Healing Legion smirks. You think you can kill me? You are not worthy yet. The Dry Corpses raise their silver bows and swords, ready to fight. Manhwa King roars. You dare challenge me? Suddenly, his body radiates killing intent. He is trying to seal the summoning spell. Messine quickly counters with his own seal. I am no longer afraid of summoning seals. He says, Blessings of Light, cleans all negative effects for 30 minutes. Cooldown. 12 hours. Their powers clash again. Messine counters with violent corpses. The Manhwa King is stunned. How can this be? Why is the seal ineffective? What level is that human really? It can be just 39. Furious, he dives at Messine. Messine just hopes he is scared enough not to come down here. Soldiers, gather the fallen. Dry Corpses carry bodies back to Mensega. Right now, he does not hesitate to face the Demon King head-on. The King 1T stop, launching another attack. He lands a brutal punch on Msega's face, but the damage is transferred to the Dry Corpses, activating damage shift and lifelink healing again. At the same time, he used it to heal the Legion. Instantly, the long-standing wounds on his body began to close up. Then, lifting the corpses, he said, My turn now? A thunderous blow struck the Demon King. His eyes burned with fierce intent as he launched another attack. A relentless barrage of punches, each hit packing massive damage, flew straight at him. His face was covered in wounds, fresh blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he kept taunting. Demon King, is that all you have got? Haven't even tasted my power yet. The Demon King took another blow. Just die already. The strike crashed directly into him. Any normal human would have been dead for sure. But suddenly, the Demon King realized something was off. An explosive counterattack came crashing back at him. He was still alive, even fighting back. By now, the Demon King's face was smeared with blood. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. He lunged in with a deadly strike, but he found Messine ready and waiting, using the corpses in a brutal combo. With so many high-level demons prepped for me, how's it feel being blown up by your own kind? The explosion shook the earth and sky. I had to finish it finally. The Demon King's clone was destroyed. Messine stood up, clothes torn to shreds, breathing a sigh of relief. At last, the clone of the Demon King's wing was obliterated. Suddenly, he sensed something. The Demon King's true form was about to arrive. Messine frowned. Before he gets here, gotta squeeze out one last hit. He unleashed the toxic light orb, powered up in battle mode. This attack was no joke. Poisonous gas began to spread as the demon screamed in agony. The whole city seemed drowned in toxic fumes. Seconds later, the Demon King's true form finally appeared, glaring at the gas-filled demons. Fury blazing, he unleashed his ultimate move, the Demon Bull Charge. His form transformed into a gigantic bull, radiating deadly energy. Holding the stone in his hand, Messine thought, I am not dumb enough to face the Demon King head-on. The demon charged straight at him, but his body was already moving. One fierce punch from the Demon King shattered the rocks around them. After a moment, Messine arrived, a sharp energy enveloping the once calm courtyard. Turns out that energy came from Mappasun. What the heck did this kid do to radiate such terrifying power? In the dark night, Messine returned, battered and bruised. He spoke respectfully. Teacher, Senior, Ivan looked at him with cold, piercing eyes, his voice grave. What exactly did you do down in the abyss? Mai Xiang gave a brief account of his encounter with a being resembling the Demon King. The battle was fierce, but in the end, he landed a finishing blow and won. And Vin, stunned by the story, asked, So you killed a clone of the Demon King's wing? Messine replied, with the original rune and heavenly gift awakening, plus a whole bunch of demon corpses. I managed to kill its clone, but it chose to fight me head-on. If it had ambushed or ran, I would be dead. Ivan agreed, admiring his strength. That guy's stubborn, reckless as hell. But damn, you really are something else. And Vin nodded too. Yeah, kid, you have opened a new chapter in history. Before this, the abyss only meant death for us humans. Never thought you would pull this off. The energy around Messine grew stronger. Ivan said worriedly, This power spike is not good. It is gonna mess with your mind big time. Given your current state, no dungeon runs, no upgrades, and definitely no second awakenings for now. Messine bowed respectfully. ready to follow all the teacher's orders. Ivan instructed, go read some books. Relax, rest for a few days, do not do a thing, and do not overthink it. I will come check on you in 2 days. Messig responded respectfully. Understood. Teacher, I will take my leave now. Lamesh, you really called me to find that guy. Ivan grumbled in complaint, and Vintran, what is going on? Because of that brat Lam Tuti, he just can't let go of his pride. Ivan slammed his hand on the table, eyes blazing with determination. Damn, he really underestimated me. At the Genesis Academy, a pair of footsteps arrived, carrying an aura sharp enough to shock everyone around. Whispers and murmurs spread as Seeing appeared, his fierce aura pulsing, his face freshly healed from wounds. Is that really Lumim and seeing you? It is, but what the hell has he been up to? Why does his aura feel so terrifying now? Another friend chimed in. Yeah, that is him. I do not even dare to meet his gaze. In the library, pages flipped under the dim golden light. Reading truly calms the soul, Messiang thought. Yet his deadly aura refused to fade completely. His killing intent grew stronger with each passing moment. Kill every demon. He shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off those dark thoughts. In the reading room, countless books were neatly arranged, and a faint scent lingered, almost hypnotic, stirring the mind. 3 days later, Messiang Juk was still deeply immersed in reading, the stack of books he would finish piling up beside him. Suddenly, he got a call from Yvin. Quick, come over. Under a tiled wall, the two prepared to set off. Yvin said, let us go, I am taking you somewhere. The master placed his hand on a Messiang Yuk's back, and a circle of blue light shimmered into existence. The sky blazed, no soul in sight, only animal bones scattered everywhere. This place was known as the land of bloody flesh. Arriving here again shocked MCU to his core. His killing aura spread across the crimson sky. Ivan saw Senju's energy reach dizzying heights and gently rested a hand on his shoulder to steady him. Do you know where this is? Ivan explained that this place was not just anywhere, not a chasm, not dragon territory. It was like an ancient battlefield, a trial ground from the past, an independent space called the land of bloody flesh. Messiang asked suspiciously, Master, can this place remove the killing aura from me? Ivan replied, maybe it can eat, but there is a bloodthirsty monster here that will make you hate life. A voice echoed from somewhere. What nonsense is that? Butch Ivan, you are the one everyone hates. The master barely finished hearing that, and his whole body stiffened. Suddenly, from the sky, a massive sword descended toward where they stood. Ivan's fury ignited at the sudden attack. Monster, how dare you hurt my disciple? I will chop off your leg. A golden aura burst around the master's body. The sky seemed to burn even brighter as a terrifying explosion erupted. Fueled by Yvin's power, the master fought with all his might against the mysterious power descending from above. Debris and stone shards flew everywhere, clattering against MCU. The overwhelming power left him shaken. This aftershock alone rivaled the might of the Four Flames Phantom, King's clone. Whoever wielded that power showed no sign of backing down, swinging the sword again with deadly force. Ivan's anger flared as he shouted, Monster, what the hell are you playing at? The clash of their titanic powers created a shockwave, so intense even MCU trembled. This was god-level strength. Ivan refused to back down, launching a full-on counterattack. The sword never paused. Slicing fiercely through the air between them, a faint figure appeared in midair. Swinging the sword toward the two of them, the blood-red sky seemed to tear apart after the strike, shards flying everywhere. At that moment, Messiang's gaze shifted like someone else had taken control of his body. Ivan's face darkened with rage. You damn lunatic, if I would known, I would not have come looking for you. Damn it, Msenga now seemed unconscious, his mind overtaken. Kill, god-level warriors or not, as long as they are my enemies. They die. The magic array on his right arm glowed. It was the war soldier spell. Countless ancient warriors appeared from nowhere. Messiang's eyes now burned with pure killing intent. Suddenly, a shadow loomed in the space before them. An experienced man with his hair tied high and a long scar running from his cheek to his mouth sneered. This kid's level 39. Not bad at all. Messi Yin, fully consumed by killing intent, unleashed his terrifying speed technique without hesitation. Countless chains snaked out, shooting toward Kung Sin. Even he was shocked that the kid dared use this move. What a setup. Kung Sin slashed through all the chains flying at him. Suddenly, right in the heat of the moment, Makyu unleashed his soul-flaming technique. Invisible flames erupted, burning deep into Kung Sun's soul, forcing him to scream in agony. Unable to withstand this brutal torment, he clutched his face, his body convulsing wildly before plunging straight downward. Kung Sun crashed down, his whole body racked with pain. This was a direct hit to the soul. Before he could even regain his composure, thick blue smoke began spreading, dense as bones, exuding a deadly breath that stunned him. Poisonous too. Toxic fumes slithered, trapping Kung Sun in a meticulously planned death trap. Instead of anger, He felt a spark of interest toward Maknugu. This kid was something else. A gentle hand landed on his shoulder, pulling Maknugu back from the edge of a violent outburst. He blinked slowly, his breath steadying, the savage glare from before fading away. Worried about what just happened, Makyu started to explain, "Master, but before he could finish, Ayuan cut him off. Enough talk. Let us wrap this up." The toxic warriors gradually dissolved, and in the distance, Kungsin stood tall, hair whipping in the wind, eyes cold as steel. Ayuan smirked. "Old monster, you have already fought, come on out." He flew toward the two, still trailing those poisonous fumes clinging to his body. Kungsin landed heavily, the ground trembling violently beneath him, sparking a powerful aftershock. He squinted at Mak-Yu, then turned to Ayuan. "So this is your disciple?" Kungsin sneered with heavy sarcasm. "Not bad. Level 39 and daring to challenge a god-level fighter. You do not know death from a hole in the ground." Huh. Mak-Yu stayed silent. "Just listening." Ayuan snapped. "Cut the crap. Didn't you see what just went down?" Ayuan introduced the man before them. "This old dude is Neum Kungsin, a god-level warrior. Level 95. Hearing that name, Makingu instantly dug into his memory. Kungsin. He would read about him in the books on par with the White God. He once faced off solo against 3 demon kings, killed one and severely wounded 2. Never thought he would actually meet him here. Maku bowed deeply with respect. "I am Lingo. Your junior. Greetings." Senior Ini Yim. Kungsin raised an eyebrow, curious about their purpose, and asked Ayuan with suspicion, "Why bring your disciple here?" Ayuan answered calmly, "Can't you see? This kid knows way too much about demons. Now that he is possessed by the soul flame, I am here to ask for a hand." Immediately, Kungsin's eyes flashed with anger as he shot back. "You are aiming for that treasure, daydreaming in broad daylight. Are we?" Ayuan just shook his head. "Isn't it just some artifact? You want it? Good luck keeping it. Besides, a junior of our race is in trouble. As a senior, would not you want to step up and help?" Ayuan frowned, clearly annoyed. "You are way out of line. This kid Lin here is a top genius among the youth. Don't you want to know where the soul flame on him came from?" Kungsin shrugged. "Why should I care?" But deep down, he hesitated. Level 39 with a soul flame that potent. That aura already far surpasses this kid's rank. Ayuan ignored Kungsin's attitude and continued. "This kid single-handedly stormed the abyssal realm, wiped out 3 demon nests, even killed a clone of a demon king." Hearing this, Kung froze, a voice ringing in his head. "What?" To verify Yayuan's claim, he glanced at Nu. "You really went into the abyssal realm, wiped out 3 demon nests, and killed a demon king's clone?" Maknu nodded calmly. "Truthfully, yes. I destroyed 3 demon nests and killed a clone of the 4th medicine demon bull king. Before its original could arrive, I unleashed my most potent poison light on the demon king's lair." These words made Kungsin look at Maknu with newfound respect. "Poison light. That is a deadly poison skill that just hit me earlier. Its power. Even level 60 demons would struggle to survive it." Senja did not sound like he was lying. "This kid. He is beyond genius. He is a prodigy with a dark twist. At level 39, there is no way I could pull off what he just did. Gotta admit, this kid's way better than me, even outshining Vien in silver armor." He smirked and said, "Does a junior like this deserve to get that item from me?" Teng nodded in agreement. "Fine, but I have got one condition." Senja replied, "Don't mention 1, make it 11 if you want." He pointed straight at Maxiengyu. "Just one thing, I want this kid to become my disciple." Ivan happily agreed. The answer stunned Mai Si-ying, and Sang-sen was equally shocked. Thinking Vi had not heard right, he asked again, "Did you catch that?" Senja cheerfully said, "What is the big deal? Geniuses often have multiple masters." Mafugu tried waving his hands frantically behind his back, but it was useless. Ivan seized the moment. "Fine, it is settled then. You are a god-tier powerhouse. Once you say something, you gotta stick to it." Tang-san was fuming, realizing he had been played. "Damn it! This guy totally set me up." Then he threw a fierce punch at Ivan, snarling, "Get lost." Ivan quickly dodged back and wasted no time, saying, "All right, I'm out. Take care of Lum Jio, kid." With that, Senja dashed off, leaving Mai Teng standing there dumbfounded. Tang-san folded his arms and ordered the kid, "Come with me." Mush Eng respectfully replied, "Yes, master." In the distance, a simple wooden cabin with a thatched roof appeared between 2 massive trees. Radiating calm in the heart of Hong V, Senja said bluntly, "You are staying here for now." Mesega nodded, "Yes, master." "What about the aura control?" Tenzin stretched out his hand, tossing him a purple, diamond-shaped stone. "Channel your aura into this divine stone." How to control your aura? That is on you to figure out. You do not need to understand the domain knowledge just yet. Right now, your only job is to learn how to harness your aura. The screen flashed the words, Divine Stone Domain. Capable of forming a domain, Messiaen clenched the stone tightly, determination swelling inside him. His master's aura was so heavy, yet he controlled it freely. There had to be a way. He just had not unlocked it yet. The intense aura spread through the air like invisible blades slicing skin. The master's aura was already tangible and manifesting externally. Muff Unjiv silently marveled. He wondered, what exactly is used to control this? Trying to sense the aura inside him, he realized his strongest trait was his spirit. Could it be that controlling aura required mental force? If my master can do it, I too. He vowed. The divine stone floated midair, absorbing every drop of aura Maxigan emitted. Watching nearby, Tang Sun was impressed. Using mental force to control aura. Not a bad idea. Let us hope this kid pulls it off. Messiaen closed his eyes, focusing all his spirit into the swirling aura inside him. From afar, Tang Sun silently observed. More than half a day had passed, and this kid's mental power was indeed formidable. No wonder that old guy picked him as a disciple. 10 days later, the aura coiled tightly around Mafig's body. It no longer drifted aimlessly but twisted in a precise pattern. Like serpents dancing around him, Mus slowly opened his eyes. Sharp and proud. I did. The aura surged into the divine stone. The system displayed a new Awakens skill. Slaughter domain currently unusable at this level. Far away, Tang Sun could not hide his shock. I did not think he would actually pull it off. Even from where he started, it usually takes 3 months to control such lethal aura. But just 10 days. This kid's mental strength must be off the charts. Messiaen turned respectfully to Chuang Xin, who kept his gaze fixed on him. No need for formalities with me. You have got a new domain skill now. He nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, the slaughter domain. But I still can't use it, Chuang Xin explained. Of course not, you are way too low level right now. What you need to do is infuse your entire aura into the divine stone domain. Once it is fully charged, you will be able to use it anytime. Saying that, he turned and walked away. You keep at it. I gotta take care of something, Musheng respectfully replied. Yes, master. Inside, Tang Sun thought. This kid's grinding hard, I gotta step up my game too, with a tone full of confidence. Are not you still worried about that brat? Besides, the old man's got his back. What do you have to worry about? Vin promised coldly. Clearly unimpressed, he is just adding another good disciple to his roster. And Vin replied cheerfully. All right, get everything ready for Levin Brat's second transmission. By the time he returns, he should be ready to level up. Vin nodded. Don't worry. Everything's set. We're just waiting for him to get back. 10 days later, Msingyu was still intensely training, his spirit energy flowing nonstop. The spirit stone floated midair, radiating a dazzling light. Finally, all the atmospheric energy had been absorbed. He thought to himself. Msingyu clenched the stone tightly in his palm, feeling the shifts within his body. Sure enough, the atmospheric energy no longer disturbed him. It was now completely under his control. Suddenly, from a distance, Sin's figure appeared. Master Quam seeing, he called out, but Msingyu quickly averted his gaze. The guy returned badly wounded, holding a blood-soaked bag in his hand. Msingyu thought privately, the stench of blood is brutal, worse than the demon city. Sin tossed the bag toward him, ordering, eat it. Right now, raw. Without hesitation, Msingyu grabbed the bag, no questions asked. He opened it and started devouring the fresh red meat. Sin asked, aren't you gonna ask what kind of meat this is? Msingyu calmly replied between bites. Master gave it. No need to ask. Sin explained slowly. This place called the Blood-Stained Land, an isolated space left from ancient times, about 10,000 miles out. There is a beast called the Bloodthirsty Mung. This meat is from it. Msingyu flinched slightly, thinking, so that means Master's been fighting these beasts. His eyes settled on Sin's body. Bloodstains splattered across his clothes. Worried? He asked. Master, you are hurt. The man answered calmly, like it was nothing. The Bloodthirsty Meng is a divine-level beast. Getting their meat and blood always comes with a cost. I have fought that guy dozens of times over the years, and just got used to it. Msingyu was stunned, did not expect his master to fight divine beasts just for him. Sin looked at him, a sly smirk spreading across his lips. Done eating. Good. Now get ready to enjoy the aftereffects. Msingyu looked puzzled. Enjoy? How? Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded through his body, forcing him to scream. It hurts. Feels like 1,000 needles stabbing me all over. Sin stood tall, explaining casually. You have used the miracle elixir, right? All attributes boosted by 200 points. But this is bloodthirsty Anging's raw blood. Of course. The effect's weaker when processed. For the best effect, you gotta eat it fresh and raw. The pain clawed at every cell, forcing MCU to collapse onto the ground shaking. Sin lectured sternly. If you can handle the pain, How do you expect to become a powerhouse? This is the absolute top-tier bloodthirsty Meng, not some tiny miracle pill you can compare to. You are about to hit your second transmission. Pushing your attributes now will make that power-up even more massive. The system popped up, showing his strength, stamina, agility, and spirit all skyrocketing. Msingyu was drenched in excruciating pain, struggling to drag his hand along the ground, barely holding his trembling body upright. Sin continued. Some kind of crystallization. Your master's probably prepping you in this area. That old man's trustworthy enough. But you have already cleared the trial arena, right? Did you get the physical attribute? Level 50. Msingyu gritted his teeth. Voice strained. Got level 39. Maybe because his voice was so pained. Sin measured and said, only level 3. That is a shame. Even a 1% difference per level adds up big time at higher ranks. Msingyu weakly corrected, forcing out each word. Master, it is not level 3. It is level 39. A sharp clang rang out as the sword in Sin's hand dropped to the ground. Sin's eyes widened in shock. How did you manage that? Gasping, Msingyu fought to keep his consciousness. Replying, I have reached the peak of the divine selection realm. Sin could not help but marvel inwardly. That brat's got guts. And secrets too. Seriously impressive. After a moment of thought, he said solemnly, with your divine power level that high, some plans are going to have to change. After a brief pause, Sin turned straight to him and asked, tell me, are you afraid to die? If life and death carry such terrifying stakes, and saying no is just a lie, then I will ask you again if you could become a super god level powerhouse, but with over a 50% chance of dying. Would you still be afraid? Masque pondered silently. Super god level powerhouse. Masque thought again. Super god level powerhouse. That thought flashed through his mind, making him silently gulp. Would not that be even stronger than both of his masters combined? He took a deep breath, fought back the shock inside, then answered, maybe I am still scared, but I will try. If I will accept it calmly. Kasim pleased with his answer and asked again, what if you had to face that life or death choice twice? Masque replied without hesitation, I would still stand firm with my decision. A fierce fire ignited inside him. He did not know how strong a super god level powerhouse really was, but he was determined to become stronger. He laughed heartily, eyes gleaming with approval. Good, that is exactly the spirit I want, if your divine power level is that high. Let me tell you about the plan I have prepared for you. Gay continued, it is also bloodthirsty serpent meat, but the effects vary wildly. The best part is the serpent's brain. Next best is the heart. Other parts are weaker. Humans have not gotten their hands on serpent brains for a long time. The heart is already extremely rare. To become a super god level powerhouse, when you start your second transformation, you will have to eat the bloodthirsty serpent meat again, using its traits to massively boost your own attributes. At the same time, during the transformation, you will ascend your profession and ideally awaken new talents. That way, your future will have the strongest foundation, but it comes with huge risks. The odds of survival are only 50/50. It all comes down to your luck. Masque panted, pointing to himself. Master, I believe in myself. My luck has always been solid for these transformations. She laughed heartily. All right, we will see. I will get you a heart. She suddenly laughed loudly, then soared upward like a storm, disappearing from sight in an instant, leaving only a shockwave that sent dust flying everywhere. Masque thought deeply. The bloodthirsty serpent is an ancient divine level parasite. Even my master, powerful as she is, faces danger with it. Thank you, master. He looked toward the direction she flew off. His strength, physique, agility, and spirit all surged. 7 days later, from the distance, a figure appeared. Masque stepped forward, face flushed and breathing heavy, holding a rectangular box carved with intricate designs. Without hesitation, the box was tossed into Masque's cage. Remember, the figure said, the serpent's heart is inside. Eat it at the start of your transformation, but this process won't be easy. For now, just savor it slowly. He teased Masque. Not sure if I will get to see your suffering face or not. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed. He turned sharply, eyes darkening with concern. Why are those guys coming? Masque, puzzled, asked. Master, what is going on? He sneered with contempt. Some old bastards from the Empire. They want serpent meat to brew their divine elixir. But this time, they are in for some bad luck. Those beasts have bad tempers. Suddenly, an invisible force grabbed Masque, lifting him off the ground. Come on, let me show you the world. In an instant, they shot forward like a storm unleashed. Masque marveled silently. So this is the speed of a god-level powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, a massive ship hovered in the sky ahead. On its deck stood a row of people in white robes, all perfectly aligned, their expressions serious and sharp. Masque frowned. Those old men are from the Empire. God level. They are just fake gods. Jai scoffed, laughing with biting sarcasm. Masku asked, "Fake gods?" Ye explained. "Yeah, all stuck at level 89. Can T break into level 90? They can T advance or fuse skills properly, they are just fake gods. There is a huge gap between fake gods and true god level powerhouses, though they are all level 90. Real god level powerhouses could crush them all easily, even one could take on dozens without breaking a sweat." Saying that, the two slowly descended onto the ship where the old men stood like statues. "We pay our respects to the god level grandmasters." Barely acknowledging them, said coolly, "Yeah, you guys just fight. I am here to watch with my disciple." Suddenly, a figure stepped forward from the ranks. The soft tap of blue shoes on the wooden deck was faint, but caught everyone's attention immediately. It was a girl with soft platinum hair. She bowed respectfully and said, "Dao Dao respectfully greets the great lord. Often hearing father mention your great name." The screen reveals that this is Dong Fuong Jiao, princess of the Shenxi Empire, youngest daughter of Dong Fuong Dich. With the same indifferent tone as always, Kongson said, "What is there to mention? Should I tell the story of how I once tricked him, made him cry and call for his parents?" She hesitated for a moment at his blunt words, but still replied politely, "How could that be? Father said you are the true lord of our empire." Kongsun did not respond or even bother to care. He just glanced at the old men behind and said, "You are here to get the serpent for her." The group hesitated but bowed and said, "We hope the Lord will grant us favor." Kongsun agreed. All right. Do your job. Don't pay attention to us." Fuong Rao raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sharpening on the youth behind Kongsun. This guy looked about his age, yet Kongsun had taken him as a disciple. Is his talent really that extraordinary? But before he could think further, a fierce wind suddenly swept through. Kongsun warned, "Be careful. The bloodthirsty serpent is coming." The bloodthirsty serpent lunged its fangs toward the boat. Yakin told Mak-yu, "We are just here to watch." A blazing yellow barrier quickly formed around the boat. On board, a barrage of attacks flew out like arrows of light, slicing through the air toward the serpent. The relentless strikes slammed into the giant beast, shaking it violently. Its scales, as hard as forged steel, began to crack. The serpent's roar ripped through the sky, filled with fury and pain, as the boat rocked wildly. Mak-yu was shaken inside, thinking, is this the power of a god-level monster? My eyes can't even track its attacks. The serpent's strike shattered the barrier around the boat like glass. One elder shouted, "I will reinforce the barrier." A dazzling golden sword tore through the air. The sword shot straight at the serpent like a streak of lightning. Then a thunderclap exploded midair, striking down on the serpent, making it howl in agony. But the elders did not stop. Their spiritual energy condensed into successive coordinated strikes against the bloodthirsty serpent. A massive explosion rocked the entire space. 4 beams of light burst from the boat. Midair, 4 elders dressed in white quickly formed a formation. Mak-yu held his breath, watching. This was a battle between top-tier professionals. She whispered cautiously, "Just watch. Do not get too involved. God-level fights are not just about numbers." She added, "These god-tier fighters do not need backup or teams to unleash their full power. It is too soon to explain now. When the time's right, that Bai Yuangai will show you." Mak-yu suddenly recalled. In his memories, Master Bai Shin always acted alone, never teaming up with anyone. Meanwhile, the battle between the elders and the serpent grew fiercer. A sneaky strike targeted the serpent's weak spot. Spotting the opening, one elder shouted, "Now's our chance." From the boat, a massive sword formed from spiritual energy shot straight into the serpent's body. A sharp slash cut off its tail, blood spurting out. Kongsen explained slowly, "Once the bloodthirsty serpent's flesh solidifies, it purges impurities, leaving only essence. Though the tail's quality is the lowest and effects average, this piece of meat is enough to feed 5 people." After losing its tail, it grew even more ferocious, its eyes blazing with madness. "Gotta leave some for now, unless they beg me. Then I will unleash hell." Panic cries erupted. The elders who'd been attacking with full force suddenly turned and fled. "Move, run," they urged each other. Fume Rao on the boat panicked. Just now, things look manageable. Killing this bloodthirsty serpent should not be hard. So why the sudden retreat? The serpent's eyes now burned with a fierce glow. It let out a roar that shook the crimson sky. The elder saw this and hurriedly urged, "Faster, faster, even faster." One of them said, "This is already at top speed." The barrier, already fragile, now resembled a torn cloth, trembling under the terrifying force pressing down. She smiled excitedly. "The game's about to start. Hey kid, guess if they can make it out alive." The spreading wet stains on the barrier could not hold on much longer. A sharp, heavy scent swept into his nostrils. Ma Xingyang recognized it as the smell of blood. Suddenly uneasy, the true god blood serpent 96. Mangsa? stared at the boat with a bloodthirsty gleam. Its fangs clenched the boat tightly in its palm-sized grip. Feng Jiao gripped the boat firmly to steady its owner and gasped. What the hell is that? The elders paled, their voices trembling. How did it get here so fast? We are done for. Quick. Call for divine aid. Tung Sign laughed loudly. Told ya? Right? They are toast. You do not just snag the blood serpent so easily. Well, since they are from the divine empire, I guess I will give him a hand this once. Saying that, he snapped his fingers and flew off. Tung Sign appeared midair, bloodshot eyes blazing, and struck down at Mangxi. The elders cheered in relief. We are saved. With the divine god's help, we are safe now. Mangsa, though hit with a critical blow, refused to go down. It retaliated with its own raw power. With a furious roar, the serpent charged straight at Tseng Sin. No hesitation, but Tseng Sin stayed composed, striking while searching for Mangsa's weakness. Spotting an opening, Tung Sun unleashed a fierce technique. A relentless barrage rained down on the giant serpent's massive body. Mangsa hauled in rage, its eyes burning crimson. It refused to back down, channeling every ounce of strength from its colossal frame, skin-taut with power. Each blow slammed toward Tseng Sin, who did not budge an inch, striking back with unbroken, rapid-fire attacks. This left Mixing utterly stunned. So this is what a god-level powerhouse's fighting strength looks like. No waiting for cooldown, skills unleashed at will. Each strike packing power equal to cursed talismans. Frozen in place, Messing felt a wave of indescribable horror rising inside. Against these skills, his own bone armor, life-linking, and damage-shifting abilities would be useless. No matter how tough he was, he would be wiped out in seconds. I can't believe I just attacked something like that. Feng Jiao could not hide his panic either. Is this the berserk god Dad mentioned? Didn't expect it to be this strong. The battle raged on. Teng Sen strikes like a storm, each slash targeting Mank's weak spots. It refused to concede, opening its jaws. It unleashed a blazing jet of fire straight at Feng Sun. Tung Sin blocked with the sword's hilt. Sparks flew toward Mai Xiying, startling him. That strike carried terrifying force. Tung Sin braced himself, eyes sharp as he let out a guttural grunt. He shattered the serpent's defenses and launched another strike. Yellow liquid splattered everywhere, sizzling on the scorching ground. A crack appeared on its body, revealing fresh red flesh beneath. Mess-ung thought quietly. That is a wound from a master's attack. So the piece of Mang's heart my master ate came from this terrifying boss. Suddenly, Tang Sun reached out toward him. The two shot off the boat. That guy's lost it. We need to get out of here. Now, that girl's called the Blood Serpent, and the big one's transformed into a true god Blood Serpent. After all that, what do you think about the battle? Kid. Mai Xian shared his thoughts. That Blood Serpent was stronger than the ancient dragon bird I faced in the trial school. But I wonder between it and the ancient earth dragon, which one is stronger? She blinked, startled. Ancient earth dragon. That guy Kaching asked. You have met it before? Messang replied. Master, you know it. She looked at Messi Ying, then suddenly opened her shirt to reveal a long scar running from her shoulder to her belly. See this? This scar has been with me for years. Messang wondered silently. Should not it be easy for a god-level powerhouse to heal wounds? Why did Master keep this scar? Then the man calmly continued. I have challenged the ancient earth dragon 3 times. The first time I, together with teammates of equal rank, pushed into the central zone. We blazed a path through every thorn, wiped out countless bosses, and finally stood face to face with it. But no one dared to strike. It just glanced at us from afar. Yet everyone was so terrified they retreated immediately. The second time, at level 89, just a step shy of God tier, I found a time-space path and returned once more to the upper central area. It merely flicked its claws, and I was instantly flung out of the central zone. But this time, no lasting damage. It was not until the third time, when I hit level 93 and officially became a god-tier powerhouse, that I returned to the upper space to prepare for defense and found it again. Here he sighed deeply, defeated once more by the same move, and this time it spoke just 3 words. Too weak. Kid. Damn, that monster can even talk. Mass silently thought. Never expected that Earth Dragon to be this strong. Even my master was no match for it. May I ask again? Right, how did you encounter it? He recounted the entire situation when he met the boss for the first god, saying this was also the first time he would ever met a talking boss. First god explained. The higher the boss rank, the sharper its intellect. But as far as he knew, only this one could talk so far. If that being wanted to bargain with you, it must have seen something special in you. When you are strong enough, come back to the central zone for a visit. They returned to the original house. First god said, all right. Mission accomplished. You should head back now. This place is not suitable for you. Don't forget to pour your killing intent into the Divine Stone Realm. I have held onto this for years, hoping one day you will unlock its true power. Mask smiled, listening quietly to the advice. In his heart, he thought, this Divine Stone Realm can't be ordinary. Master really sacrificed a lot for me. Still do not get why he chose to hide out in such a remote place. Hot tea was poured into a cup. And Mask, with respect, said, Earth Sun Lin Mask, please have some tea. Master, this caught the master by surprise. The master chuckled deeply. Good, good, so first God values you this much, then raised the cup to his lips. He continued giving a few more tips, then said, all right, head back now. Mask bowed deeply in return. Earth Sun reports, returning after so long without seeing the sunlight of the human world. His thoughts drifted. Fuongjia was briefly surprised when she saw Mask. He returned from Blood Wisdom Land too. She stepped toward him, arms crossed, voice dripping with arrogance. What is your name? Mask just glanced at her and said nothing. Then he turned his back and walked away, a move that left Fuongjia and the elders with her feeling a bit embarrassed. Fuongjia snapped. This guy's way too rude. No manners at all. Just because he is a disciple of the frenzied god does not mean he can ignore a princess like me. The elders tried to soothe her. He is arrogant, sure, but being valued by the frenzied god means he is a top-tier genius. She huffed in frustration. Whatever. Let us just level up, the elders added. The princess already consumed the blood serpent's flesh, and the national lord has nearly finished preparing the promotion ritual. Now's the perfect time to grind levels elsewhere. And Van thought. His sharp aura had disappeared, and it seemed his attributes had risen significantly. The frenzied elder really cared about him. The elder said, your master's preparing the second promotion ritual for you. It will take a few more days. Meanwhile, use this time to level up, hit level 40 and then come back. Mask respectfully replied, yes, I am heading out now. In the bustling main hall of the dungeon, the crowd was more lively than ever. Fuongjiao appeared among the crowd, her eyes scanning the info board. Water God Courtyard, level 37. She thought to herself, I am level 36 now. Tackling a level 37 dungeon is just right. All she needed was a decent team. With her strength, she could breeze through it. Looks like quite a few people wanted to team up with her. Suddenly, a flash of blue light sparked in the hall, grabbing everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd gasped loudly. Everyone, it is La Masiyin, Fuongjiao thought. This guy's back again. Instantly, whispers spread. La Maisis returned. What is with this La Masiyun? That is Lum then, Teeter, a seal master who single-handedly wiped out enemy forces in the Azure Dragon Legion, the youngest divine general of humanity. In another corner, two people were chatting excitedly about the undefeated champions among players of the same level. Even if they level up, they are still unbeatable. The other one said, I bet after Lam Then Tong's third job change, he might even be able to take on the Demon King alone. Fuongjiao was shocked, secretly thinking, so that guy is Lam Macnu. Fuongjiao blocked Macnu's path. Eyes sharp, you are Lam Macnu, right? No wonder the mad god took you as a disciple. Macnu acted like he did not hear her, coolly replying, sorry, please move aside. I want to level up. She reacted sharply to his indifferent attitude, then angrily said, how can you talk like that? Macnu sighed helplessly. I am really busy leveling. Can you wait until I am done before talking? Hearing that, Fuongjiao saw an opportunity. You are going to fight the Water God's Pavilion. I will team up with you. Macnu shook his head. I am going solo. She hurriedly said, soloing on normal difficulty is super slow for leveling. He replied, I am soloing on hell difficulty. Fuongjiao found it hard to believe. Who are you kidding? Soloing on hell difficulty. The system screen popped up. Water God's Pavilion level 37. Dungeon record. Hell difficulty. 1 hour 8 minutes 22 seconds. Macnu thought, hell difficulty is not unlocked yet, so I need to level up the dungeon first. He turned his back to Fuongjiao, saying, if you plan to go to the Water God's Pavilion, I advise you to hold off. The dungeon might level up soon, she asked curiously. What does leveling up the dungeon mean? Then he touched the barrier, and his figure slowly vanished. This left Fuongjiao amazed. He is really going into the dungeon solo. Around him, the crowd immediately burst into whispers. Lam Then Tetekeng has been soloing all along. Has not he? Besides, was not it thanks to Lam Then Teeter that the Fire God Palace dungeon leveled up last time? He even took on the Desert Tyrant dungeon solo. Who knows what insane record Lem the Tilhan will break this time? Fetching Jiao, stunned, asked again, so his legend has spread everywhere. Everyone knows the guy soloed the Desert Tyrant. Just how powerful is he? The Water God's Courtyard dungeon, with spirits gathered around it, and blooming lotus flowers floating on the lake. The screen flashed stats. Spring Spirit, Elite Enhanced Monster, Level 37, Power 14,000, Agility 6,000, Spirit 10,000, Stamina 10,000. Skill. Encircle. Traits. Immune to Water Element, Immune to Physical Damage. Messian thought. Immune to Water Element and Physical Damage. Only dryland mages who do not specialize in water could actually hurt these guys. He cast a battle formation spell, summoning a legion of dryland warriors. The battle on both flanks was brutal. The army split into paths, all heading toward the center. The pillars could not withstand the chaos and began cracking. He pondered these stone pillars seemed to tell a story. No sweat, every corner of the courtyard was already wiped clean. Suddenly, the water in the lake stirred, forming a massive whirlpool. He wondered, do I really have to dive in? Without hesitation, he jumped straight into the eye of the whirlpool. Diving deeper and deeper, the screen announced the dungeon had leveled up, now set to hell difficulty. He thought, just like the Fire God Palace last time, once you clear the outside monsters fast enough, the dungeon levels up. Water surged out from the fountain. And outside, things were changing. Everyone yelled, "Look, the Water God's Courtyard Dungeon." This was exactly like last time at the Fire God Palace dungeon, leveled up again thanks to Lem then TT Endrin. From now on, the Water God's Courtyard would have a hell difficulty level. Fang Jiao was shocked. Dungeon leveled up to hell difficulty. She could not believe it and moved closer to the dungeon entrance. Water God level 37, with selectable difficulties. Normal, Nightmare, Hell. She was genuinely amazed that hell difficulty even existed. Fang Jiao recalled it turned out he was not bluffing. He was truly soloing hell difficulty dungeons. She really wanted to know everything about him. Suddenly, a massive trident slammed toward the fortress. A sharp three-pronged spear hurtled straight at Manhwa with terrifying speed, while countless soldiers charged in from all directions. He immediately retreated, conjuring a barrier to block the attack. This battle smell, yeah, it really had leveled up to hell difficulty. From afar, countless more tridents appeared, aiming directly at his dryland warrior army, shooting through the air with frightening speed and cutting through everything. One by his dryland warriors fell. The defensive line started to crumble when suddenly, the screen showed Healing Legion. After a brutal, bloody fight, the fortress lay in ruins beneath relentless attacks. Inside the Great Hall, a majestic throne appeared beside a mysterious trident emanating a chilling aura. The screen displayed Water God, three-pronged spear. A clone phantom. Mai Xiang commanded his troops, thinking, so all those attacks came from that thing. A gigantic trident charged in, sweeping across the battlefield with brutal force. Dryland warriors fell one after another. But Ma Xiang was not about to let the enemy dominate. He unleashed a flurry of powerful moves, turning the fight fiercer than ever. The water spirits desperately blocked sword strikes from the dryland soldiers. In another corner, fierce guardian beasts in the courtyard lunged wildly at the dryland soldiers. A swift beast charged toward Ma Xiang. The dryland warriors faced off against the water spirits. Mesh Engine immediately ordered a counterattack, launching his dryland warriors to fight back fiercely and reclaim the battlefield. The trident reappeared on the throne. The screen showed the Water God's fragmented clone. Level 41. Power 60,000. Agility 10,000. Spirit 10,000. Stamina 40,000. Skill. Water Wisdom Roar. Permanent freeze. Traits. Immune to damage. Water Element. 50% physical damage reduction. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the midst of battle. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and sat on the throne with an imposing presence. She opened her eyes and looked at Mappa Xiang. He thought, finally, the boss shows up. The Water God launched a fierce counterattack, trying to crush Mesijug with raw power, but her strength gradually weakened, her whole body showing signs of injury. The Water God roared as I raised the trident high, unleashing a fierce burst of spiritual water elemental power. Eternal freeze and icy gale swept across the battlefield, instantly freezing the entire Dry Corp Legion solid. Mesijug let out a dry chuckle. Strong presence, but the power? Pretty average. If I were level 30, this might have been tough to handle. Suddenly, the ice cracking on the Dry Corp soldiers' bodies shattered. A weapon surrounded by a red aura appeared, and the system panel popped up. Skill-activated military purge. Removes all abnormal statuses from the Legion. Only effective on debuffs under level 60. The Legion broke free from the ice and charged forward with unstoppable force. The Water God switched tactics, summoning massive waves that crashed down, drowning the Dry Corp. Then, glowing red chains materialized out of thin air, wrapping around the Water God. She screamed in agony as the Legion was freed from her grip. Moments later, the Water God vanished amidst her desperate screams. Fading away, the screen displayed, Water God defeated. Split Soul. Experience gained, 4,100,000. Obtained 2 fragments of the Azure Crystal. 5 fragments can be fused into 1 full Azure Crystal. Seeing held the 2 crystal shards. Muttering, still 50% experience short. Looks like I will have to grind a bit more. Both of us need Azure Crystals to fuse the elemental stone of water. But I still have not gotten the water element gem yet. His eyes widened in shock as the glowing trident hovered mid-air. Seeing wondered, What is that? He reached out and touched the trident. The screen flashed. Water gods lock the key to unlock the true water god shrine. The azure gemstone permanently reduces water elemental damage taken by 50%. Grants a chance to unlock a water element skill, but only activates on first use. Masigung thought to himself, so that is it. I almost missed it. The key to the water god shrine is here. So there is definitely an item to awaken the water god. Suddenly, something glowing blue caught his eye. Demanding his attention, the system panel popped up again. 6 water god soul fragments. Usable to awaken the water god. His mind raced. So I have collected all 4 elemental items. Out of the 5 major elemental dungeons, I have conquered fire, water, and light. Now only wind and thunder remain. Wonder what crazy transformation awaits once I gather them all. Msinga vowed. Better use these gems before heading out. Outside the dungeon, cheers echoed. Another record broken. The crowd buzzed. Here it comes again. Lam then Tiender just smashed another record. Wonder how he did this time. No need to check first runs. They never count anyway. Fengjia asked a bystander curiously. Why is that? The reply came. Because Lum then Titang always outdoes himself. This is just the start. He is nowhere near his limit yet. Hearing that made her dizzy. The system panel displayed Water God Shrine. Level 37. Dungeon record #1. Lum and Sing, 48 minutes 22 seconds. Solo hell difficulty. That is insane for a first clear, not even his peak yet. Slowly, Msingang appeared amid the misty glow. Without hesitation, he dove back into the dungeon. Hell difficulty once again. Outside, the crowd erupted. Lam then Tithavus on his second run. The hype was real. Let us see if this time he shatters the 24-minute mark or not. Every record break nets 1,000 points. Place your bets. Everyone. Fang Jiao stood silently among the noisy crowd. Stunned. You can even bet on dungeon records now. Lumen seeing is unreal. What on earth did he do before this? Mseeing stared at the azure gemstone in his hand. Regret flashing in his eyes. Too bad it can't help me awaken a new talent. Better rush through the dungeon fast. On hell difficulty, monster spawn rates and experience gains spike massively. At his current pace, he is guaranteed to hit level 40 in just a few hours. Mseeing lifted his hand, commanding the legion. Let us move out 5 minutes from now. He plunged deeper underwater, cutting through swirling whirlpools. The shrine lay in ruins. No longer the pristine white it once was, he thought. Looks like I snagged the crucial props on the first run. Others won to get the azure gemstone. The water god's flute, or the law. The water god reappeared, stronger than before, desperately unleashing attacks on the Dry Corp Legion. Instantly, a wave of water spirits emerged, forming a massive white wall of liquid defense. But against the overwhelming power of Mac Nen, they were quickly torn apart. Outside, people cheered. The record for dungeon completion time flashed on the system board. Water Spirit Shrine, level 37. Dungeon record. Mackinnon, 22 minutes and 58 seconds. I called it. Definitely under 24 minutes. Fang Jiao was stunned. 22 minutes on hell difficulty. He actually soloed it. Fang Jiao approached the dungeon gate, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Doubt gnawed at her. Could this dungeon really be easier than she thought? If he can do it, maybe she can too. Approaching the dungeon gate, she selected hell difficulty. 2 minutes later, he emerged. Panting, drenched in sweat, pale, someone asked with concern, "Are you okay?" It was Mackin. His appearance left Feng Jiao in awe. How did he come out of hell difficulty without a single scratch? He looked at her calmly and asked in a composed tone. "You all right?" She replied. "I am." Seeing she was okay, Mac Nin said nothing more. Feng Jiao wanted to ask something, but Mac Nin just turned and walked straight into the dungeon gate. That annoyed her. This guy. I have to find out how he actually tackles dungeons. 20 minutes later, Mac Nin returned once again, replacing her and shouting, "Lumen Sing." He looked at her with the same calm expression. "What is up?" "Fetching Jiao," she stammered. "Can you take me on a dungeon run?" "Just once," Mackin replied. "With your status, forming a team is not hard, right?" She panicked. "I want to see the Water God Shrine after leveling up. One dungeon run. Then I will take you into the Empire's data vault." Many dream of accessing the Empire's data vault. Some secrets not even the Divine Kwong knows. Mackin was surprised. The Empire's data vault. That condition I can accept. Feng Jiao sensed his hesitation, so she quickly persuaded him. "You won't lose out. Promise?" he asked. "Just once." She nodded firmly. "Just once." The screen showed. "You invited Feng Jiao to join the team," he said. "All right. Let us." Feng Jiao led the way into the dungeon Water God Shrine. Hell difficulty. She turned and gasped at what she saw. A legion of skeletal warriors fiercely attacking the Covenant soldiers. Seeing her hesitation, Mac urged, "Stop standing there. Let us move." Feng Jiao muttered. Yeah? and the two dashed through the zones filled with Covenant soldiers. Feng Jia asked curiously, "Are those all your summons?" Makin replied casually, "Within the Empire. A quick scan and you would know this is the boss area of the Water God Shrine." She said, amazed. "That fast? Less than 5 minutes. We barely ran straight here without any obstacles." Suddenly, Macnin sped into the water. "Down below, we fight the boss." She gave a soft "uh-huh," and a familiar figure appeared, the Water God. The Water God's trident blazed with brilliant blue light, enveloping the whole surrounding water. Feng Jiao was stunned. Is this really the boss of the Water God Shrine? She thought. The aura was overwhelming. Mackin unleashed his move again. Fiery red chains appeared, wrapping tightly around the Water God's body. At the same time, the skeletal warriors coordinated their attacks. Magical fire roared fiercely beneath the water, engulfing the Water God. Feng Jiao was shaken. Is it over already? A system message popped up. Dungeon cleared. Your team has disbanded. He turned to her. Dungeon is done. Remember your promise. In the Empire's data vault, Feng Jiao was intently reading files on Mac Nen. An elder said, "Princess, here's all the intel on Mac Nu." Page after page. Her eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? He would only been promoted for just over half a year, but had already hit level 39. That leveling speed was insane. But what shook her most was his achievement board top of every career competition, breaking challenge records untouched for centuries. Wasn't he a disciple of the Divine Quang? Why does the file say he is a disciple of the White God? Could he have two masters? What kind of monster is he? While I am leveling up, the Empire suddenly has a terrifying figure like this. Messiang went home and sat on the bed, scattered with crystal shards. After grinding through the dungeon over 10 times, he finally hit level 40. The crystal fragments hovered in midair, glowing brighter with an intense sea blue light. First, he fused the clear water crystal, then merged it with the divine element. The shards shone between the air as the system panel popped up. Poison, earth, light all activated for the third job change, boosting job ascension rate by 20%. The crystals slowly fused together. Then, they were absorbed by the divine elemental stone. Fire, poison, earth, light, water. When changing jobs for the third time, it raises ascension success by 25%. Name, Lumivron, job, Spirit Mage. Unique. Level 40. Title, Dragon Clan Battle King. All attributes plus 500. Skill cost reduced by 50%. Power 4006 plus 500. Stamina 4006 plus 500. Agility 400,645,009. Spirit 26,830 plus 3,500. After devouring the serpent meat, his stats skyrocketed, easily surpassing other level 40 jobs. It is time to prepare for the second job change. Mefei Xiang stepped into Hoven's house and politely greeted him. "Master," he said. "You are here," the master replied, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Not bad on the leveling speed. Let us go, I will lead you through your job change. I have prepared everything you will need." With that, the two vanished. They arrived at a desolate wasteland, where swirling sandstorms raged. The place was so barren not a single soul was in sight. Mahadru looked around, sensing a thick elemental energy saturating the air. Ovin explained, "This is the wasteland of void, home to the purest primal energies encompassing all elemental types. Changing jobs here guarantees the best results. There is a type of monster here called the wild beast. But do not worry. Master will handle everything else while you focus on your job change." Saying that, Woven raised his hand high. A powerful surge of spiritual energy burst forth, shaking the ground and sending tremors through the surrounding area. This was the second job change formation, crafted by a god-level formation master. At a glance, Mai Xiang immediately spotted crucial items at the formation's center. The first crystal and the mermaid's tear. The ground began to shift, and the formation powered up. He took a deep breath, sat at the heart of the magic circle, closed his eyes, and entered meditation as a massive energy wave surged into his body. Gritting his teeth, he could feel raw power flooding through him, attributes rising relentlessly. Now was the moment to consume the serpent's heart meat. He bit down hard, gnawing on the flesh. As soon as he swallowed, an explosive power erupted from deep within, radiating through his entire body. His muscles hardened, veins throbbed violently, and his organs felt like they were being twisted by a storm of agony. Veins bulged on his neck. His eyes burned red with pain as the power radiated throughout the formation. Lovin watched from a distance. Lum's job change had officially begun. Just then, a strange sound echoed from afar. The master thought silently. Finally, it is here. Thousands of chains shot up toward the sky. Mai Xiang stood at the formation's center, his body slick with blood. Suddenly, the wild beast appeared. Wovan sensed the danger instantly and roared, "Get lost!" Fierce battle erupted on both sides. The master threw all his strength into attacking the wild beast. Shouting, "Scram!" the beast retreated a few steps, then lunged forward with razor-sharp claws aimed straight at the Vin. Glowing red eyes appeared through the dust. Another pack of wild beasts had arrived. Hem frowned and said, just as Yuan raised his hand high, unleashing a powerful technique toward the royal beasts, wave after wave. The royal beasts kept charging at Yuan without pause. The pack grew more ferocious with every passing second. Yuan gathered his strength once again, unleashed his technique, and sent a swarm of royal beasts flying. Suddenly, a roar echoed from somewhere nearby. Han immediately turned around, his eyes sharp with alarm. This is not good. Even the royal beast leader has shown up. The royal beast leader stood tall and imposing, with a whole pack behind him. He let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the surrounding royal beasts stirred, their eyes glowing fiercely as they all charged toward Yuan. A mysterious figure faced off against a radiant winged creature, both bracing for an insanely intense battle. Two white tigers with blazing eyes lunged straight at the mysterious figure, as if hell-bent on tearing him apart. Yuan thought to himself, the thing about these royal beasts is you can't actually kill them. I have no way to take them down, only to keep pushing them back. Reaching this point, Yuan unleashed his technique. A flash of red flames blazed before him. Then Yuan charged forward without hesitation. The white tiger howled in pain as Yuan's attack struck it. Suddenly, a streak of blue light slashed across the sky, and giant birds poured out like an army of heavenly warriors. Yuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could not believe what he was witnessing. The scene shifted to a grand tower, shining brilliantly atop it. The light stunned the white tigers, leaving them terrified and on edge. Suddenly, a dazzling purple beam shot across the white tiger, blinding it with intense brightness. Not only that, the beam struck the giant birds, scattering their feathers in every direction. The tigers roared in agony as the crimson light seared them relentlessly. But then, a figure appeared holding a gleaming blade, grinning widely as he said, Baya, this time, I have got you. With that, he swung the blade, and a deadly slash of light cut sharply through the air. That light forced the white tiger to hesitate. Unable to advance, it stood frozen, staring at two figures hovering ominously in the gray sky. Yuan asked, why are you here? Nam Kung-sin replied, don't talk nonsense. Lam is my student too. When he reaches the second level, of course I have to show up. The white tiger spread its wings wide and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the heavens. That roar drew even more of its kind to the battle. Someone shouted, watch out! More royal beasts are coming. Seeing things turn sour, Yuan and Nijim Kung-sin both gathered their inner strength, ready to unleash their own techniques. Nam Kung-sin said, my soul energy can kill them, but it can seriously injure them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lam Maku struggled to breathe, each breath scorching like fire. His face and shoulders were engulfed by countless crimson marks. His entire back was not spared either. The crimson spread like wildfire over his whole body, surrounded by swirling golden energy. Suddenly, countless deep blue lightning bolts crackled across the gray sky, converging into a glowing azure sphere. From that blue sphere emerged the dry system mage. A surfong, then a swarm of mechanical birds filled the sky, so dense they nearly turned it blue-gray. Their formation hinted at an unstoppable assault about to unfold. The dry system mage Heifeng raised his staff high. At his feet appeared an army so terrifying it was impossible to tell if they were demons or men. From the center of his staff, bolts of lightning and red orbs shot downward, bathing the scene in blinding crimson light. He kept channeling his technique, making the light burn even brighter, almost unbearable to look at. Lam Mak Nugu grinned from ear to ear watching the spectacle. Those crimson marks on his body were slowly shifting to golden hues. The reverse light from him bursts out, blindingly bright and mesmerizing, a wild, dazzling glow that is both fierce and beautiful. That radiant beam blazes across the sky, surrounded by a brilliant magical barrier and glowing stones that sparkle intensely. Lam Mak Nu kneels right at the epicenter, as if unlocking a transcendent power that makes the whole space tremble. But the moment they see this scene, they shout in disbelief, ascend, others can only ascend once, with light of 3 colors, but this kid, 7 colors. This is the only one of its kind. Another shock hits Lam Mak Ngu. This innate gift can also undergo demonic transformation. Suddenly, another source of light appears just as dazzling as the first. This time, it is Bachiivian rising up, awakening a talent. He has just awakened his 3rd innate gift, but everyone is stunned, shouting, what? No way. So at the 3rd stage, if you use a divine talent stone, you can still awaken an additional innate gift. This kid's about to be the first ever with 4 innate gifts in his career. Just then, a notification pops up. Innate gift acquired. Mental link summoning. The Soul Lord and the summon form a mental link bond. When the summoner's spirit energy runs low, the summoned creature transfers its own spirit energy to replenish it. Lum Maizeng was stunned since awakening his life link talent. Now he had also awakened the spirit link talent. The summoned creature's spirit energy talent was incredible. That meant his own spirit energy could be infinitely supplemented. A notification popped up before him. The host has activated the spirit link talent. Another shock hit La Ma Si Yun. Wait, this talent can be spirit linked too. The system's notification continued after completion. Spirit linked talent fully awakened and fused with life linked talent, forming unique god level talent. A comprehensive link, now fully linked with the summoned creature. Sharing damage, healing, and spirit energy. Hearing the system's message, Lum Midzasin panicked and said, I never expected both talents to merge into a god level one. From now on, the summoned creature and I are officially connected. Notification, second ascension successful. Career ascended to Soul Lord. New skill awakened. Hemorrhagic binding spell. Another alert. Host has completed second career ascension. Currently undergoing demonic transformation and skill fusion fusing toxic core and egg speed binding spells. After everything is done, the sky clears, and his shadow gently touches the ground. Bachian says, looks like the kid's second ascension succeeded. Suddenly, a terrifying roar shakes the air. Even the once ferocious white tigers bow their heads in fear. The screen shows a massive white tiger, its body covered in sharp spikes. Roaring fiercely, a voice echoes, King of the wild beasts. Shards scatter everywhere, and a beam of blinding light shoots straight up from the fragments. The three from Lam Makus group stand firm amid those blazing rays. Bachivian shouts, Old man, let us move now. Right after he speaks, a beam of light shines down on where they stand. A crimson lightning bolt shoots from the mouth of the white tiger. The bolt strikes the chains locking down the castle. The chains snap instantly under the light, breaking free and releasing the tightly sealed castle. Once all the chains break, the castle floats into the sky, radiating a mysterious, powerful glow. At that moment, three faint blue lights appear on the stone courtyard. It is the group Bachwivian teleported here using magic. Bachwivian asks, Old man, you okay? Machinvan replies, got spit on by that thing, but I am fine. Lammac U exhales sharply, then says, wait till I level up 2 more times, then the Match brothers will take care of them. Bachwivian asks, Mac Nu, how's your ascension going? Lammac Nu answers, let me check. Thinking, time to see what new skill fusion I have unlocked. A notification pops up. Name, New, Career, Unique Soul Lord. Level, 40. Title, Dragon Clan War King. Strength, 23,925. Constitution, 23,925. Agility, 23,925. Spirit, 53,255. Equipped with Dynatus Scythe. Special attributes reduce physical damage by 50%. Poison, Fire, Light, Water elemental affinities. Divine attribute power level 40. Unique item, Divine God. Unusable. Summoning space 390 out of 600. Soldier Colo, quantity 200. Mage Colo, quantity 190. The only comprehensive growth talent. One of a kind full link, passive skill state immunity translation. Damage transfer. Active skill Soul Fire Blaze level 40. Berserk Corpse level 6. Sea Bone Armor level 40. Sea Bone Injector level 40. Aging Curse Spell level 40. Deadly Venom Testicles level 40. Elite Soldier Rune Skill. I6 Cold Lord. Unusable. Grant skill to summon Dry Tower Divine Guard. Lammacu panicked. Many of his skills have mutated like the Illumination Bamboo Gift evolving into state immunity. Plus, the Dry Tower Legion has spawned new variants. Notification pops up. Divine Intelligence level 40. On level up, all external attributes boost by 40%. Stamina recovery speed skyrockets by 4,000%. Comprehensive growth. Skill effectiveness multiplied by 10. Full link activated. Full link activated with summoned creatures sharing damage, healing, and spirit power. State immunity. Invulnerable to all negative effects. Damage transfer active. All damage the mage takes is redirected to the summoned entity. Berserk Corpse level causes 35% life value damage to enemies within 6 meters. Aging Curse level 40 slows enemies within 100 meters by 200% running speed. Boost self by 30%. Lasts 1 minute. 2 Bone Armor level 40. 2 Bone Summon Armor formations add 4,000 defense points, lasting 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. Sea Bone Injector level 40 launches Sea Bone Injectors to attack enemies. Number depends on skill level and user as spirit. Soul Fire Blaze level 40 burns the target's soul, inflicting burn wounds. Power scales with skill level and spirit. Deadly Venom Testicles level 40 delivers poison strikes within 100 meters, dealing 4,000 damage per second for 100 seconds. Elite Soldier Rune skill summons a creature for 30 seconds, boosting all base stats by 200%, attack damage by 500%. Cooldown 1. But honestly, this stat outshines some legendary level 60 pros and even a few bosses. Bachwivian chimed in. Plus, this new talent fits perfectly with his new class, No wonder his divine talent and spirit seem limitless. No one in his age group can match him. Might be his summon, got buffed to try summoning it. Mang and Van suggested. Lammac replied immediately. Alright. Come out. Dry Tower Soldier. System announcement. Summon Dry Tower Soldier level 40. Silver Tier Dry Tower Soldier summoned. System info on Silver Tier Dry Tower Soldier. Level 40. Strength 5000. Agility 55,000. Spirit 55,000. Constitution 55,000. Skill Berserk Strike level 1. Deals 500% damage to target. Cooldown 10 minutes. A voice code. Those stats are insane. Even some bosses do not hit numbers like that. I can definitely feel how terrifying he is. Lammac Nu kept summoning. Come out. Dry Tower Archmage. System reports. Dry Tower Archmage attributes level 40. Strength 12,500. Agility 12,500. Spirit 75,000. Constitution 12,500. Skill Elemental Burst causing mixed elemental damage. Power scales with Spirit. 3 Grandmasters cheered. Dry Tower Soldiers here. The Archmage looks weaker. But those stats blow most other mages out of the water. Someone scoffed. Remember, that kid can support an entire mage legion, hundreds of Dry Tower mages. How could they compare? Lammac Yu continued summoning. New member joining my legion. Come out. Dry Tower Divine Guard. He looked at it and said, but we can T-leveled up just yet. I will upgrade it to Silver Tier first. Batch still said, this is your congratulatory gift. There were others. But this is probably what you need most right now. That item is a general level leadership token that reduces dungeon cooldown time. Uses left. 30 out of 30. Lammac Yu accepted it and said, thanks. Teacher, I am off to clear more dungeons. Batch Wyan proudly said, no doubt you are my student. But now, get lost, you are officially my student now. Dungeon of Lightning and Thunder awaits. Suddenly, countless whispers surrounded him. Lam General's back. Wait. It is his second coming. Someone shouted. Oh man, here we go, breaking records again. Tonfeng Bun, in Dungeon level 42. Accessible from level 37 to 47. Difficulty options. Normal or Nightmare. Lum Mizeng stepped into the dungeon. He chose Nightmare difficulty. Everyone nearby buzzed with excitement. Lem, the God General, just entered Tunfeng Bun Dugan. This elemental dungeon's about to get another leveling spree. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, Lammac Net, this dungeon feels pretty chill. Then he focused his inner energy into the palm of his hand. Instantly, a legion of skeletal archers materialized, surrounding him, rubbing his hand. He said, not bad. My legion is really leveling up. Notification popped up. Wind Goblin, Enhanced Elite Monster, level 43, Strength 20,000, Agility 30,000, Spirit 30,000, Stamina 30,000, Skill, Almind Orb, Trait, Immune to Wind Element, 50% physical damage reduction. A skeletal archer was ready to fire the first arrow. The arrow shot out, spinning like a tornado right before his eyes. But it seemed the whirlwind had its own attitude. Lammac Yu puffed his cheeks in anger. Just wait until I finish this skill. I will show you how defense is done. 4 hours later, Lammac spoke up. Finally done. Show yourselves. Mighty archers. Outside. Everyone was clueless about what was happening inside the dungeon. Why was not General Lam out yet? That is right, over 4 hours had passed. And the Nightmare level record was only 2 hours tops. A mysterious figure appeared. A silver rank skeletal archer. Level 40. Strength 30,000. Agility 40,000. Spirit 30,000. Stamina 30,000. Skill. Passive Spirit Fire Aura. Attack means death. Lammaco chuckled. An attack that is guaranteed to hit. Finally, I have got a way to deal with those shadow clans and the Flying Dragon tribe. But first, let us survive this dungeon. At that moment, the silver rank skeletal archer drew its bow, ready to fire. Dark green arrows shot straight forward. And suddenly, more and more green tornadoes began swirling around. Notification. Wind Goblin level 43 defeated. Plus 860,000 experience. Mac Lam News. Not bad. Now I can seriously grind this dungeon. He glanced at the light behind him and thought, this is taking way too long. I will just exit and restart from scratch. People outside saw the movement and said, General Lam is finally out. Someone asked, what is going on? General Lam already advanced to 2nd class. He should have cleared the tornado plains by now. Right? Another whispered. Yeah. This dungeon should not be a challenge for General Lam. Plus, it still has not leveled up. What the hell happened inside? Inside the dungeon, Lammac Nu took a deep breath and said, move out. My soldiers. Immediately, a whole battalion of soldiers appeared behind him. Lammac Nu ordered again, let us. The tornadoes were getting thicker and more intense. Suddenly, A barrage of arrows shot out from the swirling winds. 1 hour later, everyone had tons of questions about what was happening, why the dungeon had not leveled up yet. Someone sighed. Looks like General Lam is not all-powerful after all. Another replied. Even with his rank, compared to a true general, he is still far behind. As the arrow pierced through the tornado, Lam Macnet, this has to be the last monster. Notification appeared. Dungeon leveled up. Current difficulty. Hell. Seeing this, Lam Macen thought to himself, sure enough, the wind element dungeon is different from the others. You have to wipe out all monsters to level up. A massive tornado loomed before him. Lam Macnew stared and said, looks like what I faced before was just the outer layer of the real wind element dungeon. He continued, first time walking on the wind. Not bad. The wind slowly lifted his feet higher as the dungeon's gate opened wide. Seeing this, everyone cheered. The dungeon leveled up. As expected, General Lam is the strongest, but some nearby bit their tongues in frustration. Lam Macnew stood firm. Watching carefully, his eyes scanned the scene, deep in thought. This really is the tornado plains. He was surrounded by a blue energy aura, as if someone was shielding him with their power in this dangerous moment. Lam Macnew's eyes shone with fierce determination. Notification. Tornado Spirit. Elite Hell level monster. Level 44. Strength 40,000. Agility 40,000. Spirit 10,000. Stamina 50,000. Wind element attack skill. Immune to physical damage. After reading this, Lam Macen grinned. Immune to physical damage. Looks like it is time to summon Archmage Song. As soon as Archmage Song was summoned, she unleashed her spell Elemental Explosion, blinding light bursting in all directions, powerful and swift, heading straight for the Tornado Spirit. Lam Macnew stepped up, swiftly clearing out the monsters around him. A surge of emerald energy flared fiercely as 2 spinning orbs rotated, like they were activating some terrifying power. Right before Lam Macnew's eyes, an enigmatic castle appeared, with stone slabs leading up to it. With his lightning-fast feet, he easily jumped across the stones, closing in on the mysterious fortress. Reaching the top, he surveyed the scene and said, looks like this is the boss of the Tornado Plains. The info board popped up. Tornado Wind God. Hell level leader. Level 47. Power 60,000. Agility 70,000. Spirit 25,000. Stamina 50,000. Wind type attack skills. Immune to physical damage. 50% resistance to elemental damage. Lam Macnew said with a smirk, only level 47. Maybe even before my second class change, I can take it down. Quick kill. Then figure out the rest. He started unleashing special moves, aiming to restrict the boss' actions first. The skill info. Ancient Petrify turns enemies within 100 meters into stone turtles. Slows enemy speed by 200%. Increases damage received by 30%. Lasts 1 minute. Not letting the skeleton army stand still, Lam Macnew continued his assault with fierce attacks. Scores of C6 units and skeleton legions charged the Tornado Wind God boss. It clawed back fiercely, but in the end, Lam Macnew finished it off. A flood of treasures dropped, including tornado gemstones that permanently reduce wind damage by 50%. A chance to gain a wind skill. The Wind Goddess secret technique, which can awaken the Wind God. Wind God's key shards to unlock the true Wind God temple. 3 tornado crystal shards, 5 shards combine into 1 crystal vortex. Lam Macnew said while walking, just need to grind a few more runs and collect enough tornado crystals. Then it is off to the temple dungeon. A notification popped up. Tornado Plains record. Hell difficulty. Rank 1. Time 3 hours, 42 minutes, 51 seconds. Everyone immediately buzzed with excitement. The announcement echoed. Lam the God General breaks another record. Someone shouted back. No rush, this is Lam the God General's first time grinding this dungeon. Everyone knows every time he enters, he shatters his own records. Lam Macnew appeared at the gate. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lam the God General is out. Looks like the main hall will roar again soon. He raised a finger and said, Hell difficulty. Locked in, he stepped back into the dungeon eagerly. Alright, let us speedrun this. Cut 2. The skeleton warrior horde surged forward like a storm. Towering, armored, their bone swords exuded a terrifying aura that cracked the earth beneath their march. 4,000 skeleton soldiers unleashed 5 rounds of fiery attacks simultaneously. The ground scorched. The air thickened and blackened by intense heat. The tornado spirit winds were burned to dust, leaving a scorched path that wiped out all weak creatures in their wake. As for the stragglers, Lam Macnew did not even bother to lift a finger. He glided like a cold wind, leaping from stone to stone, his silhouette as light as a swallow, then suddenly dashed forward like a lightning flash. His speed was not just a show of contempt, it carried the proud arrogance of a lone wolf ruling the world. Quickly, the bell in the dungeon's main hall rang out, loud and continuous. signaling an unprecedented event. A new record had been set. Dungeon record. Tornado Plains Hell difficulty. 40 minutes 38 seconds. From the moment Lammak-yu stepped in, everyone started timing. When the bell rang, a blonde curly-haired guy shouted, "No doubt, that is Lam the God." Others chimed in, 4 times faster than before. A sweaty guy nearby added, "I bet this is not even his limit yet." Then a series of announcements flashed. 27 minutes 15 seconds. Then the time kept dropping shorter and shorter. Dungeon record. Tornado Plains Hell difficulty. 21 minutes 47 seconds. Then 19 minutes 26 seconds. Then 15 minutes 33 seconds. Someone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? The dungeon run only took a bit over 10 minutes. This kind of record? No one's hit this in 100 years, said a stunned guy holding his head. The bell's been ringing nonstop since the start. My head's about to explode. For a hell-level dungeon, this record is insane. His speed is so crazy it feels like watching it takes nearly as long as doing it. But Lammak-yu was not satisfied yet. He placed his hand on the controller, calculating and pondering. There has got to be a faster way, right? In note, a new idea sparked. Maybe he could skip the experience part and just rush through the level to test it out. Lammak-yu reappeared outside the dungeon and plunged back in, his voice echoing as he chose the hell difficulty. Clenching his fists tight like blades, Lammak-yu shouted, his whole body tensing up, ready to break every biological limit with a burst of speed. No sign of anyone yet, but a voice echoed from afar. "Old batch. Old batch." Turns out it was Old Ning rushing over. Seeing this, Old Batch asked, "The kid just smashed another record on hell level, Old Ning nodded as his answer. Old Batch stayed calm. "Isn't he that just normal? The kid's broken records before." But Old Ning shook his head. Uneasy? "This time it is different. Do you guys remember the man who vanished over 600 years ago at the Hakin Academy?" Old Batch thought for a moment and asked, "Old Ning, are you talking about Elder Jiang?" Old Ning nodded. "Exactly." Old Ning began recounting. Elder Jiang was the head of Hakin over 673 years ago. A level 98 divine swordsman with dual talents and 2 ascensions. He had the potential to become a super god-level powerhouse. Old Ning recalled that battle giant shadows with blazing red eyes like burning coals rising from the depths, sharp twisted horns tearing through reality itself. Surrounded by countless monstrous beings like nightmares resurrected from someone's memories. He continued. That year, a massive war broke out in Locos No. 9 Abyss. Nearly 100 demon kings threatened humanity's very existence at that time. Our human god tier fighters numbered only 20. Yet they dominated half the demon kings and even killed over 30 of them. Hearing this, Old Batch closed his eyes and sighed. Old Ning went on. That battle laid the foundation for everything. Sadly, Elder Jiang lost his life, but the demons never caught wind of his death. That is why even centuries later, they dared not make a move. Now Old Ning's voice dropped. Before dying, Elder Jiang sealed his power inside a secret realm hidden within the dungeon. His voice softened. Back then, a rule was set: anyone meeting the conditions could enter the secret realm. Old Batch raised an eyebrow. Old Ning, you mean the kid already met those conditions? Old Ning nodded. The condition is clearing the hell-level dungeon in under 10 minutes. Using magic, Old Ning summoned another screen. With a tap, Lammak-yu appeared on it. As dungeon master, Old Ning had great authority and could freely monitor the dungeon's interior. He pointed at the boy. A portal to the secret realm appeared. Old Ning pointed directly at that kid. There was some interference, but the timer showed 8 minutes. Lammak-yu exhaled sharply, his eyes flashing like blades. This speed was solid. Lammak-yu felt a bit confused. Why was there an entrance to the secret realm here? He just finished the dungeon, so why was there suddenly a door to the secret realm right in front of him? He knew the secret realm might contain dungeons, but he would never heard of a secret realm appearing inside a dungeon before. What was happening completely contradicted everything he thought he knew. Suddenly, a voice echoed out Mak-Nu. Lammak-yu recognized it as his teacher's voice, Old Batch's voice. He turned to ask, but before he could, a powerful vortex sucked him in, sweeping away all sound and sight around him. The secret realm of the divine opened before him. The world inside looked remarkably like the outside world. Lammak-yu scanned the surroundings, sensing the aura of a god-tier powerhouse emanating from the distant mountains. The entire secret realm seemed enveloped in the presence of a god-level fighter. As Lammak-yu stepped onto a narrow path, he suddenly heard a strange noise. He quickly jumped back just as a long sword sliced down where he had been standing moments before. The blade was razor-sharp, cutting the ground like tofu, plunging so deep the hilt remained exposed. Someone crouched down to grab the hilt and pulled the long sword free. It was a platinum-haired figure who appeared beside the sword. The platinum-haired man did not waste a word. He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Lammak-yu. With a flick of his finger, a blazing red light surged forward, those familiar red chains, rushing straight at the platinum-haired man. The star-shaped ring on the platinum-haired man's hand shattered completely, The chains that tried to slow him snapped into pieces, crushed by the sword's cutting force. Lam Macu took the initiative to unleash his trump card, flames burning on his palm. It was the first time he used the soul flame. The instant the soul flame appeared, the platinum-haired man's calm expression faltered. He has got soul attack skills, Henta muttered, eyes wide in shock. Seconds later, a blue flame bloomed and advanced. A pitiful scream cut through the air. The platinum-haired man howled in agony as another star ring exploded. Even more shocking, the platinum-haired man recovered in an instant, unleashing a barrage of sword energy shooting straight toward Lam Macu, the infamous Chu sword energy. In a flash, the sword energies burst and interlocked, forming a deadly net. Lam Macu endured wave after wave of sword attacks. Surrounded like he was trapped in a swamp, he summoned the last of his strength and swung his sword in a fierce, earth-shaking slash. Macu's eyes narrowed coldly. He bit down on his white fang, eliminating his opponent, the chaos slowly fading away. Macu stayed alert, not lowering his guard. Since this was a secret realm left by the former expedition leader, it would not be that simple. Something else must be waiting behind. Ahead, a new figure appeared, sword in hand, boasting arrogantly, "If you want to pass, kill me or be killed. I am a level 49 divine swordsman." Macu thought to himself, "Great, another star ring." This time, Macu braced himself, striking down one after another. Let us see what else this secret realm has in store for me. Family, the Worm King's stats are fully displayed. Soul power 40,000, agility 40,000, spirit 30,000, physique 50,000, skill. Soul Devar, he ordered. Don't waste any more time on it. The swordsman's sword energies surged toward him. I said it already, kill me or be killed if you want to pass. The Worm King unleashed a terrifying roar, the booming sound striking with fierce destructive power at the opponent. At the same time, Macu advanced in tandem. The swordsman still refused to accept the truth. You can get through. I will kill you, trapping you here forever. Here we go again. His defiance did not last long before the Worm King stepped forward. Macu realized the cycle was starting over. Again, the swordsman repeated his usual challenge. Kill me or be killed if you want to move on. The level 59 divine swordsman, Macu thought. Of course, another star ring. This time, Macu braced himself and charged forward. Dragon God Tentacle Earth Shatter. Soul level 55. Power 100,000. Agility 100,000. Spirit 60,000. Physique 100,000. Skill. Deadly Poisonous Frost Slicing. The sweep attacked with poison immunity, reducing physical damage by 30%, elemental damage by 30%. The swordsman's mouth fell open in shock. Dragon God Tentacle Earth Shatter. You have got to be kidding me. The sharp tentacles flashed in the air, activating the slicing skill. The divine sword body could not hold out. Macu turned away calmly, leaving the battlefield behind. This place is yours now, Dragon God Tentacles. The tentacles howled in response as he left the low-level fight behind like a revolving door. Ahead, a mansion appeared before Macu's eyes. His expression grew serious. Is this really the end at last? The figure before him gave the familiar introduction. Kill me or be killed if you want to move on. I am a level 65 divine swordsman. Macu guessed, this must be the final swordsman. Preparing for the upcoming battle, Macu braced himself, summoning Reinforced Soldier. Then he immediately switched their skills. The Reinforced Soldier was battle-ready. The swordsman surged confidently forward, the sword in his hand twisted with bizarre energy. The sky was covered with countless clones of the swordsman. Masked Language was shocked. His clone, this Noon's move was a bit sneaky. My fiery soul could not lock onto the real body again. Both sides plunged headfirst into a tense showdown. He smirked silently. But did they really think they had the numbers on me? Flames erupted, lighting up the sky, both sides evenly matched in strength. The swordsman unleashed a strike, swamp-like sword energy flowing out. Sword energy sword. Blinding light flooding the area. As the power converged, the opponent's blade transformed into a wild, unstoppable force. The sword grew huge, hovering midair, its tip aimed straight at Masked Language. His shield instantly blocked the blow, but the opponent's weapon showed cracks, starting to fracture. You often say it is useless sea-bone armor. Agile movements, all-around skill links. Unless it is a demon lord's attack, there is no way a single strike could kill me. The opponent retreated to heal. Clearly excited, our forces have bounced back to full strength again. Masked Language unleashed a feeble but relentless attack, the strands like paper chains, wrapped tightly around the sword's body, trapping the swordsman in a glowing crimson net. He blurted in frustration, "How could you break through my wild sword strike like that?" At this moment, the swordsman was crushed under overwhelming force. Unable to resist, a surge of energy slammed down where his clone stood. Seeing the battlefield cleared, Masked Language wondered, Soul King and Earth Dragon have taken care of things, so no more enemies, right? He pressed on, exploring the secret realm, his hand sensing vibrant life energy here. His steps stopped before an old house. Masked Language stared at it for a moment. He was not ready to step inside just yet. After a while, He gathered his courage and pushed open the old gate. Inside sat the former leader of the academy, Hakun's soul Jiang Yugia waiting as if forever. Jiang Yia politely invited him to sit. Masked Language silently complied. Sitting opposite him, Jiang Yia broke the silence, praising, "Young ones fighting well these days?" To which Masked Language nodded modestly. "Compared to the divine, I am still far behind," he replied comfortably. "No need to be humble. You are stronger than I was at your age. Meeting you reassures me about humanity's future. You are confident humanity can yet destroy the deep darkness demon. But at least hold it back now." Jiang Yia's soul doubted. Destroy the deep darkness demon? Impossible. Forever impossible. Masked Language revealed. "Our strongest humans already rank as super gods." Jiang Yia avoided argument, saying, "When you reach my rank, you will understand why I say this." Masked Language thought quietly, so the divine must know secrets even the masters do not. The deep darkness is far more complex than humanity imagines. He brought good news. At your level, you do not need to worry about these things yet. You are incredibly talented, beyond my expectations. That is why I'm preparing to entrust you with a mission. Not only did you pass my test, you exceeded everything I imagined. So I am ready to make a deal with you. This is a severed finger of a god. A god's severed finger. Masked Language was stunned seeing this, a goddess finger. Jiang Yia pushed the box toward him, saying, "Of course. You do not need it now, but having it nearby. Entering the divine rank will be much easier, maybe even a shot at super god status. Consider this my payment to you." Masked Language asked bluntly, "So what do you need me to do right now?" "I need you to take this Bolskor sphere to the upper space of the ancient training ground and personally hand it to the boss of the central region." Masked Language thought. Divine meaning said something about the ancient earth dragon. Did not expect this deal to involve it. "I accept this mission." "Got it. I will deliver it to him." Jiang Yia, however, was not in a rush. "Wait until your strength is enough before you go. The central region is not that simple. I have waited 600 years. A few more years won't matter." Masked Language was curious. Senior divine meaning. Why not let divine level powerhouses help you? Why pick Jenga? He explained. "They have no standing to negotiate. It is a death wish." "But you have that right," he carefully warned. "Don't let anyone see what is inside the box, especially the severed god's finger. Its temptation is far too great. It will bring nothing but disaster upon you, whether it is the Shadow Clan or the Dragon Tribe. Even if they are human, no one will hesitate to take it by any means necessary." Maku promises. "Don't worry. Honored Elder, I remember everything. Once you step outside, the first thing you want to do is find your master." Outside, Ayuan is worried. "None of us can spy on what is happening inside the secret realm. I hope the kid is okay." Kungsin is confident. "That kid's definitely fine. You gotta have some faith in your disciple. Right?" Seeing Maku leave, both of them anxiously ask, "You are out. How did it go?" "You tell the three elders what happened inside the secret realm. Then ask them to guard this for you. It is too risky to carry it on you. The spiritual power is real." Master Jiang said it could spark fierce battles among top-tier powerhouses. And it has suddenly attracted some serious attention. One of them laughs joyfully. "I swear, this power feels just like the aura Master Mad God carries." Ayo adds, "Kid, that is exactly the kind of wake-up call dreamers need. My path to transcendence was not that far off either." "Senza, you have finally returned to the heart of the ancient training grounds. Now's the perfect time to pump up your strength. You are the national champion and have the privilege to enter the Divine Tower once. It is about time you push yourself to the next level." Maku eagerly says, "So many have told me how crucial the trials at the Divine Tower are. Finally, the moment has come." Yuan sternly reminds, "Know your enemy and yourself. Prepare thoroughly. This time, you must master the traits of each class. Only by analyzing strengths and weaknesses can you truly boost your combat skills and real battle prowess." Kungsin advises, "Kid, back then, your master fought through thousands of battles inside the Divine Tower, endured countless hardships. You have got to steel your mind." Maku nods firmly. "I am not afraid of hardship." And Van gives a special reminder. "In 3 days, the Divine Tower officially opens. Your trial begins then. Seize this chance and learn the ins and outs of every class." Maku takes their words to heart. Yes, in 3 days, everyone gathers at the Haking Academy Square. The crowd shouts loudly. Divine Tower. The Divine Tower is here. No one expected to witness one of the 3 Divine Towers of the Divine Empire in person. Rumor says the tower only opens once a year. Only 500 entrance tickets are issued each time. Even the imperial family can't interfere. Haking Academy alone decides who gets in. Haksu finds this hilarious. The Divine Tower trials. The entire empire fights over those 500 spots. Those chosen are definitely prodigies. Feng Tu knows well just qualifying to enter the Divine Towering means you are exceptional. They spot the army ahead, Word is the army snagged 100 spots this time. These frontline soldiers fighting demons are the real heroes. Fengtu proudly introduces someone. That is my brother, a legendary mid-level swordsman of the Holy Light. Promoted to 8-star fire medic with many military honors. No way he got chosen too. I swear. Our turn's coming. This lady won't lose to anyone, of course. Except him. He replies. Probably only someone like Mac Nu could pull that off. Tanmai hurriedly points out. Look, it is Matt, seeing his aura. They realize. Oh snap. He has been promoted too. Mac Yu appears. Divine sword by his side. The army soldiers salute him in unison. Everyone places their hands over their hearts and bows in respect. Fengtu's brother shouts. Welcome. Divine General. Soldiers part on both sides, clearing a path for Mac Yu. He wears an utterly calm expression as he accepts their honor. Aksu sadly says, Can't he believe he has become this strong in such a short time? The gap between us just keeps growing. An announcement sounds. Today, the Divine Tower officially opens. The rules have changed. If your name is called, you enter the tower. If not, you wait outside. Starting now, the first academy is Lin Li. Lin Li, Grandmaster of Bubble Magic. Level 45. Inside the Divine Tower, Mac Yu vaguely guesses the elders and his master want him to take on 500 different classes in battle. This time, Mac Yu's in his rookie form, ready to fight warrior style. But the brutal truth hits him like a truck. He can rely on resurrection magic. His current class is Bubble Mage, and he is only level 10. Reminder announcement. The rule this time: defeat the opponent in front of you. The more wins you rack up, the higher your score climbs. Eyeing his opponent, Lamlap felt a flicker of doubt. Was Koi Loi for real? My power's been pushed down to level 10, so the other guy probably is not that strong either. Lamlap raised his magic staff, black energy swirling as an icy arrow shot straight at the enemy. Koi Loi's body took the hit, and Mac Inga's soul felt a sharp, unfamiliar pain, armor barely absorbing the damage. How long has it been since I last felt this kind of pain? He unleashed another skill arrow, ice cold and confident. Koi Loi's reaction was sluggish this time. I am definitely winning. The ice arrow pierced through. Mac Yu was desperate. I am done for. Thick layers of mana fog rose, filling the space. Suddenly, he realized he would just become a level 12 Bubble Mage. Even Lamlap was shocked. The Koi Loi was weak as hell, taken down by just 2 ice arrows. He did not even dodge. Is this really a trial run? At this moment, Mac Yu had an epiphany. He got it now. The senior wants me to ditch old fighting habits and learn the enemy's style, adapting to the opponent's profession and fighting style. With my current state, I can only withstand 2 to 3 hits max. Lamlap's next attack came in, just as the priestess unsheathed an icy sword and slashed cold as death toward the enemy. Lamlap scrambled to dodge, so the earlier round was just a warm-up. Now, the real challenge begins. Ayuan watched and judged. Not bad. That kid Mac Nu's improving fast, understanding things well, much sharper than before, and hoped the chain of shocks would not break him. I believe in him. Mac Yu grew stronger, now a level 26 Bubble Mage. I have got a solid grip on this profession's fighting style. He even created water-based skills to attack his opponent. Lamlap fired off a barrier field. He was stunned. Damn, did not expect Koi Loi to mimic my tactics so fast. Taking him down's gonna get harder. I need to switch it up. To finish this fight, Lamlap activated the tsunami skill with full fury. A massive, earth-shaking tsunami sprang up right in front of him. The towering wave rose high. Lamlap exited in relief. Success, Mac Yu announced. I have reached level 32 now, a water wave mage. Lamlap prepared to face an evenly matched opponent. His moves were incredibly fluid. He could not believe it. From below, a surge of power shot up, forcing Lamlap to dodge. This fighting style is not anything like mine. Training tower trials ain't simple. This Koi Loi's learning speed is insane. He is starting to outpace me. The next move Mac Ingyu copied from the opponent terrified Lamlap. Even more, it was a crushing wave attack. Trouble's coming. Lamlap caught in the swirling waves, struggling to hold on as the water churned violently. I am done, he shouted. Giant waves crashed down from above in a second massive assault. When the storm finally cleared, Lamlap admitted defeat. I have lost. Makingu thought to himself, this fight helped me understand the power and style of the water wave mage better. Maybe this is the insight my master talked about. Wonder who is up next. Reminder announcement. The second challenger, Yuan Qingfeng. Deep Yen, a level 45 wind mage, stepped into the trial tower space. Mac Yu shifted into the enemy's form. Trying to Yen noticed immediately, looks like this trial's a battle against Koi. She activated her wind skills as soon as she entered. Sharp gusts like blades flew through the air, leaving Mac Yu powerless to fight back. She smirked, thinking, this Koi Loi ain't nothing special. But just moments later, Tu Yen could not believe what happened. Wait, why did I just lose? Did I really get beaten by a dummy? Lamlap beside her asked bluntly. What level is your owner? She replied frustrated. Level 32. He quickly realized the problem. It is not your fault. That Koi Loi learns way too fast. Looking ahead, there was no sign of anyone else. Tu Yen finally understood. I get it now. He is the legendary flame mage. Everyone fell silent at the shocking turn of events. Suddenly, Lamlap spoke up. Did you all notice that Koi Loi's fighting style has started blending skills and traits from both of us? I have got a strong hunch about what is coming next. The third party steps into the trial and asks, speak up. What is going on? He reveals that legendary warriors of the divine realm not only understand themselves deeply but can also perceive others. Looking back now, that is true. We are probably just stepping stones for the divine general. What a shock. You are saying that so-called prodigy is actually the divine general. So this divine trial tower is really a test. The announcement reminds the three of them. You guys are pretty sharp, but this must stay strictly under wraps. The next challengers keep coming, each wielding their own unique skills. Everyone fights with all they have got. Some even have electrifying thunder techniques. Mascu pulled a lesson from it all. After battling through various classes, I realized no profession is perfect, no matter how strong. Every skill has its weak spot. Even my own class, the Soul Lion Mage or the Soul Lion Monarch, has its flaws. A class might be imperfect, but a person can always keep improving. That is the true foundation of becoming a genuine powerhouse. Ayuan complimented him, saying, not bad. Way better than the crazy guy from years ago. Then he added, and you are even stronger than before. And Van was satisfied. As long as he mastered the essence of each class, this trial run was more than worth it. The next 10 days. Let him fully experience it. 10 days later, the crowd outside grew restless. 10 days had passed, yet no one had emerged from the tower. Whispered rumors spread. Why had not a single person come out? What on earth was happening inside that tower? Suddenly, an invisible pressure blanketed the area. They shouted, quick, look, the Soul General has come out. What about the others? Behind him stood a crowd of fellow challengers and amazed onlookers. Everyone else had come out too. But why did everyone wear such strange expressions? What really happened inside the divine tower? From the trial tower, he immediately returned to his masters. Ayuan asked right away, Mascu's back, how do you feel? Mascu shared his thoughts. Great. I gained a lot. Even my view of the world has shifted. If I apply all the combat techniques I have learned to the Spirit Legion, maybe my legion will level up too. Ayuan analyzed carefully. With your current state and my prep, you could soon reach the level of me and that crazy Yi Feng. But if you aim to be a super god tier, you are not there yet. That did not faze Mascu. I will keep pushing forward. The Hachayat group arrived and immediately teased him as the forest dummy. Mascu shot back. Long time no see. She replied, not really that long. But wow. You are already that strong? Looks like this young lady has not been trying hard enough. Fengtu patted his shoulder impressed. Just a while ago we all took the big exam together. Tum said, just a lucky coincidence. Tamai was shocked. Only half a year apart, and he is already a divine general. Suddenly, Fuangjiao appeared, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Is that Princess Fuangjiao? She politely asked Mascu. Fuangjiao requests an audience with the Soul General. He casually asked back, what is up? Fuangjiao expressed her gratitude for his help last time, said she would completed her promised task, and asked when he would finalize things. Mascu thought, perfect timing to gather intel on Dragon King Palace and other dungeons, including those like ancient ruins and dragon palaces. Fuangjiao warmly replied, then I will be your guide. Soul General. The two walked side by side, leaving Hatayat behind. Still stunned, their faces showed fascination. That is Princess Fuangjiao. She is stunning. They teleported to the royal archives. Fuangjiao explained, this is the secret vault managed by our royal family. There are many classics here even your master has not seen. Please do not reveal anything you find. Not even to your master. Besides showing you the archives, I want to team up for a dungeon run. She said, tell me more. Fuangjiao revealed, we have a level 45 dungeon, but is only nightmare difficulty, and we have never been able to upgrade it. Can you help? Mascu was eager to try. Level 45 a dungeon. Sure, I will give it a shot. Fuangjiao was thrilled. Awesome. Just say the word. Standing by the door, she called, Force. It is. Open up. From inside, a dark aura emerged. Mascu calmly stepped in as waves of energy surged toward him. Lightning crackled all around. He was shocked. Turns out this was the elemental dungeon. Surprisingly, it was under the royal family's control. Mascu set his terms. If this dungeon gets upgraded, I want unlimited runs. And no one else can enter until I finish all my runs. Fuangjiao agreed immediately. That is it. No problem. Just then, someone shouted in protest. No way, that man is the second prince of the Eastern Dao sect. Fuang Thuan. He said, our royal canon. Since when did outsiders get to mess with it? What kind of flea-bitten mutt dares to act so cocky here? Dao Dao, Since when did you team up with such riffraff? Makyu gathered a fierce energy swirling in the palm of his hand. Fuang Dao trembled in fear as the supernatural force slammed straight into Fuang Thuan. He writhed in agony. Pain so intense it could kill. Fuang Dao witnessing this immediately panicked. The guards rushed forward, demanding, "Who dares wound the prince?" A wave of energy crashed directly at the guards. Fuang Jiao shouted orders. "Stop! Do you all want to die? Fall back! Now!" Behind Mac, sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, charging toward Fuang Jia's guards. At this moment, he silently decided this guy's terrifying. Never cross him again. Fuang Thuan struggled to his feet, cursing. "Damn it! How dare you treat me like this?" Lightning crackled between his hands. Uncle Luck appeared. Furious, balls of steel. Huh! Daring to attack the prince inside the palace's secret ground. Fuang Rao stepped forward to stop him. "Uncle Luck, it is all a misunderstanding." Makyu gave him a cold glare. "Level 70 up. Doesn't he mean you are untouchable?" Fuang Thuan, feeling backed up, roared, "Uncle Luck, kill him. How dare he lay a hand on me? Does he even look in a mirror?" Makyu's expression turned icy as he unleashed his power straight at Fuang Thuan. Fuang Thuan collapsed immediately. Uncle Luck's rage flared, wild and uncontrollable. Fuang Jia hurriedly advised, "Uncle Luck, he is worth trading for." He snapped back stubbornly. "Joe, even if it means protecting an outsider, no matter what, he dared to provoke the royal family today, he must pay." She stood firm. Introducing him, he is Lam Nantong, disciple of the Mad God. Hearing the name, they stepped back. "What? Lam Nantong?" Uncle Luck did not dare touch the disciple of the White God and Mad God purple military insignia. A divine general on par with God-level warriors, and even more so, a disciple of both. Turns out, all this time we were about to attack a divine general. They cowered, bowing deeply. "Greetings, Lam Nantong." Uncle Luck blamed Fuang Thuan. "How dare you call a divine general some mutt? Worthless. I think you want to die. Even the National Lord treats divine generals with respect. And you? What the hell are you? Either you have no battle achievements or no contributions. Just the title of prince. Who gave you the guts to insult a divine general?" He stood there stunned, whispering, "Divine general." Fuang Jiao barked orders. "Useless. Just stir up trouble. Get lost." She softened her tone, trying to be friendly. "Makyu, sorry for making you look bad. Hope you won't hold it against me." He reminded her about the previous terms. "About what I said before. Are you on board?" Fuang Jiao replied. "Of course. I guarantee no one will bother the person running the instance." Makyu stepped toward the thunder platform, the storm crackling behind him as backup. The desolate mountain ahead was shrouded in lightning. Makyu entered, his whole body jolted by the electric shocks. Yet his face remained calm. He scanned the surroundings. According to Fuang Jiao's info, these were monsters called thunder clouds, and those were thunder sprite spheres. From past experience, to clear a high-level instance, you have to wipe out tons of mobs fast. The royal family surely tried this method before, but their speed can match mine. Then let us test my way. These elemental beasts are immune to physical damage. System alert. Soul-sucking monarch. Level 50. Power 40,000. Speed 40,000. Stamina 30,000. Skill soul mastery 50,000. Second form soul reaping roar. Ignores defense and physical immunity. Makyu muttered. "Nice. The soul-sucking monarch can bypass physical immunity." He commanded it. "Tear through this sea of thunder clouds for me." The monarch fearlessly charged into the heart of the thunder clouds. It faced a ferocious storm of thunder clouds. A deafening roar erupted from the monarch, and the thunder clouds started to dissipate. At the same time, the archer's arrow shot through the dense cloud mass. Makyu looked for the next opening. "This spot is fine for my soldiers to handle." The Ten Menzang paused before a vast valley. He was not surprised, just as Fuang Jiao predicted. Entering the valley meant facing a fork in the road. The elemental earth monsters at the fork were way stronger. Every team that tried had failed. "Got it. 6 people in a team. 6 paths to split, so each must take their own way." No wonder they kept failing. Seeing squinted into the distance. "Impressed. You really are clever. For me, this is a cakewalk." He split his squad into 6 directions, while he stayed put, waiting. Just as he expected, everything matched his theory perfectly. The Soul Legion had already wiped out all the monsters in the forks. The dungeon was about to level up. Thunder and lightning around started acting strange, bolts striking down in fierce waves. At that moment, an ancient building appeared, and Miskaim exclaimed with joy. It worked. Even Fuang Jiao was thrilled. The dungeon really had leveled up. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, lightning bolts kept crashing down relentlessly. A Funing Jit, the national ruler of the Divine Empire, wore a serious expression as he and his guards approached. "What is going on?" they asked. Feng Jiao reported. "Father, the dungeon has leveled up." After grasping the full situation, the ruler calmed down, So that is how it is. This was inevitable. Now, let our generals and soldiers have their fun slaying. Also, send all the princes to train in the army. Now that the dungeons leveled up, the difficulty is at hellish level. Mseing observed the dungeon's interior carefully. This place was not just about the Thunder Jade. The Thunder Jade granted 50% immunity to electric elemental damage and a chance to gain an electric skill, thanks to the protection of his Q-Alzu armor. Mseing remained unharmed. He reached out to touch the Thunder Jade finally. He could claim it. The Thunder's power was so intense it shattered every joint of his Q-Lu armor. A notification popped up. Electric Wing skill obtained. Gain Wings of Lightning for 1 minute with flight ability. Cooldown. 10 minutes. He grinned. Satisfied. 1 minute of flight might be short, but hey, he could finally fly. Now, just wondering how fast. Mseing jumped to test it out. The speed shocked him. It was like teleporting in real time. Way too fast. Next up, he needed to get the crystallized shard, the key, and the awakening item. Just then, a deadly force was closing in from behind. It transformed into a massive sphere charging straight at Mseing. The sphere shattered, revealing a monstrous beast inside a hell-level Thunder Warlord. Level 40, with 60,000 agility, 40,000 spirit, 10,000 physique, and 60,000 skill in electric wings. The Thunder Electric Overlord had 50% resistance to electric elemental damage, 50% physical damage reduction, enhanced speed, and boosted vitality. The Thunder Warlord roared a challenge, smashing down with a solid fist. Mseing dodged gracefully. He unleashed his signature move, the Elemental Chain of Decay, quickly wrapping the chains tightly around the Warlord's body. Notification. Elemental Rampage activated. Soul locked. The beast still slammed its brutal power directly into him. The chains tightened more and more as the Quetzalcoatl mage prepared to gather his special energy. He unleashed a brutal strike combined with a fierce annihilation attack. A horde of Kulu warriors surged toward the Thunder Warlord. Mseing noticed something off. Why had not this boss attacked him right away? Why let him grab the Thunder Jade? He had a bad feeling. To verify his suspicion, Mseing quickly retreated, reaching a stone altar. He found electricity he could use to awaken the Thunder God. Holding the item he needed, Mseing exhaled in relief. He had the awakening item. Now, only the key remained. Notification. Thunder Warlord defeated. Gained 2,820,000 XP. Received 4 electric crystal shards. 5 shards combine into a complete electric crystal. Perfect. Both sides are settled now. Suddenly, the space before him erupted with a massive lightning strike. Horror washed over him. This was not right. The violent surge knocked Mseing off balance. His eyes widened in disbelief. The gleaming sword before him radiated an overwhelming aura. Step by step, he advanced toward it, steeling his resolve, gripping the sword's hilt tightly. In that moment, Mseing realized this was divine. The Thunder God's mighty presence had arrived. And not just that, there was also the Beast King, the White Tiger, a force so formidable even masters and veterans could not withstand it. A wild Beast King and a deity in epic battle was about to ignite. A single strike from the Thunder God's sword unleashed a storm of lightning crashing down. The Silver Tiger lunged, claws outstretched, slicing that bolt clean in two. It slammed its massive tiger body into the Thunder God, tearing him apart with its bare hands. Mseing watched in horror. The Thunder God was dead, a mighty deity, killed just like that by the wild Beast King. It turned out to be the consciousness left behind by the Azure Sword. He swore, if fate allowed, he would one day awaken its true master. The Azure Sword seemed to respond to Mseing's vow, radiating a blinding light that illuminated the 4 messages. Thunder God Sword. Azure Sword by the Thunder God's side. A key unlocking the Thunder God's palace. Mike promised. Don't worry. Once I say it, I will make it happen. When he stepped outside, the Dong family father and son had been waiting for him for a while. Mseing bowed respectfully. Paying homage to the National Lord, the elder replied, no need for formalities. Lately, I have been hearing legends about General Lam. I did not expect him to be so young, a true prodigy. Su Kai-che chimed in. National Lord, you flatter me. Fine Jit, and I will speak frankly on behalf of the royal family. We apologize to General Lem for past grievances. If General Lam needs anything, just speak to GA. As long as it is within the royal family's power, we will make it happen. Mseing responded warmly. Thank you, National Lord. If I need help, I won't hesitate to ask. Fine Jit finished the exchange and was ready to leave. Good. Very good. Our royal family will be General Lem's best ally. All right, you young ones, carry on your conversation once alone. Feng Jia spoke sincerely. Mseing. Thank you. He shook his head. No need. I already got what I came for. I still need to run through a few more dungeons. Our teams should be ready to enter in about 3 hours. Feng Jiao nodded happily. Got it. Mesagan stepped inside for a one-on-one battle with VG Vixim X8. He controlled the chain, binding his opponent. After 3 grueling hours of monster hunting, Ma Fegyong emerged and announced, "I am done sweeping the dungeon." Feng Jiao was eager. "Great. Now let us go find Old Jia. The ancient texts you want to see, he definitely knows about them." She arrived at his place and called out loudly, "Lusijia, General Lum has cleared the dungeon." A bright glow from the teleport gate bathed them both. In an instant, they were transported to the next location. Entering the command center, Feng Jia hurried to call Lusijia. She introduced him. "This is the General Lam I told you about earlier." Lusijia replied kindly, "Jiao Nai, this old man's memory is not that bad yet." He thought to himself, "I did not expect him to be so young." Hearing that Jiaona said he is only level 37 and already a general stunned him. Countless ancient books floated up from the library toward Messi Ingyu. Lusijia explained, "With General Lem's status, you can freely read any of these ancient texts here. Take as long as you need." Mesang picked a book and said, "Thank you, Senior." He sat down, eyes glued to the pages, while Feng Jiao poured tea beside him. Lusijia understood immediately and thought, "This girl." His mind was all about knowledge. No wonder these are the Empire's secret archives. He uncovered secrets even the H-Kin Academy did not have, including tales of loyal gods and that fairy divine sorcerer. Could he find anything on that person in the ancient dungeon sector? 2 hours later, Ma Xing closed the book. Feng Jiao immediately asked, "Did you find anything?" He answered, "There is definitely a lot of info missing from outside sources." "But alas," she blinked. "Missing what?" "I could not find what I was really looking for." Lusijia was surprised. "Not even in the Empire's secret vault." "What is it you want to know?" "General Lum, maybe I can help." He told the whole story. "I want to know about the wasteland, the upper core area of the ancient dungeon sector, and info on the boss at its center." Lusijia's eyes lit up. He knew right away the elder definitely had some knowledge. He handed Madzatuk a book sealed by chains. "The info you want is in here. Ordinary folks can see it, not even Dao Dao knows how to access it." Macu takes it. "Thank you, Senior. I want to forget this kindness." Lida smiles knowingly. "While you keep diving deep into that book," reading a passage. Macu is stunned. "Wait. This old battlefield is connected to the deserted lands. He even wiped out countless wild beasts. Wild beasts are not invincible. It all depends on whether you are strong enough to take them down. Though the secret vault records many hidden secrets, it still holds no info about that person." Macu closes the book and hands over the report. "I have finished reading it. Thanks." Fuang Jiao looks at him, her face bright and fresh. Macu bows and takes his leave. Fuang Jiao smiles warmly. "Well then, we want to keep you. I will guide the Divine General out. Let us go. This is the secret vault of the Imperial family. And without me, Ella will get lost." The two start teleporting away. Macu's face is serious. 5 minutes later, Fuang Jiao nervously scans the surroundings. What is going on? Why have not we teleported out yet? He guesses that after 5 minutes of teleporting, Ella must have already crossed the borders of the Divine Empire. Suddenly, a beam of light shines down from above, revealing a desolate, wild mountain range ahead. She gasps in horror. "This is the land of the dead. Why on earth did we end up here?" The undead smell humans and go berserk, rushing at them. Macu swiftly dispatches them. "Even you do not know why we are here." Fuang Jiao turns pale. "I do not know either." He demands, "Tell me first, what exactly is the land of the dead?" She explains. "Legend says this was once an ancient miniature world. In a massive battle, someone unleashed a skill that warped the entire realm, turning everyone inside into the undead. Never let the undead bite you, or you will get infected and become one of them." Rain pours down heavily as ominous clouds sweep across the sky. "Macu, I do not like this rain." Something's off. A shield suddenly appears atop Fuang Jiao's head, growing into a giant barrier enveloping her. She breathes a sincere sigh of relief. "Thank you." Macu's face hardens. "Not even the teleportation stones to the abyss are this harsh. This land of the dead is more dangerous than I imagined." Asks, "Since you know about the land of the dead, you must know how to get out, right?" Fuang Jiao recounts all she knows. "My father told me our eastern clan became royalty because we carry the sacred duty to guard the land of the dead. At the center lies a secret realm with a teleportation array that can send us back to the human world." Asks, "Then why did not you say so earlier?" She blushes. "I was too scared and forgot." Just then, strange energy stirs ahead. A low-level undead lumbers toward them. It is a level 5 low-tier undead with 3 heads. Macu grips his spear, ready to fight. "Take it down." A crescent blade slices the opponent cleanly in half. "Macu, let us move." Fuang Jiao shouts in fear. "Wait. Look." The undead's body starts to mend itself, becoming even stronger than before. Fuang Jiao clings to him, terrified. "We can kill these things." Macu senses something's wrong. Sure enough, these creatures have no soul fire, My spirit can bind them. Even blowing them up is useless. He realizes. Could it be? They were never alive to begin with. Fio refuses. No way. But Macu stands firm. Nothing in this world is immortal. We just have not found the way yet. His spear starts absorbing essence cores. Another strike slashes straight down into the undead's body. The moment he saw the results, he blurted out. Still no experience gained. Looks like my hunch was right, they are not living beings, but real death incarnate. Inside, Messianga understood clearly. We were teleported here from the royal palace's secret chambers by someone who could control teleportation. It had to be someone from the royal family. Seems like even within the Ying clan, not everyone is on the same page. Fang Jiu admitted sadly. I guess the mastermind behind the teleportation formation might very well be my third uncle. He is a top-tier powerhouse. Level 81. His strength is immense, and his status in the Langfeng clan is nothing to scoff at. His name is Ying Fing Dik, the father-in-law of Fejing Thun. Messiang frowned and asked, he brought me here, does not he fear I might survive and come back? Fang Jia thought for a moment. Maybe he never expected us to make it out alive. This place is a realm of corpses. Even god-tier warriors can fall here. Besides, even if we are lucky enough to return alive, proof might be impossible to come by. You, Commander, sometimes proof is not even necessary. Hopefully, when I survive and come back to settle the score with him, the Eastern clan will take sides. Fang Jit's worried. No one's ever dared threaten the Eastern clan like this, but if Messiang falls into the royal family's hands, the army on the other side will be thrown into total chaos. She pleads. Messi Yin, once we get back, I swear I will give you an explanation. For the Empire's honor, just give me a chance. He snaps back. Well, we will see if that explanation's worth my time. Lightning bolts crackled down, and the corpse's body absorbed the energy, starting an evolution process. Now, the low-level corpse had reached human rank. Msingyug was stunned. This is evolution. How could those bolts cause the corpses to evolve? He knew well the corpse realm was crawling with danger. One wrong step could be fatal. But maybe, just maybe, fate had something special in store here. Still, the priority was clear. Find a way out of here first. 2 days after entering the corpse realm, Fang Jit barked an order. Have you thoroughly investigated? The ministers fell silent, afraid to meet the king's gaze. One reported, Master He Pingyi has been invited to investigate the formation. He is on his way. An 89th rank formation master just stepped into the main hall. Fang Jit hurriedly greeted. Master Chang. Any news? He replied with a grim tone. Sorry, I found no leads. The person who tampered with the formation is a true expert. The formation is now tangled beyond repair. I can undo it. Fang Jit panicked. No other options. Honjit hinted. Maybe that person has a way. Your Majesty, who should we ask? It isn't Vin. They reported. Known as Nthen, leader of the Shenhe Tower. Not only a dual-ranked divine-level powerhouse, but also the top formation master and the greatest alchemist of humanity. Fang Jit snapped. I am sending someone to fetch him right away. Just then, someone dashed into the main hall. A ship hovered over the central hill of the square, and Vin appeared with commanding presence. Reporting. And then, Feng Jit requests an audience. Everyone was curious. The Eastern clan Lord Fething Jit himself seeking Nthen. Something big must be happening. Fang Jit had not even composed himself before, and Vin asked, Lord of the East, what brings you here personally? He bowed respectfully. Greetings. And then explained MCM's disappearance to Vin, and Vin's expression tightened. What? Missing? The elder nodded. Yes, the formation was tampered with. We found no clues, and Vin immediately signaled. Your Majesty, please lead the way. The ship shifted and moved. They stopped at a grand hall set with a formation, and Vin noticed someone definitely interfered and did it cleverly, completely scrambling the formation's channels. What Feinenji cared about was, can it be undone? And Vin answered. Not difficult. And Vin began dismantling the formation. After a while, it was completely destroyed. Done? Fang Jit urgently asked. And then, can you track where the young lady and General Lam went? And Vin closed his eyes to sense. Let me see. Their last teleport location was. After pinpointing their location, his face froze. This is not good. It is the corpse realm, guarded by your Eastern clan for generations. Fang Jit panicked. How did they get there? The gate to the corpse realm was clearly sealed, and Vin discovered. Turns out they used fire stones to temporarily break the seal, and even performed a random teleport. Fang Jit could not believe it. Those fire stones were not human relics, they belonged to the Abyss demons. Could it be that someone in the Eastern clan is a member of the demon worship sect? And Vin's face darkened as he asked about a name. The demon worship sect, Lord of the East. If Miseng returns safely this time, you can still remain the clan's lord. But if anything happens to him, the Shenhe Tower will come personally. The White God's fist, the Great God's blade, The army's formation, he said. I doubt anyone in the Eastern clan wants any of that to happen. Seeing is my disciple, the White God and the Great God too. Not only that, his older sister is the only disciple of that person you know I am talking about. Feng Jit understood perfectly. If Msangan days, the Eastern clan is doomed to die with him. The old man spoke first. And then, my daughter is trapped inside the abyss too. I am worried sick. But right now, there is really no way to get in. He invited them to follow him, and together they stepped into the entrance of the abyss realm hidden deep beneath the royal palace. And Van could tell just by looking this was an ancient divine level formation left behind by the ancestors. He summoned, Spirit of the Formation, appear. A notification appeared. Spirit formations of divine level each have their own souls. The higher the level, the longer they endure. The intelligence of the spirit formation is immense. The formation soul spoke. Greeting them, the ancient divine level formation respectfully welcomed their arrival. I am the spirit formation guarding the Fengma formation, tasked with sealing the abyss and keeping the abyss invaders at bay. And Van requested, I want to enter the abyss realm. Can you teleport me inside? The formation replied, that is impossible. The gateway to the abyss realm only opens once every 100 years. During the sealing period, no one is allowed in, the old man said gravely. If you insist on entering, the spirit formation warns that the formation will self-destruct, using all its energy to reinforce the seal. Anyone below demigod level absolutely cannot enter. And Van pressed further. How much longer until the gate opens again? The formation answered precisely. 3 years. 2 days. 3 hours. 21 minutes. 55 seconds. He frowned. 3 years. That means in 3 years, the Mist Nation will also... He paused. What if someone sneaks into the Abyss realm by other means? How do they get out? The formation replied, there is a central exit in the Abyss realm. If they are human, they can leave through there. And Van commanded. All right, if anyone exits that way, inform me immediately. The spirit formation agreed. Understood. Divine Formation Master. And Van's face lit up. Now, we can finally deal with those traitors in your clan. Fyongjit wiped cold sweat from his brow, his heart pounding as they teleported back to the royal palace. And Van noticed, anyone who tries breaking the seal with fire stones will definitely leave traces in the abyss. Fyongjit glanced around nervously. It was Fyongthek's private villa. The old man mused, and then's idea is that this place carries the abyss aura. He confirmed, yes, that is right, Fyongjit. Now furious, barked. Fyongthek, show yourself. The figurehead sat with his back turned, his presence unreadable. The old man snapped. Fyongthek, you are guilty. Step forward. When no one responded, he put a hand on the figure's shoulder and called out again. Fyongthek. As the figure turned, the old man's eyes widened in shock. It was a puppet. The hen used this puppet to cover his aura and movements. He has already fled. And Van declared, I am ordering the army to move on the Empire side. Handle this personally. If anything happens to TUU, it is on you. After delivering that threat, he left immediately as the command tower began to shift. The man beside him was terrified by the overwhelming aura descending. What the hell was this? This was the aura of a powerful demigod-level expert casually sipping tea, suddenly sensing something amiss. The command tower departed from the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the demigod, a divine-level powerhouse of the Dongwon clan. He immediately asked, when did Tower God He offend? And then Fyongjit bluntly replied, this is and thence warning to us. Find Phomnik alive or dead, and investigate the entire clan. Inside the Abyss realm, the two had been searching for a way out for 2 full days. Makyu curiously asked, your class is Holy Shield Warrior. She confirmed, yes, it is a rare inherited class within the royal bloodline. Like how the Holy Shield Warriors are the undisputed champions of the Eastern armies, those with this class also master some skills of both knights and warriors. Their defense rivals knights of the same rank, while their offense can match warriors, an insanely powerful class. She did not dare say more, but standing before Mac knew, what class could claim to be stronger? Even though she always took pride in being a Holy Shield Warrior, now she had to rely on him to survive inside the Abyss realm. Mac knew watched cautiously. As thunder rumbled from the sky, the Abyss monsters were rising. A low-level Abyss beast, rank 15, appeared. He was not surprised, just as expected. It is evolving again. Then Mac Nu said, I want to try tanking its attacks. Fyongjiao jumped. What did you just say? He told her. Nothing to worry about. Stay right here and do not move. As he walked away, Fang Jia yelled out, are you crazy? Come back here. Now, Msening carried hope in his heart. Praying his guess was not wrong, Msening dashed toward the lightning bolt. His entire body like a lightning rod. System alert. Gained a spark of life energy. Experience plus 100,000. Only now did Msening realize, so that is how it works. Getting struck by the lightning grants experience. And those undead beasts actually evolved. Fang Jiao was stunned there is experience in the lightning, but he was not hurt at all. He turned back and asked, "You want to give it a try?" She waved him off, refusing. "No way. I do not have a clue how to resist the lightning's damage." Missing knew well the experience from these life sparks was small, but if stacked enough, it might unlock something incredible. If that fell into the undead world, it would not all be bad news. Feng Jiao watched silently. Several days had passed, and every time the storms hit, he would rush in to get struck on purpose. And yet, he was unharmed. Maybe he was the only human who could pull that off. Outside the royal palace, someone strode up to the gates. A guard drew his sword and demanded, "Who are you? Entering the palace without permission, do you know the crime you are committing?" Sehun gripped his twin swords and stepped forward slowly. She swung two fierce slashes straight at the guard. At that moment, she threatened, "If anything happens to my little Mseeing, Eastern Clan won't need to exist anymore." Inside Minsigi's spot, lightning and wind whipped into a massive tornado. Fang Jiao stared in shock. Two undead beasts were absorbing the lightning. She warned, "Careful. These undead are kinda weird." They were abyssal rotten demon dogs. Level 40. The Dry Age Mage instantly swung his sword down. Messine Yu guessed it was not just abyssal monsters, there were dragons too. "Looks like we are near the heart of the undead realm." He wondered why most of the lightning gathered right there. To scout, Mseeing said, "It is dangerous inside. Stay here and wait for me." Watching him fly off, Feng Jiao marveled at his wings, sharp like lightning bolts. When did he awaken flight skills? Alone, Mseeing plunged into the eye of the storm, wearing a confident expression. Lightning bolts slammed into his body. He absorbed every single one. System alert. Gained a spark of life energy. Experience plus 1 million. Gained a spark of life energy. Experience plus 1 million. Gained a spark of life energy. Experience plus 1 million. Mi Sigang could not believe it. The dazzling light ahead was the life survival scepter. It could restore itself by absorbing these life sparks. Clutching this ancient relic from the prehistoric battle era, he felt a surge of power. Finally enlightened, Mseeing thought, "I get it now. I have to use my body as a conduit to transfer the life sparks to the scepter. No clue how many sparks it needs to fully restore. But I am probably going to have to take some damage for this to work." Moments later, the fog cleared away. Feng Jiao anxiously asked, "Lum Then, are you okay?" He replied, "I am. Let us. I feel like we are close to finding a way out." The two ventured deeper inside. He thought to himself, "Been in the undead realm for over an hour now. Even if we can kill those undead, absorbing the life sparks can level me up to 41. Too bad the life survival scepter still shows no sign of responding." System displays. Name: Masi Yin, Unique Undead Legion Commander, Level 41. Power: 24,345. Stamina: 24,345. Agility: 24,345. Spirit: 56,405. In the undead realm, Messine Juk warned his companion, "Watch out. We might have stepped into the territory of level 60 undead." Ahead, a horde of undead waited. Beneath the swamp, giant tentacles thrashed wildly. The Dry Age Mage got caught tight. Messine activated explosive elements. This time, the opponent was a level 60 abyssal rotten tentacle. Feng Jiao worriedly said, "Poison undead, they have got venom in their skulls." Messine Yu immediately dispelled. System alert. Purged all abnormal states from Legion members and boosted morale. Note: only effective against abnormal states below level 60. System alert. Purge failed. Tension rose. Poison level exceeded 60 now. According to Fejing Jiao's warning, if the corpse toxin is not neutralized, it will keep building up, never fading away. So now, there is only one option left except the curse of this skull. System alert. A skull warrior has been erased through a soul swap. Maku glanced back at Fuong Jiao and said, "We have got to speed this up. These rotten corpses can be killed easily, and dragging this out will only make things worse." Then, they quickly charged forward. Suddenly, an octopus appeared out of nowhere, swinging a tentacle straight at him. A swift slash cut off the giant octopus' attack mid-swing. Surrounded by those rotten corpses and the octopus monster, the two had nowhere to retreat. The corpses raised their staffs high, casting spells as the slashes repeatedly struck the octopus tentacles. An explosion erupted. The colossal octopus was completely wiped out. Maku frowned. "Not good enough. Way too slow." Suddenly, blood spirits started appearing out of nowhere. On alert, he immediately scooped Fuong Jiao into his arms. The tentacles regenerated once again, slithering across the ground. Biting his lip, Maku sprinted forward with all his might to dodge. Right behind them, the ground cracked and shattered, sending dust flying everywhere. They narrowly avoided the debris, and he helped her back to her feet. Fuong Jiao looked up at him, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you, General Lam. I am sorry for holding you back," Maku replied coldly. Don't worry about it. Stay here and wait for me. Without another word, he shot upwards at lightning speed. Makyu raised his staff high, drawing in an extraordinary power. System notification. Gained 2 million experience from Thunderlight Resurrection. System update. Makyu, Death Spirit Lord. Level 42. As he lifted his staff, he wondered based on this Thunderlight Resurrection. I have just leveled up twice. But why is not this resurrection staff fully restored yet? How much Thunderlight can it still absorb? What kind of weapon is this? Really? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the staff's tip. Makyu hastily shielded his eyes in shock. Wings burst forth from his back, majestic and vast. The staff hovered midair, encircled by a glowing ring of power. Wide-eyed in awe, Makyu rushed toward the circle. His body slowly merged into another dimension. Golden light swallowing his form. Scene shifts to the resurrection realm. He finds himself in a lush green forest. Crystals piercing the ground like stars. Makyu breathed deeply, admiring the serenity. This place felt way better than the corpse world. Hands in pockets, he casually strolled around. Ahead stood an ancient structure, draped in vines and flowers, utterly enchanting. Lost in this peaceful vibe, he wandered aimlessly. He stopped before a colossal statue of a woman. Makyu raised his staff, which floated swiftly in midair. The statue's shadow reached out and grasped the glowing staff. The statue gradually gained a soul. A woman with silvery hair holding the staff appeared. I am the fate goddess of the Xiansai realm. Greetings. Human. I was once a life goddess. The former life goddess. Makyu's jaw dropped in disbelief. She was a former deity. She gazed at the dreamy scenery ahead and sighed. It has been ages since I last saw such beauty. Perhaps this is my final moment. The fate goddess gently stepped onto the flowered grass and asked, Human, since you can come here, you have surely witnessed the scenes outside. Have not you? She glanced back and continued. The world outside was not always called the corpse realm. Its true name is the resurrection realm. But a certain god destroyed my world, turning it into a wasteland, slaughtering all 3 clans and killing me, and in the end, killing himself too. Makyu furrowed his brow. Honored fate goddess, may I ask among the gods and divine warriors of our human race, who is strongest? The fate goddess smiled warmly. If all are called divine warriors, then naturally, they share ranks. This includes the demon king of the Them Yen, the dragon king of the dragon clan. Gods have 3 tiers. I am a high-tier deity, which in your human terms probably means a level 97 divine warrior. He fell silent, deep in thought. Men and the 2 teachers were all god-tier warriors at level 95, the absolute elite of humanity. Just 1 level below god tier meant a massive gap in power. Together, the 3 might even rival a life god. But despite that, what exactly happened that year? He looked up at the staff's head calmly and spoke. The source of that great battle back then, it was this. I was never truly a life god. The gem at the staff's top glowed as the sweet voice of the life entity echoed. It was by gaining the staff of life that I became a life being. Suddenly, he added, this is something that can turn anyone into a life god. Messenger's eyes widened in shock, and all this might be an artifact on par with my Dana's set. The life god stretched out both hands, casting a spell on the staff of life, sincerely thanking the one who brought it to him, giving him one last chance to see these flowers once more, to smell their fragrance. The core of life in the staff of life was missing, its whereabouts unknown. If there's a chance, he said, maybe you could find it and restore the staff of life to its full power. With a joyful expression, he continued, though this is a divine item for humans, if one can unlock its power, there is a chance to become a god-tier warrior. I have reached the end of my time here, so let me give you a gift. The life god took the glowing staff and spoke earnestly. This is the core of my life condensed by my last bit of strength. If you can restore the staff of life and bring it here, I believe you will wield it well. The staff of life grants 3 charges, each unleashing god-tier power equivalent to a level 90 human warrior. He asked anxiously, is there still a chance to save the day? Before fading away, he left a final message. When you transcend to godhood, you will know if that chance exists. The life god vanished into the void, and everything in the hidden realm shattered under the impact. Msing sat silently, deep in thought. Lightning continued to strike relentlessly as he stared intently at the spot where the god had disappeared. Suddenly, someone shouted, another monster's attacking. The system popped up info, 2 bone armors. Msing called out, 2 bone armors. Immediately, 2 invisible bone armors appeared, shielding her. Feng Jiao collapsed in terror as a massive explosion rocked the area. Smoke and dust filled the air. She worriedly asked, are you okay? Suddenly, before her eyes, Msing appeared with wings spread, barreling towards her. Feng Jiao gasped. Wait, the spirit guardian in the hidden realm is reacting. He landed in front of her, concern etched on his face. What is going on? Feng Jiao urgently reported, I found an exit, but this place is crawling with dragons and undead demons. Msing asked. Startled, where's the exit? They both looked towards a distant, Mysterious beam of light. She shouted. Right there. He scooped her up and spread his massive wings. Flying straight ahead, suddenly, Messiang growled in alarm. Not good. We can fly. Feng Jia asked fearfully. Why? Behind them, a giant hand appeared. Ready to crush them both, it swung to strike, and he widened his eyes in terror. A colossal beast emerged. The system flashed info. Decayed Dragon Tribe. Level unknown. Messiang clenched his teeth. Worried. He did not know the dragon's level, but it had to be above level 80. He was no match for that. The decayed dragon opened its maw, ready to unleash an attack. Feng Jia stammered in fear. Dragon means. He gritted his teeth and growled. No other choice, we just have to buy time. Ahead, a swarm of dry undead creatures rushed in, forming a protective circle around the two. They winced in pain as bolts of lightning struck them. The decayed dragon roared, spewing fire forward. The system quickly updated. 45 warrior dry undead eliminated. 27 archmage dry undead eliminated. 23 divine guardian dry undead eliminated. Messiang worriedly calculated, wondering how long they could hold out. Suddenly, his wings were hit by something. Wide-eyed, he looked straight ahead in shock. A gigantic monster with a massive mouth on its belly appeared out of nowhere. The system displayed. Decayed demon. Level unknown. Its blood-red eyes burned with fury as it charged like a raging storm. A group of small dry undead near its feet fell lifeless once again. The demon hulking beast unleashed a flurry of strikes, wrapping its claws tightly around the target's body. A fierce explosion erupted. Then the system flashed an alert. 33 warrior golems destroyed. 12 grand mage golems eliminated. 18 divine guardian golems wiped out. Alerts kept pouring in. Elite soldiers were forced to transform within 30 seconds, boosting all basic stats by 200% and damage dealt by 500% during cooldown. Feng Jia gripped the staff anxiously, thinking, at least for these 30 seconds, the golem's defense will hold. Let us see how far that takes us. The two stopped before the mysterious circle. He asked in disbelief, is there a way to break the barrier? She quickly replied, yes, but it will take a little time. Behind them, the hulking demon scorched everything in its path. It attacked with brutal ferocity, razor-sharp claws slashing wildly. And the system flashed another alert. 28 warrior golems destroyed. 15 grand mage golems eliminated. 19 divine guardian golems wiped out. Up ahead, Feng Jia poured all her strength into shattering the barrier, her face grim. She announced, I need 2 more minutes. No less, Manhwa replied fearfully. 1 minute. I do not think we will last that long. It turned out the monsters had surrounded the two, eyes blazing with hunger. Moving like a deadly tide, a massive golem emerged, ready to swallow the two whole. It lunged forward. Snarling fiercely, Feng Jia gritted her teeth and forced herself to move faster. The giant beast's huge paw crept closer to Manhwa. He clenched his teeth in terror, thinking, did I really have to use the staff of light the moment I got it? Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth. Someone with incredible power appeared, standing between Manhwa and the monster. Manhwa stared in awe at the armored man wielding a gleaming sword. He was human. Manhwa could not believe his eyes, thinking, he is protecting me. Though his armor was battered and worn, the human warrior stood strong, ready to fight. Manhwa gasped, no, he is protecting humanity, even with a body that is falling apart. His spirit has not faded. The monster, covered in spikes, charged forward. The warrior leapt high and slashed right through its chest. Feng Jia glanced back and shouted. Almost there. Another explosion rocked the battlefield, but the monsters remained unfazed. Manhwa stared at them in disbelief, thinking, their goal is clear, they are after the Staff of Light. The human warrior kept fighting relentlessly, darting back and forth, striking the monsters with precise slashes. Suddenly, a group of warriors appeared, standing defiantly before the giant beasts. Manhwa's eyes widened in shock. These were all ancient human elders, wielding transcendental power beyond time itself to protect future generations. Feng Jia cried out, it is, we can leave this world now. Suddenly, Manhwa turned back with heartfelt sincerity, if I get the chance, I will come back here. Please take care of it. With that, the two stepped into the barrier, their shadows fading away. Elsewhere, the sky flashed with golden beams. As if announcing something, a golden beam shot down from the heavens, and a voice boomed. Humans are being teleported back from the other world. Humans are being teleported back from the other world. And Van suddenly appeared beneath the sealed stone peak. The guardian spirits hurried over. And then, we did not expect you to arrive so soon, he asked sharply. Tell me, who was teleported out? Just then, Manhwa and Fu appeared. A guardian spirit responded. 1 male. 1 female. And Van gasped loudly. Jiao Nai. Knowing they were safe, he let out a relieved breath, and Van glanced around and announced. This time, you were lucky. The Dongfuang clan is safe, he declared coldly, ignoring the shocked guardians. and withdrew the divine tower. As he withdrew, and Van cast a spell to depart, shifting the scene to a magnificent ancient Russian fortress nestled in a dense forest. 5 minutes later, the massive stone mountain sealed behind Mak Ingu and Fuang Jiao was lifted. She gasped as Fuang Jiao approached, hurriedly calling out, "Father!" They embraced tightly. Fuang Jiao, tears streaming, whispered, "Father, I thought I would never see you again." The old man held her close, soothing her. "It is okay now. Everything's all right. You gave the order to hunt them down this time. The Eastern clan owes me a damn good explanation, honestly. Sir Lam, rest assured this time the fault is ours. We promise to give you a clear explanation and compensation that will satisfy you." Hearing that, you could not help but be shocked. You blurted out, "Where is she?" He smirked slyly. "Right outside the Imperial Palace. I will take you there." Messi Angel's wings twitched coldly as she refused. "No need. Just give me the address, I will get there myself." Then she quickly took off, flying away. Moments later, Messang spotted a familiar silhouette. Messahun glanced back warily. "On guard." You landed right in front of her, calling out urgently. Sis, overcome with emotion. Messahun burst into tears and threw her arms around you, trying to soothe you. "Little N. I knew you would be okay." You smiled softly. "Of course. I am. Otherwise, how would you have known to come into this world?" She gently stroked your hair, explaining quietly, "I do not really know what this world is. It was your master who calculated you might be in danger and told me to come." Messahun worriedly reported. "You have no idea when you were in trouble. Your masters nearly smashed the entire Eastern clan to pieces." You nodded stiffly. "So the masters already knew. Seeing you come back safe, I thought to myself, now that little Ingu is strong, with seniors watching over her, maybe I do not have to worry so much anymore." Messahun wiped her tears and said, "All right, seeing you safe puts my heart at ease. Go meet your masters, they are probably worried sick." Messiang anxiously asked, "What about you?" She regained her confident posture and replied, "I have got to get back to training. I have been guarding you all month, and your masters are probably about to lose it." You chuckled, watching Messahun walk away, thinking, her masters really are strict. Elsewhere, Fang Junjiao was recounting everything that happened in the world. Fang Jit listened, stunned and muttering. Turns out Jialai survived and came back thanks to Lam then Tiang. Fang Jit stroked his beard, smiling admiringly. "That guy's insanely calm, way beyond ordinary." He added with reverence, "Not only did he survive that world, but he also found a rare opportunity. Even if we went in, I doubt we would all make it out alive." After hearing everything, Fang Jit's voice echoed in the room. "Rest a few days first. Then Jiao Nai and I will go find Lam then Titen." Back home, Mai Xing faced relentless questioning from the three masters. One master asked, "So you mean the goddess has entrusted you with the life core? If you find it, you might become a super god level." And Vin, sitting nearby, chimed in, "I do not think that is necessarily good. External tools can be used, but you can rely on them." Vin calmly disagreed. "Old man, someone like you with a divine tower has no right to say that, but he is right at the end of the day. The most reliable power is your own. Don't worry. I won't depend on any outside help." Su Aning asked coldly, "Master, after a person dies, can they come back to life?" Vin lifted his teacup, explaining slowly, "If a soul mark remains, there is still a chance to save them. But if a god-level powerhouse does, that is it, no second chances." Messiang turned puzzled. "Why can't god-level powerhouses be saved?" Changxian cackled dryly. "You will understand someday though. We do not know what you went through in that world, but you do not need to think about it now. That is a long way off." Hun snapped his fingers, grinning dangerously. "You got lucky this time, kid. Just remember to hold back a bit. The Eastern clan will definitely come begging for forgiveness within 2 days. The Eastern clan is royalty, they won't skimp on the compensation. When the time comes, the master will help you get a good deal." And Vin advised calmly, "Rest up these days. When it comes to scams, your master's the best." Messian choked out, "Yes, sir." Scene shift to Havekin Academy. You stroll and ponder, wondering if those seniors really could not be saved. Suddenly, a hand taps your shoulder from behind. You turn to see a girl standing there and call out, "Wah-wah." She happily slung her arm around Makangu and said, "Finally completing Grandpa's mission. Now she can come see you." "Why, shyly brat. Grandpa took me somewhere to level up, and now I have successfully evolved and ascended in my profession." The system displayed the info. Shadow Walker. Level 40. She cheerfully pulled him forward. "It has been ages since we last met. I want to hear the story of what happened to you, And there is so much I want to say too. Under the blazing sunset, their hands intertwined, inseparable, Mak Ingu and Yi Yi walked to the edge to take in the view. When suddenly she gasped in shock. It turned out he was recounting past events. She laughed so hard tears streamed down her face. After some playful teasing, Ai rested her head on Mak Ingu's shoulder to relax. 2 days later, in a massive hall bustling with countless warriors, she cast a shy glance and said, "It has been a while. You still have not taken me on a dungeon run, what a waste." As they entered the hall, the warriors could not help but be stunned, shouting in unison, "Lum Then Tte is back. Wait, who is that guy?" She was over the moon finally getting to run dungeons with Lum Down Tt Then. Which dungeon will he hit this time? Yai chuckled. "You are seriously impressive. Everyone's eyes are on you now." Making replied coldly, "Compared to the human race sages, I already," she laughed. Energized. "I feel like you are destined to surpass them, defeat the Dragon Clan, and wipe out the Abyss." He spoke up. "Let us pick a dungeon suitable for leveling. There is one called the Divine Beast Plateau." Maku casually agreed. "All right, then the Divine Beast Plateau it is." He stepped forward and selected the orb in front of him. The system popped up. Divine Beast Plateau. Dungeon level 45, max 50 players. Dungeon record, Academy of Light God, 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. Academy of Creation, 6 hours 52 minutes 1 second. Academy of Flame Emperor, 6 hours 53 minutes 31 seconds. The onlookers gasped. Lum Then Tdu's gonna challenge the Divine Beast Plateau. No way. Is he about to break the record for the big dungeon? That girl is so lucky. Lum Then Tikaris actually taking her to run the dungeon. Lum Then Titan can solo desert warlords. Clearing the Divine Beast Plateau should be a cakewalk for him. Right? The two strolled calmly through the barrier gate, ignoring the bewildered crowd. Suddenly, a powerful troop appeared at the front of the barrier. The gossipers gasped. That is the team from the Flame Emperor Academy. The troop steadily advanced into the barrier, while the crowd kept chatting. "I just turned 23 today, and the Divine Beast's avatar has been renewed." Back then, the three great academies fought over the Divine Beast's avatar, but the Academy of Light Gods snatched it first. The Academy of Light Gods' full team had arrived. Cheers erupted. The Light God Academy S squad is here. Looks like the three great academies are battling again for the Divine Beast's avatar. Rumor has it defeating it grants huge rewards. Who will claim it first this time? The Light God Academy's team entered the barrier, leaving behind a flurry of bets. But this time Lum and Thentintigi is in the dungeon too. Who dies by whose hand is still anyone's guess. I trust Lum, Teeter, but his opponent is the top squad from the three great academies. Inside the Divine Beast Plateau dungeon, I laughed relaxedly. Just leveling up as usual. Haven't he relaxed like this in ages? Contrary to her carefree vibe, Maku was already preparing to reset his skills. Coldly warning, "It is time to start." Suddenly, a cloth appeared out of nowhere. Before them was Yai holding a cloth full of snacks. Raising both hands determinedly, "Let us." I ready. Immediately, streams of blue light began to glow. "You unleashed magic? Go forth." "My soldiers." A horde of dried warriors gradually took form. I's eyes widened in shock. How did so many just appear out of nowhere? She gazed at the mighty troops ahead and sighed. Looks like I really do not have to lift a finger. A battalion of dried warriors assembled. Fierce waves of attacks came crashing down from seasoned warriors to the scrappy mutt fighting back. The system announced. Highland Wolf boss level 46 defeated. 920,000 XP earned. Plus triple tier premium loot. Elsewhere, a seasoned warrior set fire to a beast. The system chimed again. Highland Antelope level 45 slain. 900,000 XP gained. Double tier premium loot awarded. One after another. System alerts popped up. I munched away, marveling. Leveling up is way faster with a team than solo grinding. Suddenly, Maku lifted his hand and spoke up. "Found it. Let us move." IE was stunned by the sensation of floating. Thinking silently. Still flying. Since we parted ways, he has become seriously formidable. She squeezed her eyes shut. Shyly leaning on his shoulder, Maku flew to a narrow stream, his voice cold. The Highland Beast God's domain consists of 4 separate regions. Monsters get tougher the deeper you go. The real rewards lie in conquering the final Highland. The two advanced to the second Highland, known as the Highland Spirit. As they landed, terrifying growls filled the air. Maku coldly assessed the situation. "Our luck's running thin. We just arrived and already ran into the boss." Before Maku appeared a massive Savage Tiger. The system displayed its info. Highland Giant Tiger, Elite Boss. Reinforced type, level 47. Power, 60,000. Agility, 30,000. Spirit, 10,000. Skill, 80,000. Special moves, Roar and Heavy Strike Tiger. Yuanjing scowled and cursed. What a pain in the neck. No sooner had he spoken, Makyu's squad launched their attack. Each slash cut like lightning. Moments later, the system announced, Highland Giant Tiger slain. Makyu's team had grown so strong. Even the elite bosses of the Highland Beast Gods were falling. Yuanjiang said coldly, let us move quickly to the final Highland. She hesitated but finally replied. All right, the two rushed forward. IA quickly explained, this massive dungeon is called the Highland Beast Gods because their true forms lie within. Legend says the Beast Gods are deities, and their true forms refresh once every 3 years in the dungeon. She recalled the bone shard they would found and shared. The quicker you kill them, the better the rewards. Last time, the Dawn Academy team took 40 minutes to kill one, and they scored a bone shard used to craft boss-level jewelry. Makyu chuckled thoughtfully. So rewards depend on kill time? Then we need to go all out. After a while, they reached a new area, the third Highland of the Beast Gods. Ahead was a bridge crawling with countless snakes, and in the distance, a giant serpent awaited. I broke out in a cold sweat. So many snakes. This is terrifying. Before she could recover, Makyu scooped her up and flew forward. Swiftly, he sliced through the snakes, blocking their path. In no time, the monsters were wiped out. Makyu soared higher. Moving ahead, the system flashed. White-eyed Venom Snake level 47 defeated. 940,000 XP gained. Triple Snake tier loot acquired. Scene shifts to the Dawn Academy team's location. The Dawn Academy captain barked orders. Move faster. Do not let the Dawn God or Flame Emperor beat us to it. 3 years ago, the Dawn God team got here first and dealt with the Beast God's true form. This time, we are taking revenge. They charged across the bridge, fierce determination burning in their eyes. Ahead was a giant tiger. The Dawn Academy team surrounded it, shouting battle cries. Meanwhile, in an observation room, 4 people watched the Dawn Academy fight unfold. The black-haired man stroking his beard was the Dawn Academy's dean. He spoke sharply. Last time, the Dawn God Academy claimed the glory. Now, it is our turn, the Dawn Academy. The blue-haired man was the dean of the Dawn God Academy. The woman speaking was the dean of the Flame Emperor Academy, Lu Yan. This time, it is the Flame Emperor Academy's turn. Naturally, watching the fiery battle unfold, they said, let the little punk go, just watch. Latvium gasped in shock, never expecting that Lam Then Tong would actually enter the Divine Beast Plateau dungeon. And what is more, they were about to break through to the third plateau. Kahian's eyes widened in surprise. Looks like this time, Lam Then Tong might just lead the charge. The only question, how long would it take him to defeat the Divine Beast's true form? Tina chuckled arrogantly. The previous record was 37 minutes. But today that record's gonna be smashed by Lam Then Tong. Cut to the dungeon. Both of them are still moving forward. Now at the fourth Divine Beast Plateau, I carefully reported, the difficulty of this Divine Beast Plateau is almost at the medium level here on the fourth plateau. They call this the Leader's Plateau, because there are no ordinary monsters, only the bosses. Suddenly, behind them, 2 mysterious figures appeared. Masku and I watched as 2 colossal beasts clashed fiercely. System alert. Defeated level 47 Great Plateau Tiger. Gained 1,400,000 XP. Defeated level 47 Giant Serpent. Gained 940,000 XP. Dust flew everywhere, and the eyes of both creatures glowed fiercely. Observing closely, it turns out the monsters of the fourth plateau were created by the leaders of the previous plateau. Masku nodded with excitement. It has been a while since we have seen such monsters. Time to test them out. Just as they pulled back, the dry bones squad below was moving forward. Black VM asked with confusion. Cao Hian, what is Lam Then Tong planning? How's he gonna handle these fourth plateau bosses? The old man confidently said. You gotta be careful inch by inch with the fourth plateau. Even our stealth team would need 2 hours to clear it. She asked cautiously. Ninglao, how long do you think Lam Then Tong will take to sweep through the fourth plateau? Dainan answered thoughtfully. If that kid's serious, about 10 minutes tops. Both of them gasped. 10 minutes? No way, he calmly replied. Just watch and see. Inside the secret realm, the giant bear and tiger were growling fiercely. Showing off their strength, deep forest monsters were chasing the dry bones squad towards a deadly cliff. In the distance, Masku waited casually. Come on over. The dry bones squad stopped, readying to shoot. An arrow flew straight into the glowing eye of the bear guardian. Another volley hit the tiger's face. A huge explosion followed. He laughed with delight. A spectacular blast. Long time no see. Sang Choi, the squad leader, detonated the cluster of beasts. System alert. Explosion took out all enemies. Dust flying everywhere. The beast charred black, Kahian exclaimed. They started attacking and it was over in just 10 seconds. Right? Is it really done? Lakvium's jaw dropped. Not even 10 seconds. The Nan pondered quietly. This is the first time I have seen that kid kill monsters this fast. Unbelievable. The old man chuckled. I want to invite Lam Then Tong to join my Divine Light Academy. She held a cigarette in her mouth and protested. No way. Your Divine Light Academy already has enough geniuses. Lam Then Tong fits better in our Flame Emperor Academy. They kept arguing. Kahian snapped. Our Divine Light Academy is the top of the 3 big academies. No matter what, he belongs with us. Lakvium shrugged. So what if Lam Then Tong goes to Divine Light? Do you really think resources will just magically split? Besides, who even says you are the top academy out of the 3? Dainhen broke a sweat listening to their shouting match. Suddenly, their attention shifted to the last person in the room. Dong then asked, Hong Tin, you seem off today. What is going on? He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Actually, Lam Then Tong already joined my Genesis Academy. The others gasped in surprise. Lakvium scowled. Since when? Dainan hesitated. It has been a while now. Kahian frowned. Spill it. What tricks did you use to lure Lam Then Tong in? He waved his hand angrily. Lure? No way. He is clearly the true divine god Lam Then Tong. Dainan got so mad he snapped. All right. Everyone zip it. A system alert sounded. The divine beast's true form is about to appear inside the secret realm. Plateau No. 4. The rocky ground slowly cracks open, unleashing healing energy everywhere. A stone statue begins to emerge, and everything around starts to tremble. Mastu stared wide-eyed in shock. It is the true form of the beast god. He thought to himself, I have seen a being just like this before. Fuang Rao nervously backed away to dodge, eyeing the beast in front of him, thinking, I have encountered this creature before in the sealed world. Black energy swirled and converged into one spot. Lightning sparks struck together, and the rocky ground began to crack. The system announced, the true form of the beast god has awakened. Mastu stared at the towering beast, thinking, there is no way this is wrong. He looked at the massive arm holding a stone pillar and confirmed silently, I met this beast in the sealed trial world. It has to be the real beast god. The system displayed, true form of the beast god leader. Enhanced type. Power level, 120,000. Agility, 100,000. Spirit, 50,000. Physique, 130,000. Skill, world-destroying staff wipes out thousands of troops. Traits, 30% elemental damage reduction. Increased attack power. Boosted speed. Mastu grinned with glee. The stats are insanely strong, even surpassing bosses of the same rank in the ancient trial arena. But why was I scared of it back in the sealed world? Ai covered her mouth, shocked. Whispering, the true form of the beast god. He smiled dangerously and asked, so the faster we kill it, the better the rewards. Right? She blinked in disbelief. Yeah? Masked you? Could it be you are? Mastu gave a sly look and asked, if I wipe it out quickly, I wonder how insane the rewards will be. He fell silent and cast magic, one hand glowing with blue energy, the other radiating red. The system displayed the skill info, original forge weakness. Soul flame, chain stretched out, creeping toward the beast god's true form. It growled in irritation at being restrained. The beast god's true form lifted its head and growled. Mastu smiled, saying, with 200 growth and enhanced balance, my spirit attribute has surpassed 150,000, and the soul flame's damage has skyrocketed. It roared, clutching its head with both hands. The beast god's true form howled in pain. A volley of arrows rained down. Am I dreaming? It stood tall, absorbing every hit. The beast god's true form slowly collapsed. Its arms pierced through with arrows. The Dryland troops rushed in fast, launching a fierce assault on the beast god's true form. Arrows flew everywhere, and Sang blazed onto the scene once again. Ai's eyes widened in astonishment. Am I still dreaming? In the observation room, Gao Xianjing asked in shock. Old Ning, did the day just glitch or something? Tai Ren excitedly praised. Lin Shenjiang lives up to his name. Lesavim said admiringly. I have lived decades but never seen anything this unreal before. Tai Ren tilted his head and warned. Don't let today's events leak out. You all know how things are now. If word gets out, those guys won't hesitate. They will just assassinate Lin Tu too. The 3 immediately responded. Understood. Inside the secret realm, Mastu slipped his hand into his pocket. Eyes fixed on the glowing red circle ahead, he carefully reached out and touched the source of the mysterious light. A piece of info popped up. Received beast god's leg bone. The leg bone, before the beast god ascended to godhood, contains a fragment of divine essence. Beneath it a vial of blood essence. The system displayed. Obtained beast god's blood essence. A physical class essence usable by professions. At 3rd transformation, it can upgrade profession advancement rates significantly and has a chance to awaken special talents. Tai Ren gasped in shock at the beast goddess blood essence. Suddenly, the observation room lost connection to the barrier. Everyone inside was stunned. The 3 anxiously called out, Look! Mastu stared at the 2 items before him, thinking, beast god's blood essence, yet it can only be used by physical classes. and this is the beast god's leg bone. Though it does not compare to my divine finger bone, its effects are probably close. Awakening has no more effect on me anyway. He tossed the two items behind him and said, "I.e., you take these." She waved him off quickly, refusing. "I do not need them. Besides, with you here, I do not have to fight." Mastyu stepped forward, rubbing her head, saying, "Take them. I have got something better now." I sighed but accepted. "All right. I will hold on to them for you. Just give them back when you need to use them." Suddenly, a purple circle appeared in the sky, and a voice echoed from within, "Little toy, take your hand away right now." The image of Thynian Chaptran appeared before her, and she gasped, "Grandpa." He turned around, confused, asking, "Senior Ning, why are you here already?" Thynian softly asked. "Lamt, did you just obtain the beast god's bone marrow and beast god's blood essence? Do you understand the value of these two things?" Makang replied coldly, "I have heard about them." He looked at the bone marrow in front of him and said, "The divine essence contained within the beast gods, a bone marrow can help demigods quickly comprehend and increase their chances of becoming full gods." Thynian continued, "As for the beast god's blood essence, although directly consuming it boosts a class advancement rate by about 15% during the third transformation, it can also be made into a divine blood pill that doubles the upgrade success rate." He hesitated, then asked, "Senior Ning, you came all this way to see me because you want to make a deal, right?" He folded his arms and replied seriously, "That is right. To make the divine blood pill, you do not just need other treasures for support, but also the right conditions. Roughly, one portion of blood essence can make 3 pills." Thynian held up 3 fingers and said, "I will handle all this, no need for you to worry. Of the 3 pills, you keep 1, I take, and the rest goes to the alchemist." "How's that sound?" Maku pondered, surprised at how high the alchemist's price was, but trusted Senior Ning would not trick him. He nodded. "All right." He smiled with approval, and Maknu pursed his lips, then asked, "But Senior Ning, who is the divine blood pill actually for?" Thynian chuckled, "I only have one precious granddaughter. If not for her, who else would it be for?" He was stunned, deep in thought. Of course, the beast god's blood essence was originally meant for Yaye. She reached out to take the blood and bone marrow. Yaye calmly stepped forward and spoke. "Grandpa," he asked in surprise, "Yaye, why is the beast god's blood essence with you?" I smiled playfully. "Huh. Makingu said it was for me. Now that you and he have reached an agreement, I am handing it over to you." Thynian stammered as if frozen. "So you mean the beast god's blood essence actually belongs to you?" She quickly explained, "I am just helping keep it safe for him." He angrily scolded, "You little brat. How dare you scheme against me?" Makyu pretended to look innocent. "Senior Ning, you never asked," Yai quickly said. "Grandpa, that bone marrow is a treasure that helps someone ascend to godhood. Makyu needs it too." Thynian turned his back to them as his body slowly faded away. "After all, that brat is for you. Consider it an engagement gift from me to him." She blushed, shyly complaining, "Engagement gift? Grandpa? Really now?" He walked over with a teasing smile. "Yai, looks like Senior Ning tricked you by trading that beast god's bone marrow for me." Yai blushed, pouting, "Stop saying that." Meanwhile, back in the testing room, Thynian had returned, and the 3 inside could not help but be shocked. "Senior Ning is back," they eagerly asked. "Senior Ning, is it true that Mak Ingyu actually got the treasure, the beast god's bone marrow?" He raised his hand proudly. "Yes, here is the beast god's bone marrow and blood essence." Thynian boasted, "It is truly the beast god's bone marrow and blood essence." Gao Hian looked amazed. Lam Shen General's luck is unbelievable. Getting both these items, he is definitely going to become a full god soon. Lakvium eagerly praised, "Luck? That is not luck, it is Lam Shen General's real strength." Thynian laughed smugly. "God general or not, these 2 things are now in my hands, are not they?" Lakvium asked suspiciously. "Senior Ning, did you make some deal with Lam Shen General?" He abruptly turned away, grumbling, "Mind your own business." Gahin suddenly acted serious. "Senior Ning," she said quietly, "can you show us the beast god's bone marrow? You know, right? We are all stuck at demigod level for now." Tina furrowed his brow at Cao Haiyan's suggestion. The Ainan chuckled coolly, "It is no big deal. Just hang tight here. I will bring them back soon." Lo Kiniga beamed, grateful. "Thank you, knights." Dung hovered in the air, gradually glowing. Tinny sat down, his body blazing with energy. The old man squinted, struggling to hold on, sweat pouring down his face. The Iandiv thought silently. Tinhee is the closest to God tier among us, could it be? His gaze fixed ahead as Tinhee began to absorb the power radiating from the duttering fragment. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open, shining brightly as everything around seemed to still. A mysterious glow emanated from Tinhee's body. A beam of light shot straight up, exciting everyone outside who cheered. God tier breath. Our people finally have another God tier powerhouse. The light soared like a pillar into the sky, and something appeared riding it. The Ainan gasped in disbelief. A God tier wave. Is Tina really about to ascend? Ka Hyan and Luck Fim shot him envious looks as they said, Tinhee's about to become a God tier. Didn't expect him to beat us to it. Then Tinhai appeared beside the Ainan. Sighing, he really is ascending. The old man laughed proudly. Aren't you gonna thank me? If I had not in the divine beast's leg bone from that kid Lam, would Tinhee have ascended this fast? Still focused ahead, he replied. So that is how it is? Looks like we owe Lam then Tita some thanks this time. The Ainan snapped angrily. Thanks him for what? If anyone deserves thanks, it is. Meanwhile, Tina arched his back, absorbing the power. Cheers erupted around him. He did it. Our people finally have another God tier warrior. At the entrance to the secret realm, two figures stepped out. The system displayed records. Divine Beastplow Dungeon Messian, 3 hours 12 minutes 38 seconds. Bright God Academy, 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. Dawn Academy, 6 hours 52 minutes 1 second. Messian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. 3 hours straight. I was shocked and asked, MCNU is twice as fast as any other Academy's team, and he is still not satisfied. He stepped toward the dungeon selection and ordered, keep scanning dungeons. I will speed things up this time. The warriors outside buzzed with excitement. Lumthen TT is diving into dungeons again. No wonder they call him Lemden TT Thundered, taking his girl to crush dungeons and set new records. This is only the beginning. The next runs will be even more insane. A red-faced warrior shouted. Every time the divine beast's leg bone updates, the three big academies hunt it down. This time, we finally get to see their disappointed faces. Another patted his shoulder. Exactly. That look will be priceless. Lum then Titang's achievements will crush their hopes. Cut to a new secret realm. Two people stand on a hill looking down. Msinging wraps his arms around Lo, who is busy fixing her powerful wings. This time, we head straight to the fourth plateau. She looked down at the troops below. Worried? What about the bosses on those plateaus? Msing replied bluntly. Just leave some bones behind to deal with them. After a moment, the two stopped before a statue of a gorilla clutching a stone. The system flashed the info. Phantom Beast God, world-class leader, rank 52, power 100,000, agility 80,000, stamina 4,000, skills 100,000, sweeping the celestial army. Traits enhanced. Just as the massive beast reappeared, Maku's cold voice cut through. No time to play tag. This time, I am wiping them out fast. The beast god stood right before him face to face. Meanwhile, at the Dawn Academy team, Fuongxiu chuckled softly. Finally, we get to crush the beast god's true form. He was their team captain. Our plateau stronghold's practically flawless. Looks like this new record's ours for the taking. Back with Maku, the beast god gathered its power, leaping to crush him in one strike. Fuongxiu gasped in shock. What is going on? Why is it just the beast god's phantom? Where's the true form? Could it have been snatched by the two rival academies already? Furious, he barked orders. No way. They can be faster than us. Forget that, kill the phantom first. Then we will check it out. At the Dawn Academy, Lang Natchin clenched his teeth. Furious? Why is it only the beast god's phantom? Over at the Flame Emperor Academy, they were equally stunned. Why just a phantom? Have we already fallen behind? Meanwhile, with Matt, the chaos settled, the two slowly pulled away. He caught Ig into his arms. Boasting, guess our speed this time's finally enough. She smiled back. Pleased, I swear. After blitzing through this dungeon on the hyperspeed train, how could we not be fast enough? The portal's light brightened. Maku grinned. Let us roll. Now we can upgrade without worry. Their figures faded behind the gate. The onlooking warriors were stunned. No way, that is the record Lam Then Tong just set. They cheered eagerly, itching to see how the big three academies teams would react to this new record. 3 hours later, one team had finished their fight. Fuongxiu shouted orders. Hurry up. Check the leaderboard. The juniors began to snap out of their daze. The three captains glared at each other, gritting their teeth. Move it. Check the board. Who beat the true form? Natchin stared at the leaderboard in shock. 9 minutes 43 seconds. He forced a bitter smile. No wonder it is Lam Then Tong. Just watching him crush it is soul-crushing. Fuongxiu fumed from behind. No way. That kind of record can be legit. So what if he is a god general? He must be cheated somehow. Natchin shook his head. Let us head back. Lam Then Tong's results are solid, no issues. Hung and asked in surprise. Lang Nat Chien, did not expect you to back Lam Then Tong. Is he really that formidable? He bowed his head with a cold smile. Meeting Lam Then Tong was like seeing a light in the darkness. Hearing this, Hung and snapped. All right, let us go back. At that moment, Mak Yu and also exited the dungeon. Fuang Xiu shot a sharp glance their way. He looked up. You are Mak Yu, the youngest god general. Who is that teammate of yours? He looked puzzled. Fuang Xiu. What are you scheming now? Hung and clapped with a wicked grin. That fool Fuang Xiu, this is gonna be good. Mak Yu snapped. Who are you? Fuang Xiu replied angrily. I am Fuang Xiu from Dawn Academy. Mak Yu demanded. Tell me, how did you clear the dungeon? How did you pull off a record like that? I growled. Are you crazy or what? How exactly did we clear the dungeon? Why should I tell you? Fuang Xiu haughtily snapped. I am asking him. Not you, Mak Yu bristled. I owe you no explanation. And another thing, watch your tone and know your place. Don't talk to me like that. Fuang Xiu arrogantly introduced himself. I am the genius of Dawn Academy. Even if I am late, I will still become a god general. I want to answer. Maybe because you cheated. Why was speechless? Mak Yu at. Fine. Talk to me when you make god general. Until then, get out of my way and stop blocking my dungeon run. Fuang Xiu refuses to back down. I just want to ask you a few questions. Once you answer, I will step aside. But if you act like this, becoming a divine general is probably just dumb luck. I can hold back. Surprise, this is the dungeon of the Academy of Light. Not your personal playground to act like a tyrant. He absolutely refuses. I told it. Answer my questions and I will back off. Messi Avara suddenly sharpens. Cold and deadly. Kahin snorts coldly. Think there will be another chance to open the sacred ground. I have made up my mind. Get your stuff in order and handle it. He reluctantly accepts the order. 10 days later, Meth Hung and a partner are clearing dungeons again. Bosses falling one after another. Yaya is thrilled with her progress after 10 days of dungeon runs. She has finally hit level 44. Masan just leveled up to 45, unlocking the Death Spirit Law. Suddenly, a beep sounds from his pocket. Opening it, he sees a message from Wai Vin. Little rascal, come here now. He agrees immediately. Two people have just been teleported. Masang's eyes widen, his gaze shifts to a glowing star core pulsing with power. He thinks, this has to be divine level energy. Meshang approaches and says, Congrats, Headmaster, on breaking through to divine level. The headmaster smiles brightly. All right. General Lam, thanks to your beast god's essence. Old man here could not have broken through to divine level so fast. Ivan happily announces. Lum Taiyu to called you here because the Academy's sacred ground is about to open. You are also a member of the Academy of Light. Headmaster Mess has decided to let you join. The Star Corps sneers. Right? The sacred ground will open soon, and we need to brief you on some important details. The sacred ground is full of life forms, and they are aggressive. Remember, do not go helping them. Approaching the sacred ground is center. There are many trees with edible fruits. Eat as much as you can, it will be to your advantage. Our headmaster watches everything closely. Messian does not just clear dungeons fast, he wipes out every monster inside. Do you even know how long it took General Lam to beat the beast goddess clone? If he really used dirty tricks like you say, do not you think we would have caught on? Fuang Xiu is speechless, wondering just how foolish he has been standing before a divine general. Gaoxian continued, you are a genius of the Divine Academy, but there's a huge gap between you and Lin Shenjiang. One of the main reasons, your massive ego. Looking down on others, this ends now. Go prep the team and get ready to head to the training ground. Fang Kao still hesitated, but the director said, in a few days, the Divine Academy's sacred ground will open. If you pass up this chance, Gaoxian snorted coldly. You think there will be a next time for the sacred ground to open? My mind's made up. Just throw the match and sort everything out for me. He had no choice but to obey the order. 10 days later, the two-man team of Maku was busy clearing dungeons. Bosses falling one after another. Yae was thrilled with her progress after grinding dungeons for 10 days straight. She finally hit level 44. Maku also leveled up to 45, unlocking the initial stage of the Death Spirit spell, when suddenly a beep rang from his pocket. Opening it, he saw a message from Yayu. Little tester, come over here. Without hesitation, he agreed. Two people have just been teleported. Mac's eyes widened in surprise. His gaze locked on the glowing aura radiating divine power. He thought to himself, this is God-tier energy. Mac Yu approached and bowed. Congrats to the director on breaking through to God level. The old man smiled brightly. All right, Lin Shenji, luckily, I have your divine spirit beast's blessing. Otherwise I would not have climbed to God level so fast. Yuan announced cheerfully. Lin Xiaozi summoned you here because the sacred ground of the Divine Academy is about to open. Since you are also a member of the Divine Academy, Director Mac has decided to send you there. The glowing aura smirked and added, that is right. The sacred ground will open in the next few days. We also want to warn you about some important things. The sacred ground is full of hostile creatures. Remember, do not go helping them out. As you get closer to the center, you will see lots of trees with edible fruits. Eat as many as you can, it will benefit you. He gripped his hand tightly and warned, after eating the fruits, you will enter the second phase, where you will gain insights, but exactly what you will comprehend is unique to each person. Once you pass that, you move into the next stage. There is little info on this first phase, but from past experience, it probably ties into the insights you will gain in phase 2. Tina Trenthon warned that after stage 3, there is even a fourth phase, but very few make it past stage 3, and most lose their memories when entering the ancestral land. So no one really knows what happens there. The old man carefully instructed that the ancestral land only opens once every 5 years, and this time, 30 people including you will participate together. How much opportunity you find depends entirely on yourself. Msiang smiled gratefully. Thank you, Director Mas. 2 days later, a pillar of light appeared again, scattering the birds in a panic. Mesihun bit her lip as she heard the crowd shouting, the ancestral land is opening. The big players have arrived. Thunfring V, grinning slyly at the woman ahead, thought to himself, never thought I would get to step into the ancestral land alongside the Metasei Hun goddess. Gotta make sure I show my best side. Fejing V, older brother of Fiang Siyu, 61 years old, legendary Great Holy Light Knight. Suddenly, Mesihun turned and called out cheerfully to the boy. Tai Yuan. She walked over and called again. Tai Yuan. Mesiang asked curiously, you want to enter the ancestral land too? Didn't you already pass level 70 and breakthrough? Mesihun smiled brightly. Who said you can eat her after surpassing level 70? She then greeted the woman beside him. You're right? Tai Yuan talks about you all the time. Thanks for taking care of Tu. The woman shyly denied it. It is nothing. He is the one who took me to train. Mesivun stepped forward and spoke. Long time no see. Mesang replied. Long time no see. The onlookers, seeing him surrounded by 3 women, could not help but feel jealous. Who the heck is this guy? What is his deal? Suddenly, something appeared. Mess Evan quickly announced. Looks like the ancestral land just opened. The mysterious gate revealed itself, and the crowd erupted in shocked cheers. The ancestral land is open. MCing fell into thought. This life energy. It is so much like the life authority staff. Could the heart of life really be in the ancestral land? Tinha coldly ordered. Everyone, enter the ancestral land in order. Fiang Siyu's eyes gleamed with excitement as the light flooded the forest. A blonde guy quickly spoke up. I am Light Feng, level 56, legendary great arcane mage. Alright folks, I am taking the lead here. Saying that, Light Feng took off into the sky, ready to head somewhere else. But confusion set in as he shouted, wait, what? No one told me you can fly here. Seconds later, he fell, crashing down as he prepared to land right on a rabbit below. Light Feng landed painfully while the rabbit looked up at the sky. Utterly miserable, Hun tilted his head in anger. What kind of crazy place is this? No flying allowed. Then Hinan warned, if you kill any animals here, stay far away from me. Fun Vilmva, putting on a shy act, suggested, Miss Manhua, shall we go together? Mehan coldly refused. No need. Taiyu Unda and I are going together. Msing smiled softly. Says, let us. The woman happily stepped closer and replied. All right. The 4 of them laughed and chatted, while Fime V clenched his lips in frustration. They slowly ventured deeper, and you quietly reminded them to be careful not to harm any life here. I curiously ask, what happens if you kill a lot? Mesahun grinned mischievously. You turn into an animal and get stuck here forever. Startled, she covered her mouth in fear. As Mexiven moved forward, Mciang grabbed her arm sharply. Watch out! It turned out to be a bug on a leaf, and she jumped back in horror. Mesiven exclaimed in surprise. Thanks. Your spiritual energy is pretty strong. It is good for sensing life forms. Mesihun held up a compass and surveyed the area, then looked up and ordered, follow me. The 3 of them followed Mesihun's lead. Hours later, deep inside the mysterious forest, shards of shattered pearls lay scattered on the ground. They moved slowly through the forest, with endless fruit trees stretching out ahead. She spoke coldly. Listen, the fruits of the earth spirit also have ranks. Where we are, they are probably the highest grade, the most potent. I quickly grabbed a handful of fruit, munching while sharing them out, and the system popped up information. High-grade fruit. He bit into one, and suddenly the system flashed details. Name, Macu. Profession, self-spiritual lord. Unique, 2. 13%. Power seal 100. Physique seal 100. Agility seal 100. Spirit seal 100. Skill seal 0. Macu gasped. My attributes and skills are all sealed. She asked in shock. How could that even be? Not believing it, He took another bite. The system updated again. Power Seal 200. Physique Seal 200. Agility Seal 200. Spirit Seal 200. Skill Seal 0. Unable to resist such a sweet fruit, Macu devoured it with 0 crumbs left behind. The system chimed in again. Power Seal 300. Physique Seal 300. Agility Seal 300. Spirit Seal 300. Skill Seal no. I curiously asked, how does it feel? He smiled brightly. Not bad. One fruit alone boosts my total mental attributes by 800 points. Hearing that, she greedily bit down multiple times, demanding, then what are you waiting for? Eat up. I rubbed his stuffed belly inside. Man, I only just ate a few fruits, and I am stuffed already. Macan smiled brightly, savoring the delicious food when suddenly something started glowing. Macu froze in shock. Ahead loomed a massive tree, radiating a dark, ominous vibe. Hanging from its branches was a strange fruit. The system popped up info. Rough fruit. He stood up, pointing ahead, nervously asking, "Says, what is this rough fruit all about?" Mafhan's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "So this fruit is still here. Quite a few people have died from their bodies exploding after eating this fruit." He warned, "I guess it is, because it is overloaded with attributes. Anyone who eats it can't handle it." Macu nodded. "If that is the case, the fruit's effects must be insanely powerful." Says, "I want to try just a bit," he said quickly. But she rushed to stop him. "No way. It is way too dangerous," he pleaded hard. "I am confident. And besides, the master left me a soul seal in the spirit shrine. I want to die for real." Mafhan closed his eyes in helplessness. "Fine. Try it, but if you fail, after you revive, you better stay put inside the house. No more sneaking out on dangerous missions." Macu agreed with a smirk. "Deal." She stood up, declaring with a smirk, "All right then, if you really die, I will guard your body." He stepped forward, touched the rough fruit, and Macu plucked it down, eyes wide with shock. He looked back at the giant tree, wondering if what he saw was a freak occurrence or a hallucination. This thing was definitely no ordinary fruit. Macu examined the fruit, popped it into his mouth, then grimaced and spat it out. Disgusting, the system announced. Thinking attribute, plus 198. Macu hurried back to the group, where everyone anxiously asked, "How do you feel?" He covered his mouth and answered hesitantly, "The attribute boost is big, but man, it is insanely bitter." I quickly handed him another fruit. "Here, this one's less bitter." Macu's face went pale as he forced a bite. He coughed violently, spitting out the bitter fruit, saying, "Nope, everything's gotten way more bitter now, but the effect is crazy strong. My thinking attribute's been boosted for 2 whole days." Macu nodded thoughtfully. "Plus, the skill seal and attribute rearrangement are in full effect. The fruit's power keeps pounding my body relentlessly. If it were not for the Skull Legion taking the hits for me, there is no way I could withstand this." Suddenly, a fierce sound erupted. Everyone's curiosity piqued. "What is going on? Sounds like there is still a fight outside," Macu warned. "Stay sharp. Let us go check it out." Outside the forest, warriors were locked in deadly combat. Machan observed, "The surrounded fighters are skill sealed and have not eaten the fruit yet." The system displayed info. Music Saint. 5-Night Saint. He laughs while beating up those under skill seal. The fruit's delicious but grants no attributes, only the sensation of being slashed. One beaten fighter angrily demanded, "Who do you think you are? Everyone's got their own backing here." Music Saint. "Do you really want to make an enemy out of me?" He brandished his sword, releasing overwhelming power. "Got time to waste on nonsense? Think about your own survival." Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Stop right there." Macu's group stepped forward. The beaten man on the ground shouted joyfully, "General Lamb." Music Saint sneered cruelly, "Been waiting for you all this time." Macu, his eyes gleamed like a fierce beast as he continued with a sinister grin. "Now that everyone's finally here, this game of cat and mouse can finally end." Music Saint raised his sword and unleashed a skill. The system announced, "Frozen Light Circle." The glowing circle struck down each warrior in turn, targeting them all. Macu coldly asked, "Music Saint, am I seeing this right?" He snorted indignantly. Didn't expect General Lamb to remember a small fry like me while releasing his power. He demanded, "Care to explain why you have become a lapdog for the cult of evil? Did you become their lapdog? Or is your whole family already working for them?" Music Saint's face twisted like a demon. "How could you say that? Macu, I have slaughtered countless demons. I know their stench well. Your body reeks so bad of demon breath it makes me sick," and sneered slyly. Snapping back, "What do you mean? Dog lackeys. Don't talk trash like that. We are just partners. That is all." If it were not for their backup, I would not have been able to ascend to the legendary mid-tier Holy Word Knight. No sooner had Nakthan finished speaking than he unleashed his move slash. In an instant, The fate of the warriors sprawled lifeless on the ground was sealed. Nahak then clenched his fist and shouted, "See that? This is what it means to be a holy word. Night words become law. And you are nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered right before me." The warriors' eyes rolled back as a dark aura swallowed them whole. The survivors could not help but boil with rage. "Nahak Than, have you lost your mind? Even if you kill us here, we have marked our soul's death, one to keep us down. Once we are out, you and Chu are done for." He gripped the object tightly, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Do you think I am stupid enough to give you a second chance at life?" The system flashed a warning. Soul-sealing barrier capable of destroying the souls of the dead. A massive barrier materialized, swallowing everything. His terrifying voice echoed everywhere. "Struggle all you want. You will die here and now." Nahak then licked his lips, eyeing the three women guarding the barren field. "You all think you can survive? Before I kill you, I am going to have a little fun," asked coldly. "You really think you can take me on alone?" He casually raised his scythe and advanced. Nathan laughed scornfully. "Macu, are you nuts? A mage like you wants to fight me with a weapon." He stepped forward arrogantly. "I was saving you for last. But now, I have changed my mind." Nathan raised his sword high. Die. He roared as he slashed down. His sword cut through the air but nothing happened. The protective circle barely burned. The system notified. Passive movement damage. Passive total length. His eyes widened in horror. "What the hell? I hit him hard, how is he not even scratched?" Nahak then unleashed a furious barrage. "Impossible. Take this cross slash." But none of his strikes even grazed Mak Yu. The power from his sword could barely tear a few rips in Mak Ingyu's clothes. His eyes nearly exploded as he shouted in terror. "What the hell is this?" Nathan raised his sword again and shouted, "Flamelight slash?" The system announced. Flamelight slash, an attack powerful enough to scorch the entire zone. The warriors outside trembled with fear. "Hurry, drink your potions. Can Lam then Tong withstand this?" Amidst the blazing inferno, a lone figure stood tall. Mak Yu, completely unfazed by Nahak Than's relentless onslaught. Nathan was horrified. "How is this possible? What are you? Really?" And Suhai kept asking. "You have not eaten the fruit, right? Wait, you have? Otherwise, you would be dead skulls by now. How could you eat the fruit and still mock my flame light slash?" "Why?" Maku bared his teeth coldly. "Even without a legion of skulls, I can still kill you." And Hak Than refused to accept the truth. Yelling arrogantly, "You are just a mage. What can you hope to do against a knight like me? If your skills can hurt me, then I will personally take your head." And gripped his sword tight and shouted as Hak Than's strike clashed directly against his scythe. Beforehand, Maku charged coldly forward. Hak Than clenched his teeth in shock. "What? Why is his melee skill on me? He is supposed to be a mage." The warriors outside cheered. "Come on, Lam Then To. You gotta kill this bastard." He mused silently. "Good thing the Master foresaw this and let me train at the Divine Tower after eating the initial fruit." His thinking finally capped at 10,000 points, not high, but enough to survive. Nahak Than slammed his foot down and stepped back. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. "Even though I am at a disadvantage, one thing's clear, he has definitely eaten the fruit. His stats surpass mine now." Nahak Than stood, sword raised high, shouting, "Holy slash!" A massive pillar of fire erupted. The system flashed. "Holy slash!" The warriors anxiously watched. "Lam Then To, can you withstand this blow?" He has had his powers sealed too. His face twisted grotesquely, mouth wide like a troll. He is done for. A massive sword blade was hurtling straight toward Mak Nugu. A huge explosion erupted. Neth Thun laughed darkly. "This time, it is game over. Right?" Suddenly, Maku appeared out of nowhere, wielding a scythe, stepping forward to retort, "The one who is dead is you." No sooner had he spoken than a single slash cut his body in half. Neth then stared at his wound in disbelief, stammering, "This can be happening?" Maku bit his lip and spoke up, "The weapon the boss dropped earlier. Yeah, it counts as usable." As he said this, Neth's eyes bulged wide, spitting out a thick, strange liquid. A sword pierced straight through his gut, making him cough and sputter blood. Tens of thousands of swords pierced his body. He slowly vanished from sight. Neth's eyes widened in terror, stammering, "You can kill me." In agony, he begged, "Don't kill me, Maku." Pleading, "Please do not kill me. I am not ready to die. I still have value. I can tell you info about the Blima Society." Maku replied coldly, "You are nothing but a dog for the Blima Society. What secret info could you possibly have?" Before he could finish, a sword was drawn and pierced through, ending his life. The ice circle shattered, and the warriors around gasped in surprise and joy. They wholeheartedly thanked Mak Ingyu. "Thank you, General Lumden. You are seriously amazing." Yet, without skills and with attributes sealed, he still killed that damn rat. "Exactly. Otherwise, I would be dead for sure." Mak Ingu chuckled. "We are all human. No need for formalities. They grinned happily and replied, General Lum then? Do not worry. Once we are out, we 1T let you off the hook. After things settled down, Maku slowly headed to the gathering spot. Makin smiled proudly, praising. Little New, you have really leveled up. I do not even know whether to call you Little Ingu or General Lum anymore. Maku scratched his head, blushing, says, please do not tease me like that. The four of them gradually moved out of the forest, stopping in front of a hanging bridge. Ahead lay an old rickety bridge, shrouded in thick mist. Lum Masehum cautiously turned his head and glanced around. Crossing this bridge marks the start of the second stage of the trial. From here, we will split up. Everyone fights solo. How far you make it depends on yourself. Good luck. Maku volunteered and strode forward, hands casually in his pockets. I will go first. As his figure faded away. Next, Makin followed closely behind. Mac still walked in the middle. And finally, I trailed near Thanos' corpse. Suddenly, a root drifted up from somewhere, wrapping around the injured body. The root coiled tightly around Nuathanas' body and carried him away. Dust swirled up, and the gap between the cliffs slowly closed. Cut to Mac New's location. He stopped before a stone tablet with a sword carved into it. The system popped up info, stone tablet skill. Low level. Makingu stepped forward slowly, eyes fixed on the symbols on the tablet. The skill, wind-splitting sword can sever Yi Feng. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted. Maku gasped. The patterns are moving. The trial this stage requires learning a skill. He glanced back. The ground was dotted with stone tablets, each bearing different symbols. The system listed options. Wind splitting. Plant cleaving. Stone splitting skills. Surprised, Maku muttered. 3 choices here, each representing a distinct path: flexibility, precision, and power. He sat before a tablet marked with a crescent blade, mumbling, though I am a mage, I have got experience from the Divine Tower. Learning swordsmanship should not be too hard. Moments later, another person arrived, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Why swordsmanship? I am a near life. Someone muttered nervously. How could this be? Is it because I carelessly killed some beast? Dust billowed everywhere. Someone loudly complained. How the hell am I supposed to learn this? Maku calmly stood and murmured, I have already got wind splitting down. Let us see what this trial's all about. He drew the sword from the ground. His whole body seemed to dissolve into a mysterious power. From the smoke emerged a mysterious, powerful figure. Makingu gripped the sword tightly and realized, this trial wants us to rely on learning skills to defeat the dummies. Suddenly, the dummy before him moved swiftly and lightly. He was stunned at this speed. Its sensitivity attribute must be over 1,500 points. Masku snapped back to life with an excited laugh. Got it now. The second phase wants us trapped with both skills and attributes. Sealed only swordsmanship learned can take down this puppet. You slash the sword's hilt repeatedly, almost wide open, so the more you hit this curse, the stronger your attributes grow, making beating this puppet a breeze. Its stats are not high, pretty much like the others. Suddenly, your body lunges with the sword, about to collapse. Muttering, but I used a basic fruit, all attributes at 10,000 points. Masku catches the sword. System pops up info. Wind slash. Without hesitation, he swings forward, planting the sword firmly into the ground. The puppet falls. He smirks. Easy. System alerts. Thinking attribute plus 500. Elsewhere in training, a warrior is under attack by a puppet. The puppet claws and slashes at the trainee. Masku moves in. Suspicious. Is this the third phase? System responds. Skills have already sealed wind slash. He rubs his forehead. So that is it. Skills learned in the previous phase might be forgotten. Masku's headmaster once said those who reach phase 3 lose memory of the past. Flashbacks of stone tablets appear. Rocket skill. Wind seal. Ice arrow skill. Masku chuckles, muttering, turns out it is a magic system skill. This time it is a real pro showdown. After a while, the puppet is destroyed again. His calm voice rings out. Masku laughs confidently. Next up is phase 4. System shows. Thinking attribute plus 1,000. Elsewhere, the gate to the ancestral land just tossed out Liat Fong. An old man rushes over. Hen Fong, you okay? He is stunned, whispering to himself, I'm out. Liat Fong looks up, telling the elder, Grandpa, something's wrong in the ancestral land. Tinha and Thainian tilt their heads. Confused, he sits up, fearful. Music Saint Achuara has joined the demon sect, becoming their pawn. We have not eaten the fruit yet, but when we do, our attributes and skills will be sealed. He wants to kill us, and he is using a soul-destroying barrier, so we can resurrect using soul seals. Dai's voice drops in shock. What? Wait, what did you say? Someone quickly urges. Calm down. Elder Ning, hear Fong Nai out first. Light Fong reports. Music Saint tried to kill us. But luckily General Lam arrived. He took down Music Saint, or none of us would have made it out alive. Thei's face darkens after hearing this. The atmosphere thickens. Chuada, to Tinha's outrage, daring to kill human prodigies in our ancestral land. Chuada, you really hate living. Other elders gasped. Chua's men fled early. Don't worry. They want to escape. Once the ancestral land trial ends, we will deal with them. Voices below buzz. Chuaras lost it, joining the demon sect and killing people in the Academy's ancestral land. This time, Chuaras finished. At the dungeon gate, someone steps out, sighing. Eliminated. Tina furrows brow, counting the survivors. 20 eliminated, so only 10 left in the ancestral land now. At Mask-Yu's dungeon spot, he stands before 2 stone tablets. The carvings on the tablets look like bows and arrows. He immediately realizes, this is archery skill. Suddenly, beams of light pierce through the NPC group in the dungeon. At the same time, Mask-Yu gains plus 1,500 thinking attribute. Suddenly, glowing light shines before him, and he gasps, is this it? Remembering what Bei Shin said, the Academy's ancestral land holds a light crucial to him. Looks like this is the one. Ever since sensing the power of life's dawn, could this be the light of creation? No need to guess, just keep moving forward, and the answer will reveal itself. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Mask-Yu is surprised to see only 1 stone tablet now. Skill. Healing Veil, a basic healing skill that can restore vitality to targets. Mask-Yu is not shocked. Looks like the ancestral land trial is not just 4 phases. Each stage brings tougher skills and puppets with higher stats. The number of challengers keeps rising. But with our skills sealed, this is not just a test of our grasp, it is a trial by fire in real combat. Right behind Mask-Yu, waves of opponents surged in. Mask-Yu gripped his scythe and charged headfirst. So this time, I am going to unleash the skill born of sheer willpower, put my mental strength to the ultimate test. First, you activate the healing skill. Watch as the green aura blankets the entire body of the dummy. I and Macfan exited the dungeon. Mask-Yu bowed courteously, bidding farewell to Dinan. Hello? Senior Ning, he quickly asked. How do you feel? She reported. My strength, agility, and spirit have all shot up by 3,000 points. Maybe even 7,000. They then exhaled deeply based on past experience. This boost was already phenomenal. Tinha, worried, blurted out. 27 people helped one. Now only the 2 sisters are left in our group. Inside the dungeon, Mask-Yu's thinking attribute rose by 300. He muttered to himself, I have lost count of how many floors I have cleared. But that finishing light, it is definitely getting closer. Wrapped in that radiant glow, he felt a comforting warmth. What on earth was this? The blinding light made Mask-Yu squint, smoke swirling thickly before his eyes. Moments later, it faded, leaving behind a mystical greenish glow that bathed the space. Suddenly, a male spirit appeared and said, Hold on, there is still one person missing. Mask-Yu squinted at the newcomer. What caught his eye was the life core pulsing at the center of the man's forehead. Machan stepped forward, casually resting his hand on his shoulder. Looks like Xiao Yu still beats you by a step. She handed the life core over. This is what Shay asked me to give you. Whatever deal he made with you has been fulfilled. Hope you will keep your promise. The life core's light enveloped Machan's entire body in a healing glow. Slowly, she began to transform. When it was done, Machan sincerely said, Thank you. He continued, My transaction with that person is complete. Now it is your turn to claim the prize. There is only one reward for 2 people. Mask-Yu immediately refused. No thanks. Machan spoke up at the same time. No need. Just get me out of here. That chance is for her. He stammered. Says, What do you mean by that? She passed the opportunity to Mask-Yu. This chance means more to you. Little brother. For the 3rd sister, it was just another day besides. She would already gotten what she needed. Before he could protest, the life course light spoke. She is not lying. She already got something better. Before parting, Machan advised, Xiao Yu, do not worry. I have my own path to walk. It is not like I am purposely giving this up for you, trying to fool me. Dream on, Mask-Yu muttered, feeling touched as he watched her silhouette fade away. Life core announcement. She has forfeited her reward. Now, you are the sole owner. For 10 days. Follow me. Mask-Yu silently followed him into the forest. As they walked, the life core explained, The primal fruit you used allowed you to survive all the trials. In over 1,000 years, you are the only one worthy of claiming it, no exceptions. A beam of light from the life core shone down on him. The life core announced, This is what you need. Whether you can claim it depends on your luck. Mask-Yu thought to himself, My sealed skills and attributes have been lifted, and all the attribute points I earned inside the dungeon, they have all been added on top of my existing thinking attribute. System alert. Thinking attribute plus 16,000. Vitality plus 30%. The staff began absorbing the energy. The power from the primal fruit was slowly drawn into the staff. The core on the staff's tip started to crack and break apart. The fragments were absorbed as the staff continued soaking up the power. Moments later, a notification popped up. Lifeborn staff. Core damaged. Mythic tier weapon. All attributes plus 400,000. Usable above level 90. Light of Blessing. Can fully heal the target. Light of Destruction. Can deliver a critical strike to the target. Purple light radiated from the staff, illuminating Makyu's face. He grasped it in intense, ominous judgment. It was not just a fake core anymore. It had transformed into a corrupted core state. This proves my theory was not wrong. The ancestral land of light truly is connected to the scepter of life's light. If I can restore the core, it will revive and become a true mythic-grade weapon. Suddenly, Tin Kwangbo deeply knelt. Surprised, he wondered what was wrong. Respectfully, he said, "Little servant greets the master. The owner of the scepter of life's light is the master of this servant." Makingu was puzzled. When asked if he knew the future bearer of the scepter, Tin Kwang nodded. "Yes, master, I have been searching for the hair of light until I found you. The holder of the scepter of life's light, destined to become the god of life for the next era." Makingu hesitated slightly but said, I never imagined becoming a god of life." After the exchange, Makingu left the dungeon. She thought she was the first to sense it and happily turned her head to look. Then she rushed toward Makingu and greeted him with a warm hug. Diran asked bluntly, "You little punk? Did you get it or not?" He admitted, "Let us just say I did." All of Shuxing's stats jumped by 12,000 points, and vitality surged by 30%. Ayuan was beyond pleased. "Kid, your stats might already be double those of a same-level profession." "Hey, what about Lin? What is his exact stat now?" Lin Makingu's info flashed on the screen. Unique Profession Spirit General. Level 45 at 2%. Strength 41,055. Constitution 42,055. Agility 40,055. Spirit 83,110. This info shocked everyone who, a mid-tier legendary profession at level 45 barely cracks 80k total stats. And he is out here smashing 100k by a landslide. His strength beats warriors. His speed outruns assassins. And he is still a mage. Thank the heavens I am not from his generation. Ayuan could not hold back. "Little punk, I have been waiting for you to hit God tier so we can team up and crush those punks in Shenyang to settle some scores." Makingu agreed instantly. "Alright," and Van looked worried. "But lately, the Demon Worship Guild's activity has ramped up big time. They think that by infiltrating various powers, they are untouchable. Even those big fish jumping out now need to be dealt with." A familiar beep sounded from his wrist. Thoin smiled and asked, "Duh, got a moment?" Wai Yuan's expression was like he would seen through the mundane world. Chuckling with approval, "Kid, you are not bad at playing the part. All right, go do your thing. I have got my own business to handle." He called out, "Hey, old man, hand me that list." Yuan's expression darkened as he scanned the list. All right, and Van reminded me, "Let us roll. It has been too long since we have thrown down. Time to wake up the old bones." They headed to Fortress 9, with Van's Demon Slayer Tower escorting them there. The sky darkened as they appeared, the Divine Tower slowly descending onto the battlefield. Suddenly, a sharp shout echoed from the empty fortress. "Ayun, what madness is this?" "Ayun and Van, why are you bringing the Divine Tower down to Fortress 9? Ayun frowned, irritated. "What is the matter? It has been a while since I came to Fortress 9. Don't you all know why I am here?" And Van added, "Anyone I call out must be handed over to me." The 4-star Spirit Mage General at level 93 asked worriedly, "What are you saying? Is there a traitor in Fortress 9? Do you have proof?" "Ayun, just relying on the paper you are holding." Ayun scoffed arrogantly, cutting them no slack. "My word is proof enough. Right now, I want blood. Let us see if any of you dare stop me." None of the three dared to move. Suddenly, a dark energy engulfed them. Yahoo! The 5-star God General at level 95 appeared, saying, "Bai Shen, no need to get so worked up. If Bai Shen's here, he must have all the proof. Let us get this over with." Ayun was stunned. "Never expected you would be here in Fortress 9. Bai Shen replied, "I have probably investigated everything thoroughly. There is no mistake. Please proceed." With that, Ayun launched an attack. His power created blazing sword lights that engulfed Fortress 9. The waves of energy surged forward, inching closer to the structures within. Everyone else was stunned and panicked by the blazing heat and terrifying attack completely engulfed in his fiery wrath. Desperate screams echoed throughout the fortress as one final strike was hurled toward the enemy. Ayun ducked, wiping his filthy hands, muttered, "All the rebels on the list have paid their dues. Next target the 8th stronghold." And Van suddenly remembered, "Wait. Dight Lo. Has not the demon-slaying tower found its master yet? Patruch's group gasped in shock hearing this. He asked solemnly. And then, what do you mean by that? And then replied. Nothing much. Just protect the demon-slaying tower well. Its master will arrive soon. Those words threw the others into utter confusion. What was he trying to say? Could the person he meant be none other than Mcg DP Liao himself? Depot nodded in full acceptance. Lum then. Young prodigy, if you can claim the demon-slaying tower, that is great. I have been after it for years and still have not succeeded. It all comes down to this final step. If he can pull it off, let him. Remember, no matter how we compete, it is always for the survival of humanity. The three of them spoke in unison. We stand united as the Chu family in Hai Thuan. The Ai Nun hovered in the air, with a massive army swarming below. The Chu family had silently observed from afar. This formation, something huge is about to go down. Without hesitation, he shot straight toward the Ai Nun, then, respectfully bowing to Nun Lu, he asked, what crime has the Chu family committed? Nun Lu tossed a ledger into Kun Thin's hands. Chu Lilao, judge for yourself. The book detailed every charge meticulously. He furrowed his brow, veins bulging with fury. How could this be true? How could this be true? The Lion Nun could clearly see that Senja had been deceived all along. He devoted himself to the nation, growing the Chu family's influence to what it is now. And yet, Kun Thin quickly confessed, I am La. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it personally and ensure the Lion won't give you any trouble. That is the best outcome. I trust you will manage this well. Messiang met the Hun to discuss something. Senior sister, what is up? I need a favor. She pleaded anxiously. Lem, I need you to help with something. He cut straight to the chase. Just tell me what is going on. Senior sister. The Hun smiled gently. Follow me. She led Missing to a shop and opened the door. A pungent scent hit them. Mciangu immediately went on high alert. That smell was familiar. The Hun explained. Lem, I think you have guessed it. Why does it smell like a corpse in here? Fang Jiao stepped out to greet them. Lem then, we meet again. Do you still remember me? I have asked before. I hope you can help eliminate the corpse toxin. She introduced the woman lying weakly on the bed. This is my mother. Ever since I was little, she has been poisoned by the sealed corpse toxin while guarding the corpse realm. Even now, there is no cure. Msingi was at a loss. I really want to help, but I do not have the power to save her. The Hen quickly interjected. Lem, you misunderstood. We just want you to assist, she called out. Grandpa. Lum Thentatigi is here. The old man calmly replied. He is here. The divine great apothecary. The Bonlung leaned on the stair railing, stepping down slowly. Msingyug was surprised. An apothecary of divine rank. Msiang greeted politely. Honored to meet you. Apothecary, he replied humbly. Don't he call me that? An old man like me does not deserve such a title. Princess Jiao said. Your summoning artifact can neutralize corpse toxin. And luckily I have a skill that can analyze others' items. Lum then, could you let me analyze your artifact? We need to trace the source of the toxin's cure. Msingen nodded easily. Sure. No problem. As the summoning artifact glowed behind him, the Hun's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the old man had to admit the artifact was powerful. The Hun began scanning and analyzing. A faint, shimmering light covered the artifact as the old man pushed himself to the limit, sweat pouring down. Feng Jiao anxiously asked, Sir, can you analyze it completely? The old man gasped. This skill is incredibly unique yet it still can't be analyzed. This is a skill that even the gods themselves could not analyze, something I have never encountered before. Feng Jiao tensed up hearing this. What are we supposed to do now? Makangu looked a bit guilty. Although he desperately wanted to help her, with his current level, there is nothing he can do. Sorry. He turned to the old man, the revered medicine god, and said, if there is nothing else, I must take my leave. The Ben responded politely. Today, we really troubled General Lam. I will go see him off on your behalf, sir. Thuan led him outside, while Feng Jia stayed inside. Heartbroken, medicine god Data. Is there really no way to save my mother? The old man sighed helplessly. The rotten poison is the deadliest demon I have ever faced in my life. Unless General Lam's summoning artifact can disperse it, there is no other way. Feng Jiao could not accept it at first. No other way. The Bin could not bear to rub salt in her wounds. Maybe we just have to wait for General Lam to advance to God tier. But with his leveling speed, it won't be long. Outside, twilight was falling. Though Hen apologized. Sorry for making you run. Lam Jr. Lam replied casually. No problem at all. Mackin did not forget his promise. Once I am strong enough, I will save her mother. But first, I gotta grind levels. He headed straight to the Hell Realm dungeon. Makangu came here because he knew the high plateau beast god existed here. Level 40 to 50 is a prime time for leveling up. Hitting 50 would be perfect. As he stepped into the dungeon, many eyes silently watched him. A group dressed all in black spoke up, confirming Lam Mak Yu has entered. Right, they answered. Confirmed. Let us move. Confident. They pulled out spirit cores. The White God and God are not at the academy. They still have our remnants, but this is also our chance. If we can kill Mak Yu here, we won. Come out the losers. They absorbed the spirit core's dark energy and launched it straight into the dungeon where Mak Yu had just entered. Their numbers kept growing. Someone gasped. What is going on? Why is there a demonic aura here? Not good. That is the Mian demon aura. Those guys are from the demon worshippers trying to deal with General Lam. Everyone. Fall back. Something big's happening. Alert the Dao Masters. A voice stepped forward, stern but calm. Everyone. Chill out. What is there to be afraid of? The spirit core is in his hands. He crushed the core into dust, and a dark energy spread all around. His expression grew fierce. Isn't Mako practically dead already? Why are you all so tense? Once he is dead, the academy will be heartbroken. Someone noticed. Wait, he is a member of the demon worshippers. He maintained the core's energy, casting a purple shield over the entire city outside the dungeon gate. Someone fumed. How dare you come to our academy and cause trouble? You are asking for death? Inside? Maku sensed that the Maiyan's dark aura was creeping in. He braced himself. The flames of Maiyan are inside the dungeon. How is that even possible? The demon worshippers appeared, their faces twisted with madness. Makingo tensed. These were not academy students. They were demon worshippers. Here to kill him. The demon worshippers struck immediately. First, they surrounded Makingu right in the center. A dark, ominous aura blanketed the dungeon. A massive demonic formation was set up around Makingu. Flames of Maiyan roaring like a storm. They chanted, burn my flesh, scorch my soul, accept the demon's curse and suffer the damnation. Their cries echoed through the air, relentless and chilling, burn my flesh, scorch my soul, accept the demon's curse and suffer the damnation. The entire space was engulfed in Maiyan's flames, the chants repeating like a haunting loop. One of them grew crazed. The demonic formation's power surged, threatening to swallow Makingu whole. Every leaf, branch, and blade of grass inside the dungeon was shrouded in demonic energy. Suddenly, two blazing red sparks appeared in the dense purple gloom. Those sparks grew bigger and bigger. Maka knew exactly what was up. Looks like they planned this ambush all along, just waiting for me to enter the dungeon so they could kill me. Guess I am about to get caught in a deadly net. Looking at the talismans on my hands. Damn it! All my teleportation tools have completely lost their power. Only the Darkstone teleportation is still usable. Suddenly, an ominous burst tore through the gloomy village sky. A towering figure appeared, standing taller than a small mountain, dwarfing the tiny village below. It was the Inferno Demon King himself. His voice was hoarse as he sneered. This time, there is no way you are slipping away.